I woke up to find that I, the Divine Blood Halberd saint who fell in battle, had reincarnated back into my university classroom, with only 3 days left before the deities annihilate the world. And here I was, just a weak student without any strength to even overpower a chicken. But the life-bound divine artifact, God Blood Halberd, envisioned in my previous life lies dormant in my mind, awaiting only awakening. Enemies taunting? I counter with 2 swift slaps, immediately activating the highest classified channels from my past life to issue a covert order. The next second, special forces burst through the school gates. The colonel personally drove the car for me. Everyone thought I was the son of a hidden big shot. In this life, I will not only make up for all regrets, but above all, seize the opportunity to lay out plans to slay the gods before their arrival. However, the secret order I issued seems to have also caught the attention of certain higher-level entities. Chapter 1, Reborn and Returned. Comrades, ahead lies the heart of the Celestial Empire's Wolfjushu Mountain, where the damned deities have their last line of defense. My friends, since ancient times, our great Xia has boasted valiant men who aspired to etch their names on Wolfjushu, but that was on Blue Star. Now, here we stand in the divine abode, in the very realm where gods once looked down upon us as mere livestock, yet we've found our own Wolfjushu Mountain. Why don't we shoot it down? Let these lofty gods taste the wrath of our great Xia people from Blue Star. Brothers, now is the moment to win honor and make our mark. Don't you want your names engraved on the great Xia hero's monument? Don't you want your names to be at the top of the family tree? Tell me, do you want to or not? I do. Kill. Wipe out those damn gods. Shursen was seething with rage, riding the divine steed Wuyantachu, clad in golden beast-headed armor of the gods, wielding the divine blood halberd. He charged at the forefront of the vanguard, heading straight toward the seemingly holy yet filthy heart of the divine kingdom Wolfjuksu Mountain. But, the more wildly arrogant one was upon arrival, the more wretched and bitter the defeat would be. Humankind ultimately failed in their rebellion against the gods. The Vanguard Corps has been completely annihilated. Vanguard General and Divine Blood Halberd Saint Shursen fought a desperate battle, beheading 3 true gods before falling in battle. The main force of the anti-god army has been completely annihilated. The commander of the anti-god army was slain by the eternal primordial god himself. The allied forces from myriad divine nations breached the Great Xia dynasty's last line of nuclear defense. Across the land of the 9 provinces of Great Xia, the entire nation was shaken to its core, with misery and desolation everywhere. At that time, countless individuals chose to sacrifice themselves in burial, while every remaining warrior took up their final weapons and marched steadfastly toward certain death, facing overwhelming odds with the futility of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As for the deities, they feasted upon the multitude as if they were mere blood offerings. They refined the masses into medicinal pills as if they were mere herbs, refining weapons using all living beings as crucibles. The gruesome sight darkened the heavens and moved the sun and moon to grieve. True gods? Ha ha ha, they're merely ghosts beneath Shursen's blade. Who else dares? Smack. Shursen, you've been playing too many games, now you're dreaming about slaying gods? Get out of the classroom and go slay them slowly. Shursen rubbed the spot on his head hit by the chalk, bewildered as he looked around at his laughing classmates and the furious old professor glaring from the lectern. Wait, classmate? Professor? Wasn't I battling across countless divine kingdoms? Where is this? A school? Could it be I've fallen into the god of dreams trap, and this is just my nightmare? You dare continue disrupting class. Shursen, get out of my classroom right now. The old professor was nearly driven to a heart attack by this student muttering to himself, roaring at Shursen at the top of his voice. Damn, Brotherson, did you stay up all night playing games last night? How dare you mess around even in Dragon Celestial's class? Shursen turned to look at the classmate who had spoken beside him, and his eyes instantly grew slightly moist. This thick-browed, big-eyed, hot-headed youngster was none other than his once closest brother Chihao. Alas, before he could fully mature, he was betrayed during a mission and tragically devoured by demonic beasts. Although Shursen ultimately killed the traitor with his own hands, the dead could not be brought back, and this became one of his greatest regrets later in life. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Shursen abruptly stood up, only to accidentally cut his arm on the sharp corner of the desk, leaving a small gash that immediately began to bleed. Feeling the slight sting from the wound, Shursen widened his eyes in disbelief and tentatively licked the cut with his tongue. The metallic taste of blood instantly flooded his taste buds and shot straight to his brain. A memory surged to the surface, words once spoken by a professor renowned for his expertise in dream-related studies during Shursen's time pursuing advanced studies in Zhongjing. Whether it's the god of dreams or any other deity with dream-related abilities, the dreams they create all share one massive flaw. That means the main body of the dream, the victim, cannot be injured or bleed. This is a loophole, but also the rule. Shursen froze in place instantly, yet it felt as though his heart had been struck by a million bolts of lightning. Sourness, sweetness, bitterness, and spiciness mixed with overwhelming joy erupted within him. Am I reincarnated? I've truly been reborn. Ha 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 ha. Shursen threw his head back and laughed heartily, so freely and wildly that tears streamed down his face. Ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, Shursen immediately began to focus inward to examine himself, but found he simply couldn't enter the proper state. That's right, I haven't started cultivating yet and don't have the strength of a first-tier superhuman, so I can't perform internal vision at all. The Divine Blood Halberd, a life-bound spiritual artifact created through the supreme visualization method, still remains in my mind. However, judging by its current state, it will likely take some more time before it can be manifested into reality. His gaze shifted as Shursen focused his eyes on the back of the classroom. In his previous life, after causing Chihao's death, Jiang Lusheng, the eldest son of the Hanyu group who immediately pledged allegiance to the gods, was now looking at him with a face full of mockery. Shursen's eyes gradually turned cold as he strode directly toward young Master Jiang. As Shursen approached, young Master Jiang couldn't help but sneer. Without even raising his head, he said disdainfully, "Couldn't handle the shock of your dream girl being taken by me, so you've gone mad? You're asking for trouble. Think carefully about whether you can handle the consequences." Dream lover? Shursen pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. During this period of his life, he had indeed had a long-time crush on a terrible woman stolen by young Master Jiang. At this thought, the shadow cast over his youth made Shursen instantly furious. Relying on his status as the eldest son of Hanyu group, Jiang Lusheng had done countless disgusting and outrageous things. But because the group had it covered, it all ended up being swept under the rug. Now that Shursen has been reborn, how could he possibly swallow his pride again? 2 crisp slaps landed perfectly on his face. Young Master Jiang stared at Shursen in utter disbelief, fiery red palm prints blossoming simultaneously on both sides of his face. "You, how dare you hit me right in the classroom?" Jiang Lusheng felt like he was dreaming. This guy, who had been meek and timid even when his girlfriend was snatched away not long ago, suddenly seemed to have lost his mind today. After just a few words, he actually dared to slap him in front of everyone. Yet the fiery sting on his face left Jiang Lusheng with no choice but to accept the harsh reality. He, the eldest son of Hanyu group, had been publicly humiliated. "Beat you? I haven't killed you right now only because you haven't done anything utterly heinous yet, and your crimes don't warrant death." Shursen spoke in a calm tone, as if he had done something trivial, and the pent-up anger in his heart instantly dissipated. For such scum, being publicly humiliated is even worse than being killed outright. "Good, very good. You'd better not run, just wait for me." Jiang Lusheng weighed the pros and cons. Today, because it was Roaring Celestial's class, he didn't let his henchmen come along. At only 1.7 meters tall, he'd surely be at a disadvantage facing the hulking Shursen, who stood at 1.85 meters. Realizing this, Jiang Lusheng immediately suppressed his anger, stood up, and headed straight outside, casting a venomous glance at Shursen before leaving. "It's over, Brother Sen. You were too impulsive. Young Master Jiang must be going to fetch the security guards sent by Hanyu Group to assist at Shi University," Shihao said with a worried expression, yet he remained steadfastly by Shursen's side without any intention of leaving. "Don't worry, Mouse. By the way, what's the date and time now?" "December 12, 2033, 9:35 a.m. Why do you ask?" 3 more days. Chapter 2, An Unknown Secret Order. Shursen offered no further explanation, telling Shihao to continue with the lesson and not follow him. He then apologized to Professor Long, who seemed deep in thought with an inscrutable expression, and left the classroom directly. As he walked through his alma mater, Shursen was overwhelmed with emotion. "In my previous life, I should have graduated in 2 months and stepped into society to start making my own way. Little did I expect that a sudden, drastic change would occur. From ancient legends, countless deities, along with their divine kingdoms, descended upon Blue Star without warning, sending vast armies to invade directly. Except for the 9 provinces of Daxia, which were protected by sages and untouched by divine invasion, only plagued by hordes of low-intellect monstrosities from the demon god kingdoms. Other nations suffered heavy losses, with ordinary citizens in occupied territories reduced to the status of swine. Shursen was full of fervor at the time, abandoning his studies to join the military, to become a glorious soldier in defense of Great Xia. And despite lacking exceptional talent, he steadily rose to become the general of the vanguard army, earning the title of Divine Blood Halberd Saint. Unfortunately, it ultimately ended in failure. Shursen vaguely knew some inside information. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to make up for all the regrets of his previous life. Too bad there are only 3 days to prepare. This is practically no different from being reborn directly 1 day before the Divine Kingdom descends. It seems I need to hurry up and get some things done. For instance, let's first take down the Hanyu group that will later become a cancerous tumor. Shursen was just thinking about what needed to be done next when he caught sight of the furious young Master Jiang heading straight toward him with several security guards in tow. "Stop right there." Young Master Jiang led his men to surround Shursen directly, revealing a cruel smirk. "You think you're so capable, huh? Now let's see how you escape this time." Shursen paid no attention to this doomed fellow, instead fixing his gaze on the security captain's waist. There was actually a DCA standard issue model 56 pistol placed there. "Is that you, Shursen, the one who disrupted the classroom order? Come with us to the security office." The armed security captain kept a stony face, his right hand hovering near his gun. Years of military experience told him that this seemingly ordinary student was extremely dangerous. Although he was somewhat curious why this student carried the same military aura. but they were all employees of Hainyu Group, assigned to assist Shida University's security. Now that the group's young master had been publicly humiliated in class, no matter how curious they were, they couldn't let him leave. Otherwise, forget about keeping this job under that fearsome old chairman's rule, even their lives might be at stake. Shur-sen offered no resistance. He had already thoroughly inspected his own body, all his powers had inexplicably vanished, and his conceptualized life-bound spiritual artifact in his mind remained at its most primitive stage, completely impossible to summon forth. This meant that his extensive combat experience was practically useless in his current frail and weak body. Even if he could manage to kill 1 or 2 security guards, he'd most likely be branded as a public murderer and get immediately executed by the security captain. Ha, you trash. Just wait and see how I'm going to kill you later. Jiang Dasha was in high spirits when he saw Shur-sen being controlled. He was even in the mood to call Lin Zihan, whom he had recently wooed, out of class. Ugh, honey, why are you calling me during class? In less than 2 minutes, a bewitching figure came jogging over and threw herself into young Master Zhang's arms like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Let you come see what a sorry state this guy will be in later. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhang directly embraced Lin Zihan right in front of Shur-sen, deliberately showing off to this loser. See, the goddess you've been simping for years without even holding her hand? In my hands, she's just a plaything. Shur-sen, hubby, you're so mean. Did you call me out just to mess with the simp? Killing the heart along with the person you wouldn't understand. Alright, head back first. I need to follow security and thoroughly discipline this mutt. Young Master Zhang patted Lin Zihan's rear, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he stared at Shur-sen. Shur-sen coldly watched young Master Zhang and the toxic woman putting on a performance before his eyes, remaining silent. He reached into his right pants pocket, pulled out his phone, edited something, and then sent it directly to an extremely lengthy number. Shizhou, Confidential Department. Xingjie, there's an unknown encrypted order. Secret orders? And unfamiliar ones? Where are they? Let me see. A woman with an alluring figure but an exceptionally delicate and refined appearance immediately came to the computer. Looking at the encrypted order, her brows furrowed tightly. Covert command sequence verification passed. Cipher verification successful. Decryption of the classified order is in progress. As his subordinates continued their reports, the expressions of doubt on Chen Sheng's face grew increasingly pronounced. This was also the first time she had encountered such a peculiar situation. Logically speaking, the existence of the Confidential Affairs Division was supposed to be extremely secretive. To be aware of this department's existence, one must either be a high-ranking official or one of those elite agents deeply embedded in various nations. And without exception, each of these individuals possessed their own unique method of contacting the confidential office. There's absolutely no need to go through the hassle of using a secret code. This unfamiliar secret order before me was delivered through the most confidential channels. This channel is only to be used at life or death moments when the nation's survival is at stake. At this thought, Chen Xing, a seasoned official from the Confidential Affairs Department, couldn't help but feel his heart racing wildly. Decipher it as quickly as possible. Hurry! The subordinates immediately picked up on the urgency in Chen Xing's tone and hastened their movements. 3 minutes later, Chen Xing let out a sigh of relief as he held the decrypted content of the secret order, but a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Secret order, come pick me up. Signed, Grand General of the Vanguard Army, Divine Blade Saint, Shur-sen. The subordinate also wore a pained expression. Xingjie, could this be someone causing trouble? Chen Xing cast a cold glance at the subordinate. Causing trouble? Using our intelligence department's most confidential communication channel to cause trouble? Are you suggesting that our great Xia's classified intelligence bureau, built over decades with the tireless efforts and fearless sacrifices of countless predecessors, could be disrupted by just anyone? You have a serious ideological problem. Go to the Political Affairs Office for 1 month of closed-door study, then submit a written report to me. Chen Xing's icy tone sent shivers down his subordinate's spine. Without daring to delay, the subordinate immediately turned and headed to the administrative office. Deliver the secret order to Elder Qin immediately, then notify our field operations team to bring over the Shi University student named Shur-senator. I want to see for myself what kind of monster he is. After instructing another subordinate to investigate Shur-sen's true identity through the secret order's source and report back, Chen Xing sat in his chair and began carefully reviewing all the records of Shur-sen's life experiences over the past 20 years, from childhood to adulthood. The operational capabilities and efficiency of the Confidential Affairs Division are undoubtedly second to none across the entire Blue Star. Within the bounds of the 9 provinces of Huaxia, no matter who you are, they can instantly retrieve all your information. Don't talk about personal privacy. Under the current tense international situation, all individual rights must take a back seat. Chapter 3, Proof in Hand, the boss's son. Ha! I thought you trash was something special, daring to slap me in public. Jiang Dashi laughed wildly. Once inside the security office, he ordered the guards to lock the door, preventing any onlookers from filming and uploading the incident online. You think you're so tough? Today, I'll make you, piece of trash, truly understand what a surprise feels like. Jiang Dashi held a stun baton, advancing step by step toward Shursen with a cold sneer. Shursen, however, remained utterly unfazed, his gaze not even lingering on the stun baton. Dare to touch a single hair on my head, and I guarantee you Hangyu Group will collapse today. Oh, really? I'm so scared. Zzzzzzz. Jiang Dishao thrust the black metal rod, crackling with electricity, directly into Shursen's body. But who was Shursen? He was the legendary warrior who single-handedly battled the Divine General, an incarnation of Shiva from the Indian deity cult, during the fiercest defense of Shizhou. Once ambushed by Odin, the true god of the Eastern European pantheon, leaving half his body charred to a crisp, yet he fought back, severing Odin's arm. This minor electric shock merely caused Shursen's eyebrows to twitch, a natural reaction from his now frail body without even eliciting a flicker of pain. Shursen examined the spot on his shoulder where the stun baton had struck. A distinct scorched yellow circle appeared, every single hair within it completely charred, not a single one left intact. He immediately lifted his head, fixing Jiang Dashi with an icy stare. A faint glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Shursen was generally a serious man. Though young Master Jiang had always looked down on his rebellious classmate and stolen the girl Shursen had secretly admired and planned to confess to, those offenses weren't death-worthy. Even though Shursen knew full well that Jiang Dashi would betray humanity and cause the deaths of many of his brothers and comrades, those events hadn't happened yet. But if young Master Jiang dared to touch a single hair on Shursen's body, that was a crime deserving death. The human race's holy generals are beyond dishonor. To dishonor them is to invite death. Every holy general of the 9 provinces, universally recognized as a sage, is a figure of extraordinary merit, one who has saved countless lives and is willing to shed the last drop of blood for humanity. Not only would singeing a single hair be unforgivable, but in the future, even whispering behind their backs about a saint general would be a capital offense. What do you think you're doing? The security captain sensed the restlessness in Shursen's eyes and immediately placed his hands on his hips, bellowing at him. Shursen remained unmoved, a faint curve playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you afraid of me? You're afraid of an unarmed student? Seems your days as a lackey for Hangyu Group have extinguished every last spark of passion in your heart. Even a battle-hardened veteran returning from service can lose his courage under their conditioning. Hangyu Group must be destroyed. The security chief's face flushed red and white in turn, but he finally sneered. This kid made it sound so convincing. Destroy Hangyu Group? Did he even know what those 2 characters represented? It was a colossal conglomerate controlling the livelihoods of tens of millions across the entire western province. Chairman Jiang Hangyu was a figure so formidable that even old Qin, the Grand Administrator of West Province, showed him deference. And you, a greenhorn, casually talk about destroying Hangyu Group? Absolutely laughable. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly ignorant of the world beyond. What are you standing around for? This guy wants to destroy Hangyu Group. Are you still waiting for him to pay your wages? Attack him. As long as he's not dead, I can handle it. Young Master Jiang suddenly lost interest in this madman. All he talked about was destroying this and that, getting his hands dirty himself was beneath him. With the group's young master backing them, several security guards flashed vicious grins as they closed in on Shursen. This arrogant brat who didn't know his place, if they didn't break his arms and legs today, they'd never satisfy young Master Jiang. Facing the impending attack, Shursen still had the leisure to pull out his phone and check the time. 10 past 10. It's been nearly half an hour since I sent that text. They should be here soon. Bang! The moment Shursen finished speaking, the tightly sealed security office door was violently smashed open. A heavily armed, burly man strode in, his wide eyes scanning the room before settling on Shursen. This young man gave him an uneasy feeling, as if sitting on pins and needles. Very strange. You're Shursen? The burly man ignored the others and asked in a deep voice. A security guard started to flare up, but the captain grabbed his arm tightly. If you're looking for trouble, pick a better time and place. This is Colonel Xiongzone, the chief instructor of the Shizhou Special Forces. Jiang Dashi, well-traveled and knowledgeable, had of course heard of this chief instructor Xiongzone, reputed as the bravest in West State with no equal. He hurried forward with a smile. How come Colonel Xiong has time to visit West University today? This Shursen violated school rules, and we were just disciplining him. Xiongchong ignored Jiang completely, shoving him aside with a palm as broad as a fan and striding directly toward Shursen. Please come with us. Someone from above wishes to see you. I'd be happy to go, but these Hangyu Group security guards seem rather reluctant to let me leave. Shursen replied indifferently, sitting motionless in his chair. Xiongzong's eyes instantly flashed with ferocity. His hawk-like gaze sent a chill down the spines of Jiang Dashi and the others. I only brought 2 platoons today. What's the deal? You Hangyu Group want to mess with me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen fully armed elite soldiers, carrying live ammunition, burst in from behind Xiongzone. They pointed their guns directly at Jiang Dashi and his men. Young Master Jiang nearly wet himself in fright. Heaven forbid! Even if he had the guts of a tiger and the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare go up against the authorities. No matter how powerful Hangyu Group was, they were still on Dashia's turf. To challenge the military? That'd be like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. Heh, looks like Hangyu Group isn't all that after all. I told you, Hangyu will be destroyed today. Jiang Lusheng, you'd better stay home and watch the show. Shursen smiled indifferently as he followed Xiongzong out of the security office. As soon as they stepped outside, a dozen vehicles of various types came into view. Black jeeps, olive drab heavy trucks, and most outrageously, a wheeled armored vehicle mounted with a dual-purpose ground air machine gun. Beyond the 50-meter cordon, students from West University had gathered in a tight crowd, faces flushed as they argued and debated. What on earth had happened at West University? This is ridiculous. I saw them smash through the gate barriers and drive right in. They clearly don't give a damn about the security Hangyu Group sent. Hangyu Group? Ha! Like they'd dare stop these vehicles? Hey, buddy, got some inside scoop? Not exactly inside info, just someone in my family works up there and has seen these cars before. Please enlighten us, big brother. Ha, no problem at all. This is the Blood Bear Battalion, one of the most elite field units under Old Qin, the Grand Administrator of Shizhou, led by Xiongzong. Whoa, you mean that legendary regiment that routed a 10-to-1 superior force of Indian elite troops just 2 years ago? That's the one. Then it's baffling why would the Blood Bear Battalion come to our Western Command? Look, it's Shursen. Holy, it really is him. Why's he been captured? Bull. Who the hell gets arrested with Colonel Xiongzong personally opening the car door? This is terrifying. Could Shursen be the son of some big shot? It's confirmed. Chapter 4, The Snitching Jiang Young Master. Jiang Lusheng watched Shursen being taken away by the renowned Field Operations Division of Shizhou with a shifting expression. A sense of foreboding immediately gripped him, and he hurried out of the school gates. He needed to find his grandfather immediately. This situation was beyond what a spoiled rich kid like him could handle. He must get his grandfather, Jiang Hangyu, involved immediately to thoroughly investigate the Shursen. Shursen, of course, had no idea that young Master Jiang had gone to seek his family's help. Even if he did, he would only scoff at the notion. Companies like Hangyu Group could lord it over the local area, and as long as they didn't go too far, the authorities would turn a blind eye. But if they truly set their sights on the Hangyu Group, they'd be nothing more than fish on a cutting board barely able to squirm a few times. Now, Shursen had declared the annihilation of the entire Hangyu Group as his declaration of war against the financial conglomerates of the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Henceforth, all schemes and assassination attempts should target him alone. Only then could he protect those human geniuses who once dazzled the world but now face sudden ruin. Shursen intended to leave an indelible impression on everyone, including the deities who had been secretly observing the 9 provinces of Great Xia. He, Shursen, is the peerless, once-in-a-millennium prodigy without equal before or after. Only he could single-handedly overturn the war between gods and mortals, a mortal defying the gods. For this reason, Shursen had long prepared himself to die in the spotlight. But if it meant allowing countless brilliant young talents, once as radiant as stars, to flourish, Shursen would die with no regrets. Moreover, the reborn Shursen now possessed a wealth of information that could be considered top secret. The outcome remains uncertain. The convoy raced toward Manhwa City, the heart of Shizhou. Seated opposite Shursen, Xiongzong was filled with confusion. He couldn't quite grasp why the secretarial office would bypass Old Qin and issue direct orders to the Field Operations Division, dispatching him, the most elite soldier, along with Shizhou's most formidable special forces unit, to retrieve a single person. And that person was a student? But a soldier's duty was to obey orders. Even if the path ahead was a sea of fire and blades, Xiongzong wouldn't bat an eyelid upon receiving the command. He'd simply plow through. Still, as a normal human being, Xiongzong's doubts were perfectly understandable. There, it seems you've already started harboring a crush on Xiaomeng, huh? Shursen couldn't help but tease the burly giant before him, once his most fearless subordinate who slaughtered demons like chickens. Xiongzhuang paled, nearly dropping his gun. Never mind how this guy knew his most secret nickname. The fact that he liked Xiaomeng was something he hadn't told a soul. How did this guy find out? Ha ha. You dog, you've actually fallen for your own auntie now, haven't you? Shursen doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Xiongzong had once confessed his feelings to Shursen when he feared he wouldn't survive a severe injury, leaving Shursen utterly stunned. This bare-blind fool actually had feelings for his great-aunt 10 years his senior. Of course, great-aunt was merely a generational title. In reality, Xiongzong and Xiaomeng shared no blood relation whatsoever. Perhaps tracing back 500 years might barely qualify them as distant relatives. It was simply that the two Xiong family genealogies aligned, and Xiongzong's branch happened to be 2 generations younger than Xiaomeng's peers. That's why the young Xiaomeng always insisted on being called auntie by Xiongzong. Who the hell are you? Xiongzong's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, his roar masking his unease. Me? You don't know me yet, but in 5 years, you'll be my closest comrade in arms and subordinate. Together we'll slay demons, together we'll slay gods, together we'll storm into countless divine realms, together we'll fall in battle. You're talking complete nonsense. Xiongzong, enraged and humiliated, lunged to grab Shursen by the collar. But the sound of the car door opening startled him. He glared fiercely at Shursen and halted his movement. Let's go. If you fail to pass the security office's screening today, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Shursen shook his head helplessly, unwilling to explain further. He knew this bear-like brute well, stubborn as an ox, inflexible as a rock. Nothing would work unless he got a good beating. Under the guise of protection, Shursen was actually being escorted by the Blood Bear camp to the most heavily guarded location in Manhwa City, the Shizhou Confidential Affairs Office. Passing through layer upon layer of heavily armed guards, Shursen and his group finally arrived at an unassuming 5-story building. I'd rather not ask this, but protocol demands it. Spill it. How did you discover the secret passageway to this classified order? Chen Qing sat upright in the interrogation room, facing Shursen, who remained calm and composed. If you don't want to ask, then don't. You were the one who told me about this secret passageway, Sister Qing. Impossible. We've combed through every detail of your past 20 years, not a single trace of contact between us. Chen Qing frowned, about to press further, but Shursen cut her off. Time is tight. I don't have the patience for formalities. Have Old Man Qin come out directly. That old lecher is fine in every way except for his voyeuristic tendencies. That's a serious problem. Shursen had once served as a guard at the confidential office, so he was intimately familiar with the required procedures. But with only 3 days left before the Divine Kingdom descended, he couldn't afford to waste a moment. Moreover, he recalled that given the critical nature of this secret order channel, the Ice Queen Chen Shang would surely follow protocol and report it to the Grand Administrator of Shizhou, Old Master Qin Tianchang. Old Master Qin had been Shursen's greatest patron. Had it not been for his repeated interventions to protect Shursen, the latter would likely have been permanently sidelined long ago due to his rebellious nature. Nor would he have risen through the ranks to become a general of the Vanguard Army, all because of his daring and relentless fighting spirit. Capturing cities as Vanguard troops was one of the greatest honors for ancient warriors. The modern Vanguard Army was formed precisely based on the legend of the Vanguard Godslayer. Any soldier within its ranks would be considered an elite warrior if placed in ordinary units. Shursen's ability to hold this position stemmed not only from his own exceptional talent and brilliance, but also from Old Qin's profound regard for him as a son or nephew. After all, though Shursen was formidable, the vast expanse of the 9 provinces teemed with warriors his equal or even superior. Yet whenever Shursen recalled that every move he made had been meticulously observed by the shameless old man, Old Master Qin, for a full year, a knot in his heart remained stubbornly untied. Behind the one-way mirror in the interrogation room, the old man and the young man stood frozen in place. The elder's face flushed crimson, his embarrassment palpable. Old Master Qin, let me teach him a lesson. The short-haired, sharp-featured woman beside him was furious. She wouldn't tolerate anyone defaming or insulting Old Master Qin. Xiao Tao, it's unnecessary. It seems this young man knows me quite well. Since he's discovered me, what harm could there be in meeting him? After his initial embarrassment, Old Master Qin quickly composed himself. A curious smile spread across his deeply wrinkled face. He was certain he'd never seen this youngster before. Searching his memory, he couldn't recall any other old man in the Great Xia Empire surnamed Shi, nor any descendants bearing that surname. This is rather intriguing. Come, Xiao Tao, let's go meet him. Chapter 5, I come from 10 years in the future. Shursen gazed at Old Master Qin, whose physique now seemed far sturdier than in his memories, and his eyes grew moist. This old man, though lacking Shursen's formidable martial prowess or the devious schemes of the gods. Yet with his seemingly frail shoulders, he had shouldered the immense pressure of firing the first shot against the deities for the entire Western state. For a full decade, under the old man's command and strategy, the entire Western state stood united. They fought with mortal forces against those so-called gods, forcing them to retreat at the Western state's borders without gaining a single inch. Not an inch of Western state territory was lost. Yet under the crushing weight of responsibility and relentless pressure, the old man ultimately fell on the front lines of the Western region, upon the flesh and blood Great Wall. You're peculiar, Old Qin smiled gently. We've never met, nor have we ever seen each other. Yet you know us intimately, not in the way someone recites facts from online research. It's as if we've known each other for years, familiar with each other's daily habits. Xiongzong and Chen Chang both nodded involuntarily at these words. This stranger truly knew them intimately, and Old Qin was indeed shrewd, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Shursen smiled faintly, then sighed. What followed was a bombshell. I come from 10 years in the future, the day the 9 provinces of Great Xia fell. Nonsense. Nonsense. How dare you insult the 9 provinces of our Xia kingdom? Do you think my fists aren't hard enough? Chen Qing glared coldly and roared in anger. Xiao Tao lunged forward, while Xiongzong swung his massive fist directly at Shursen. All were staunch materialist warriors. How could they possibly believe Shursen's utterly implausible claims? Yet Old Qin remained smiling. Then how do you prove it? Exactly. If this fellow claimed to have been reborn from the Xia kingdom's downfall, he had to prove he truly came from the future. Xiongzong and the others instantly fixed their gaze on Shursen, eager to see how this braggart would explain himself. Proof? Of course I can. Give me 1 minute. Shursen closed his eyes, and the Divine Blood Halberd, his life-bound spirit artifact forged through supreme contemplation, suddenly materialized within his mind. This was undoubtedly one of Shursen's most precious treasures since his rebirth. Everything else, including his ability to shatter the void and his physique capable of sinking a 7th-tier true god's divine realm with a single punch, no longer existed. Only this Divine Blood Halberd, born of meditation and nourished by soul power, remained. Later, the Holy Master Yuan Q attained enlightenment at the boundary between the divine and mortal realms, passing down the supreme visualization technique. This allowed all humans of the Xia Kingdom to create their own life-bound spirit artifacts through visualization. It could be a sword, a spear, a bow and crossbow, or even a cauldron, a wine vessel, and so on. With great perseverance and daily visualization, even those of the poorest aptitude could successfully manifest their life-bound spirit artifact within half a year. This innovation finally resolved the plight of humanity in their struggle against the divine, the inability to withstand divine artifacts. Shursen's personal spirit artifact took 7 days to form a rudimentary shape in his mind, and a full year to manifest it into reality. At the time, this feat earned him widespread skepticism. Yet they remained unaware of the extraordinary nature of Shursen's Divine Blood Halberd. While others' life-bound artifacts could only be gradually enhanced by tempering willpower and strengthening souls. The Divine Blood Halberd, however, could drink the blood of gods to fortify itself. Even the Holy Master Yuan Kohai marveled at this feat. After slaying countless deities, the Divine Blood Halberd had long since fused completely with Shursen. Perhaps this was also why the halberd could be reborn alongside Shursen. Time's up. Chen Chang's tone remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Shursen slowly opened his eyes, revealing an enigmatic smile. He could sense the Divine Blood Halberd transforming from a mere vision into tangible reality within his mind, now possessing the power to manifest in the physical world. This must be the eve of the Divine Realm's descent. The 9 provinces of Great Xia are gradually releasing long-sealed spiritual energy to counter the divine power of the gods. Otherwise, the Divine Blood Halberd could not have manifested so swiftly. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Shursen slowly yet resolutely drew a palm-sized, mist-shrouded halberd-like weapon from his brow. As the spear fully emerged from his brow, it instantly expanded in the wind, transforming into a fearsome weapon radiating a bloodthirsty glow. Even from a distance, the sheer edge of the Divine Blood Halberd sent chills down everyone's spines. This? Am I hallucinating? Absolutely, unbelievable. Young Sure, this isn't some trick, is it? Old Qin and the others felt their long-held materialist worldview crumble before their eyes. Everything they'd learned since childhood and witnessed as adults could never explain the scene unfolding before their eyes. Extracting a weapon from his brow, how was this any different from the tales of Sun Wukong pulling divine weapons from his ears? Could this man be a celestial being? Heh, it's just the first time extracting a life-bound artifact conceived through meditation. No need to make such a fuss. Shursen grinned, taking in the stunned expressions around him. Even old Master Qin, who remained unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him, gaped in disbelief. Though he hadn't brought a camera, the Divine Blood Halberd itself possessed the ability to record images. The hilarious expressions on everyone's faces, like Lu Lao Lao visiting the Grand View Garden, had already been captured within. Later, when these images were materialized, they might even fetch a good price. Young Sure, what are the functions of this divine weapon? Old Master Qin's tone was slightly urgent. Elder Qin, every person's life-bound spirit artifact possesses unique, special functions. But these are top-secret matters, they must never be revealed to others. Otherwise, if those deities who master the art of heavenly hearing discover them, they could devise targeted strategies and our human race would be in grave peril. And now, with the divine realm set to descend in 3 days, some divine disciples have already infiltrated our blue star. Old Master Qin keenly picked up several key terms in Shursen's words. Visualization? Life-bound spirit artifact? Divine realm? Young Sure, what exactly are you trying to tell us? Why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? Shursen shook his head, offering no explanation. Instead, he summoned his strength and channeled his soul power into the Divine Blood Halberd. A crimson whirlwind erupted from the halberd, instantly enveloping the fleeing group. This was one of the Divine Blood Painted Halberd's unique abilities, resonance. Only those Shursen had seen, heard, or recorded could be drawn into the halberd's unique space. Through an immersive experience, they would truly comprehend everything Shursen wished them to feel. For instance, Shursen now began playing the opening battle of the unforgettable Divine Mortal War, the defense of the Western Province, within their minds. Shursen believed that no amount of words or actions could fully dispel the doubts in their hearts. Better than to let them experience firsthand the crushing pressure, the despair, the sheer hysteria brought by the imminent descent of the divine realm. The agony of witnessing the entire nation, the united efforts of over 1 billion people across the 9 provinces of Great Xia crushed by the gods, the land subjugated, heaven and earth weeping in unison. Chapter 6, Framing Shursen? Old Qin and the others watched the incredibly lifelike scenes unfold before them with awe and reverence. 100-meter-tall deity, floating in the sky like a blinding sun, an endless army of apostles, and grotesque beasts covering the mountains and plains. Wave after wave, they assaulted the border defenses of Shizhou facing the Asan White Elephant Kingdom, charging relentlessly, fearless of death. Yet the soldiers of the western state, armed only with their mortal bodies and cold steel, stubbornly held the divine forces pinned to the border, refusing to budge. Yet, whenever old Qin witnessed those soldiers still bearing traces of youth, faces etched with resolve clutching high explosives to their chests, locking arms with divine followers or beasts, and exploding in mutual destruction amidst deafening roars. His heart wrenched in agony. Witnessing the western state's defense a slaughterhouse where flesh and blood flew like meat through a grinder filled old Qin with seething fury. Since the great Xia 9 provinces rose to their feet 70 years ago, when had they ever fought such a brutal war, one that required soldiers to use suicidal attacks to hold back the enemy? In the footage, old Qin saw his own reflection standing on the roof of the frontline command post, his gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. But Qin Lao knew himself. In an instant, he understood what this future version of himself was doing. He was making final preparations. If the front completely collapsed, then everything would be destroyed together. Deploying nuclear weapons. Seal the borders. Has the situation become this dire? Qin Tianchang wept bitterly as he witnessed the conclusion of the Western State defense battle. Countless soldiers, resolved to die, held back the divine followers and demonic beasts. Then, nuclear weapons rained down from the sky, instantly reducing them to dust. Even the celestial deities in the heavens were gravely wounded by this terrifying force and fled immediately. Shursen sighed and nodded. Old Qin, the Battle of West State was the battle with the least casualties we've ever fought. Watching everyone still immersed in the resonance created by the Divine Blood Halberd, Shursen felt immense pain. Those memories were something he never wished to relive. But now, only 3 days remained before the descent of the Divine Realm. He simply had no time for extensive preparations. Which meant the Battle of West State would still unfold, still become the most brutal meat grinder of the early stages of the Divine Mortal War. Perhaps the only thing Shursen could do now was to grow faster, staying ahead of everyone else. Slaughter every lowly deity causing chaos within Xia Nation's borders. Laying the most perfect foundation for the future counterattack against the Divine Kingdom. Why don't I see myself in this war? Have I become a deserter? Though Xiongzong's eyes were also brimming with tears, this question tormented him deeply. No, you are not a deserter. You were on an even more brutal battlefield at that time. Shimori's answer finally eased the iron-blooded warrior's mind. As long as he had fought on the front lines, that was enough. These scenes. I believe they're impossible to achieve with current technology. So, Shursen, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Chen Qing quietly wiped the tears from her eyes. In those images, she had seen her younger brother brave and fierce, clutching a massive demon beast as they both turned to ashes. So, it seems you now believe I come from 10 years in the future? Seeing old Qin nod slowly after a moment's contemplation, Shursen continued with satisfaction, I don't know how this rebirth happened, but since it did, I have only one thought. To launch a counterattack against the Divine Kingdom and settle accounts with the gods. Old Qin and the others were instantly stunned. In the images just shown, the true forms of the gods had only appeared briefly. But the divine pressure emanating from them, they had all felt it clearly. That bone-chilling dread from the depths of their souls had filled them with terror. Yet now Shursen was declaring he would settle accounts with the gods, meaning to punish them. Was that even possible? Shursen understood their reactions perfectly. After all, none of them had witnessed the gods' contempt for mortals, treating them like swine and dogs, nor had they seen the countless ordinary people brutally slaughtered by the gods. Without that experience, how could they possibly muster the fury needed to confront the pressure emanating from the gods? Don't be too shocked. 10 years later, we truly breached the divine realm and began settling accounts with the gods. We merely took a wrong turn and ultimately failed at the last moment. But this proves at least that the gods are not terrifying. If our great Xia kingdom could defeat them with the strength of the 9 provinces, how much more so now that I have been reborn? This time, I won't give them a single chance. Shursen had long resolved to reveal his rebirth to those before him. With his current strength, shaking the gods would require at least 3 more years to fully restore his power. Yet within 3 years, everyone would have already embarked on the path the gods had secretly laid out for humanity. Once they entered the divine realm, they would be at the gods' mercy. By then, even if Shursen ascended to the 9th tier and gained the strength to confront a top-tier true god, it would likely be too late to turn the tide. Xin Lao, Chen Xing, Xiao Dao, and Xiongzong, these 4 were Shursen's closest comrades from his previous life, tested by countless trials. Revealing secrets to them carried absolutely no risk of betrayal. Old Qin, being the eldest and having weathered countless storms, quickly composed himself and asked, Young Shi, what do you need us to do? First, destroy the Hainyu group. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Shursen's eyes. This greatest scourge of Shizhou had finally reached its end. Manhwa City Business District Center. Today marks the day Huatian Supermarket, under the Hainyu Group, is holding a major discount event. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, shoulder to shoulder. The clamor was so loud that even employees in the top floor offices of Hainyu Tower could faintly hear it. Grandfather, you must thoroughly investigate this Shi senator. I suspect he has someone backing him. Jiang Lusheng leaned forward, his hands braced on the desk, his expression filled with urgency. Jiang Hengyu, though over 60, remained remarkably robust thanks to the wealth that sustained him. His weathered face bore surprisingly few wrinkles. He had long been informed about his grandson's situation and had already sent people to investigate this Shursen fellow. The results, however, left him both amused and exasperated. Lu Shang, do you really think Grandpa needs you running to the company to tell me you're being bullied? Huh? What do you mean, Grandpa? I had people look into it long ago. Shursen is an orphan with no parents, and he cut ties with his relatives long ago. There's no one backing him. Jiang Hengyu pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. As for why Xiongzong took him away with his men, I haven't figured that out yet. But it's likely nothing serious. Probably just got accidentally entangled in some confidential matter and taken in for questioning. I've already made arrangements. Once he returns to school, we'll send him a little surprise trip to the west. You choose the date. Oomph. They really think Hengyu Group is a soft target anyone can push around? Jiang Lusheng gazed at his grandfather with a mix of awe and admiration. That decisive, fiercely protective temperament, how could he not idolize his grandfather? As grandfather and grandson plotted Shursen's downfall in the office, they failed to notice that Hengyu Tower had been heavily surrounded by elite soldiers below. Chapter 7, The Divine Apostle Emerges. I don't quite understand. Why are you so determined to go after Hengyu Group? Just because Jiang Lusheng stole the woman you secretly admired? Xiao Tao was puzzled. In her view, someone of Shursen's stature shouldn't stoop to wiping out an entire family over such a trivial matter. But Shursen merely smiled faintly. Some things aren't what I choose to do. They force me into doing them. Little Tao had no way of knowing the unspeakable atrocities Hengyu Group would commit after aligning itself with Shiva, one of the three great gods of the native pantheon of the White Elephant Kingdom. Moreover, Shursen suspected that given the circumstances when Hengyu Group had first made its move, devotees of Lord Shiva might already be secretly aiding Jiang Hengyu by now. Fortunately, after experiencing the resonance brought by the Divine Blood Halberd, Elder Qin unconditionally supported his actions and dispatched the capable Xiao Tao to assist him. Xiongzong also led all the Blood Bear Battalion warriors, traveling alongside in heavy trucks and various armored vehicles. This operation must utterly annihilate Hengyu Group's top leadership. To this end, Elder Qin had specially organized a task force, poised to immediately take control once Hengyu Group was brought down. The goal was to prevent any public unrest. As the soldiers completely sealed off Hengyu Tower and began evacuating the crowd, Jiang Hengyu learned of the situation from the security captain who had just panted his way up the stairs. He flew into a rage. That Qin Tiancheng must have lost his mind. How dare he touch Jiang Hengyu? Does he not fear that in my rage I could sever all supplies to the entire western province? After his roar, Jiang Hengyu forced himself to calm down, picked up the antique telephone on the desk, and dialed a number. Beep. Hello, this is Qin Tiancheng. Old Qin, you're really showing off. How dare you send troops to surround my Hengyu Group? Do you have any idea how much damage this will cause? Heh, old Jiang, don't worry about repercussions. I've already made preparations to take over Hengyu Group. Nonsense. Targeting Shizhou's Pillar Corporation out of nowhere, do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Qin Tiancheng, mark my words, you're going down this time. Heh, I'll be waiting for you. Clang. Jiang Hengyu slammed the phone down. His face flushed alternately red and pale, his chest heaving with rage. Grandfather, what's wrong? Jiang Lusheng asked cautiously, sensing something was terribly wrong. Nothing. The sky won't fall. Jiang Hengyu immediately dialed another number in Zhongjing, but after 2 rings, he hung up. With several calls hung up in succession, Jiang Hengyu sensed the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Through the surveillance feed, he saw Blood Bear Battalion soldiers beginning to confiscate the security team's weapons, fully armed as they advanced toward the upper floors. Jiang Hengyu hesitated no longer. He made his decision instantly, reaching into a highly concealed pocket in his suit lining and pulling out a Buddha amulet barely half the size of his palm. This was a token given to him by people from the White Elephant Kingdom. According to them, as long as he dripped his own blood onto the amulet, it would immediately sense the connection. Divine followers would then be dispatched to aid him through this crisis. However, from that moment onward, he would have to serve Lord Shiva as a devout believer. Put nicely, it meant finding a new home. Put bluntly, it was treason. Jiang Hengyu felt little psychological burden. His delay in making this decision was merely a bargaining tactic to elevate his standing in the deity's eyes. Once the divine followers arrived, these mere mortals would cease to be a problem. Oomph. Qin Tiancheng, your scheme to seize control of Hengyu Group immediately shows you're quite the schemer. But how could you know I've already groomed administrative talent? The moment you die, they'll take over Shizhou and defect to the White Elephant. Jiang Hengyu sat in his armchair, utterly composed, showing not a shred of concern for the impending disaster. He had witnessed the divine apostles before. Their terrifying combat prowess, far surpassing that of mortals, had crushed any thought of resistance within him. Now, all he needed was for the divine apostle lurking in Manhwa City to arrive, and all his troubles would be solved. Jiang Hongyu was even anticipating Xia Nation's reaction after the upheaval in the western region. That would be fascinating. Grandfather, what should we do? Why not escape the building through that secret passage behind you? Jiang Lusheng grew increasingly anxious as the footsteps grew louder. Jiang Hongyu merely shot his grandson a stern look before replying calmly, "What's the rush? It hasn't come to that yet. We just need to wait quietly." Hearing his grandfather's rebuke, Jiang Lusheng forced himself to suppress his panic, sitting on the sofa with his legs trembling nervously. Bang! Xiongzong kicked the office door open with a resounding bang, leading the charge as the elite warriors of the Blood Bear Corps streamed in. Shursen staggered in, accompanied by the dashing, black-clad bodyguard Xiao Tao. "It's you! Grandfather, see? I was right. This guy really has someone backing him." Jiang Lusheng roared the moment he saw Shursen, whom he had just disciplined with an electric baton not long ago. "Heh, so you're Shursen, the classmate who slapped my precious grandson twice. What brings you to Hongyu Group with such a large force today?" Jiang Hongyu remained unfazed, smiling at everyone despite being surrounded by over a dozen gun barrels. "Young Master Jiang, I told you Hongyu Group's downfall begins today. I keep my word, and here I am with my men." "Whoa, you must be Chairman Jiang? Seeing how calm you are you waiting for someone to come to your rescue?" Shursen sneered coldly at Jiang Hongyu. It was this very man who, later on, exploited Hongyu Group's control over resources to secretly drive countless Xia Nation geniuses to their deaths. Others might be unaware, but Shursen had detected the stench of Baixiang's divine presence the moment he entered. A quick glance around revealed the source, the seemingly ordinary Buddhist amulet on Jiang Hongyu's desk. "Oh? So you weren't waiting for someone, you were waiting for a god. What did you say? Who the hell are you?" Jiang Hongyu's face drained of color, his composure shattered. How could this young man, whose background was transparent and held no secrets, so bluntly expose his greatest secret? Shursen knew his guess was correct the moment he saw Jiang Hongyu's expression. However, the information emanating from this amulet was quite novel. Perhaps before he led his men to surround Hongyu Tower, Jiang Hongyu hadn't fully aligned himself with the divine side. Only when he saw the situation turning against him did he crush the amulet that connected him to the divine followers. But none of that mattered now. Nor could it be said that Jiang Hongyu had been forced into rebellion. After all, accepting this amulet meant he had long since pledged his allegiance to the divine. This was a betrayal of the hundreds of millions of human beings across the 9 provinces of Great Xia. His crime deserved execution. Enough talk. Seize him immediately and bring him back to camp for interrogation. Xiongzong, growing impatient as the two men prepared to launch into lengthy speeches, waved his hand to signal his men to step forward and seize Jiang Hongyu. "The virtuous citizen Hongyu has already pledged allegiance to our Lord Shiva. How dare we be impolite?" Outside the window, a figure bathed in sunlight suddenly appeared, golden wings sprouting from its back, a sacred pagoda held in its hand. Chapter 8, The Arrogant Jiang Hongyu. "Ha ha ha ha. The divine apostle has arrived. You mortals, prepare to die." Jiang Hongyu roared with unrestrained laughter. The very appearance of the divine messenger signified his complete break with the past. It also freed him from any concern for others' opinions, allowing him to shed all pretense and openly reveal the murderous intent in his words toward everyone present. "Honored apostle of the divine, aid me in slaying these faithless blasphemers who defile the gods. Next, we must eliminate Qin Tianchang, the grand administrator of the western province, and seize control of the entire region. Then, tens of millions of commoners in the western province shall become devotees of Lord Shiva, lending their strength to our master's grand vision." The divine apostle hovering outside the window, whose expression had been as calm as still water, seemed to be stirred by Jiang Hongyu's fervent words. A hint of greed flickered in the gaze they cast upon the crowd. If it could devour all these resolute, robust mortals, its divine power would surely advance further, and its rank would undoubtedly soar instantly. Alas, Lord Shiva had issued a strict command to all apostles who had crossed the rift between realms ahead of schedule. Should any apostle dare to prey upon humanity, Lord Shiva would immediately sense it and annihilate both its form and spirit. They would vanish from the real world forever. For divine servants who had already attained near immortality, this was the most terrifying punishment imaginable. Constant Universe's righteous followers devote themselves wholly to our Lord's cause. Excellent. As for you ants. The apostle waved the hand holding the sacred pagoda lightly. Crash. The high-strength floor-to-ceiling glass shattered into 1,000 pieces. The two massive, translucent golden wings behind the apostle fluttered slightly, propelling his form directly into the room. Wearing a merciful smile, he nodded to the crowd. "Why not abandon your mortal forms and merge within the pagoda? Your souls may then journey with me to the divine realm of ultimate bliss. What say you?" The cold firearms seemed utterly ignored by this divine apostle, a being with a high nose and deep-set eyes, bearing the appearance of a white elephant high-caste individual. With a mere flick of the pagoda, an immense, inexplicable terror swept across the surroundings. Except for Shursen, Xiongzong, and Xiao Dao, every other warrior dropped their weapons treasured as life itself and fell to their knees. Even Xiongzong's imposing frame trembled slightly. His inner struggle raged. This inexplicable aura was far too unsettling. Yet he still roared, raising his gun to aim at the apostle. What the hell are you? You think this will make me, Xiongzong, submit? Die, you bastard. You're quite impressive. After submitting to my lord and undergoing the baptism of the sacred pool, you could become a general of the vanguard under his command. Surprised to see Xiongzong still firing at him, the apostle's wings instantly enveloped his entire body, deflecting every bullet. The apostle nodded approvingly. His gaze swept past Xiao Tao, who was barely holding on and unable to mount any attack, and landed on Shursen, who seemed completely unaffected. You are peculiar. You are clearly mortal, yet you can withstand divine might. Shursen glared coldly at the apostle, a mocking smile curling his lips. A mere second-tier extraordinary apostle, spouting such arrogance here, casually calling others ants. No wonder you descended upon Blue Star early, afraid you'd arrive too late to even get a taste of the broth, huh? Judging by your state, you're probably just a pseudo-believer Shiva should have purged long ago. These apostles, who had smuggled themselves through the rift between realms before the divine realm's arrival, were invariably gamblers whose divine power was failing, those who could scarcely survive in the realm of the gods. They gambled that the over 90% fatality rate wouldn't befall them. Thus, they successfully descended upon Blue Star, seizing the initiative with the first-tier junk artifacts bestowed by the gods, and rose again. To put it plainly, these are mere cannon fodder sent to scout the terrain. The divine realms are overflowing with such trash sometimes, if not purged, even the gods grow weary of them. As if struck at its core, the apostle narrowed its eyes, its gaze toward Shursen brimming with murderous intent. Shursen was right. Precisely because of its lowly status within the divine realm and the wavering faith of its worshippers. Consequently, it grew increasingly neglected. Not only did it receive no divine blessings whatsoever, but it now faced imminent sacrifice into the divine pool to become nourishment for the very foundation of the divine realm. Had it not suddenly discovered Blue Star, this unclaimed land, it likely wouldn't even have this chance to fight for its life. Oomph. How dare you, filthy swine, blaspheme the divine. I swear, you shall taste the agony of your spirit and flesh being destroyed, utterly consumed by the pagoda. The apostle began channeling his dwindling divine power, pouring it all into the golden light pagoda. Instantly, the golden pagoda shimmered intensely, fatally radiating the might of a high-tier deity, a power so potent it sent waves of stinging pain through Shursen's skin. Yet Shursen remained motionless, allowing the apostle to exert himself to the fullest. Use up all your divine power. Better yet, drain it completely. That way, when I slay you, the Divine Blood Halberd will gain more, thereby nourishing me in return. Shursen's lifebound artifact was still in its most rudimentary stage. Forcibly extracting divine power from the apostle would inevitably cause immense depletion. But an apostle as dim-witted as the one before him was a godsend for Shursen. It had willingly channeled its divine power into a low-grade artifact that hadn't yet developed self-awareness. Apostle, may I beg you to spare this one's life? John Lushing suddenly knelt before the divine apostle, pleading. Step back. The divine apostle has his own plans, how dare you interfere? John Hungyu nearly lost his temper seeing his grandson audacious enough to challenge the apostle. It matters not. Gentle Jiang Hungyu, there is no need for anger. The apostle, sensing victory was assured, once again wore an expression of sorrowful compassion. I sense a tremendous fury toward blasphemers brewing within your grandson. This is excellent. Our Lord also requires such devout followers. I understand your meaning. I shall spare the blasphemer's life, allowing you to vent your righteous fury. The apostle nodded slightly, revealing a gentle smile meant to convert the world, even extending a hand to lightly stroke John Lushing's head. John Lushing, touched by the apostle's affection, was deeply moved. Then he turned to Shursen and flashed a cruel smile. Shursen smiled too. He too had sensed the apostle's benevolence. For the apostle's divine power was being channeled almost entirely into the pagoda, poised to activate it and crush him. Hey, have you two finished your little father-son bonding session? If you're done, then it's my turn next. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blood-red halberd, radiating murderous intent, materialized in Shursen's grasp. With a single thought, the spear traced an arc of mystical lines through the air. Its speed was so blindingly fast that even the apostle, whose physical prowess far surpassed ordinary humans, couldn't discern it. Thud! The apostle's hand, clutching the golden pagoda, instantly fell to the ground. What is this? The apostle couldn't believe what had just happened, but the wave of weakness washing over his body suddenly filled him with panic. Impossible! How could you possess such a weapon? Ishimori advanced step by step, expressionless. I'll send you back to the divine realm right now. No, no! Please don't kill me. I'm still useful. I can tell you so much. Shiva. Chapter 9, Prison of Deathfire and the Fall of Hungyu. Ishimori ignored the pleading apostle and did not deliver the final blow. He waited for that Shiva fellow to clean up his own mess. Long before selecting personnel to descend early upon Blue Star, the gods had imprinted divine marks upon these apostles. No matter where an apostle was, any thought or act of betrayal would be instantly detected. Then the mark would activate, incinerating the traitor from the soul level. My lord above. Your most devout servant has not betrayed you. Please spare my life, my lord. It hurts. It hurts so much. Shiva, you bastard. I hate you. Sure enough, under Ishizumi's icy gaze, Shiva, one of the three great gods of the White Elephant Kingdom, sensed the apostle's impending betrayal. Without a shred of mercy, he activated the mark. A ghostly blue flame erupted from the apostle's body. Far from generating heat, it radiated a bone-chilling cold that seeped into the very marrow. This is the prison of Deathfire, forged by the gods specifically to punish traitors. There is no sensation of burning, only the ultimate agony emanating from the depths of the soul. It cannot be burned to death, it can only be tortured by pain until its soul shatters and vanishes completely from this world. Shursen stood with his back to Xiangzong and Xiao Tao, seemingly speaking to himself, though he had already sensed their awakening through their unyielding will. He explained these wondrous sights to them. Watching the apostle writhe and scream in agony within the prison's deathlight, the two couldn't help but gasp in horror. If this deity could inflict such cruelty upon its own kind, they dared not imagine the horrors humanity would face if it truly descended upon them. Finally, the apostle could endure the extreme agony no longer. Its form gradually faded, slowly vanishing from everyone's sight. Nothing remained of the apostle except scattered shards of glass across the ground. Let's go. It's time to head back. It's time for Hangyu group to meet its end. Xiao Tao obediently agreed. As for Xiangzong, he had already signaled his subordinates, who had just regained consciousness, to begin restraining the Jiang family grandfather and grandson. Having witnessed the apostle's terrifying golden pagoda and its formidable golden wings, and having seen Ishimori effortlessly dispose of even such a powerful apostle, they could no longer harbor a shred of doubt. If even this couldn't prove Shursen's prophecy, then Blue Star deserved its doom, and the Great Xia Empire deserved its fall. Now, the two of them were determined to follow Shursen in slaying demons and gods, and no one could stop them. The despairing Jiang family grandfather and grandson, too, witnessed the moment the apostle was engulfed by the blue flames. They dared not entertain any further thoughts. Submitting to fate might at least grant them a more painful death. In ordinary times, a traitor like Jiang Hangyu might have received a life sentence. But as the Grand Administrator of the Western Provinces, Elder Qin had long since reported to higher authorities, requesting a declaration of wartime status. This meant Jiang Hangyu faced certain death. As for Jiang Lusheng and the rest of the Jiang family, they could only await becoming broken men, rotting away in prison for the rest of their lives. Shursen led his team downstairs after successfully completing their mission, where they encountered a task force already prepared to take over Hangyu Group on the spot. The chaos stirred by ordinary citizens was quelled by these seasoned veterans, whose iron-fisted methods and deep administrative expertise made it look as effortless as Shursen dealing with the apostles. It was a complete blowout. Not a single ripple escaped suppression by these ruthless professionals. Shursen maintained his respect for these professionals. After all, he was a rough-and-tumble fighter good at brawling and killing, but if you handed him a conglomerate with tens of thousands of employees, he'd rather fight Shiva 300 more rounds. Old Qin, I'm baffled that Central Beijing actually approved our request for Level 1 combat readiness status outright. In the confidential office, Shen Qing's eyes betrayed a hint of bewilderment. After all, this was a matter that could shake the entire nation, yet it had caused not a single ripple. It was utterly unbelievable. Old Qin frowned as well. He had many comrades in arms, and Zhongjing was no shortage of sources. Yet whenever this matter was brought up, his old comrades all fell silent, infuriating Old Qin to no end. Finally, pushed to the limit, one of his closest comrades in arms vaguely mentioned the matter, urging Qin Lao to hold off on questions for now. Special envoys dispatched to various regions were already en route. They would explain everything then. It's simple. Shursen's body, continuously strengthened by the Divine Blood Halberd slaying of the apostle, heard Chen Qing's question from afar. Someone in Central Capital has already discovered the existence of the Divine Apostles and is preparing to deal with the impending crisis. Shursen was well aware of these developments. After all, that place was under the command of the One. Divine Apostles were mere playthings in his hands. It was precisely through his strength and vigilance that Xia Nation had seized the initiative in his previous life, amidst such unforeseen circumstances, becoming the last sanctuary for humanity on Blue Star. Truthfully, if Shursen hadn't been reborn and spent considerable time dealing with that figure, he might even suspect that One was the true reincarnated being. With a mortal body, he shattered the shackles of Blue Star's age of decline. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could rival fifth-tier demigods who had ignited their divine flames. And against the backdrop of Blue Star's gradually recovering spiritual energy, he ascended to the power of a ninth-tier true god at a pace beyond anyone's reach. Since the onset of the divine mortal war, countless renowned true gods had fallen by his hand. Hodr, the Norse god of darkness Vidar, the god of forests Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea, the second and fourth incarnations of Shiva from the White Elephant Kingdom's pantheon, the Yamata no Orochi from the Neon Nation's pantheon. He slaughtered the gods so relentlessly that they trembled in fear, not daring to set foot in the 9 provinces. This provided the other saints of Xia with invaluable time to grow. Shursen held that figure in high regard, but this lifetime, he was destined not to live in that figure's shadow. He would carve out his own path to greatness, competing with that figure though always in a spirit of healthy rivalry. This would also set an example for those who came after. The human race wouldn't be limited to having only one being with the power of a ninth-rank true god. As long as everyone held reverence in their hearts and worked tirelessly, sooner or later, they too could possess the strength to challenge, or even defeat, that one. Hey, that makes sense. Otherwise, my old buddies wouldn't be acting so secretive, not uttering a single word. Old Sheen slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Once the commissioner arrives, we'll know exactly how much the central capital knows and how prepared they are. But sure, what do you think? Should we tell the central capital about your situation? As he spoke, Old Sheen instinctively glanced at Chun Cheng. After all, strictly speaking, she belonged to a branch of the Zhongjing Confidential Affairs Office and reported directly to them. If Chun Cheng had already reported matters concerning Shursen, Old Sheen's words would serve as a preemptive warning for the secretarial office. It would let Shursen understand this was part of her duty, preventing him from harboring resentment toward the department. Chen Xing hadn't risen to the position of director of the secretarial department by being thick-headed. She instantly understood Old Sheen's intentions. Rolling her eyes at Old Man Sheen, Chen Xing retorted, "Why are you looking at me? I haven't reported Shursen's case yet." Old Sheen visibly relaxed without showing it, chuckling, "Xiao Chang, if you keep that cold expression, you'll have trouble finding a boyfriend." "Mr. Qin, Shursen said the gods are coming and humanity is on the brink of disaster. How could I possibly be distracted by romantic entanglements? Precisely because humanity faces imminent peril, you young ones must redouble your efforts to lay the groundwork for our survival." Chapter 10, No Divine Beings in Great Xia. Shursen chuckled as he watched Old Master Qin tease Chun Sheng, then sat up straight and turned to the Ice Queen. "Sister Qing, there's something I need to ask of your confidential office." Hearing Shursen's solemn tone, Chun Sheng adopted a serious expression, ready to listen. "I need you to immediately use the most covert channels to deliver what I'm about to write down to certain individuals." Chen Sheng didn't inquire about the content, merely watching quietly as Shursen took out a sheet of paper and began writing furiously. Yet the confusion deepened on her face until finally, she realized she could recognize every character Shursen wrote, but when strung together, they made no sense at all. It was gibberish, something about divine essence being unusable, only suitable for nurturing barriers, and humanity needing to forge its own path. Before long, Shursen neatly completed the brief notes on the paper. Though few in number, those words carried weight heavier than 1,000 pounds. They were lessons learned through the deaths of countless Xiao warriors who had perished in the divine realm. The moment they entered the myriad divine realms, Shursen and many other consecrated generals sensed something amiss. The divine power within their bodies, forged and strengthened since its earliest stages, was showing signs of becoming uncontrollable. By the time they reached the foot of Langjutsu Mountain, the greatest hidden danger finally erupted. The divine power they had painstakingly cultivated was directly extracted by a group of ninth-tier true gods, instantly elevating two of them to eternal archgods. Deprived of their power source, the human race plummeted from heaven to hell. Low-tier divine disciples, once easily slain, now charged into the battle lines, slaughtering indiscriminately. Ultimately, only those who had tempered their bodies with the revived spiritual energy of the 9 provinces and pursued the path of pure martial cultivation retained their combat prowess. Among them was Shursen, a man who intensely despised divine power. After all, his greatest reliance was the Divine Blood Halberd's ability to absorb divine power and strengthen him. Even with the extremely slow revival of spiritual energy, his martial cultivation talent was average, and his strength failed to increase significantly for a long time. Yet he still ascended to the strength of an 8th-rank true god. Convey these words separately to Yuan Kohai of Wudong, Jindali of Tiling, and that one in Zhongjing. Shursen handed the paper to Chun Cheng. The names he mentioned were all former holy generals from his previous life with whom he had deep connections and knew well. These individuals represented the last generation of martial artists who had dedicated themselves to rigorous training in the age of decline. They were pure warriors, possessing the most unwavering will and the most steadfast resolve. Shursen was certain they would never harbor any thoughts or actions that threatened the human race. The reason for not making this information public was twofold. First, the common folk currently held little belief in fantastical events like the descent of a divine realm. Shursen's greatest apprehension stemmed from his belief that there were traitors within the human race of the 9 provinces, traitors who held high positions and wielded real power. Otherwise, when the divine cultivators and martial cultivators engaged in fierce debate back then, martial practitioners wouldn't have suddenly switched to cultivating divine power, forcing even that one to swallow his divine essence. Shursen suspected someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, even as he died, he never saw that person reveal themselves. This individual possessed terrifyingly deep reserves of patience and restraint. Even as the human race faced annihilation and the divine kingdom ascended to rule, they refused to emerge to claim the fruits of victory. Shursen believed that no amount of caution could be excessive. Remember, you will personally lead the team. Ensure everyone is notified and in position within 3 days. Chen Qing silently accepted the paper Shursen handed her, her eyes filled with resolve. She trusted that Shursen had his reasons for this decision. As the most capable intelligence operative in the Western Province, she was determined to succeed in this mission. Senior Officer Chin, I must trouble you once more. Select the cream of the crop from our entire force. I need 20 highly capable, quick-thinking warriors to form a mobile response squad. Shirsen watched Chen Shang's departing figure before turning to Old Master Chin. I will lead them over the next 3 days to eliminate as many divine apostles and demonic beasts lurking in West State as possible. On the eve of the Divine Kingdom's descent, we must secure the most stable rear for the Western region. Old Chin nodded in agreement. He fully supported such a mission. Yet doubts lingered in his mind. If the Divine Kingdom descends as you say, what form will this descent take? And if it does descend, does that mean we needn't prepare at all? After all, though the Western region is vast and sparsely populated, the common folk would still suffer heavy losses if suddenly confronted with such an event. Shirsen understood Old Chin's concerns and explained, the descent of the Divine Realm doesn't mean the two worlds will directly overlap. Rather, it will suddenly manifest above Blue Star. However, since our homeworld also possesses complete worldly laws, therefore, it won't be easy for deities to enter Blue Star. At least in the early stages, powerful, renowned gods like Zeus, Apollo, or Brahma won't descend. They typically command from their divine realms, directing their subordinate divine generals and armies of divine followers to invade and occupy nations. Preparations must be made, at the very least to fully gather the scattered populace throughout the western provinces. This will ensure the demonic beasts appearing within our borders find no one left to prey upon. Old Chin suddenly understood and immediately rose to make arrangements. In truth, only 2.5 days remained, and the workload ahead was immense. Just as he reached the doorway, Old Chin seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Shirsen. I heard you mention numerous deities from Norse, White Elephant, and Greek mythology. Why, then, did you not utter a single word about the ancient gods of our great Xia? Elder Chin, our great Xia has no gods, only sages protect the 9 provinces. In 3 days, you will know everything. Evening, Blood Bear Camp Training Grounds. Shirsen surveyed the 20 elite warriors hastily selected with satisfaction. Except for that guy standing at the far right of the first row. Brother Sen, why'd you have them drag me here too? Is this another military training session? Or an immersive experience of army life? Shihao grinned like a fool, oblivious to the stark difference between himself and the soldiers beside him. He assumed Shirsen was indeed the son of a big shot, and now they brought him here to experience military life. Shirsen ignored the joker and addressed the group directly. I imagine you're all wondering why you've been brought here so suddenly. And why the officer ordered you all to follow the commands of this greenhorn. After a moment's pause, he saw that everyone except Shihao remained standing at attention, lined up in 2 neat columns. Though their faces showed confusion, no one spoke. Shirsen knew these soldiers were elite even if they might fall slightly short against apostles or demonic beasts whose power surpassed that of ordinary men. But as long as they obeyed especially his orders, that was enough. Keep any doubts bottled up for now. After completing your first mission, you'll understand exactly why. Shihao nearly choked on his anger at his childhood friend Senator. He'd been bracing for some earth-shattering revelation, and this was it? Damn it, son, you're being way too mysterious. Why don't you just tell me straight up? Shirsen's gaze shifted to Xiongzong as he coldly ordered, Old Bear, this guy is yours for now. Train him well and make him understand what discipline means. Xiongzong looked at the restless Shihao and instantly broke into a cruel smile. Chapter 11, Demon Core. Manhwa City, North Suburban Forest Park. Based on the big data screening results fed back by Secretary Chin, Shirsen discovered that people had been disappearing in this area recently. Although the police had deployed personnel to search the mountains, the vast expanse of the northern suburban park proved overwhelming. Aside from a few scattered personal items belonging to the missing, no further progress had been made. At this moment, the forest park had been completely sealed off, prohibiting entry or exit to any unauthorized personnel. After presenting their credentials to the on-duty officers, Shirsen and the members of the rapid response team headed straight into the depths of the park. Poor Chihao, after being thoroughly dealt with by Xiongzong last night, now followed obediently by his side. He dared not utter another word. Seeing Chihao's pitiful, bruised and battered state, Shirsen nearly burst out laughing. The guy was just too impulsive, blurting out everything without restraint, and his nerves were incredibly thick. If not for his exceptional talent and remarkable efficiency in absorbing demon cores, he would likely have been discarded during the early stages of the Divine Realm's descent, destined to remain an ordinary mortal. Having Xiongzong, that notoriously iron-fisted instructor, keep him close for discipline might just help Chihao rein in his temperament. Suddenly, mid-stride, Shirsen felt an inexplicable warning surge through his mind from the Divine Blood Halberd. Watch out! That thing might be close. Shirsen immediately signaled the squad members to spread out in low whispers, unlocking their firearms and preparing for combat at a moment's notice. A warning of this level indicates a first-tier demon beast. Firearms should be sufficient to eliminate it. Guided by the Divine Blood Halberd, they quickly advanced into a ravine flanked by 2 small hills. Staring intently, they saw a wild boar weighing at least 1,000 jin appear before them. Blood still stained its snout as it lay on its side, fast asleep in the gully. The warriors spotted scattered clothing in the ravine and instantly understood where the missing civilians had gone. The fear they had felt toward the enormous demon beast instantly transformed into boundless rage. The purpose of a soldier's service was to protect. To protect their families, to protect the people, to protect the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Yet now, innocent people were being devoured whole by this accursed boar. This was a provocation to every warrior. Squad leader Shi, what do we do now? Xiongzong quietly approached Shursen, his voice strained with suppressed fury. What do we do? Kill it, of course. Shursen glared coldly at the boar and gave a sweeping gesture with his hand. The silent valley was instantly filled with the deafening crack of gunfire. Though the thick-skinned demonic beast boar possessed only first-tier extraordinary strength, it couldn't fully withstand the powerful impact of bullets. Countless holes instantly appeared in its body, blood gushing forth. Stunned by the assault, the beast roared in agony, its eyes blazing with bloodlust as it fixed its gaze upon the group. Devour. Devour every last one of these despicable humans who disturbed my sleep. Though only a first-tier beast, it possessed rudimentary cognitive abilities. Yet its intellect was frighteningly primitive. Facing a group of formidable warriors, this beast devoid of divine power and relying solely on brute strength was easily outmaneuvered. Shursen stood atop a large tree branch, less than 50 meters from the beast. This was the maximum distance the Divine Blood Halberd could be controlled by his mind. Though they wouldn't truly grow into the backbone of forces capable of opposing the gods without experiencing bloody battles. Still, Shursen needed to keep unnecessary casualties under control. Shenjiu, throw the smoke grenade. Wudong, don't get too damn close to that beast. He Yudong, stow that bayonet, are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiongzong charged at the forefront of the battle. His burly frame displayed astonishing agility, repeatedly dodging the wild boar's tusks and charges. He even had the presence of mind to observe the other fighters, barking orders at lightning speed to each one. Shursen's hastily assembled squad was largely drawn from the Blood Bear Battalion. Aside from Chi Hao, who stood by idly holding his rifle, only 2 members came from regular units. Thus, Zong naturally assumed the role of deputy leader, and their coordination proved surprisingly seamless. Half an hour later, the warriors, using the terrain and large trees to circle the boar, finally wore it down to death. Shursen didn't even get a chance to fight, but that was fine, it gave him more time to comprehend the changes within himself. After absorbing the divine power contained within the Apostles' Pagoda and Golden Wings, the Divine Blood Halberd continuously fed back to Shursen. Like a trickling spring, it gradually enhanced his physical prowess. By laying this foundation early, when the divine realm descended in 2 days and Blue Star sensed the pressure from another world, its long-dormant spiritual energy would begin to awaken. Shursen would surely soar to new heights, potentially even ascending directly to the transcendent realm and achieving 3rd-tier strength. Seeing the demonic boar lying motionless on the ground, Shursen slowly approached under the watchful eyes of the warriors. This doesn't seem to be where the demon core is located. Shursen muttered to himself, lifting one of the boar's legs. He drew power from his waist, channeling it through his entire body. Boom! To the stunned gazes of the crowd, the massive boar over 5 meters long and weighing at least 2,000 jin was swung through the air in a perfect arc by the not particularly burly Shursen. Crash! It landed with a thunderous thud. Holy crap, the captain's a freaking monster? Holy cow, even the legend of Xiangyu lifting a can't compare to our captain. Truly terrifying. Bear leader, where did this captain emerge from? Some hidden mountain stronghold? Witnessing this inhuman display, the warriors could no longer maintain their solemn discipline. They immediately began whispering and discussing among themselves. While the wild boar, dubbed a demon beast, was astonishing, it still fell within the realm of comprehension. Most had heard tales of 1,000-pound mountain boars and were somewhat prepared for such a sight. But Shursen, barely as big as one of the boar's front legs, casually hoisted it up, even pausing midair for a few seconds to find the perfect placement. That visual impact was truly beyond comprehension. Beyond shock, the group could only marvel. No wonder he'd been parachuted straight into the role of captain. Xiongzong, seemingly brimming with confidence, eagerly rushed over to the massive boar carcass and wrapped his arms around the front leg. The result? His face turned beet red as he strained with every ounce of strength, only managing to shift the boar a tiny bit. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Ouch, bear leader, is this what they call an ant shaking a tree? I can't take it. Shot. Some bear's strength actually moved the boar 1 centimeter. Everyone burst into uproarious laughter at the sight of the usually fearsome Xiongzong getting humiliated, some even clutching their sides and rolling on the ground, laughing so hard they couldn't catch their breath. Damn it, you brats! Think you're too tough for me? Xiongzong feigned anger, bellowing at his brothers, go ahead then, make that wild boar move if you've got the guts. Heh, alright, time's tight. Enough fooling around. Xiongzong, hand me a dagger. Shursen, seeing everyone itching to act, quickly interrupted. Taking the dagger, he thrust it directly into the wild boar's neck. Fortunately, the boar had already lost most of its blood from the countless bullets earlier. Otherwise, Shursen would have been drenched in spurting blood from that single strike. After fumbling around for a moment, Shursen's eyes lit up. The demon core found. Chapter 12, Stoneson, the Beast. A first-tier extraordinary demon core held little practical value for Shursen now. He planned to combine it with certain herbs and simmer it into a potent tonic, widely used in his previous life, for the squad members to consume. While this wouldn't match the effects of swallowing the entire demon core, it would at least give them a head start over others, allowing them to better prepare for the revival of spiritual energy. However, the so-called spiritual energy revival 2 days later seemed more like a stress reaction to Shursen. Before his past life's consciousness faded completely, Shursen witnessed a scene that haunted him. Countless divine realms crushed the self-protective rules of Blue Star. Numerous deities swarmed in, tearing the world apart and merging it into their respective divine realms. Shursen did not know whether Blue Star, which had nurtured countless human races, had ever developed self-awareness. But one thing he could be certain of, since it had been forced to alter its original rules under the pressure brought by the divine realms. It would never accept a fate of utter destruction. As an indigenous being born on Blue Star and raised in the 9 provinces of Great Xia, Shursen bore both the duty and the responsibility to lead the human race, unwilling to submit to the gods. For Blue Star, for Great Xia, and above all, for humanity itself. To fight, to struggle, to carve out a bright and clear world. After securing the demon core, Shursen directed his squad to gather sturdy vines and roughly bind the wild boar. Working together, they chanted in unison as they dragged it toward the exit of the forest park. Meanwhile, the police stationed at the park faced a headache. Some dissatisfied family member, angered by the official response, had summoned a large media contingent. Such situations were the police's worst nightmare. Cases involving multiple missing persons were notoriously difficult to solve quickly, and manpower was already stretched thin. Fortunately, Chief Chin had dispatched an elite squad to assist with the search. This finally gave the officers, who had been fighting non-stop for days, a chance to catch their breath. They took turns going home to rest. But then these fearless reporters stirred things up, and all the resting personnel were called back. Chief Chen, don't you think these guys are just looking for trouble? They know full well the mountains are dangerous, yet they keep pushing to go in. It's nothing but a nuisance. Chen Kailan sighed, looking helplessly at his trusted lieutenant who was complaining. But what can we do? We still haven't found the perpetrator. The families are anxious, and it's understandable that they'd bring in the media to apply pressure. Veteran detective Liang Fengyuan, his trusted lieutenant, rubbed his temples wearily, his face etched with frustration. Don't they realize how significant a case this is? 16 people vanishing at once? How could we not be deeply concerned? And just when we finally tracked down that thing, higher-ups sent in their own team to take credit. Seriously, sigh. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't you know, veteran detective, that loose lips sink ships? Who are those guys sent in? The Blood Bear Camp, a bunch of arrogant, hot-headed brutes. Can you really afford to provoke them? Hey, what's there to fear? Can they hear us from this far away? Come on, even if I yelled right here that the Blood Bear Brigade are a bunch of trash, what could they do to me? Charge over and beat me up? Fine, you win. I can't argue with that. I'm off to deal with those reporters. Chen Kailan shook his head as he stepped out of the makeshift emergency tent and headed toward the cordoned-off area. From a distance, he could already hear the clicking of cameras in the reporters' hands. Look! What is that? Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Whoa, looks like a wild boar to me? Charge! Old one, let's go together. A monster this big, if we get high residential photos, we're guaranteed a promotion and raise. Haven't you noticed that monster is being carried on someone's shoulders? A faint voice cut through the noisy crowd, yet it struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. One person. Carrying a boar nearly 5 meters long? After a moment of stunned silence, the reporters suddenly broke through the cordon like madmen, sprinting straight toward Shursen. In the blink of an eye, only stunned staff remained at the entrance, watching in disbelief as a female reporter who discarded her high heels as too cumbersome dashed past them at lightning speed. Even more astonishing were the cameramen, cameras slung over their shoulders and equipment in hand. Their speed was like they'd been injected with steroids, outpacing some of the lighter-equipped reporters. Shursen was also startled by this scene. Seeing these journalists and photographers with faces consumed by fervor, he nearly drew his Divine Blood Halberd. These people, who valued news over their own lives, were even more terrifying than the fanatical believers who had appeared after the Divine Kingdom descended. Shursen steeled his nerves, straining to steady the wild boar slung over his shoulder. There was no choice. The beast's weight was simply staggering. The vines used as ropes proved inadequate, snapping completely as the crowd dragged it over a ravine. Left with no choice, Shursen stepped up once more. Under the jaw-dropping stares of the warriors, he painstakingly carried the beast back step by step. Hello, I'm Xiao Hong from the Silver Flower Metropolis Daily. Are you the hermit living deep in the mountains? How is it possible for you to carry such an incredibly heavy boar? Hello? I'm Xiaobai from Shizhou Entertainment. May I ask if the creature on your shoulders is the culprit responsible for the disappearance of 16 people? Hello? Hello? Seeing the reporters nearly shoving microphones into his mouth, Shursen urgently called over Xiongzong and the others to restore order. After setting the beast's carcass aside, another thunderous sound drew gasps. But under the intimidating presence of Xiongzong and his men armed with real guns and with police officers rushing to assist in maintaining order. Even with a flood of questions, the reporters obediently fell into formation, waiting for Shursen's response. This turn of events caught Shursen somewhat off guard. But since he'd been seeking fame anyway, he decided to play along and seize the moment to make an announcement. Fellow journalists, I am Colonel Shursen of the Western Military District. Today, I lead the newly formed Mobile Response Squad on its inaugural mission. Shursen produced the emergency credentials hastily fabricated for him by Old Sheen, displaying them before the cameras before continuing, and this fang boar is the very first demon beast our squad has hunted down since its formation. Demon beast? Colonel Shur, did you misstate that? Right, it's just a larger wild boar. Who cares? He's a colonel. Even if what he says sounds absurd, we have to take it seriously. It's all explosive news. As murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, Shursen gently lowered his hand, refocusing everyone's attention. Hear me out first. The term demon beast isn't something I made up on a whim, nor is it a ploy to deceive the public for clicks. I'm merely stating a fact. This creature, whose size far exceeds any native boar on our blue star, is a genuine demon beast. Yes, the very kind from myths and legends, cunning, vicious beasts capable of devouring heaven and earth. However, this tusked boar occupies the lowest tier of demon beasts in terms of power, which is precisely why we were able to defeat it. Chapter 13, The Central Capital Commissioner arrives. Old Sheen, taking down a major player like Hangyu Group doesn't seem like something you'd do, does it? Yang Wenbai, the special commissioner from Zhongjing, reclined on the sofa, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Heh, I didn't expect Commissioner Yang to be so well informed. You must have heard about yesterday's events while en route. Qin Tiancheng didn't even lift his head as he glanced at the classified documents Yang Wenbai had personally escorted, his mind elsewhere. The contents of the documents were so shocking that even this veteran official, weathered by years of experience, couldn't help but shake his head. Have you forgotten, Comrade Sheen? 4 years ago, I was still serving as vice president at West University. Oh, that does ring a bell. Qin Tiancheng set down the documents, rubbing his temples with a headache. Commissioner Yang, is the situation in Central Capital truly that dire? Why haven't we seen many demon beast attacks here in West State? Mr. Qin, if flying demon beasts hadn't begun blocking airspace in the wilds of Central Capital, we martial artists wouldn't have been dispatched to personally escort these classified documents. I'm not entirely sure about the situation in Shizhou, but Central Capital is already in complete chaos. Commissioner Yang sat up straight on the sofa, his expression turning serious as he addressed the matter at hand. To be frank, Mr. Qin, you know the background of the Yang family. You must have heard of my great-uncle's prowess. But even he suffered severe injuries during the most recent suppression operation. He's still confined at home, clinging to life by ancestral medicinal concoctions. Qin Tiancheng was startled. He certainly knew of that exceptionally senior patriarch of the Yang family. With his ancestral 9 extreme sword technique, he had long established a formidable reputation across the 9 provinces. Some even dubbed him the 9 extreme sword god. A dozen elite special forces soldiers would be slaughtered without even catching a glimpse of him unless they ambushed him. That such a formidable martial artist, supported by modern military forces, had been gravely wounded by a demon beast highlighted in red in the report. It was utterly unbelievable. The report also mentioned that an academician-level scholar, based on recent research data, had tentatively concluded that these demon beasts falling from the sky might be a harbinger of another world descending. They had tentatively dubbed it the parallel world. Old Sheen smiled upon reading this. As Shursen had informed him, a core group within the Western state had long known that the invasion of the divine realm was imminent. It was nothing like this so-called parallel world. Commissioner Yang, I must thank you for traveling all this way to deliver the confidential documents to West Province. However, many of the speculations within the report are incorrect. I hope you will address this when you return. Upon hearing Elder Qin's rejection, Yang Wenbai frowned with displeasure. Elder Qin, these are conclusions drawn from years of dedicated research by genuine experts. You and Shizhou should simply follow the document requirements, no need for further discussion. Detecting the arrogance in Commissioner Yang's tone and recalling the haughty experts back in Zhongjing, Old Qin lost all desire to explain further. They always trusted their own judgments and brooked no questioning from others. Besides, the fact that Shursen was a reincarnated individual was something only a few of them needed to know. There was no need to stir up trouble in Zhongjing. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly demand Shursen be sent to Central Capital immediately, placed under strict surveillance, and perhaps even subjected to research. This would have a devastating impact on Shursen, who trusted him, and on the entire Western province. With that in mind, Qin Tiancheng decided to drop the subject altogether. Instead, he played along with Commissioner Yang's temperament, subtly praising the Yang family's influence and Yang's remarkable talent for reaching the central government at just 40 years old. Commissioner Yang's face instantly lit up with delight. Noting the late hour, Commissioner Yang suggested taking a stroll around West University to reminisce about his days as vice-chancellor. Xin Tianchang had no objection and personally instructed his guard, Xiao Tao, to drive Yang Wenbai there. West University, Academic Affairs Office. Long Chihua was locked in a heated argument with the Dean of Students over Shirsen's disruption of class and assault on fellow students. Expulsion? Ha! Ridiculous. For something like this? Director Dong, I know you've always wanted to kiss up to Hangyu Group, but understand this, at least for now, you're still the Academic Affairs Director of Shida. Upholding justice is your duty. Acting like this will only tarnish your career in education. Professor Long unleashed his roaring fury once more, planting his right foot on a chair and slamming his fist on the desk with a thunderous crash as he bellowed at Director Dong. Director Dong, however, slumped back in his chair, cradling a cup of hot tea. He lifted the lid, took a leisurely sip, and then spoke slowly, Professor Long, there's no need to get so worked up. Isn't this precisely upholding impartiality? Besides, you're judging people through tinted glasses. What? Shirsen going berserk and hitting people in class makes him a model student, but when Jiang Xiao gets publicly humiliated and slapped just because he's the heir to Hangyu Group, suddenly he's the bad student? Old Long, where did you pick up this logic? After all these years of academic research, is this all you've studied, bias? Long Chihua took a deep breath. Truthfully, no matter how one looked at it, Shirsen was in the wrong. Logically, as a professor, he shouldn't be taking sides for him. But whenever he thought of Shirsen's completely transformed demeanor, Long Chihua felt possessed, driven to uncover the truth behind the change. If Shirsen were expelled outright over this, his questions would remain forever unanswered in unbearable torment. With that thought, Long Chihua steeled himself, softening his tone as he said, I know Shirsen was in the wrong here. I'm not trying to defend him. I just feel the punishment is a bit too harsh. Harsh? Poof. Well then, Professor Long, you may leave now. The Student Affairs Office will handle Shirsen's case as we see fit. Director Dong had no desire to argue further with this stubborn old man. They were completely on different wavelengths, there was simply no point in trying to reason with him. He hadn't noticed the real reason Shirsen was taken away yesterday? The rumors circulating at Shida University that Shirsen was the son of a powerful figure were met with Director Dong's utter disdain. If he truly had such connections, why would he need to rely on poverty-stricken student aid year after year? He must have committed some grave offense to warrant such a large-scale operation, with military personnel arriving directly to take him away. Expelling Shirsen immediately and announcing it to the entire school kills two birds with one stone. It severs Shida's ties to Shirsen while currying favor with Hangyu Group. Couldn't have been handled more perfectly. What does that old geezer, half buried in the ground, know about anything? Director Dong basked in the satisfaction of his clever decision, then flipped open his phone, which had remained dead all night due to the power outage. Beep, 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 beep. Almost the instant it powered on, a relentless stream of notifications flooded Director Dong's ears, making him frown in irritation. Breaking! Earthquake at Hangyu Group, entire leadership arrested. Hangyu Group chairman suspected of treason, elite military unit Blood Bear Battalion surrounds headquarters. Insiders reveal intense combat sounds emanated from the chairman's office. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Director Dong's plump face. After making several urgent calls to confirm Hangyu Group had indeed been taken over by the authorities, he collapsed into his armchair. The composure he'd displayed earlier while conversing with Professor Long vanished completely. His lips trembled slightly. It's over. Shirsen really does have powerful connections. I've seriously pissed him off this time. Haha, old Dong, who did you offend this time, you old rascal? Dong Chang stared toward the doorway in disbelief. That familiar voice, could it be? Chapter 14, The Commissioner's Suspicion. Yang Wenbai sat bored in the armchair, listening as his former subordinate, Director Dong, recounted everything about Shirsen. Seeing the cold sweat on Director Dong's face, Yang Wenbai felt a twinge of displeasure. When had the head of student affairs at West University become so inept at handling even a single student? Enough, old Dong. No need to elaborate. Follow standard procedure. Yang Wenbai waved him off, flipping on the TV. Who cares about his background? If he deserves expulsion, expel him. The television was broadcasting the latest updates on the Forest Park disappearance case. Yang Wenbai's keen senses immediately recognized that this case bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon beast attacks in Zhongjing. Hey, isn't that Shirsen? Director Dong stared in astonishment at the young man speaking eloquently before the cameras. How did he suddenly become a colonel? This is too. Yang Wenbai paid little attention to this, listening intently as Shirsen detailed information about the demon beasts. His expression grew pensive, then gradually darkened as the report progressed. Where did this guy get all this information that hasn't even been made public? Yang Wenbai waved over his aide, whispered a few instructions, and the aide nodded before departing. Old Dong, you should have Shirsen's academic records here, right? Bring them over for me to review. I suspect this man is problematic. In fact, he might not even be human anymore. During the reporter's interview, Shirsen revealed all the information about certain demonic beasts. He knew that even if the entire Western province watched the live broadcast, likely less than 10% would believe it was real. The expressions on the faces of the reporters and cameramen, ordinary people, made it clear they too viewed Shursen merely as a news sensation. As for what he said, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Shursen was spouting nonsense in his capacity as a colonel. That was enough. It's simply too soon. Ordinary people haven't had enough time to fully shift their mindset. We must wait for the Divine Kingdom's descent to ignite the war between gods and mortals. Having said what needed to be said, Shursen had no immediate plans to reveal more. After all, the initial impact of the Divine Kingdom's arrival on the 9 provinces of Great Xia was negligible. For now, it was better to plant more seeds in the western provinces. This would lay a solid foundation for the upcoming battle against the White Elephant Kingdom. Let's go back to base. Shursen dismissed the reluctant journalists and signaled his team to load the beast onto the truck. Beasts descending upon the 9 provinces were practically treasures from head to toe, and Shursen certainly wouldn't waste any part. He planned to use this boar as the squad's primary food source for the coming days. Once consumed, it might slightly enhance everyone's physical condition. Team leader: sure, this demon beast isn't all that impressive. It might be terrifying to ordinary people, but facing an organized military force, it's almost impossible for it to cause significant damage. Xiongzong gripped the steering wheel, his tone dismissive. This is merely a first-stage demon beast. While stronger than ordinary beasts, it hasn't fully transformed yet. Its physical enhancements haven't reached their peak. Once fully transformed, even at the peak of Tier 1, its hardened hide becomes impervious to most firearms. Worse still, from Tier 2 onwards, they can harness elemental energies from the world like thunder, fire, or ice. By then, ordinary soldiers won't even be able to aim at their blazing speed. Even large-caliber heavy sniper rifles capable of inflicting damage require soldiers with at least first-tier strength to wield them effectively. Brother Sen, what exactly defines these Tier 1 and Tier 2 levels you keep mentioning? It sounds like some fairy tale. Shihao finally couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out. Transcending human limits and entering the extraordinary realm qualifies as first-tier strength. Shursen seized the return journey to briefly explain the fundamental strength classifications to everyone. Although after the Divine Realm descended, the central capital had compiled these fundamentals into written texts and distributed them to all provinces. But small-scale dissemination had long since begun, and Shursen wasn't concerned about attracting unwanted attention. Truthfully, even now, there exist individuals on Blue Star who have reached the first tier, and some who have faintly stepped into the second tier. They simply remain immersed in cultivating their strength and prefer not to reveal themselves. Anyone who can intuitively grasp some intangible force within Blue Star, channel it into their body, refine their physical form, and enhance their strength can be called a Tier 1 powerhouse. In the past, we in Great Xia called such individuals chi cultivators. Now, they are generally referred to as martial artists. Families like the Ji clan and the Wang clan, renowned martial lineages in Central Capital, are prime examples. Xiongzong pondered thoughtfully before speaking. Indeed, an elder from the Wang family of Central Capital once visited our western province. He personally trained our batch of elite soldiers back then. In just a few moves, he had us all under his command. I experienced firsthand that terrifying, inhuman reaction speed and strength. It was truly terrifying. Yes. For ordinary people, even elite soldiers with years of military experience, dealing with these individuals is nothing more than a waste of time. Their keen senses and the rare sixth sense possessed by a select few make ambushes virtually impossible. To truly eliminate them, you must crush them outright with overwhelming strength. This is the current state of some of our human race's strongest fighters, but demon beasts are a different matter. Shursen paused briefly at this point, seemingly gathering his thoughts. How to put it? For now, you don't need to know much about the origins of demon beasts. Just understand that they harbor extreme hostility toward humans. While a few benevolent beasts can be tamed, the vast majority are savage creatures that prey on humans. And whatever you do, don't let today's easy kill of this boar lull you into complacency. This boar is merely the lowest, most worthless creature in their world, comparable to domesticated livestock on Blue Star, nothing more than food for stronger demon beasts. Those powerful demon beasts possess not only tough hides and immense strength and speed, but also master at least one or more special abilities. Once unleashed, even if you're prepared, failing to evade means severe injury is a blessing from the heavens even for human warriors of equal rank. The squad listened intently to Shursen's explanation. Ever since encountering and personally slaying that boar, each member had come to understand, to varying degrees, the reason they'd been handpicked to form this elite squad. Perhaps it was precisely to hunt down these formidable demon beasts. This sent everyone's blood surging. To surround and slay a legendary demon beast with mortal bodies, this sense of accomplishment was utterly incomparable to the honor brought by some so-called military tournament championship. Moreover, judging by Shur's words, it seemed they too could attain such formidable strength. Instantly, everyone felt their hearts surge with power. Wasn't this far more enticing than any power, wealth, or woman? Chapter 15, Peaking. Upon reaching the Blood Bear Camp's encampment, the quartermaster had already prepared all the medicinal ingredients required for refining the demon core. Shursen immediately began brewing the potion. This invigorating concoction, also known as the Sage Master's Elixir, was developed by the profoundly skilled Grandmaster Yuan Kohai of Wudong. He had combined various ancient formulas from his lineage with his research into the unique properties of demon cores. Had he chosen to hoard this knowledge, Wudong could have become the wealthiest ancient martial arts sect in the Great Xia Empire. But the Holy Master lived up to his name, unwilling to see all beings trapped in suffering. He chose to release the potion formula directly through the Great Xia government. This decision sparked an explosive surge in martial prowess across the common folk of Great Xia, truly bringing about an era where extraordinary individuals walked the earth like commonplace, and demigods were deemed less than dogs. This also greatly alleviated the pressure later on, when the Great Xia Empire nearly single-handedly faced the combined forces of Blue Star's nations and the Divine armies. As these thoughts swirled, the potion neared completion. The demon core, its full potency unleashed by the herbs, emitted waves of subtle fragrance so potent it drew even the squad members training on the field over. Line up! 1 bowl of potion per person. Drink it and immediately step aside to meditate on your life-bound spirit artifact. What had once filled a large cauldron now reduced to a single pot after prolonged simmering. Shursen meticulously divided the potion into 20 equal portions, urging everyone to endure the scalding heat and drink it all in one gulp. This ensured optimal absorption of the demon core's potency. The supreme visualization method would soon spread across the land from the Holy Master, so Shursen directly taught the entire visualization technique to everyone. Simply sitting cross-legged on the ground while forming peculiar hand seals would allow one to effortlessly visualize their life-bound spirit artifact within their mind. Shursen speculated that this spirit artifact might have long existed within every human being across the 9 provinces. The visualization technique was merely a key unlocking a door that had been tightly sealed. However, Shursen was not a scholar dedicated to research. Such matters were merely briefly considered before he plunged back into the endless battles against the divine. Soon, the entire squad sat cross-legged on the ground, following Shursen's instructions to clear their minds and visualize their life-bound spirit artifacts. Leaning against the doorway, Shursen examined his own condition. I've already reached the first tier of transcendent power. That divine apostle provided significant benefits in the early stages. The spiritual energy of Blue Star has indeed begun to revive. Even before I started absorbing it, I extracted a considerable amount from my breath, and it has even begun strengthening my physical body. The enhancement from reaching the first tier of transcendence had completely dispelled the frailty Shursen had felt immediately after his rebirth. Though still far below his pre-rebirth peak, his current physical strength now placed him ahead of over 99% of martial artists in Great Xia. What's this? The Divine Blood Halberd in his mind suddenly emitted an unusual sensation, filling Shursen with a wave of unease. It seems my earlier actions, exposed to the camera, have caught the attention of the apostles lurking in the western province. They've actually come to the Blood Bear camp to spy on me. This feeling of revulsion was all too familiar to Shursen. It was the warning provided by the Divine Blood Halberd, which was extremely sensitive to divine power. Ignoring the crowd on the ground, Shursen planted his feet firmly and immediately charged toward the faintly sensed direction of the Divine Apostle. 10 miles outside the Blood Bear camp, within an ordinary-looking dwelling, Leia peered through binoculars, scrutinizing the camp's movements. Those loyal dogs of Brahma have gone too far. Knowing full well that the martial artist who could kill Barton is extremely dangerous, they still sent me to investigate. They clearly intend to use me as bait. Leia seethed inwardly. Hadn't it been for the fact that Barton, the leader of Shiva's faction, had been killed outright by a suspected human martial artist? How could she possibly allow herself to be manipulated by Brahma's apostles? No, it wasn't just her. Several other first-tier apostles had been dispatched as well, each assigned to investigate different suspects. But if that person could kill Barton, who possessed divine wings and a golden stupa, what chance did they have of escaping if their tracks were discovered? They wouldn't even have time to run. After all, first-tier apostles were simply too weak. Even if a god bestowed a divine artifact upon them, they lacked the divine power to wield it effectively. Sigh, I wonder how things are going with Naidam and the others. This guy I'm dealing with, Ishizumi, doesn't seem like the type who could have killed Patton. What a waste of time. I'd be better off sneaking outside the city to convert more followers. Maybe Lord Shiva will reward me by letting me advance directly through the divine mark. Leia set down her binoculars with boredom, but her mind was made up. She'd keep watching until nightfall at most, then retreat immediately to the mountains and wilderness to convert followers for Lord Shiva. Enjoying the peeping, are we? A cold voice echoed behind Leia, making her body tense up so much she nearly dropped the binoculars. Trembling, she turned to find her surveillance target, Ishimori, standing 5 meters behind her, gazing at her coldly. You? How could you evade my perception and appear behind me like that? Leia's scowl prickled. She could feel the immense pressure emanating from this man, a sensation she'd only ever experienced when facing an enraged Patton. Then, a terrifying thought surfaced from the depths of her mind. Could it be, he killed Patton? Leia's face turned deathly pale as she frantically mapped out escape routes. Shursen saw the female apostles retreating resolve and wasted no time. He planted his foot firmly, instantly covering 5 meters, his right fist striking toward Leia's face like lightning. Wait. Leia hadn't expected Ishizuki to be so ruthless, striking with lethal force the moment they met. Caught completely off guard, she could only jerk her shoulder and turn her head. Thud. A thunderous impact echoed through the air. Leia's keen instincts had saved her from a fatal blow. But her shoulder was crushed, bones shattered. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Leia flew through the second-floor window with the momentum of Shursen's punch, plummeting toward the ground. She reacts pretty fast. Shursen was slightly surprised. After a brief pause, he too leaped directly out the window. Morris. Are you really going to stand by and watch me get beaten to death? Leia clutched her shoulder, staggering through the alleys. That terrifying man followed her like a cat toying with a mouse, moving with deliberate slowness. The crushing pressure of impending death nearly shattered her. With no time to spare, she let out a furious roar, calling out to the great Van Angel disciple who must be watching nearby. Morris. If you don't show yourself now, once I return to the divine pool, I will report your actions to our Lord. Sigh. As fellow apostles, I truly pity you. Morris spread his golden wings, holding a sacred pagoda, and descended slowly from the sky before Leia. If only Lord Patton were still here. Though her face twisted with fury, Leia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You mean that fellow crushed to dust by a mere mortal? Morris sneered, then turned his gaze to Ishimori nearby. You're such a failure. You nearly got killed by a mortal with only first-tier power? No. He was definitely beyond first tier. I suspect he's the one who killed Lord Barton. Leia hurriedly explained. Chapter 16, Slaying 2 More Apostles. Oh? He killed Barton? Morris nearly laughed out loud. Ha! Leia, you really should return to the divine pool to reshape your body and let Lord Shiva properly temper your faith. What else could a mere first-tier martial artist do besides beg for scraps from our charity and be kept as a pet? Leia, you've truly brought shame upon us apostles. Shursen watched coldly as Morris, a devotee of Brahma from the White Elephant Kingdom's pantheon, put on his show. The divine blood-stained halberd gave no further warning. Shouldn't there be any more? Morris looked puzzled. What's gone? I said. Shursen shook his head from side to side, producing a crisp crackling sound from his bones. No other apostles coming to support you? You bastard, are you underestimating Lord Morris, a second-tier apostle? Morris glared, furious that this mere mortal dared expect reinforcements. This was an immense insult. When had he, Morris, ever needed others to back him up? Mortals are mortals devoid of even a shred of reverence for the divine. They are no better than swine. But if you open your heart and surrender to the embrace of our Lord Brahma, I can grant you forgiveness on his behalf. Shursen suddenly felt irritated. He had intended to wait and see if any other apostles lurked in the shadows, letting this Morris brag like some little brat. But perhaps it was due to his lowly status within the divine realm, his wretched existence. These trashy low-tier apostles just wouldn't shut up. This is unbearable. You. Whatever your name is, forget it. Take this punch. Shursen stomped the ground, cracking it beneath his feet. His form thundered like a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Morris. Feeling Shursen's pressure, which was nothing like that of a first-tier apostle, Morris finally shut up. He channeled his divine power, sending it all into the pagoda. Just like with Patton last time, the pagoda erupted in brilliant light. Surges of air pressure materialized from thin air, carrying a swirling storm of flying debris and shards of rock as it slammed toward Shursen. For an ordinary person, encountering such a shockwave where even the debris stirred up by the aftershock could pierce through brick walls would likely freeze them in terror, unable to move. But Shursen had slain countless apostles infiltrating the 9 provinces in his past life, making him intimately familiar with the pagoda's attack methods. With a sudden halt to his movement, Shursen summoned the Divine Blood Halberd with a mere thought, sending it hurtling toward Morris. The distance between them was less than 20 meters, more than enough for the Divine Blood Halberd to instantly close in on this second-tier apostle. Thud! The same scene played out again. Morris followed in Barton's footsteps, the hand holding the tower severed cleanly. Unable to believe what had transpired, Morris remained frozen in place, staring straight at Ishimori even as he approached. Did Barton also die at your hands like this? What exactly is this weapon? Why can it be wielded without divine power? Ishimori smiled coldly. You divine apostles can claim standard-issue divine artifacts in the divine realm. Why shouldn't we humans have corresponding weapons to oppose you? Without another word, Shursen swung his halberd, cleanly severing Morris's head. Then, under Leia's horrified gaze, he sliced the body clean in 2 at the waist. These apostles felt no pain. Their very bodies were forged from the so-called divine pools, rendering them vastly different from humans. Moreover, unless they betrayed the gods and were detected by divine perception, they were virtually immortal. Even if their bodies were destroyed, their souls would instantly return to the divine pool, where the boundless power of the gods would reshape their forms. Within a week at most, they could return to the battlefield. This was precisely why the divine apostles became so dreaded. They held no fear of life or death. As long as they could infiltrate the 9 provinces to wreak havoc or uncover valuable intelligence, the gods would bestow upon them generous rewards, enabling them to elevate their power to new heights. After all, they would always be resurrected unscathed from the divine pool. Without at least 7th tier power, you can't completely destroy these creatures' souls. You'll just have to watch them return to the divine realm. Shursen gazed at the 2 faint pillars of light shooting skyward, a hint of regret in his eyes. Had he not himself reached the 1st tier of transcendence, he likely wouldn't even have seen these pillars of light, let alone intercepted the apostles' souls from the god's grasp to ensure their complete annihilation. As for the previous incident with Barton, it was purely his own stupidity. Terrified by the Divine Blood Spear's spiritual shock, he truly believed he was about to die and foolishly attempted to reveal certain secrets of Shiva. His eventual death at the hands of the prison of Deathfire was entirely his own doing. As the souls of the 2 apostles returned to the divine pool, the divine power within their bodies was rapidly consumed by the Divine Blood Halberd's voracious devouring. Without the support of divine power, the 2 corpses crumbled like burnt ashes, gradually vanishing in the gentle breeze. Bathed once more in the spiritual energy derived from the Divine Blood Halberd's conversion of divine power, Shursen couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. In my previous life, I spent far too long visualizing my life-bound artifact, wasting precious early development time. By the time the Divine Blood-painted halberd materialized, low-tier apostles like Patton and Morris had nearly all ascended to the demigod realm. Killing them became exceedingly difficult. Not to mention being able to effortlessly absorb vast amounts of divine power to strengthen my body like this now. As these thoughts swirled, Shursen suddenly sensed an extremely faint sound emanating from within his body like bubbles rising from the depths of water, only to burst instantly upon reaching the surface. 2nd tier. Shurmori was overjoyed. In just 2 days since his rebirth, he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to a 2nd tier transcendent being, using only the divine power of 3 apostles. It was incredibly efficient. In his previous life, it had taken nearly a year after the divine realm descended to reach the 2nd stage. He had essentially forged his strength bit by bit through life or death battles with demonic beasts in the wilderness. Though he had now surpassed a year's worth of effort from his previous life in just 2 days, Shursen remained grounded despite his joy. He knew full well that right now, amidst the war-torn chaos of Central Capital City, many prodigies from martial arts clans were pushing their limits and transcending themselves in fierce battles against demonic beasts. Without any external intervention, they had forcibly relied on their own comprehension to channel the currently sparse spiritual energy into their bodies, completely shattering the shackles of mortal flesh and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. Forget 1st or 2nd tier strength with all manner of beasts converging on Zhongjing City, Shursen suspected even 3rd and 4th tier martial artists had likely emerged. After all, these are prodigies who trained in martial arts and cultivated their chi from childhood. It's only natural that they now lead the way. However, such explosive growth accumulated over years won't last long. Once the divine realm descends, these prodigies and renowned masters will likely exhaust their foundations. Then, that will be my golden age. All the apostles of the gods will become the nourishment for my growth. I nearly forgot, alongside the divine realm's descent, the 4 great fiendish beasts will also arrive in the 9 provinces. I wonder if the message I had Chen Qing deliver reached them. If it didn't, or if they simply don't believe me, the first catastrophe causing immense loss will truly be upon us. Shursen surveyed the battlefield he had cleared, his gaze drifting into the distance, a weight settling in his heart. Even after rebirth, he could never forget the harrowing scenes of the 9 provinces ravaged by the 4 great fiends. Chapter 17, Yang Wenbai's Concern. Shursen didn't return to the Blood Bear Camp headquarters. He estimated the squad members would still need considerable time to fully absorb the medicinal broth's effects. Returning now would be nothing but a waste of time. Instead, he set off running toward the city outskirts. As dusk fell, few people remained on the roads. The occasional passerby who glimpsed Shursen leaving a blur in his wake likely dismissed it as an optical illusion, shaking their head before moving on. 2nd tier martial artists may not yet store spiritual energy within their bodies, but they can already use it to strengthen their internal organs and bones. Shursen felt the threads of spiritual energy permeating the world, entering his body with each breath and mingling with his blood as it flowed to every limb and bone. Each time, it drew out a portion of the deeply buried impurities within his body, so much so that Shursen could feel an inexplicable layer of fine grime appearing on his skin's surface. But Shursen had no intention of cleaning up now. Time was tight, personal hygiene would have to wait. Soon, running at full speed, Shursen circled the entire city of Manhwa in just over an hour. He finally located the site where one of the beasts from his memories had descended, Manhwa Experimental High School. At that moment, evening study sessions were underway inside the high school. Bright lights illuminated the halls, and faint murmurs of students silently reciting their lessons drifted into Shursen's ears. Such a beautiful scene was utterly shattered on the day the Taotai descended. Most were minors with bright futures ahead, swallowed whole by the Taotia's monstrous maw. Had the divine realm's intervention not stirred the deeply hidden forces of the 9 provinces, perhaps not a single survivor would remain, and Manhwa City itself would have been utterly destroyed. Shursen felt deeply moved. In his previous life, he had been dreaming sweet dreams in his dorm at West University, only learning later that a legendary monster had descended upon Manhwa City and brutally devoured countless students. But since he hadn't experienced it firsthand, and later heard that Tao Tai had perished under heavy fire, Shursen hadn't paid it much attention. After all, the world had changed so drastically back then that it was overwhelming. There was simply no energy left to focus on events that didn't directly involve him. It wasn't until Shursen endured countless trials, elevated his strength to the demigod stage, and participated in the operation to hunt down one of the remaining 4 great fiends, the Tugu, that he truly grasped the gravity. Although the Tugu was ultimately slain, the casualties among the group were heavy. Later, through his comrades' accounts, Shursen learned that if the various factions hadn't decisively struck back then, eliminating the 3 beasts trapped in the city center, by the time they had recovered, the Great Xia Empire would have been unable to resist the divine beings, let alone launch a counterattack against the divine realms. They might not even have been able to protect themselves. Ding ding ding. Shursen was surveying the terrain within the experimental high school when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This was the secure phone specially prepared for him by the security bureau. Unless it was urgent, they wouldn't contact him through this device. Could something major have happened? Shursen frowned in confusion. Nothing major had happened in the 3 days before the divine realm descended, had it? Yang Wenbai returned to Elder Qin's office, but this time his face bore none of the professional smile from his previous official visit. Instead, it carried a hint of accusation. Senior Qin, what's going on with Shursen? Bullying classmates and taking advantage of the weak at West University is one thing. Why was he suddenly promoted to colonel on the front lines, given command of West State's most elite soldiers for missions? And now he's bragging in front of the media, recklessly revealing classified information about the demon beasts? Old Qin was somewhat taken aback. While Shursen's promotion had been unexpected, surely this wasn't a matter for a single commissioner to handle? Commissioner Yang, where did you get that idea? Shursen is an exceptionally capable student with an unblemished record. Isn't it perfectly normal for us in West Province to cultivate him as a future hope? Moreover, every detail concerning Shursen has been reported to the central capital. Since even they raised no objections, what exactly are you implying? Yang Wenbai gave a cold laugh. His conviction that Shursen harbored major issues only deepened. He slammed a stack of photographs onto the table, his tone growing increasingly aggressive. Then how do you explain this? Old Qin didn't even lift a finger, sitting motionless in his chair. He was now certain this commissioner had uncovered something, or rather, that Shursen possessed something he coveted and was setting a trap for him. Old Qin remained impassive, though his tone held a hint of intrigue. I don't believe I need to explain. Besides, Commissioner Yang doesn't seem to have the authority to demand an explanation from me, does he? If you have any questions regarding Shursen's identity, kindly return to Zhongjing and issue your directives through official channels. Otherwise, I have no obligation whatsoever to cooperate with any of your actions. And if you make any moves in Shizhou, I can't guarantee unpleasant consequences won't follow. Yang Wenbai stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had anticipated this response. Mr. Qin is quite protective of this man. Still, I advise you to take a look at the photos. It's better to be safe than sorry. No need. If Commissioner Yang has no further business, please leave. I have a mountain of work waiting to be handled. Old Qin issued his dismissal, and Yang Wenbai made no further insistence. Leaving the photograph untouched on the desk, he departed the office. No sooner had he stepped out of the Shizhou Prefecture office building than his attendant rushed forward. Bowing respectfully, he urgently asked, Sir Yang, what did Qin Tiancheng say? Yang Wenbai glanced back, his face darkening. That Shursen must be deeply involved. Though we've ruled out supernatural interference, the mysteries surrounding him only multiply. And Qin Tiancheng is fiercely protecting this man. Oomph. Does he truly believe my young family's roots in the capital can't handle a mere chief steward of Shizhou? Let's go. Gather the men. Proceed with the original plan. Qin Tiancheng stared at the photograph on the table before finally rising to pick it up and examine it closely. The subject of the photograph was none other than Shursen and Hangyu Tower, using the Divine Blood Halberd to decisively slay the Divine Apostle, Barton. Judging by the angle in the photo, it must have been taken with a high-definition camera from another building nearby. After a moment's thought, Qin Tiancheng dialed Shursen's confidential number. This matter wasn't exactly major, but it wasn't minor either. But at the very least, he needed to inform Shursen so he could be prepared. Qin Tiancheng had long heard of the young family's reputation in Zhongjing. They were a bunch of hotheads whose actions were utterly unpredictable. Were it not for the fact that the young family elders had contributed greatly during the founding wars, their legacy still providing protection today, given their conduct, they might have been eradicated long ago. The Zhongjing commissioner is from the Yang family and seems to harbor hostility toward me? Understood. Thank you, Elder Qin. By the way, Elder Qin, how far along is the population consolidation effort? That's good. Let's leave it at that for now. Shursen hung up the phone, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Since his rebirth, he had never truly concealed his actions, and being targeted was something he had long prepared himself for. But being on the Yang family's radar was something he hadn't anticipated. Still, he'd meet force with force, water with earth. Whether it was the Yang family, the Wang family, or any other clan, anyone daring to provoke Sin would face reckoning. Chapter 18, Countdown to the Divine Realm's Descent. The operation to gather scattered civilians, overseen by Elder Qin, encountered little resistance. At least in this impoverished region of Shizhou, as long as Elder Qin promised to use the prefectural funds to secure benefits for the people, almost no one dared to disrupt the consolidation efforts. Occasional troublemakers who tried to demand greater benefits were beaten back by their own village chiefs or clan leaders wielding sticks, retreating dejectedly to comply with the officials' arrangements. Following Sin's guidance, Shizhou utilized its formidable infrastructure capabilities to construct makeshift prefabricated housing bases in several areas minimally affected by demon beast disasters. With 16 hours remaining before the Divine Kingdom descended, the relocation progress had reached 80%. It was projected that within the remaining time, the progress could be pushed to 94%. As for the remaining 6% of the population, even Sin and Elder Qin were powerless to reach them. These were mountain dwellers living in remote, inaccessible regions. With the Western Province government operating at full capacity, there were simply no spare personnel to venture deep into the mountains to persuade them to relocate. We can only pray they manage to survive the first wave of demon beast attacks. Standing at the prefabricated housing base on the eastern outskirts of Manhwa City, Sin gazed at the bustling scene before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, although Shizhou had carried out basic consolidation efforts following directives from the central capital, the progress was nowhere near what it was now. Thus, when the demon god kingdom looming over Great Xia unleashed its vast hordes of beasts, ordinary people suffered catastrophic losses. Nearly 30% of Shizhou's human population perished at the claws of those savage beasts. After all, though Zhongjing had issued warnings, they had no idea how horrific the impending disaster would be. Sin had once entrusted Elder Qin to relay some truthful information to the central capital, but Elder Qin had refused. He understood the situation there well. Not to mention the fierce battle for Zhongjing's defense, which had already put the Grand Xia elders on high alert. For someone like Sin to claim he was reborn and demand the elders follow his plan? It was bound to fail. Moreover, entangled in their own interests, they might well unite their will and simply confine Sin, extracting every scrap of intelligence beneficial to the Great Xia. The will of an individual seemed utterly insignificant when weighed against the safety of the entire Great Xia Empire and its billions of people. Hearing Elder Qin's explanation, Sin abandoned that notion. He understood the complexities of central capital. Unless faced with genuine crisis, the infighting there would never cease. This was a tradition spanning millennia, an inevitable trend of the times. All Sin could do was rely on the assistance of those he knew best, Elder Qin and others in the western region, to minimize the calamity there. Young Shi, what do you think? Isn't our mobilization capability in Shizhou quite impressive? Old Qin's arrival interrupted Sin's thoughts. Turning to face Qin Lao and the others, Sin smiled. Indeed, it's impressive. This way, we can minimize the losses. Captain Shi, will the deities in that divine realm you mentioned truly descend? The question came from Xiao Tao, Old Qin's bodyguard. Her words carried not doubt in Sin's prophecy, but a kind-hearted wish to spare the people from suffering. Sin looked at the spirited Xiao Tao and couldn't help but think of the Western State Defense battle a year later. Xiao Tao's full name was Taoing. In her previous life, she had earned the title of Valkyrie through fierce battles against demonic beasts. A prodigiously gifted prodigy, she had mastered the 10,000 transformations demon-slaying fist through life and death experience without any formal training. Using visualization techniques, she had forged an astonishing life-bound spirit artifact, the demon-slaying holy axe. When the 9 provinces sage list first appeared, her name was already inscribed upon it, hailed as the demon-slaying axe saint. Alas, it was precisely because of that Valkyrie title that she was shot dead by Athena, a Valkyrie from the Greek pantheon, during a defensive battle, a death that was utterly unjust. Of course. Xiao Tao, harbor no illusions, and never entertain any fantasies about the gods in the future. Gods and humans are natural enemies. Either we become mere beasts, at the mercy of the gods, or we slaughter every deity to secure a bright future for humanity. There is no third option. Sin's tone was flat. Xiao Tao, however, sensed a torrent of hatred in his words. Remembering Sin's identity as a reincarnated being, she nodded involuntarily, silently vowing within herself that she would never spare any deity in the future. No need to make the atmosphere so heavy. Who cares if they're gods or not? As long as they don't regard us, the human race of Jojo, as human beings, they are our enemies. Enemies must be utterly annihilated. Old Qin chuckled, lightening the mood before asking, Little Shi, the time you mentioned for the Divine Realm's arrival is drawing near. Isn't it time to share the specifics? That way our armies can prepare in advance and avoid fighting unprepared battles. Sin chuckled softly and replied, Old Qin, it's not that I won't tell you. It's just that there isn't much to tell. How so? The divine realm descending what exists above our great Xia is an immensely powerful demonic divine realm. But precisely because they are so formidable, their deities cannot possibly descend upon the 9 provinces in the initial stages. Moreover, unlike the apostles of other divine realms, these demonic beasts lack independent thought. They are essentially equivalent to various beasts, albeit vastly more powerful than ordinary beasts. Even without any preparation, like before my rebirth, the western provinces managed to complete the reconstruction of the new city and slaughtered vast numbers of demonic beasts. If you truly wish to prepare, I suggest issuing a direct, unquestioning order to all military commanders: eliminate any demon beast sighted immediately. After a moment's thought, Shursen seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, and after slaying a demon beast, remember not to waste it. Dissect the carcass to retrieve the demon core. And the demon beast meat is edible, quite tasty, actually." Old Qin nodded, committing Shursen's words to memory. He then stepped aside to begin calling the commanders of all western province armies. The region remained on level 1 combat readiness. While this had little impact on ordinary citizens, military units across the territory had long been prepared for immediate combat. After dispatching Morris earlier, Shursen, itching for more action, took another stroll through the city. Yet the Divine Blood Halberd showed no signs of stirring. Perhaps because Shizhou was simply too remote and not highly valued by the Divine Apostles. After losing 3 men in succession, they had simply withdrawn from Manhwa City. Shursen failed to find another opportunity to absorb divine power. He even investigated several locations suspected of demon beast activity, yet came up empty-handed each time. He had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. After all, any apostle or demon beast daring to infiltrate Blue Star this early might not be exceptionally powerful, but their ability to seek advantage and avoid danger was undoubtedly formidable. All were striving to seize the initiative in the impending upheaval, so caution was paramount. Without divine backing, they dared not make a grand show of themselves on Blue Star. Shursen resolved to focus his mind on comprehending the gradually reviving spiritual energy. Unlike the Apostles' advancement sequence, the 9 provinces, or indeed the entire Blue Star, once possessed its own unique system of cultivation. Namely, the various cultivation methods of martial artists. However, in modern times, the spiritual energy of Blue Star had gradually faded, and the practice of sensing the essence of heaven and earth had become a distant legend. Chapter 19, Ambush. Martial artists' cultivation could forge formidable physiques, but the extraordinary powers they once possessed had long vanished. The manuals and secrets born from the essence of heaven and earth lost their foundation, becoming utterly useless. Until the eve of the Divine Kingdom's arrival, Blue Star, nearing the end of the Dharma Age, unexpectedly witnessed a resurgence of spiritual energy. Those martial artists who had cultivated their entire lives, possessing great willpower, discovered that while practicing their sex core techniques, they could actually sense the presence of spiritual energy. Though nearly negligible, it was undeniably real. This laid the groundwork for the Great Xia Empire and other nations with deep historical traditions to produce a multitude of beings capable of standing against 4th-tier demigod apostles when the divine realm descended. Through life and death combat, they demonstrated talents that were in no way inferior to the apostles, who possessed long lifespans. Later, Shursen also cultivated a martial art officially released by the Great Xia government, the martial canon. This supreme technique was forged during the crisis when numerous ancient clans and sects of the Great Xia set aside their differences, pooling the strengths of all schools to create it together. The martial canon may lack the distinctive flair of the ancient, lineage-based techniques. Yet its strength lies in its balanced and harmonious nature, coupled with exceptional adaptability, allowing nearly all humans to master its fundamentals with ease. During the early stages of the divine invasion, the thermal weapons of Blue Star's nations still played a significant role. However, as the conflict escalated and some deities descended on the Blue Star, all but nuclear weapons, which remained a grave threat to the deities, gradually faded into history. Martial artists stepped onto the front lines to confront the deities, even managing to slay them on occasion. Shursen still chose to cultivate the martial canon. After all, it was the technique he had studied deeply for years, and in some ways, it suited him even better than those famed inherited techniques. Moreover, with the existence of a divine artifact like the blood-stained halberd capable of absorbing divine power, Shursen felt that cultivation techniques were ultimately only supplementary. And one of the 4 great fiends was about to arrive in the 9 provinces. The Tao Tai would also bring Shursen even greater aid. Blue Star Calendar 2033, December 15, 11:39 p.m. With 21 minutes remaining until the descent of the Divine Realm, Shursen and the Western State had already completed all preparations. At Shursen's suggestion, Elder Qin issued warning documents in his own name to the central capital and the remaining 8 states, including Imozhou. As for the various inquiries that followed, Elder Qin chose to ignore them all. The more he said, the more he risked revealing. Following Shursen's instructions, Elder Qin chose to ignore them outright. After calming down, Shursen realized that revealing his reincarnated identity to Elder Qin and the others in his initial emotional state had indeed been a significant mistake. Fortunately, Elder Qin and the others had proven their reliability in his previous life, so Shursen wasn't worried they would leak anything. At that moment, Shursen led his squad members in ambush within the teaching building of the experimental high school. The school had always operated under a closed campus policy, which was precisely why the casualties had been so devastating when the Taotie descended. Following Elder Qin's instructions, all students had been sent home, leaving only Shursin and his team on campus. Having never witnessed the Taotie firsthand himself, Shursin could only rely on fragmented memories to plant high explosives at several potential landing sites on the school grounds. While these explosives were unlikely to kill the unknown strength Taotie outright, they would certainly restrict its movement. "Brother Sun, I'm so nervous." Shi Hao, brought along by Shursin this time, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Shursin shot him a disapproving glare. The guy was clearly buzzing with excitement, yet he insisted on pretending to be nervous. "Just stay put and don't move. Watch my performance and shout go. Go. Go, when I tell you." In truth, despite summoning most of the squad members who had already stepped into the first tier of the extraordinary realm, Shursin had no intention of having them fight. Time was too tight for them to fully adapt to their new abilities. Plus, while everyone had visualized the rudimentary forms of their lifebound artifacts, it would still take time before they could manifest as fully functional weapons capable of actual combat. According to Shursen's plan, each squad member would be equipped with a heavy sniper rifle to provide long-range support when the time came. Time ticked away steadily, leaving only 15 minutes until noon. Hiding in the adjacent classroom building, Xiongzong felt restless. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, but didn't light it. Cigarettes had too much of an impact on special forces soldiers like them, who constantly walk the line between life and death. Xiongzong had quit the habit long ago. Yet he still carried a pack on him at all times. The faint scent of tobacco effectively soothed his restless mind. "Captain Shur said I'd be his strongest subordinate. I can't let him down." Xiongzong, still harboring some lingering doubt, had challenged Shursin, who had already reached the first tier, to a one-on-one spar. The result was a brutal beating that left him searching for his teeth on the ground. From that moment on, he had been thoroughly convinced. He had witnessed Shursen's original state, the frail appearance of an ordinary student. Back then, Xiongzong could have crushed Shursen underfoot without even lifting a finger. Yet in just half a day, Shursen had produced the Divine Blood Halberd, a weapon beyond Xiongzong's comprehension, and used it to decisively slay a divine apostle he'd been utterly powerless against. Xiongzong believed every word Shursen said. After all, if Shursen had possessed such power all along, how could the first 20 years of his personal file have been so miserable? Then came the encounter with the Fang Boar, whose fangs rendered firearms nearly useless. Shursen used its demonic core to shatter the chains binding his body, ascending to the first tier of transcendence. Xiongzong chose to follow Shursen, to whom he would pledge his loyalty in the future, without a single doubt. Tonight's sky was thick with dark clouds, not a single star visible. Even the usually bright moon had vanished completely. An inexplicable aura permeated the air, stirring unease among Shursen's squad members. Yet strangely, each deep breath seemed to dispel a bit of that unease. Shursen understood, this was the collision of divine power and spiritual energy. Under the suppression of Blue Star's rules, the spiritual energy was gradually gaining the upper hand. With every breath taken by the Blue Star's human race, they drew subtle yet profound strengthening from the ever-present spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy would continue for a full year. During this period, the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star would steadily increase until every human being, even those who did not cultivate, could reach the first tier of transcendence. Only then would the spiritual energy revival cease, maintaining this state until Blue Star was utterly destroyed in the previous era. To the other squad members, it merely felt like the air had grown refreshingly crisp. But to Shursen, every cell in his body stirred with excitement, greedily soaking up the nourishment from the spiritual energy and steadily growing stronger. This was the effect of the formidable breathing technique described in the martial classic. Shursen did not teach the martial canon to the others, not out of selfishness, but because unlike a life-bound spirit artifact, it required time to manifest. If they mastered the martial canon during this period, they would inevitably draw the attention of the traditional clans and sects, who might even trace the connection back to Shursen. To avoid trouble, Shursen resolved to leave the martial canon behind only after seizing the Taotia's innate talent, then depart for the central capital himself. After all, that was the true crucible of blood and fire. The defense of Shizhou would have to wait another year. Chapter 20, It's finally here. Blue Star Calendar 2033, December 15th, 12 a.m. Shursen looked up at the sky. Amidst layers of dark clouds that seemed poised to descend upon the world, lightning flashed and thunder roared. In a moment of hazy confusion, a mirage-like spectacle appeared. Then, a roar far louder than ordinary thunder instantly filled everyone's ears. It has finally come. The descent of the Divine Kingdom signaled a new chapter in Blue Star's history. Given the outcome of his past life, Shursen would have preferred the Divine Realm never arrived. Even if it meant living an ordinary life, he could accept that. But the tide of destiny could never be swayed by the will of any single individual. Central Capital, Dragon Terrace Pavilion. Chen Xingshun, the current leader of Great Xia and the Grand Elder, gazed solemnly at the sky. He never imagined the news from the western provinces would actually materialize. Within that sudden flash of lightning, Chen Xingshun clearly saw an unfamiliar world looming over the entire Great Xia. It possessed mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas utterly distinct from those of the Great Xia. Nor did the beings inhabiting that land consider themselves the rulers of all creation. Instead, it was filled with monstrous beasts of bizarre forms, gaping blood-red maws fixed on the 9 provinces of Great Xia with predatory stares, their savage and greedy natures laid bare. The sheer density of these demonic beasts, their overwhelming numbers, sent a chill through Chen Qingshuan's heart, a man who had witnessed countless grand spectacles. Notify all units, prepare for a fight to the death. Keep your guns at the ready, shells loaded. Any demon beast appearing within sight must be eliminated immediately. Chen Qingshuan's voice was firm and steady. As the helmsman of the entire Great Xia Empire, he stood backed by over 1 billion citizens who had finally risen to their feet after a century of trials and tribulations. He marveled at the wonders of the world above, yet remained vigilant against the impending assault of the demonic beasts. But he would never lose his courage to fight. Moreover, he believed the unyielding will of the Great Xia soldiers would never bow to the demonic beasts seeking to ravage the 9 provinces. If these creatures truly descended upon Great Xia as reported by the western provinces, then fight. We'll beat them until they cry for mercy, until they tremble at the sight of any Jojo human, until they abandon every last shred of ambition toward Great Xia. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. Also, how should we handle the martial artists from those noble families and sects? Beside Chen Qingshan, an elderly man bearing 5 stars on his shoulders spoke with unwavering resolve. Though his hair was streaked with gray, his spirit remained sharp and vigorous. Organize them into a rapid response task force. Wherever danger arises in central capital, they deploy there. Chen Qingshuan's tone brooked no argument, seemingly dismissing the ancient adage that martial heroes defy authority. The old marshal nodded in agreement. Then I'll notify the true martial department. Let Yuan Kohai come out of retirement to coordinate operations, lest those unruly martial artists refuse to follow orders. That's settled then. Old Yuan, you've taken on a lot of responsibility. My pleasure. From the shadows, a figure abruptly materialized behind Chen Qingshan. Elder, should you seek temporary refuge at the Ink Pavilion? Chen Qingshan shook his head slightly, then sighed deeply. If those demons breach our defenses and reach me, it means Zhongjing is about to fall. At that point, what difference would taking refuge make? Raksha Kingdom, Central Plaza. The Rakshasa Emperor, still robust despite his age well over 70, stood atop the high platform. His voice, though aged, resonated with deep emotion as he rallied the young warriors. He had long received warnings from the brotherly nation of Great Xia and had assembled his most elite troops to prepare for the invasion from the Divine Realm. Unlike Great Xia, however, the skies above Rakshasa were not a primordial jungle of demonic deities. Instead, a colossal world tree covered half the western lands, with divine realms like Asgard and Midgard layered distinctly from top to bottom. At the very apex of the world tree, within Asgard's most magnificent palace, the gaze of Odin, king of the gods, Thor, god of thunder, Tyr, god of war, and other deities fell upon the populous western continent, their eyes brimming with greed. Beneath the temple, across the vast lands of the divine realm, countless fanatical followers received the blessing of Balder, the god of light. They would be the first wave of valiant apostles to enter the western continent, expanding the god's dominion. On the opposite edge of the western continent, the sacred mountain of the ancient Greek gods stood in stark contrast to the tree of life. Zeus, thunderbolt in hand, towered atop the sacred peak. Below him, Apollo, the sun god Ares, the god of war Poseidon, the god of the sea and Hades, the god of the underworld, likewise could not contain their inner ecstasy. Converting such a vast number of humans into devotees would bring them immense aid. At the very least, it could propel their stagnant power forward after countless years of stagnation. Perhaps even elevate them to the realm of eternal lords, allowing them to carve out their own divine realms from the boundless void. On the other side of Blue Star, the star-spangled nation was also enveloped by a divine realm. Yet the deity appearing above them was far more ancient and profound, the omnipotent god of Western lore, the creator of the world in 7 days. The star-striped nation, hailed as the world's most powerful country, was about to face the greatest challenge since its founding. Yet in Ishimori's memories, the star-spangled nation, a nation that seemed to possess almost no foundational strength, would achieve astonishing feats in the ensuing war. At the very least, they held out until the day the eternal supreme god descended in person. Within the illustrious White House of the Star-Spangled Nation, its current helmsman, Elder Ao, dismissed the warnings from Great Xia. He even openly mocked Great Xia's cowardice during a banquet. The Great Star-Striped Nation boasted the world's finest scholars, yet even they could not accurately deduce the root cause of the Blue Star's anomalies. Elder O believed the claims from Great Xia were nothing but baseless nonsense. But now, Elder O truly regretted his actions. When the terrifying traces of the divine realm appeared in the sky, the elite forces he urgently mobilized could never be assembled in time. Left with no choice, he boarded Air Force One to immediately head for the secret base in Florida, temporarily concealing his whereabouts. In stark contrast to the government's heightened tension and vigilance. Ordinary citizens across Blue Star nations, upon witnessing the celestial kingdom in the sky, felt astonishment but did not perceive imminent danger. Some devotees of the gods prostrated themselves in worship, tears welling in their eyes as they murmured prayers. More commonly, people pulled out their phones to photograph the celestial realms, some magnificent, some perilous, some majestic, before sharing their snapshots on social media. Seeing the familiar primeval jungle landscape of the demon god realm stirred intense emotions within Shursen. He knew full well that the towering trees and winding rivers concealed countless terrifying demonic beasts. Raised in the brutally harsh realm of the demon gods, every creature except the lowest-tier beasts which survived solely through their extraordinary fertility was cunning, treacherous, savage, and ferocious. They had never encountered such frail creatures as humans, nor had they ever tasted such delicious prey. Thus, after their arrival, the beasts, acting on instinct, swiftly established a food chain with the human race at its foundation. This led to the tragic decline of the Great Xia population by a full 30%. Shursen didn't know if he could prevent the tragedy from unfolding in this lifetime. The only thing he could guarantee was slaying enough demonic beasts. To achieve this goal, he must first eliminate the terrifying beast before him. Chapter 21, The Tao Tai Descends. One of the four great monsters of antiquity, the Tao Tai, had descended. This beast was covered in black fur, as massive as an ox, with a long neck and 4 legs. It possessed tiger-like fangs and human-like claws, its eyes positioned under its armpits, its entire demeanor radiating savage brutality. In his previous life, Shursen had never witnessed the Tao Tai firsthand and knew nothing of its true power. Now, facing this terrifying beast towering 7 or 8 stories high, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Even from over 500 meters away, this creature radiates such terrifying intimidation that just catching a glimpse from afar makes my entire body feel like it's burning with pain. At least a 6th-tier demigod. Shursen made the accurate assessment, yet his heart grew colder by the moment. A demigod that meant perfect mastery over multiple elemental powers, abilities that could be channeled at will to enhance one's own strength. Not only that, this Tao Tai possessed a terrifying, innate physique and the innate ability to devour everything. Shursen truly didn't know how much they would have had to sacrifice to slay such a formidable beast as the Tao Tai had it not been for the final reserves of power unleashed by the Great Xia Empire. Now, the Tao Tai seemed to awaken from its sudden bewilderment at being transported to Blue Star, turning to survey its surroundings. Curiosity about this unfamiliar environment made it hop about in place, trampling the playground grass into a massive crater. But immediately, the Tao Tai raised its goat-like head and sniffed the air intensely. It then turned its eyes, located under its armpits, toward Shursen's direction, its gaze brimming with a hunger for fresh blood. Damn it, that nose is way too sensitive. Under the gaze of the demigod-level beast, Shursen felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, nearly crushing the walkie-talkie in his hand. Beside him, Chihao fared even worse, collapsing unconscious under the sheer weight of that pressure. Forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil, Shursen raised the walkie-talkie. Teams 3 and 4, detonate the explosives immediately. Boom! A massive bulge suddenly surged from the grass beneath the Tao Tai. Before it could react, it exploded in an instant, unleashing terrifying energy. The explosion sent a cloud of smoke billowing dozens of meters around, completely enveloping the Tao Tai and obscuring its form. Team leader sure. We did it. Xiongzong's excited voice crackled over the radio. Shursen shook his head, his expression slightly grave. The physical enhancements granted by his second-tier transcendence had significantly heightened his senses. Although the explosives detonated directly beneath the Tao Tai and were completely obscured by the smoke, the pressure emanating from the creature in Shursen's perception remained undiminished. Screech! A piercing, shrill sound erupted, causing even the smoke to vanish in the resulting shockwave. The Tao Tai's massive form reappeared before everyone's eyes. Shursen keenly noticed a long, narrow gash on its belly, dark green blood dripping slowly down its fur. Before Shursen could celebrate, his expression abruptly darkened. He bellowed into the walkie-talkie, "Zhang Yuanzhong, retreat immediately. It's heading your way." But how could the squad members, mostly only at the first tier, possibly escape the lock-on of a demigod-level ferocious beast? The Tao Tai's hind legs bent slightly. With a powerful thrust, its massive form appeared before the teaching building where Zhang Yuanzhong stood, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Zhang Yuanzhong was a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience. During training, bullets whizzing past his ears wouldn't faze him. Yet the Tao Tai's innate beastly pressure still filled him with dread and overwhelming, inescapable despair that made direct confrontation impossible. Zhang Yuanzhong screamed frantically inside his mind, desperate to grab his gun, aim it at the beast's head, and deliver a devastating shot. Yet even as the Tao Tai smashed the building's walls like foam and lunged toward him with its gaping maw, this iron-willed warrior couldn't move an inch. Shursen watched helplessly as his subordinate was devoured alive, his rage threatening to consume him entirely. Retreat! Everyone retreat! We're no match for it. Save yourselves first. Shursen bellowed into his walkie-talkie, then leapt directly from the 5th floor. Captain Sure, we can't retreat. If we flee, what about the nearby residents? A voice still tinged with youth came through the radio. Shursen recognized the voice as Chen Xuanli, another soldier stationed in the building next to Zhang Yuanzhong's. He had just turned 22. Xuanli, don't act rashly. I've already notified Old Qin to dispatch the nearby 3rd Division with heavy firepower to support us. Let me tie up the behemoth while you guys get out of here first. Captain Sure, we're all elite soldiers. How can we retreat without firing a single shot? Chen Xuanli cut Shursen off abruptly, his tone resolute. Team leader Shur, please deliver the farewell letter under my pillow to my parents. Bang! The thunderous crack of a heavy sniper rifle echoed in Shursen's ears. He clearly saw the Taotia's head jerk slightly from the immense kinetic force. Screech! Apparently stunned that such an insignificant creature dared attack him, the Taotia let out a piercing howl. Its eyes beneath its armpits glared furiously at the rooftop. Chen Xuanli knelt on one knee, the sniper rifle held steady before him. He switched off his radio and silently pulled the trigger again and again, bracing against the immense recoil. His combat suit on the right shoulder was torn apart, crimson blood gushing out. The Taotia extended its forepaw, crushing the young soldier with precise, brutal ferocity into an unrecognizable pool of blood and flesh. Witnessing this scene, the others were overcome with grief. A continuous stream of anguished shouts erupted over the walkie-talkies. Damn it! You bastard, die! No! Xuanli! Shursen had just landed when he heard Chen Xuanli's side echo with the Taotia's piercing howl. A sense of dread instantly gripped him. He immediately started running toward that direction. But the distance was too great. Shursen had barely covered half the distance. He heard the mournful cries of the crowd and the relentless crackle of gunfire. I was far too overconfident. I should have realized that a legendary beast like the Tao Tai would possess immense power. Yet I still rejected old Qin's suggestion to gather regular troops for a concentrated assault. Xuanli died because of my arrogance. It's all my fault. Shursen was filled with regret. It suddenly dawned on him that his thinking was still stuck at the level before his rebirth, completely failing to consider that he was currently only at the second tier. Facing a Tao Tai stronger than himself, suffering casualties was only to be expected. Though casualties were expected during the Divine Realm's descent and the demonic beast invasion, this time he could have heeded Elder Qin's advice and deployed a large force. They could have overwhelmed the Taotia with sheer numbers. After all, the demigod realm did not equate to invincibility. It could still be wounded or even killed outright under terrifying firepower. But Shursen was fixated on one thing, personally slaying the Taotia to seize its ultimate innate skill. This decision led to the loss of 2 members of the mobile squadron, a unit that, according to the original plan, was to become the greatest asset of the Western province. Now, 2 members were lost outright. It was an immense failure. A whirlwind of emotions surged through Shursen as he watched the Taotia shift its target to another warrior lying in wait atop the building. He summoned his Divine Blood Halberd and charged straight at the monster. Your opponent is right here. Chapter 22, The True Depths. Shursen was deeply distressed, for it was his arrogance that had led to the sacrifices of Cheng Yuanzhong and Chen Xuanli. Perhaps reborn, his spirit had grown excessively bold, leading him to believe that a team of over 20 members, all at the same tier, could hold back the notoriously vicious Taotia. Thus, after being crushed by cold reality, Shursen charged headlong toward the Tao Tai. He would not let this monster claim another life from his squad. The mistake was his to make, and the price was his to pay. Twisting and dodging, Shursen positioned himself beneath the Tao Tai. Its colossal form sent a chill down his spine, but the memory of his brutally slain subordinates ignited a raging fury within him. Rage instantly surged through his entire body. Shursen leapt upward. Under the cold gaze of the Taotia, he swung his blood-stained halberd, slicing through its belly. SSSSH. The sharp halberd severed the Taotia's tough black fur, yet failed to pierce its even harder, more formidable armor. This outcome was within Shursen's expectations. A demigod-level being had long fortified its body with various elemental energies. They forged their entire being like divine artifacts, constantly tempering and gradually transforming. Though the Divine Blood Halberd surpassed other divine artifacts of its tier in power, it remained only a second-tier spirit artifact bound to Shursen's current level. Its inability to breach the defenses of a 6th-tier demigod-level Tao Tai was entirely normal. Shursen's objective wasn't to wound or kill this ferocious beast that was too elusive, nearly impossible to achieve. He merely sought to divert its attention toward himself, preventing further casualties. With his wealth of combat experience and the physical instincts honed through countless battles, Shursen was confident he could hold the Tao Tai off. Though Shursen couldn't match the Taotia's speed, its sheer bulk made it predictable. He could anticipate its movements and predict the manner of its attack. Luckily, this beast seems to be enjoying a cat-and-mouse game. It hasn't activated its innate skill or used its ferocious beast aura to suppress me directly. Dodging the Taotia's front paw stomp with another forward roll, Shursen raised his hand to glance at the time. 2 minutes left, its time is up. A cold glint flashed in Shursen's eyes as he dodged, his gaze fixed on the Tao Tai, filled with murderous intent. But suddenly, the situation changed. The Tao Tai seemed to have grown bored with the game. It suddenly opened its massive jaws toward Shursen, generating a powerful suction force. Scattered fragments of bricks and stones danced through the air, then flew straight toward the monster's gaping maw. And, feeling his body slipping beyond his control, Shursen steeled himself, preparing to hurl the Divine Blood Halberd directly into the maw to detonate it. Although he could later rematerialize his life-bound spirit artifact through nurturing, such a violent method would severely hinder Shursen's future growth. Yet with imminent peril looming, Shursen had no time for hesitation. He aimed the halberd at the Tao Tai and prepared to hurl it. But what he never expected unfolded, a heartwarming scene. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted from all directions, support from the others still holding their ambush positions. These idiots! I told them to retreat, yet they're still stuck here. Feeling the suction from the Taotia's innate ability, devouring all, weaken, Shursen immediately planted his feet and darted beneath the monster's belly. Let's see how you swallow me now. Shursen grabbed the black fur beneath the monster's belly and began swaying his body from side to side. Anyone less daring or lacking the arm strength to attempt what Shursen did would have been flung to the ground and crushed under the Taotia's foot. But Shursen was no ordinary man. His second-tier strength allowed him to cling tenaciously beneath the beast, refusing to let go no matter how violently it thrashed about. Xiaozong and the others spotted Shursen writhing nimbly beneath the beast's belly and couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety. While Shursen and the Taotia were locked in a stalemate, the battle raged fiercely around Manhwa city. Countless demonic beasts descended alongside the beams of light the demon god realm fired at Blue Star. The moment they touched down, they charged toward the Western state forces, who were already prepared for battle. They fought without command or coordination, relying purely on instinct and their formidable physical strength to charge the lines. Though some soldiers were momentarily cowed by the terrifying beasts, they quickly snapped to attention at their commander's roars, snapping their weapons back into position and locking their sights on the lightning-fast creatures. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat! A woo! Roar! At the command, the elite forces of the Western province defending Silverlight City opened fire on the demon beast horde. Hordes of low-tier beasts, mere first and second-rank creatures, fell in the charge. Their thin hides offered no defense against the heavy firepower. Not to mention the terrifying heavy firepower positioned behind the lines. Each volley of fire plowed swaths through the beast hordes, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Elder Qin, Manhwa City's defenses are holding for now, but if these demon beasts continue descending from the sky in such numbers, casualties will likely occur within 3 hours at most. Xiao Tao, currently serving as Elder Qin's secretary, compiled intelligence reports for him. No need to panic. Tell old Tang to keep fighting like this, fight them hard. Seated at the command center's head, old Qin's brow furrowed as he rose and waved his hand forcefully. We must strike them hard enough to make them fear us. They are flesh and blood creatures after all. Even if called beasts, they possess instincts. We must slaughter them until they tremble in terror at the sight of our human race. Old Qin knew little about warfare, so he delegated all authority to old Tang, commander-in-chief of the Western Military District. He himself remained at the center, coordinating logistics for everyone while also boosting morale and rallying the troops. Taoing nodded and immediately left the operations room. She was rushing to the front lines to relay old Qin's words verbatim to Commander Tang, words that also represented the stance of Shizhou's highest administrative authority. Qin Tiancheng felt little anxiety, even as the demonic beasts outside the city walls multiplied. The defenses could hold for 3 hours at most before casualties mounted or the walls were breached outright. Because everything Shursen, the reincarnated individual, had informed him about the descent of the Divine Kingdom had, thus far, come true without fail. Moreover, Shursen had stated there was no need to fear excessive damage from the demonic beast's invasion at present. The 9 provinces of Great Xia would be protected. Protection, it should be coming soon. Qin Tiancheng's gaze grew deep. Soon. Shursen could sense that overwhelming, blood-pumping longing and anticipation. Demon God Realm, atop Mount Kunlun. 2 pairs of eyes, radiating authority and overwhelming pressure, pierced through the thick clouds, gazing down upon the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Interesting. Is this the legacy they left behind? Truly the 9 provinces of the human race. Even after such a long age has passed, they still possess such a hidden hand. Tai, are you afraid? Me? Afraid? June, have you spent too much time with Shihad that your mind has grown muddled? Ha! You bastard. Who told you back then? Enough. Why bring up the past? Fine, I won't. But speaking of which, might I borrow your bell for a moment? No way. I know exactly what you're thinking. If you want to test something, take your own 2 crappy books and test them. Stop eyeing my bell. What a stingy little brother you are. Chapter 23, The Great Xia has a saint to protect the 9 provinces. Shursen had been dangling beneath the Tao Tai for 5 minutes. In that span, deadly attacks rained down on him nearly every second. The Tao Tai would leap dozens of meters upward, hoping to crush the pesky insect clinging to its belly with the terrifying impact of its landing. Or it would lie flat on the ground, even rolling several times, yet still failed to shake Shursen loose. Shursen's terrifying combat instincts allowed him to anticipate the Taotia's movements each time, enabling him to evade effectively. But after slamming into the school building once, the monster suddenly froze in place. It seemed to sense some kind of aura awakening. Seizing the moment, Shursen pushed off with his legs, gliding over 10 meters through the air before landing on the track of the playground. Team leader Shur, are you okay? Xiongzong's voice carried a hint of urgency. Still alive. You guys, aside from Chun Yuanzhong and Chen Xuanli, no other brothers fell, right? Reporting to Team Leadership, all members of Team 1 are accounted for. Team 2, present. Team 3 has casualties, 2 men down. Team 4 is in. Hearing the responses through his earpiece, Shursen breathed a sigh of relief. In the midst of that perilous situation, he truly hadn't known if any soldiers had been accidentally injured. Now he could finally relax. Awaiting the final reserves of Great Xia's 9 provinces. Zhongjing, Longtai Pavilion. Chen Qingshan was discussing the battle situation with several generals. Perhaps because Zhongjing was the capital, the demon beasts appearing here were far more numerous and powerful than in the capitals of the other provinces. However, with elite forces holding the front lines and martial artists dispatched by major clans and sects lending their support, the current state of the war can still be described as a stalemate. According to reports from Haizhou, Shizhou, and other regions, the beast swarms they've encountered are nowhere near as numerous as those in the central capital. Moreover, Duzhou, which has fared best in the fighting, is even inquiring whether reinforcements should be sent to support Zhongjing. Chen Qingshan shook his head. It's unnecessary. Though Duzhou isn't too far from us, no one can predict when those demonic beasts might suddenly escalate their assault. For now, these creatures seem to lack command. What we fear most is that this might be a feint. Reply to Duzhou, have them hold their positions. Any surplus troops should be deployed directly into the mountains to rescue scattered civilians who may still be salvageable. The messenger waiting nearby immediately prepared to relay the Grand Elder's instructions to all provinces. Suddenly, a guard burst through the door. After saluting the elders of Daxia, he spoke urgently, "Elder, outside, perhaps you should come see for yourself." Chen Qingshan exchanged puzzled glances with the equally bewildered generals. What's happening outside? Have the beasts breached our defenses? No, I can't quite explain it either, but it's just very strange. As they spoke, waves of startled cries erupted from outside, finally piquing Chen Qingshuan's curiosity. He immediately led everyone out of the room. It was now midnight, a time when the world should have been shrouded in silence. Yet, the distant, muffled roars of demonic beasts and the thunderous booms of artillery added a crimson hue to the night. The Grand Elder and the others stood on the balcony, utterly stunned by the scene before them. The pitch-black night was illuminated by dazzling spheres of light emerging one after another from the depths of the earth. The spheres already floating high in the sky seemed to find their designated positions, swaying briefly before settling motionless. Countless orbs appeared to be controlled by some invisible force, subtly forming a picture in the sky. Is that an old man riding an ox? A general spoke up, his keen eyes and vivid imagination allowing him to discern the image. The others nodded in agreement. Once the spheres ceased appearing, the sky truly resembled a picture frame, with the spheres forming brushstrokes and ink lines. Together, they clearly depicted the very scene the general had described. Pop! The lowest sphere suddenly burst, emitting a crisp pop. Like a domino effect, the other spheres followed suit, shattering one after another. The blinding white light forced Chen Qingshan to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers at the sky. He had an inexplicable premonition that what was unfolding before him might be the most unforgettable scene of his entire life. It's moving! What's moving? The old man! Chen Qingshan heard the shocked murmurs of the crowd and felt the blinding white light gradually fade. He lowered his hand. Who is he? The scene before him left even Chen Qingshan known for his composure gaping in disbelief. The painting formed by the light spheres had vanished completely, replaced by a vivid, lifelike figure spanning the entire sky. Though clearly only an illusory light and shadow, the old man existed tangibly, directly filling their vision. Dressed in plain robes, the old man bore a gaunt face adorned with a flowing beard. The phrase ethereal and otherworldly seemed tailor-made for him. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The old man's voice rang out like celestial music, filling the ears of all and covering the entire realm of Great Xia. No matter where you were, as long as you were human, you could hear the old man's gentle, rich voice. The Tao that can be spoken of. Chen Qingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as if struck by a revelation. This old man, could he be the sage of the Tao, Laozi? Shursen's voice echoed through the earpiece. All eyes turned reverently toward the sky, where a radiant figure shone with an aura no less formidable than that of the demon god realm. After uttering his final words, the colossal figure swiftly shrank. Mounting the azure ox, he swayed his head rhythmically, humming Taoist verses as he drifted toward the demon god realm. Just as he was about to reach the demon god realm, he pulled on the old ox's reins and halted. With a smile, the sage of the Tao gently flicked his dust-sweeping brush. Hum! An extremely obscure array pattern slowly materialized across the 9 provinces. Guided by the Tao Saint, the array pattern stretched across the sky. As he settled into the array's focal point, the patterns began to ripple once more, streaks of light flashing along the lines before vanishing. To all present, it felt as though this great formation had come alive. Fellow Taoists, this old Taoist shall proceed first. The Tao Saint gazed at the great Xia, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His form, composed of light, burned like a flame, gradually igniting until the entire array was ablaze. Before the billions of human inhabitants of Great Xia could even lift their heads to observe the celestial phenomenon, another light silently appeared. A friend from afar comes, is it not a joy? Appearing in the sky was an elderly man with an upright posture and a broad forehead. It's Confucius, the sage of learning. Venerable Confucius, your disciple bows in reverence. Master Confucius, today's great Xia has truly achieved education for all, without distinction. Your teachings live on. Across the great Xia Empire, elderly men clad in Confucian robes and adorned with snow-white hair appeared simultaneously. Tears streamed down their aged faces as they beat their chests in emotion, overwhelmed by the chance to behold the Confucian sage they had revered their entire lives. As if sensing something, Confucius's gentle gaze swept across the 9 provinces of Daxia. He nodded slightly, a faint smile touching his lips. Very good. Turning away without lingering, Confucius set himself ablaze to shield the 9 provinces. Chapter 24, That Profound Crimson. Shursen shed no tears. He lacked the sentimentalism of the older generation of scholars, unable even to recite a single complete passage from Confucius's writings. Yet he still felt profound admiration and reverence for this sage from the depths of his heart. Kneeling on the ground, he performed 3 devout kowtows toward the Confucian sage in the heavens. Others remained unaware of the truth at that moment, but in time, people would come to understand. Those sages who had once flashed across the world like shooting stars had burned away the last vestiges of faith upon this land. They had forever lost the chance to be reborn through the collective faith of the masses. They sacrificed their own futures solely to preserve a future for the human race of the 9 provinces, for their descendants to inherit. Confucian sage, farewell, Shursen murmured. The light and shadow reappeared. War is a matter of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road to survival or ruin. It cannot be taken lightly. This time, a general clad in military attire appeared, his expression resolute. The sage of warfare, Sun Tzu. It is the great strategist Sun Wu, author of the 36 stratagems. Generals from across the great Xia Empire were moved to tears. Sun Wu, the sage of war, was the common teacher of all commanders. Now he too appeared in the skies above the 9 provinces, willing to burn his remaining body for the sake of the human race. Remember, this was the very man who ended the noble wars of the spring and autumn period. History books acknowledge his military achievements, yet some denounce him as the foremost villain. Now, this controversial military sage was willing to abandon all future prospects for the sake of the great Xia human race. Shursen was overcome with emotion, bowing low to perform 3 kowtows. Fish is what I desire, and so is the bear's paw. If I cannot have both, I will forsake the fish for the bear's paw. Life is what I desire, and so is righteousness. If I cannot have both, I will forsake life for righteousness. The second sage, Mencius, strides forward with unwavering resolve, sacrificing his life for righteousness to secure a true future for humanity. Heaven speaks not, yet men revere its loftiness. Earth speaks not, yet men revere its vastness. The 4 seasons speak not, yet the people await their rhythm. Xuanzi, the sage, faced death with a solemn countenance and calm resolve. Receiving the mandate from heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. This was the first emperor of Qin, clad in a black dragon robe. His expression solemn, every movement radiating majesty. He transformed into a colossal dragon, sweeping across the heavens and earth, coiling around the 9 provinces, using his final remnant of spirit to protect the resplendent Great Xia. One after another, sages familiar yet strangely unfamiliar to the people of Great Xia burned themselves to ignite that mighty formation. Every demonic beast within the Great Xia borders, even the hidden emissaries of the gods, trembled in terror, nearly fainting under the crushing pressure of the dreadful array patterns. This was the prime moment to strike down these invaders. Yet, no one moved. All eyes were filled with tears as they gazed upon the burning figures streaking across the heavens. Even those uneducated, who knew nothing of the sages, felt a profound sense of sorrow welling up within them. For these were the sages who had once enlightened and protected the human race, now about to vanish forever from this land they loved so deeply and so profoundly. A resonance from the depths of the souls of the 9 provinces people. Shursen gazed at the sky, speechless. The accumulated foundation of the Great Xia was profound indeed, yet when that foundation transformed into flames to protect the human race, the heart ached so deeply. He saw the radiant vigor of champion Marquis Huat Yubing. He saw the poet immortal Li Bai, whose words wove half of the glorious Tang dynasty. I saw the noble integrity radiating from Wen Tianxiang. I saw Wang Yangming, who embodied the unity of knowledge and action. But when that profound crimson appeared, Shursen could hold back no longer. Tears gushed forth like a burst dam. He had experienced it. He knew what it signified. And when that group of elders, smiling, joined hands and stepped into the great formation, the rest of the people of Daxia understood what it meant. They were the century's great heroes who had averted disaster at the last moment, propping up the collapsing edifice. They were the heroic spirits of the 9 provinces who had dragged the backward Great Xia out of a century-long abyss. At some point, a whisper emerged from somewhere within the Great Xia, spreading faster than light, until it echoed throughout all 9 provinces. Great men! This era of prosperity is as you wished. Indeed, were it not for that accursed divine kingdom and those demonic beasts, would not Great Xia have risen completely from its ruins by now? The elderly man at the forefront halted his steps, his face breaking into a smile as he gazed upon the Great Xia. This nation he had poured his heart and soul into saving now faced calamity once more precisely when it needed him most. People saw the elder appear to say something to his companions following behind. They formed ranks, standing in perfect order in the sky. Facing the 9 provinces of Great Xia, they slowly raised their right hands and performed a crisp, powerful military salute. Though they spoke no words, everyone heard what they meant to say. Children, the most difficult times are upon us. You must overcome all obstacles and defeat the enemy. We are all gone now, mere fragments of our former selves. This is the last contribution we can make for you. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. Great Xia is now in your hands. After a brief pause, the elders straightened their spines and strode toward the center of the great formation without looking back. A single spark appeared, silently. Yet a single spark can set the prairie ablaze. With their last remnants of spirit, the elders stoked the spark with fuel. Instantly, the flames illuminated heaven and earth. That crimson glow engulfed the entire demon god realm. Across the 9 provinces of Great Xia, sobs spread like a contagion. But soon, it was replaced by roars of fury. Countless warriors, eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, stared at the demonic beasts immobilized by the vast formation now enveloping the 9 provinces. Kill! Slaughter them all! Slaughter these vermin that have disturbed the peace of our Great Xia sages! Shursen roared to the heavens, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes as he fixed the Tao Tai with equally bloodshot glares. The monstrous beast trembled violently under the suppression, unable even to stand upright. Its weak point must be the eyes beneath its armpits. Perhaps in its previous life, when it was hunted down, a cannonball struck precisely there, leading to this beast's demise. Shursen summoned his Divine Blood Halberd. Without a word, he charged straight at the Tao Tai. Thud! The sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed. Shursen watched blood spurt from the Tao Tai's left eye and instantly knew he'd struck the right spot. Though gravely wounded, the Tao Tai struggled to rise, its soul remaining right eye blazing with madness. But the great formation in the sky was no pushover. Empowered by the self-sacrifices of countless sages, it had long been fully activated. With the Tao Tai's power as a 6th-tier demigod, it stood no chance of breaking free from that terrifying restraining force. Shursen knew the origins of this great formation well. Its full name was the 9 Provinces God-Slaying Barrier. It was the final measure left behind by the ancient sages of the Great Xia. It was only activated when the Great Xia faced an apocalyptic crisis. At such times, it would awaken all the sages who had left their mark in the history of the Great Xia, just as it did today. Using these sages as fuel, the barrier would be fully activated. Any demigod above the 5th tier, or even deities above the 7th tier, who dared to enter the Godslayer barrier, they would immediately be suppressed below the 5th rank. Yet the current situation was different. Perhaps due to its initial activation, the Godslayer barrier now indiscriminately restrained all demonic beasts, divine apostles, and even the 4 great ancient fiends, rendering them utterly immobilized. Shursen had no idea how long this suppression would last. He could only hasten his actions, swinging his Divine Blood Halberd to strike at the Tao Tai's right eye. Chapter 25, Slaying the Tao Tai. Both of the Tao Tai's eyes had now burst, and the excruciating pain made it struggle repeatedly to break free and rise to its feet. But the power of the God-slaying barrier remained at its peak. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Shursen felt the pure spiritual energy coursing through the Divine Blood Halberd and roared with exhilaration. He plunged the halberd deep into the eye sockets of the Tao Tai. This time, only the handle remained in Shursen's grasp. Gah! This thing is terrifying. To survive such severe wounds and still not die, it's almost unbelievable. Shursen marveled at the Tao Tai's tenacious vitality, yet his hand moved with the same ruthless precision, driving the halberd into its other eye socket. Gripping the spear's tip, he violently twisted it several times. Screech! The Tao Tai let out a feeble howl. After all, it was merely a demigod-level beast. Without successfully condensing its divine essence and absorbing the power of the Tao, it would forever remain a mortal flesh. The gap between a true god and a demigod may seem like a single step, but in reality, it was as vast as heaven and earth. The Tao Tai, gravely wounded, had its very entrails torn to shreds. Its death was now imminent. Shursen gazed at the Tao Tai teetering on the brink of death, his eyes devoid of pity. In his previous life, this creature had devoured most of the students and teachers at the academy. Were they not innocent? In the distance, the faint rumble of artillery fire echoed once more, signaling that the warriors and the demonic beasts had resumed their battle. Didn't that man say that slaying a ferocious beast grants its innate abilities? Why isn't it responding at all? Shursen was puzzled. The spiritual energy absorbed and transformed by the Divine Blood Halberd was nearly propelling him to the 3rd tier, yet that so-called innate skill showed no sign of activation. Oomph, looks like we got played. Shursen sheathed his halberd and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, the Tao Tai behind him was gradually shrinking in size. The colossal corpse that had once occupied a corner of the playground was now inexplicably compressed into a palm-sized form. Under the crushing pressure, the Tao Tai's flesh and blood were ground into dust, leaving only an exquisite outline suspended in the air. Like a master's meticulous copy, it transformed from 3 dimensions into a 2-dimensional plane. Unbeknownst to Shursen, it swiftly approached and adhered directly to his exposed left forearm. What the hell is this? Sizzle. It's burning hot. Shursen felt as if his left hand had been glued to a red-hot branding iron. The terrifying heat threatened to melt his entire arm. But the sensation came as quickly as it vanished. Within a few breaths, Shursen felt the temperature in his left hand plummet. Only then did he look closely. A vividly detailed, ferocious Taotai tattoo now covered his entire arm. Could this be the legendary Taotai innate skill? As he pondered, a fragment of memory not his own suddenly flooded Shursen's mind. It was a concise description and usage guide for this Taotai tattoo. Indeed, this tattoo was the Taotia's unique innate ability devouring all things. To activate this ability, Shursen needed to channel his own spiritual energy into the tattoo. Any enemy below Shursen's rank would be instantly sucked into the tattoo's inherent space, then dissolved by the devouring force into the most fundamental energy. Ultimately, this energy is fed back to Shursen through the tattoo, strengthening him. However, for foes of higher tiers than Shursen, only their corpses can be devoured. Within the space, they can only be gradually absorbed, occupying a significant amount of room. Shursen estimates that with his current strength, approaching Tier 3, he can at most devour the corpse of a Tier 5 divine apostle before the space becomes completely saturated. Moreover, the spiritual energy absorbed and transformed through devouring all things was unique. Unlike the Divine Blood Halberd, the spiritual energy it provided could only enhance Shursen's physical constitution. It did not aid in advancing his power level. But this is quite good too. If it could reach the level of the Taotia, or even divine artifacts of the same tier could barely breach its defenses, then Shursen would fear no one's encirclement. If they couldn't even breach his defenses, what use was a coordinated assault? No wonder that man was so shocked when he learned no human had ever acquired the innate abilities of the 4 great fiendish beasts. But it makes sense. In my past life, the fierce beasts were almost always taken down by heavy firepower, not by a lone hunter like me. Perhaps only by doing so could one gain some form of recognition, thereby seizing the talent skill of I. Shursen suddenly thought of the other 3 beasts. If the Taotia's innate skill was already so formidable, he wondered if the others had heeded his advice and seized the opportunity presented by the Godslayer barrier suppressing all beasts to slay them. If their innate talents could be seized, the human race of the 9 provinces would gain several future trump cards. As long as they could grow steadily, they would surely ascend the sacred steel and become sealed saint generals. With the battle against the Taotai concluded, Shursen summoned his squad via earpiece. Soon, a group of nearly 20 people formed ranks before Shursen. Attention, all. Gather the remains and prepare to sortie. Shursen's words carried a weight of failure. By his own standards, this operation had already been a defeat. But the fault lay not with others, but with himself. Now that the men were gone, assigning blame served little purpose. Besides, in the eyes of the rest of the squad, engaging the Taotia and having most of them survive was already a tremendous success. No one blamed Shursen, the team leader. The scene where Shursen risked his life to stall the Taotai was still fresh in everyone's memory. Had Shursen ordered the sacrifice of his squad members to stall the Taotai, as soldiers, they would have obeyed without question, even embracing death willingly. But Shursen didn't. He simply demonstrated through action that in the most perilous moments, he would lead the charge. So while everyone grieved the loss of Chun Yuanzhong and Chen Xuanli, they steeled themselves to collect their remains. Chun Yuanzhong had been torn in 2 by the Taotia and left on the rooftop. Xiongzong personally pieced his body back together and covered it with a bag. As for Chen Xuanli, not even a complete body remained. The Taotia's trampling had reduced him to a pulp. The others could only gather the remains, roughly arrange them together, and cover them with a tarp. They then rendered a standard military salute to the 2 who had fallen in battle. The subsequent burial arrangements would be handled by colleagues from the logistics department assigned by Old Sheen. The Shursen squad had more important matters to attend to. Captain, the men are on the verge of collapse. The communications officer burst into the makeshift command post, covered in blood. Hearing this, the battalion commander's eyes widened instantly as he clenched his jaw. No matter how hard it gets, you hold on. Old Sheen has already dispatched his most elite squad for backup. Just hold out another half hour, and we'll wipe out every last one of those damn bastards. Roger that. I'll head to the front lines immediately to deliver this good news to the brothers. The communications soldier turned and left, his spirits soaring. As the 3rd Army's most elite vanguard battalion, they never feared death itself, only the thought that after falling, the positions they defended might be breached by the demonic beasts. To let Manhwa City, where countless ordinary citizens had gathered behind them, fall into ruin. Now, hearing that reinforcements were on their way, every soldier in the vanguard battalion felt as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. They unleashed their firepower once more upon the surging horde of demonic beasts. Chapter 26, Rescue. Wu Jun was an ordinary soldier in the vanguard battalion. Having served for 10 years, he had seen his share of battles. But he never imagined that one day, the enemy would become these terrifying demon beasts. Ever since receiving orders from his superiors and being assigned to the frontline position, Wu Jun silently began organizing his equipment, a habit he had cultivated over time. It was only when the demonic realm, resembling a celestial paradise, appeared in the sky that Wu Jun finally paused his actions. And when that heavenly realm unleashed countless beams of light, thick as a forest, toward his position, Wu Jun raised his trusty old companion, aiming it toward the beams. The battalion commander had long warned them, those beams did not herald angels descending to bless humanity, but one savage, bloodthirsty monster after another. They brought only calamity and destruction. As a soldier, Wu Jun never questioned any order from his superiors, even if that order meant certain doom for him. Use the guns in your hands to kill those monsters invading the Great Xia. Yes, with mortal flesh, they must confront the terrifying demonic beasts from the realm of the demon god. As the surging tide of beasts closed in, Wu Jun showed no sign of panic, his gaze fixed steadily ahead. For he knew that if even they, the soldiers sworn to defend their homeland, were overcome by fear, then the tens of millions of ordinary people behind them in Manhwa City would become food for these beasts. Among those ordinary people were not only his family and friends, but also a child just 1 month old. He recalled the first time he held the infant. The tiny thing had actually smiled at him, a smile so radiant, so innocent. For that smile that nearly melted his heart, Wu Jun felt that even if he had to die, he would die on the battlefield. Not a single step back. As the battle intensified, more and more demonic beasts broke through the fire barrier and entered the battlefield. The casualties among Wu Jun's comrades were mounting. Even witnessing the unprecedented spectacle of the saints manifesting and the great formation crushing the demon beasts, it only granted their vanguard battalion a fleeting respite. These low-tier demon beasts soon shook off their restraints and charged toward the positions once more. First and second-tier beasts, relying solely on their formidable bodies to withstand muskets and cannons, posed little threat. But the third-tier beasts lurking within the horde had already begun to grasp elemental power. Occasionally, a lion-like beast would open its massive jaws, spewing deadly beams that swept across the battlefield. Mountain-sized elephant-shaped beasts absorbed earth, forming impenetrable defensive layers over their bodies. They charged through the barrage, wreaking havoc within the lines. Casualties in the vanguard battalion steadily climbed. Wu Jun had lost count of how many times the heavy machine gun crew had been rotated. He could no longer spare the thought. Physical exhaustion and mental fatigue were consuming his senses. A decade of military life had ingrained near instinctive weapon handling into Wu Jun. He brought down a first-tier demon beast charging straight at him, but ultimately lacked the strength to withstand the attack of another second-tier beast. Xiao Bao, Daddy tried his best. Wu Jun's trench held no other comrades, no one left to rescue him in this critical moment. He slowly closed his eyes, accepting his fate with resignation. By now, he had slain at least 13 demon beasts. This life was well spent. Hey, buddy, wake up. Shursen casually dispatched the second-tier demon beast, storing it in his Taotai space. He looked amusedly at the warrior before him, covered in blood yet with eyes tightly shut. Ha? I'm not dead? Wu Jun opened his eyes in confusion, only to find a strikingly handsome, muscular young man standing before him. Yep, I just took care of that demon beast. If you're okay, go join the others. I've got other fires to put out. Shursen replied with a smile to the iron-blooded warrior surrounded by demon beast corpses. As a pure mortal, even relying on firearms to kill so many demon beasts was an extraordinary feat. In this era of revived spiritual energy, where anyone could grow stronger, someone like Wu Jun was destined to rise to prominence unless he died first. Without further exchange, Shursen leapt to his feet and plunged back into the rampaging horde of beasts. Having reached the third tier of transcendence, he faced little danger beyond the occasional threat from beasts of equal rank. However, Shursen feared others might discover the Taotai space devouring the beasts, so he could only secretly absorb them when no one was watching. After devouring just a few demon beast corpses, a faint sense of saturation began to emanate from his tattoos. Shursen focused his mind inward and discovered that the flesh and blood of the Taotai had also coalesced into a mass, occupying a significant portion of the space. The innate ability to devour all things relentlessly absorbed flesh and blood, converting it into pure energy for Shursen. This gradually strengthened his physique, even driving deeply hidden impurities from his body to expel through his pores. Fortunately, Shursen's body was drenched in beast blood at that moment. Otherwise, the sheer stench would have made anyone who caught a whiff of it assume he'd crawled out of some filthy toilet. Instant social death. By 6 in the morning, the demon beast's assault gradually weakened until it finally receded like a tide. Shursen finally got a moment to rest. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where his squad members were scattered across the defensive positions. Lacking his combat prowess, they relied solely on firearms to fight from within the trenches. Yet, drawing upon physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, they achieved remarkable results. Layers upon layers of demon beast corpses piled up before the trenches. Apart from 2 minor injuries, the rest were merely exhausted from exertion. Sure team, will these beasts come back? Xiongzong asked Shursen while applying pressure to his own wounds. Not for now. The demon god realm can only deploy a limited number of beasts to Blue Star at a time. Exceeding that limit would completely drain their demon transformation pool. Those demon gods wouldn't commit such short-sighted folly. These beasts will likely establish their outposts in remote, uninhabited areas now. Shursen gazed toward the direction the beasts had retreated, a weighty expression in his eyes. The Godslayer barrier could suppress deities or demigods of excessively high ranks, but it also caused significant complications for the human race. For instance, within the 9 provinces, the failure of satellites had stripped humanity of its ability to conduct long-range precision strikes. Communications, too, would remain crippled for an extended period. Had the Great Xia not previously established a wired communication network connecting all 9 provinces, perhaps from this moment onward, the provinces would descend into isolated, fragmented warfare. However, even this communication system would eventually fail completely. This was due to the overwhelming reproductive capacity of those demonic beasts, especially the lower-tier ones, whose numbers nearly doubled annually. As long as the demon gods of the demon god realm were willing to channel demonic energy from the demon transformation pool onto the 9 provinces, these beasts could even survive without eating. This led to the eventual complete occupation of all regions in the 9 provinces of Great Xia except for human settlements by demonic beasts. Chapter 27, Departure. The conflict on the outskirts of Manhwa City had temporarily subsided. Yet neither the ordinary soldiers nor Qin Tianchang, commanding from the rear, relaxed their vigilance. They all saw clearly that although the beams of light from the demon god realm deploying demonic beasts were not as dense as during the initial descent, the sheer numbers still sent shivers down everyone's spines. It had even reached the point where even children had lost interest in the occasional flashes of light streaking across the horizon. "Colonel Shur, you've worked tirelessly." Old Qin's face bore the marks of exhaustion, yet he still smiled as he patted Shur Sen's shoulder. "It's manageable. If not for the Taoye, I might have saved more soldiers on the front lines." Shur Sen's tone remained unruffled, yet thoughts of those fearless warriors stirred a faint ripple in his heart. "Oh, right, Old Qin. Now that the fighting has subsided, I plan to head to Zhongjing today." Shur Sen's words struck like a thunderclap, jolting Qin Tianchang awake. All traces of fatigue vanished instantly. Why go to Zhongjing? Qin Tianchang knew Shur Sen's identity as a reincarnated individual. His astonishment stemmed not from concern that Shur Sen would abandon Shizhou. Rather, his urgency to reach the central capital made him wonder if something earth-shattering was about to unfold there. After all, Zhongjing, as the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, embodied the very essence of the 9 provinces. Any top-tier talent would aspire to establish roots there. They did so both for their own future advancement and for the exceptional resources available there. If Zhongjing were to face calamity, it would be an irreparable loss for the entire Great Xia. Here in the western region, major conflicts are unlikely for now. Even the demon beasts have only unleashed a few minor waves. Zhongjing is different. It has always been the place the demon gods most covet. All manner of high-tiered demon beasts, even divine apostles, appear there, plotting treacherous schemes. For me, that place offers the optimal environment for growth right now. Shur Sen's words eased Old Qin's concerns. As long as he didn't mention the destruction of the capital, Shur Sen's intentions were his own business. Truthfully, across the entire western province, aside from a certain reclusive sect yet to emerge, no one possessed the strength to sway Shur Sen's purpose. However, Shur Sen had left some things unsaid. Beyond its dangers, central capital held countless opportunities. The ancient capital of the 1,000-year Great Xia, the legacy left by its sages and saints, was gradually revealing itself in this era of divine descent. Shur Sen had missed too much in his previous life. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to seize his chance. Whether it be martial clans, reclusive sects, or even those shape-shifting beasts or demigod-level apostles, anyone who dared to stand in his way, he would slaughter them until rivers of blood flowed. In his past life, humanity's downfall stemmed from lacking a true, unifying figurehead. Without a unified voice, martial artists remained arrogant and stubborn, each refusing to submit to another. This lifetime, Shur Sen would become that unifying pillar. He would topple the divine realm and stain the gods with blood. After recuperating at the Blood Bear Camp headquarters for half a day, Shur Sen had fully recovered to peak condition. He retrieved a carefully composed martial treatise and handed it to Chi Hao. This brother might be a bit scatterbrained, but when it comes to major matters, he knows how to prioritize. Rat, I intend to head to Central Capital. Here's a cultivation method easy to grasp and highly effective. Take it and practice first. Don't ask where it came from, and don't reveal it to anyone. Only when the authorities begin distributing martial manuals widely can you stop worrying about it. Chi Hao didn't seem overly surprised, just slightly puzzled. Brother Sen, why are you going to Central Capital? Wouldn't it be better for us to stay in Western Province? Shur Sen grinned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. There are many opportunities there, and many who deserve to die. I see. Well, once I get stronger, I'll come find you. We'll kill together. Chi Hao looked dead serious. Shur Sen chuckled silently. This guy hadn't changed a bit, still the same troublemaker who loved tagging along with him. Alright. Zhongjing is a melting pot of all sorts, teeming with powerful individuals. Come find me once you reach the 5th tier. In his previous life, Shursen knew only that Chi Hao had reached the 3rd tier extraordinary realm before his death, poised to break through to the 4th tier demigod stage. In this life, Shursen had sent the mastermind, young Master Jiang, to prison. The Hainyu group had also been taken over by the authorities. It was unlikely they could stir up any more trouble. With this fatal obstacle removed from Chi Hao's future path, Shursen couldn't predict how far he might go. Still, Shursen was genuinely pleased that Chi Hao harbored such ambitions. After all, they were childhood friends truly different from others. He didn't ask why, he simply acted because Chi Hao was his brother. After bidding farewell to Chi Hao, Shursen sought out Xiongzong. This stubborn fellow possessed extraordinary combat talent, but his rapid growth had destabilized his mindset, constantly tempting him to act recklessly. Were it not for the protection of old Master Qin, this bear-like fool would likely be discarded as a sacrificial pawn, perishing on the divine mortal battlefield sooner or later. Shursen didn't say much to Xiongzong. He simply handed him the martial cannon as well, instructing him to choose the right moment to pass it on to the rest of the squad. By then, the small squad of over a dozen members would each wield a life-bound spirit artifact that had appeared over a year ahead of schedule, cultivating the top-tier martial scripture. They would surely rise to prominence in the barren lands of the western provinces, far less fertile than the central capital. Once Shursen seized abundant opportunities and treasures from central capital and returned to western state, that would be the moment of their complete ascent. As for Taoying, the sole female saint-level general in the western region, Shursen chose not to interfere excessively. She had her own extraordinary destiny to pursue. His farewell to Chen Sheng, that Ice Queen beauty, felt strangely mundane. In his previous life, Chen Sheng hadn't achieved much in cultivation, but she excelled at logistics and internal affairs, handling everything with remarkable efficiency. Still, Shursen entrusted her with a martial arts manual. Even if she lacked the strength to fight on the battlefield, it would serve well for strengthening her body and improving her health. Yet at parting, Chen Sheng shared crucial intelligence with Shursen. Although she had secretly delivered Shursen's handwritten message to those individuals, unforeseen complications arose. They had failed to seize the opportune moment to slay the 3 ferocious beasts during the initial descent of the god-slaying barrier. Instead, they were struck by its backlash, losing many warriors before retreating deep into the mountains. Though surprised by this first deviation from his past life, Shursen remained largely unconcerned. After all, they were confined within the barrier, their power suppressed to the 5th tier. Even with their innate abilities, they were unlikely to inflict significant harm on the human race. Shursen resolved to personally eliminate those 3 beasts once his own strength advanced further. Perhaps he could even gather the talents of all 4 great beasts. The Taoye's ability to devour all things had already greatly benefited Shursen. He could clearly feel his previously fragile physique gradually growing stronger. Small caliber firearms no longer caused him any harm, they couldn't even break his skin. After bidding farewell to familiar faces, Shursen, already a solitary figure, packed lightly and set out unencumbered. He set off on the road to central capital. Chapter 28, Ambush. Shursen's preparations for the journey were extremely minimal. Aside from some spare clothes and daily necessities stowed on his military motorcycle, he carried scarcely any food. But in the wilderness of present-day Daxia, food was hardly a concern. With just a slight sensing from his Divine Blood Halberd, he could locate a demon beast with succulent meat that would sustain him for quite some time. After all, the demon god realm teemed with creatures, and the demon god couldn't constantly expend immense energy to control them across realms. This had led to a new food chain forming among the demon beasts in the wild, making large gatherings impossible. It was the native wildlife of the Great Xia that suffered. Unless they could quickly absorb the essence of heaven and earth to evolve, they were destined to remain at the bottom of the food chain, hunted by countless demon beasts. On the road out of the city, many survivors of last night's beast tide were still driving into town. Armed soldiers patrolled the streets, keeping watch on all sides. Though panic still lingered on the faces of those seeking refuge, the sight of mountains of beast corpses and the brave soldiers standing guard brought them some measure of relief. Shursen rode his military motorcycle against the flow of traffic, its engine roaring as it drew many startled and questioning glances along the way. Good day. During this state of military readiness, those wishing to leave the city must present the appropriate credentials. The highway entrance had been transformed into a defensive position, with sandbags piled into barriers and heavy weapons mounted within, gleaming with cold metallic sheen. Shursen handed his officer's ID and passed to the young soldier before him, who was visibly startled. He snapped to attention and saluted. "Good day, Colonel." "There's no need for formalities during wartime," Shursen waved him off. The young soldier seemed a bit nervous but persisted. "May I ask why the colonel is leaving the city?" "Our platoon leader said everyone leaving must be registered." Shursen didn't think much of it. He efficiently wrote his destination in the logbook and signed his name at the end. Only then did the young soldier salute again, moving the roadblock aside to let Shursen pass. Roar! Shursen twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward, leaving only a wisp of smoke in its wake. "Chen, who just passed by?" "Sir." It was an officer named Shursen heading to Zhongjing. "Shursen? That Colonel Shursen? I'm not sure who you mean, but he is indeed a colonel." Good heavens, so it was him. No wonder he dared to head to Zhongjing alone when all transportation is practically paralyzed. The platoon leader stood beside Xiao Chen, his admiration evident. Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Sergeant, is Colonel sure that famous? TSK Tisk, he's a real badass who can fight his way in and out of the beast tide. Shursen rode his motorcycle with a smile, speeding down the deserted highway. At first, he occasionally encountered a lone car or two heading toward Manhwa City in the opposite lane. But after driving over 10 kilometers, the sound of Shursen's motorcycle echoed alone across the vast expanse of road. The impact of the demon beasts is truly immense. It'll be hard to ever see the constant flow of traffic on these roads again. In the nearby jungle, glimpses of demon beasts could be seen darting in and out from time to time. The scattered houses along the roadside were either shuttered tight or lay in utter disarray, with occasional pools of blood visible on the ground. Shursen felt a heavy weight in his heart. Such scenes weighed heavily upon him. The citizens of the Great Xia Empire, who should have been living peaceful, prosperous lives, were now forced to abandon their homes and flee to Manhwa City due to the demon beast's arrival. Though they would be placed under official unified arrangements and no longer live in constant fear, returning to the carefree days of the past was unlikely. Those less fortunate, whose homes were breached by starving beasts, faced an even more tragic fate. Sigh. One day, I will march upon the demon god's realm, slaughter every so-called demon god, tear their corpses to shreds, and feed their flesh and blood to the people of the Great Xia. Shursen silently vowed in his heart. Suddenly, a faint glint of light several hundred meters ahead caught his attention. What's that? The motorcycle sped forward at breakneck pace, closing in on the light source in the blink of an eye. No! It was a steel cable stretched taut between two large trees lining the road. Its height reached only to Ishimori's waist. Seeing himself about to be sliced in two, Shursen instantly twisted the motorcycle's handlebars and threw his body toward the ground. His third-tier extraordinary strength kicked in, forcing the military motorcycle to the ground. Yet powerful inertia still dragged him toward the steel cable, sparks flying in a long trail as the bike scraped against the asphalt. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Shursen had no time to catch his breath before a warning signal surged through his heart. Every hair on his body stood on end. The deadly threat had yet to arrive. This cable is definitely man-made. Someone nearby is aiming a gun at me, preparing to snipe me from a distance? Thoughts raced through Shursen's mind, but his body moved instinctively. In an instant, he was crawling away from the motorcycle. Bang! Bang! Boom! Gunshots rang out from the dense woods flanking the road, striking the motorcycle's fuel tank and sending it roaring into flames. 2 on the left, 3 on the right. Take care of the left first. Shursen silently listened to the gunfire, pinpointed the locations, then abruptly sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the left hillside. His speed was so blindingly fast that even these 5 elite, professionally trained marksmen couldn't get their sights locked on him. Whatever your purpose, daring to attack me means certain death. Shursen seethed inwardly. His beloved little motorcycle had been wrecked less than an hour after he'd bought it, and the rage boiling inside him threatened to erupt. His form blurred as he vanished into the dense forest in an instant. Using his keen senses, he quickly located one of the camouflage-clad gunmen. As terror filled the man's eyes, Shursen slammed his palm down onto the shooter's skull. A force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks instantly crushed the gunman's skull, sending fragments flying in all directions. Oomph! Think you can escape? Shursen's gaze shifted to the right. Hidden behind several large trees, another gunman was frantically running down the hillside. Whoosh! The whistling sound of a blade cutting through the air echoed behind the gunman. Startled, he barely managed to turn his head, but only the fleeting image of Shursen's palm strike remained in his mind before he was engulfed by icy darkness. Shursen nodded with satisfaction. A simple hand blade strike had effortlessly severed the gunman's head. This proved he could now faintly wield his gale force, transforming his palm strike into a blade. This was a technique martial artists could only gradually master upon reaching the 4th tier of strength. Devouring and transforming the flesh of the Taotai truly brings remarkable physical enhancement. If I continue digesting it fully, I might even be able to match a 4th tier elemental realm apostle or demon beast in strength alone. Bang! A bullet struck the tree trunk in front of Shursen. These gunmen still have their minds stuck in the era before the Divine Kingdom descended, when firearms reigned supreme. It's time to show them that martial artists are the masters of this new era. Firearms should gradually fade into the past. Shursen stretched his limbs where he stood, then vanished instantly, leaving trails of afterimages as he charged toward the remaining gunmen. Chapter 29, Roasting the Fanged Beast. Not far away, the remaining 3 gunmen were stunned by Shursen's inhuman speed. Their sniper rifles couldn't even aim properly before they fired premature shots based on preemptive judgment. They prayed that, with luck, they might strike down this monster, Shursen. Just one hit, and Shursen would surely die here. But alas, reality seldom allowed for such coincidences. Shursen's movements were too swift, and his keen senses allowed him to evade danger before it struck. Within seconds, he arrived at the hillside where the remaining snipers were concealed. Without hesitation, Shursen thrust his foot forward again, instantly blasting a small crater in the soft earth. Die! Shursen located one of the gunmen. Before the man could draw the pistol at his waist, Shursen closed the distance and slammed a heavy punch into his chest. The gunman's chest caved in instantly. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails and died instantly. Minutes later, Shursen tossed the last gunman, his limbs broken, onto the ground and began interrogating him. "Who sent you?" Cough. "Forget it. I won't tell you." Gritting his teeth against the agony, the gunman sneered at Shursen and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "Tsk tisk, you've got some backbone. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll send you on your way." Shursen wasted no words. He slammed his palm into the gunman's crown. After a few convulsions, the man lay still. "Even without your confession, I can guess it's connected to that Yang Wenbai." Shursen sneered coldly. Ever since his rebirth, he had been at odds with the Jiang family of Hengyu group. Now that Hengyu had long since collapsed and faced the descent of the Divine Kingdom, even if remnants of the Jiang family still survived, they were likely just clinging to life in Manhwa City. There was no way they could breach Inoa's defenses to set this trap here, let alone arrange for 5 gunmen to assassinate him. The only person capable of such a scheme, aside from Yang Wenbai, the Zhongjing commissioner whom Old Qin had specifically warned Shursen to watch out for, was. Shursen couldn't fathom who else would ambush him. Pulling his thoughts back, Shursen circled the area but found nothing except the off-road motorcycles the gunman had hidden in the dense forest. Finally, he selected a motorcycle with a slightly fuller fuel tank, used keys seized from the gunman to start it, and continued toward Zhongjing. One day later, in a small town located 200 kilometers north of Manhwa City. "Lord Yang, our men have investigated. All 5 hired guns have been confirmed dead. Judging by the wounds, they were beaten to death at close range." Yang Wenbai sat atop a raised platform erected in the town center. As he took the photographs handed to him by his subordinate, his brow furrowed deeply. They were killed outright despite having the upper hand, and all wounds were caused by fists and feet? Yang Wenbai rubbed his nose wearily. Shursen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Those gunmen were elite mercenaries brought in from his own household. Each had blood on their hands from dozens of victims, true elite fighters. Yet now, Shursen had staged a desperate counterattack and killed all 5 of them with bare hands, without even using that strange weapon from the other day. "Forget it. Leave him be for now. Our mission here is more important." Yang Wenbai handed the photo back to his subordinate. "Once we fulfill the apostle's request, we'll find a way to track down this kid and force the truth out of him." The subordinate nodded and started to leave, but Yang Wenbai called him back. "How many more sacrifices do we need? We've searched the nearby villages. We're still about 200 short." "Good. Step up the effort. Deploy every available man. We need to secure the full quota before nightfall." "Yes, sir." The subordinate suddenly looked troubled and hesitated. "But the brothers have suffered heavy losses from encountering too many demonic beasts. I fear they might harbor resentment." A cold gleam flashed in Yang Wenbai's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He offered a gentle smile. "Tell them we're adding 2 extra spots this time. Encourage them to work hard. The Yang family won't shortchange them, and the apostle will offer additional rewards." The subordinate's face brightened with relief. "Understood. I'll mobilize them immediately, all hands on deck to hunt down the sacrifices." Once the subordinate vanished from sight, Yang Wenbai's expression darkened. "These swine. My Yang family invested so much to train them, and now they dare to make demands of me. If the sacrifices are sufficient, then so be it. But if there aren't enough, then you'll take their place. I'm sure the apostle will prefer these sturdy swine." With that thought, Yang Wenbai pulled a pigeon egg-sized green pill from his robe. A look of rapture flickered in his eyes before he swallowed it whole. Feeling the warm current surge through his body, Yang Wenbai stretched his arms in blissful relief before slumping back into his chair. "This demon pill is truly a marvelous thing. Unfortunately, I've only received the apostle's divine power baptism twice. My body can only digest a first-tier demon pill. Swallowing a second or third-tier one recklessly would cause my body to explode instantly. Still, this first-tier demon pill's potency is remarkable. I can feel myself touching the very edge of gale force." Yang Wenbai was utterly absorbed in the surge of his growing power, oblivious to the chaotic cacophony of wails, cries, and sobs emanating from the large warehouse behind him. Qingshui town service area ahead. Time for a break. Shursen had driven over 100 kilometers straight. His body wasn't tired yet, but his mind was already feeling weary. Along the way, they'd encountered demon beast attacks, forcing him to pull over several times. After easily dispatching the large dog-like beast, Shursen selected a plump-looking specimen and placed it on the back seat. Today's meal was now taken care of. But the probability of a demon core forming inside a fangtooth beast of this tier is way too low. I haven't found a single one in 5 or 6. Shursen sighed as he cleaned the fangtooth beast carcass. Gathering some dry branches nearby, he lit a fire and began roasting it over the flames. Perhaps due to their smaller size, these first-tier beasts had at least 10 times lower demon core formation rates compared to the first-tier wild boars they'd encountered earlier. But this was only natural. Based on his past experience, the probability of a demon core forming within a first-tier demon beast was less than 10%. After all, the reason these orbs later became hard currency in the Great Xia Empire was precisely due to their inherent value and relatively scarce quantity. While the fanged beast roasted over the fire, with no risk of burning, Shursen took the opportunity to dash into the makeshift service area's supermarket in search of seasonings. Perhaps due to its proximity to Manhwa City, most of the goods in the supermarket had been loaded onto trucks, leaving only a mess behind. Shursen rummaged through the scattered shelves and actually found some salt and MSG. He even found a small bag of barbecue seasoning. Shursen packed his finds, and as he left, he casually grabbed a bottle of Qingzhou beer left behind on the counter by someone unknown. Though the beast meat was tender and delicious, possessing a natural, primal flavor, Shursen, accustomed to the bold flavors of Western province cuisine, felt this grilled fangtooth beast needed some seasoning. He sprinkled the seasonings generously over the entire beast. Just as Shursen was about to dig in with relish, he heard a sound coming from his right rear. "Who's there? Show yourself." Chapter 30, The Child in the Grass. Shursen's senses confirmed a living presence in the thicket to his right, though it posed little threat. When there was still no response after his shout, Shursen charged straight over, reaching out with a large hand. To his surprise, he pulled out a half-grown child from the grass. He set the child down on the ground, puzzled. The child looked about 12 or 13, his clothes ragged and torn in places, some holes gaping wide. "Kid, what are you doing hiding here? Is no one home?" The child lifted his head, messy hair falling over his shoulders, face smeared with dirt, making it hard to tell if he was a boy or a girl. "Are you a bad person too?" Shursen saw the wariness in the child's eyes and immediately pulled out his military ID. "See this? I'm the real deal, a soldier from Manhwa City." The child seemed slightly nearsighted, hesitating before stepping closer. He snatched the ID from Shursen's hand and held it close to examine it carefully. Before long, the child seemed to confirm Shursen's identity. Their shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably and they bowed their head, struggling to suppress the sobs. "Hey, don't cry, don't cry. If you're having trouble, tell your soldier brother I'll take care of it." Shursen, caught off guard by this turn of events, scrambled to comfort the child, patting his shoulder gently. But this only seemed to shatter the child's defenses completely. He suddenly clung to Shursen and began wailing uncontrollably. My dad, my mom, they're all dead. Those people, they're so evil. They go around grabbing people. If you don't obey, they shoot you. All right. Those monsters are truly despicable." "Wait. You said people? People just like us?" Shursen was gathering his thoughts, preparing to comfort the poor child, when suddenly, a word in the child's broken speech sent shockwaves through him. "Humans. Why would he say humans were evil, rounding people up everywhere, even shooting indiscriminately?" Shursen's expression instantly turned grave. He sensed something was terribly wrong. At this critical moment, how could such people appear? Shouldn't everyone be rushing to Manhwa City to escape the disaster and flee the clutches of the demon beasts? Shursen quickly pulled the child to the fire, intending to wait until he calmed down before questioning him. But the little one, upon seeing the nearly roasted beast meat and catching its savory scent, instantly stopped crying and looked at Shursen with wide, eager eyes. "Haha, starving, are we? Here, come eat." Shursen chuckled as he tore off a large leg from the fanged beast and handed it to the child. Watching him gobble down the leg, huffing and puffing from the heat, Shursen found it utterly amusing. Only after the child finished the entire leg did he take a deep breath and recount his ordeal to Shursen. "The night before last, our family had already survived the monster's attack. During the day, we were preparing to head to Manhwa City with the town officials. Then, out of nowhere, a group of villains clad in white cloaks surrounded us. The townspeople mistook them for helpers and greeted them with smiles. But these villains used their guns to kill the town mayor and several officials right on the spot. My dad is a veteran. He sensed something was terribly wrong and immediately led my mom and me to retreat secretly. But they spotted us. 2 of them gave chase. Dad turned to fight them off so Mom and I could escape, but then the villains caught up with Mom too. Only I managed to escape through a back path into the mountains." Shursen gleaned significant information from the child. Drawing on his past life experience, he surmised that these figures clad in uniform white cloaks were likely followers subjugated by some divine apostle in Great Xia. As for why they risked official detection to forcibly control nearly 1,000 people in a town if Shursen hadn't misjudged the situation, there were only 2 possibilities. One was to expand their follower base and stir up trouble within the Great Xia. But if it was the other possibility, that wouldn't bode well at all. "Kid, what's your name?" Shursen placed his hand on the head of the child, who looked deeply dejected. "Zhao Shirwei." "Huh? You're a girl?" "Yep." Shursen hadn't realized it at all that this child, who dared venture into the mountains alone, traversing dozens of kilometers in a wide loop to reach the service station, was actually a little girl. "All right, Shuwerue. I'll find you a safe place to hide here first. Don't make a sound if you see anyone, and don't call for help. I'll go to Qingshui town to see if I can take out those bad guys and rescue your mom." The events of just over a day had matured Zhao Shirwei considerably. Though she was about to part ways again with this brother who gave her such a strong sense of security, she still nodded in agreement. After all, Mom was captured alive, so there might still be a chance to see her again. Seeing Zhao Shirwei agree, Shirsen placed her directly into the small compartment on the bathroom ceiling, leaving behind some food and water. He even taught little Shirwei how to use the pistol. Shirsen didn't know if those men in white would find their way here, but if they did, their numbers wouldn't be too great. The pistol would at least give Zhao Shirwei a means to fight back, even if it was more likely to fire blanks and break her wrist. But if by some chance she hit something, it could buy a lot of time until Shirsen returned to rescue her. Qingshui town wasn't far from the service area, just 5 or 6 kilometers as the crow flies. The sound of a pistol firing would easily reach Shirsen's ears. A martial artist at the threshold of the 4th-tier Gangchi realm possessed a physique on the verge of metamorphosis, with senses sharpened to extraordinary acuity. After settling Zhao Shirwei, Shirsen concealed his motorcycle in a thicket of weeds and consumed all the remaining beast meat. Only then did he quietly make his way toward Qingshui town. Nestled amidst surrounding mountains, Qingshui town was somewhat inaccessible. Yet as Shirsen made his way there, he found the scenery quite pleasant. No wonder such a remote, backwater place still had quite a few permanent residents. Soon, Shirsen approached the scattered houses on the outskirts of Clearwater town, holding his breath. Upon closer inspection, he immediately spotted 2 figures cloaked in white emerging from a cottage several hundred meters away. From their steady strides and the way they held their guns, Shirsen concluded these guys were definitely professionally trained. Seemingly finding nothing of value in the first house, they moved on to another building a dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Shirsen swiftly crept forward. With his current abilities, he couldn't yet completely ignore the threat of firearms. He planned to subdue them first, interrogate them thoroughly. Once he obtained crucial intelligence, he would devise a plan to eliminate these men completely. Shirsen controlled his footsteps, trying not to make a sound, and soon quietly pressed himself against the corner of this 3-story building. Brother Chen, nothing here. Sigh, me neither. Looks like we won't be earning the boss's reward this time. What are you thinking? Rewards? If we get back without getting chewed out, we'll be lucky. Chapter 31, The Meeting. Shirsen heard the voices of the 2 men inside and felt his heart sink. It was indeed the worst-case scenario. Without another moment's hesitation, he burst into the room. 1 punch each, aimed at the jaw, sent them crashing to the ground. Shirsen deliberately held back, knocking them unconscious rather than killing them outright. After confiscating all the weapons from their hands, Shirsen fetched a bucket of water from the well outside. Splash! The slimmer man in white was jolted awake by the icy well water, staring blankly at Shirsen crouched before him. Spill it. How many of you are there? What's the purpose of hunting ordinary people in this area? The white-clad man's expression shifted slightly, his hand darting toward his waist. Finding nothing there, he instead flashed a vicious look and snarled, "You dare ambush us? Are you truly not afraid of death?" Shirsen chuckled silently. Clearly, this man hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. He promptly pinned the man's left hand under his foot. With a slight shift of pressure, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The bones in his hand snapped. Yet the white-robed man gritted his teeth against the pain, staring at Shirsen with a gaze as cold as death. The master will torture you to death in the same manner. Oof, looks like he's been thoroughly brainwashed. He doesn't value his own life anymore. Shirsen abandoned any hope of extracting information from these 2. He simply snapped both their necks, sending them on their final journey. Shirsen no longer expected any intelligence from these fanatics. Instead, he relied on his agile movements to systematically eliminate isolated followers from the outer perimeter. Yang Wenbai remained seated atop the high platform, awaiting news from his subordinates. As the time demanded by the apostle drew ever closer, his nerves grew increasingly frayed. These cattle-like subordinates are a disgrace to the Yang family. If the apostle arrives early and sees such a massive shortfall in numbers, he'll be furious. The thought of the apostle's terrifying power filled Yang Wenbai with dread. He glanced toward a nearby dwelling and waved a signal. A figure promptly emerged from the dwelling and leapt onto the platform in a few swift bounds. "What are your orders, young Master Yang?" The figure bowed respectfully. "Old Lin, please go urge these men to hurry. The apostle is about to arrive, yet we haven't completed our task. I fear." Yang Wenbai's tone was slightly deferential. The elderly man before him was a guest elder assigned by the clan chieftain to guard him when he left central capital. Decades ago, he had become renowned throughout the land for his iron palms. Countless renowned masters had fallen by his hand. Even before the spiritual energy revival, he possessed the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Now, having undergone the baptism of spiritual energy, his martial arts had reached a new level of mastery. Even with his second-tier cultivation, Yang Wenbai couldn't fathom Elder Lin's true combat strength. Upon careful observation, he could only vaguely sense that the elder might have touched the edge of the Gangchi realm. Thus, Yang Wenbai had always held this elder in the utmost respect. Had the situation not been so urgent, Elder Lin might never have agreed to his arrangements. After all, when they had departed from the clan, Old Lin's sole mission had been to ensure Yang Wenbai's safety. Old Master Lin wasn't particularly tall, but his iron-like palms far surpassed those of ordinary men. Covered in thick calluses and knotted muscles, they were intimidating even from a distance. He gave a slight nod. "Young Master Yang, take care." Then, like a ghostly shadow, he vanished without a trace. Over at Shirsen's end, the cleanup of the numerous white-robed figures surrounding Qingshui town was complete. Sensing something amiss, the remaining scattered white-robed figures began gathering together and slowly retreating. Shirsen stared expressionlessly at the human traders advancing in formation, his mind already set on executing them without mercy. These scoundrels had committed countless atrocities, all within Shirsen's knowledge. Any ordinary person they found was bound hand to hand with ropes, forced to walk like pigs or dogs. If they encountered young people brave enough to resist, these brutal creatures would shoot them directly, aiming for limbs. As the resistors lay writhing on the ground, the white-robed figures would approach with savage grins, stomping their high-top boots into the victims' wounds and grinding them back and forth. From the gaze the white-robed men directed at the survivors, Shirsen knew these creatures must have undergone some kind of spiritual baptism by the divine apostles. Otherwise, they couldn't have become so savagely brutal. Shirsen quietly followed behind the remaining white-robed figures, scooping up a handful of gravel and hurling it with all his might. The stones flew like bullets, their force so great that they pierced the body of the first man they struck. The remaining white-robed figures were horrified and opened fire on Shirsen as he charged toward them. But Shirsen anticipated their moves, dodging most of the bullets. Only a few stray bullets grazed his skin, only to be forced out by Shirsen's resilient muscles. "You worthless scum! Go be dogs to those bastards in your next life!" Shirsen roared with fury, charging into the crowd. Like a tiger descending the mountain, his fists and palms tore through the air, striking relentlessly at the white-robed figures. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. Within mere breaths, every white-robed figure lay fallen. Some breathed their last instantly, others coughed up blood, faces ashen, clinging to life by a thread. 38. According to that one who wasn't fully brainwashed, there should be 22 left. Shirsen felt no pity for them. Their minds had been utterly corrupted, reduced to nothing more than traitors to the great Xia, puppets of the deity. With over 20 white-robed figures still remaining in Qingshui town, Shirsen decided to abandon concealment and charge directly toward the center. That was where nearly all the survivors of Qingshui town were being held captive. Once the divine apostles arrived, there would be no chance of survival for anyone. This must be resolved swiftly, one decisive battle to end it all. Stepping over the piled corpses of the white-robed men, Shirsen immediately accelerated. Each explosive stride sent shockwaves through the ground, leaving behind craters that cracked open with each impact. Soon, the elevated platform came into view. Seated there with great pomp and circumstance was none other than Yang Wenbai, the Zhongjing commissioner. Old Qin had warned him earlier, passing Shirsen a photograph of the man. "I never imagined the esteemed Central Capital Commissioner would betray humanity and slaughter his own kind." Shirsen roared coldly. Though meeting for the first time, both men knew of each other. Yet Yang Wenbai still showed a hint of surprise. You're still alive?" According to the intelligence he possessed, Shirsen had indeed slain the second-tier apostle, Patton, thanks to the power of his divine weapon. His own apostle lord hadn't given him higher praise. After all, second-tier apostles were simply too weak. Even with the pagoda and golden wings, they could barely hold out a few extra minutes against a third-tier apostle. Therefore, Yang Wenba had meticulously planned an ambush targeting Shirsen based on the strength of a third-tier martial artist. Based on Shirsen's travel route and mode of transportation, he should have been dead by now, taken down by 5 elite marksmen. "Why are you still standing right here before me, looking as if you've come to settle scores?" "Heh, I underestimated you." Chapter 32, Treasure Light Armor. Though Yang Wenbai was astonished that Shirsen had survived such a catastrophe, he dismissed it as mere luck and paid no heed to the young man's true strength. After all, even Shirsen, who had long since aligned himself with the divine faction, possessed only second-tier power. And this young man Shirsen was still stuck in the barren lands of the western region. No matter how strong his talent, how powerful could he really be? Observing Shirsen's youthful appearance, Yang Wenbai felt a surge of admiration for talent and began to offer gentle persuasion. "You're quite impressive. Shirsen, is it? To slay a second-tier divine messenger shows genuine skill. If you surrender that divine weapon you wielded that day to me, I might spare your life. I could even introduce you to the apostle I serve, a fourth-tier demigod whose power is beyond your wildest imagination." As he spoke, Yang Wenbai let down from the high platform, closing in on Shirsen step by step. This era belongs to warriors like us, those who can discern the situation and bet on the right side. The human race is weak. If we truly resist with all our might like those stubborn old fools in Zhongjing, all that awaits our great Xia is annihilation. Complete annihilation. Do you understand? Yang Wenbai's expression turned sorrowful. That would be true despair. You seem like a young man who sees the situation clearly, with a mind unlike those old fools. You understand the importance of seizing the initiative. So, are you willing to join us? To dedicate everything to our Lord's great cause? Yang Wenbai was thoroughly satisfied with his speech. It was arguably his best impromptu performance yet. Clear and logical, well-reasoned and convincing. He even extended his hand, ready to welcome Shursen's defection. After all, this young man had navigated the trap seat set for him, proving himself worthy of joining his ranks. As long as he surrendered that divine weapon, Yang Wenbai felt he could offer Shursen a chance. The mere thought of the divine blood halberd he'd glimpsed in photographs filled Yang Wenbai with yearning. Others might not understand, but he knew its true worth. A divine weapon that could be wielded effortlessly, shatter the suppression imposed by a second-tier apostle's tower, and instantly sever an arm in this era, it was priceless. The legendary divine weapons passed down from ancient times in Great Xia were either already claimed by masters or had been utterly destroyed by the ravages of time. As for those mass-produced modern cold weapons, they were mere hollow shells, utterly useless. You mean this? Shursen's expression remained impassive as he summoned the divine blood halberd, gripping it firmly in his hand. Impossible. How did you manage this? Yang Wenbai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was certain there was absolutely no place on Shursen's body where he could have concealed this divine weapon over 10 feet long. Where on earth did he pull it from? This was nothing like what he had imagined. Watching the divine blood halberd in Shursen's grasp, shrouded in swirling mist that obscured its full form. Could it be a legendary immortal artifact? The thought flashed through Yang Wenbai's mind. Beyond that, he could think of no other plausible explanation. Besides, with even the divine realm descending now, the emergence of a celestial artifact from the Great Xia's historical legends didn't seem impossible. At this thought, greed filled Yang Wenbai's eyes as he stared at the blood-painted halberd. He licked his lips, parched from the surge of excitement. Ha! This must be the opportunity that allowed you to leap from ordinary man to martial artist in such a short time, right? Come, hand it over to me. I can grant you an even greater opportunity. Bid farewell to mortal existence and embark on the path to divinity. With your talent, it might not be long before you truly attain godhood, establish your divine realm, and achieve eternal life. Seemingly swayed by Yang Wenbai's promise, Shursen turned the divine blood halberd and slowly extended it toward him. Overjoyed, Yang Wenbai reached out to take it. Suddenly, the situation shifted. Shursen swung the halberd directly at Yang Wenbai, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Clang! The expected gutting did not occur. Instead, a deafening clang of metal met metal echoed through the air. Poof! Did you think I was some fool like Patton? Yang Wenbai swiftly retreated, his torn tunic revealing armor beneath. Though his words were casual, he inwardly marveled at Shursen's decisiveness. He had anticipated Shursen might attempt a sneak attack, but wearing the sacred armor bestowed by the apostle gave him immense courage. Besides, if Shursen truly surrendered that divine blood halberd, this minor risk was hardly worth mentioning. Ha! Treasure light armor? Ishimori hadn't expected this fellow to be wearing a 4th-tier divine artifact. Such armor was typically reserved for apostles favored by the gods themselves. Not only did it offer astonishing defense, but it could also absorb immense impact forces. Who exactly are you? How do you even know about the treasure light armor? Yang Wenbai was genuinely puzzled now. The divine realm had descended only a few days ago. Even counting the time some divine apostles had secretly infiltrated beforehand, it had been barely over a month. Logically, knowledge of divine artifacts like the treasure light armor should be confined to those who, like him, had submitted to the gods early on. No one else in Great Xia could possibly know such secrets. But how could Shursen, an ordinary student with no background, who had never encountered the other side of the world, recognize the treasure light armor at a glance? Yang Wenbai sensed something was amiss. He was determined to capture Shursen alive and interrogate him thoroughly. Without further hesitation, he discreetly signaled toward the residential building beside Shursen. Shursen couldn't care less about Yang Wenbai's thoughts. Since he dared to expose the name of the treasure light armor, he had no intention of letting Yang Wenbai leave alive. You have no right to know my origins. However, if you reveal everything about that divine apostle behind you, I might share a fragment of truth before you die. Shursen gripped his halberd upside down, his body taut, poised to charge at Yang Wenbai at any moment. Arrogant! Yang Wenbai's expression darkened as he drew an ancient-looking long sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Shursen. I've long heard that the Yang family of Central Capital is a martial arts dynasty that flourished in the previous dynasty, and that their inherited 9 extreme sword technique embodies the profound core principle of controlling the sword with the heart. Today, let me witness the sword art of your Yang family. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shursen vanished from his spot. His blood-stained halberd whipped through the air in a sweeping arc, crashing down toward Yang Wenbai. Yang Wenbai's heart lurched at the sight of Shursen's terrifying speed. This guy is at least 3rd-tier strength. I can't go toe-to-toe with him. Among martial artists, unlike divine apostles or demonic beasts, a single tier difference did not guarantee absolute dominance. Without reaching the Gangchi realm, even a 1st-tier martial artist could potentially use their unique martial arts to defy the odds and slay a 3rd-tier opponent, let alone 2nd or 3rd tier. Yang Wenbai's family transmitted 9 extreme sword technique, harnessed 9 distinct extreme emotions to wield the sword against foes, making it utterly unpredictable. Combined with its specialized footwork and breathing rhythms, it had produced numerous instances of underdogs defeating stronger opponents. Thus, he felt no fear whatsoever. His feet spun with effortless grace, and he easily dodged Shursen's overhead strike. Chapter 33, Severing Yang's Arm. Yang Wenbai moved like a ghost around Shursen, his sword poised but not yet drawn, yet it sent a prickling sense of danger through Shursen. The sword of ultimate Yin? In his previous life, Shursen had clashed with members of the Yang family many times and was somewhat familiar with their style of wielding swords with pure emotion and heart. However, most of the Yang family members he had encountered back then wielded the supreme Yang sword. Their attacks were grand and imposing, carrying the overwhelming might of a mountain crushing down. A Yin sword like Yang Wenbai's held back like a coiled snake, lurking and waiting was far less common. It seemed that even in later generations, Yang Wenbai's lineage hadn't gained much renown. Then again, with such a profoundly Yin mindset, perhaps they've always remained hidden behind the scenes. Your discernment is quite sharp. I grow increasingly curious, just how many secrets do you harbor? Yang Wenbai seemed accustomed to Shursen's repeated astonishment, showing little surprise at his mastery of the sword technique. You talk too much. Irritated by Yang Wenbai's slippery movements, Shursen unleashed a sweeping strike with his Divine Blood Halberd, forcing him back. Is the 9 Extremes Ultimate Yin sword technique something so rat-like it can't be seen in the light? Take this Godslayer's 7 forms, Starpoint. Shursen drew his halberd, his focus razor-sharp, locking onto the elusive Yang Wenbai. Suddenly, Shursen moved. Transforming into a soaring dragon, his feet stamping upon the great star, his entire being fused with the divine blood-painted halberd as he shot toward Yang Wenbai like lightning. No! A warning bell rang in Yang Wenbai's mind. He could feel his aura locked onto by this young man. No matter how exquisite his footwork or how elusive his movements, if his speed couldn't outpace Shursen's, the inevitable outcome would be a direct clash. Yet his sword technique was fundamentally suited for assassination and ambush. In a direct confrontation, it couldn't hold a candle to the supreme Yang sword technique and might even fall far short of the 9 Extremes Deadwood sword, renowned for its sheer power. Even old Lin, concealed in the shadows and poised to deliver a thunderous strike against Shursen, was stunned by the young man's spear technique. She-lock, that's a technique only master-level practitioners could pull off in the past. How old is this kid? Where did he learn such skills? Stop. Before Lin Lao could ponder further, Yang Wenbai was in mortal peril. With a thunderous shout, he swept aside the debris concealing his hiding spot with his fan-like palm and charged straight at Shursen. But ultimately, he was a step too late. Though Master Lin, too, had broken through his limits under the environment of spiritual energy revival, utilizing his family's inherited breathing technique to reach the strength of a third-tier martial artist, even faintly touching the edge of Gangqi. Just one more step, and in the past, he would have been a legendary figure, a god on earth. Alas, Shursen was also a third-tier martial artist. Moreover, his physique, fortified by the devouring space, had long surpassed old Lin's by more than a notch. As old Lin closed in to within 10 meters of Shursen, the Divine Blood Halberd had already thrust toward Yang Wenbai. In this desperate moment, Yang Wenbai made a decisive choice. He raised the ancient sword in his hand and unleashed the long-prepared 9 Extremes Ultimate Yin sword technique, thrusting it toward Shursen's Divine Blood-painted halberd. In a clash of titans, one ancient weapon and one spirit artifact finally collided. Clang! Boom! Yang Wenbai's ancient sword began shattering inch by inch, starting from its tip. His right hand, far weaker than the sword itself, was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist by the terrifying force of Shursen's star-piercing strike. The 7 god-slaying techniques were a 7th-tier martial art created by Shursen through years of battle, observing numerous schools, and immense perseverance. The first technique, pointing at the stars, required thrusting the halberd 7 times in an instant. In essence, what appeared as a single strike was actually 7 strikes fused into one, its power immense enough to pierce the stars. While the Yang clan's 9 Extreme sword technique was later classified as a 7th-tier divine martial art, it was only achieved after an unparalleled genius of the Yang clan fused 9 extreme emotions, nurturing the sword with his heart for years. Upon its debut, it soared into the heavens, decisively slaying an 8th-tier deity. Yang Wenbai wielded only the ultimate Yin sword technique from the 9 Extreme sword art. To compare it to a 7th-tier martial art was nothing short of a pipe dream. And indeed, when pain reaches its peak, the body automatically blocks out sensations that make life feel worse than death. Yang Wenbai was no exception. He stared blankly at his empty right shoulder, his mind going completely blank. Only when Elder Lin forced Shursen to retreat with a devastating palm strike and seized the moment to push him away did Yang Wenbai snap out of his daze. Yang Wenbai snapped back to reality, letting out a blood-curdling scream. My arm. I'll kill you. A flicker of reluctance crossed old Master Lin's face as he spoke. Young Master Yang, keep your options open. You must leave now. Go find the apostle. He might still have a way to restore your arm. I'll hold this brat off. Go! Hearing old Lin's plea, Yang Wenbai clung to it like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. His eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Shursen, snarling, the apostle won't let you off. Under old Lin's cover, he staggered away. The scattered white-robed figures arriving nearby, at his command, silently closed in on Shursen. Shursen intended to use his Divine Blood Halberd to instantly slay Yang Wenbai with his mind, but he hesitated. Old Lin's palm strike, unleashed with great force, clearly demonstrated his formidable martial arts prowess. Distracting himself now risked giving this ruthless old man an opening to strike him down. Young man, where did you learn your skills? Perhaps your master and I are acquainted? As a veteran powerhouse renowned long before the spiritual energy revival, Old Lin moved with effortless grace between offense and defense. His palm techniques were no less formidable than Shirsen's relentless assault with the painted halberd. Truth be told, in his previous life, Shirsen had rarely crossed paths with these old martial artists of great xiamen so devoted to their craft that they turned a blind eye to the world's affairs. Though he too had followed the pure path of the martial artist, by the time he truly came into his own, the great Xia Empire had long been besieged by the gods. Any powerful warriors who still held loyalty to humanity had flocked to the battlefields confronting the gods. Shirsen himself had been tempered and honed on the divine mortal battlefield, his martial techniques almost entirely forged to combat apostles, demonic beasts, and even the gods themselves. Even during brief respites, he exchanged techniques with fellow martial artists from various schools' comrades in arms, but the intensity paled in comparison to the life and death standoff he now faced with Elder Lin. Old Lin holds back 3 parts of his power with every move, sticking to that old school style. While it would surely get him killed by a god's thunderous techniques in battle, it makes him a real pain to deal with when facing fellow humans. Shirsen wielded his halberd, exchanging blows with Old Master Lin in a seemingly calm yet extraordinarily perilous exchange. The force transmitted through the halberd revealed that Old Master Lin's palm strikes were even more potent than Shirsen's current strength. Were it not for the advantage of his spirit weapon, which made the old man hesitate, Shirsen might very well have fallen beneath Lin Lao's iron palm. I must find a way. Watching Yang Wenbai clutching his wound and walking farther away, Shirsen couldn't help but feel anxious. The direction Yang Wenbai fled toward was none other than the Qingshui town service area where Shirwei was hiding. Chapter 34, The Lifebound Spirit Artifact Slays Old Lin. Distracted by concern for Shirui's safety, Shirsen was seized upon by the cunning Old Lin. Closing in, a single palm strike sent Shirsen's Divine Blood Halberd flying from his grasp. Ha! Kid, you're still too green. Overjoyed, Old Lin's iron fist slammed mercilessly into Shirsen's chest. Boom! A dull thud echoed from Shirsen's chest as his face instantly drained of color. Seeing this, Old Lin held nothing back. His iron fists danced up and down, intent on finishing Shirsen right then and there. Seemingly caught off guard by Lin Lao's overwhelming initiative, Shirsen, who was no expert in martial arts, could only struggle desperately under the relentless assault. He could only struggle desperately under Lin Lao's relentless assault, waiting for the slightest opening. If he showed even a hint of vulnerability, those iron palms would smash down on his skull, ending him in an instant. Boy, admit defeat. Let me break your limbs, then I'll put in a good word for you before young Master Yang. Maybe I'll spare your life. Old Lin offered words of surrender, yet his hands showed no sign of relenting. If Shirsen had foolishly believed him and surrendered, it certainly wouldn't end with just broken limbs, as the old man suggested. You old bastard, all talk and no action. Why don't you stop? Shirsen sneered coldly. Oomph. Stubborn as a mule. Seeing his scheme exposed, Old Lin seethed with rage. His iron palms flashed like a whirlwind, unleashing countless afterimages as he assaulted Shirsen. Suddenly, Shirsen braced his right shoulder to absorb a palm strike, while his left hand seized Old Lin's wrist with deadly grip. A cold gleam flashed in Shirsen's eyes as he sneered, Gotcha. With a thought, the Divine Blood Halberd behind him hummed to life, darting toward Shirsen's chest like lightning. Old Lin's face drained of color. He struggled to free his left hand from Shirsen's rock-hard grip, screaming in terror, You're mad. Do you want us both to die? Thud. The Divine Blood Halberd, controlled by sheer will, instantly pierced through Shirsen's body and emerged cleanly from Old Lin's chest and abdomen. From afar, it truly appeared as though Shirsen had chosen mutual destruction. But the look in Shirsen's eyes as he gazed at Old Master Lin was filled with scorn. My apologies. My lifebound artifact only harms others, never myself. Pierced by the halberd, Elder Lin's hand, which had desperately struck toward Shirsen's head, slowly and feebly fell limp. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. So, this is what they call a lifebound spirit artifact. To die by its hand is not a dishonor after all. Old Master Lin smiled bitterly as he gazed down at the ethereal halberd. He reached out to touch it, but the moment his fingers brushed against it, his hand fell limp. Indeed. You are the first human to fall to the Divine Blood Halberd in this lifetime. Yet I pray it never again stains itself with human blood. Shirsen withdrew the halberd, steadied Old Master Lin's body as it fell to the ground, then gently laid him down. Like Old Master Lin, there were many veteran martial artists of his generation who willingly became traitors to the gods. In this age of declining magic, where spiritual energy had nearly vanished, they had trained in the martial arts passed down by their ancestors with immense perseverance. Day after day, year after year, their practice never ceased. But tragically, while honing their martial prowess, they neglected to cultivate their hearts. When the divine realm descended and they witnessed the terrifying methods of the divine messengers, they became lost within it. They forgot their human identity and, in pursuit of greater power, defected to the gods. How hateful, yet how pitiful they were. Shursen despised old Lin's betrayal, yet he admired the tenacity with which he had diligently honed his martial arts for decades as a member of the great Xia human race. Pulling his thoughts back, Shursen turned to face the white-robed man aiming at him, ready to fire. The leader of the white-robed men never imagined that a formidable figure like Elder Lin could be killed by Shursen through such unimaginable means. Then it dawned on them, old Master Lin had long ceased to fear their firearms. A single thought seized his mind. Run! We must run now! The other white-robed men, however, had been thoroughly brainwashed. Devoid of any rational thought, they dared to fire directly at Shursen. Shursen swung his Divine Blood Halberd, shielding himself completely. The bullets fired at him struck the halberd and fell to the ground. What a disgusting bunch of rats! These humans, who had lost all independent thought and could be transformed into low-level apostles simply by entering the divine pool, were the very existence Shursen despised most. Any great Xia human harboring even a shred of resistance against the divine would never be brainwashed to this extent. These white-robed men must be the kind born with rebellious bones, selfish villains of the worst sort. He felt the injured areas gradually healing under old Lin's treatment. A faint smile tugged at Shursen's lips as his gaze toward the white-robed figures brimmed with cruelty. He swung his halberd, his form shifting like lightning. Within mere seconds, he had slaughtered every last one of the few remaining white-robed figures. The leader who had fled first ultimately met his end beneath Shursen's hurled halberd. The speed and strength of a third-tier martial artist allowed Shursen to dart between buildings, slaughtering the white-robed men without a single drop of blood staining his body. After eliminating all the white-robed men, Shursen did not immediately open the warehouse door where the survivors were held. Instead, he pursued the direction Yang Wenbai had fled. With Yang Wenbai's second-tier martial artist strength, Shursen feared he might discover Zhao Shirwei hiding in a stall once he reached the service area. Even gravely wounded, Yang Wenbai was no match for Zhao Shirwei. Fortunately, Shursen was far faster than Yang Wenbai, and soon he spotted his fleeing figure in the distance. Commissioner Yang, what a sorry state you're in. Shursen's voice came from behind Yang Wenbai, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He turned back in disbelief. Sure enough, it was that damned bastard, wielding the Divine Blood Halberd, striding swiftly toward him. All that expense the family went through to hire Lin Shangwei, and he couldn't even stop a greenhorn. Yang Wenbai thought bitterly, filled with regret. If only he hadn't let greed cloud his judgment and coveted Shursen's halberd back then. Now he was reduced to a stray dog, a fate he never could have imagined. Though Yang Wenbai had severed his own arm, he managed to temporarily stem the bleeding by exerting extraordinary control over the muscles at the stump. But running without his right hand for balance, he couldn't pull away from Shursen anytime soon. After a quick mental calculation, Yang Wenbai collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. He looked up at Shursen, who was covering several meters with each stride, as if accepting his fate. Could you spare my life? Yang Wenbai's face was utterly fawning. Colonel Shur, though you were ambushed, not a single hair on your head was harmed. If you stop now, I swear I'll use every resource of the Yang family to serve you faithfully once we return to Zhongjing. Shursen had long grown accustomed to such men. Once they abandoned their last shred of principle, betrayed humanity, and pledged allegiance to the gods, they became the most utterly self-serving individuals. Everything was for their own survival and advancement. Even toward the gods, they offered only superficial devotion, exerting themselves only when divine aid was needed. Shursen coldly observed Yang Wenbai's pitiful act and sneered, TSK. The Yang family is considered one of Zhongjing's premier clans. How did it produce such a trash-level scum with absolutely no principles? Yes, I'm trash. You're absolutely right. Please, Colonel Shur, have mercy on this worthless piece of garbage and spare me. Chapter 35, Odell Walks Among Mortals. A wave of inexplicable sorrow suddenly washed over Shursen. Even in the early days of the Divine Realm's descent, core disciples from martial arts clans had already betrayed humanity, defecting to the gods in pursuit of greater power. Pure scoundrels like Yang Wenbai were few, but the great Xia was vast. Even if only one such traitor emerged among 10,000, they were like nails driven into the heart of humanity. What exactly did siding with the gods bring you? Shursen murmured softly, slowly raising the Divine Blood Halberd in his hand, aiming it at Yang Wenbai. No! Colonel Shur. I am, after all, a special envoy from Zhongjing. If you execute me here, you won't pass Zhongjing's scrutiny. Yang Wenbai bowed his head, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in regret. Moreover, I am a core member of the Yang family. If you kill me, the Yang family will never let this rest. Perhaps you've missed one crucial point. Shursen sighed. What? What do you mean, Colonel Shur? With the Divine Kingdom's arrival, communications across Great Xia are severed. Even if I kill you, who would know? Yang Wenbai, though pale, hurriedly explained, you don't understand. Before setting this ambush, I sent all your information to my family. If I don't return within 10 days, they'll know something happened to me, and you'll be the prime suspect. Shursen chuckled wryly. He hadn't expected this practitioner of the 9 extremes ultimate Yin sword technique to be so cautious. The Yang family? How naive you are, Commissioner Yang. Why would you think I, Shursen, would fear the power of your Yang family? Shursen cut to the chase, swinging his Divine Blood Halberd down toward Yang Wenbai. "Mortal, how about a deal?" At the critical moment, a detached voice suddenly echoed from behind Shursen. Puzzled, Shursen withdrew his halberd and turned his head. Mid-air, bathed in sunlight, a figure shimmering with golden light suddenly materialized. Most crucially, the figure held a slender form in its grasp. Shursen narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly recognized the figure. It was Zhao Shirwei, who had been hiding in the service area. "What terms do you propose?" Shursen demanded in a deep voice. The figure had golden hair and deeply chiseled features, towering far above ordinary height. Instead of the standard golden wings of the white elephant deity, he floated in the air supported by a pair of slightly comical golden sandals. The figure descended slowly, its voice still utterly devoid of emotion. "Trade this child for my foolish subordinate." Shursen nodded. From the visitor's half-white robe, short skirt, and sandals, he deduced this individual was likely an earthly emissary of some Greek deity. Divine apostles differed greatly from earthly emissaries. Apostles belonged to the lowest echelon of the divine realm, often humans who had undergone multiple baptisms and had their bodies reshaped in the divine pool. Earthwalkers, however, were the most trusted subordinates of the gods, often sharing blood ties with them. Most new deities ascended from among these beings. But the greatest distinction lay in the fact that a divine emissary could enable a god to bypass countless barriers and descend directly through the bloodline. Shursen could faintly sense that the human walker before him possessed strength of at least the 4th tier. Though he didn't fear the man's power, holding Zhao Shirwei in his grasp made Shursen hesitate, reluctant to act for fear of harming her. Grabbing Yang Wenbai, Shursen asked, "Throw him too?" The human walker across from him nodded. Both simultaneously hurled their respective hostages toward each other. Shursen skillfully caught Zhao Shirwei. A quick check revealed she was merely unconscious, with no injuries. The other human walker, however, was nothing like Shursen. He paid no attention whatsoever to the thrown Yang Wenbai, letting him crash to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yang Wenbai mumbled, "Lord Odell, it was my incompetence that allowed that bastard to sabotage." "I deeply regret it," Odell interrupted Yang Wenbai, his deep blue eyes holding an inexplicable meaning. His tone was flat yet unquestionably commanding. "Why did I bestow the precious divine pool spot upon you, you foolish pig?" Yang Wenbai's face drained instantly. He immediately knelt and bowed his head, pleading incessantly, "It was my fault. I beg Lord Odell to give me another chance." "Another chance? Ha!" Oder suppressed the urge to strike down this foolish subordinate on the spot. After all, during his long infiltration within the Great Xia, Yang Wenbai possessed the highest natural talent and strongest combat prowess among the followers he had recruited for the god. Moreover, he had the backing of his family. Killing him over a single setback would only delay the divine mission entrusted to him indefinitely. Considering the greater scheme, Odell resolved to spare him. With some reluctance, he produced a jar and handed it to Yang Wenbai. "This is the essence of the divine pool bestowed upon me by my lord. It will restore all your injuries." Yang Wenbai was overjoyed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he launched into a frenzy of exaggerated praise. Odell waved him off impatiently, turning his gaze to Shursen nearby. "To dare disrupt my lord's grand design, you deserve death 1,000 times over." Shursen showed no surprise. He had long understood that individuals like Yang Wenbai held exceptionally high status in the early stages among these divine apostles or those who walked among mortals. Now that the exchange was complete, Odell certainly wouldn't let him leave. But Odell intended to strike him down. But did Shursen ever imagine he'd be allowed to leave alive? Setting Zhao Shirwei down on the ground, Shursen raised his halberd, pointing it at Odell. "With the essence of our great Xia race, I summoned the incarnation of a deity. Do you truly believe I would let you go?" Oder was puzzled. How had this mortal learned of his plan? Glancing down at Yang Wenbai, Odell suddenly understood. Suppressing the urge to crush this foolish subordinate with a single punch, he let out a low growl and charged straight at Shursen. Shursen showed no fear. His form surged forward, the divine blood halberd striking like lightning toward Odell, the earthly emissary of the gods. Boom! The two clashed and separated instantly. Shursen's halberd hummed in his grasp, while Odell's fists trembled slightly. This Odell truly lives up to his reputation as a divine emissary. His divine body has been tempered to unparalleled hardness. Even my divine blood halberd was forced to yield. But fortunately, you are one of the divine realm, born with innate divine power. My 7 god slaying techniques will prove perfectly suited for this occasion. Shursen sneered coldly. The gap between gods and mortals was vast. His self-created 7th tier martial technique might prove less effective against humans than a mere 5th tier skill. But against a divine apostle? Its lethality surpassed even 9th tier martial arts. Sensing Shursen's aura steadily rising, Odell's expression grew increasingly grave. As a capable subordinate of the deity, Odell had inherited the divine being's signature approach: probe first, then crush the enemy with the most devastating attack. Divine power surged within Odell. Unlike lesser apostles who relied on divine artifacts as their primary combat tools, all his combat power resided in those divine fists. Mortal, remember this, you die by the hands of Odell, wielder of the flaming fist. Oder channeled his divine power into his fists. The moment they touched the air, 2 blazing streaks erupted. The terrifying heat warped space itself. Chapter 36, The Chi Realm. Playing with fire? Are you a servant of the fire god? Shur-sen stood solemnly before him. Martial arts techniques etched deep into his soul from a past life surfaced in his mind. Having found a countermeasure, he held the Divine Blood Halberd horizontally before his chest. Odell, witness this, the god-slaying technique of a great Xiao warrior. Godslayer 7 forms slashing void. Shur-sen likewise stirred the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it through the divine blood-painted halberd along an exceptionally unique path. Hum. The divine blood-stained halberd shook the air, emitting an extremely high-pitched hum. What is this? Why do I sense a deadly threat emanating from this strange weapon? Odell cast a wary glance at the halberd in Shur-sen's grasp, shaking his head lightly as he tried to shake off this unfavorable thought. I am the bloodline heir of Hephaestus, the fire god. How could I fear a mere mortal? You dare disturb my divine mind? You shall be punished. Odell roared, unleashing a flaming fist toward Ishizumi. The speed was so immense it compressed the very air around him into a gaping void. Shur-sen's gaze remained fixed on Odell, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. His halberd, like a gazelle's horn, traced a mystical arc through the air, striking toward this 4th-tier mortal. Yang Wenbai, slumped on the ground, flashed a look of lingering fear. He never imagined that Shur-sen, this young man he had completely underestimated. His strength was terrifying. Even Lord Odell, whom he had idolized and worshipped, couldn't overpower him in sheer presence. Where did this monster Shur-sen even come from? Yang Wenbai muttered to himself. I've never seen anyone possess such power at this age. Could it be he came from that place? Since his rebirth, Shur-sen had delivered nothing but relentless shock to everyone who knew him. Except for a few like old Qin, who shared deep bonds from their past lives and whom Shur-sen knew intimately. Today's Yang Wenbai, the Jiang family grandfather and grandson before him, all were stunned by Shur-sen's sudden rise. But from the very beginning, they had been wrong to speculate about Shur-sen's background using ordinary thinking. Shur-sen's ability to advance 3 tiers in 3 days stemmed entirely from a decade of life and death trials in his previous life. Oomph. Shur-sen and Odell brushed past each other once more. Their blinding speed left Yang Wenbai utterly unable to discern how the two had clashed. He glanced questioningly at Lord Odell, who stood motionless with his back to him. Which one of them won? Yang Wenbai turned his gaze back to Shur-sen. To his shock, he saw Shur-sen's arms trembling slightly as blood gushed out, staining his hands crimson in an instant. Ha! You pig! Did you really think your strength was enough to defy the gods? Yang Wenbai roared with arrogant laughter. Lord Odell stood unscathed before him, while that damn Shur-sen was clearly gravely wounded, barely able to hold onto his weapon. The outcome between them was decided in an instant. Shur-sen ignored Yang Wenbai, who was jumping around like a crazed man. He silently endured the excruciating pain radiating through his hands. It had been a long time since he had injured himself like this while using the 7 god-slaying techniques. The Sky Slash technique demands too much spiritual energy and places extreme demands on physical constitution. For me to execute it now still feels somewhat strained. Though the 7 god-slaying techniques possessed immense power and granted tremendous bonuses to apostles or demonic beasts imbued with divine might. But in truth, one must be at least 5th tier to fully execute even the first technique, Star Puncture. Previously, Shur-sen, relying on his body strengthened by devouring space, had strength far surpassing a 3rd-tier martial artist. He tentatively used Pointing Star and easily defeated Yang Wenbai. Though he hadn't been injured then, he'd clearly felt immense physical and spiritual energy depletion, nearly causing him to falter during his clash with Elder Lin. Now facing the 4th-tier Odell, Shur-sen once again employed the Godslayer 7 art, specifically the 3rd technique, Slash Void, which targets elemental power. The result? Both hands were severely injured, with minute blood vessels bursting under the immense pressure. Is this the martial skill of a mortal? My lord was right. We should not underestimate you. Yang Wenbai's expression darkened. He detected something off in Odell's voice and hurriedly asked, my lord, what's wrong? Odell did not respond. Uttering those 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted his strength. In Shur-sen's line of sight, the mortal clad in a white tunic was gradually disintegrating. As if severed by invisible threads, dozens of minute fissures appeared across Odell's entire body. Go back and tell your gods, Great Xiao awaits you. Shur-sen growled, his gaze fixed on Odell, filled with satisfaction. No sooner had the words left his lips than blazing flames erupted from Odell's body, instantly reducing him to ashes. A pale green pillar of light shot skyward, streaking toward the distant horizon. The technique, Slashing the Void, harnessed the high-frequency vibrations of the Divine Blood Halberd to sever an enemy's connection to elemental power. It could instantly cleave an opponent's body apart, its power utterly terrifying. However, it demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy within the user and an exceptionally robust physique. In truth, the Slash Void Shur-sen unleashed upon Odell was not the complete version. When fully unleashed, the entire area within hundreds of meters becomes a forbidden zone for gods. Any being of lower rank than Shursen who dared to enter would be instantly torn apart by the fractured space. But Shursen had yet to reach the 4th tier. His body hadn't generated gangqi, preventing him from binding large amounts of spiritual energy within himself. With his current strength, had the Slash Void not possessed its inherent attack bonus against divine power, it might not have been enough to slay Odell in a single strike. This should be the end. Shursen approached Yang Wenbai, who was nearing madness, towering over him as he coldly declared, "I'll send you on your way." Impossible. Lord Odell is peerless in this world. How dare you, scum, defy your superiors? Yang Wenbai screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face. The extreme emotional roller coaster he'd endured in such a short time had plunged him into a state of complete delirium, from which he could not escape. Shursen raised his Divine Blood Halberd and swept it through the air. Thud! Yang Wenbai's head rolled to the ground, all his hopes for the future shattered into nothingness. Shursen walked toward Xiao Shirwei, preparing to lift her into his arms. But his body reacted strangely. Streams of energy surged from Shursen's body. Though seemingly weak and feeble, the moment they touched the scattered stones on the ground, they instantly crushed them into dust. The Qi realm. Shursen was overjoyed. The applications of a martial artist's gangqi were truly limitless. Moreover, once one crossed into the gangqi realm, they belonged to the pinnacle of Dasha's current combat strength. They would no longer fear any martial arts clans or hidden sects. Even under the barrage of modern heavy firepower, as long as his gangqi remained intact, he would suffer not a single scratch. This was the martial artist's first step into the inner sanctum, truly gaining his own voice. In his previous life, even with the special effects of the Divine Blood Halberd, it had taken Shursen a full 6 months to reach this realm. Now, in mere days, he had stepped into the gangqi realm, becoming a master-level figure. This was utterly unbelievable. Chapter 37, Returning to Zhongjing. However, the greatest contributor to his breakthrough to the 4th-tier gangqi realm was still the Divine Blood-painted Halberd. Although Shursen's life-bound spirit artifact possessed no special offensive effects, its ability to absorb divine power and convert it into spiritual energy needed by martial artists. This alone granted Shursen a massive advantage in the early stages. Weapon strength inferior to others? No worries, I'll crush them with my cultivation level. Moreover, the devouring space continued to dissolve the flesh of the Taodia, steadily enhancing his physique. Shursen grew increasingly eager to see just how far he could go in the future. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, he shattered the white robe and golden sandals left behind by Odell, feeding their divine power to the Divine Blood Halberd. Yang Wenbai's treasure light armor, however, was a true marvel of 4th-tier artifact. In the Great Xia Empire, where only 5th-tier powerhouses currently existed, it was practically an unstoppable force. Who knows what Odell was thinking, giving such a valuable item as the treasure light armor to a worthless piece of trash like Yang Wenbai. But then again, most apostles and human walkers newly arrived on Blue Star were this foolish. After dying a few more times, they'd learned that the Blue Star's human race wasn't so easy to mess with and deserved careful handling. Donning the treasure light armor himself, Shursen cradled Xiao Shirwei in his arms and sprinted straight toward the center of Qingshui town. Arriving at the warehouse holding the survivors, Shursen kicked the steel lock off the door and strode inside. Before him lay over 1,000 survivors, some seated, some sprawled on the floor staring at Shursen with eyes filled with terror and numbness as he stormed into the warehouse. No one spoke, nor did anyone resist. They simply watched Shursen in silence. This made Shursen slightly uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow slightly before speaking up. Does anyone here know Zhao Shirwei? Me. I know her. She's my daughter. Suddenly, a disheveled woman leapt to her feet from the back of the crowd and ran toward Ishimori like a madwoman. Shursen gently stimulated the little girl in his arms with his chi, rousing her from unconsciousness. Am I dead? Little Shirwei's eyes were filled with confusion. You're alive. Look at that woman. Is she your mother? Zhao Shirwei turned her head toward the woman struggling to make her way through the crowd, and tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. Mom! Shursen watched the reunited mother and daughter with emotion, then pulled a short-range communicator from his pocket. This was a new product urgently developed by Western continent experts, capable of stable communication through base stations. Unlike a mobile phone, Shursen's communicator couldn't dial numbers, it only had a directional call function. On the other end of the device was Chen Cheng's confidential office. After a moment's wait, Chen Cheng's end received the transmission. After Shursen briefly explained the situation, Chen Cheng immediately confirmed that Elder Qin was already aware and would dispatch troops to provide support. After all, with over 1,000 survivors at stake, Inhwa City would never stand idly by. Shursen didn't sit idly either. He revealed his identity and gained the group's initial trust. Upon seeing the corpse of the white-clad man outside the warehouse, several former officials from Qingshui town stepped forward. They began organizing the crowd, establishing a rudimentary order. When Xiangzong arrived with his long convoy, everyone boarded the military vehicles in an orderly fashion, prioritizing the elderly, children, and the infirm. Shursen and Xiangzong naturally exchanged pleasantries. What surprised him most was that not only had every member of the former mobile squad reached Tier 1. Zone, that fellow, had actually reached the peak of Tier 1, poised to break through into Tier 2. The reason for this breakthrough lay in the medicinal formula and martial arts manual Sin had left behind. According to his memories from his previous life, both of these items wouldn't begin circulating from Central Capital for at least another year. Now, seeing the pillars of West Continent rapidly advancing on their growth paths, Sin felt deeply gratified. Captain Shur, are you truly not staying? No. The current situation in West Continent won't be too intense, making it perfect for your growth. I, however, need a place like Central Capital, a place where I can temper myself through bloody battles and seek breakthroughs between life and death. Sigh, it's all because we're too weak. If we followed you, we'd only slow you down. Don't overthink it. You're better suited to stay in West Continent. Use this environment to grow, that's how you'll truly support me on the battlefield someday. Alright then, squad leader Shur, fair winds on your journey. Alright. I'll be off then. Oh, and there's a young survivor named Zhao Shirwei. Keep an eye on her for me later. I sense tremendous potential in her. No problem. Leave it to this old bear. After politely declining Zone's final attempts to persuade him to stay, Sin entrusted him with looking after Zhao Shirwei before setting off once more for Zhongjing. Half a month later. Sin, looking weather-beaten, stared at the road sign before him. 35 kilometers to Zhongjing City. Finally, I'm almost there. Sin sighed. This half-month journey had been far more arduous than any he'd faced before. His motorcycle had been destroyed long ago at the border of Shizhou, ambushed by a third-tier demon beast of flying wing wolf that had been secretly following him. Though enraged, Sin had torn the beast apart with his bare hands and even devoured it whole. It had ultimately been futile. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on his own two legs, running step by step toward Zhongjing. The dangers along the way were too numerous. Sin had barely slept a single decent night in the past half-month. He had even been forced to leap off a cliff to escape the relentless pursuit of a fifth-tier demon beast, the Blue Flame Eagle. Sin was certain that Blue Flame Eagle possessed the bloodline of some demon god, and of extremely high purity. It might even be akin to the earthly incarnations of Western deities. Otherwise, the flames spewing from its beak couldn't have completely incinerated Sin's thick, lustrous hair. Yes, Sin now resembled a bald man. Every last strand of hair had been completely vaporized. Damn blue-feathered bastard. Once I reach the sky-treading realm, I'll pluck every last feather from your body. Sin rubbed his shaved head, feeling thoroughly annoyed. But for now, I need to find a place to rest. After 2 days of non-stop travel, my energy is completely drained. Sin glanced around. Highways were typically built in remote wilderness areas. Except for areas near cities, few people built houses or lived nearby. Though the sign above indicated proximity to Zhongjing, Sin couldn't spot any houses. The closer he got to Zhongjing, the higher the density of demon beasts. If he didn't find a house to hide in, Sin feared he wouldn't get a moment's rest. I'll search the vicinity and scout the surroundings better, make sure no fifth-tier beasts have made their lair here. With that thought, Sin forced his weary legs to move once more, running toward a nearby hillside. From the elevated vantage point, he could survey the surroundings and formulate a plan. Chapter 38, Nightingale Squad. The slope wasn't steep, only about 50 to 60 meters in elevation. Likely due to its proximity to the highway, the slope lacked the usual trees, instead covered in thick, tangled weeds that reached Sin's waist. Sin took a few strides and leapt to the top of the slope. Zhongzhou, under the jurisdiction of Zhongjing, was renowned for its vast, flat expanse. This modest hill, barely dozens of meters tall, offered Sin an exceptionally expansive view. As far as the eye could see, the highly developed central plain stretched out before him. Soon, Sin spotted a village and several demon beasts prowling nearby. After a quick tidy-up, Sin summoned his Divine Blood Halberd and sprinted straight toward the village, roughly several hundred meters away. Unable to muffle his footsteps, the low-tier demon beasts quickly detected Sin's approach. With a series of eerie cries, they charged directly at him. Die! Sin roared, his speed suddenly surging as he charged toward the beasts even faster. Several first-tier carrion dogs were decapitated in an instant, falling beneath Sin's halberd. Have first-tier demon beasts completely lost their ability to grant any enhancement? Sin raised his halberd, sensing none of the familiar surge of energy flowing through it. He shook his head. Perhaps his own strength had reached the fourth tier. Currently, when slaying first or second-tier demon beasts, the Divine Blood Halberd no longer absorbed any demonic energy from their bodies. Even his innate ability to devour all things refused to digest the corpses of such low-tier beasts. Forcing them into the gluttony space served little purpose beyond preserving them. It seems the path of quantitative change leading to qualitative change is utterly useless for growing stronger. From now on, I must still follow the same path as in my past life. Only by slaying demon beasts or apostles of the same tier can I maximize the effectiveness of the halberd and the devouring ability. Sin's mind raced with thoughts as his feet carried him forward, soon entering the village. This was a typical small village in the Central Plains style. About 30 households lived here, with a single road running north-south through the village. Most houses were built along this road. The scattered debris on the road and the tightly shut doors of every household suggested an organized evacuation had taken place, not the imagined tragedy. This fact surprised Sure Senator even Western Zhengzhou, having received his advance warning in ample time, hadn't managed to evacuate all its residents. This place was still over 30 kilometers from Zhongjing. How had they managed to foresee the danger and evacuate in advance? Never mind. I should find a place to rest first. Shursen felt exhaustion weighing him down, nearly crushing him. He casually selected a residential building, scaled the wall, and jumped inside. Choosing a room on the third floor, Shursen hastily set up several warning traps before collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep. The bright moon hung in the sky, bathing the earth in a silvery glow. After their initial descent, the demonic deities retreated back into the void. Yet no one believed they had vanished. Those flickering pillars of light that appeared and vanished were irrefutable proof of its existence. The central plains were far too flat, offering scarcely any places to hide. Lianga and her squad crawled along the ground, using the wild grasses that had grown rampant everywhere after being neglected to conceal their forms. Old Wu, that's Gu village up ahead. Yang the rich man's ancestral home is there. He's got 30 gene of gold stashed in his basement. Lianga whispered, her voice barely audible, tinged with excitement. Wu Haiba, lying prone nearby, sensed his captain's growing eagerness and quickly poured cold water on the idea. Captain Li, don't get carried away. We don't even know if this tip is legit. Completing the mission is the priority. Lianga rolled her eyes and replied impatiently, got it. But inwardly, she kept muttering, old Wu really is a coward. 30 gene of gold right before our eyes, and he won't take a chance? I'll never forgive myself if I don't try. Yang Dafeng, positioned behind Lianga, also spoke softly in persuasion, boss, I think brother Wu is right. We should complete the mission first. That 30 gene of gold isn't going anywhere, we can always come back for it later. Whether intentionally or not, Yang Dafeng emphasized the word gold slightly when he said it. Lianga rolled her eyes instantly. The members of her squad, each one seemed more meddlesome than the last. Got it, shut up. With that, all members of Nightingale squad began moving stealthily toward their target. This time, Lianga had picked up a lowly E-rank mission from the Central Capital Task Bureau, retrieve the brains of 3 carrion dogs for scientific research. The mission reward was 100,000 Huayuan and a set of physical enhancement potions sufficient for 5 people. For Nightingale squad, currently also rated E-class, this reward was incredibly generous. In today's Zhongjing, 100,000 Huayuan would easily cover the cost of completely upgrading her team's gear or purchasing a cold weapon from the Jinwu department capable of effortlessly slaying a first-tier demon beast. The mere thought of those powerful, durable master-crafted cold weapons sent a surge of excitement through Lianga's heart. Her family's martial arts required a top-quality heavy sword to execute properly, but using those alloy swords from small workshops meant they'd break after slaying just one demon beast at most. The cold weapons forged by the True Martial Division using special methods and unique metals could last at least a year. Though 10 times more expensive than alloy swords, they were vastly superior. Alas, Lianga's family had long since fallen into decline. Even he himself, before the Divine Kingdom descended, had merely been an ordinary junior martial artist at some martial arts academy, earning just enough to scrape by. The idea of restoring the Li family's legendary sword prowess seemed like an impossible pipe dream. But now, with the descent of the Divine Kingdom and the invasion of demonic beasts, Lianga had discovered the perfect opportunity to revive his family. After Zhongjing weathered the initial beast tide, Lianga earned merit by assisting in slaying several demon beasts. Seizing this chance, she established her own squad within the newly formed Zhongjing Task Bureau. She began accepting missions, venturing beyond the city walls to hunt demonic beasts. Previously, she had only teamed up with C-rank squads for missions, receiving a pitifully small share of the credit. But this didn't deter Lianga, who had grown up independent since childhood. Witnessing veteran warriors effortlessly slaughtering hordes of beasts only ignited her competitive spirit. This E-rank mission was the very first one Lianga led her team to undertake independently. The current squad consisted of only 5 members, squad leader Lianga, a young woman who had just turned 20 but possessed 13 years of martial training experience, boasting the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Deputy Captain Wu Haiba, the first member Lianga recruited, formerly a Li family guard and also a Tier 1 martial artist. The remaining members were friends she had met during the Zhongjing defense battle, Yang Dafeng, Chen Su, and Zhang Yulin. Watch out! Carrion dogs ahead! 3 of them! Old Wu's deep voice echoed through the group. Upon hearing the number of carrion dogs, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 39, Luring the Enemy into the Trap. 3? That's way too many, boss. Should we wait a bit longer? Chen Su whispered. No. Carrion dogs usually travel in packs of 10 or so. With only 3 now, this is a rare opportunity. Here's the plan, Old Wu and I will each take one. You 3 just distract the remaining one. Lianga's tone brooked no argument. She'd fought tooth and nail to snatch the C-rank mission from the Task Bureau. She wasn't about to abandon it just because there was one more carrion dog than expected. Forget the 100,000 yuan reward and the health potions for completing the mission. Just the drop in the squad's rating in the Mission Bureau's database if they failed would mean they wouldn't get any good missions for a long time. Such consequences couldn't be offset by a mere bit of risk. Moreover, Nightingale Squad's firearms were all equipped with suppressors. Both Li Yinga and Old Wu wielded cold weapons. Even if the battle with the scavenger dogs became fierce, it wouldn't easily attract more demonic beasts. After all, the stronger beasts had been drawn to those terrifying monsters, leaving few wandering this area to begin with. Hearing their captain's decisive answer, Chen Su and the others had no further objections. After all, it was just a carrion dog. Though the three of them hadn't yet reached a rank, working together, they were more than capable of handling it. With luck, they might even slay it outright. With their decision made, the Nightingale Squad members began slowly approaching the three carrion dogs ahead. Whatever they had found to eat, they were now fighting over it right in front of the Gu family village chief's house. Li Ying held her alloy greatsword, her breathing steady, eyes fixed on the scavenger dog pacing nearby with its head lowered. This most common first-tier demon beast sported black fur and was roughly the size of an ordinary wolf dog. But its jaws were far larger than a normal wolf dog's, packed with 3 or 4 layers of densely packed teeth. This adaptation allowed it to crush bones after rotting flesh dissolved into corpse water. The scavenger dog, which had been pacing as if searching for food, suddenly turned its snout toward Nightingale Squad. After a moment of intense sniffing, it let out a piercing howl. Woo! The howl halted the other two dogs' fight, and they both sprinted toward Li Yinga's position. They've spotted us. Li Yinga slapped her palm on the ground in frustration. Those damn dogs had noses sharp enough to detect anything. She sprang to her feet and barked at Old Wu, I'll take the left, you take the right. Leave one for Chen Su and the others. Got it. Old Wu swiftly drew the short knife from his waist, another alloy blade bought from a small workshop. He spat on the blade to lubricate it, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. This alloy knife was great for everything else, but when it came to slaying beasts, their tough hides would quickly dull the blade. And it was ridiculously expensive, nearly as much as a toilet outside the 5th Ring Road in Zhongjing. With the carrion dog now 10 meters from Wu Haiba, he composed himself, blade in hand. His body twisted into an unusual stance. This was the blade technique passed down through generations of the Wu family, the willow leaf slash. Li Yinga, however, showed none of Old Wu's meticulousness. Facing the carrion dog charging head-on, she swung her sword down in a direct strike. Clang! The greatsword struck the carrion dog's skull, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Li Yinga stared in shock as her greatsword was instantly gouged with a jagged notch. But the dead dog's head didn't fare much better either. A large chunk of fur and skin was sliced away, exposing the stark white bone beneath. The remaining squad members Yang Dafeng and the other two lacked the martial arts passed down by their captains. They could only rely on their daily training, wielding firearms to fend off the scavenger dogs. These demonic beasts had survived within the Great Xia for an extended period. To withstand the devastating power of firearms, they had actively evolved, growing a layer of flesh-like membrane within their bodies that functioned like bulletproof armor. The bullets fired by Yang Dafeng and his group barely scratched the surface of the dead dog's hide, achieving little else. Li Yinga and Old Wu fared better, having wounded the carrion dog before them, its black fur now splattered with blood. Nightingale Squad had been remarkably fortunate. Even after completely eliminating 3 scavenger dogs, they hadn't attracted any other demon beasts. Li Yinga excitedly drew her dagger, carefully extracting the intact brain matter from each carcass and stowing it in a frozen storage box. She casually flicked the mysterious liquid from her hands before handing the knife to Chen Su beside her. The others seemed accustomed to the scene, murmuring with quiet excitement as they discussed using their mission rewards to buy some nice gear. Hey, Old Wu, now that we've finished the mission, why don't we go check out that rich guy Yang's house? Li Yinga gazed at the man she should call uncle with eyes brimming with longing. I think we should avoid complications, Old Wu said, dodging Li Yinga's star-like gaze and steeled himself to speak. We're a full 20 kilometers from the nearest defense line. If we enter the village and encounter a second-tier demon beast, we probably won't stand a chance of escaping. Brother Wu, Captain Li's idea isn't wrong either. Yang Dafeng stepped forward to intercede. Our Nightingale Squad was only recently formed. Besides you and the captain, none of us have trained in martial arts. We're just pushing through on sheer determination. Even though gold prices have plummeted, 30 gene of gold is still worth a fortune. With this windfall, our squad's strength could be significantly boosted. Then Chen Su and I won't hold you back anymore. That's right, Old Wu. We made such a racket and didn't attract any other beasts. That means the area should be safe. Seeing Old Wu's expression soften, Li Yinga quickly chimed in. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Haiba finally agreed to this slightly risky decision. The 5 of them headed straight into Gujia village. Yang Dafeng, having received the intelligence first, led the way. Soon, he led them to the entrance of an enormous, lavishly decorated compound. Boss, this is definitely the place. Look at those 2 golden lions, they match exactly what Young the rich guy described when he was drunk. Yang Dafeng exclaimed excitedly. Wu Haiba scanned the surroundings, noticing something unusual about the entrance to the compound. Logically, a place abandoned for so long should have been overgrown with weeds. Like the other dwellings they'd passed along the way, it should have looked utterly dilapidated. Yet Yang Dakin's mansion looked as if it had been meticulously maintained, surprisingly clean. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. Before old Wu could think it through, Li Yinga kicked the gate open with a loud thud and strode in first. Seeing everyone file in one after another, old Wu shook his head and followed, deciding he'd been overthinking it. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a quintessential Jiangnan landscape, a rockery on the left, surrounded by trickling water, and a pond of clear spring water on the right, home to dozens of koi swimming leisurely. While Li Yinga and the others murmured among themselves, Yang Dafeng quietly slipped behind them and closed the gate. Wu Haiba heard the faint sound behind him and quickly turned to look. Yang Dafeng. Why did you close the door? No reason. Just that my master would like to invite Captain Li to stay here for a few days. Chapter 40, The Pervert Yang Ding. Old Wu had long harbored suspicions about Yang Dafeng, who had joined the team midway, but he'd never been able to find any evidence. Besides, Li Yinga was the captain of Nightingale Squad. With her personal guarantee, old Wu couldn't say much more. Now Yang Dafeng had indeed revealed his wolfish ambitions, luring everyone here and then locking the door shut. Don't even think about it. Wu Haiba hesitated no longer. Raising his alloy blade, he roared with fury and charged at Yang Dafeng. Li Yinga and the others, who were walking ahead, hadn't yet grasped the situation when they saw old Wu and Yang Dafeng locked in combat. As they traded blows, old Wu was actually starting to lose ground. Memories of past events instantly flooded Li Yinga's mind. Combined with the sight of Yang Dafeng clearly no match for old Wu yet harboring obvious ill intent. Without a second thought, she swung her greatsword, ready to join old Wu in the fight. Shen Su, Zhang Yulin, you two go open the door. I'll help old Wu take down this guy. Shen Su and the others exchanged a glance and sprang into action. Sorry, Captain Li. Young Master Yang paid us too well. Both men drew stun batons, striking Li Yinga from left and right. Her forward momentum halted instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. Although first-tier martial artists already possess formidable resistance and recovery abilities, the stun batons wielded by these two had clearly been modified. The sheer intensity of the current left Li Yinga collapsed on the ground, utterly unable to rise again. Li Yinga stared at them in utter disbelief, her composure finally cracking as tears welled up in her bright eyes. You too? Why would you do this? This sudden reversal felt like her head was about to explode. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't comprehend why all her teammates except for old Wu had turned against her. Crack! Smack! Smack! Amidst scattered applause, several figures gradually emerged from the darkness. The leader stared at Li Yinga lying on the ground, his eyes burning with unhidden desire. Yang Ding? Is it you? Li Yinga recognized the man's face and gasped in horror. Faint memories suddenly surfaced in her mind. This Yang Ding had been constantly pursuing her during her days as a martial arts instructor, but his reputation was truly abysmal. Even a homebody like her had heard whispers about him. Worst of all, not long before he met her and launched his advances, Yang Ding had been exposed for ruining several girls at an entertainment venue. The incident had caused quite a stir in central capital at the time, though the Yang family's influence eventually quashed the scandal, and it faded into obscurity. So when Yang Ding pursued her, Li Yinga was completely cold and dismissive, paying him no mind whatsoever. After being rejected, Yang Ding vanished without a trace, and Li Yinga assumed he had given up. Unexpectedly, after the great upheaval in Daxia, even when she formed her own squad to hunt beasts outside the city, she fell into his trap. Of the 5 squad members, 3 had been bribed by him. Little Yinga, I've never stopped thinking about you. Yang Ding's predatory gaze roamed over Li Yinga's slender figure, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. You didn't think your dear brother Yang would be the type to give up so easily, did you? Ha! Now that you've come to me willingly, I can't very well refuse such a gift. Li Yinga tried to control her body with sheer willpower, but found it utterly useless. She could only shoot a furious glance at her teammates surrounding her. Shen Su, Zhang Yulin, I misjudged you both. I should never have saved your lives on the battlefield. The short, unremarkable-looking Shen Su waved dismissively. Captain Li, don't say that. We're just looking out for our own futures. Everyone has their own path, right? That's right, Captain. We've thought about your future too. For a woman like you, leading a team to hunt beasts is just too grueling. Now that young Master Yang is willing to take you in, it's a blessing. No more fighting for scraps on the front lines. Old Wu and Yang Dafeng were locked in fierce combat. Seeing Li Yinga ambushed and hearing Chen Su and the other's shameless words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You two traitors! Don't you feel a shred of gratitude for how well Yinga treated you? Fury ignited the alloy blade in old Wu's hand, which flashed with an eerie light. It sliced Yang Dafeng's right arm before he could dodge, forcing him back. Then, fueled by fury, he charged toward Chen Su and his companion. Scum! Die! But just as the alloy blade was about to descend upon the terrified Chen Su, it suddenly veered off course. The blade's edge swept toward Yang Ding, the young master of the Yang family, who stood nearby watching the spectacle. This abrupt change in technique left everyone dazzled. Truly worthy of the Wu family's willow leaf blade, its movements are as elusive as willow branches swing in the riverside breeze. Yang Ding's lips curled slightly. As the blade approached, he showed no fear, even finding the leisure to offer a critique. Old Wu, seeing Yang Ding's utter disregard for him, was instantly overjoyed. Given today's situation, the only way to break the deadlock was to take Yang Ding hostage, using him to intimidate the bodyguards behind him, who were clearly far more formidable. Capture Yang Ding, and perhaps he and Lianga might still have a chance to escape back to the capital. But reality proved cruel. Before the guards could even move, Yang Ding dodged the overhead slash like a ghostly apparition, simultaneously punching Lao Wu squarely in the stomach. The force sent him flying several meters, slamming him into the surrounding wall and leaving a ring of cracks in the solid masonry. The brutal impact made Lao Wu feel as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. He couldn't suppress the gush of blood that spurted from his mouth. You're actually a second-tier martial artist? Lianga witnessed the entire scene, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. She never imagined that Yang Ding, a pure playboy who never cultivated martial arts. Starting from scratch, he had reached the strength of a second-tier martial artist in just over 10 days. Haha, what do you think? Feeling tempted? Just follow this young master obediently, submit to me beneath me, and serve me well. Maybe then, I'll tell you how to grow stronger in this era. Yang Ding roared with laughter, his eyes narrowing to slits as he crouched before Lianga. His right hand caressed the face of the woman he'd lusted after for days. A woman as exquisite as you should submit to my conquest. Too bad you didn't understand that back when you dared to reject me. Now that you're finally in my grasp, let's see if you can still put up that tough front. The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. The mere thought of this haughty woman soon submitting beneath him sent Yang Ding into uncontrollable laughter. Spit. Disgusting. Lianga spat in Yang Ding's face. But Yang Ding showed no disgust whatsoever. As he wiped away the spit, he even licked his lips to taste it, his perverted expression sending chills down Lianga's spine. Oomph. You won't get your way. Lianga's face hardened with resolve. She'd rather die than be defiled by this hideous creature, preparing to bite her tongue and end it all. Just then, a voice, tinged with anger yet sounding as if it had just awakened, echoed from the rooftop. Oomph. Who the hell isn't sleeping at this hour, making all this racket? Annoying, isn't it? Chapter 41, The Gangchi Realm Powerhouse. Shursen was genuinely annoyed. He'd deliberately chosen an abandoned village and even cleared out a few wandering scavenger dogs, all to rest properly. But after barely over 10 hours of sleep, he was jolted awake by the racket next door. He'd assumed some survivor was spending the night there and had ignored it, trying to go back to sleep. But then, out of nowhere, someone started cackling like a maniac, sounding like a damn rooster in heat. That completely shattered Shursen's sleepiness, replacing it with a boiling rage. In a few quick leaps, he landed on the roof of the neighboring mansion and bellowed. Who the hell isn't sleeping at this hour, making all this damn noise? Are you trying to annoy everyone? The sudden outburst startled everyone in the courtyard, who all looked up at Shursen. Who was laughing just now? Shursen frowned, deeply annoyed by the feeling of being watched. Yang Ding and the guards behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Where did this guy come from? One of the guards stepped forward and bellowed at Shursen. Who the hell are you? Shursen ignored the second-tier martial artist and repeated his demand. I said, who was laughing just now? His tone grew increasingly angry. The guard, feeling utterly humiliated by Shursen's disregard, fell silent. He leapt onto the surrounding wall, drew the long sword at his waist, and lunged toward Shursen. Run! They're all second-tier martial artists, you can't defeat them. Lianga finally snapped out of her daze and shouted the warning. Go to the Zhongjing defense line and find an officer named Yuan Ting. Tell him to come rescue Lianga. Heh, little Lianga, don't get your hopes up. Yang Ding sneered wickedly, pinching a strand of Lianga's hair to his nose and inhaling deeply. This random guy who showed up out of nowhere? At best, he's a lone second-tier martial artist. He's no match for the martial artists trained by my Yang family. I bet he won't last 5 seconds under Yang San's sword. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. The guards behind Yang Ding exchanged whispers upon hearing their master's words. Young master, I say 3 seconds tops. You're being too harsh. At least he dared to venture into the wilderness alone, he must have some skills. I'll wager he lasts 4 seconds. You bastard. Ha ha ha. Lianga watched the group of second-tier martial artist guards behind Yang Ding, her heart filled with unease. When she saw the figure on the roof show no sign of fleeing, despair washed over her. If he had fled immediately after her warning, he might have made it to the Zhongjing defense line. At the very least, he could have taken several guards with him, weakening Yang Ding's defenses by a significant margin. Even then, Lianga's chances of escaping alive were pitifully slim, but it was better than having no hope at all. Yet this clueless fool, who knew where he'd come from, stood frozen in place even as Yang San charged toward him sword in hand. Lianga lost all hope. She closed her eyes decisively, refusing to witness the impending tragedy. Shursen, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts churning within the woman lying on the ground. He cared about only one thing. Who was that laughing like a maniac just now? Found you. Shursen glared at Yang Ding, who was still laughing wildly, and fury surged within him. It was this bastard. Ignoring Yang San as he charged forward, Shursen leapt directly into the courtyard. Step by step, he advanced toward the stunned Yang Ding, his aura gradually intensifying. Smack! Didn't anyone tell you, laughing like that is freaking creepy? Shursen's palm sent Yang Ding reeling, his senses spinning. Despite being a second-tier cultivator, Yang Ding hadn't even seen Shursen's move coming. You? Yang Ding was stunned. How dare this man? Daring to attack him without warning? How dare you? You're asking for death. Seeing their masters humiliated, the guards erupted in a clamor. The most impulsive among them even swung his blade directly at Shursen. Shursen's heart skipped a beat. These men dared to draw blades against him, a Gangxi realm powerhouse. Such audacity. Given time to grow, wouldn't they plot to kill him? That was unthinkable. With that thought, Shursen hesitated no longer. His Gangxi erupted, instantly blasting the foremost guard flying through the air. The guard's bones shattered under the terrifying force of the impact. As he flew through the air, the blood he coughed up was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He was clearly beyond saving. The remaining few witnessed this scene and felt their minds go blank. What was happening? Why hadn't that man even moved, yet his comrade had been sent flying like a ball? Gangxi realm. Yang Ding, who possessed considerable knowledge, instantly recognized it as the protective Gangxi only possessed by 4th-tier martial artists. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest in terror. Esteemed master, I have failed to recognize your greatness. Yang Ding, the unworthy son of the Yang family of Zhongjing, humbly apologizes. Yang Ding reached out to stop his guard, forcing himself to suppress his terror as he tremblingly bowed his hands in apology to Shursen. He had no choice but to back down. Yang Ding had witnessed firsthand the terrifying all-around enhancement that came with reaching the Gangxi realm. He could pull 10 oxen with one hand. Such sheer terror. This left Yang Ding without even the thought of fleeing. He could only bow his head in admission of his mistake, begging for forgiveness from the man before him. The Yang family? How come I keep running into you lot everywhere? Shursen chuckled. The world was indeed small. Not long ago, he had dealt with a second-generation member of the Yang family, and now here was a third-generation scoundrel who clearly wasn't any better. Seems the Yang family specializes in producing trash. Sir, have you and my Yang family known each other for a long time? Yang Ding asked cautiously. The sky was too dark, he couldn't quite make out the expression on Shursen's face. Yes, quite deep indeed. Shursen replied cheerfully. Yang Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a past connection with his Yang family, he could at least hope that out of respect for the head of the household, his life might be spared. Do you know Yang Wenbai? I know him. He's my second uncle. Your Excellency and my second uncle were. I just killed him. Before Yang Ding could finish his sentence, Shursen's calm tone sent a chill down his spine. His own second uncle. Slaughtered by this unknown Gangxi realm overlord. Killed? Could it be the one the clan chief ordered to be killed? Please don't joke with me, sir. My heart has been weak since childhood. Yang Ding's face twisted in bitterness, yet his hands remained hidden behind his back as he signaled several secret gestures to the guards. May I ask your honorable name, sir? Sure, senior. Yang Ding's composure shattered. He stumbled backward and roared, attack. The guards, who had silently shifted positions to encircle Shursen, knew full well of his formidable strength. Yet, they had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward as one. The name Shursen had long been known throughout the Yang family. The Yang family patriarch had even issued a kill order for him, waiting for his arrival in central capital to gather forces and execute him decisively. The two sides were already mortal enemies. If they hesitated now, struck by fear and refused to act, once Shursen, a Gangxi realm cultivator, picked them off one by one, there would be no second chance. Fight, and there might still be a way out. Flee, and you face certain death. Chapter 42, A Mosquito Bite? The guards, long prepared, surged forward in a wave, their mouths emitting strange, primal cries to summon courage from their very depths. Kill him. So what if he has Gangxi? We're all second-tier martial artists, he can't defend against us. Shursen drew a long breath. He hadn't expected these men to be so bold. Even after revealing his 4th-tier Gangxi prowess, he was still being surrounded? Where did you find the courage? Shursen snorted coldly, his gale energy surging through his body as he crouched slightly. Boom! A colossal force erupted violently, centered on Shursen. The guards were instantly struck as if by lightning, blood trickling from their mouths as they flew in all directions. The scene left Li Yinga lying on the ground, and old Wu huddled by the wall, utterly speechless, their minds completely blank. Is this the Gangxi realm? Li Yinga felt a blazing fire ignite within her heart. Since the descent of the divine realm and the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, she too had been nourished by the spiritual energy, her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. In peacetime, her current physical prowess could shatter every human record. Yet, having lost her family's ancestral cultivation techniques, she could only rely on martial arts to train her body. She couldn't even actively absorb spiritual energy to strengthen herself. Thus, in this grand era, she lagged behind those noble families and sects whose lineages remained unbroken. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes today, she would never have believed that this seemingly newly minted young man was already a formidable expert at the Qi realm. Could he be the heir to some ancient, reclusive sect? Lianga suddenly grasped this possibility, her restlessness growing unbearable. Her body, previously numbed by powerful currents, gradually recovered, allowing her to finally sit up with effort. Meanwhile, on Shirsen's side, Yang Ding watched his entire retinue of guards collapse to the ground, his expression shifting unsteadily. But ultimately, he steeled his resolve, drew his long sword, and pointed it at Shirsen. Another sword of uttering energy? Has your Yang family run out of men? All of you damn well practice this despicable sword technique. Shirsen watched Yang Ding's familiar opening stance, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't fathom it. After all, they were a martial arts family with a long history. Why was it that every young family heir of the 9 extreme sword technique he encountered practiced the Yin sword? Such techniques excelled in assassination, but in the current climate, who could possibly be their target? Beasts? Apostles? Come on. These creatures possess demonic power and divine energy, both of which granted them partial warning abilities. Ambushes were practically useless against them. This was a conclusion drawn by the great Xia Empire in his previous life, paid for with countless lives. In other words, the Yang family cultivating the Yin sword likely pursued it to compete with others, not for the future of the great Xia. In Shirsen's eyes, such people would be tolerable if they contented themselves with being ordinary citizens. But they couldn't bear the solitude, choosing instead to flaunt their power and even commit heinous crimes. They deserve to die. Brother, be cautious. This Yang Ding is notorious in Central Capital for his treacherous and vicious nature. Before the disaster, he was a weakling playboy who couldn't lift a finger. Yet in just over 10 days, he's become a second-tier martial artist. Something is definitely amiss. Wu Haiba leaned against the wall, clutching his chest as he struggled to warn Shirsen. Shirsen suddenly understood. This Yang Ding was likely just like his dead uncle, secretly pledging allegiance to some deity, receiving divine powers baptism, thus gaining the ability to absorb demon core potency without loss. That was why he could progress so rapidly in such a short time, consuming a single demon core equaled decades of arduous training for others. The Yang family truly deserves to be wiped out. Shirsen was genuinely furious this time. In his previous life, his power had been too weak in the early stages to uncover many secrets of the aristocratic families in Central Capital. At most, he'd occasionally overheard casual chatter among friends, later on rumors about some clan producing a traitor who was executed. But even as the Great Xia launched its counteroffensive against the Divine Kingdom, countless traitors by name and reputation still thrived under the god's rule. Had it not been for the Holy Master Yuan Kohai activating the complete god-slaying barrier at the moment of his demise, exposing the traitors without escape, Great Xia would likely have been torn to shreds long ago by these scum and the gods, working both openly and covertly. With that thought, Shirsen immediately strode toward Yang Ding. He intended to make this man vanish completely physically. Yang Ding could clearly sense the murderous intent radiating from Shirsenator. Without further hesitation, he gave his long sword a sharp shake. With a violent tremor, the entire blade seemed to vanish into thin air. Clang! With final resolve, Yang Ding lunged forward, thrusting his blade toward Shirsen. Shirsen, however, found it utterly ridiculous. Perhaps in the eyes of first-tier martial artists like Lianga, Yang Ding's sword strike was utterly unstoppable. For with their eyesight, they couldn't even see the sword's trajectory. But to Shirsen, whose body had been tempered by gale energy and fortified by devouring the flesh of the devouring beast, Yang Ding seemed to be moving in slow motion, advancing toward him step by step. That rapidly vibrating sword appeared crystal clear within Shirsen's perception. To the onlookers, Shirsen merely took a light step forward before suddenly materializing before Yang Ding. 2 fingers pinched the ornate sword cleanly. What terrifying speed! Impossible! Reactions varied among the crowd. Old Wu was overcome with excitement, Lianga covered her mouth in shock, and Yang Ding was utterly stunned, his face turning ashen. Do you think that kind of forced, unnatural power is true strength? Shirsen remained utterly calm, his gaze fixed on Yang Ding as if he were already dead. Then, clenching his right fist, he drove it straight toward Yang Ding's chest. You're finished! Yang Ding stared at Shirsen, mere inches away, his heart surging with wild joy. At such close range, even if Shirsen was at the Qi realm, he couldn't possibly block his true trump card. With a flicker of thought, a flying knife slightly dull yet gleaming with a cold, sharp edge instantly materialized between them. Whoosh! Yang Ding's entire focus was channeled into the flying knife, guiding it toward Shirsen's forehead at terrifying speed. No! Get out of the way! Lianga, whose attention was entirely fixed on the 2 combatants, immediately noticed this bizarre scene. Before she could process how the dagger had materialized, her face drained of color as she cried out in alarm. But it was too late. At least, that's how it appeared to Lianga. The bizarre flying knife moved far too swiftly, and Shirsen stood far too close to Yang Ding. In the blink of an eye, the dagger pierced Shirsen's forehead. Clang! Ha 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 ha! Let's see how you die now! Yang Ding roared with laughter. What did it matter that Shursen was a powerhouse at the Chi realm? Under my life-bound spirit artifact, he'll soon be just another wronged soul. No. No. Why did the sound of the flying dagger piercing his brow ring so crisply? Like metal striking metal? Yang Ding fixed his gaze on Shursen, mere inches away, his body trembling as a primal scream erupted within him. What did I just see? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My throwing knife couldn't have snapped clean in two. Shursen was puzzled. It felt like he'd been bitten by a mosquito out of nowhere, an itch tickling his brow. But his hands never paused. Thud. His right fist punched straight through Yang Ding's chest, leaving the man staring in utter disbelief. He turned to look at Lianga. What was it you said you were dodging? Chapter 43, on sleeping in an abandoned village. Lianga stared at the man before her, his forehead creased in confusion as he rubbed his brow. The mix of emotions churning inside her was indescribable. And nothing, it's fine. Oh. Shursen turned his gaze to the flying dagger lying broken in two on the ground, slowly dissipating. Instantly, everything clicked into place. At this juncture, Holy Master Yuan Kohai should indeed have disclosed the contents of the contemplation method to the major clans and sects. Of course, it wasn't out of some possessive desire to hoard knowledge for his own familiar friends. Rather, the current version of the contemplation method was not yet final. Shursen had once heard from an old friend that the original contemplation method had significant flaws. For ordinary people without martial arts training, attempting to learn it almost invariably led to mental breakdowns and insanity. By sharing the contemplation method with the major clans and sects, Yuan Kohai was gathering diverse data to refine and perfect it. After all, these martial artists had tempered their will since childhood, possessing unyielding mental fortitude. Even if complications arose, they wouldn't suffer the same fate as ordinary people. Most likely, they would recover after a few days of rest and be as lively as ever. However, Yang Ding was not someone who had trained in martial arts since childhood. Yet he managed to visualize his own life-bound spirit artifact. His luck was quite good. But then he encountered Shursen, that monstrous being. His physique had long been honed to rival that of a demon beast with demon god bloodlines. To think that Yang Ding could possibly injure Shursen with his mere first-tier spirit artifact? Pure delusion. The flying dagger was even shattered by the sheer force of the rebound upon striking Shursen's forehead, as hard as stone. After dispatching Yang Ding and his guards, Shursen tossed the sweat-drenched Chen Su and his companions before Lianga. These men didn't attack me, and they're your team members. You handle them however you see fit. Seeing Shursen, this killing machine who had slaughtered young Master Yang and his men with the cold-blooded efficiency of a butcher, right before their eyes, now placing his fate in the hands of his former beautiful captain, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, having spent considerable time together, Chen Su and the others knew their captain well. While she could be ruthless against demonic beasts, she still harbored kindness toward those she knew. To boost his chances of survival, Chen Su's eyes darted around before he immediately burst into wails. Captain! It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let greed cloud my judgment and accepted that bastard Yang Ding's money to treat my mother's illness. It's all my fault. Go ahead and punish me. I'm willing to pay the price. Lianga froze. So Chen Su had taken the money to treat his mother? Her heart twisted in conflict. Zhang Yulin and Yang Dafeng clearly saw the hesitation on Lianga's face. Exchanging glances, they too began to justify their actions, weeping profusely. In the heat of their emotional display, they nearly convinced even themselves. Shursen instantly saw through their theatrical performance it was all an act. But his principle was clear: as fellow humans, as long as you haven't attacked me or shown hostility toward me, there was no reason to take away their precious lives. Lianga hesitated for a long moment, her gaze drifting toward old Wu in the corner. A decision solidified within her. She hoisted her alloy heavy sword and pointed it at Yang Dafeng. You struck old Wu so viciously I cannot spare you. With that, the heavy sword sliced ruthlessly across Yang Dafeng's throat as terror filled his eyes. As for the two of you, get out. Don't let me see you again. Lianga still seethed with resentment. But after all, their actions were understandable. This world had been plunged into sudden upheaval. Humans struggled to survive. Choosing to betray Lianga, a captain they'd only known briefly, for the sake of their own kin, was utterly understandable. Chen Su and the other man were overjoyed. They scrambled to their feet, bowing repeatedly to the former captain as they edged toward the doorway. As they crossed the threshold, an emotionally charged Chen Su shot a resentful glance at Shursen, who stood calmly in the courtyard. It was all this guy's fault he'd ruined his plans. Had Yang Ding succeeded in winning over Lianga today, given his style, he certainly wouldn't have shortchanged Chen Su. By successfully connecting with the Yang family through Yang Ding, with Chen Su's scheming nature, he would eventually make a name for himself in Zhongjing. I remember you. Just wait. The day I, Chen Su, surpass you, I'll make you understand what true despair feels like. Chen Su silently vowed in his heart. Fortunes change over time. Never underestimate a young man's potential. Though he was merely a lowly martial artist of no renown at present, with his innate abilities and talent, he would surely rise to prominence before long. Yet Shinsu never imagined that even such a fleeting, subtle glance would be detected by Shirsen's keen senses. Ha? Does he harbor resentment toward me? Is he seeking revenge? But he's so weak, he'd never have a chance. Could it be, he's going to seek the favor of the gods too? Only the gods possess the power to grant such rapid advancement in one's early stages. Oomph. Human traitor deserving of death. Shirsen acted decisively, bursting forward to confront Shinsu. Before the terrified man could react, a single punch crushed his chest completely. After dispatching Shinsu, Shirsen turned his gaze to Zhang Yulin, instantly recognizing him as no better scum. With a casual swipe of his palm, he sent Zhang Yulin's head spinning. Meeting Lianga's bewildered gaze, Shirsen explained, "Don't look at me like that. They were the ones who harbored ill will toward me first. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Truthfully, I'm a kind-hearted person, but people just keep coming at me with ill intent. Ah. These are tough times, and people aren't what they used to be. Kind-hearted." Old Wu in the corner silently surveyed the corpses littering the floor. "Fine, you're the big shot with the powerful aura you call the shots." That night, Shirsen carried the badly injured Old Wu into the house, followed by Lianga, who had regained consciousness. "Thanks for stepping in, brother. Otherwise, we might have." Old Wu thanked him with a grimace. Shirsen waved it off. "Blame that freaking young family guy for laughing so damn loud he woke me up. If you wanna thank anyone, thank him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered sticking my nose in." Old Wu was instantly speechless. This Gangchi realm powerhouse might be strong, but his words were a bit blunt, to say the least. "Yeah, I think he's a freak too. A total freak." Lianga fumed indignantly. The scene she'd just witnessed had utterly disgusted her. If she really had to be, by Yang Ding, that bastard, she'd rather die. "But how come you're sleeping here in Gejia village? Does sleeping in a deserted place really make you sleep better?" Shirsen glanced at Lianga in surprise. The girl was indeed quite attractive, and perhaps due to years of martial arts training, her physique was exceptionally striking. "How do you know sleeping here is comfortable?" "Of course. It's incredibly quiet here, anyone would know it's perfect for sleeping." "Whoa, you hit the nail on the head. Hee, since you're keeping watch tonight, big shot, how about letting me experience sleeping in this deserted village too?" "Absolutely. Sleep soundly, no one will disturb you tonight. But when you wake up, tell me your honest impressions so I can learn from them." That last nap felt like it slightly boosted my cultivation level, but that freak interrupted it. Old Wu stared in shock at the two chatting away. This wasn't right. Chapter 44, The Situation in Central Capital. Lianga fell asleep the moment she said she would, her no-nonsense approach leaving Shirsen thoroughly satisfied. While women usually slowed Shirsen's fighting speed, Lianga's personality and approach were exactly his cup of tea. In all my past and present lives, I'd never met a woman who understood the connection between the right place and sleep so well. This Lianga, she's something else. Seeing Lianga lying on the sofa before him like a sleeping beauty, Shirsen felt an overwhelming surge of joy. In his high spirits, Shirsen retrieved a first-tier demon core he had obtained earlier. He shattered it with his gale energy and applied the fragments to Old Wu's chest. While this demon core couldn't be directly consumed by a pure martial artist, applying it externally could heal numerous injuries. Still, using it this way felt like a waste. After all, a first-tier demon core could be refined with herbs into various medicinal broths, capable of elevating several ordinary people directly into martial artists. But Shirsen was in a generous mood. Old Wu's straightforward, fearless nature had won him over. "This is far too precious. How can I ever repay your kindness, sir?" Old Wu was visibly moved. A first-tier demon core, currently priced around 50,000 on the market, was an utterly unattainable luxury for someone like him with no savings whatsoever. Shirsen, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. While a first-tier demon core required slaying numerous first-tier demon beasts to obtain just one, making it highly precious. For martial artists like Old Wu, obtaining one meant taking immense risks. But to him, it was merely a trivial item. No matter how difficult a first-tier demon core was to obtain, it couldn't compare to the terrifying number of demon beasts Shirsen had slain on his journey from the western continent. His backpack was already overflowing with demon cores, just waiting to be traded for rare resources in Central Capital. A mere first-tier demon core was hardly worth mentioning. "No problem. Just give me a rough overview of the current situation in Central Capital. Consider it payment for saving your life." "No problem. What aspects should I cover?" Old Wu felt the demon core's potency gradually taking effect within him. A warm glow spread across his chest, even his voice carrying more strength. "Which families are prominent in Central Capital right now? Famous?" Old Wu's stunned response caught Shirsen off guard. Had he phrased the question wrong? "Yes. Haven't any families in Zhongjing stepped forward to share the burden of defending the city?" "Impossible." Old Wu's voice suddenly rose. "Zhongjing does have quite a few martial arts families, even major sections. But who would dare step forward under the watchful eye of the Zhongjing True Martial Department, claiming they can ease Zhongjing's burden and request a division of the defense lines?" Old Wu's decades of experience spoke for itself. He knew exactly what Sen was getting at with his question. He likely wanted to understand the power dynamics in Central Capital to avoid stepping on any landmines. Such caution was entirely justified. After all, Zhongjing was a veritable den of hidden talents. Not only were there cultivators at the Gangxi realm, but even those at the Yukong realm had likely emerged. It was only natural for Sen to harbor such caution. But present-day Central Capital was firmly held by the true martial department. Its head, Yuan Kohai, was a Taoist leader whose power was beyond compare. Even before the revival of spiritual energy, his terrifying talent had allowed him to forcefully break through to the Gangxi realm, striking fear into all directions. Under such circumstances, what clan would dare to stick their neck out? They all obediently sent their elite young disciples to be at the disposal of the Jinwu department. Only after Old Wu explained the situation to Sen did the latter grasp the reality. Indeed, it was exactly as he described. In his previous life, when he first set foot in Central Capital, Yuan Kutai had already fallen. Naturally, those treacherous families and sects refused to submit to official authority. Open and covert struggles erupted incessantly, with factions clashing fiercely over even the smallest resources. Without a dominant figure to establish order, the authorities could only adopt a conciliatory policy, employing various measures to appease these unruly martial artists. So now, is the Zhongjing entirely managed by the Jinwu department? Sen asked. Old Wu nodded. Indeed it is. But the true martial department has too many high-ranking experts who rarely get involved in day-to-day affairs. Most authority has been delegated to several newly established departments. New departments? Yes. Currently, 3 major departments handle all matters related to demonic beasts: the Task Bureau, the Demon Beast Resources Bureau, and the Ancient Martial Weapons Bureau. The Task Bureau acts as the intermediary, receiving assignments from the True Martial Department and related parallel departments. They then distribute these tasks to our registered beast hunting squads, who select missions based on our qualifications. The Monster Resource Bureau handles the recovery of all usable materials from monsters and the external sale of various potions and pills. The Weapons Bureau is the department that ensures everyone's logistics. Don't be fooled by the Ancient Martial. In its name, it actually sells all kinds of modern weapons. The alloy blades forged with our Great Xia's modern technology suffer excessive wear when facing demon beasts. Only the ancient martial weapons crafted by the Weapons Bureau's master smiths, using materials sourced from demon beasts, can meet the demands of our squads. Sen frowned deeply. Though he had arrived in Zhongjing late in his previous life, he hadn't been so out of the loop as to never hear about these 3 major departments. This was likely the butterfly effect he'd created upon reincarnating in Great Xia. However, Sen soon relaxed his brow. Upon careful reflection, the existence of these 3 major departments undoubtedly brought more benefits than harm to the vast majority of civilian martial artists. At the very least, as long as they remained in existence, they could provide civilian martial artists with a relatively fair competitive environment. It would prevent the immense friction that later arose with the martial clans and sects over resource distribution. It had even nearly split the Great Xia Empire in 2. But since Sen had already decided to arrive in Central Capital early, he would never allow such a situation to occur again. Any clan daring to cause trouble would face the severing of their lineage at Sen's command. A reborn warrior lacking such resolve would make Sen unworthy of his title as general of the vanguard army. So it seems the situation in Central Capital remains relatively stable, Sen observed, turning his gaze to the weathered Old Wu. He pressed further, why did that freak from the Young family get entangled with you while you were out hunting demon beasts to complete your mission? Ah, that's a long story. Old Wu sighed, his eyes fixed on Senator. He wondered if this Gangxi martial artist before him would even bother listening to the melodramatic tales of mere second-tier martial artists like them. Sen glanced at Lianga, sleeping soundly, and felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Even the stagnant Gangxi circulating within his body seemed to flow more smoothly. Indeed, having someone who understood him brought an involuntary sense of joy to both body and mind. No worries. The night is long anyway. Consider this casual conversation. Go ahead. Old Wu, having secured Sen's consent, began recounting the entire story with a grim expression. However, whenever he mentioned Lianga, he tended to highlight only the positive aspects, glossing over matters like misjudging people or falling for money-related schemes with just a few words. As Sen listened to Old Wu's story, he occasionally glanced at Lianga, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. Indeed, those who shared his perspective were truly exceptional individuals. Chapter 45, Are You Willing? The next day dawned clear and crisp. Lianga had a long dream. In it, she ascended to the realm of Yukong, slaughtering demon beasts left and right amidst their horde. The people of Zhongjing were so startled they cried out, "The Empress has descended." Then, the dream ended. Lianga discovered she was still a lowly first-tier novice, and her heart sank with disappointment. Damn that dream! Why couldn't it last longer? I was so close to reaching the demon god realm. How frustrating. Where did the boss and Old Wu go? Stretching lazily, Lianga found the room completely empty. The 2 grown men had vanished into thin air. She hurried outside only to find them crouched in a corner, roasting something over a fire. Liinga approached and gasped in horror upon recognizing the demon beast skewered on the wooden stick. "Boss, you can't eat that. It's a carrion dog." Shursen, however, was contentedly eyeing Liinga's curvaceous figure up and down. Sure enough, Liinga, whose compatibility with him was remarkably high, knew carrion dogs weren't edible. Truly a rare gem among humans. Liinga felt uncomfortable under Shursen's unrestrained gaze, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Old Wu, who had observed the entire scene, looked pensive. "Come on, try this meat and see if it's tasty." Shursen beckoned with a smile. Liinga, however, looked troubled. Though carrion dogs were demon beasts, their meat was undoubtedly far superior to ordinary wild animals. But it was, after all, a scavenger. Central Capital had long confirmed its flesh contained toxins, making it unsuitable for consumption. Still, with a Gangchi realm expert personally inviting her, Liinga deliberated long and hard. Finally, steeled with resolve, she stomped her foot and plopped down beside Shursen. Taking the leg Shursen offered, she embraced a resolute mindset and took a bite. "Ha! This scavenger dog tastes surprisingly good." Liinga stared at the leg in her hands, murmuring in astonishment. Old Wu snapped out of his reverie, sighing as he tapped his forehead. "What a silly girl. This isn't some scavenger dog, it's a third-tier demon beast, the flying wing wolf." "Ha!" Liinga looked utterly bewildered, but quickly perked up and exclaimed to Shursen, "This flying wing wolf tastes great. You really have excellent taste, boss." "Nothing special, heh. If you like it, I'll go hunt another one for us to try later." Shursen gladly accepted Liinga's praise, growing increasingly pleased with this perceptive girl. "Really? But one might not be enough. I have quite an appetite." Liinga felt a bit embarrassed. "No problem. If one isn't enough, I'll hunt a few more. Besides, there's a demon beast called the blue flame eagle. Its meat is even more delicious than this flying wolf's. The only catch is it can fly, and the flames on its body are quite troublesome. Unless you're at least a 5th-tier sky-riding realm cultivator, you generally won't be able to kill it." Oh. Then once you reach the skywalking realm in a few days, find time to catch one. I'll cook it myself and guarantee your satisfaction." "Sounds great." Shursen and Liinga exchanged a knowing smile, both feeling an inexplicable sensation welling up inside them. Old Wu, however, was utterly speechless at their exchange. He felt completely unable to keep up with their leaping train of thought. How did they suddenly shift to discussing which demon beasts tasted best? Shouldn't this silly girl be amazed that Shursen effortlessly killed the winged wolf? What was with that inexplicable sense of trust? And this Gangchi master, is the sky riding realm really that easy to reach? And they're waiting a few more days to go to the sky realm to capture a blue flame eagle. Good heavens, don't they know how terrifying the blue flame eagle is? That's the terrifying demon beast that even the true martial division couldn't kill after deploying 12 Gangchi realm martial artists and setting up a massive net. And you guys call it food? Old Wu felt his worldview crumbling. Not even the descent of the divine realm had shaken him this much. But I see they've taken a liking to each other. Perhaps I could try playing matchmaker? Old Wu's thoughts shifted, and suddenly the idea seemed feasible. After all, the Liinga family had fallen into decline, and he'd watched her grow up from childhood. Naturally, he hoped this girl could find a good home. Though he'd known Shursen for less than a day, the man was at least a formidable Gangchi realm expert. And judging by his appearance, he didn't seem too old either. In the current climate, finding a partner with solid cultivation and mutual attraction would be a blessing. With this thought, Old Wu watched the two chatting animatedly and made up his mind. After devouring the winged wolves drawn by the bloodshed, the trio set off on their return journey. As for the gold beneath the mansion, Shursen had personally investigated the underground chambers. It was nothing more than a trap set to lure Liinga into the snare. Upon learning the truth, Liinga was understandably furious, denouncing Yang Ding as a cunning schemer. The roads near Zhongjing had long been ravaged beyond recognition by the rampant demon beasts. Shursen and his companions had no choice but to rely on their own legs, walking step by step back to Zhongjing. Fortunately, as martial artists, their physical conditioning far surpassed that of ordinary people. The journey of several dozen kilometers could be covered in roughly 2 hours. Along the way, while Liinga was hidden behind a tree attending to her needs, Old Wu quietly approached Shursen. Old Wu, you need something? Shursen noticed his approach and asked, puzzled. Even now, Old Wu found it difficult to speak up. After all, he was a grown man who had never played matchmaker before. He stammered, unsure how to begin. Hey, just spit it out. Why all the fuss? Shursen saw Old Wu's awkwardness and encouraged him directly. Well, I was wondering, Brother Shur, what do you think of our Captain Li? Old Wu carefully weighed his words before finally managing to speak. Shursen looked at Old Wu in confusion. She's great. What's the matter? Then, might Brother Shur have someone special in mind? What exactly are you asking about? Well, how should I put it? Since you seem to have quite a fondness for Inga, perhaps. At this point, Old Wu genuinely couldn't continue, his face burning fiercely. Shursen suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up as he looked at old Wu. You old fox. You were trying to put in a good word for Inga. No problem, I get what you mean. But matters like this ultimately require consent from both parties. When Inga gets back, I'll ask her what she thinks. You stay out of it. An old man acting all coy and awkward, it just makes me uncomfortable. Old Wu stared at Shursen in shock, a bitter taste rising in his throat. It seemed he really was getting old. He couldn't fathom young people's ways at all. When Liinga emerged from behind the tree, she found Shursen's expression unusually stern, his eyes fixed intently on her. This left her utterly at a loss. Big brother Shur, why are you staring at me like that? Shursen took a deep breath, struggling to calm the turmoil within him. After all, this was the first time he'd ever done anything like this, in either life or death. I'm asking you. Are you willing? Liinga? If you understand, no further explanation is needed. If you don't, words are useless. Old Wu nervously glanced at Liinga. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A young powerhouse at the Gangchi realm was waiting for your nod. Don't go and do something foolish now, you silly girl. As if hearing old Wu's thoughts, Liinga's expression flickered uncertainly. After a long moment, she finally calmed her emotions, her face hardening into an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Clang! Liinga knelt on the ground, hands pressed together, her crisp voice echoing across the wilderness. Master, your disciple bows before you. Chapter 46, Northern Front Command Headquarters. Shursen's heart overflowed with joy. In all his past and present lives, he had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be this happy. Though Liinga was a woman and only at the first tier of power, she was remarkably compatible with him. Anyone else would have been utterly baffled by his earlier words. But Liinga understood. Moreover, her mind raced with lightning speed. She immediately knelt to become his disciple. Shursen smiled as he helped her up. Rise, then. It seems fate has brought us together. Of course. The moment you spoke, I knew you recognized my potential and wanted to take me as your disciple. Liinga lifted her head, her expression brimming with pride and arrogance. Smack! Old Wu slapped himself hard across the face, trying to wake himself from this bizarre dream. Old Wu? Uncle Wu, what's wrong? As he watched the two men turn their concerned gazes toward him in perfect unison, Old Wu clutched his face in agony. Nothing. Just a mosquito. Maybe it's time to find a suitable woman and talk about the future? Old Wu plunged into deep self-doubt. He was utterly baffled by Shursen and the other man's behavior. How could Shursen, this powerful cultivator, mistake someone he fancied for a potential disciple? Why did Liinga suddenly interpret a question clearly meant to break the ice between two people of opposite sexes as Shursen wanting to take her as his disciple? Ah well, this outcome isn't so bad. At least we've established a connection with Brother Shur. Inga will have a solid backing from now on. Watching the two of them chatting and laughing, Old Wu sighed deeply. They were still 5 kilometers from the northern defense line of central capital. Shursen and his companions hadn't encountered many demon beasts along the way, which puzzled him. Why, after traveling over 10 kilometers outside Zhongjing City where demon beast density was highest, had they not encountered a single one? We're not entirely sure either, Liinga shook her head. After accepting that E-rank task to deal with the carrion dogs, the task bureau staff directly suggested we exit through the north gate. She too was unaware of the underlying reasons. They must have headed toward the east gate or south gate. Old Wu mused thoughtfully. I ran into an old friend earlier, and he asked me if I was interested in enlisting. I pressed him for details. He said the eastern and southern fronts were under extreme pressure. The beast tide had swelled to the point where several defensive lines had been breached. I suspect some high-tier demon beasts might be summoning and directing the lower-tier ones toward the east and south gates. Only those in command know their true purpose. Shursen nodded. Old Wu's words stirred distant memories within him. It seemed that around this very time, 2 ancient sage relic sites had appeared in central capital. According to comrades who participated in the events back then, it was a bloody battle where both humans and beasts suffered heavy losses. In the end, however, the Great Xia Empire seized control of one of the relic sites. The gains were immense, even spawning several renowned generals of the divine rank who now hold prominent positions on the Great Xia's supreme saint list. As they neared the central capital, the trio instinctively quickened their pace. Soon, the outermost defensive installations of the northern front line came into view. These firepower fortresses were scattered across the vast land like canine teeth. The distance between each structure had been meticulously calculated by the most professional scholars, ensuring 360-degree coverage to unleash firepower upon the surging demonic beasts. The cylindrical fortresses were clad in high-strength alloy armor, their surfaces shimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. Numerous gun ports were evenly distributed across the walls. Machine guns and similar firearms had long been proven insufficient against the demonic beasts. Now, light artillery is used, directly compensating for low rate of fire with sheer numbers. Judging by the pitted ground and faint traces of dark red blood, this fortress defense line must be quite effective against the beast tide. Hello, please present your credentials. As they approached the front line, 3 soldiers suddenly emerged from the fortress. Leading them was an officer, one hand on the sword at his waist, the other blocking Shursin and his companions. "Oh, we have credentials. Here, this is our Nightingale Squad access pass." Liinga pulled out a palm-sized certificate made of special material from her backpack. The officer took the pass, glanced at it, then handed it to a soldier behind him to verify the information within the fortress. Soon, the soldier jogged back out, whispering a few words into the officer's ear. The officer gradually turned his gaze toward the trio, his brow furrowing slightly. He took an imperceptible step backward, his hand on his sword hilt tightening into a firm grip. Nightingale Squad is registered with 5 members. Why have only 2 returned? And who is this unregistered individual? Liinga's expression shifted slightly, but before she could speak, the officer waved her off. "Please come with me." Old Wu grabbed Liinga, who was about to explain, and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Just follow their instructions for now. We'll figure out how to contact the Yuan court later." Liinga pondered for a moment before finally nodding to the officer in agreement. She handed the alloy-heavy sword in her grasp to the soldier behind him. Shursin, however, felt no unease. After all, under these extraordinary circumstances, stricter management was entirely necessary. It was better than letting those divine apostles infiltrate the central capital. Led by the officer, the group swiftly passed through layer upon layer of defenses, reaching the 6th ring road at the outermost perimeter of central capital. This area had been reduced to ruins by the initial beast-tide assault, with crumbling walls and shattered debris scattered everywhere. The group approached a relatively well-preserved structure. Shursin looked up. This had once been a shopping mall. Though its exterior showed some damage, it was still in far better shape than the half-collapsed buildings surrounding it. At the mall's entrance, the original sign had been replaced with one reading Northern Frontline Command Headquarters. Led by an officer, Shursin and his companions passed through several checkpoints before entering the main hall. What surprised Shursin most was the sheer number of martial artists everywhere. He even spotted several individuals at the peak of the 3rd tier. With such a dense concentration of martial artists, it was no wonder the officer had brought them into the command center without hesitation, completely unconcerned that they might harbor treacherous intentions and attempt a decapitation strike against the northern defense line. Shursin and his companions followed the officer to the basement of the shopping mall. After the officer negotiated, another person arrived to arrange their accommodations. "Wait here for a moment. The staff handling these matters are still questioning other teams." After speaking, the man turned his gaze toward Shursin. "You come with me. Master." Liinga sprang to her feet, her face flushing with anxiety as Shursin was led away. "It's fine. You have acquaintances here, right? Just have them come pick me up later." Shursin halted Liinga's movement, hoisted the backpack filled with demon cores onto his shoulder, and followed the man deeper into the basement. Chapter 47 Interrogation. Shursin followed the staff deeper into the underground garage, now converted into an office space, glancing around curiously. Liinga and Old Wu were stationed beside the elevator they descended in earlier, what appeared to be a makeshift interrogation area. Along the way, Shursin encountered no one else besides the narrow passageways and empty offices lining both sides. It wasn't until he neared the edge of the underground garage that he rounded a corner and encountered 2 young men in uniforms, long knives at their waists, looking somewhat awkward. One of them reached out to block his path, his tone carrying an air of superiority. "Shaoli, has this person committed an offense?" Shaoli responded promptly, hands clasped in a respectful gesture. No, Director Zhua. He's not registered in the system. We need to take him to the interrogation room for questioning." Zhua Yuanqing stepped forward to scrutinize Shursin closely, then pointed at his backpack and demanded, "What's that?" Shursin ignored the guy whose eyes seemed to be practically in the back of his head, not even bothering to glance at him. This attitude seemed to make Zhua Yuanqing feel disrespected, a hint of anger creeping into his voice as he pressed, "I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" "Enough, Yuanqing. We have urgent matters to attend to. Why are you giving him a hard time here?" Another man standing beside Zhua Yuanqing interjected, "He's just a level 1 martial artist who fled to Zhongjing from nearby. Why bother with him?" Shursin had only displayed the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Unless one had reached the Gangchi realm or higher, no one could truly gauge his actual combat prowess. Zhua Yuanqing seemed swayed by his companion's words. He merely shot Shursin a cold glance before stepping aside, allowing Shaoli to lead Shursin through. It was merely a minor incident, and Shursin paid it little mind. People like Zhua Yuanqing were likely those with modest talent who, nurtured by their families or sex, had quickly reached the strength of a second-tier martial artist. Their arrogance was only natural. Only after reality dealt them a harsh blow might they finally wake up. This world was full of those far stronger than them. The rest of the journey proceeded without incident. Shursin followed Shaoli into a relatively secluded room. Inside stood a desk with a desk lamp on it, flanked by lightweight swivel chairs on either side. "This is interesting, set up like an interrogation room," Shursin remarked nonchalantly, sitting down and stretching lazily. Shaoli ignored Shursin's mutterings. After bringing him inside, he said nothing and walked straight out. Squeak! Soon, the door swung open, revealing a burly, bald man with a menacing expression. The burly man placed a notebook and pen on the table, swiveled his chair around, and sat down. Name? The man's voice was deep and low, his eyes never meeting Shirsen's. Shir Sr. Where are you from? Manhwa City, Shizhou. The pen paused as the burly man wrote, then he slowly looked up at Shir Sr. Do you know how far Shizhou is from Zhongjing? I know. 1,251 kilometers. Shirsen met the man's gaze impassively. Hoof. The burly man snorted, seemingly finding further argument with Shirsen pointless. He pressed on, what brings you to Zhongjing? To kill demons. You know the price for killing in central capital is devastatingly high, don't you? Shirsen sat up straight and answered earnestly, I know. But I also know there's no one in central capital who can make me pay that price. The burly man felt there was no point in continuing this conversation. The unremarkable-looking young man before him must have suffered some kind of mental shock, which was why he was spouting such completely thoughtless nonsense. From Manhwa City? If he knew the distance between them was over 1,000 kilometers, he should also be aware of the terrifying number of demonic beasts roaming the wilderness of Great Xia. The burly man reckoned that even with a fully armed elite squad, he might not be able to cross the Great Xia wilderness from the western continent to central capital. But the most absurd part? This young man actually intended to kill someone in central capital. With mere first-tier martial prowess, forget killing someone, it was doubtful he could even survive in the chaotic, mixed-bag environment of central capital city. Knock knock. Just as the burly man was about to rise and leave intending to call a psychiatrist for the young man, a knock sounded at the door. Shu Hua, you can report back first. I just remembered I left something the boss asked me to bring. I have to go back. Zui Yuanqing feigned surprise, dismissing his companion in a few swift gestures. Standing still as Chu Hua's figure faded into the distance, a hint of greed finally surfaced on his face. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's backpack must contain at least dozens of first-tier demon cores. Zui Yuanqing hailed from the Tianxian sect, currently a third-generation disciple. From childhood, he had cultivated the Xinwen technique, an exceedingly rare art requiring a specific constitution to practice. While this technique might yield slightly lower combat prowess compared to other practitioners of the same rank, it possessed immense power in detecting and locating treasures. His ability to break through to second-tier martial artist in just 10 days was entirely due to the divine perception technique. It had allowed him to locate an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. After secretly brewing and consuming it, his cultivation efficiency skyrocketed. This transformation propelled him from an unremarkable third-generation disciple of the Tianxian sect to a core true disciple. His master even recommended him for a prestigious posting along the northern defenses of the central capital. His recent confrontation with Shirsen wasn't born of Zui Yuanqing's inherent nature, it was deliberate. He planned to seize Shirsen's backpack under some flimsy excuse, figuring he could split the loot 50-50 with Chu Hua at worst. But that stubborn fool had ruined his plans. With things already said to that extent, trying to set another trap for Shirsen would seem far too contrived. If things blew up, Zui Yuanqing feared he might not even get a single drop. That little cutie. Good riddance. Those demon cores are all mine now. Zui Yuanqing hurried back, his mind racing through the demon core's value. The more he calculated, the more his heart pounded. A first-tier demon core is worth 50,000 yuan now. That backpack must have at least 30 of them, minimum. A full 1.5 million. I could buy a year's worth of potions from the resource bureau. No. I could practically swim in potions. My talent may be lacking, but I can compensate with resources. Once I reach the Gangchi stage or even the Sky Riding realm, I'll see if that damn little junior sister dares to act so arrogant in front of me. The mere thought of his petite junior sister, curvy yet radiating an almost saintly aura, sent a surge of lust coursing through Zui Yuanqing's veins. Now, all he needed was to pin any charge on that unlucky bastard, and he could claim all the demon cores for himself. No, better yet, provoke that bastard into attacking him right then and there. The moment he dared to strike, Zui Yuanqing would strike him down with thunderous force. Only then would it be foolproof. Soon, Zui Yuanqing arrived outside the room where Shirsen was being interrogated. After knocking twice, he pushed the door open and walked straight in. But upon seeing the burly man, he instantly felt a headache coming on. Why is Lei Guang conducting the interrogation? Is he on duty today? Chapter 48, Lei Guang, completely stunned. Zui Yuanqing immediately sensed trouble. Although Lei Guang's Lei family was still far inferior to the Tianxian sect. But the man himself had extensive connections and formidable strength. Decades of relentless practice in his family's thunderbolt fist had culminated in a breakthrough to third-tier martial artist in just days. Most crucially, Lei Guang had a fiery temper and couldn't tolerate the slightest provocation. Zui Yuanqing had already clashed with him before. What brings you here? Lei Guang eyed Zui Yuanqing impatiently. I've come on my master's orders to take over this interrogation. Zui Yuanqing could only invoke his master's authority, forcing himself to explain. My master says this man was an outer disciple of our Tianxian sect. He was expelled for stealing our martial arts techniques and was forbidden from ever setting foot in Zhongjing again. Yet now he's returned. Clearly something is terribly wrong. What utter nonsense. Can you even state this man's full name, where he comes from, or who his family members are? Lei Guang's tone carried a hint of anger. Zui Yuanqing was nothing but a useless invalid, spending his days at headquarters fleecing the hunting squads. Did he really think Lei Guang was unaware? Now he shows up with some flimsy excuse to take Shirsen away. Clearly he's after something on that man. Lei Guang hadn't wanted to meddle in such trivial matters before, but now Zui Yuanqing was coming to pick a fight at his doorstep? And he was even invoking his master's name to try and intimidate him into backing down? What a ing little brat. Seeing Zui Yuanqing stammering and unable to speak, Lei Guang sneered coldly, "Can't speak? Then get the hell out of here. Stop ing around trying to screw with this person and that person every day. Be careful you don't piss someone off and end up destroying everything." After being scolded, Zui Yuanqing's expression flickered with emotion. Finally, he shot Lei Guang a venomous look before hurrying away. Put. Seeing scum like him makes me sick. Always scheming for shortcuts, flaunting his petty authority like it's something to brag about. Director Zua? Ha! Lei Guang watched Zui Yuanqing's retreating figure and spat on the ground, making no effort to hide his disgust. Turning back, Lei Guang fixed his icy gaze on Shirsen, who stood as steady as a mountain. "What the hell are you here for, kid? Cut the bull and get to the point. Just tell me straight up, and once I register you, you can be on your way. I am indeed from Manhwa City. Here is my identification." Shirsen's lips curved into a smile. Finally ceasing to tease this former friend from his past life, he handed over his military ID. "You really won't give up until you're at the end of your rope." Lei Guang grumbled as he took the ID. After a glance, his expression shifted slightly. He snapped a military salute at Shir Senior. "Good day, Colonel." Having served in the military for years, Lei Guang knew instantly upon handling the ID that it was genuine. That unique texture and encrypted serial number were things ordinary people never got to see. "So, may I go now, Lieutenant Lei?" "Yes, you may. Colonel Shir." Lei Guang's voice boomed as he stood at attention. Shirsen hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder and patted Lei Guang's broad shoulder with a smile. "The thunderbolt fist wounds both foe and friend. You'd best advance to the Qi realm soon. Otherwise, those nightly stomach pains will only grow worse." Lei Guang paled in shock. How did this man know a secret he'd never shared with anyone? The thunderbolt fist was inherently an extremely fierce martial art, beginning its cultivation by swallowing a mouthful of fiery yang qi into the abdomen. Before the spiritual energy had revived, the scorching yang energy had little effect, causing Lei Guang at most some discomfort, far from damaging his foundation. But now that he had leaped directly to the third-tier martial artist level, the aftereffects of that yang qi had surfaced. Each night, the fiery yang energy clashed with the lingering yin energy, causing excruciating abdominal pain that grew worse with each passing day. Yet Lei Guang was certain he hadn't even confided this secret to his own wife. How could this seemingly young Colonel Shir have uncovered his hidden truth? Shirsen smiled without explanation. He certainly wouldn't reveal a shred of information about his reincarnated identity in this chaotic place like Zhongjing. Before departing, he circulated his own gale energy through Lei Guang's body, offering slight relief from the torment. As for whether Lei Guang could grasp the method to break through the Gangqi realm from this sensation of Gangqi entering his body that depended entirely on him. Lei Guang was beyond shock. Now he was utterly numb. This Colonel Shir, who looked barely over 20, was actually at the Gangqi realm. Although the current revival of spiritual energy had led to a surge of martial artists achieving breakthroughs overnight, with first and second tier practitioners appearing everywhere, even third tier practitioners were no longer rare. But the Gangqi realm, a realm legendary from the previous dynasty, remained an unattainable dream for most. Though only one realm separated third tier practitioners from Gangqi, the harsh reality was that countless geniuses remained stuck at third tier, unable to even touch the threshold of Gangqi realm. The current Gangqi realm masters in Central Capital were almost all individuals who, during the era of depleted spiritual energy, had already attained the strength of first-tier martial artists through pure physical cultivation methods alone. As for Shirsen, even if he had begun cultivating from the moment he was born, he would still only have 20 years of practice under his belt. Lei Guang himself has trained for over 30 years, yet he remains stuck at the third tier with no hope of breakthrough in the near future. Leveraging his rank as a colonel, Shirsen smoothly escorted Liinga and her companion away without any complications, even though they hadn't yet found connections to assist them. After all, his military rank had been officially reported to the Central Capital by Elder Qin before the Divine Realm descended a position holding genuine authority. Even though they belonged to different military districts, the Northern Front command personnel dared not obstruct him. Hadn't you seen Lieutenant Lei bowing respectfully before Shirsen? As for the remaining 3 members of Nightingale Squad, Shirsen instructed the local personnel to classify them as missing. If they failed to report back within 3 days, they would be automatically expelled from the squad. Next, Shirsen accompanied Liinga to the task bureau to submit the carrion dog mission and added his own name to the squad roster. Liinga had no residence of her own in Central Capital, so the group temporarily settled in an isolated courtyard belonging to Old Wu. Shirsen immediately began fulfilling his duties as her master. He taught Liinga from the ground up. While she could continue using her Li family's heavy sword techniques for martial arts, she would have to learn the martial classics from Sin for cultivation methods. After all, due to certain circumstances, the cultivation techniques passed down in her family had been lost. That she could break through to the strength of a first-tier martial artist in this environment of revived spiritual energy. That was quite a testament to her exceptional talent. Sin held nothing back. When explaining the martial classics to Li Yinga, he made no effort to conceal Wu Haiba's presence. This deeply impressed old Wu. It made perfect sense why Brother Shi had become a Gangxi realm powerhouse at such a young age. With such magnanimity, if even he couldn't lead the way, old Wu felt that perhaps no one else could break through to the Gangxi realm either. As days passed, Sin occasionally ventured out with old Wu while teaching Li Yinga, gathering intelligence on the eastern and southern front lines. The ancient sacred sites of the sages on both sides, by my reckoning, they should be appearing soon. However, today, several uninvited guests have arrived at the small courtyard. Chapter 49, Jin Tianyun. Lei Guang arrived at the secluded courtyard with his superiors. Located in the old district of Zhongjing's 5th Ring Road, the courtyard housed mostly veteran soldiers who had distinguished themselves during the founding of the Great Xia Empire. Lei Guang, you mentioned that martial artist from the western continent who's at the Qi realm stage, does he live here? The question came from an elderly man over 50, his hair streaked with gray, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Lei Guang dared not delay, replying promptly, yes, sir. I confirmed it earlier. He usually stays within the courtyard teaching students and rarely leaves. Seems he's been waiting for us to come knocking, the elder quipped. A middle-aged man beside him, dressed in martial attire, chuckled, the deputy minister's foresight is truly remarkable. I'm impressed. Wang Yunyang, when did you learn to suck up like this? The deputy minister jests. This is simply stating the facts. Amidst the banter, Lei Guang stepped forward and knocked on the gate. Footsteps soon echoed from within the small courtyard. The man addressed as deputy minister lost interest in conversation, composing himself as he turned to face Sin, who had emerged to open the door. Sin's expression paused momentarily upon seeing the group at the doorway, then quickly returned to normal. He turned to Lei Guang and asked, Lieutenant Lei, what brings you here? Lei Guang smiled as he spoke, come, Colonel Shi, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Tianyun, deputy minister of the Zhongjing Jinwu department. And beside him is Wang Yunyang, captain of the Yen Yang squad under the Jinwu department. Sin recognized them all, especially Wang Yunyang, the man who would save his life 2 years later. But now wasn't the time for complications. He'd just treat this as a fresh introduction. After shaking hands with both men, Sin finally asked, may I ask what brings Deputy Director Qin here today? Qin Tianyun and Old Master Qin of Shizhou came from the same clan. By bloodline, Old Master Qin was actually his cousin. Colonel Shi, you truly are a prodigy. To traverse over 1,000 kilometers from West Continent to Central Capital single-handedly is truly admirable. Qin Tianyun began with polite pleasantries, but quickly shifted gears, his tone turning serious. I won't beat around the bush. I received a letter from my elder brother before the Divine Kingdom descended, and he specifically mentioned you, calling you a rare talent. Now that you've arrived in Zhongjing, it would be best to formally register with us. After all, we're all on the same side. Having official status will make your work much easier. What do you say, Colonel Shi? Sin had been waiting for Qin Tianyun to say this. If he went straight to the Jinwu department to register upon arriving in Zhongjing, he might well catch the eye of those with ulterior motives. There would be no immediate danger, but the mounting complications would surely become a headache. Sin knew Lei Guang well. The man was a key figure in Qin Tianyun's circle. Upon learning that Sin was a Gangxi realm martial artist from the western continent, he would undoubtedly contact his superior, Qin Tianyun, immediately. At that point, Sin could simply wait at home for Lei Guang to come knocking. As for why it took so long for Qin Tianyun to come find Sin, he had his own reasons. The true martial department, aside from its head Yuan Qiu, had 12 deputy heads, each a genuine Gangxi realm powerhouse. Each of them, in turn, commanded several elite warrior squads recruited based on their own capabilities. Beyond routine cultivation and patrols, Qin Tianyun's greatest concern was the contributions his squad could deliver. Unlike the civilian squads registered with the Task Bureau, elite squads attached to the Jinwu department required members of at least the 2nd martial rank and captains of at least the 3rd martial rank from the outset. The missions undertaken by these elite squads also differed greatly from those of civilian squads. They typically operated in the most dangerous areas, carrying out tasks directly assigned by the Jinwu department. The reason Qin Tianyun had been delayed for so long was that his Silver Moon squad had been trapped on Poison Turtle Mountain, just outside the southern defense line, by a 4th-tier demon beast accompanied by a large number of lower-tier demon beasts. So far, though contact had been established via short-range communication devices and all squad members were confirmed alive. But the situation had reached its most perilous point. Qin Tianyun personally went to investigate, hoping to bring the Silver Moon squad back, but ultimately returned empty-handed. It wasn't due to his lack of strength, but rather the treacherous terrain of Poison Turtle Mountain. The communication device was unreliable, and the Silver Moon Squad was desperately hiding within the mountain's caverns. For the time being, Jin Tianyun simply couldn't pinpoint their location. Moreover, he feared that provoking the beasts too much might cause the 4th-tier demon beast to summon more of its kind. If that happened, the Silver Moon Squad, which had maintained a precarious balance with the beasts, would be in real danger. Left with no choice, Jin Tianyun led the Sunlight Squad back to Central Capital to seek reinforcements. Just then, Lei Guang finally spotted his department head returning and reported on Shirsen's situation. This news suddenly sparked a glimmer of hope in Jin Tianyun's eyes. Within the Jinwu department, his colleagues were all direct competitors. Under the deliberate indulgence of the former Kuhai minister, the overall environment in Central Capital favored the survival of the fittest. The strong rose to the top. Therefore, seeking assistance from other deputy minister-level martial artists at the Gangxi realm was out of the question. After all, a saying had spread far and wide throughout Central Capital. Martial artists who fail to reach the Gangxi realm are no better than ants crawling on the ground. The Silver Moon Squad's strength was practically at the bottom among the elite squads under the True Martial Department. Under these circumstances, getting official help was even more impossible. Pulling one hair affects the entire body. Official considerations extend far beyond rescuing a single squad. Jin Tianyun had already braced himself for heavy financial sacrifice, planning to approach major clans or sects to negotiate the assistance of a Gangxi realm martial artist for the rescue mission. But now, out of the blue, Lei Guang mentioned that a Gangxi realm martial artist capable of traversing over 1,000 kilometers had arrived in the western continent. This was pure timely help. Moreover, this person was Colonel Shirsen, the very same Shirsen his elder brother had once mentioned with high praise. Given this connection, Jin Tianyun even felt that if he could bring Shirsen to his side, the Silver Moon Squad would become utterly dispensable. After calming down, Jin Tianyun decided to approach Shirsen to gauge his interest in joining the expedition to Poison Turtle Mountain. After all, Shirsen had already reached the Gangxi realm at such a young age. It was clear he wouldn't stay under his command for long. The Silver Moon Squad, however, was a formidable team he had worked hard to recruit. Jin Tianyun knew exactly what mattered most. After hearing the details from Jin Tianyun, Shirsen raised few objections and immediately agreed to join the mission to Poison Turtle Mountain to rescue the Silver Moon Squad. However, he also laid out his conditions. Minister Jin, we will certainly go on the rescue mission. But let's be clear, you have to agree to a few conditions of mine. Jin Tianyun laughed heartily and replied immediately, that's certainly no problem. But young friend, don't make your conditions too difficult for me. As long as they fall within my authority and are reasonable, I can agree to them. Shirsen smiled back. I won't put you in a difficult position. Just a few small requests. Come on, there's no time to waste. Let's head to Poison Turtle Mountain now. We'll discuss the rest after we've rescued them. Young friend, you're straightforward. Let's go. Chapter 50, Who is Shirsen? Gu Village. After several days, this remote village welcomed another group of uninvited guests. Yang Wenhui entered the mansion first. The first sight to meet his eyes was a floor littered with corpses, among which lay his son, Yang Ding, whom he had pinned such high hopes upon. Sir, we've confirmed it. Young Master Yang Ding and his guards all perished here. The speaker was a burly man clad in black armor, his voice low and detached. Yang Wenhui nodded, waved the man away, and stood alone in the courtyard before his son's body, silent for a long time. No one knew what thoughts churned within the mind of the patriarch of the Yang family's lineage at that moment. Perhaps only the occasional flying insect that dared approach him, crushed to dust by an invisible force, could glimpse a fragment of his torment. Only after the bodies of all the victims had been meticulously arranged by the stream of heavily armored men did Jiang Wenhui stoop down. He gathered his son's body into his arms. Son, let's go home first. Yang Wenhui forced back the raging fury within him, like a vengeful specter crawling from hell, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Wait at home. I'll catch those who harmed you and grind their bones to dust before your eyes. When Yang Wenhui and his entourage returned to the residence belonging to the Jiyin lineage, several martial artists radiating murderous intent emerged from within, each departing in different directions. Shirsen and his men had left the bodies untouched when they departed. After all, the wilderness teemed with beasts and monsters who knew when one might be drawn by the scent and devour every last corpse. However, this time they had miscalculated. By the time Yang Wenhui and his men found the mansion, the bodies of Yang Ding and the others remained completely intact. This provided Yang Wenhui and his men with crucial clues to track down the killer. Shirsen and Xin Tianchang arrived first at the northern command post. The rest of the Yin Yang squad, except for their leader Wang Yunyang, were still hunting third-tier demon beasts, tiger-tooth beasts in the wilderness near the northern defense line. The urine of these tiger-tooth beasts has a powerful dispersing effect on the lower-tier demon beasts in Poison Turtle Mountain. Everyone should carry some with them. If we get surrounded by demon beasts after entering the mountain, it might help. Wang Yunyang, clearly well versed in these beasts, offered this seemingly casual explanation to Shirsen. Such knowledge was rarely shared with outsiders. After all, Great Xia had not yet reached its most critical moment, and everyone still adhered to the principles established before the Divine Kingdom's descent. A kilometer away from the command post, Zui Yuanqing was overjoyed. He had accompanied his master here today on business, never expecting to see that arrogant Lei Guang bring Shursen back with his men. This man is definitely suspicious. Otherwise, Lei Guang wouldn't have released him only to capture him again. After being scolded away by Lei Guang, Zui Yuanqing had abandoned his desire for that backpack. Later inquiries revealed Shursen had already departed, his whereabouts unknown. Though disappointed by the news, Zui Yuanqing ultimately chose to let it go. After all, he was merely a second-tier martial artist whose prowess was built on rare treasures. While he appeared formidable, many of his colleagues at the command center held him in low regard. Finding a stranger in the vast expanse of Zhongjing City would require immense resources, and Zui Yuanqing didn't even have access to skilled martial artists specializing in locating people. But today, Zui Yuanqing felt his luck had returned. Master, the man Lei Guang brought back over there is the very one I told you about last time, the one who preys on lone martial artists in the wilderness, ambushing them to steal their spoils of war. Zui Yuanqing's voice brimmed with excitement as he eagerly embellished the story for his master. He knew his master's temperament well. If there was no profit to be made, no amount of persuasion would budge him from his mountain-like stillness. But if there was profit to be made? Well, sorry about that. Even if the Heavenly King himself showed up today, this stuff belongs to our Tianxian sect. Though he knew he couldn't pocket all the demon cores himself, having delivered such crucial intelligence. Zui Yuanqing wasn't worried his master would keep them all. Surely he'd get a few, 3 or 5 at least. True to his expectations, the third-tier martial artist on the verge of breaking through his realm immediately lit up. Is this the Shursen who acquired a large quantity of demon cores through underhanded means? Yes. Master, he's been captured again. Something must have happened. When he first arrived at headquarters for interrogation, I stepped forward to testify that this man was no good. But that Lei Guang who knows what bribes he took actually let him slip away secretly. Liang Bao stood tall and slender, clad in a pristine white Taoist robe. His lips were framed by a pair of handlebar mustaches, and his hair was tied in a Taoist topknot. Were it not for the fleeting look of greed that crossed his face, anyone seeing him would have praised him as an enlightened immortal master. My disciple, your words are misguided. Fellow Taoist Lei Guang was undoubtedly deceived into committing this grave error. Now that we are taking over Shursen's interrogation to secure his confession, this outcome will ultimately serve as a blessing for Lei Guang as well. Zui Yuanqing's eyes lit up. His master truly was a master. The strategy of feigning one action while executing another fit the situation surprisingly well. With that, the two hurried toward the command post, fearing someone might swoop in and sabotage their lucrative scheme. Upon entering the command center, Zui Yuanqing leveraged his position as director to directly question the guards at the entrance about Lei Guang and the others' whereabouts. Master, there's still an interrogation room B33 of the underground garage. See? I told you this man must be up to something. Liang Bao nodded with satisfaction, stroking his handlebar mustache. Excellent. Lead the way. Lei Guang led Qin Tianyun, Shursen, and the others back to the same interrogation room as before. This location had been chosen precisely because the operation was of utmost importance, requiring a suitable and quiet space. However, the room contained only 2 chairs. Qin Tianyun and Shursen, both martial artists at the Gangxi realm, naturally took their seats. Though Wang Yunyang possessed formidable combat prowess, he had yet to reach the Gangxi realm and thus had no claim to a seat. Still, he had his own way of getting what he wanted. Damn it! Don't give me that look. I'll get it. Fine. Lei Guang looked thoroughly annoyed. Though he too possessed third-tier strength and a fiery temper, he'd been thoroughly schooled by Wang Yunyang multiple times. Facing Wang Yunyang's piercing gaze, he ultimately couldn't hold out. Lei Guang wasn't stupid. The Wang family members seemed perfectly normal on the surface, but inside, they were far more volatile than he was. Like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. No one wanted to get beaten up for no reason, right? Yunyang, how much longer until your team members return? Qin Tianyun asked. I contacted them earlier. They should be here in 20 minutes at most. Wang Yunyang replied politely. After hearing this, Qin Tianyun bowed apologetically to Sure Senior Young Master. Sure, I must ask for your patience. We'll have to wait a little longer. No problem. I'm fine, but what about your Silver Moon Squad? Can they hold out? They'll be fine. They have a dedicated pathfinder in their team who can navigate underground caverns. Crash. The interrogation room door burst open with a kick, cutting off Director Qin's words. Liang Bao strode into the room with Zui Yuanqing in tow, squinting his eyes as he drawled, "Who the hell is Shursen?" Chapter 51, Martial Artists Look Down on Each Other. Liang Bao felt his aura was perfectly calibrated. With his narrow eyes, he looked down on every demon and devil in sight. He was already imagining seizing Shursen's demon cores, using them to curry favor with the sect elders, and obtaining higher-tier martial arts techniques. He'd instantly break through to the Gangxi realm, slapping the faces of all those who had looked down on him. It wasn't until his good disciple Zui Yuanqing stiffly tugged at Liang Bao's sleeve that he snapped out of his reverie. Opening his eyes, he declared with arrogant disdain, "Lei Guang, hand over that Shursen fellow to me. You're still young, there are matters beyond your grasp." "Master! Please stop talking." Zui Yuanqing was nearly in tears. Had his master lost his mind? "My dear disciple, calm down. Let your master have a proper word with Lei Guang." Liang Bao finally recognized the figure seated before him, Qin Tianyun, deputy minister of the Jinwu department. His booming voice gradually shrank to a whisper quieter than a mosquito's buzz. "Qin? Deputy Minister Qin?" Liang Bao felt his limbs go numb. He'd finally escaped Tianxian's sect hoping to show off, only to run into a tough nut like Qin Tianyun. The true martial department wasn't their Tianxian sect. The Jinwu department's original Sea of Suffering, along with its 12 deputy ministers, all possessed cultivation levels above the Gangchi realm. For a civilian martial artist like Liang Bao, the true terror lay in the power wielded by these officials. Despite the Tianxian sect's notorious reputation in central capital and its often reckless actions, under the iron-fisted rule of Minister Yuan Kohai, not even their own sect leader dared act out, let alone someone like Liang Bao. Seeing Qin Tianyun smiling warmly, seemingly devoid of any hostility, Liang Bao felt his heart sink halfway. This deputy minister was notorious for being a smiling tiger. Seeing him grin so broadly now meant it was all over. "You're Liang Bao, correct? A second-generation disciple of the Tianxian sect?" Qin Tianyun was genuinely annoyed. His polite smile toward Liang Bao was only because Shursen was present. He didn't want to leave a bad impression. "Why yes." Liang Bao stammered. His current position was entirely due to the backing of the Tianxian sect. But if Qin Tianyun were to tip off the sect's true inner circle, Liang Bao would be kicked out in no time. Then, all those enemies who feared his backing would pounce, devouring him whole. Zui Yuanqing was also filled with regret at that moment. In the past, he had used his minor authority to skim off quite a bit of profit from the squads composed of low-level martial artists. But that was only after thoroughly investigating their backgrounds. Shursen looked like nothing more than a wild martial artist who'd fled the wilderness. Who would have guessed even Qin Tianyun treated him with such courtesy? Truly, he who hunts birds gets pecked in the eye. When I first sensed the aura of a demon core in his backpack, I should have observed him further instead of letting greed cloud my judgment. With that thought, Zui Yuanqing let go of his ambitions entirely, leaving everything to his master to resolve. After all, he hadn't uttered a single harsh word since arriving. At worst, he'd lose his command post position. Shursen watched the comical master-disciple duo with amusement, remaining silent as he waited to see how the drama unfolded. "Yunyang, once we return, remember to remind me to pay a visit to Master Huayu of the Tianxian sect." "Yes, Minister." A hint of displeasure flashed across Wang Yunyang's square face as he turned to glare at Liang Bao and his disciple, who stood trembling in place. "What the hell are you still standing here for? Get lost." Though Liang Bao, Wang Yunyang, and even Lei Guang were all third-tier martial artists, the truth was that in a life-or-death fight, 10 Liang Baos wouldn't be enough to take them on. The strength gained from medicinal potions was incomparable to the power forged through life-and-death breakthroughs. Martial artists like Liang Bao were far too common in central capital. They carried the title of third tier, yet in reality, they would never break through to the Gangchi realm in their entire lives. Wang Yunyang and Lei Guang were different. Their wills had been tempered into unyielding steel, their martial convictions pure as jade. Their paths lay wide open before them. Liang Bao knew his own limitations. Even after being mercilessly reprimanded by Wang Yunyang, a fellow third-tier martial artist, he could only slink away with Zui Yuanqing in tow. From the contrasting responses of Wang Yunyang and Liang Bao, Shursen discerned the emerging rift within the martial arts community. This clash between the practical and theoretical schools would later become the seed that sprouted into the two distinct cultivation paths, Martial Way and Divine Way, within the Great Xia Empire. Martial artists like Liang Bao and his disciple, who had never cultivated martial arts before the descent of the Divine Realm, had nonetheless taken the lead in riding the wave of the era. They effortlessly bridged the chasm that had once eluded countless martial artists, reaching the second or even third tier. Yet in actual combat, they were utterly hopeless. Beyond relying on their higher cultivation levels to intimidate opponents, they were powerless against even demonic beasts of the same tier. As the revival of spiritual energy persisted, diligently cultivating martial artists gradually surpassed these individuals who possessed only empty cultivation levels and no combat prowess. An invisible chasm emerged. Martial artists who had once been exploited by them now freely lorded over them, wielding power and influence at will. While they deserved it. Yet some refused to accept their fate, beginning to seek their own future. Thus, a path reliant on divine power gradually came into view. The path of the gods is doomed to fail. I will not allow such corrupt shortcuts to resurface on the lands of Great Xia. Shursen made up his mind, a decision he had resolved upon from the very beginning. The horrifying scenes of comrades controlled by gods sacrificing themselves before his rebirth remained vividly etched in his mind. Shursen would never permit the rise of the divine path again. After this brief interlude, the remaining members of the Yin Yang squad finally returned. Qin Tianyun wasted no time, immediately leading everyone onto an armored vehicle and racing straight toward the southern defense line. After about 10 minutes, the armored vehicle arrived at the Southern Defense Command Post. Shin Tianyun personally reported their arrival, only to be informed that another beast tide was assaulting the defenses today. Our comrades here say that whatever possessed that dead tiger, it's been stirring up east waves to assault the defenses for 3 straight days now. We can't exit directly from the front lines. To avoid friendly fire, we'll have to bypass the front battlefield and leave through the gap in the southwest. Shin Tianyun sat back in the vehicle, rubbing his temples with a look of frustration. Shursen listened intently and could faintly hear the rumbling sounds coming from the front lines of the fortress. Most of the demon beasts present were still low-tier creatures. Under the barrage of firepower, they still suffered heavy casualties. However, once the martial artists of the Great Xia human race gradually broke through the sky-defying realm and attained the Divine Will realm, the Demon God Kingdom would deploy even more high-tier demonic beasts. By then, the Fire Fortress's blockade will gradually lose its effectiveness. Only by coordinating with elite squads can we withstand the pressure once more and crush the beast tide. Let's go. We'll have to take a detour. Hope the Silver Moon squad can hold out a little longer. Shin Tianyun ordered. The armored vehicle immediately started up and drove toward the breach. Chapter 52, Arrival at Poison Turtle Mountain. As they passed the breach, Shursen halted the armored vehicle and joined Shin Tianyun on the roof. In the distance, the roar of artillery fire from the fortified defenses mingled with the agonized howls of wounded beasts, flooding Shursen's ears. Fortunately, our Great Xia possesses mature infrastructure technology, allowing us to construct this magnificent fortress line within a single day, Shin Tianyun remarked with deep emotion. Otherwise, Great Xia might have suffered the same fate as the other nations on Blue Star. Are the other major powers on Blue Star in dire straits now? Shursen asked, puzzled. In his previous life, at this very time, he was still just an ordinary student in the Western continent, largely unaware of the current global situation. Ah! Shin Tianyun sighed heavily, his mood growing somber. Among Blue Star's 5 great powers, only Great Xia and Zhan Nation have suffered the least losses. Gaul, Russia, and the Stripes Nation are now teetering on the brink of collapse. Unlike Great Xia and Zhan, they lack the deep historical foundations that allow a nation to draw upon its reserves when disaster strikes. As far as I know, both Russia and the Stars and Stripes have already resorted to nuclear weapons to control the situation. Thankfully, they still possess this ultimate weapon. Otherwise, those fearless armies of the Divine Nation would have shattered their last lines of defense long ago. Historical depth? What about the other 3 great nations whose histories rival our Great Xia's in length? Shursen suddenly asked. Shin Tianyun's expression shifted slightly, taking on a peculiar look. Could it be that young Frencher is unaware that all 3 of those nations bear the prefix ancient? Their histories have long been severed. Our intelligence indicates that on the very first day of the Divine Kingdom's descent, their entire nations fell, becoming nothing more than the Divine Ruler's private gardens. Shursen hadn't considered this perspective. In his understanding, if even a nation like Zhan, whose history paled in comparison to Great Xia's, possessed its own heritage, then shouldn't the other 3 nations, hailed as the 4 great ancient kingdoms of Blue Star, have displayed immense power when the Divine Kingdom descended? Yet this was the outcome. No wonder the deities belonging to those 3 ancient nations proved so formidable when Great Xia later faced the combined invasion of the gods. After a brief exchange, Shursen and his companions resumed their lightning-fast journey toward Poison Turtle Mountain. Before long, the armored vehicle halted on a flat stretch of farmland. Before them lay Poison Turtle Mountain, not particularly high, yet stretching for dozens of miles. As soon as they disembarked, Wang Yunyang retrieved a short-range communication device from the vehicle. After adjusting it, the walkie-talkie-like apparatus emitted a crackling static sound. Hello? Hello? Sunfire calling Silvermoon, Sunfire calling Silvermoon, do you read me? One team member immediately attempted to contact the Silvermoon squad. Shursen stepped out of the armored vehicle and walked slowly toward the base of Poison Turtle Mountain. He could sense the danger lurking within its depths. The Divine Blood Halberd trembled violently within his mind, desperately trying to warn Shursen. This doesn't feel right. Shursen gazed into the depths of Poison Turtle Mountain. Amidst the lush, dense forest, it felt as though a pair of malevolent eyes were watching, waiting for them to enter. Minister Qin, perhaps I should go ahead and scout the area. I can't shake the feeling that Poison Turtle Mountain isn't as peaceful as it seems. Shursen turned to Shin Tianyun. Young Shur, you're overthinking it. That 4th-tier beast has summoned nearly all the lower-tier demon beasts within 50 miles. It's only natural things aren't peaceful. Shin Tianyun didn't seem particularly concerned. Still, as a formidable Gangchi realm cultivator who had traversed 1,000 miles to reach Zhongjing, Shin Tianyun gave the matter due consideration. After a moment's thought, he added, it's not that I wish to restrict young Frencher's actions, but venturing alone into the mountains makes one highly susceptible to demon beast ambushes, potentially leading to a desperate situation. Shursen smiled indifferently. With his ability to devour all things, would he truly fear a demon beast ambush? Within the devouring space, the flesh and blood of that 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Taotie, had been completely transformed into nourishment for Shursen's robust physique through ceaseless absorption and digestion. However, the conversion process likely incurred significant losses, leaving Shursen's current physical combat strength capped at peak 4th tier power. That was somewhat regrettable. Still, it was more than sufficient for the current situation. Shursen's martial realm was also 4th tier, and combined with his peak 4th tier physique, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against those 5th tier demon god descendants. Of course, Qin Tianyun and the others were unaware of Shursen's true circumstances. Moreover, their understanding of demonic beasts was still rudimentary, nowhere near matching Shursen's decade of accumulated experience. Considering this issue, Shursen directly summoned the Divine Blood Halberd, gripping it firmly. Minister Qin, I presume Master Yuan Kuhai also imparted this supreme visualization technique to you? Qin Tianyun and the others instantly widened their eyes, staring at the divine blood-painted halberd with utter disbelief. Sure. Young Sure, how can your spirit artifact be this enormous? Qin Tianyun's voice was hoarse, like a traveler who hadn't drunk water in ages dry and low. Wang Yunyang couldn't help but glance at his own life-bound spirit artifact, no larger than a dagger, a pang of unease stirring within him. These elites had long received teachings from the primordial sea of suffering, but constrained by the current environment and incomplete visualization methods, even the most gifted could only conjure spirit tools the size of a woodcutter's axe. Most remained confined to daggers, throwing knives, and hidden weapons. How could this Stoneson, a colonel who had been utterly obscure in central capital until now, possess a majestic halberd a full 10 feet long? Lei Guang's heart brimmed with envy. He gazed at his own small dagger, sighed, and promptly withdrew it into his mind. Forget it. Comparing yourself to others just makes you miserable. I'll just settle for being a lazy slacker. Why are your personal spirit weapons so lightweight? Shursen inquired, puzzled. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads away, unwilling to meet the man's condescending gaze. Seeing this, Shursen suddenly understood. The visualization technique currently developed by the primordial sea of suffering still had many flaws. This meant that most martial artists who received the teaching could only visualize spirit weapons that were completely unsuitable for them, yet simple enough to form in their minds. However, not long after, Yuan Kuhai released the complete version of the visualization technique. By dismantling their current spirit tools in their minds, practitioners could now visualize new life-bound spirit tools that truly aligned with their desires. Suppressing a smile, Shursen decided not to provoke them further. He withdrew the Divine Blood Halberd and stated, Minister Qin, I still stand by my suggestion. Let us investigate the situation first before making any decisions. After all, my journey from the western continent to central capital has already exposed me to numerous demon beast ambushes. I possess ample experience in handling such situations. You needn't worry excessively about my safety. Seeing Shursen's resolute stance, Qin Tianyun could say no more. He handed Shursen a bottle of tiger tooth beast urine. Very well. But you must take this with you. It might prove useful later. Shursen nodded, took the foul-smelling urine, hung it at his waist, and turned toward Poison Turtle Mountain. Chapter 53, Physical Mastery. Minister, where on earth did this genius Colonel Sure come from? Reaching the Gangxi realm at just 20 is one thing, but his life-bound artifact is leagues ahead of ours. Wang Yunyang watched Shursen's composed retreating figure with a touch of awe. Qin Tianyun patted his capable subordinate on the shoulder and declared, he's from the western continent. What don't you know about that place? You mean, that place? Wang Yunyang's jaw dropped. Has the world truly decayed to the point where even those from that place can no longer resist stepping into the world? Recalling the myriad rumors about the reclusive sects of the western continent, Wang Yunyang felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. I don't know for certain, but I'm highly confident it's that place, Qin Tianyun declared with unwavering conviction. Beyond that secluded western continent hidden for millennia, its very existence uncertain, he couldn't fathom any other place. In such a barren, remote land, what immense fortune would be required to nurture a genius like Shursen? Within Poison Turtle Mountain, towering trees stood everywhere, while slightly shorter shrubs grew beneath the gaps in their foliage. The vines blocking Shursen's path now were tangled among these shrubs, densely packed and dizzyingly chaotic at a glance. But this posed no challenge to Shursen now. Summoning his halberd, he effortlessly carved a path through the vines wide enough for his passage. Perhaps Qin Tianyun had deliberately avoided the path where the beast tide entered the mountains. Along the way, Shursen wasted most of his time clearing the path. Facing the icy vines, he wisely refrained from recklessly using martial arts to clear the path. While part of his caution stemmed from fear of alerting the mountain's beasts too early, the primary reason was simply that his mind hadn't completely snapped. The warning from the Divine Blood Halberd persists. What exactly lurks within these mountains? Climbing to the treetops, Shursen scanned the horizon, yet the dense canopy offered no further clues. Just then, a beetle drifted lazily toward him from behind. Its faint sound and utterly harmless form went completely unnoticed. But the instant it landed on his shoulder, the muscles there seemed to gain a will of their own. With a slight twitch, the beetle turned to dust. Ha! What was that? Only then did Shursen belatedly notice the odd sensation on his shoulder and the beetle turning into a cloud of dust that slowly drifted away. Physical enhancement, has it reached such a subtle level? A surge of quiet delight filled Shursen's heart. This was a realm typically attained only by martial artists who devoted decades to hard training, never allowing any external force to linger within their bodies, and who then encountered a sudden, extraordinary shift in the heavens and earth. A physique at this level possessed formidable defensive capabilities and terrifying combat instincts. Put simply, even if Shursen lost all consciousness now, he could rely on this body alone to carve a path through any desperate situation. Before his rebirth, Shursen knew of fewer than 10 martial artists across the entire Great Xia Empire who had attained this level of physical mastery. Each one was a being that struck terror into the hearts of demonic beasts and divine apostles alike. Shursen had once pursued this path himself, but after years of grueling cultivation yielding only marginal progress, he abandoned it entirely. The time spent refining his spirit energy to strengthen himself was far more cost-effective than honing his physique. Yet now, aided by the power to devour all things, Shursen had elevated his physique to the microcosmic realm in less than a month. For his current state, this was indeed an immensely unexpected delight. My martial cultivation is now at the 4th tier, and my physique has reached the subtle realm. Combined, my overall combat strength should be enough to go toe-to-toe with a 6th tier demon god descendant. Suppressing his emotions, Shursen briefly familiarized himself with his newfound physique before pressing deeper into Poison Turtle Mountain. The Silver Moon Squad was in dire straits. There was no time for further deliberation. Rescuing them came first. After all, he had promised Qin Tianyun, and he would need to rely on Minister Qin's connections later to gain more opportunities for growth. Even though Shursen's current strength was nearly unmatched in the Great Xia Empire, he always maintained the mindset of an apprentice. The path of cultivation knows no end. Moreover, his target had never been any individual within Great Xia, nor the rampaging armies of the divine nations or the surging tide of demonic beasts ravaging Blue Star. From the very beginning, his target had been those gods who sat high above, deciding the fate of humanity with a single word. Those 9th tier true gods, those transcendent tier archgods, wasn't each of them thousands, tens of thousands of times stronger than he was now? The road ahead is long focus on the present first. Shursen's gaze was resolute as his steps grew brisk. His Divine Blood Halberd unleashed its full fury, shredding every vine and shrub that dared block his path into splinters. At this moment, his overall strength had reached the 6th tier. Why should he fear these demonic beasts? He would simply plow through them. Boom! Boom! With each step Shursen took, the ground exploded beneath him like buried landmines, leaving only shallow craters half a meter wide. At terrifying speeds, Shursen soon spotted low-tier demon beasts roaming the outer perimeter. Scavenger dogs. Fanged boars. Ha! A pack of winged wolves too? These beasts, occupying the lowest rung of the demon god realm, possessed little intelligence. Even when confronted by Shursen's unrestrained aura, they swarmed toward him without fear. Beasts never harbored thoughts of clinging to life or fearing death. Their hearts were filled only with greed and craving for human flesh. Shursen knew these creatures well. He understood that only thorough and complete slaughter could engrave fear of him deep into their souls. Then, let the slaughter begin. Holding his halberd, Shursen charged alone into the swarm of beasts. Put! Splatter! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. In this moment, the Divine Blood Halberd transformed into the ultimate cold weapon for slaughter, sharp and efficient. Amidst the carnage, Shursen looked up and spotted the cave entrance Qin Tianyun had described. It was the highest peak in Poison Turtle Mountain. From the ravine at its base all the way to the summit, terrifying hordes of demonic beasts swarmed. The heat radiating from their open mouths even caused the temperature here to rise slightly. Ha! What a thrill! What a thrill! Shursen roared with laughter, hacking a path through the relentless tide of beasts, a crimson highway paved with the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. At the cave entrance, a giant bear the size of a small mountain sat on the ground, its savage gaze fixed on Shursen as he slaughtered his way through the horde. A 5th-tier demon beast? No, this must be a descendant of the demon god, the black wind giant bear. Shursen also noticed the muscular, massive bear, a gleam flashing in his eyes. If I could absorb this bear into my devouring space, it would surely boost my physique another notch. But could this be the reason my Divine Blood Halberd keeps warning me? It doesn't seem likely. Though this black wind giant bear is already 5th rank, with combat prowess rivaling even ordinary 6th rank martial artists, it's utterly impossible for it to cause such an abnormal reaction in the Divine Blood Halberd. Could there be something else hidden within this cavern? Chapter 54, The Silver Moon Squad. Poison Turtle Mountain, deep within the cavern. Zhou Ningxian led her team in sorting supplies. Trapped in the cavern for over 3 days, they had originally planned only a brief excursion outside the city to hunt demon beasts before returning. After the unexpected incident, they had no choice but to take refuge in this labyrinthine underground cave system. Though they'd shaken off the demon beasts' pursuit, they now faced acute shortages of food and water. Left with no choice, Zhou Ningxian implemented strict rationing, striving to stretch their meager food supplies as long as possible until Minister Qin, having received word of their plight, arrived with a rescue team. Captain, Dong's condition has worsened. Zhao Xinyan, the medic of the Silver Moon Squad, looked deeply troubled. Without medical equipment or even the most basic medicines, her skills were useless. It was like trying to cook without rice. Zhou Ningxian approached Dong and clearly saw the horrific claw marks on his abdomen. They had begun to fester, emitting a foul stench. She touched his forehead and sighed. He's burning up. Looks like the wound's infected. Xinyan, cool him down with water first. Hang in there, Minister Qin will arrive soon. Zhao Xinyan nodded in agreement. Zhou Ningxian turned and walked back to the squad's short-range communicator, where a young man with a crew cut was persistently trying to contact the outside world. Hulu, still no contact with Minister Qin. The crewman removed his headset and shook his head slowly. Captain, our position is too deep inside. Even if Minister Qin arrives, our communicators probably won't be able to reach them. Don't panic. Keep trying. Even if all Minister Qin receives is static, I believe he won't abandon us. Zhou Ningxian scanned all members of the Silver Moon Squad, trying to rally their spirits. But with nearly everyone injured and their food and fresh water completely depleted, the Silver Moon Squad members were utterly exhausted, unable to offer her much response. Zhou Ningxian sighed. She knew full well everyone was at their limit, but she still had to cling to the hope of escape. Otherwise, the Silver Moon Squad might vanish forever in this unknown underground cavern. She looked up at the opening above, faintly sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from above. The Silver Moon Squad's predicament felt like an act of God. They had already hunted several third-tier demon beasts in Poison Turtle Mountain and luckily obtained a third-tier demon core. Then, out of nowhere, a fourth-tier claw-splitter tiger had appeared and lunged straight at Zhou Ningxian. Had it not been for Didong's desperate intervention, Zhou Ningxian would have met a violent end right then and there. However, after breaking through the team's defenses, the claw tiger panicked and fled back into the mountains. But Didong was severely wounded in the process, his internal organs partially exposed by that claw strike. Just as the group prepared to retreat, the creature that had sent the fourth-tier claw tiger fleeing in panic finally revealed itself. It was a monster slightly larger than a calf. Though small in stature, the aura emanating from it was so overwhelming that the members of the Silver Moon Squad, all second-tier martial artists or higher, dared not even breathe loudly. Fortunately, this monster was also being attacked by several other demon beasts whose auras were equally terrifying. Zhou Ningxian decisively led her team into the nearby cave entrance. What followed was a nightmare for the woefully unlucky Silver Moon Squad. In the midst of its life and death struggle with the other beasts, the monster charged into the cave as well. This left Zhou Ningxian and her team utterly helpless. When the big fish fight, the little fish suffer. They were like lambs being herded, fleeing deeper into the cavern. Terrified of being caught in the swirling storm of elemental energies and reduced to ashes. Zhou Ningxian, after all, was a seasoned third-tier martial artist, just a step away from the Gangchi realm. Her insight was naturally sharp. Yet she couldn't fathom the monster's true power level. She sensed that if she fought it, she'd be torn to shreds within 3 seconds at most. As for those demonic beasts, Zhou Ningxian recognized them by their physical features. All were among the strongest 5th-tier demonic beasts listed in the bestiary once circulated to all martial artists by the central capital. Zhou Ningxian found it utterly incomprehensible how that creature dark as night, gleaming with a metallic sheen, could maintain a slight advantage in battle despite its own severe injuries. Now, these 5-tier beasts were clashing with thunderous roars roughly 30 meters above Zhou Ningxian. She feared that if they weren't careful, the chambers within this cavern might collapse under the force of that terrifying battle, burying the entire Silver Moon Squad here. Captain! We've got a signal. Hu Li's excited voice, with his short haircut, interrupted Zhou Ningxian's thoughts. What? Did we get through to Minister Qin? Zhou Ningxian hurried over. Zzz. The familiar static crackling from the walkie-talkie sent a surge of excitement through Zhou Ningxian. That crackling sound only appeared when the communicator detected another device during connection. Hello, static, static, you hear me? Soon, the voice of Wang Yunyang, captain of the Yen-Yang squad, came through the walkie-talkie. Zhou Ningxian and Hulu exchanged glances, seeing sheer elation in each other's eyes. Zhou Ningxian took a deep breath, gripping the walkie-talkie. This is the Silver Moon Squad. We hear you loud and clear. On the ground, Wang Yunyang's face lit up with equal excitement as he shouted, Director! Silver Moon Team is in contact. Qin Tianyun took 3 steps in 2 strides, instantly reaching Wang Yunyang's side and snatching the walkie-talkie. This is Qin Tianyun. Zhou Ningxian, are you all okay? Static. Director. Static. We're all alive. Hearing this, Qin Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief before immediately asking about the team's basic situation. He instructed Zhou Ningxian to maintain signal contact at all costs, as the Sunrise Squad was already tracking their location through the signal. Once their location was pinpointed, the coordinates could be fed into specialized equipment. Even offline, the built-in navigation system would guide them to the team's location. Zhou Ningxian felt relieved after contacting Minister Qin. After reporting the squad's current situation, she suddenly remembered the terrifying 5th-tier demon beast still battling overhead. If Minister Qin and his team rashly enter the cave and encounter these creatures, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Zhou Ningxian hurriedly spoke up, intending to inform the minister of the situation. She took the short-range communicator, only for the connection to drop again. The signal source was completely severed. Hulu, what's going on? It was working fine just now. Hula fiddled with it for a moment, then shook his head. Captain, this isn't my fault. We're underground. If we can get a signal for even a few minutes, that's already pretty good. It cutting out is perfectly normal. Then hurry up and contact them again. Zhong Yingxian panicked. If the minister and the others perished due to delayed intelligence, she would be responsible for an unforgivable mistake. Chapter 55. Zhong Yingxian seeks her own doom. Qin Tianyun's gaze toward Poison Turtle Mountain grew increasingly anxious. Pacing back and forth, he finally clenched his teeth. Yun Yang, grab the locator. We're going in. The repeated communication breakdowns made him feel the Silver Moon Squad situation growing increasingly dire. If they didn't storm Poison Turtle Mountain soon, they might truly be in grave danger. Moreover, Shursin was still scouting the mountain, and the agreed-upon return time was drawing near. Yet, there was still no sign of him. Qin Tianyun dared not hesitate. He immediately ordered the Yang Yang squad to leave 2 members behind to guard the equipment. The rest, including Lei Guang, followed him onto the wild path leading to Poison Turtle Mountain. Choosing this treacherous route into the mountains was a decision Qin Tianyun had made after careful consideration. Had it been a month earlier, his squad might have suffered non-combat casualties before truly penetrating deep into the mountains. But now, every member was a ranked martial artist, with the least experienced being seasoned second-tier practitioners. A mere mountain trail was no challenge at all. Minister, this is the path left by Colonel Shi when he ventured ahead alone. Wang Yunyang bellowed from the vanguard. Following the path blazed by Shi Sen, the group progressed much more easily. Those damned vines could no longer obstruct their advance. Qin Tianyun had reached the point where Shi Sen's physique entered the micro-level, and in a surge of emotion, he had forcibly cleared the path. Young Shi doesn't seem like the hot-tempered type, Qin Tianyun thought to himself, inwardly impressed. He himself could achieve such intensity, but to conserve Gale energy and stamina, he generally avoided such methods of progress. Qin Tianyun could only marvel at Shi Sen's youthful vigor. Only when the group rapidly advanced to the outer edge of the beast tide, gazing upon that path forged from flesh and blood, he was utterly awed by Shi Sen. This is just too outrageous. Wang Yunyang stared in disbelief. The scene before him utterly defied his previous understanding. Though he was no stranger to such spectacles, having witnessed them repeatedly during the early days of the Divine Realm's descent. But those scenes were only possible through relentless bombardment by modern weaponry. Now, Shi Sen alone had nearly crushed the beast tide, flesh and blood flying everywhere like the most terrifying meat grinder. Young Shi, he must be very close to the sky riding realm. To surpass us all so vastly at such a young age, it's truly baffling. Qin Tianyun felt himself gradually adjusting to the overwhelming power this young man. Shi Sen possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary mortals. He had once believed that as a formidable Gangchi realm expert, even if he recruited Shi Sen under his banner, his years of experience navigating the treacherous bureaucratic landscape would allow him to easily control the young man. But now, not only did Qin Tianyun dare not do so, he was instead contemplating how to approach this terrifying young man who might very well come from a hidden sect. Perhaps when Shi Sen was only a small step ahead, everyone could still muster the courage to strive to catch up, even harboring thoughts of surpassing him. But now, Shi Sen's demonstrated prowess clearly surpassed everyone else by more than one tier. This was utterly disheartening. Even the steady Qin Tianyun, the hot-tempered Wang Yunyang, and Lei Guang had their unrealistic fantasies about Shi Sen extinguished in an instant. Reality had made them realize that sometimes, comparing oneself to others could truly be infuriating. With reverence in their hearts, the group set foot on the path of blood and flesh. As they stepped on the scattered, mangled limbs of various demon beasts, squelching sounds echoed constantly beneath their feet. The sharp-eyed Qin Tianyun caught sight of more than one deep green demon core lying quietly by the roadside. Yet his mind was entirely consumed by other thoughts. He now yearned only to catch up with Shi Sen, to witness firsthand how this terrifying young man slaughtered beasts with the ease of butchering chickens and dogs. Inside the cavern, Zhong Yingxian ignored her teammates' objections and insisted on climbing out of this chamber. She planned to sneak through the terrifying battlefield overhead to warn the minister and the Yin Yang squad who were coming to rescue them. Captain, this is suicide. It's utterly pointless. Zhao Xinyan, the team's medic, was known for her clear-headedness and calm rationality. After weighing every possibility in her mind, she could only reach one conclusion. With Zhong Yingxuan's current abilities, her chances of surviving through the battlefield of those demonic beasts were virtually zero. Don't you think I know this is a suicide mission? But Minister Qin and the others came here for us. If we don't warn them of the danger in time and they end up dying here, I'll never forgive myself. Zhong Yingxian appeared equally rational in this moment. She sighed softly before continuing, besides, even if we do nothing, Minister Qin and the others have absolutely no chance of overcoming those 5-tiered demon beasts. Our ultimate fate would still be being trapped here, dying in misery and utter despair after exhausting all our food and fresh water. Even if we were incredibly fortunate if we managed to wait out the beast's battle and escape Poison Turtle Mountain before our food ran out and our strength failed us. Ask yourselves honestly, how much more likely is that scenario than me successfully getting out to rescue Minister Qin and the others? Zhong Yingxuan's expression was resolute. Though not conventionally beautiful, she unexpectedly radiated an aura that was both compelling and mesmerizing at that moment. She waved her hand decisively. I prefer to seize opportunities with my own hands rather than beg heaven to open its eyes and grant me a mercy-like chance to survive. The members of the Silver Moon Squad were finally swayed, no longer obstructing Zhou Yingxuan's seemingly suicidal actions. Overcome with emotion, Hula, still relatively combat-ready, hardened his expression and declared, "Captain, I'm coming too." One more person means one more chance at success. Zhou Yingxian didn't refuse. Instead, she gave Hulu a firm pat on the shoulder, a silent gesture that spoke volumes. To overcome their inner fear at this moment and choose to follow their captain on this seemingly insane mission, they truly lived up to the Silver Moon Squad's reputation. As if infected by the fervor, every teammate still capable of movement stepped forward, pleading for the captain to take them alone. But Zhou Yingxian, considering that the others were all injured to varying degrees and their combat effectiveness had severely declined, resolutely refused them. As they prepared to depart, Zhao Xinyan turned away. Tears, rare for her composed demeanor, rolled down her cheeks. For she knew all too well that once the captain and Hulu left, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing further objections. Others claimed the Silver Moon Squad was merely a token presence among the numerous squads under the true martial division. Zhao Xinyan wanted to drag those gossiping fools over and make them see clearly, with a captain like Zhou Yingxian and a member like Hulu, was the Silver Moon Squad really the bottom-tier squad they claimed it to be? With heavy hearts, Zhou Yingxian and Hulu inched their way up the wall toward the hole in the ceiling. This journey held no certainty, life or death lay ahead, depending entirely on their luck. Chapter 56, The Collapse of the Tao Heart. Qin Tianyun and the others finally reached the entrance of the cave. Along the way, the beast tide they had encountered earlier seemed like a dream. Aside from the scattered corpses and debris littering the ground, there was no sign of any living creature. Yet none of them voiced their astonishment at Sher Sen's formidable strength. After all, anyone who'd walked a path of blood and flesh for a full 10 minutes would grow accustomed to such awe in the face of overwhelming power. Minister, the locator shows the Silver Moon Squad is very close to us. It seems they're deep within this cave. Wan Yunyang stood at the cave entrance, peering inward with the device in hand. Whether it was an illusion or not, he thought he could faintly hear low, guttural growls echoing from within. Perhaps the Silver Moon Squad is battling the beasts that entered the cavern? Wang Yunyang mused. Qin Tianyun noticed Wang Yunyang's unease and stepped closer to stand beside him. Well, anything? Minister, listen, isn't that a sound coming from inside? Qin Tianyun immediately pricked up his ears. Moments later, his expression turned grave as he nodded. There definitely is. Qin Tianyun then recalled the sudden communication blackout. He had initially dismissed it as a signal issue, but now it seemed the Silver Moon Squad might be in dire straits once more, facing imminent danger. Qin Tianyun wasn't overly concerned about the casualties among the rest of the Silver Moon Squad. However, Zhou Yingxian was a subordinate he held in high regard, a gifted young woman with the potential to break through to the Gangxi realm. Moreover, she was the daughter of his old friend. This was the primary reason Qin Tianyun was willing to risk his own life, venturing deep into the beast tide to rescue her. Let's go. There's no time to waste. We're going in now. Qin Tianyun made his decision immediately. Facing their superior's superior, the members of the Sunfire Squad naturally raised no objections. They immediately prepared for battle and advanced toward the cave. If I were you, I'd wait a little longer. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from above the cave entrance. As a Gangxi realm martial artist, Qin Tianyun heard the voice before anyone else, even from within the cave. He instantly leapt backward, gazing upward at the cave entrance. Under the blazing sun, a demon beast nearly as massive as the mountain itself loomed before his eyes. Earlier, while traversing the path, everyone had been too focused on the trail of blood and flesh beneath their feet. Even Qin Tianyun hadn't noticed this colossal bear. At first, he had mistaken it for nothing more than a mountain peak. Sher Sen? Qin Tianyun's pupils contracted slightly. He finally made out the figure half reclining on the giant bear's head, none other than Sher Sen, who had gone ahead of them. His gaze swept down over the entire bear carcass, and a thought he dared not believe began to form in his mind. Colonel Sher, this creature you've slain, could it possibly be a black-winged giant bear? Qin Tianyun's voice was dry, tinged with doubt. Sher Sen stood up and stretched lazily. This fifth-tier black-winged giant bear, a descendant of the demon god, had taken a heavy toll on him. In the end, he had no choice but to rest briefly beside the corpse to recover his strength. That's right, a fifth-tier demon beast, the black-winged giant bear. Sher Sen's calm voice reached everyone's ears, yet it felt like a thunderclap from the heavens had exploded beside them. Black-winged giant bear. The reputation of this demon beast was already legendary among the martial artists who had participated in the initial defense of Central Capital. Its defense ignored all light and heavy firepower, its terrifying strength could split mountains and shatter rocks at will, and its ghostly speed was truly dreadful. It inflicted devastating losses on the Central Capital's defense forces. Even Yuan Kohai, leading 12 deputy ministers in a personal assault, was beaten until blood spurted from his mouth, returning gravely wounded. Being a 5th-tier demon god descendant didn't merely signify the Black Wind Giant Bear's strength was 5th tier. If all demon beasts were like it, Central Capital would have fallen long ago, and all humanity would have become fodder for the demonic creatures. Nearly every martial artist present had witnessed this monstrous bear's rampage through Central Capital. Even those who merely observed from the periphery felt enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness, casting a heavy shadow over their souls. Yet now, this colossal bear lay motionless at Shursen's feet, its life force completely extinguished, undoubtedly dead. The dense network of wounds covering its body and the horrifying battlefield now revealed to them spoke volumes of fierce, deadly struggle had unfolded here. Wan Yunyang, born into the prestigious wine clan of Zhongjing, had once been full of vigor and ambition. Even before the descent of the divine realm, he had already honed his physique to the level of a first-tier martial artist. After the spiritual energy revival, his exceptional talent, aided by his family's inherited breathing technique, had propelled him swiftly to the 3rd tier. He was but a hair's breadth away from that final breakthrough to the legendary Gangchi realm, spoken of in whispers among martial artists. But today, he was utterly crushed. The shadow cast over his fragile heart by the Black Wind Giant Bear was now engulfed by an even larger, heavier, and darker shadow. Wan Yunyang felt as though 10,000 pebbles had been stuffed into his throat. He tried to speak, but the sharp pain from the stones made it impossible to utter even the faintest sound. The other members of the Yen Yang squad, however, did not share their captain's profound sense of defeat. They felt only utter admiration and reverence for Shursen. "Colonel Shur, what did you mean by wait?" A member of the Sunfire squad, having regained his composure, broke the eerie silence. Shursen saw their reactions and instantly understood. Qin Tianyun, Wang Yunyang, and Lei Guang, those three proud and ambitious fellows, were likely on the verge of losing their composure from his blow. Fortunately, the quick-witted youngster's interruption inadvertently broke the tension, allowing Shursen to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He had no idea how to salvage the shattered mental states of those three. In his past life, he'd been nothing more than a reckless vanguard commander. Asking Shursen to do psychological counseling would be more difficult than having him fight the Black Wind Giant Bear again. "There are a few more big beasts fighting in this cavern," Shursen quickly interjected, desperately trying to divert Wang Yunyang and the others' attention with another topic. Could it be the Silver Moon squad battling the beasts? Sure enough, the tactic worked. Qin Tianyun instantly pushed aside his sense of defeat and hurriedly asked. Wang Yunyang also gradually refocused his wandering gaze, looking at Shursen with confusion. "Silver Moon squad? No way. How could a 3rd-tier squad be strong enough to get involved in a fight between 3 5th-tier demon beasts and a 5th-tier ferocious beast?" Shursen spread his hands, relaying the situation he had detected. Qin Tianyun frowned slightly. Though older than these youngsters, his martial arts training and current Gangchi realm strength meant his mental acuity hadn't diminished in the slightest. "So you mean the Silver Moon squad got caught in the crossfire and had their escape route cut off?" Shursen shook his head. "I don't know the Silver Moon squad's exact situation, but if they're still alive, it's highly likely exactly as you described." Whoa! Qin Tianyun sucked in a sharp breath. This is tricky. A battle between 5th-tier demon beasts won't end anytime soon. Especially since the Silver Moon squad's supplies are running low, and they have wounded members. No problem. Given the time elapsed, their energy must be severely depleted. I'll go in and take them out right now. Shursen's tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. But the moment the words left his mouth, Shursen regretted them. Chapter 57, Crushing Despair. Qin Tianyun and the others once again plunged into a state of spiritual collapse. Did Shursen even realize what he was saying? A single 5th-tier demon beast could wipe them all out without breaking a sweat. And Shursen was bragging about going in and slaughtering several 5th-tier demon beasts? Bro, those are 5th-tier beasts. Did you get the wrong idea about 5th tier? These aren't low-tier beasts that rely on numbers to win. These are creatures capable of going toe-to-toe with human martial artists at the Sky Riding Realm. This sudden display of arrogance caught Qin Tianyun and the others completely off guard. Their eyes gradually glazed over, their thoughts drifting off to who knows where. Shursen, observing their state, was utterly speechless inside. These guys have such poor resilience. Shaking his head in resignation, Shursen decided they couldn't help him anyway. He strode alone into the cavern, the Divine Blood Halberd raised in his hand. Today, he needed to slay several 5th-tier demon beasts to celebrate the breakthrough of his physical form. Zhou Mingxian, carrying Hulo, was finally nearing the exit of the narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. The battlefield above was within reach. Roars and agonized screams surged toward them like a tidal wave. Zhou Mingxian cautiously peered out. What met her eyes was a sky filled with swirling elemental energies. The terrifying might of it all nearly took her breath away. The location chosen by the beasts as their battlefield was an exceptionally vast platform within the cavern. 3 of the beasts Zhou Mingxian recognized from the Jinwu Division's internal records, the infamous descendants of 5th-rank demon gods who had assaulted Central Capital during the early days of the Divine Kingdom's descent. There was the Qiu Nil beast, resembling a bull with blue-scaled hide, and the massive, mountain-like netherfire lion, whose every breath was shrouded in swirling flames. The last was the blue flame eagle, suspended mid-air, waiting for its chance to strike. Surrounded by these three fifth-tier demonic beasts was a bizarre tiger, roughly the size of a calf, with a pair of wings sprouting from its back. What made it peculiar was that it bore no resemblance to ordinary flesh and blood creatures. When wounded, no blood flowed from its deep wounds, nor were muscles or tendons visible. Instead, gleaming metallic components of various shapes and sizes lay exposed. To Zhong Yingxian, this creature resembled a mechanical lifeform crafted by an advanced civilization straight out of science fiction. She had never heard it utter a single cry of pain. Even when the blue flame eagle tore half of its wings from its back, it showed no reaction whatsoever. Not even a flicker of emotion stirred in its dark, unblinking eyes. Zhong Yingxian peered out cautiously, observing a battle she had no place in. The Qiao beast appeared wounded by the tiger's sharp claws, 3 deep gashes gouging its legs and severely hampering its movement. Yet it still spewed water vapor from its mouth. A deep blue mist silently enveloped the tiger under its control, the intensely corrosive vapor inflicting severe damage. Seeing the tiger struggling against the water mist, the netherfire lion raised its front paw and stomped the ground with terrifying force, shattering the platform into countless cracks. Suddenly, its mane, ablaze with netherfire, erupted violently. A fiery dragon shot forth from it, claws extended, lunging toward the trapped tiger. The blue flame eagle continued to circle overhead. Cunning, it never engaged the exceptionally powerful tiger head-on, yet each swooping attack yielded significant results. Opportunity. Zhong Yingxuan's eyes lit up. With the blue flame eagle engaged and the other 3 fifth-tier demon beasts locked in a stalemate, crossing this platform was now the perfect chance. Without hesitation, Zhong Yingxian braced her hands against the ground and thrust herself forward with all her might, her entire body shooting through the narrow passage. She held her breath, crouched low, and moved forward, keeping her body pressed against the ground. The cave exit lay less than 100 meters ahead, yet Zhong Yingxian dared not rise and dash forward. Her speed would be no match for the lone blue flame eagle hovering overhead. She had to be cautious, minimize her presence, and sneak forward silently. Just 20 meters left. Ignoring the sharp stones digging painfully into her body, Zhong Yingxuan's eyes fixed only on that tiny exit. It seemed even the heavens couldn't bear witness to the Silver Moon Squad's relentless misfortune. This stealth operation had been flawless until Zhong Yingxian neared the cave entrance. It hadn't drawn the slightest attention from those engrossed in battle. "Captain, let's just charge straight through." Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind her, one that clearly suppressed excitement. Zhong Yingxuan's expression instantly darkened. So focused on stealth, she'd completely forgotten Hulu was trailing behind. What devastated her most was that Hulu dared to speak up at this critical moment. Even though Hulu had tried his best to keep his voice low, the moment he spoke, those beasts with their incredibly sharp senses would definitely detect them instantly. Zhong Yingxian urgently gestured for Hulu to be quiet, her gaze fixed nervously on the battling beasts. Phew! Thank goodness they didn't notice us lowly minions. Seeing the Qiao beast and the netherfire lion still locked in a standoff with the tiger, Zhong Yingxian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, as if remembering something, her expression grew tense once more. Where did the blue flame eagle go? Before Zhong Yingxian could even scan her surroundings, 2 wind blades compressed to their absolute limit instantly streaked toward her and Hulu. This was the blue flame eagle's answer to her. 5th-tier demon beasts could already master 1 or 2 elemental powers perfectly, using them to create various powerful skills. The blue flame eagle stood among the elite of 5th-tier demon beasts, descended from the bloodline of the demon god. Though that lineage had grown exceedingly faint, it still effortlessly commanded both wind and fire elemental powers. These 2 wind blades appeared as though casually flicked from its wings, yet they contained profound mastery and control over the power of wind. With only 3rd-tier Zhong Yingxian and 2nd-tier Hulu, it was nearly impossible to withstand wind blades of this caliber. Zhong Yingxian could sense that her life, and Huli's, would end the instant the wind blade struck. She didn't want to die. She wanted to escape. Her eyes clearly traced the blade's trajectory as it flew toward them, yet her body felt utterly unresponsive, frozen in place, unable to move. It's over. This is what it feels like to be completely locked on by the blue flame eagle. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Zhong Yingxuan's face. She hadn't expected this 5th-tier blue flame eagle to leave her absolutely no chance to struggle. It spared no willpower to lock onto the target of its wind blade attack. Simply put, no matter how she and Hulu tried to flee, they would ultimately be torn to shreds by the precision-guided wind blades. Minister, I tried my best. Zhong Yingxian sighed inwardly. She had never felt such utter helplessness as she did today. This was the absolute crushing pressure of facing an opponent 2 entire tiers above her in strength. She truly had no way out. Despairing, Zhong Yingxian closed her eyes, waiting quietly for death to arrive. Put! Put! 2 faint sounds, like air escaping from a deflating balloon, suddenly reached Zhong Yingxuan's ears. The stinging sensation from the wind blades locking onto her vanished. What just happened? Zhong Yingxian opened her eyes in confusion. Are you part of the Silver Moon Squad? A calm, confident young man's voice echoed through the cavern. Chapter 58, Collecting Interest. Shursen frowned slightly. This woman seemed a bit slow, asking her questions elicited no response. But it was unlikely anyone other than the Silver Moon Squad would be here. Shursen didn't press further. As long as they were all rescued in the end, that was all that mattered. Is that Xiangqi? Shursen's gaze shifted to the colossal creatures still locked in fierce combat, astonishment filling his heart. Wasn't that winged tiger being surrounded none other than Xiangqi, one of the 4 great monsters? In his previous life, when Shursen first arrived in Central Capital, he had stumbled upon records of the 4 great fiendish beasts' descent while flipping through demon beast archives. It detailed preserved photographs of all the fiend beasts and their extremely unique physical characteristics. Like all carbon-based lifeforms, the Taotai possessed a physical body of flesh and blood. When subjected to fierce attacks, it would experience pain and even fear. Xiangqi, however, was a peculiar mechanical organism. Devoid of pain or emotional fluctuations, it only retaliated when actively attacked, exhibiting highly programmed behavior and thought patterns. This peculiarity has sparked immense interest among many scholars. Unfortunately, after being surrounded and killed, the Xiangqi's metallic body instantly lost all vitality, decomposing into fundamental particles within moments and vanishing completely from the world. Shursen recalled the innate skill he had acquired after slaying the Taotai, devouring all things along with the Taotia's space capable of containing the corpses of demonic beasts. His gaze toward the Xiangqi gradually grew unsettling. If I could kill the Xiangqi myself, would I also gain one of its innate skills? Once this thought took root in Shursen's mind, it refused to leave. The physical enhancement granted by Devour All Things had already captivated Shursen with its relentless, constant growth. Now, a second ferocious beast appeared before him. It was practically a gift from the heavens. Shursen felt that if he couldn't seize this opportunity, his luck would surely start to run out. Mid-air, the 5th-tier blue flame eagle grew furious when the wind blades it casually unleashed were shattered by Shursen, who had abruptly intruded. With a piercing cry, the eagle abruptly stood upright in mid-air. Its pea-sized eyes blazed with savagery as they locked onto Shursen. Between its wings, countless air currents materialized out of thin air, stirring up swirling dust. The energy contained within caused Zhong Yingxuan's face to pale. Watch out! That's the blue flame eagle's whirlwind strike. A single hit can shred a 30-ton armored vehicle to pieces. Zhong Yingxian feared the newcomer might not grasp the terrifying power of this skill and urgently warned. She could tell Shursen was likely the reinforcement Minister Qin had sought, probably another martial artist at the Gangxi realm. Yet this whirlwind sweep had wreaked havoc during the Central Capital defense battle, inflicting heavy casualties among the soldiers. Had it not been for the Sage's emergence and activation of the Godslayer barrier, only Minister Yuan Kohai of the True Martial Department could have completely defeated Blue Flame Eagle. In Zhong Yingxuan's eyes, Shursen was undoubtedly a Gangxi realm martial artist. Yet if he underestimated the Wind Flow Scroll, the outcome would surely be disastrous. The Wind and Flow Scroll? Such an ancient name, I'd nearly forgotten it. Shursen gripped his Divine Blood Halberd, gazing at the surging currents of energy. A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes. Once upon a time, he too had trembled beneath the might of the Wind and Flow Scroll, terrified of meeting the same fate as others, torn to shreds by the overwhelming currents. Those matters from my past life, they're over and done with. Shursen's expression darkened. But not long ago, on my way to Zhongjing, I was chased by that other feathered monster of yours, whether brother or sister, who knows? Until my motorcycle broke down. I'm settling that score with you today, no matter what. Shursen never considered himself magnanimous, especially when confronting these demonic beasts rampaging across the great Xiao lands. He adhered to the principle of exacting revenge for every slight. The humiliation of being hunted down by that 4th-tier blue flame eagle back when he was only 3rd tier was still vivid in his mind. Shursen fell silent, stepping forward as veins bulged in his legs, poised for action. The feathered beast hovered less than 10 meters above the ground, well within Shursen's striking range. Get out of the way. You can't block that wind curl head-on. Zhong Yingxian saw Shursen showing no intention of dodging, even preparing to confront the wind curl directly. She inwardly cursed him, wondering if he was some kind of idiot, but still couldn't help shouting a warning. Shursen glanced at Zhong Yingxian out of the corner of his eye. Instantly, he thought this woman not only seemed unintelligent but also incredibly noisy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The blue flame eagle's long-prepared windy whirl finally struck. Its tiny eyes gleamed with amusement. The wind curl was one of its most prized innate skills, more than sufficient to shred this ant daring to challenge it. It's over. Zhong Yingxian watched the windswept curl, which seemed poised to rip through space itself, and her heart sank with despair. Such overwhelming force not even Shursen, a mere Qi realm cultivator, could withstand it. Even Yuan Kohai himself would suffer severe injuries if he faced it. What a pity. I was so close to succeeding. Zhong Yingxian closed her eyes once more. She refused to witness Shursen reduced to a sky-filling spray of flesh and blood. Pop! The sound echoed, mirroring the dissipation of the previous 2 wind blades. Shursen met the whirlwind blade head-on. With a single swing of his Divine Blood Halberd, he cleaved it in 2 before swiftly obliterating it without a trace. The blue flame eagle could scarcely believe its eyes. Its wind flow curtain, powerful enough to send over 90% of its peers fleeing in terror, was gone, just like that? This couldn't be a joke. Heh, surprised? Shursen smiled indifferently, his tone suddenly shifting, filled with murderous intent. The real surprise is yet to come. Die. Shursen crouched low, his powerful legs like a drawn bow, propelling him like an arrow toward the blue flame eagle soaring overhead. In the wilderness, even if Shursen had reached the sky-riding realm, slaying a flying demon beast like the blue flame eagle would have been nearly impossible. Only by employing various decoys and setting numerous traps would there be a sliver of hope to trap the cunning blue flame eagle and eliminate it. But now, for some reason, this blue flame eagle had entered the cave. Confined within its limited space, it had practically walked into a trap. Seeing Shursen charging toward it with murderous intent, clearly intent on slicing it in two, the blue flame eagle immediately tried to create distance. Close combat was never its forte, and its physical constitution was far less formidable than the Cheonyo beast and Netherfire lion below. If Shursen closed in, disaster would surely befall it. Screech! The blue flame eagle let out a sudden, terrified shriek, realizing only now that its wings had already brushed against the cavern ceiling. And Shursen was closing in faster and faster. Thud! Using his momentum, Shursen thrust the Divine Blood Halberd into the blue flame eagle's chest and abdomen. Then, with a sudden, fierce thrust of his arm, he sliced the feathered beast cleanly in two. The Cheonchi and other beasts, locked in fierce combat nearby, halted their attacks at this sight, glaring warily at the blood-soaked Shursen. Chapter 59, Pounding the Netherfire Lion. The Netherfire Lion and Cheonyo beast regarded Shursen with palpable apprehension. Having long dealt with the blue flame eagle, they knew full well that this creature's power was no less formidable than their own. Yet now, the blue flame eagle had been reduced to two corpses on the ground in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events caused them to halt their battle simultaneously. Xiangqi, who had been relentlessly overwhelmed, seized this moment to channel his primordial energy, urgently repairing his damaged body. Though the Xiangqi showed no emotional reaction toward Shursen the human who had indirectly aided it in slaying the blue flame eagle upon his first appearance, it still occasionally turned its gaze toward this formidable human. Cheonyo, Netherfire Lion. Add that black-winged bear outside and this blue flame eagle here, 4 fifth-tier demon beasts in total, all for the sake of capturing Xiangqi, this ancient ferocious beast. Shursen paced slowly toward them. I'm curious, what exactly does Xiangqi possess that makes you go to such lengths to hunt it down? This was the first time Shursen had witnessed such a scene, demonic beasts ambushing a monstrous beast. Logically, as fellow beasts, they should coexist peacefully. After all, these beasts of prey also prey on humans. Could it be that you two are here to seize the beast's innate abilities? The Cheonyo beast and the Netherfire lion grew visibly tense at Shursen's utterly dismissive attitude toward them. Though unable to speak, they could barely make sense of his words. Had the black-winged giant bear guarding outside also fallen to this terrifying human? Most crucially, he knew their purpose in ambushing the Xiangqi. There was definitely something seriously wrong with this human. At that moment, the two beasts exchanged a glance, and any thought of fighting Shursen vanished instantly. They even abandoned the Xiangqi they were about to capture. They must deliver this news to their ancient ancestors, the demon gods residing far away in the demon god realm, yet ever vigilant over the affairs within the great Xia. The ancient humans had inflicted immense suffering upon them. Now, the emergence of a human like Shursen, seemingly endowed with foresight, bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure their ancestors had foretold. Thus, the Cheonyo beast and the Netherfire lion split apart, dashing left and right toward the exit. Shursen now found himself positioned between the two beasts and the exit. Given their current speed, he could only choose to intercept one of the demonic beasts. The descendants of demon gods are truly special. Even at the 5th tier, they possess wisdom no less than that of humans and know to split up and flee. Shursen marveled. Unaware of the silent communication between the beasts, he couldn't fathom their true motives. He simply assumed his overwhelming power had instilled in them a desire to avoid combat. These two 5th-tier beasts presented Shursen with a dilemma: whichever one he chose to confront, the other would survive and report back to the demon god. But Shursen merely gave a cold laugh. Only children make choices. I want them both. He swung his Divine Blood Halberd in a wide arc, positioning himself directly in the path of the fleeing beasts. As they charged toward him, he roared with a thunderous shout. Die! His physical body, honed to the microcosmic realm, erupted with overwhelming force, propelling the Divine Blood Halberd like an arrow from a bow toward the Cheonyo beast on the left. Shursen himself faced the Netherfire lion on the right, barehanded. A single punch nearly extinguished the Netherfire lion's burning mane under the crushing force of Shursen's fist. Zhong Yingxian and Hulu couldn't look away. This man Shursen, who had appeared out of nowhere, had just slain the blue flame eagle with thunderous force, and now he was facing off against two entire 5th-tier demon beasts. Good heavens! Zhong Yingxian instinctively covered her mouth, forcing back the gasp threatening to escape her lips. Hulu, have you ever heard of anyone in Zhongjing capable of going toe-to-toe with 5th-tier demon beasts? Zhong Yingxuan's voice trembled slightly. Huli's lips trembled as well, his face flushed crimson. He replied in an excited whisper, Captain. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I'd have spat in anyone's face who told me this story and called them a liar. As a man of fiery passion himself, even though he knew he could never achieve such a feat of confronting a 5th-tier demon beast head-on, Hula still felt like he was about to explode with excitement. A real man should be like Shursen. He hurled his weapon, pinning the Chio-Nyo beast to the wall. One punch extinguished the Ghostfire Lion's arrogant flames. Mounting its back, he beat it until its wails shook the heavens. Deep within the cavernous tunnel, Jin Tianyun led the Yen-Yang squad forward at a rapid pace. Since entering, they hadn't seen Shursen once. However, considering Shursen's apparent cultivation at the Chi condensation realm yet his actual combat prowess capable of unscathed slaying 5th-tier demon beasts, it was perfectly normal for him to be miles ahead of the others in speed. But soon, Jin Tianyun caught faint sounds echoing from the depths of the cavern ahead. His seasoned experience instantly told him Shursen had already engaged the 5th-tier demon beast he'd mentioned. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Tianyun surged forward again. His Gangchi realm speed instantly put him a full body length ahead of the others. Guided by the locator, the group swiftly navigated the winding caverns, reaching their final destination. At that moment, even the 2nd-tier members of the Yang squad could clearly hear the sounds of battle ahead. Unspoken, they drew their weapons, faces solemn, ready to enter the fray at any moment. Jin Tianyun glanced back during their advance. Seeing his subordinates' disciplined readiness, he couldn't help but silently approve. Although the Silver Moon squad ranked near the bottom in overall strength within the True Martial Division, the Sunfire squad consistently held a top 5 position. This reflected well on him, proving he had at least one reliable squad he could deploy at a moment's notice. Director, the locator shows we're less than 30 meters from the Silver Moon squad. We'll likely spot them around the next corner. Wang Yunyang reported the latest situation, slightly out of breath. Jin Tianyun nodded silently, yet a short blade suddenly materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. This was his envisioned life-bound spirit artifact, the Crimson Brocade Blade. Possessing both scorching and potent venomous properties, it ranked among the more exceptional artifacts within the True Martial Division. He was prepared for a grueling battle. Should Shursen show signs of being overwhelmed by the demon beast, he would immediately fall back to cover their retreat. He would order Shursen, that young man of extraordinary talent and genius, suspected to be from that reclusive sect in the western continent, to immediately retreat with both squads. As a man nearing 50, he had lived long enough. For the future of Great Xia, he was prepared to burn himself out completely. With a tragic resolve, Jin Tianyun charged around the corner, instantly appearing before Zhongning Xian and Hulu. Minister, they cried in unison. Xiao Zhong, Hulu, what are you doing here? Have you seen a young man at the Gangchi realm? Jin Tianyun asked urgently. A peculiar expression flashed across Zhongning Xuan's face as she pointed toward Shursen, who was mercilessly beating the Netherfire Lion. This is the Gangchi realm cultivator you mentioned? The one who treats the Netherfire Lion like a punching bag? Chapter 60, Xiangqi. Shursen caught sight of the group staring dumbly at him near the cave entrance out of the corner of his eye. He swiftly crushed the Netherfire Lion's skull beneath him and leapt down. Minister Qin, you've arrived? Shursen casually brushed off the lion's blood that had accidentally splattered onto his hands, his tone utterly matter-of-fact. Jin Tianyun and the others were at a loss for words. A 5th-tier Netherfire Lion had been beaten to death by this man right before their eyes. And now he was acting as if nothing had happened, exchanging pleasantries with them? Young Shur, this is. Before Jin Tianyun could finish, Shursen waved him off. Minister Qin, hold on a moment. There's a slightly tougher creature over there. I'll take care of it first. In the corner, the Qiangqi, curled into a defensive ball, watched Shursen with extreme vigilance. This terrifying human had slaughtered 3 5th-rank demon beasts enough to grind him to dust in mere moments. Though the Qiangqi possessed near-zero emotional fluctuation, facing a human whose power utterly surpassed its own, it couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness surge from the depths of its being. However, when it inadvertently caught sight of the Taotai tattoo on Shursen's arm, a look of contemplation flickered in its eyes. Young Shur, this creature is likely the Qiangqi, one of the 4 great monsters from ancient Xia legends. Reports from Liangzhou soldiers who engaged it indicate its body is incredibly hardened, immune to most firearms. Seeing Shursen stride so casually toward the ferocious beast listed in the True Martial Division's records, Jin Tianyun couldn't help but warn him. Shursen merely waved dismissively. His martial prowess had now reached the 4th-tier Gangchi realm. Combined with his physique honed to the intuitive realm, his overall combat strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary 6th-tier demon beast. Xiangqi was currently trapped within the borders of Great Xia, suppressed by the god-slaying barrier, which had reduced its 6th-tier strength to 5th-tier. Even if its form was not flesh and blood, possessing terrifyingly high defense, it likely couldn't withstand Shursen's Divine Blood Halberd strike. The Taotai granted me the innate ability to devour all things. I'm eager to see what you, Xiangqi, can offer me. Boom! Shursen suddenly thrust his foot down, crushing the hard stone surface into a dent with a thunderous crack. His entire body shot forward toward the Qiangqi. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. To Shursen's astonishment, the Qiangqi wrapped its wings around itself, directly withstanding the fierce strike of the Divine Blood Halberd. The rank of my lifebound artifact itself rises with the strength of my will. Currently, I haven't cultivated techniques to temper my will, so my willpower hasn't increased. This means the Divine Blood Halberd is only at the second rank. Breaking through Qianqi's defense is truly difficult. Realizing this, Shursen thrust the halberd into the ground and charged directly at Qianqi, engaging in brutal, bone-crunching close-quarters combat. Those watching nearby witnessed a jaw-dropping spectacle. Each time Shursen's sandbag-sized fist slammed into Qianqi's body, his own skin was inevitably lacerated by the beast's razor-sharp claws or wings. Yet under Shursen's control, those shallow cuts quickly stopped bleeding and closed together, indistinguishable from his uninjured skin. This was the formidable defense and regeneration granted by mastering the subtleties of physical cultivation. Yet, micro-level was merely the first threshold in physical cultivation. Beyond it lay the two major realms of rebirth and void shattering, corresponding to 7th tier and peak 9th tier combat power respectively. Yet, in his previous life, Shursen had only ever encountered physical cultivators at the rebirth stage. Relying solely on raw power and defense, they could defy even the gods. As for the legendary Fist Shatter's Void Realm whispered among physical cultivators, Shursen had never even heard of it before his death. Qianqi seemed growing impatient with Shursen's relentless, sticky-like fighting style. A crimson glint flashed in its icy eyes, instantly coalescing into two beams of light that swept directly toward Shursen. Watch out! That's the Qianqi's crimson flame death ray. Touch it and you die. Shursen dared not delay. Though he had never personally experienced the might of the Qianqi's crimson flame death ray, he could sense the energy within it enough to cleave him in two. The crimson death ray followed Shursen's every movement, its gaze fixed on him. Wherever it passed, it melted the ancient stone pillars that had stood unchanged for millennia into molten rock. At the critical moment, Shursen's formidable physique allowed him to narrowly dodge the two deadly beams by twisting his body. Damn, that red-eyed attack nearly took me down. Shursen slipped into the blind spot of the Qianqi's vision, crept up beside it once more, and slammed a fist as big as a sandbag into the creature's jaw. Wah! The Qianqi let out a wretched howl from the blow, its crimson death rays forced a halt. Seizing the moment while it reeled in confusion, Shursen held nothing back. Just as he had done with the Netherfire Lion, he mounted Qianqi's back. Thud! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed throughout the entire cavern. Again! Again! Is he the demon beast or is it the other way around? Don't you realize that when you're beating Qianqi like this, you're also making our faces rattle like crazy? Qin Tianyun and the others were utterly flabbergasted. Since the descent of the Divine Realm, they had never witnessed anything like this. He was clearly a pure human, yet instead of relying on spiritual energy to fight, he stubbornly engaged the ferocious beast in close combat using only his formidable physique. Though each punch landed looked satisfying, a chill spread through their hearts. Indeed, there were differences between people. Minister, where did you find this monster? Zhong Yingxian smacked her lips, her tone oddly flat. Qin Tianyun didn't even turn his head as he replied dryly, don't ask me. I have no damn clue where this monster came from. Ask Lei Guang if you want answers. I even threatened Colonel Shi that day. He's so powerful, surely he won't hold a grudge? Under everyone's gaze, Lei Guang felt like crying. Everyone instinctively took a step back, creating distance from Lei Guang. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that Qianqi's wing was ripped off by that big shot? You think a monster that furious wouldn't hold a grudge? Not a soul would believe that. As Shursen snapped one of the Qianqi's front legs, the battle drew to a close. I must admit, this Qianqi's physique truly defies that of a normal carbon-based lifeform. But then again, with the Divine Realm descending upon us, the emergence of creatures like this Qianqi hardly comes as a surprise. Shursen wrapped his arm around the Qianqi's neck, holding it steady as the beast thrashed violently. Feeling the beast beneath him struggle with diminishing force until it finally ceased all movement, Shursen slowly released his grip. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight of the Qianqi's neck, twisted a full 180 degrees. That was brutal. Had the Qianqi not been utterly flawless, with not a single obvious weakness, Shursen would never have resorted to such a crude method as snapping its neck. Haven't you seen how it remained as lively as ever even after having its wings torn off and front claws broken? Fortunately, this creature still adhered to the fundamental rules of living organisms. It wasn't a complete mechanical being, it still required breathing to sustain the basic functions of life. But then, standing mere inches away, Shursen suddenly realized even after being ravaged beyond recognition, the Qianqi still clung to a faint breath of life. Your Majesty. You can still speak? Chapter 61, The Spirit of the Weapon. Shursen never imagined he'd be the one stunned by a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast, the Qianqi, could actually speak. Though its voice was extremely low and its intonation far off, upon closer listening, it was clear it was speaking the language of the Great Xia. I wish to submit to you. The Qianqi seemed to be on the brink of death, its words coming out in broken, halting phrases. Shursen had to piece together its meaning through mental reconstruction. Submit to me? How is that different from me killing you to obtain your innate skill? Shursen suppressed his astonishment and asked calmly. Submission is voluntary. Killing is involuntary. After uttering these words, the Qiangqi fell silent, its gaze upon Shursen growing increasingly dim. Truthfully, Shursen refused to trust the words of any creature outside the human race from the depths of his being. There was a saying, those not of our kind have different hearts. This wisdom had been distilled through countless blood-soaked lessons by our ancestors. There was no reason why it should cease to hold true for Shursen. Thus, faced with Qiangqi's response, Shursen pondered for a long time but still couldn't make up his mind. After all, the Qiangqi's words revealed far too little information. He genuinely couldn't grasp the difference between this so-called active and passive thing. He watched as the Qiangqi's life force gradually ebbed away, nearing its final breath. Even alive, Qiangqi was no match for me. How could I possibly fear it now that it shows signs of submission? A cold resolve hardened in Shursen's heart. I accept your submission. Hearing these words, an extraordinary light flared in Qiangqi's eyes. Instantly, a jet-black stream of light erupted from its body, hurtling straight toward the Divine Blood Halberd planted in the ground. Buzz! 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 The Divine Blood Halberd began to vibrate inexplicably. Within Shursen's perception, he distinctly sensed that this life-bound spirit artifact, which had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, suddenly sent a jubilant message within his mind. Only when the black stream of light representing the Qiangqi completely engulfed the Divine Blood Halberd did Shursen suddenly gain memories regarding the transformation of his life-bound spirit artifact. So this is what Qiangqi meant by submission to become the spirit of the Divine Blood-painted Halberd. Shursen rejoiced inwardly. This unexpected transformation significantly bolstered his power once more. Not only did the Divine Blood-painted Halberd now possess a spirit named Qiangqi, but with Qiangqi's aid, it was gradually absorbing stray elemental energies from the heavens and earth to reforge itself. Though Shursen perceived the progress as painfully slow at present. But since it was a complete transformation, a longer time frame didn't matter. After all, even during this phase, the Divine Blood-painted Halberd still possessed formidable combat power. Empowered by Qiangqi, the second-tier Halberd had automatically ascended to the level of a fourth-tier spirit artifact. Feeling the jubilant excitement of his old companion in his hands, Shursen couldn't help but smile. Once Qiangqi had fully adapted to its new form as a spirit artifact dwelling within the Divine Blood Halberd, Shursen turned his attention to the spectators nearby. Alright, all danger has been neutralized. I suppose that counts as a successful mission completion? Shin Tianyun wore a bitter smile. He and the rest of the Yin-Yang squad, bolstered by Shursen's Gangchi realm strength, had arrived full of vigor to carry out the rescue mission. Yet from start to finish, they'd merely played the role of spectators. This made Shin Tianyun, deputy minister of the Jinwu department currently the most powerful agency in Zhongjing, feel utterly useless. I suppose it is complete. Shin Tianyun shook his head helplessly, only now realizing he too had fallen into a trance-like state. Shursen's extraordinary strength was a blessing proof that the Great Xia Empire had capable successors. Moreover, having endured the poisonous Turtle Mountain rescue operation together, they shared a rare bond of mutual reliance. Should he ever face insurmountable challenges or require aid in the future, seeking Shursen's assistance even at immense cost would be worth every penny. A Gangchi cultivator who could beat a fifth-tier demon beast like a punching bag, who would believe such a thing? Thus, even after witnessing the black light emanating from Qiangqi, Shin Tianyun remained silent, fearing that speaking out of turn might arouse Shursen's suspicion. Alright then, once we've cleaned up the battlefield, let's head back early. Shursen's tone was flat, yet carried an air of finality that brooked no argument. Wang Yunyang, Lei Guang, and even Zhou Yingxian, all martial artists hovering at the threshold of the Gangchi realm, had long since been utterly awed by this terrifying Gangchi realm powerhouse after witnessing Shursen single-handedly kill two fifth-tier demon beasts. Facing Shursen's orders, they sprang into action without even glancing at Shin Tianyun's expression. Shin Tianyun saw nothing amiss in this. Though he'd navigated the bureaucratic world for years, at his core, he remained an ordinary martial artist devoted solely to the path of martial arts. And for martial artists, the principle they followed was simple: might makes right. This manifested in the belief that, unless it was a matter of principle, the words of the stronger were commands. However, when principles were at stake, even in this martial supremacist era, whether one wielded Gangchi or Yukong, the Great Xia Empire could not tolerate such individuals. They must be eliminated immediately. Soon, the remaining members of the Silver Moon Squad were rescued one by one. Those with severe injuries stabilized after receiving medical treatment brought by Shin Tianyun and his team. Those with less severe injuries assisted the Yang squad in clearing the battlefield. Upon seeing the carnage outside the cave, which resembled a meat grinder, they couldn't help but gasp in horror once more. As for the corpses of those five-tier demon beasts, Shursen discreetly stowed them away into his devouring space, keeping them hidden from most eyes. Now possessing fourth-tier Gangchi realm strength, his devouring space had grown significantly stronger, capable of holding 10 fifth-tier demon beast corpses or 3 sixth-tier ones. It was a pity, however, that the Qiangqi's mechanical-like body had lost all its divine properties after transforming into the spirit of the Divine Blood Halberd. Now, it crumbled to ashes at the slightest touch. Shursen had also learned from the Qiangqi that its true core was that black light. This body had merely been forged from raw or found in a mine after arriving in the Great Xia. Now deprived of the Qiangqi's energy to sustain its form, its complete disappearance was only natural. Clearing the battlefield took over an hour, but the spoils of war were exceedingly gratifying. Among the haul were 115 first-tier demon cores, 64 second-tier demon cores, 21 third-tier demon cores, and 6 fourth-tier demon cores. The demon cores from the 5th-tier demon beast, along with its corpse, belonged solely to Shursen. There was no dispute about that. After all, the others hadn't lifted a finger during the battle. In fact, at Qin Tianyun's suggestion, both teams had agreed to forego any share of the spoils. However, Shursen considered that the spectators had provided him with tremendous moral support during the battle, which was also a form of participation. Ultimately, under his firm insistence, both teams received half the quantity of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier demon cores. The specific allocation would be decided by Qin Tianyun, their direct superior. The group was deeply moved and filled with gratitude for Shursen's generous gesture. After all, demon cores were practically becoming hard currency within the central capital. Nearly all new formulation potions required demon cores of different attributes to enhance their potency. By the way, Minister Qin, I heard that each deputy minister of the Jinwu department has 3 team formation quotas. Currently, you only have the Yang Yang and Inue squads under your name. Might I request to establish my own squad? Qin Tianyun was clearly caught off guard by Shursen's sudden request, his astonishment evident as he looked at Shursen. Chapter 62, The Ruined Realm. Qin Tianyun never imagined that a formidable martial artist like Shursen, one who could easily establish his own sect in central capital, would still be fixated on the squad quota issue mentioned earlier. And he was even willing to place himself under Qin Tianyun's command, establishing a squad under his name. Colonel Shur, this is no laughing matter, watch out, I might take you seriously. Qin Tianyun said with a laugh after his initial shock. He hadn't taken Shursen's words seriously. After all, the man's strength spoke for itself. While perhaps slightly inferior to his own department head, Yuan Kohai, Shursen possessed the formidable power to decisively slay a 5th-tier demon beast at the Gengqi realm. Such a genius, no, a monster. Absolutely everyone would be scrambling to recruit him. How could he possibly end up serving under him as a mere squad leader? Minister Qin, I'm serious. Shursen declared solemnly. Qin Tianyun stared at Shursen for a long moment, as if something had occurred to him. Colonel Shur must have some ulterior motive, right? Minister Qin, you have keen eyesight. You can see through that? Shursen laughed heartily. Is it about those 2 ancient ruins? Qin Tianyun probed cautiously. The only bargaining chips he held were the entry quotas for those 2 ancient ruins. Nothing else could possibly attract Shursen. This extremely secretive matter was something Qin Tianyun had only recently learned. The reason the demonic beasts were fiercely attacking the eastern and southern defenses was precisely because they had sensed the unusually dense spiritual energy in those areas, accompanied by occasional thunderous claps and flashes of lightning. According to the deductions of some elderly martial artists from the True Martial Division, this phenomenon was highly likely a precursor to the opening of the ancient sage relic sites recorded in ancient texts. Based on this finding, the Zhongjing authorities combed through vast libraries to uncover more detailed records concerning these relic realms. Records indicate that such realms manifested during the founding years of the previous dynasty and again nearly a millennium ago. According to ancient accounts, their emergence requires both an extreme concentration of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy and the human race of Great Xia facing an existential crisis. The present conditions perfectly align with both requirements. However, the exact time and location of the opening remain unknown from the texts. The recorded materials only mentioned the limit on the number of entrants to the Forgotten Realm. The remainder of the text was lost forever. Each relic realm, varying in size and type, could accommodate different numbers of humans. Qin Tianyun was unsure of the exact numbers, but he knew he had been assigned quotas for 2 squads totaling 10 people. Perhaps that reclusive sect sent Shursen out into the world to train precisely so their prodigy could enter the relic realm, seize more opportunities, and advance further. Qin Tianyun automatically filled in Shursen's background, finding it entirely plausible that he possessed such confidential knowledge. After all, the Western continent boasted only this one sect with such a long history and formidable reputation. Though it claimed seclusion, maintaining its own channels within the secular world was hardly surprising. Matters concerning the ruined realm were undoubtedly off limits and highly classified for ordinary people. But for the Western continent sect, it wasn't a secret at all. Their own inherited records might even be far more detailed than the official documents available in the central capital. Shursen remained non-committal to Qin Tianyun's question, for he had indeed set his sights on the quota in Qin Tianyun's hands. Though his current strength rivaled that of a 6th-tier martial artist, without his connection to Qin Tianyun, even if he were to storm the True Martial Department and effortlessly defeat Yuan Kohai, the Zhongjing authorities likely wouldn't recognize his status. After all, such power was too terrifying, and Shursen's background was too simple. Under the current circumstances, anyone would suspect he had been possessed by a divine apostle or had secretly defected to the gods long ago, gaining such combat prowess through divine baptism. Minister Qin has guessed correctly, Shursen replied with a faint smile. My goal is indeed to enter the ruined realm and seize the opportunity. Seas? Shin Tianyun's sharp mind latched onto that word. Yes, seas. How could it be seizing? According to records, the relic realm is filled with treasures left behind by sages. Anyone with the right destiny can obtain them, there's no competition involved at all. Shursen sighed and spoke slowly. Has Minister Qin forgotten that the demonic beasts are still attacking the eastern and southern defenses, seeking to seize vast territories to await the emergence of the ruined realm? The grand array activated by the sages burning themselves has no sway over the rules within the relic realm. Qin Tianyun's expression darkened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. So you're saying, the beasts can enter the ruins too? Who says demonic beasts can't enter? Shursen recalled the horrific scenes from the two relic realms of his past life, still trembling at the memory. The geniuses of the great Xia human race had been hunted down mercilessly within the relic realm, falling one after another. That crimson curtain unfurling across the sky had made the great Xia people keenly feel the pressure emanating from the divine realm for the very first time. Shursen received Qin Tianyun's approval to secure a spot for a small squad, but on the condition that he guarantee the safety of another squad. This demand was not unreasonable. With Shursen's current strength, entering the ruins would be nothing short of a devastating blow. Whether demon god descendants or mortal wanderers, anyone crossing his path faced certain death. Upon returning to central capital, Qin Tianyun bid farewell to Shursen and hurried away. He needed to urgently report the intelligence he'd obtained from Shursenator. The contents were so explosive that even this seasoned martial artist, known for his steadiness, could barely contain his excitement. After parting ways with the others, Shursen didn't head straight back to Old Wu's courtyard. He had acquired a considerable number of demon cores this time, and carrying them back would be too cumbersome. After all, he already had a full backpack stored at home, and holding so many demon cores in his hands wouldn't serve much purpose. It would be better to exchange them at the market for various needed resources. In his memory, Zhongjing had long since opened a square serving as a marketplace for martial artists to exchange goods, a place known as the flea market or black market. Shursen made his way forward, his powerful memory allowing him to navigate Zhongjing's streets with ease. He soon arrived at the black market, located about 10 kilometers from the southern defense line. Probably because the Divine Kingdom had only recently descended, the black market here was nowhere near as bustling as it would be in later times. Only a handful of stalls dotted the vast plaza. Shursen circled the area, exchanging all his low-grade demon cores for cash. Trust in the Zhongjing authorities remained intact, and cash still served as a vital medium for commodity circulation. In other words, cash still held significant value. I've exchanged over 20 million in cash total. That should be enough to buy some daily necessities, Shursen muttered as he emerged from the Natural Workshop, a shop backed by the Demon Beast Resources Bureau, his backpack slung over his shoulder. To adapt to the current situation, Zhongjing had raised the maximum denomination of cash from 100 to 1,000, which greatly alleviated the paralysis of electronic payment systems. Chapter 63, Mystic Potion Blind Boxes. Shursen wandered through the sparse shops of the black market, his backpack bulging with cash. Unlike the black markets of later eras, aside from a few stalls bearing official seals, the scattered booths set up by martial artists offered little that caught Shursen's interest. After circling around, Shursen finally settled on a herbal medicine shop called Tiankai Pavilion. This shop must have been newly built, as its overall style leaned toward ancient architecture, yet traces of modern craftsmanship were still visible in certain details. Hanging from the vermilion doorframe were a half-man-tall gourd and a wooden fish swaying in the breeze. The gourd signified the shop's integrity, honest dealings with all customers, young and old, and the availability of any herb one sought. The wooden fish, homophonous with the word heal, symbolized auspiciousness. Who would have thought an official pharmacy could be so gimmicky? The proprietor here must come from a lineage of medical and martial arts masters, a tradition that's never been broken, Shursen mused silently. Stepping through the vermilion gate, the interior revealed itself. Two massive medicine racks flanked the space, their densely packed drawers holding every traditional herb available on the market. In front of the shelves stood 2 rows of transparent glass display cases showcasing more precious, aged herbs presented in exquisite gift boxes. Unlike the sparse crowd on the square, this herbal shop was unexpectedly packed with people. These burly passers-by, clearly martial artists at a glance, were clustered around the glass display cases on both sides, their voices booming like thunder. Their flushed faces suggested they were fiercely competing over something. Shursen clicked his tongue in surprise. He hadn't expected the seemingly quiet black market to reveal such unusual bustle right here in this herbal shop. Grabbing a shop assistant who was sweating buckets from the rush, Shursen urgently asked, "Bro, what's going on in here?" The clerk, already scrambling to explain something loudly to the crowd of martial artists, was grabbed by Shursenator. Irritated, he turned to yell at Shursen. Before he could speak, however, he caught sight of the dried demon beast bloodstains on Shursen's body and sensed the aura Shursen unintentionally radiated. His expression immediately changed, and he replied solemnly, "Greetings, sir. Today marks the day our Tiankai shop has newly stocked and put up for sale a batch of deep mountain herbs. These fellows are all here hoping to snag a bargain." Hearing the clerk's explanation, Shursen couldn't press him further. After all, the shop had only 5 clerks, while the crowd of martial artists numbered at least 100. Each one boasted a thunderous voice, long since driving the clerks to distraction. A thought flashed through his mind, and Shursen decisively grabbed a middle-aged man from the outer crowd, hauling him out like a chicken. What do you want? The middle-aged man looked utterly bewildered. He remembered pushing his way into the crowd just moments ago. How had he suddenly ended up being dragged out by this stranger? I'd like to ask you a few questions for a fee. Interested, old buddy? The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened with anger. You brat, who do you think I am? Get out of my way. I'm still going to grab some spiritual medicine. 10,000? Oomph. I, Zhong Yuliang, am no greedy fool. Get out of my way. 30,000? Ask away, boss. After paying a hefty price, Shursen finally learned from the middle-aged man, Zhong Yuliang, the reason behind the martial artist's fervor. It turned out that besides stocking conventional herbs, Tian Kai shop also periodically collected novel medicinal ingredients from various beast hunting squads who ventured deep into the mountains. These new medicinal herbs, nourished by spiritual energy, have undergone changes in their properties and pharmacological effects, and even their appearances are now entirely different from before. With insufficient manpower to appraise the vast array of novel herbs, Tian Kai shop merely conducts basic screening before placing non-toxic or mildly toxic spiritual herbs directly on shelves for sale. As for their actual effects when consumed, that's entirely up to the martial artist's luck. The reason martial artists are so desperate to obtain these spiritual herbs is the recent surge of traders who, through sheer luck, consumed herbs that boosted their cultivation or enhanced their physique, causing their strength to skyrocket overnight. The most outrageous case involved someone who, after consuming a vibrant green cap-shaped mushroom, leaped directly from a first-tier martial artist to the Gengchi realm. He was immediately taken in as a son-in-law by the Yang family, one of the four great families of Central Capital, receiving exceptional treatment and living a life above others. With such a vivid example before them, and each spiritual herb priced modestly just 100,000 credits at Tian Kai shop, like opening a blind box, it was no wonder these low-tier martial artists were so eager to snatch one first and rewrite their destinies. It was no wonder these low-tier martial artists were so eager to snap up a spiritual herb and rewrite their destinies. After understanding the situation, Shursen couldn't help but feel intrigued. While concoctions made from primitive herbs and demon cores were effective, they were ordinary ingredients nowhere near as potent as spirit herbs. He had previously planned to take time to explore the wilderness, hoping to stumble upon a few herbs that had mutated after absorbing spiritual energy. With a decade of experience under his belt, he could easily discern whether such mutations were beneficial or harmful. If he stumbled upon one of those legendary herbs rumored to truly transform martial artists from the ground up, Shursen reckoned he'd be so excited he'd practically leap straight into the demon god realm. That lush green mushroom with the cap, probably the original Sin Emerald mushroom. This thing isn't nearly as good as people imagine. Shursen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he thought of that guy Zhong Yuliang mentioned who had married into the Yang family. The original Sin Emerald mushroom could grant meteoric growth in the early stages. For women, it was tolerable at worst, they'd forever stagnate at the Gengchi realm. But if a man swallows it? Poof. Prepare to lose that function entirely. Shursen recalled many other unassuming-looking spiritual herbs that possessed miraculous effects. Recalling those precious treasures he'd never been worthy of in his past life, Shursen pushed his way through the crowd toward the counter. The crowd was dense. If Shursen possessed the same low-tier martial artist strength as the others, he would never have managed to push his way through. But now, as a formidable Gengchi realm martial artist, he barely needed to exert himself, merely needing to restrain himself slightly to avoid injuring others as he pushed through. He reached the counter with ease. The martial artists Shursen had pushed aside were about to vent their anger, but the moment their eyes met his, they felt an invisible pressure. They instantly fell silent, venting their frustration on those beside them instead. On the gleaming glass counter lay dozens of strange and bizarre-looking spiritual herbs of various kinds. Their appearances gave absolutely no indication of their contents. Nourished by the revived spiritual energy, these elixirs had long since formed hard shells that sealed in all their potency. Without breaking them open or ingesting them, even the most skilled physicians in Central Capital couldn't discern their quality. The elixirs were arranged from left to right according to their price tiers. The one on the far right was the 100,000 yuan mystery box elixir mentioned by Zhong Yuliang, a price point accessible to many low-tier martial artists. After all, the saying goes, the poor study, the rich train. Everyone began martial arts training from childhood to strengthen their bodies. Without some financial foundation at home, they would have long since given up their practice. While 100,000 coins seemed substantial at present, it wasn't entirely out of reach. However, the higher-priced elixirs beyond that range were not the optimal choice for low-tier martial artists. Chapter 64, Linglong Jade Sword Grass. While the 10,000 yuan potions occupied two-thirds of the counter, the remaining third was noticeably quiet. Only a handful of people tentatively inquired about prices, testing for any possibility of bargaining. After receiving a firm no from the shop assistant, they would shake their heads and return to browsing the 100,000 yuan potions. After all, while the 500,000 and 1 million spirit herbs looked impressive, their actual effects might not surpass the 100,000 priced oddities. But today, a reckless fool actually dared to try his luck. He flung 50,000 in cash onto the counter and picked a small sword-shaped spirit herb. Holy crap, this guy's a badass. Just handing 50 grand straight to some greedy boss? You guys don't get it, this is boldness. If another Tanshin-style green-hatted mushroom shows up, this guy'll hit the jackpot. Ha, that's laughable. You're comparing him to that rare case of Tanshin? Hey, did you hear? Apparently since Tanshin joined the Young family, he's been acting more and more like a woman. Shut up. This big shot is about to take that magic potion. What a boss. The hothead's bold move of splashing out 500,000 sparked heated debate among the martial artists. But when they saw he was about to swallow the elixir right then and there, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on this flamboyant young man. Young Master Li, how does it feel? His companion beside him couldn't help but ask. Li Chang remained silent with his eyes closed, carefully sensing the changes within his body after the small sword-shaped elixir entered his stomach. Suddenly, Li Chang's face turned pale. Clutching his stomach, he dashed straight into the restroom of the Celestial Talent Pavilion. Put. Pfft. Amidst the stunned stares of the martial artists, a series of loud farts echoed from the restroom, followed by a wave of foul stench. Holy crap, did this guy buy some gut cleanser? Hold your breath. This is hilarious, spending 500,000 on a fart? The crowd erupted into chaos. Weaker practitioners scrambled to hold their breath, while the stronger ones doubled over laughing. Shursen remained utterly unfazed, his body enveloped in a protective aura that kept the foul stench at bay. Yet his gaze lingered thoughtfully on the toilet. This reaction bore a striking resemblance to that peculiar spiritual herb from his memories. And the name Li Chang, it felt strangely familiar. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think you can mock the young master of the Li family? Li Chang's companion's face turned ashen as he scanned the crowd. Most martial artists met his gaze, averted their eyes, leaving only a handful of stronger practitioners glaring back coldly. Yeah, laugh your ass off. What, just because you're from the Li family, you think you can act so arrogant? Who the hell do you think you are, telling this old man what to do? TSK, the Li family sure has some nerve. I don't recall the Li family being among the 4 great clans? Or am I mistaken, isn't the Li family actually the foremost clan in Central Capital? Some shouted angrily, others sneered sarcastically, driving Li Chang's companion into a flushed silence. That Li Chang must be incredibly lucky. Linglong Jade Sword Grass is one of those pseudo-divine herbs that can purify marrow and strengthen sinews. Shursen couldn't help but speak up, trying to save Li Chang's companion from the embarrassment. What kind of beggar spouts such nonsense? Linglong Sword Grass? Who do you think you are? From the crowd, the loudest mocking voice belonged to a third-tier martial artist who clearly disdained Shursen's calm demeanor. He erupted in a torrent of curses. Shursen's expression darkened slightly. With a fluid shift of his body, he passed straight through the crowd and appeared before the third-tier martial artist. Smack! A resounding slap sent him crashing to the ground, a crimson handprint instantly branding his face. Gale Chi Realm. The third-tier martial artist clutched his face, staring at Shursen in terror. The other martial artists surrounding Shursen instantly took a step back in unison, creating distance between themselves and him. Their gazes toward Shursen were filled with both apprehension and envy. Currently, Zhongjing had at least several 100,000 martial artists who had broken through to the martial realm, but those at the Gangchi realm numbered no more than 50. One could imagine how rare the Gangchi realm truly was. What everyone valued most, however, was the Gangchi realm's utterly overwhelming combat power against lower-tier martial artists. No matter how skilled you were, unless you had entered the Gangchi realm, you had absolutely no chance of breaking through that terrifying layer of Gangchi to inflict even a scratch. Conversely, a single strike from a Gangchi realm martial artist infused with Gangchi is beyond the capacity of low-tier practitioners to withstand. To confront it head-on would mean either death or severe injury. This young master of the Li family paid to clear the path for you all. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're filled with malice, waiting for him to fail so you can gloat. With such a mindset, even if you consumed divine herbs to reach the Gangchi realm, you'd still be useless. Shursen snapped coldly. Only as he prepared to strike did he recall the memory of this Li Chang, how his strength had surged dramatically after consuming the Linglong Jade Sword Grass, enabling him to fight Gangchi opponents with only third-tier power. That feat had earned him entry into the ancient sage's relic realm. Yet in the sky-filling projection of the realm, Li Chang's final scene was one of tragic grandeur that brought countless great Xia citizens to tears. His squad encountered 3 other teams surrounded by demonic beasts and divine apostles. Amidst fierce combat, those 3 squads managed to escape, but he chose to hold the rear guard for them. With his third-tier strength, he wielded the might of his sword body to brutally slay several 4th-tier demonic beasts. In the end, he chose to detonate his sword body, taking a 4th-tier human walker with him. What etched itself most deeply into Shursen's memory was Li Chang's final cry, "Xia shall never fall." Such a self-sacrificing character, though at odds with Shursen's own principles, commanded his deep respect. Compared to Li Chang, these spectators who did nothing but sneer and mock were nothing but a pile of dog. After Shursen's scolding, some martial artists looked remorseful while others remained defiant. The third-tier martial artist who had been publicly humiliated shot Shursen a venomous glance before hurrying away. After this incident, Shursen lost much of his enthusiasm. He spent a considerable sum purchasing several batches of spirit herbs at different price points before turning and leaving as well. Only after Shursen vanished from sight did the martial artists in the Heavenly Talent Pavilion breathe a sigh of relief. Good heavens, the Gangchi master is so young. He must be a core disciple being groomed by some major clan or sect. Terrifying. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow when he moved. Is the gap between Gangchi realm and us truly as vast as the heavens? Who cares? He's the Gangchi master, whatever he says goes. But what do you think about that Linglong jade sword grass he mentioned? Real or fake? I doubt it's real. What kind of spirit herb makes you stronger by farting? The group erupted into murmurs again, glancing intermittently at Li Chang, who was still relentlessly farting in the bathroom. After a long while, the farting sounds from the bathroom gradually subsided, replaced instead by waves of maniacal laughter. Has young Master Li lost his mind? Oh no, he's gotten himself into trouble with his farts. Li Chang's companions rushed toward the restroom, only to run head-on into a beaming Li Chang. Young Master Li, are you okay? Li Chang laughed heartily, patting his friend's shoulder repeatedly. Young Master, I've reached the peak of the third tier. What? The martial artists were stunned. Li Chang had only been at the first tier when he first arrived, and now he dared claim to be at the third tier? What a joke! A martial artist of equal third tier strength immediately focused his gaze and instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Truly third tier. A Gangchi master is terrifying indeed. That unassuming spirit herb actually worked. Chapter 65, Sudden Change. Upon learning everything that had transpired from his companions, Li Chang felt a surge of admiration for Shursen, who had just departed. He murmured to himself, Linglong Jade Sword Grass, what a splendid name. Feeling the gradual changes within his body, he immediately resolved to return and seclude himself for cultivation. He would emerge only after his body had fully adapted, then he would seek out that Gangchi realm master to forge a connection. The Linglong sword body. If it can develop safely, who knows what heights it might reach. Shursen walked along the path, his mind constantly replaying fragments of information about Li Chang. Unfortunately, the details he could recall were too sparse. He had never personally experienced the might of the Linglong sword body either, judging solely from its projection in the sky from the ruined realm was insufficient for an accurate assessment. However, judging by how he, a third-tier martial artist, had consecutively slain multiple fourth-tier demon beasts and apostles, if he could steadily cultivate to the sixth tier, he would become another formidable warrior for the great Xia human race. Enough. Overthinking won't help. Once inside the ruins, I'll find a way to save Li Chang. For now, I should return and give this star fruit to Inga. The star fruit was among the spiritual herbs Shursen had purchased that were most suitable for Li Inga. Though it still fell far short of the third-grade pseudo-divine medicine Linglong Jade Swordgrass, one couldn't be too greedy. A second-grade spiritual medicine was already a steal. The current Tiankai Pavilion hadn't yet delved deeply into spiritual herbs, causing many valuable items to slip through the cracks. This allowed Shursen to snag a huge bargain. Once they truly recognized the value of spiritual herbs and invested manpower into research, categorizing them into 5 tiers from lowest to highest, snagging bargains like this would become far less likely. It's a pity that among this batch of spiritual herbs, only the third-grade Linglong Jade Swordgrass stands out as truly exceptional. The rest are either worthless scraps or the first and second-grade herbs I already have in my possession. I'll come back in a while. According to Zhong Yuliang, these mystery boxes get restocked every 3 days. Hopefully, there'll be something useful for me then. Shursen felt a twinge of regret. He had spotted that third-grade pseudo-divine herb earlier, but the distance was too great, and Li Chang had beaten him to it. However, he felt no jealousy toward Li Chang. These blind box-style spiritual herbs were meant for those with the right fate. His failure to obtain the Linglong Jade Swordgrass simply meant it wasn't meant for him. Lost in thought, Shursen soon reached the outer gate of Old Wu's small courtyard. The door, however, was tightly shut. It seemed the two of them had gone out on some business. Creak! As he pushed open the gate, Shursen's expression immediately darkened. The courtyard was in utter disarray, clearly the scene of an exceptionally fierce battle. Shursen moved cautiously among the scattered debris, searching for clues in the marks left on the ground. Soon, Shursen's focused search yielded a discovery. Half a broken blade lay buried in the dirt. Its shape matched Old Wu's signature alloy knife. Shursen stomped beside the blade. With a powerful kick, he sent it flying into the air, catching it in one hand. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned to discover the character Yang had been carved crookedly into the blade with deft skill. Shursen's face turned ashen, a fierce rage igniting within his chest. The Yang family. Very well. You're courting death. Yang family ancestral residence. Yang Wenhui led his men, escorting Old Wu and Li Inga directly into the underground dungeon of their Jiyin lineage. This dark dungeon is a relic from the last century. Never imagined I, Yang Wenhui, would have the day to put it to use again. Yang Wenhui surveyed the two unconscious figures, a twisted grin stretching across his lips as savagery filled his eyes. His spies had easily identified the two who were undoubtedly involved in the death of his son, Yang Ding. However, both were merely at the peak of the first tier, utterly incapable of slaughtering an entire group of second-tier martial artists. This meant they must have had help that day, or perhaps they'd been lucky enough to encounter strangers who'd drawn their swords to aid them. Yang Wenhui knew his son's nature well. Appearing in Gu village that day and striking up a conversation with a beauty like Lianga meant he had undoubtedly set his sights on her. But since my son took a fancy to you, not only did you refuse to comply, you dared to conspire with others to kill him outright. This is an utterly heinous crime. Several henchmen dragged Lianga and the other prisoner slowly down a spiral passageway, dimly lit only by scattered torches. The flames flickered wildly in the breeze, casting an eerie, inexplicable glow throughout the passageway. After several minutes, they reached the lowest level of the passageway. Before them appeared a rust-covered gate. Opening it revealed a row of over a dozen steel-reinforced cells lining both sides of the path. The first two cells were filled with an array of torture devices. The dried bloodstains and the extent of their damage made it clear that countless people had been tortured and beaten to death by these instruments. Yang Wenhui's gaze toward the instruments brimmed with inexplicable excitement. Since becoming the patriarch of the Supreme Yin lineage, he had not returned to this place. Nor had he been able to capture enemies of the Yang family and subject them to brutal beatings and torture, as he once did when serving as the captain of the family's secret agents. Everything here remains so captivating. I can't wait to hear that venomous woman's screams. Yang Wenhui drew a deep breath of the dungeon air, damp, foul, and thick with mold. Damn this familiar feeling. After ordering his men to throw Lianga and Old Wu into the cells, Yang Wenhui walked over to the electric chair in the torture chamber. He paid no heed to the thick layer of dust and cobwebs covering it, sitting down directly. He closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose as he pondered how best to break these two. Now that they were in his grasp, time was on his side. He could take his sweet time subjecting them to every terrifying interrogation technique he knew. After an unknown span of time, Lianga groaned softly and slowly regained consciousness. I'm not dead? Where am I? She touched her neck, which still throbbed with pain. After opening her eyes and scanning her surroundings, she couldn't help but gasp in horror. This gloomy cell was exactly like the scenes she'd seen in horror movies. Struggling to her feet, Lianga immediately spotted Old Wu lying in the cell opposite. Seeing his chest still rising and falling, she exhaled a huge sigh of relief. As long as he was alive. Yet a sudden, inexplicable rage flared within her. She had long anticipated that the Yang family, having lost their beloved son Yang Ding, would come looking for them sooner or later. What Lianga hadn't anticipated was that the Yang family would dare to storm into a private residence in broad daylight, knocking them both unconscious and dragging them away. Now trapped in captivity, she wondered if her master could uncover any useful clues from the evidence left behind to rescue her and Old Wu. We must buy time, Lianga resolved silently. Enough time for master to devise a rescue plan. Chapter 66, Identifying the Culprit. Shursen didn't attempt a direct assault on the Yang family, not out of fear, but because he had no clue which of the Yang clan's 9 branches had captured Lianga and Old Wu. He feared that stirring up trouble might push them into desperate measures, leading to the couple's covert elimination. Still, the prime suspect remains the Supreme Yin branch led by Yang Ding. That faction has always walked a crooked path, first producing the traitor Yang Wenbai who defected to the gods, then that psychopath Yang Ding. What a nest of scum! Though Old Wu's place is remote, it's not uninhabited. Let's find Qin Tianyun first and have him use official channels to investigate. With that thought, Shursen sheathed the broken blade, rose from the courtyard, and sprinted toward the Jinwu department. The Jinwu division maintained its own advanced medical unit. The injured members of the Silver Moon Squad now lay in hospital beds, receiving treatment from professional physicians. Zhong Yingxian sat bored by the bedside, chatting idly with Zhao Xinyan. You mean you saw Colonel Shi's wound heal at a visible speed after he got injured? Zhao Xinyan hadn't suffered serious injuries, just feeling somewhat weak. She sipped on a bowl of nutrient-rich meat porridge. At the mention of Shursen's name, Zhong Yingshuan's eyes lit up. Exactly. That Xiangqi's claws were razor-sharp. They sliced a gash over 10 centimeters long right across Big Brother Shi's back. And guess what? The wound vanished instantly. If it weren't for the matching tear in his clothes, I'd have thought I was seeing things. Zhao Xinyan shot her captain a puzzled look. This usually gruff woman never gave men a second glance. Why did she light up like this whenever Shursen's name came up? Could it be that something unspeakable happened between them up there? Looks like she'd have to ask Hulu, who'd been present at the time. Just as the two were deep in conversation, the ward door creaked open. To their surprise, it was none other than their boss, Qin Tianyun. Hee, how's your recovery going? Qin Tianyun inquired with a smile. After all, they were elite martial artists whose bodies had been transformed by spiritual energy. For the lightly injured members, their wounds were nearly scabbed over after the physician's disinfection. After a thorough inspection, Qin Tianyun nodded with satisfaction. Though the Silver Moon Squad had faced a great calamity this time, they had ultimately returned unscathed. Having weathered this trial, once everyone stabilized, their strength would undoubtedly surge significantly. Then, the Silver Moon Squad could shed its reputation as the underdog and compete with other elite squads for higher rankings. Minister, I must ask, where on earth did you find such a formidable individual? Zhou Ningxian seized the moment as Qin Tianyun turned to leave after checking on everyone, her face brimming with eagerness. Qin Tianyun froze, casting a questioning glance at his old friend's daughter. His tone carried a hint of teasing. You're quite taken with Shursen, aren't you? Not at all. I'm just curious. Zhou Ningxuan's eyes suddenly darted away, and 2 crimson clouds instantly appeared on her cheeks. Qin Tianyun instantly understood. This girl was clearly smitten. He smiled and asked, really just curious? Really? Zhou Ningxian raised her right hand to the sky in a solemn oath. All right then. I'll tell you a bit about Shursen. Qin Tianyun was just about to share with Zhou Ningxian the information he'd gathered about Shursen from his cousin, so the girl would have a clearer picture. But the ward door swung open once more. Perhaps the person arriving was in a hurry, for they shoved it so forcefully it slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Minister! Colonel Shi urgently needs to see you. The visitor was none other than Wang Yunyang, captain of the Yin Yang squad. He was panting heavily, clearly having sprinted all the way here. What's going on? Did young Master Shi arrive? Qin Tianyun was taken aback. They had only parted ways a short while ago. What could possibly be so urgent on Shursen's end? Colonel Shi says his disciple and close friend were snatched right from their home by the Yang family's men. What? This too? Qin Tianyun roared in fury. When did the Yang family ever think they could act with such impunity within Zhongjing City? Did they truly believe that with the Divine Kingdom's arrival, the Great Xiao's order would collapse? Where is Shursen? Take me there immediately. Qin Tianyun suppressed his rage and motioned for Wang Yunyang to lead the way. I'm coming too. Zhou Ningxian hurriedly followed. Soon, guided by Wang Yunyang, Qin Tianyun arrived at the Yin Yang squad headquarters. There, seated in a chair and radiating a faint aura of lethal intent, sat Shursen. When Shursen had come to the Jinwu department to find Qin Tianyun, he had been stopped by the guards. They claimed he lacked internal credentials to verify his identity, and that no outsiders were permitted entry. Though Shursen respected these ordinary soldiers for their dedication to duty, the matter was urgent and brooked no delay. Just as he was about to force his way in, he happened to encounter Wang Yunyang, who was preparing to leave on an errand. It was only through Wang Yunyang's guidance that he gained entry to the Jinwu division. After briefly hearing the situation, Wang Yunyang was furious. He immediately instructed Shursen to wait at the headquarters while he went to fetch Qin Tianyun. As a longtime confidant of Qin Tianyun, Wang Yunyang understood precisely how much benefit Shursen establishing a team under their commander would bring to them. He dared not show the slightest negligence, sprinting all the way to retrieve Qin Tianyun. Absurd! To storm a private residence in broad daylight and abduct a hostage. This is a direct provocation against the Jinwu department. Does the Yang family even have the authority to enforce the law? How dare they act so recklessly? Young Master Shi, rest assured. I'll immediately have people review surveillance footage from the surrounding area. They won't get away. Qin Tianyun's roar nearly split the heavens. After several deep breaths, he immediately dispatched men to the relevant departments to retrieve surveillance footage. Shursen sat in his chair, unmoved by Qin Tianyun's fury, merely nodding slowly to indicate his understanding. The atmosphere instantly froze as everyone sensed the increasingly terrifying pressure emanating from Shursen. Sigh, the Yang family provoked anyone but your senator this time, it won't end well. Qin Tianyun sighed inwardly. This Colonel Shi possessed the strength to effortlessly slay 5th-tier demon beasts at such a young age. To say he lacked even a shred of pride would be impossible. Qin Tianyun feared the Yang family might make a foolish mistake. If they truly harmed Shursen's disciple and close friend, he dared not imagine the terrifying consequences that would unfold. Soon, the team sent to retrieve surveillance footage hurried back, carrying a portable computer. Shursen and the others immediately crowded around the screen, opening the footage to search for suspicious individuals. Presumably filtered by professionals, they soon spotted a group of people strutting down the street, casually escorting a man and a woman without a care in the world. Is that Yang Wenhui? Qin Tianyun stared at the leader, his voice tinged with uncertainty. After careful confirmation, Qin Tianyun nodded firmly. It's him. The head of the Yang family's 9 extreme sword, the ultimate Yin lineage. Poof. So the Yang family wants to restore feudal dynasties and revive that nonsense about martial heroes defying the law? A cold gleam flashed in Shursen's eyes, his face twisted with scorn. Chapter 67, 30 minutes. Having identified the target, Shursen immediately turned to leave, his murderous intent sending a chill through those nearby. Wait! Qin Tianyun called out to stop him, but upon meeting Shursen's icy stare, his heart began to race. This young man, his bloodlust is far too intense. Qin Tianyun swallowed hard, feeling his own Gangxi realm cultivation seemed like a sham. In Shursen's presence, he could barely maintain his composure. Is there anything else you wish to say, Minister Qin? Shursen asked coldly. Well, Colonel Shi, perhaps you could wait a moment? Let me negotiate with the Yang family. I know quite a few people there. Maybe there's still a chance to turn this around. Shin Tianyun suggested. Minister Chin, you're oversimplifying the problem. What do you mean? I slaughtered that psychotic son of Yang Wenhui. Do you really think there's any room for negotiation with the Yang family now? What? Shin Tianyun was utterly shocked. He never imagined Shursen would utter such words. He had long heard of Yang Ding's reputation as a spoiled second-generation heir. Yet, backed by the Yang family and always securing forgiveness from victims for his misdeeds, he had never drawn official scrutiny. The Yang family's relentless efforts to clean up Yang Ding's messes showed just how much they doted on this third-generation scion, even though to outsiders, the guy was utterly hopeless. Yet no matter how useless Yang Ding was, he remained a core member of the Yang family, the future heir to the Jiyin lineage. Now that Shursen had directly slain him, this was a major problem. This was no longer something Shin Tianyun, a mere deputy minister of the true martial department at the Gangxi realm, could resolve with his titles. The only course now was to report immediately to Minister Yuan Kohai. Perhaps Yuan Kohai, with his skywriting realm cultivation, could still mediate between the Yang family and Shursen, averting a war destined to be bloody and devastating. Young friend Shur, grant me 30 minutes. I shall return with a satisfactory response. Shin Tianyun's tone was resolute. Even as Shursen teetered on the brink of explosion, his duty as deputy minister of the True Martial Division demanded he prevent conflict between Shursen and the Yang family. Shursen remained silent, merely observing Shin Tianyun until cold sweat trickled down the latter's face. Only then did he speak, his voice calm. Very well. Now that it was confirmed Yang Wenhui, Yang Ding's father, had abducted Li Yingda and the other, Shursen felt less urgency. After all, with their mere first-tier strength, any discerning observer could tell someone else had killed Yang Ding. As long as Yang Wenhui hadn't discovered his whereabouts, Li Yingda was undoubtedly safe. However, in the hands of Yang Wenhui, the patriarch of the ultimate Yin lineage, she was bound to suffer some hardship. Upon receiving Shursen's confirmation, Shin Tianyun immediately led Wang Yunyang and the others away from the location, heading back toward the True Martial Division building. My goodness, Colonel Shur's aura was absolutely terrifying. Zhou Mingxian trailed behind her department head, finally exhaling heavily once they were well clear of Shursen, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. Colonel Shur is the kind of big shot who can take down 3 5th-tier demon beasts in a head-on battle. What's a little aura like that? Wang Yunyang also took several deep breaths. As a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd tier, barely reaching the threshold of Gangxi cultivation, he felt like a child in front of Shursen. Not only could he not stand up to him, but even looking at him made his heart pound. But, Minister, do you think Colonel Shur's story is true? Did Jiang Ding really die at his hands? Shin Tianyun shot Zhou Mingxian a glare. Cut the nonsense! Would someone like young Shur joke with us? Zhou Mingxian, scolded, pouted and fell silent. Yet the thought of that notoriously despicable Yang Ding vanishing from the world filled her with secret delight. You had the nerve to scheme against me and even come proposing marriage, utterly disgusting. Shin Tianyun stood outside the director's office, feeling uneasy. With the moment at hand, he found himself at a loss for words. Tianyun, come in. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. A gentle voice drifted out from the office, inexplicably easing Shin Tianyun's nervousness. Stepping into the antique-style office, he was immediately enveloped by the soothing scent of sandalwood incense. The room contained no modern furnishings like an executive chair or desk. Aside from a small table holding tea utensils, there was only a slightly elevated platform covered with 2 meditation cushions. Yuan Kohai sat cross-legged on the mat by the window, dressed in Taoist robes. His kind face was framed by a full beard, and his gaze toward Shin Tianyun was serene and unassuming. This wasn't Shin Tianyun's first encounter with the minister, yet each time he met him, a subtle doubt would stir within him. How old was the minister, really? Outwardly, he appeared to be a youth under 20, yet upon closer inspection, one sensed the maturity of a 30-year-old man. When he spoke, his serene tone made him seem like a weathered elder who had weathered the storms of life. Tianyun, you sought me out so urgently, is it a matter of great importance? Yuan Kohai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shin Tianyun. Yes, there is a major matter requiring your urgent decision. Speak. Shin Tianyun sighed and detailed the current tense situation between Shursen and the Yang family. Yuan Kohai listened intently, nodding occasionally, his expression unreadable. Shin Tianyun couldn't quite gauge the minister's true stance. That's the situation. Shursen gave us only 30 minutes, and now we have less than 20 minutes left. Shin Tianyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on Yuan Kohai, trying to read something from his expression. Shursen slayed 3 5th-tier demon beasts in succession, killed Yang Ding. Yuan Kohai murmured to himself, his mind churning like a stormy sea. A 20-year-old martial artist at the Gangxi realm, capable of fighting 3 beasts suspected of possessing demon god bloodlines despite the level disparity, and who had traveled 1,000 miles from the western continent. Could he be? Tianyun, do you also feel that Shursen is from? Yuan Kohai asked. Yes. Think about it, which of today's 3rd or 4th tier martial artists didn't train from childhood to build an unshakable foundation? Only then could they achieve breakthroughs in this era of revived spiritual energy. But this Shursen, according to my cousin, was just an ordinary university student before. His background was as clean as could be. He probably didn't even know the basics of martial arts, let alone any real fighting skills. Yet within a mere dozen days, he attained the strength of a Gangchi martial artist, with combat prowess rivaling a 5th-tier demon beast. That's terrifying. Oh, and Minister, Shursen also visualizes his own life-bound spirit weapon. But strangely, his weapon is far more powerful than any of us old men could ever visualize. What? As Qin Tianyun gestured to describe Shursen's Divine Blood Halberd, Yuan Kohai's eyes flashed with sharp insight. There were things Qin Tianyun might not fully grasp, but Yuan Kohai understood them as clearly as a mirror. This visualization technique was self-developed from scattered fragments found in ancient texts, and it's nowhere near perfected yet. No matter how gifted one may be, constrained by such an incomplete visualization technique, it is impossible to conjure a life-bound spirit artifact like Shursen's Divine Blood Halberd. This Shursen must be hiding some great secret. Chapter 68, Release him? Absolutely not. Yang family ancestral residence. The dimly lit old house held a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Second Master, Yang Wenhuai's public intrusion into a residence to abduct someone will inevitably tarnish our Yang family's reputation. We implore you to intervene and urge him to exercise restraint. At the very least, he must follow proper procedures. A middle-aged man broke the silence first. Yang Du, addressed as Second Master, sat at the head of the table. His face bore the marks of age, yet his physique remained remarkably robust. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Yang Du dismissed them with a shake of his head, his voice booming. Stop harping on about Yang Wenhui. Yang Wenhui this, Yang Wenhui that. After all, he is your cousin, your blood brother. Forget about Wenhuai's kidnapping for now. All I want to know is whether the Shursen fellow mentioned in Wenbai's final message is indeed the killer of Dinger. The middle-aged man nodded. Though he and Yang Wenhui had never gotten along, the murder of a core member of the Yang family weighed heavily on his mind. Yang Wenhui had long since stepped down as captain of the Yang family's secret agents. The personnel dispatched to investigate Yang Ding's case had been temporarily reassigned from his unit. The moment the agents uncovered the truth, the middle-aged man had simultaneously learned the entire sequence of events. This Shursen is indeed the man from Shizhou. While we don't know his exact strength, judging by the situation in Gejia village at the time, it's almost certainly him. The middle-aged man paused briefly before continuing. Second Master, judging from the wounds on the slain Yang Ding and his bodyguard, along with the photos our spies took at the scene, I believe Shursen is likely at the Gangchi realm. Oomph. A mere Gangchi realm cultivator. What is there to fear? Yang Du's face darkened like water, and the wooden chair arm he gripped was instantly crushed into splinters by his immense strength. Yang family, spare me your almost certainly nonsense. If there's even a shred of suspicion, arrest him immediately. Wenhui acted perfectly this time. Taking down Shursen's close associate directly forces him to think twice before hiding in the shadows and striking at our Yang family from behind. As the current helmsman of the Yang family, Yang Du's decisiveness was unquestionably the most outstanding in recent years. It was precisely because of this that he had used thunderous measures to elevate the Yang family from a mere second-rate clan to one of the 4 great families of Zhongjing. Shursen's audacious assassination of a core Yang family heir was a blatant provocation and contempt toward the entire clan. Now, with the descent of the divine realm and the revival of spiritual energy in Great Xia, the status of martial artists was rising rapidly. This was the perfect moment for the Yang family to expand its influence. If they bear the title of one of the 4 great families yet cannot even handle a minor Shizhou Gangchi realm martial artist, how will others view the Yang family? Would the Yang family, which claims to be one of the 4 great families of Central Capital, be seen as nothing but a hollow shell? This thought ignited fierce anger within Yang Du. His voice turned grave as he commanded, have Wenhui leak news about the 2 captured men. Lure Shursen out first. The moment he shows his face, surround and kill him. I'll make this Shizhou Gangchi realm martial artist the first stepping stone to restore the Yang family's prestige in this era of spiritual energy revival. Then what about that ancient divine weapon mentioned in Wenbai's report? How should we handle it? Asked the middle-aged man, Yang Wenhua. Don't overthink it. Dead men's possessions are the most reliable tools. Understand? Yang Du gave a cold smile. Yang Wenhua nodded, signaling his understanding of the second master's intentions, then turned and left. The investigation revealed Shursen held the rank of colonel. At this critical juncture, it was imperative to grease the wheels beforehand to ensure his public execution could be justified with impeccable legitimacy, leaving no room for doubt or objection. Ring ring. Just as he reached the doorway, the phone beside Yang Du, the head of the Yang family, rang. Yang Wenhua immediately halted his steps. This phone usually rang only when something extremely important happened or when higher-ups notified the Yang family of actions requiring their cooperation. Hello? Minister Yuan. Is there an urgent matter requiring your presence at the Yang residence? Yuan Kohai hung up expressionlessly. After glancing at Qin Tianyun, he murmured, Yang Du says he absolutely refuses to release the person. What? Does the Yang family intend to rebel? Shin Tianyun roared in fury. Send Shursen over. Stir things up a bit and they'll release him naturally. Yuan Kotiai remained utterly unruffled, as if everything was under his control. But, isn't that unwise? Shursen is one of our own, holding the rank of colonel. He provided immense assistance to the Western continent during the early days of the Divine Kingdom's arrival. Are we just going to let this slide? Shin Tianyun grew anxious. While others might be unaware, he knew full well. The Yang family was far more complex than anyone imagined. Setting aside the major Gangchi lineage masters who cultivated different branches of the Nine Extreme Sword technique, they were backed by the legendary Nine Extreme Sword God, a figure who had shone brilliantly during the Battle of Zhongjing. His own department head, Yuan Kohai, was already a sky-riding realm martial artist. That young family sword god, whose fame predated his own by far, might have even surpassed the sky-riding realm, reaching the terrifying, legendary Divine Will realm. Shursen was indeed formidable, but he was still just one man. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't possibly take on a dozen Gangchi practitioners plus a 9 extreme sword god who was likely at the 6th tier of the Divine Will realm. Seeing Yuan Kotiai close his eyes once more, appearing utterly detached, Shin Tianyun urgently protested, "Minister, don't you fear that if Shursen meets with misfortune, the one behind him, who knows what he might do? It matters not. As long as Great Xia endures and I remain, they cannot stir up trouble." Yuan Kotiai's voice seemed to drift down from the heavens, leaving Shin Tianyun utterly baffled. Shin Tianyun sighed helplessly, knowing this minister who always seemed to transcend worldly concerns had once again entered a state of enlightenment. No matter what he said now, it was impossible to change the minister's mind. "I'll just have to return and tell Shursen to prepare carefully before figuring out how to rescue them." Yen Yang Squad Headquarters. Shursen and Yuan Kotiai simultaneously settled their minds, entering the enlightenment state that others envied. The state of enlightenment was not a measure of strength or combat prowess. It described a state of being one that was difficult to describe and even harder to attain. Under its influence, martial artists could gain crystal clear insight into their own strengths and weaknesses, including deeply hidden, long-forgotten minor injuries that had been impossible to detect. The realm of enlightenment is truly wondrous. I've directly identified several old injuries in my body and completely healed them through meticulous physical cultivation. Yet this state of enlightenment proved fleeting, vanishing without a trace after barely 10 minutes. Immediately, his mind was once again flooded with distracting thoughts, and that crystal-clear clarity vanished. Shin Tianyun's back? Shursen's ears twitched slightly, instantly detecting footsteps approaching from afar. Young Shur, the former minister, sought out the Yang family patriarch, but they refused to release him. "Unless you personally go to the Yang residence," Shin Tianyun's voice carried before he entered the room. Chapter 69, The Yang Family's Path to Self-Destruction. Shursen seemed to have anticipated the Yang family's reaction all along. His expression remained unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of extreme anger as he said, "Fine. Since the Yang family has chosen a path to destruction, I shall grant them their wish. Young Shur, though your combat prowess rivals that of a 5th-tier cultivator, you have yet to reach the sky-riding realm. This matter requires careful consideration." Shin Tianyun hurriedly cautioned. Minister Qin, there's no need for your concern. I have my own plans." Shursen's smile carried a hint of icy coldness, the chill in his eyes sending a shiver down Shin Tianyun's spine. "What exactly do you have in mind, young friend Shur?" Shin Tianyun forced himself to continue, suppressing his unease. The Yang family now has 9 major branch heads, all at the Gangchi realm. Their leader, Yang Du, is even a martial artist at the peak of the Gangchi realm. Beyond that, the legendary 9 extreme sword god resides within the Yang family. He reached the 5th stage of the skywalking realm during the Central Capital Defense War, and now rumors even suggest he's entered the 6th stage of the Divine Will realm. This matter is indeed quite difficult to handle. Plan? What other plan could there be? Storm the Yang family, slaughter Yang Wenhui, that is my plan. Shursen snorted coldly, rising to his feet as his entire body crackled with the sound of joints popping. A mere handful of Gangchi practitioners, and that young sword god of the Yang family who shamelessly proclaims himself invincible if they don't interfere, fine. But if they dare show hostility toward me. The day the Yang family falls is today. Shin Tianyun stared speechlessly at Shursen's audacious words, astonished that this young man had grown so arrogant. The Yang family, boasting 10 Gangchi realm cultivators and at least 1 sky-riding realm expert, was dismissed by Shursen as worthless trash, easily crushed at his whim. If he truly approached the Yang family with this mindset, Shursen, a young man with boundless promise, might well meet his end here. But then Shin Tianyun remembered the terrifying reclusive sect backing Shursen. He sighed and resolved to give Shursen a stern warning. He couldn't risk Shursen losing his life to the Yang family, causing a major upheaval that might trigger devastating infighting among the great Xia human race just as the Divine Kingdom was about to descend. Bad news. Colonel Shur. The Yang family has issued a warning: if you don't arrive at their estate by this evening, they will publicly execute your disciple and strip him of his cultivation. A frantic voice suddenly echoed from the camp entrance, causing both Shursen and Shin Tianyun to turn their heads in unison. What? The Yang family dares to resort to private punishment? Qin Tianyun grabbed the rushing Zhong Yingxian, his face frozen in disbelief. The Yang family dared to be so brazen. Zhong Yingxian was panting heavily, clearly having sprinted from a great distance. After catching her breath, she continued, "It's true. I just returned from the task bureau, and the Yang family's staff there were spreading this news everywhere. Moreover, according to a close friend of mine, the same rumors are circulating at the Resource Bureau and the Weapons Bureau. They specifically named a man named Shursen, demanding he follow ancient precedent by carrying a bundle of thorns to beg forgiveness, kissing the ground with each step as he walks to the Yang family ancestral home to accept punishment." By the end of her sentence, Zhong Yingxian was clenching her teeth in fury. The Yang family treating her savior this way wasn't just an insult to Shursen, it was a slap in the face to her, Zhong Yingxian. The Yang family. Good. Very good indeed. Qin Tianyun was so enraged by this news he laughed bitterly, his chi erupting violently and kicking up clouds of dust. Yet to both their surprise, Shursen, who should have been seething with rage, remained utterly composed, his expression unflinching. The Yang family. It's time for a change. To Shursen, anyone from the Yang family harboring hostility toward him was already on his kill list. Except for those Yang clan members who later became the main force resisting the divine assault, the rest deserved to die. Thus, anger held little purpose. Why bother with those whose lives were already counting down? With no further reservations, Shursen unleashed his full aura, blasting Qin Tianyun and the others aside. He charged toward the Yang family ancestral home at a speed approaching the absolute limit. Shursen. Don't be impulsive. Your disciples and friends are in the Yang family's hands. Beware, they might fight back desperately. Zhong Yingxian, witnessing his actions, cried out his name in panic. It matters not. Should a single hair on my disciple or friend be harmed, I swear not a single mouse in the Yang family will survive. Shursen's voice carried far, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. What Shursen said is also the principle he has always adhered to. Never compromise with any enemy. If you attempt to coerce me by taking my loved ones hostage, then I'm afraid you'd better hurry up and do it. Otherwise, Shursen truly won't find a reason to slaughter your entire clan. Western front of central capital. Today, the soldiers welcomed several warriors who had journeyed far from the western continent to deliver vital intelligence. The officer responsible for identity verification at the blockade line reviewed the credentials of the imposing female warrior from the western continent before immediately granting passage. Major Taoing, proceed directly to headquarters for the handover. Someone there will contact the general currently on duty. The officer saluted with the most precise military posture. The officer felt genuine admiration for warriors who traveled thousands of miles, defeated countless demonic beasts, and came to Zhongjing solely to deliver messages. And she was a strikingly beautiful warrior at that. Taoing, who had traveled far, returned the salute solemnly. But with urgent military intelligence in hand, she couldn't afford to linger. After offering a stiff smile in response to the officer, she hurried toward the frontline command post. Damn! That major from the West Continent is so badass. Platoon leader, she smiled at you. You better seize the chance. Cut the crap. Get back to your post. Seriously. Several young soldiers behind the officer scrambled away, clutching their heads after being kicked by him, quickly returning to their posts. 20 minutes later, General Taoing handed over the situation report to the relevant personnel and walked out of the command post with the two soldiers who had followed her all the way. She still needed to contact Shursen, who had been in central capital for several days. Originally, due to the suddenness of the incident, Taoing had set out for Zhongjing with a dozen elite soldiers just one day after Shursen's departure. Yet, after enduring countless dangers on the journey that nearly wiped out her entire unit, Taoing unexpectedly stumbled upon a remarkable discovery of her own. A spiritual herb growing in the center of a deep mountain pool. Cornered by third-tier demon beasts, Taoing was drawn to the herb. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole in a few gulps. The result? This single herb propelled Taoing, still a second-tier martial artist, to leap directly into the Gangchi realm, matching Shursen's level. Moreover, the potency of the herb seemed far from spent, continuing to steadily enhance Tao Ying's strength. If Shursen knew of Tao Ying's ordeal, he'd likely be green with envy. After all, a spirit herb with such potency was at the very least a third-grade pseudo-divine medicine. Upon exiting the command center, Taoing was astonished to see numerous martial artists rushing toward the heart of Zhongjing City. Most crucially, she overheard the name Colonel Shursen being mentioned. Without hesitation, Taoing grabbed a martial artist passing by and demanded, "Brother, why are you all rushing into the city like this? I keep hearing everyone mention a man named Shursen." The martial artist, suddenly grabbed, was about to snap back angrily. But upon recognizing the imposing female commander Taoing, his expression shifted instantly. He chuckled, "Cat, word is the Yang family is going after this Gangchi powerhouse Shursenator. They've captured his disciple and close friend to use as leverage. Now, Shursen has finally had enough and plans to cause a huge ruckus at the Yang family estate. We're all heading in to watch the show." What? Chapter 70, the show is about to begin. Taoing, accompanied by two battle-hardened warriors, charged toward the Yang family estate, their faces etched with murderous intent. To treat Colonel Shur, a man hailed as the savior of the Western continent, with such audacity? The Young family must have grown a pair of balls made of steel. Sissing, there are only 3 of us. Isn't it too thin a force to confront the Young family like this? One of the warriors asked as they ran. Having survived the 1,000-mile journey from West Continent to Central Capital, these 2 soldiers had both reached the 3rd-tier martial artist level. They practiced the martial arts manuals and life-bound spirit artifact visualization techniques left behind by Shur Sen, giving them combat strength nearly on par with ordinary Gengchi practitioners. Yet the Young family's reputation was known throughout the entire Great Xia. Even before the revival of spiritual energy, they were a legendary martial clan whose might reverberated across the land. Now, nourished by the spiritual energy, the Young family had become even more unfathomable. This warrior's apprehension was entirely justified. Tao Ying's brows were furrowed with fury. She turned her head away and asked coldly, "What? Are you afraid? Scared?" The warrior stared in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Sister Ing, we've survived the 1,000-mile desolation. Countless demonic beasts couldn't take our lives. What's there to fear from the mere Young family? Even if we can't defeat the Young family's numerous martial artists, it's merely a matter of dying. Soldiers from our Western continent aren't afraid of death." The warrior paused before continuing, "My only worry is that our deaths won't make much of a difference. This matter should be brought to the attention of Elder Qin and the others. The Young family may be a powerful clan, but compared to the entire Great Xia, they're nothing more than a speck of dust." "I see. Then Luo Wu, you won't accompany us to the Young family. Find a place to hide and wait for the right moment. Should anything happen to us, use the demon cores we left behind as bargaining chips to recruit a group of sufficiently powerful martial artists. Return to the western region and relay all the information to Elder Qin." Tao Ying pondered for a moment before immediately signaling another warrior to halt. Though Luo Wu's face betrayed his reluctance, he dared not protest before Tao Ying's piercing glare. He could only remain where he stood, silently watching as Tao Ying and his comrades departed. Their fate was unknown, and trouble was highly likely to follow. Though Luo Wu refused to believe it, his rational mind kept warning him. Tao Ying and his comrades stood no chance against the Young family. Even with Shur Sen, that hero who had only briefly appeared in the Western continent yet saved countless lives, joining them, it would merely cause the Young family a bit more trouble at most. "Sister Ing, rest assured. I will bring news of the Young family's oppression of our Western continent back to us." Luo Wu's eyes filled with tears as he made a silent vow. Within the quiet chamber of the Li family mansion, Li Chang, having consumed the Linglong jade swordgrass, sat cross-legged on a cushion. Sword energy surged from his entire body, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. This spirit herb called the jade sword grass by that man possesses such terrifying potency. I, a martial artist who had just barely stepped into the 1st rank, completely broke through the Gengchi realm within a single day. My body has even been transformed into a sword body saturated with sword intent, unbreakable. Li Chang slowly opened his eyes, 2 razor-sharp streaks of sword energy flashing within his gaze. "Young Master Li, something big's happened. Let's hurry and catch the show." A boisterous voice echoed outside the quiet room. "That little brat. I told him I'm in seclusion for cultivation, yet he still dares to shout and scream. Doesn't he fear I might lose control and explode from internal energy backlash?" Li Chang rose with a sigh and headed outside. If this guy outside wasn't his childhood sidekick, he'd have given him a thorough beating today. What the hell was this nonsense about something big happening? How dare he barge into his meditation chamber like this? Had the demon beasts attacked already? "Bao, you better explain yourself clearly today, or I'll make you pay." Li Chang slipped out quietly, grabbed Tan Bao by the collar before the guy could react, and snarled menacingly. "Holy crap, young Master Li, when did you come out? I didn't see a damn thing. Did you break through again?" Tan Bao jumped in fright. Barely broke through to the Gangchi realm. Nothing to brag about." Li Chang chuckled, releasing his grip with the air of a reclusive master. "No way. You're really at the Gangchi realm? Holy crap. Now let's see who dares look down on us, the twin heroes of Zhongjing. Bull. You're still a piece of trash who doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me. From now on, call me the great hero of Zhongjing. As for you, I'll graciously grant you the title of little sidekick to the great hero of Zhongjing. Young Master Li, you can't do this. You'll soon realize you've lost your closest friend. Cut the nonsense. How could a first-tier martial artist even be compared to a Gangchi master? Hey, speaking of which, what's this big deal you mentioned?" Tan Bao wore a gloomy expression, feeling dejected over being unilaterally dismissed by young Master Li. But the moment Li asked about the big matter, his face lit up with excitement as he began recounting the feud between Shur Sen and the Yang family. "So you're saying that hero who stood up for me back then is none other than Shur Sen, the one now locked in a bitter feud with the Yang family?" Li Chang's excitement grew. He'd long despised the tyrannical Yang family and had even clashed fiercely with some of their younger members in the past. Although the Li family, to which Li Chang belonged, was also a fairly well-known traditional martial arts family in central capital, it was utterly insignificant compared to the Yang family. Later, Li Chang had no choice but to follow his elders and pay a visit to apologize. Shi Sen's current predicament mirrored Li Chang's own past experience so strikingly. This made Li Chang, a young man who still clung to the chivalrous principles of ancient heroes, feel a profound sense of empathy. Let's go! We are the twin heroes of Zhongjing. How could we stand idly by in the face of such injustice? Having recently experienced a stroke of fortune that catapulted him to the Gangxi realm, Li Chang was brimming with youthful vigor. He waved his hand decisively, instructing Tan Erbao to lead the way. Oomph! Who was it just moments ago claiming to be the great hero of Zhongjing, while I was merely a sidekick? Now that I'm needed, suddenly we're the twin heroes of Zhongjing. Utterly shameless. Tan Erbao muttered under his breath as they walked, venting his frustration. What did you say? Nothing. I was just saying young Master Li truly lives up to being the pillar of the Li family. Seeing injustice and stepping in to help, that's the spirit of a true knight-errant from ancient times. Ha Erbao, you damn smooth talker. You've got my back. The square before the Yang family ancestral home was now bustling with noise, resembling a department store announcing a sale. People jostled shoulder to shoulder, all eager to be the first to witness the latest spectacle. To establish his reputation and intimidate rivals, Yang Du had deliberately reserved a plot of land in the family square. There, a steel-forged arena had been erected. After gathering input from the heads of the Yang family's 9 major branches, he had meticulously crafted a scheme for Shi Sen. Now, all that remained was for Shi Sen to arrive at the Yang residence. Then, this grand spectacle, one that would both demonstrate their might throughout central capital and yield an ancient divine weapon from him, could officially commence. Seated atop the Yang family's gatehouse, Yang Du twirled 2 iron balls between his fingers, radiating confidence. He harbored no concern that Shi Sen might chicken out at the last moment, hiding in the shadows and refusing to show his face. The 2 figures lying on the stage, covered in wounds, Liinga and the other, were nothing more than bait, specifically designed to lure the big fish, Shi Sen. Chapter 71, Yang Du's Probe. Liinga's hands were broken, and her leg exposed stark white bone at the calf. Yet even so, she remained utterly lucid, as if her injuries were nothing but an illusion. Beside her, old Wu couldn't help but whimper softly. This agony was beyond what most could endure. This wasn't because old Wu was a coward. On the contrary, the torment he endured was far more brutal and relentless than what Liinga suffered. The primary reason for this situation was that Liinga had fully activated the alternate personality residing within her body. This was the deepest secret old Wu had never shared with anyone. Even Liinga herself probably didn't know that within her body, another personality existed, one representing absolute rationality and absolute ruthlessness. The first time old Wu discovered this phenomenon, he gave that personality a name, Liing. Now, the personality representing Liing appeared harmless, yet it was silently attempting to absorb and expel spiritual energy to heal its wounds. I hope Master Shi doesn't come, old Wu sighed silently within himself. If the 2 of us die, so be it. We're nothing but 2 rootless weeds in the capital city. Ever since the Li family fell, my heart has been lost too. Facing such humiliation before so many martial artists, old Wu couldn't help but recall scenes from his childhood within the Li household. If only the Li family hadn't provoked enemies utterly unlike anything in this world, leading to their complete annihilation. How could the trash Yan family ever have had the chance to lord over central capital? A bunch of merchants who made their fortunes through profiteering, claiming to be a martial arts lineage just because their ancestors happened to obtain a copy of the 9 extreme sword technique. How laughable. Where is Shi Sen now? Yang Du reclined in his large chair, eyes half closed, asking Yang Wenhua beside him. Yang Wenhua bowed slightly and replied promptly, he's already left the Jinwu department. With his Gangxi realm strength, he should arrive in 3 to 5 minutes. Very well. The word has already spread far and wide. At least 10% of the martial artists in Zhongjing City have gathered here. Once Shi Sen arrives, we can commence our Yang family's campaign to demonstrate our might. At the mention of this, Yang Du's wrinkled face flushed with color, and his eyes flashed with intense brilliance. Under his leadership, the Yang family had quietly accumulated their foundations, building strength for decades. Finally, the perfect opportunity had arrived. If the plan proceeded smoothly, the Yang family would cement its status as the foremost clan in central capital. Then, who knows how many martial artists serving the government would defect to the Yang family, dedicating their strength to its expansion. Though Yang Du was advanced in years, the fire within him burned as fiercely as ever. The descent of the divine realm upon Blue Star and the demonic beast's invasion of Great Xia, what others saw as calamity. But in his eyes, they represent a colossal opportunity. Beasts now roamed the wilderness, severing connections across Great Xia. After central capital gathered the vast majority of Central Plains population and resources, it had quietly become the nation's foremost city. This plan also served to probe the central capital government's limits and true capabilities. While the formidable Jinwu department stood as its visible front, each deputy minister harbored personal ambitions, making it utterly impossible for them to unite against the Yang family. If the Zhongjing authorities stood idly by this time, Yang Du would be overjoyed. This would signify that, constrained by various factors and pressures, the Zhongjing authorities were simply stretched too thin. The personnel dispatched held no absolute assurance of stabilizing the situation, let alone compelling the Yang family to comply with the law and release the two bait figures, Lianga and the others. If it really comes to this, the political landscape of Zhongjing City might just change. Yang Du pondered for a moment, a cold smile involuntarily spreading across his face. The Jin family, the Wang family, and the Tianxian sect of the Nan family, they all have too many reservations to be the first to wade into the water. So let my Yang family be the sacrificial pawn. I refuse to believe that once they see the authorities' weakness, they'll still sit idly by. Second Master, Brother Wenhui seems quite agitated. Should we summon him to the gate as well, to witness the execution of the murderer who killed young Master Yang Ding? Yang Wenhui's interruption broke Yang Du's train of thought. After a moment's silence, Yang Du spoke slowly, leave him be for now. Let him cool off. He dared to openly defy the family decree and injure a kinsman. That mindset is unacceptable. It'll suffice to let him know later just how gruesome Shirsen's death was. Wenhua, don't end up like Wenhui practicing swordsmanship until your mind goes haywire. Our Yang family's 9 extreme sword may require infusing emotion into the blade, but that doesn't mean the sword controls you. Ultimately, it is the man who wields the sword, not the sword that wields the man. Yang Du's tone carried a subtle disapproval of Yang Wenhui's twisted nature, which secretly pleased Yang Wenhua. This bit of sabotage had succeeded brilliantly, pushing Yang Wenhui further away from the helm of the family. Unaware of Yang Wenhui's thoughts, Yang Du pondered for a moment before continuing, after this mission, you will go to the ancestral hall to meditate in seclusion with the young ancestor for a period of time. Yang Wenhua froze in place, seemingly unable to grasp the second master's meaning. After a long moment, he exclaimed with wild joy, thank you, second master. I will seize this opportunity with all my might. Don't disappoint me, Yang Du replied, his tone calm and detached. I certainly won't. Yang Wenhua felt as though he were floating on a cloud. The surprise had come so suddenly that he couldn't calm his emotions for a long time. What it meant to train under the young patriarch of the Yang family, perhaps even many core descendants of the clan, didn't fully grasp its significance. But Yang Wenhua understood. It meant that Yang Du, the unassuming patriarch before him, had chosen him as the next head of the Yang family. Accompanying the young patriarch was akin to the ancient imperial process of designating a crown prince. The true significance lay not in what one learned from the young patriarch, but in the profound meaning embodied by this act itself. He, Yang Wenhua, was at least a Gongqi realm cultivator. Even if the young master was hailed as the 9 extreme sword god, possessing mastery over every sword lineage, he might not necessarily surpass Yang Wenhua's own profound understanding of the golden edge sword. A Gongqi master has arrived. Is that him? Is that Shirsen? Anyone recognize him? Damn, charging toward the Yang family with such murderous intent, it can only be Shirsen. Suddenly, the square erupted in a deafening roar of commotion and heated arguments. Yang Du and Yang Wenhua followed the path cleared by the martial artists, gazing at the absurdly young Gongqi-level warrior. Is it him? Yang Du asked, having never seen Shirsen in person. Yang Wenhua shook his head. Second master, Shirsen is a man. This is clearly a woman. Oh? That's peculiar. Our Yang family hasn't provoked any female Gongqi realm martial artists, has it? She looks furious. Could it be that some young master or nephew of the Yang family led her on and then abandoned her, prompting her to come looking for us? Yang Du glanced at Tao Ying, his tone tinged with teasing, showing no sign of taking a Gongqi martial artist seriously. Chapter 72, Tao Ying's Giant Axe. Young lady, which of our Yang family's young men has entangled himself with you? Tell us the truth, and we shall deal severely with that heartless scoundrel. Yang Wenhua, receiving Yang Du's command, stepped forward and addressed Tao Ying with a mocking smile. The crowd of martial artists watching the spectacle erupted into a roar upon hearing this. Good heavens! So this Gongqi master is the woman abandoned by some young family scoundrel? I knew it. The name Shirsen is clearly masculine. How could a woman show up? The Yang families made some major headlines. Not only did they dare use a Gongqi master as a stepping stone, but someone actually abandoned a female Gongqi practitioner? That's just plain stupid. What do you know? She must have found someone better. Otherwise, the Yang family wouldn't have the nerve to casually abandon a Gongqi-level martial artist. The crowd buzzed with whispers, their gazes toward the Yang family now thick with envy and longing. They wished they could be part of the Yang clan themselves, just to have a chance to get close to that Gongqi master. Yang Du observed it all, silently nodding to himself. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As long as everyone harbored high expectations for the Yang family, he was certain they would possess the confidence to face anyone. Only then would more people rally to the Yang family's cause, dedicating themselves to its growth. This woman's arrival was perfectly timed. She added spice to the already heated Yang family drama just before the curtain rose, ensuring the watching martial artists wouldn't grow too bored. As for Tao Ying's intentions? That didn't matter. After all, she had arrived with hostility toward the Yang family. She was an enemy. When it came to enemies, Yang Du always made full use of them, never wasting a single ounce of their potential. Are all members of the Yang family delusional psychopaths? They spout nonsense without even understanding my purpose for coming here. How laughable. Unlike those martial artists watching the spectacle, who jumped to conclusions without bothering to think about the underlying reasons behind the Yang family's actions, Tao Ying was different. From the moment Yang Wenhua opened his mouth, she understood the Yang family had reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. They were exploiting even a stranger like her, a martial artist at the Gangchi realm, to leverage her reputation and boost the Yang family's name. Even if that fame wasn't entirely positive, for a rogue clan like the Yangs, it didn't matter whether it was good or bad. As long as others were willing to see it, they wouldn't pass up a single opportunity. Young lady, you may eat whatever you please, but you must not speak recklessly. How the Yang family conducts itself is none of your business, you mere woman. If any of my Yang family's sons or nephews have wronged you, you may seek them out privately. Beat them, scold them, whatever you wish. I guarantee the Yang family will not pursue the matter. Yang Wenhua's expression darkened as he continued, but if you publicly slander the reputation of the Yang family, don't blame me for being impolite. Take it out on me? What a laughable joke. Since when has your Yang family grown so arrogant that you disregard even a Gangchi realm martial artist? Tao Ying burst into a heroic laugh, radiating dashing vigor. Yet he swiftly reined in his emotion, fixing Yang Wenhua with an icy stare as he spoke each word deliberately. If even a Gangchi realm martial artist is deemed beneath your family's notice, denied basic respect, and allowed to trample the reputation of a woman who bears no connection to you, then what hope is there for any outsider to make a name for themselves within the Yang family? These words sent ripples of unease through the gathered martial artists. They had come expecting a spectacle, only to witness the Yang family's formidable might, even torturing the close associates of a Gangchi realm martial artist. This was undoubtedly the first such incident in Central Capital. Under these circumstances, many martial artists seriously considered defecting to the Yang family. After all, they fiercely protected their own, and their power was formidable. In contrast, the Zhongjing authorities struggled to establish a unified organization to manage all martial artists. The true martial department barely qualified as one, yet every squad under their command was composed of the absolute elite. Ordinary martial artists stand no chance of joining them. They could only band together with a few friends, form small squads, and scrape by snagging simple, easy-to-complete tasks from the mission bureau. But after Tao Ying's words, the martial artists felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of ice water, chilled to the bone. Exactly. If the Yang family dared treat martial artists already at the Gangchi realm like this, what kind of exploitation awaited them, the weakest, least formidable practitioners, if they dared approach the Yang family? As the onlooker's eyes filled with suspicion, Yang Du's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't anticipated this woman's sharp tongue. A few words had thrust the Yang family into such an awkward position. Spreading slanderous rumors. Have you considered the consequences of defaming the Yang family like this? Yang Du rose, his Gangchi erupting violently, causing cracks to ripple across the ground. Everyone, witness this. This is the true nature of the Yang family. They wanted to put on a show, portraying themselves as protective and powerful. Little did they know, their protection only extends to their own kind. Now that I've exposed their true colors, they're furious and ashamed. Tao Ying showed no fear, glaring back at Yang Du. Yang Wenhua seethed with rage. This woman's sharp tongue had placed the Yang family squarely in the eye of the storm with just a few words. Just as he was about to retort, he caught a subtle gesture from his second master out of the corner of his eye. He held his tongue, instead fixing a vicious glare on Tao Ying. Yang Du was far more seasoned than the young Yang Wenhua. He knew that even if he won an argument with Tao Ying now, it would ultimately be futile. The martial artist's perception of the Yang family had already shifted irrevocably. To reverse it, they would have to prove themselves through actions in the future. No amount of talk now will do much good. Better to stick to one path and see it through to the end. Show the world the true might of the Yang family. Enough talk. What brings you here? If you're here for entertainment, step aside and clear the way. If you harbor hostility toward the Yang family, then show your hand. The Yang clan has plenty of Gangchi warriors ready to play with you. Yang Du roared, his voice heavy with fury, showing not the slightest mercy toward Tao Ying, the Gangchi warrior. Upon hearing the second master's words, Yang Wenhua suddenly understood. The Yang family had launched this series of actions precisely to demonstrate their might in the capital. Though this unfamiliar woman had disrupted part of their plan, it was hardly a major setback. They could simply crush her with thunderous force. Tao Ying now faced what seemed like two choices, but in truth, only one remained. Whichever path she chose, it would ultimately cement the Yang family's reputation for ruthlessly suppressing Gangchi martial artists. As if anticipating this very moment, Tao Ying showed no trace of panic on her martial face. Under everyone's gaze, she summoned her life-bound spirit artifact, materialized through supreme visualization. A colossal, imposing battle axe suddenly materialized in the hands of the not particularly tall Tao Ying. This starkly contrasting spectacle left everyone utterly stunned. Good heavens! What is that? A life-bound spirit artifact. I know what that is. My older brother works in the official departments, and he passed down this technique to me. He visualized his own spirit artifact. Bull! If that's a life-bound spirit artifact, I'll eat my own right here. I agree with this guy. A life-bound artifact couldn't possibly be this massive. The longest recorded artifact on record is barely 50 centimeters. Chapter 73, The Shameless Yang Family. Though Yang Wenhua and the others were astonished by Tao Ying's exaggerated giant spirit axe, not a trace of fear stirred within them. The Yang family had long studied spirit artifacts created through visualization techniques. Though these artifacts were indeed extraordinary, compared to weapons forged using ancient methods, most current first-tier spirit artifacts still fell slightly short in various aspects. Thus, Yang Wenhua maintained his cold sneer as he stepped forward, sneering, "Is this the confidence that makes you dare to confront the Yang family? A mere spirit artifact. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and can make this thing enormous, it's still just a silver spear with a wax-like head all show and no substance. Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out once you try it." Tao Ying remained utterly unmoved by Yang Wenhua's words, replying calmly. Yang Wenhua glanced at second master Yang Du, who gave a slight nod. His hesitation vanished. Clang! He abruptly drew the sword at his waist. The ancient blade was covered in intricate, mystical patterns, clearly the work of a master craftsman. This blade is called Heavenly Gold. It has never seen blood since its forging. Today, I shall consecrate it with the blood of you, a Gangxi realm martial artist. It shall not be dishonored. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang Wenhua charged toward Tao Ying, sword raised. Yang Wenhua's gale energy surged through the patterns on the heavenly gold sword, sharpening its edge even further. It's the sharp metal sword from the 9 extremes. This is the legendary ultimate offensive blade said to pierce the heavens themselves. Having trained in martial arts for years, I've long heard of the profound mysteries of the Yang clan's 9 extreme swords. Yet, with the depletion of spiritual energy, the might of the 9 extremes could no longer manifest in this world. To now witness the master of the Yang clan's sharp metal lineage in action this day has truly been worth the journey. Indeed. As the sharp metal lineage master, Yang Wenhua has immersed himself in its sword arts for decades. Alas, he mastered its spirit but not its form, all due to the suffering of depleted spiritual energy. Now that the energy revives, these long-established martial artists have finally cultivated their gale energy. Those legendary techniques, once mere tales, are at last seen again. Sigh. I fear this girl is in trouble. Yang Wenhua is, after all, a veteran martial artist with years of fame. Though they both start with equal spiritual energy, in terms of combat experience and martial techniques, Yang Wenhua outclasses her by miles. The onlookers murmured in agreement, their opinions surprisingly unified in their lack of faith in Tao Ying, the suddenly emerged Gale Chi martial artist. Even though her spirit artifact was unusually massive, any discerning eye could tell that the giant spirit axe's glow was scattered and unfocused. Clearly, it had only recently materialized and remained a first-tier spirit artifact. Facing Yang Wenhua's heavenly gold sword, that giant axe would likely be shattered in an instant or worse, deal severe damage to Tao Ying's very soul. Tao Ying, of course, had no way of knowing others' thoughts. Her eyes were fixed solely on the heavenly gold sword, which grew ever closer. The sharp intent radiating from the blade sent goosebumps prickling across Tao Ying's skin, her brow pulsing violently. No, if I let Yang Wenhua build up his momentum like this, I'll never be able to block that strike. Tao Ying's mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. But she wasn't from a martial arts lineage. Though her military training had honed her combat skills, they felt utterly inadequate in this situation. As Yang Wenhua's blade closed to mere inches, Tao Ying suddenly smiled. How foolish of me. Since Yang Wenhua wants to close the distance and fight me head-on, why should I fear him? The blood-hardened courage forged through countless life and death battles on the frontier continent of Shizhou flashed fiercely in Tao Ying's eyes. Without a trace of fear, she charged toward Yang Wenhua, completely ignoring the heavenly gold sword in his hand. It seemed as if she had forgotten life and death in that moment. Her giant axe swung down toward Yang Wenhua's head, seeking to trade her life for his. This madwoman! Yang Wenhua roared inwardly. He had never witnessed such a reckless, death-defying style of combat. Tao Ying made no attempt to dodge, charging straight toward the heavenly gold sword. If Yang Wenhua insisted on striking her down with his sword, Tao Ying's massive axe would undoubtedly shatter his skull, ending his life instantly. Having just secured his position as the Yang family's heir apparent, Yang Wenhua had no intention of trading lives with some unknown woman who seemed to have come out of nowhere. He instantly forced his body to twist, narrowly missing Tao Ying as she passed by. It must be said, Yang Wenhua's quick thinking proved remarkably effective. Not only did he avoid mutual destruction, but he also managed to leave a wound on Tao Ying's arm neither too deep nor too shallow. Quick reflexes. But, you're too close now. As if the wound's pain had awakened a dormant demon within her, Tao Ying suddenly flashed a sinister grin that sent shivers down Yang Wenhua's spine. Just as he tried to pull away from this madwoman, Tao Ying's relentless, reckless attacks pinned him down. With escape impossible, Yang Wenhua had no choice but to grit his teeth and engage in a fierce struggle with Tao Ying. Both were Gangxi realm martial artists, and their every move kicked up clouds of dust, quickly shrouding the arena in a haze. The onlookers watched spellbound. Since the descent of the Divine Realm, this was the first time anyone had witnessed a life and death battle between Gangxi martial artists. Every pair of eyes was wide open, afraid to miss a single moment. In an instant, several wounds appeared on Tao Ying's body. Yet, swiftly healed by the profoundly balanced and harmonious cultivation technique of the martial canon, they closed almost instantly. In contrast, Yang Wenhua practiced the chi breathing method paired with the 9 extremes sword. However, lacking the martial canon's universal embracing nature, his technique contained no healing properties. Though his wounds were limited to his armpit and left arm, they refused to heal naturally. Blood seeped steadily from the cuts, the relentless pain severely hampering his movements. Watching from afar, Yang Du proved himself a seasoned veteran warrior. He swiftly discerned the signs of defeat emerging in Yang Wenhua. Though inwardly furious at his nephew's incompetence, unable to defeat even a woman, he still summoned the other pulse master standing nearby. After a low-voiced instruction, he resumed his calm, composed demeanor. He summoned another pulse master standing nearby. After whispering instructions, he resumed his calm demeanor. Sure enough, mere moments later, as Tao Ying once again braced against the heavenly gold sword's assault, Yang Wenhua was caught off guard. The massive axe instantly swung down toward his chest and abdomen. "It's over!" Yang Wenhua gasped, his face draining of color. The axe was too swift and too vicious, he had no chance to draw his sword in defense. However, the moment Tao Ying absorbed Yang Wenhua's strike, the Chen Tu Pulse master nearby reacted instantly. Wielding his heavy sword, he forcibly intervened in the battle. Before Yang Wenhua could be gutted, the heavy blade slammed viciously into Tao Ying's back. Thud! The force of the blow scattered Tao Ying's chi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Using the momentum from the strike, he narrowly dodged the Shentapai master's follow-up fatal strike. Shameful. It's bad enough that the Young family bullies the outnumbered, but to treat a woman like this? It's a disgrace to all martial artists. Spectating martial artists erupted in angry shouts, though many remained silent. "Are you all right?" Tao Ying sat on the ground, her face deathly pale, when a familiar voice reached her ears. "Colonel Shi. You're here?" Tao Ying stared at the impossibly youthful martial artist before her and cried out in surprise and delight. Chapter 74, The Arrogant Shi Sen. Shi Sen? Is it him? Ha, the main character has arrived. The real show is just beginning. Yang Du overheard the martial artist's murmurs and glanced at the young man who had helped Tao Ying to her feet, feeling a pang of emotion. So young. What a pity. One misstep, and he dared provoke my Yang family. At that moment, Shi Sen's rage reached its peak. He never expected Tao Ying to appear here to stand up for him, nor did he anticipate the Yang family would stoop to such shameless depths. Attacking a female gangchi martial artist and doing it from behind, in front of countless witnesses. They had absolutely no shame. It was me. You've done enough, Tao Ying. Leave the rest to me. Shi Sen circulated his gongqi through Tao Ying's body, immediately discerning significant internal injuries. He beckoned the warrior who had accompanied Tao Ying, instructing him to tend to her first. The warrior's face was twisted with inexpressible grief and anger. He had watched helplessly as his sister-in-arms, Sister Ying, was surrounded and attacked, his own strength insufficient to come to her rescue in time. Shi Sen rose slowly, his chi erupting violently. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves through Yang Wenhua and the others. Shi Sen. You've arrived just in time. Today, you'll have to explain to everyone here how you brutally murdered my great-nephew, Yang Ding. Seeing Shi Sen's rising aura, Yang Du immediately barked coldly, attempting to interrupt Shi Sen's actions with words. Yang Ding? That freak? Shi Sen advanced step by step toward Li Yingda and the others. Yang Wenhua and his group, standing mere inches away, dared not intervene. A single thought surged through their minds simultaneously. Any hostile gesture toward Shi Sen at this moment would likely cost them their lives instantly. This was the oppressive aura emanating from Shi Sen's microcosmic realm physique. Martial artists who cultivated only spiritual energy without refining their bodies felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling up from the depths of their souls upon seeing him. It was akin to the moment the Taotie descended upon the world, stunning Shi Sen and his entire squad. Had their wills not been fortified to the point where their spirits could endure even the shattering of their physical forms, they would likely have succumbed to terror, devoured whole by the Taotie. For young nobles like Yang Wenhua, raised in sheltered environments since childhood, their wills had never been tempered by life and death trials. That they were cowed by the formidable power emanating from Shi Sen's physique now rivaling that of the Taotie was entirely understandable. In contrast, few of the martial artists watching the spectacle remained overwhelmed by Shi Sen's ancient beast-like pressure. After all, they had long since forged unyielding wills through repeated brushes with life and death in their quest for survival and strength. Killing such a freak is no big deal. What else could the Young family possibly demand of me? Or do you expect me to offer some kind of explanation? Shi Sen spoke as he walked, soon arriving before Old Wu. Seeing the two men covered in wounds, Shi Sen's expression remained utterly unruffled. Instead, he turned his curious gaze toward his obedient disciple, Li Yingda. Something seemed off about her. Old Wu, what's wrong with Yingda? Old Wu forced back the tingling sensation from Shi Sen's treatment using the tranquil gale energy cultivated through the martial canon, offering a bitter smile. When Yingda was young, she witnessed the annihilation of her own clan. That scene left an irreparable shadow in her heart. Later, I took her to seek treatment from many doctors. All the psychologists said Inga likely has dissociative identity disorder. However, she's been doing well. Under normal circumstances, without extreme triggers, she presents herself as a perfectly normal person. But now, this situation has awakened another personality deep within her. I usually call her Liang. This personality is extremely dangerous, Master Shi. You must be careful. Shursen looked at Lianga, her pupils now completely black, with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected his disciple to have such an illness. Yet as he approached Liang, witnessing her growl lowly at him with an aggressive stance, Shursen couldn't help but chuckle. Enough of this nonsense. Get back. Shursen's deep command resonated with balanced, tranquil gangchi, causing Lianga's body to jerk violently. The pitch-black darkness in her pupils vanished instantly, and the ferocious expression on her face softened. Yet seemingly drained from the exertion, after taking Li Ying's place, she managed only a faint master before slipping into unconsciousness. After confirming Lianga's condition was temporarily stable and her life was no longer in danger, Shursen finally exhaled in relief. Old man here considers your youthful recklessness, perhaps a momentary lapse of judgment. If you kneel before Yang Ding and take your own life here, I might allow your relatives and friends to barely survive. Yang Du's voice echoed once more, drawing Shursen's gaze toward the old man. If your Yang family wishes to retain its name and central capital after today, I promise this, if every member of Yang Wenhuai's branch completely cripples their martial arts, I may forgive you this once. Shursen replied coldly. Arrogant. The Yang family is not something trash like you can defile. Yang Wenhua roared furiously at Shursen. Yang Du couldn't help but shake his head. His earlier words had been sincere after all, part of the Yang family's plan had already failed, and Yang Wenhua's defeat by Taoing had made them a laughingstock before the assembled martial artists. If Shursen truly took his own life before Yang Ding's grave, Yang Du would genuinely be willing to spare Lianga and even Taoing, earning the Yang family some reputation for magnanimity. Unfortunately, Shursen's stance was too rigid. He refused to accept Yang Du's well-intentioned advice. Well then, so be it. Come out. Yang Du commanded with a sweeping gesture. From the courtyard behind him emerged 7 martial artists of the Gangchi realm, their presence solemn and imposing, striding with the grace of dragons and the power of tigers. My goodness, all 9 branch heads of the Yang family gathered together. The Yang family's depth is truly terrifying. The entire central capital has only a mere handful of Gangchi realm cultivators, not even 100. With Yang Du as the clan head, the Yang family alone boasts 10 Gangchi realm cultivators. Shursen is as good as finished. Unless the minister of the true martial department arrives with his 12 Gangchi deputy ministers, no one can save him now. Damn, the Yang family's future looks incredibly bright. With so many Gangchi realm experts stationed here, whether seeking powerful backing or training martial arts to break through realms, this is undoubtedly the best place in central capital right now. The assembled martial artists sucked in sharp breaths. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the 9 Gangchi lineage masters was utterly exhilarating. While everyone agreed Shursen's strength ranked among the top in the Gangchi realm, he was ultimately alone. With the injured Taoing, they numbered only 2 Gangchi cultivators. How could they possibly stand against the Yang family's 10 Gangchi masters? Among the crowd, spies dispatched by various factions quickly recovered from their astonishment and rushed back to report the news to their respective groups. Shursen, who had journeyed all the way from the western continent, now faced the Yang family's 10 Gangchi masters, a native powerhouse of central capital. This was undoubtedly the biggest news in central capital since the descent of the Divine Kingdom. Facing the 9 branch heads of the Yang family, each radiating distinct auras, Shursen remained expressionless. He spoke calmly, is that all? Doesn't your Yang family also have the 9 extreme sword god? If you don't call him out, I fear the Yang family will be annihilated here today. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Where did Shursen get the audacity to spout such arrogance under these circumstances? Chapter 75, Impossible. This young upstart truly doesn't know his place. Yang Du snorted coldly. Wenhuai, your tormentor has arrived. Why not give him a taste of the Yang family's sword techniques? Hearing this, Yang Wenhuai, standing behind the 9 clan leaders, immediately leapt forward with wild delight. Your command is my command, clan chief. Leave this trash to me. Ha 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 ha. Shursen, you scum. When you killed my son, did you ever imagine this day would come? Yang Wenhuai roared with maniacal laughter. With 9 fellow clan members at the Gangchi realm backing him, even if Shursen instantly advanced to the Yukong realm, his death was inevitable. Moreover, the sky-reaching realm merely granted the ability to briefly defy gravity using Gangchi. After traversing a few hundred meters through the void, even the strongest martial artist would be forced to land and recover once their Gangchi was depleted. This was explicitly documented in ancient texts the Yang family had amassed from across the land over the years. Besides, Shursen was still merely at the Gangchi realm. Today, he was destined to meet a gruesome end at the tip of my sword, Yang Wenhuai's blade. You are Yang Wenhuai? Shursen's expression betrayed neither sorrow nor joy, seemingly oblivious to the trap the Yang family had prepared for him. Did you do this to my disciples? Oomph. Had the clan chief not forcibly demanded I hand them over as bait to lure you here, do you think they'd still be alive to see today's sun? Yang Wenhui openly admitted his cruelty, his face even bearing a hint of regret. The time allotted for his brutal torment was far too brief. Before he could truly indulge, the clan chief had dispatched kin to demand their return, abruptly shattering Yang Wenhui's enjoyment. Enough, Wenhui. Cut the nonsense. Today, before all our fellow practitioners gathered in central capital, we shall use Shirsen's blood to honor Dinger's spirit in heaven. Yang Du waved impatiently. Thanks to Tao Ying's meddling, the meticulously planned scheme had nearly collapsed. Not only had they failed to showcase the young family's might before the gathered martial artists. Instead, they were branded as shameless bullies preying on the outnumbered. This left Yang Du deeply unsettled. The occasional glance he cast at young Wenhua was now tinged with suspicion. He was reconsidering whether to send Wenhua to the ancestral hall to train under the young ancestor. Fine. Since the clan chief has spoken, then excuse me. Yang Wenhua flashed a cruel smile at Shirsen. Clang! Yang Wenhui's sword was abruptly drawn from its scabbard. His chi surged violently, flooding into the flexible blade and transforming the soft sword into an incredibly resilient weapon. What a splendid blade, Yang Wenhui murmured, caressing his sword affectionately. It feels like a waste to use it on a worthless scum like you. Yang Wenhua nearly got slaughtered by that female warrior just now, and now the young family sends another lineage master to their death? How laughable. Yeah, I was actually considering pledging allegiance to the young family, serving them just because of their formidable strength. But damn it, they only send a single gongchi to fight. Looks like they haven't a clue how much they're biting off. Utterly brainless. Sigh, they should just send everyone at once. They're flaunting their strength to all the martial artists in central capital anyway, what's the point of talking about honor now? When they get beaten, they'll just send everyone again. They're hypocrites. The Yang family is beyond redemption. The gathered martial artists murmured among themselves. Those who could see the situation clearly shook their heads in disappointment, utterly disillusioned with the Yang family. Originally, this was meant to showcase their strength and compete with the authorities for martial artists' allegiance. Yet now, the Yang family's performance had been utterly disgraceful. From the very beginning, some had hinted at leaving the authorities' protection to join the Yang family. Now, barely anyone still held any hope for the Yang family, and all this had unfolded in just over 10 minutes. After all, the Zhongjing Jinwu department had 12 deputy ministers at the Qi realm level, hardly inferior to the Yang family. Moreover, no matter how flawed the authorities might be, they still upheld the principle of fairness. Judging by the Yang family's current actions, this clan operates on a far too low level. Aligning with them carries far too great a risk. Yang Du overheard the martial artist's murmurs, his face turning ashen. He never imagined that what had started as a well-laid plan would inexplicably spiral into this mess. Not only had he failed to win over the wandering warriors, but the Yang family's reputation had plummeted. But the most critical factor was the official stance. They had yet to dispatch anyone to mediate, adopting a pure spectator stance as the conflict raged on. This left the Yang family feeling as if they were being roasted alive, reduced to a clownish spectacle on the grand stage of central capital. I miscalculated. Yang Du muttered to himself, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. But if I eliminate Shirsen right here and now, there's still a chance to salvage everything. The world has changed. Even if my Yang family is tyrannical and domineering, so what? As long as our strength remains, the 9 great lineage heads endure, and the young patriarchs within the clan persist, we need fear nothing. Fists are the truth. Strength speaks for everything. Yang Du's excitement surged as he grasped the solution to the stalemate. Yet his brow furrowed again upon seeing Yang Wenhui still frozen in place. Wenhui? What are you waiting for? At the urging, Yang Wenhui hesitated no longer. With a sword strike long prepared, he slashed fiercely toward Shirsen. Whoosh! Amidst the surging sword energy, a faint, shimmering true dragon materialized upon Yang Wenhui's blade, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Die! Yang Wenhui's roar echoed across the heavens. Such overwhelming might struck fear into every heart present. I take back my earlier assessment of the Yang family. It wasn't that their Gangxi realm practitioners were inadequate, it was simply that Yang Wenhua, the current lineage master, was incompetent. Yang Wenhui, who cultivates the Yin sword, is indeed far more terrifying than that Yang Wenhua. Indeed. The ultimate Yin sword technique itself belongs to the school of stealthy strikes, one strike, one kill. Yet Yang Wenhui has cultivated it into the true dragon sword, utterly terrifying. A knowledgeable third-tier martial artist couldn't help but speak up. Their senses, vastly superior to those of first- and second-tier martial artists, could perceive the terrifying power emanating from that supreme Yin dragon, a force capable of shattering and severing everything in its path. This was no longer a realm attainable by ordinary Gangxi realm martial artists. Yang Wenhui, the master of the ultimate Yin vein, had likely touched the edge of the sky riding realm, reaching the pinnacle of Gangxi cultivation. The crowd looked at Shirsen with pity. That single strike was nearly equivalent to a full power attack from a sky riding realm martial artist. Shirsen, this martial artist from the western continent, no one knew his exact strength. Judging solely by the gale energy erupting from him, he was likely only at the mid-stage of the Gangxi realm. There was no way he could possibly withstand Yang Wenhuai's breathtaking strike. The sword is fine, but the man is worthless. Shursen looked at Yang Wenhui with utter indifference, as if he hadn't even registered the strike. You're blind to your impending doom. No matter how gifted or young you are, you're nothing but a stepping stone for my young family to reach its pinnacle today. Yang Wenhui sneered. This strike channeled the culmination of his lifetime's training. Fueled by extreme fury, he believed himself capable of matching a Sky Realm cultivator. This youth was merely at the mid-stage of the Chi Realm. Certain death awaited him. Let him spout his trash talk while he still can. After all, he won't get another chance. No matter how powerful the sword technique, no matter how much energy you channel, it still has to hit its target. Do you understand? Shursen sneered coldly. Just as the ancient sword, imbued with the power of a true dragon, was about to pierce him, his form suddenly vanished from the spot. Yang Wenhui felt only the empty sting of his strike, not a single trace of the blade-piercing flesh returning through the sword. This can't be. Where is he? Chapter 76, Yang Wenhui, die. Yang Wenhui screamed in terror, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. A living person had vanished from his sight in an instant. If he were an ordinary person encountering a Gangchi martial artist renowned for speed, perhaps he might fail to discern the fleeting figure. But he was a Gangchi martial artist. To be precise, a peak-level Gangchi martial artist. How could he possibly fail to track the movements of Shursen, a mere mid-stage Gangchi martial artist? Looking for me? Shursen's voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly rang out beside Yang Wenhui's ear. This terrifying scene nearly shattered Yang Wenhui's heart. When did he get behind me? No! Attack him now! Yang Du, standing before the Yang family courtyard, witnessed the entire sequence unfold and roared in panic. What horrified him was that even as an outsider, he hadn't seen Shursen move at all. In a blur, Shursen had circled behind Wenhui, one hand already resting silently on his shoulder. Yang Du knew something was terribly wrong. Without pausing to analyze how Shursen had accomplished this, he immediately ordered the other branch heads to act. He himself stomped his foot on the ground, his body soaring like an eagle spreading its wings as he lunged toward Shursen. Alas, Shursen had no intention of wasting any more time with these young family members. The hand resting on Wenhui's shoulder instantly shifted to his neck. Snap! The crisp snap of a broken vertebra froze everyone in place. Yang Wenhui instantly collapsed like a deflated human balloon, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Before unleashing the ultimate dragon sword, he had imagined countless scenarios of Shursen's gruesome demise. Yet he never anticipated this would be the final outcome. No! Stop! Fourth brother! Damn you! I'll kill you! After a brief silence, Yang Du and the remaining 8 Great Pulse Masters stared at the scene in utter disbelief, their voices filled with anguished wails. The numerous martial artists who had gathered to watch the spectacle were so stunned their mouths hung open. Some even slapped themselves, doubting they weren't dreaming. How could such a scene possibly unfold? Yang Wenhui, at the peak of his Gangchi cultivation, had his neck snapped by Shursen, who was only at the mid-stage of Gangchi. What the hell was this if not a dream? Young Master Li, this guy's pretty fierce. Tan Erbo stared in disbelief, numbly patting his childhood friend beside him. Li Cheng felt just as numb. He perceived far more than Tan Erbo could see. After all, the Linglong Jade Sword Grass had granted him enhancements far beyond merely reaching the Gangchi realm. As his body gradually transformed into a sword form, Li Cheng understood the immense power contained within Yang Wenhui's strike. Sword techniques like this, imbued with such profound personal insight, had long transcended the bounds of their original cultivation methods. Even from a distance, one could sense the relentless surge of willpower radiating from it. It had undoubtedly locked onto Shursen, giving Yang Wenhui absolute certainty he would strike true. Yet, in the end, he still missed. This did not mean Yang Wenhui was weak, rather, it highlighted Shursen's terrifying strength. To break through the barrier of sword intent, what immense power that must require. Li Cheng imagined himself in Shursen's position, and the thought alone sent a chill down his spine. In that moment, he suddenly realized how laughable his own eager rush to perform a righteous deed had been. Given the power Shursen had just displayed, forget the 9 patriarchs of the Yang clan. Even if they were joined by the sword god guarding the ancestral hall, they could at best force Shursen into a retreat. To stop him or kill him? That would be nearly as impossible as the Great Xia Empire invading the demonic divine realm in the heavens right now. Strong? Is he stronger than you, young Master Li? Tan Erbo scratched his head in confusion, utterly baffled. What the hell is in your head? Forget Shursen, even that Yang Wenhui could kill me in an instant. Li Cheng nearly stumbled backward at the fool's words, scrambling to cover Erbo's mouth. Yang Du and the others on the field were overcome with grief. One of the 9 lineages of the mighty Yang family had been slaughtered cleanly and decisively by Shursen right before their eyes. This was a tragedy they had never witnessed before. Since its rise, the Yang family had thrived within the stable order of the Great Xia Empire, enjoying legal protection from the authorities. Even the descent of divine realms and invasions by demonic beasts failed to shake this ancient martial lineage. This stability had bred many arrogant young scions who abused their privilege. Their misdeeds had long been known to the branch masters and even to Yang Du, the clan leader. Yet, lost in the euphoria of their sudden surge in power, the clan failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. The Zhongjing authorities were already stretched thin dealing with the endless waves of beast attacks outside the city walls, leaving them utterly unable to spare manpower to maintain order within the city. This only emboldened the Yang family further, to the point where they now sought to test the authorities and seize an opportunity to gain some influence. It must be said that, judging by the memories of his past life, the Yang family did indeed succeed. They swiftly infiltrated their own members into key government departments, creating a chaotic mess throughout the bureaucracy. Fortunately, the authorities weren't pushovers, and Grand Elder Chen Qingshan wasn't someone to be trifled with. After gathering substantial intelligence on the Yang family, he swiftly struck, tearing them apart from their clan status into isolated, independent households. The ringleader was executed publicly as a warning to others. However, Sin had arrived over a year earlier than in his previous life. He had no intention of engaging in a protracted struggle with the Yang family. The Grand Elder's tactics were indeed shrewd, eliminating the ringleader without undermining the Great Xia's overall strength, completely subduing the Yang family while ensuring the remaining Yang clan members continued to serve the Great Xia faithfully. Sin, however, believed that trash clans like the Yangs who revealed their wolfish ambitions from the very start deserved to have their very backbone shattered. They needed to understand, if you seek to crush others with force, you must be prepared to face the consequences of being crushed by force in return. The scene suddenly froze in this eerie stalemate. Sin held the Yang family in utter contempt. With his micro-level physique, even if they attacked with all their might, they could barely scratch his skin. This was overwhelming superiority that no numbers could compensate for. Yang Du and the others, too, quickly regained their composure after their initial fury. If Sin could instantly kill Yang Wenhui, a peak Gangchi cultivator, he could do the same to the rest of them. Even if he killed another and was then surrounded and killed himself, who would be the next to die? With lives at stake, Yang Du couldn't forcefully select one of the 8 great clan leaders to send to their death. To do so would likely cost him his position as clan leader on the spot. The only one in the Yang family commanding such authority was the 9 extreme sword god, still in seclusion at the ancestral hall. Central capital city, Tianxian sect. Upon learning that Sin had decisively slain Yang Wenhui, the patriarch of the Supreme lineage, Nan Badian, the current sect master, was utterly astonished. That old schemer Yang Wenhui, I knew he'd be hiding his strength, but to be killed instantly by Sin? That's rather peculiar. You say Sin's overflowing gale energy was only at the mid-stage level? Nan Badian, his face covered in a thick beard and his frame incredibly robust, now looked at his disciple who had come to report the news with utter bewilderment. Yes. Master, you know me well. Though I may lack strategic depth, my judgment is always sharp. Sin arrived at the scene just as his female disciple was being brutally beaten to a pulp. The gale energy he unleashed in his rage was absolutely genuine. That level of gale energy could never surpass the mid-stage realm. The disciple spoke with absolute certainty. As a mid-stage Gangchi cultivator himself, he understood the power that realm could unleash better than anyone. Hearing this, Nan Badian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mid-stage Gangchi with the power to instantly kill a peak-stage cultivator. Could it be? Chapter 77, 9 Extreme Sword Formation? Turtle Sword Formation. At the same time, the Jin and Wang families, 2 of the 4 great powers of central capital, quickly received the news and were utterly shocked by Sin's displayed prowess. Though Yang Wenhui had always been poorly regarded, he was widely acknowledged as a martial arts prodigy. Even before the era of spiritual energy revival, he had broken through to second-tier martial artist strength by cultivating the supreme sword technique from the 9 extreme sword art. Now, having reached the peak of Gangchi cultivation, he was no longer someone to be trifled with. That such a man had been effortlessly slain by the obscure Sin had multiple spies from both houses not reported the same news. They might have suspected their agents had lost their minds, seeing nothing but illusions. As the head of the true martial department, Yuan Kohai naturally received this explosive news. Though in Qin Tianyun's eyes, this department head was now ineffective, even suspected of allowing the Yang family's influence to grow unchecked. In reality, he had long secretly deployed his most trusted agents, who were now concealed among the crowd of martial artists observing the scene. Should Sin ever face mortal peril, he would spare no effort to save his life. However, such a contingency plan would certainly not be needed now. After learning Sin's true combat strength from Qin Tianyun, Yuan Kohai no longer believed Sin would meet his end amidst the encirclement of 9 Gangchi realm practitioners. A martial artist who could effortlessly dispatch 3 5th-tier demon beasts, would he truly fear the encirclement of mere Gangchi realm practitioners? Yuan Kohai's sole concern was the 9 extreme sword god of the Yang family, who had been in seclusion for many days. Apart from that man, even if the entire Yang family mobilized to besiege Sin, it would be utterly futile. Tianyun, you accuse me of inaction. But how could you possibly see so far ahead as the Grand Elder does? While the Yang family does indeed show signs of provoking the authorities, their clan has produced countless talents. Not everyone harbors ambitions like Yang Du's. Most remain willing to dedicate their strength to Zhongjing and the Great Xia. Yuan Kohai sighed deeply. He understood Qin Tianyun's resentment after being confined. However, the Grand Elder had long prepared countermeasures against the Yang family's swelling ambitions. Now, with Colonel Shursen a figure who could barely represent the authorities taking the lead, it would be a significant boost for the upcoming plans. Admittedly, this would leave Qin Tianyun and others seething furious that the Jinwu department couldn't even protect its own people, standing idly by while the arrogant Yang family publicly abducted individuals and resorted to vigilante justice, blatantly flouting the law. But for the greater good, Yuan Kohai chose to confine Qin Tianyun and the others, keeping the elder's entire scheme against the Yang family secret. No matter how far you take this, I guarantee you will survive in the end. Yuan Kohai gazed toward the Yang family's location, his tone unwavering though his expression betrayed weariness. This was his assurance to the heir apparent, suspected to be from that Western continent sect. Even if the 9 Extreme Sword God intervened to apprehend Shursen, Yuan Kohai remained confident that the rational 9 Extreme Sword God would never commit any excessive acts against him. After all, that place was no mere figment of Dixia's historical legends. Those who emerged from there were truly capable of killing without regard for any consequences. Yang family, the square. Shursen moved again, his speed now so swift that even Gangchi warriors could not accurately track his movements. Don't panic. Form the formation. Yang Du focused all his attention on Shursenator the instant Shursen took a step. He roared out commands to the remaining 8 major lineage heads. Yang Wenhua and the others were, after all, Gangchi realm practitioners. With intense concentration, they could faintly sense certain precursors to Shursen's movements. The moment Clan Chief Yang Du spoke, they swiftly gathered together, forming the 9 Extreme Sword formation, a defensive array from the 9 Extreme Sword technique lineage. Though Yang Wenhui, the practitioner of the Supreme Sword technique, was absent, Yang Du remained the long-time master of the 9 Extreme Sword technique. In this urgent moment, he stepped into Wenhui's position and, though barely, managed to coordinate with the other 8. Shursen hadn't anticipated the Yang family reacting so swiftly to his initial move. Yet upon reflection, Yang Wenhui's demise stemmed largely from his own carelessness, not because a peak-level Gangchi practitioner was powerless against a body at the subtlety stage. Had Yang Wenhui regarded Shursen as an evenly matched mortal enemy from the outset, perhaps Shursen wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. At most, he would have been severely wounded, only to survive under the Yang family's coordinated assault. These fellows, their sword formation, formed by those bizarre footwork patterns, is like a porcupine. It's really hard to strike. Shursen circled Yang Du and the others several times, yet failed to spot any weakness in the 9 Extreme Sword formation, causing him to frown slightly. Seeing Shursen halt and ponder intently, Yang Du's face lit up with elation. He can't break our formation. Hold your ground, don't panic. Second Master is right. As long as we don't break formation, Shursen can't touch us. Everyone, keep fighting. Yang Wenhua echoed Yang Du's words, trying to rally his clanmates' morale. The observing martial artists, witnessing Shursen single-handedly forcing the Yang family's 9 Great Chi formation to confront him, couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Shursen's formidable strength. But upon hearing the Yang family's exchange, someone finally cracked and burst out laughing. Ha! The Yang family is hilarious. They're being completely overwhelmed by a lone warrior, yet they act like they've got this in the bag. That's just too funny, huh? Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Why are these 9 guys so proud of themselves when they're forced to form an array against one person? Could someone enlighten me? Well, you just don't get it. The Yang family is playing turtle, trying to wear Shursen down to death. Forming a formation is just one tactic among many. As long as they take Shursen down, who cares if it looks ridiculous? The warriors laughing most unrestrainedly at this moment were almost all the late arriving Gangchi warriors. As those who had already ascended to the 4th tier, they each had their own factions standing behind them. Though their numbers might not match the Yang family's top 10, now the top 9 Gangchi realm martial artists, they showed no fear. If the Yang family dared to target them, they would unite against the enemy. Besides, the surging tide of beasts still assaulted the city's outer defenses. The Yang family might dare to target someone like Shursen, a Western continent outsider with no roots in central capital, but they wouldn't risk provoking the entire world by attacking local second-rate clans and sects. Within the sword formation, Yang Du and his men heard the mocking voices of those familiar faces. Their expressions darkened instantly. From the very beginning, Yang Du had never imagined things would turn out like this. Fortunately, he had already dispatched men to the ancestral home to summon the young master. Now, as long as they conserved their strength and guarded against Shursen picking them off one by one, causing heavy casualties among the 8 great lineage masters, Yang Du would be satisfied. As if reading Yang Du's thoughts, Shursen sneered coldly, cracking his neck with a sharp crack. 9 Extreme Sword formation? A mere turtle formation. Do you truly believe this can stop me? You know nothing about power. Chapter 78, Shursen is dead? This time, Shursen did not materialize the Divine Blood Halberd from his mind. Using the halberd against these young family martial artists at the Gangchi realm would be nothing short of bullying. Besides, they weren't worthy of being the fallen beneath the divine blood-painted halberd. Shursen held his breath, focusing his will entirely on his right arm. He wanted to test just how formidable his body had become after absorbing the corpses of those 5-tier demon beasts. His physique was Sure Sen's greatest combat asset now. Truthfully, he hadn't had time to gauge his true level, whether he could barely hold his own against Divine Intent realm opponents or whether he could cut down ordinary Divine Intent practitioners. All this required constant exploration. Fortunately, the young family members had formed a sword formation, channeling the power of 9 great gangchi. This could be considered the strength of warriors newly entering the 6th-tier Divine Will realm. Let's test my fists on you. Sure Sen's form erupted as terrifying power surged into his right arm, making it more than a full circle thicker than his left. He targeted Yang Du at the core of the sword formation, unleashing an incredibly violent punch. Channel your gangchi to me. He's attacking me. Yang Du, locked in Sure Sen's punch, felt goosebumps erupt across his body as he roared urgently. Hearing the second master's cry, the 8 Pulse Masters wasted no time. They poured their hard-earned gale energy through the sword array's channels toward Yang Du, who faced the enemy head-on, as if it cost them nothing. Yang Du swiftly sensed the surging power of gale energy filling his body. With the 9 extreme sword array's aid, he even faintly brushed against the threshold of the Sky Riding realm. This sent the elderly martial artist, who had long believed advancement impossible, into ecstatic joy. By conventional wisdom, his age and the extreme mental agility and physical vigor required made ascending to the Sky Riding realm utterly unattainable. Who would have thought the 9 extreme sword array possessed such a heaven-defying function? Had I discovered this sooner, how could I have chosen someone like Yang Wenhua as my successor? Yang Du's brain cells seemed to surge once more under the gale energy's stimulation, a storm of thoughts brewing relentlessly within his mind. Having sat at the helm of the Yang family for decades, Yang Du had devoted his entire life to its rise, even sacrificing the chance to have descendants. It was this realization of his advancing age that led him to choose Yang Wenhua as the next leader of the clan. He had been born in the wrong era. Most of his life had been consumed battling the devastating effects of spiritual energy depletion, witnessing martial artists gradually fade into obscurity. Now, in his final years, he witnessed the revival of spiritual energy. Yet Yang Du knew his lifespan had reached its limit. Perhaps soon, he would pass away. Even though he still appeared robust on the outside, it was merely his chi sustaining his life. Unless he could break through to the Sky Riding realm and be cleansed by another wave of cosmic spiritual energy, Yang Du's days were numbered. This was the greatest thorn in the hearts of the older generation of martial artists. They yearned to break through their realms to extend their lives, yet their declining bodily functions prevented them from succeeding. Yang Du now possessed an exceedingly precious opportunity for advancement, which only strengthened his resolve to confront Sure Sen. With advancement within reach, how could I let you shatter my last hope or survival? Watching Sure Sen's fist strike a wind barrier, Yang Du remained expressionless, his thoughts razor-sharp. He gathered the gale energy from everyone around him with almost no loss, channeling it entirely into his fists. As the outlier of the Yang family, Yang Du had never cultivated the 9 extreme sword technique. Instead, he had trained since childhood under a great master of fists from the south. His entire martial prowess resided in his iron fists, the very reason he was needed as the core of the sword formation. Unlike the 8 Pulse Masters, who needed to infuse the sword formation with their own chi which carried distinct elemental biases, he could directly fuse their chi and make it his own. The 9 extreme sword formation, he continued, is said to be an unnamed formation discovered by the Yang family's ancestors in a secret realm. It was named 9 extremes precisely because it requires the combined power of 9 martial artists at the Gangchi realm to activate. This formation, which unites the strength of 9 individuals, can even allow practitioners at the Gangchi realm to confront opponents at the 6th-tier Divine Will realm head-on. It's incredibly formidable. An experienced martial artist marveled at this, catching the attention of Li Chang nearby. His interest piqued, he quickly asked, "Bro, if what you say is true, doesn't that mean Yang Du, as the core of the sword formation, is practically invincible right now? Could Sure Sen be in danger?" The martial artist shot Li Chang a surprised look. Danger? What danger? Given the current situation, if Sure Sen dares to charge head-on, he'll be dead for sure. Tan Erbao, with his sharp ears, overheard this and his face turned pale. "Young Master Li, should we seize the opportunity to rescue Sure Sen?" "Ha! Brother, your friend has a truly unique way of thinking. In a battle like this, martial artists at the Gangchi realm would be instantly killed by the shockwaves if they entered. And he wants to rescue someone? Ha 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 ha." The martial artist roared with laughter, leaving Tan Erbao looking utterly embarrassed. However, Li Chang's reaction caught the warrior off guard. Li Chang began gathering his gale energy, clearly preparing to intervene immediately if things went south. Brother, don't be impulsive. Going in there will get you killed for real," the martial artist hurriedly cautioned. Though both were Gangchi realm practitioners, he was clearly more experienced and saw the battle for what it was. With Li Chang's fledgling Gangchi cultivation, even if he had some hidden cards up his sleeve, there was absolutely no way he could survive a fight against someone approaching 6th-tier martial artist strength. With demonic beasts now descending upon the Great Xia, it was a time when every warrior was needed. He didn't want to see a Gangchi warrior like Li Chang die needlessly. "My thanks, brother. But a martial artist's path is bound by chivalry. Sure Sen and I share a bond. I bear the title of Zhongjing's great hero. How could I stand by and watch a rogue clan like the Yangs bully the weak, trapping Shursen in peril? Li Chang's resolute voice echoed across the square, drawing peculiar glances from many martial artists. The story is long, but in truth, by the time Li Chang finished speaking, Yang Du and Shursen had already closed the distance. One side possessed no gale energy, while the other channeled the combined gale energy of 9 martial artists, forming a shield-like barrier thick as a fortress. Boom! Shursen and Yang Du's fists collided, unleashing terrifying force that radiated outward from their center. The hard plaza stones cracked in layers, and fragments of stone and dust flew out like bullets. Martial artists too slow to dodge or lacking sufficient strength were struck by the shards, instantly pierced with gaping wounds. Yet no one paid attention to the injured fighters now. All eyes were fixed on Shursen and his group, shrouded in the artificially created smoke. What the hell is going on? Can a Gunchi realm martial artist pull off something this insane? This is ridiculous. What's the outcome? Is Shursen dead? Are you kidding? With 9 Gangchi cultivators forming an array against him, how could Shursen possibly survive? Don't be fooled by Yang Wenhui being killed so easily. It was likely because he underestimated Shursen. Exactly. Now that the Yang family has learned their lesson, they're going all out. Shursen is finished. Amidst this uproar, most martial artists still place their faith in the might of the Yang family's 9 Gangchi realm experts, viewing Shursen, this freak martial artist who'd popped up out of nowhere, with skepticism. Even though he possessed the strength to instantly kill a peak Gangchi cultivator, the crowd still felt Shursen was being far too overconfident. The 9 extreme sword formation was no trivial matter. Daring to charge it head-on could only lead to one outcome: death. Chapter 79, The Yang clan must perish. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the figures standing at the center to the gaze of the numerous martial artists. Sharp-eyed observers noticed that Shursen remained rooted to the spot, unmoving, with droplets of blood appearing beneath him. He's not dead. He's only wounded? That's terrifying. Where are those Yang family members? Why haven't they come out yet? Don't worry, the Yang family must be fine. Look at Shursen, even if he's not dead, he's spent, like a dying flame. The martial artists chattered incessantly, their opinions astonishingly unified at this moment, nearly all favoring the Yang family and writing off Shursen. Shursen had indeed been thoroughly troubled by the 9 extreme sword formation. When his martial energy clashed head-on with flesh, his fists were torn open by the force, blood streaming relentlessly down his fingers. Yet the damage inflicted by the so-called sword formation was limited to that. His formidable physique allowed him to fully withstand the gale energy comparable to a 6th-tier divine intent realm, evenly dispersing it throughout his body. Aside from a few minor wounds on his fists, not a single other part of his body bore any injury. The Yang family members have appeared. My goodness, how is that possible? Their entire sword formation couldn't defeat Shursen alone? The Yang family members finally emerged as the smoke completely dissipated. It turned out everyone had spotted Shursen first because he hadn't moved from his position the entire time, while the 9 members of the Yang family had been sent flying several meters away by a single punch. They lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, some unconscious, others writhing and moaning incessantly. Yang Du, having absorbed a massive influx of gale energy, was well protected by it. Aside from minor internal organ injuries and complete exhaustion from depleting his gale energy reserves, he showed no other symptoms. Yet at that moment, he desperately wished he could join the others in unconsciousness. Then he wouldn't have to face the brutal aftermath of his battle with Shursen with a clear mind. The 9-pole sword formation, composed of the Yang family's 9 Gangchi practitioners, had been utterly defeated. This outcome left the surrounding spectators utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. In everyone's expectations, the 9-pole sword formation, channeling the power of 9 individuals, could even match a 6th-tier divine intent realm martial artist. What terrifying strength that was! Yet it still suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Shursen's seemingly ordinary fist. Terrifying indeed. I told you martial artists, cultivated in the comfort of a greenhouse, know nothing of true power. Shursen looked down coldly at the old man Yang Du. Why? Yang Du's eyes brimmed with confusion. He simply couldn't comprehend how a young martial artist like Shursen could possess such terrifying strength. Nor could he fathom how, during the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, when everyone was rapidly advancing, all displaying Gangchi realm strength, this unreasonable monster Shursen could single-handedly defeat the Yang family's 9 Gangchi realm martial artists with his mid-stage Gangchi realm power. Why? Ha! Why so many whys? If you must ask why, I have far more questions than you do. Shursen sneered, shaking his head in refusal to explain to Yang Du. He too had countless questions. Why, when the demon beast invasion reached its peak and central capital teetered on collapse, had even martial artists like him from the western continent been drafted thousands of miles away to fend off the raging beast tide? Why did families like the Yang clan, which had produced so many exceptionally talented individuals, remain completely unnoticed in the war? Was it because they shunned vanity, choosing instead to silently guard the capital from the shadows? In his previous life, Shursen had heard countless comrades recount tales of the Yang family, yet none offered a satisfactory explanation. Now, not a single one of the 9 great gangs present, including Yang Wenhui, whose neck had been snapped, had ever appeared in that brutal battle. Perhaps they had turned to the gods, transformed beyond recognition by divine power. Or maybe they had perished to the beasts long before Shursen arrived in the capital. But Shursen believed the most likely explanation was that under the leadership of ambitious figures like Yang Du, the Yang family had posed a grave threat to Zhongjing. The authorities had intervened and eradicated them completely. Only peripheral branches with little connection to the main family remained, individuals who, aside from bearing the Yang surname, had virtually no ties to Yang Du and his kin. During that purge, which Shursen had never witnessed, the sheer power of the Yang family must have inflicted unimaginable damage upon central capital. No wonder Yuan Kohai of the Jinwu department had outright ignored the Yang family's provocations. After all, under the shockwaves of the Divine Kingdom's descent, the current authorities had lost much of their former deterrent power over the major clans. Unless pushed to the brink, they would still prefer peaceful coexistence with these clans and sections. As long as these factions remained nominally compliant with official directives, authorities turned a blind eye to many transgressions, a reluctant necessity. Since they are destined to be purged, let the Yang family be destroyed today. Better to eliminate them now than risk greater calamity later. Shursen's gaze grew icy. He generally harbored a shared sense of enmity toward fellow humans, where they all faced the same threats from deities and demonic beasts. With the Great Xia already teetering on the brink, why engage in internecine strife? Alas, some had long ceased to deserve the title of human. Beyond stirring up internal strife, they had contributed nothing to the Great Xia. For such individuals, Shursen showed no mercy. As if sensing the growing murderous intent radiating from Shursen, Yang Du's face instantly drained of color. He hurriedly spoke up, "What do you intend to do? We've completely lost our ability to resist. You can take those two away anytime now. No one can stop you. Manhwa is already dead at your hands. Do you really want to cause more bloodshed?" "Heh," Shursen sneered coldly. "Then tell me, if I were defeated by your Yang family today, do you think I'd walk out alive? Our Yang family has always been a righteous house. How could we possibly slaughter our own kind within Zhongjing City? Besides, you killed Yang Ding first, we only acted in response. Ultimately, the fault lies with you." Yang Du retorted, forcing himself to hold his ground. Shursen scoffed. Yang Du had the nerve to shift all blame onto him, making it sound as if Shursen had come to bully the Yang family. "No matter how silver-tongued you are, today, the Yang family shall perish." Shursen fell silent, his foot crushing the chest of one of the 8 major clan leaders. With a slight shift of pressure, he sent the man's entire ribcage collapsing inward, completely unprepared. The man's already faint breath ceased instantly, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. "No! Stop! Name your demands. The Yang family will fulfill them." Yang Du wailed, tears streaming down his aged face. "Demands? Haven't I made my demands perfectly clear? The Yang family is to be utterly eradicated today. You can't do this. Our young master is on his way here. If you stop now, there's still a chance to salvage everything. Ha 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 ha. At this point, you still believe your so-called 9 extreme sword god can truly stand against me?" Shursen roared with laughter. Even at the brink of death, Yang Du still clung to the delusion that his little sword god heir would arrive to save the day. What a brilliant plan! Was he determined to die with regret unless the Yang family was utterly exterminated? The 9 extreme sword god had always been one of those who desired nothing. Even when the Yang family was stripped of its status, he remained untouched. Beyond his formidable power, it was because he wasn't like Yang Du, consumed by ambition, wanting to lay claim to everything. Now, this sword god, living peacefully apart from the world, has been dragged into the fray by Yang Du. If he hadn't come, it would have been fine. But if he does come and sees this scene, constrained by his own status, he will certainly intervene to rescue his own kin. This would give Shursen the perfect justification to strike against him. Chapter 80, Iron-Fisted Tactics strike fear into the hearts of all. Jinwu Division. Yuan Kohai sat upon his meditation cushion, his thoughts already racing to the Yang family plaza. Even from such a distance, he could sense the tremendous roar emanating from that location. He understood that an extremely fierce battle was unfolding. Its intensity had even reached the level of a 6th-tier divine intent realm cultivator. This level of power shocked Yuan Kohai. Currently only at the Sky Riding realm, he would not be in mortal danger if caught in the fray, but injury was inevitable. Minister! Disaster has struck. Yang Manhwa had his neck snapped by Shursen and died instantly. The remaining 9 Yang clan martial artists at the Gengchi realm formed the 9 extreme sword formation to confront Shursen, but he shattered it with a single punch. Now all 9 Yang clan members lie wounded on the ground, helpless fish on a cutting board, at Shursen's mercy. A subordinate rushed into Yuan Kohai's office, panting heavily as he delivered the news in one breathless gasp. "Understood. You may withdraw." Yuan Kohai suppressed his inner shock, feigning composure as he waved the subordinate away. Once the subordinate departed, Yuan Kohai could no longer contain himself. He drew a deep breath, his face etched with utter horror. The Yang clan's 9 extreme sword formation, a legendary inheritance from ancient sages, possessed an extraordinary effect. It could gather the power of 9 individuals and concentrate it into one person. 9 martial artists at the Gangchi realm forming a sword array would possess strength at least on par with the Divine Will realm. Shursen couldn't and shouldn't have shattered it with a single punch. From the 4th tier Gangchi realm warrior onwards, each subsequent tier represented a qualitative leap. There was absolutely no possibility of a lower tier warrior overcoming a higher tier one. Gangchi, Sky Control, Divine Will, these 3 realms mark the complete transformation of a martial artist. Each realm is meticulously documented throughout the history of Great Xia, yet not a single historical text records instances of Gangchi surpassing Sky Control, or Sky Control surpassing Divine Will. Shursen must have concealed his strength. Yuan Kohai knew this well. After all, one capable of fighting 3 5th-tier demon beasts couldn't possibly be merely at the Gangchi realm. But even at his peak, he was merely a prodigiously talented newcomer to the Sky Riding realm. No matter how one looked at it, he could never possibly surpass an existence at the Divine Will realm. No, I must go to the scene and stop Senator. Such a prodigious talent, his path must remain utterly unblemished. Yuan Kohai wasted no time in deliberation. He leapt out the window, his gale energy surging through his body, suspending him mid-air. This was the 5th stage of martial cultivation, the Sky Riding realm. Even without any specific sky riding cultivation techniques, one could briefly soar into the heavens, a realm humanity had yearned for countless years, by harnessing the inherent properties of gale energy. Yuan Kohai had clearly cultivated an extremely profound sky riding technique. His gale energy circulated in a unique manner, propelling him like a state-of-the-art engine as he shot toward the young family compound at breakneck speed. Within the Tianxian sect, Nan Batian also received news of Shursen's decisive victory at the earliest moment. Yet his expression remained uncharacteristically calm. There was no schadenfreude toward the young family, nor any surprise at Shursen's strength. Poof. As expected, Shursen cultivates ancient traditions. His physical body is exceptionally powerful. He has undoubtedly entered the micro-realm. Nan Batian's inner world was far less crude than his outward appearance suggested. On the contrary, the reason he had earned the admiration of the previous sect master and secured the position of heir was precisely because he approached matters with meticulous insight, capable of discerning truths hidden deep beneath the surface that others could not perceive. His confident identification of Shursen as a physical cultivation practitioner stemmed from the Tianxian sect's ancient heritage, which preserved countless rarely seen ancient texts. Only through this deep knowledge could Nan Batian recall the ancient physical cultivation lineage whose manifestations closely mirrored Shursen's. "Master, should we not go to the Yang family?" asked the disciple who had delivered the news, bowing respectfully. Nan Batian waved his hand decisively. "No. A physique at the subtle penetration level rivals that of mid-stage Divine Will cultivators. Our presence there would be useless. Furthermore, go inform those disciples below who have passed ties with the Yang family they are not to support or back the Yang family. Any who disobey will be expelled from Tianxian Gate immediately." "Ah. But, Master, what exactly is this micro-level physique you speak of? Is it truly that formidable?" The disciple, still bewildered, pressed the question after his initial shock. That's no longer a matter of skill. I dare say, apart from our Tianxian sect, no one in Central Capital truly comprehends how terrifying a physical cultivator with a microcosmic physique truly is. Let me put it this way, take Shursen here. If he wanted to, he could turn the entire Great Xia upside down at any moment. Nan Batian's smile seemed forced, as if recalling the ancient text's accounts. That powerful. Doesn't that make him the top martial artist in Central Capital? No, the entire Great Xia Empire. The strongest? Not necessarily. Our Great Xia is a deep pool indeed. The Jin family, the Wang family. These two clans, ranked first and second among the 4 great families, had always maintained close ties. News of Shursen's decisive victory over the Yang family had naturally reached both houses. At this moment, the heads of both families were urgently discussing the edict issued by the Grand Elder. After less than 5 minutes of confidential discussion, both families, which had always closely followed the Great Xia government's lead, immediately dispatched their strongest martial artists to the Yang family to assist Yuan Kohai in stabilizing the situation. On the square before the Yang family gates, Shursen had already crushed a Yang family lineage master underfoot. Still expressionless, he strode toward his next target. At that moment, the surrounding martial artists all fell silent, none daring to utter a word of warning. The vast plaza was packed with people, yet aside from Tao Ying's cheers, not a whisper could be heard. Shursen's iron-fisted tactics had truly intimidated everyone. Whether they had previously favored the Yang family or Shursen, all eyes were now silently fixed on the man at the center of the square. Shursen was not oblivious to the shift in the crowd's mood. After all, the world had changed too abruptly. Just over 10 days ago, peace reigned supreme. Even martial artists dared not kill in broad daylight. Now, witnessing Shursen dispatch the Yang family with the same swift, brutal efficiency as slaughtering chickens or dogs, even though their actions were utterly despicable, a hint of pity stirred in the hearts of the onlookers. "Brother Shursen, might we speak privately?" A firm voice suddenly cut through the crowd. All eyes turned toward the bold soul daring to speak up at this moment. Shursen also turned his head. "Ahem. Everyone, please don't stare at me like that. Li Chang raised his hand, looking somewhat uneasy. You have something to say? Shursen inquired. This man named Li Chang had left a deep impression on Shursen in his previous life. One could even say that Li Chang's noble sacrifice before his demise had profoundly influenced Shursen. For a martial artist who still held such noble ideals in his heart, Shursen was naturally willing to give him some face. It's just... Li Chang scratched his head. He had originally come with the intention of standing up for Shursen, only to discover now that the latter was already so powerful he didn't need his help at all. This left him feeling rather awkward. Yet the righteous impulse within him compelled him to speak up for the young family members, who were now utterly defenseless. This went completely against his original intentions. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Chang finally managed to speak. What I mean is, the young family members have lost their ability to resist. Could you show mercy and hand them over to the true martial department for punishment? Chapter 81, Yuan Kohai appears. Shursen wasn't surprised by Li Chang's words. That was simply the kind of man he was willing to champion the cause of complete strangers, steadfastly upholding his personal code of chivalry. Shursen couldn't be like Li Chang, but he admired such men. This request is not unreasonable, Shursen nodded, effectively agreeing to Li Chang's terms. However, the ringleader must be executed. These young family members, who boasted of being pulse masters, held no advantage over martial artists of the same rank. Their so-called 9 extreme sword technique was nothing but empty flourishes when faced with warriors who had survived life and death battles against demonic beasts. Now, utterly crushed by Shursen fighting 9 of them alone, the martial confidence that once filled their hearts had collapsed. From this day forward, any possibility of advancement was gone. A mere handful of Gangchi realm practitioners soon, even Lianga might effortlessly dispose of them. Seeing Shursen agree to his proposal, Li Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, no longer harboring any objections to Shursen's call for eliminating the ringleader. Even though his heart was filled with chivalry, and he had aspired since childhood to become a great hero roaming the martial world, aiding the weak and punishing the strong, he felt no pity for someone like Yang Du, who disregarded the greater good for his own ambition. Those clan leaders were merely carrying out the orders of Yang Du, their chieftain. From the very beginning, they had never voiced any opinions of their own mere tools. For Shursen to kill them like this was indeed a pity. Any last words? I'll grant you time for a final statement. Shursen looked down at Yang Du with an expression of utter calm. You can't kill me. I'm the helmsman of the Young family. The clan chief. I'm also a martial artist on the verge of breaking through the barrier and entering the sky riding realm. I can make tremendous contributions to Great Xia. Yang Du trembled violently, terrified by Shursen's cold demeanor, screaming hysterically. Sky realm? Ha! An ambitious sky realm martial artist poses a greater threat to Great Xia than a 6th-tier demon beast. What use would you be alive? Shursen sneered, dismissing Yang Du's pleas with contempt. He'd rather spare the lives of all other branch masters except Yang Wenhua. He wouldn't let this shady character Yang Du off the hook. Who knew if letting him live would lead him to secretly defect to the gods? Yang Wenbai was a stark example. Once he pledged allegiance to the divine, he abandoned all human beliefs, even losing sympathy for his own kind. He devoted himself solely to serving the divine, obsessed only with increasing his own power. Such a traitorous villain was far more repulsive than any mere ambitious schemer. No. I still have use. I'll serve you faithfully as your loyal dog, leading the charge for humanity to slaughter every demon beast. Yang Du watched Shursen's massive foot rise, his own body too exhausted to resist. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately offered his aging body to this young upstart, sacrificing all dignity for survival. These words utterly shocked the other Yang family members, and even the surrounding martial artists found it hard to watch. Clan Chief. You are the head of the Yang family. How could you utter such words? Second Master, you represent the honor of our entire clan. How can you face our ancestors after doing such a thing? This head of the Yang family has truly opened my eyes. He's disgraced the entire Gangchi martial arts community. Exactly. Even if the entire Yang family couldn't defeat Shursen, that only proves how formidable and terrifyingly powerful Lord Shur is. Dying at the hands of such a man wouldn't be a waste of a martial artist's life. But Yang Du, just to save his own skin. This truly shatters all preconceptions. Does the Yang family even deserve its title as one of the 4 great families of Central Capital? They've brought shame upon all of us Central Capitaliers. Some Yang family patriarchs seethed with rage, furiously demanding explanations from Yang Du. Others clenched their fists in anguish, pounding the ground in frustration at their own weakness, powerless against Shursen. The surrounding crowd buzzed with heated debate. As martial artists, they were all fiery souls, unafraid to engage terrifying demonic beasts in close combat. Now, witnessing Yang Du, a martial artist at the Gangchi realm, cowering like a defeated dog before Shursen, begging for mercy, they erupted in fury. Even the peculiar Yang Wenhua forced himself to gather his wits, crawling over to Yang Du's side. He looked at Shursen with a fawning expression. Big shot Shursen, please spare us. The real culprit, Yang Wenhua, is already dead by your hand. We never so much as touched a hair on your disciple's head. We don't deserve death. Ah. Lord Shur, your shoes are dirty. Let me wipe them clean for you. Yang Wenhua, you cowardly scum. Shut your mouth. Damn it. Why did my Yang family produce a clan leader like you, you vermin? What a disgrace to our lineage. The remaining clan leaders who remained conscious were nearly driven mad by Yang Wenhua's shameless display. Those with fiery tempers spat blood and collapsed unconscious once more. Shursen was also stunned by Yang Wenhua's performance. He'd never seen such brazen audacity. The man actually had the nerve to meticulously wipe his own shoes in front of countless witnesses. Tao Ying. Come here. Take care of this guy. Get him out of here immediately. He's utterly disgusting. Shursen urgently summoned Tao Ying to intervene. Only after Tao Ying dragged Yang Wenhua away by his hair, wailing and screaming, did Shursen breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze returned to Yang Du, his imposing foot once again hovering menacingly above the man's head. Right then, the farce is over. It's time for you to go. You can be the Yang family head in your next life. Wait. A frantic shout suddenly pierced the sky. Everyone looked up to see Yuan Kohai's figure abruptly appear mid-air. The minister is actually at the skywalking realm. Bro, your intel is way outdated. The minister broke through to the skywalk realm back when the demonic beasts first invaded. Whoa. So skywalkers really can fly. Shursen also looked up at the figure above the holy master Yuan Kohai, whose name he had heard in his past life but whose face he had never seen. The sage master, the one who once spread martial arts across the land, revered as a teacher by countless martial artists. Today, I finally see the real person. Shursen felt a surge of emotion. In his previous life, when he arrived in Central Capital, the holy master had already passed away. He could only glimpse this selfless minister of the true martial department, who had devoted himself to the great Xia, through archived footage. A profound regret in Shursen's heart. Didn't the minister say I could handle matters independently? Why this sudden visit? Is there urgent business? Though standing before the holy master, Shursen showed not the slightest loss of composure. After all, as a reincarnated individual who had once been an 8th-tier martial artist, he felt respect for Yuan Kohai, a minor practitioner now merely at the sky riding realm, but ultimately maintained his composure. Hearing Shursen's question, Yuan Kohai couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. How could he have known Shursen's strength was so terrifying, capable of shattering the 9 extreme sword formation with a single punch? Not only had it rendered his backup plan useless, forcing it to stand idly by, but it had even compelled him to forcibly intervene himself. Indeed, there are some things I must tell you. Yuan Kohai's voice suddenly echoed in Shursen's ears, and his expression gradually turned serious. Chapter 82, The Curtain Falls and the Power of Words. The words Yuan Kohai whispered to Shursen bore little relation to the Young family affair at hand. Moreover, Yuan Kohai had no intention of rescuing the Young family members. His keen senses had already picked up every word exchanged between Li Chang and Shursen. Since Shursen had agreed to target only the ringleader, Yuan Kohai certainly wouldn't provoke Shursen's displeasure over scum like Yang Du and Yang Wenhua. Besides, he truly couldn't defeat Shursen at present. Did they truly think the combat prowess of the divine intent realm was a joke? The words that had caused Shursen's expression to grow increasingly grave were spoken by Yuan Kohai without the slightest hesitation. Shursen pondered for a moment, let out a soft sigh, and slowly said, "Then the matter concerning the Yang family is settled. Yang Du and Yang Wenhua must die. As for the rest, I'll leave their punishment to you, Minister Yuan." Understood. I guarantee their punishment will satisfy you. Yuan Kohai nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting the fate of Yang Du and the others. The world had changed dramatically. The authorities had long begun researching new laws, gradually lifting restrictions on martial artists. Shursen's case could serve as a precedent, setting a strong example for the implementation of these new regulations. If underhanded tactics forced martial artists into ambushes, and those ambushed possessed overwhelming power to crush all opposition, then the ambushers would be left for the martial artists to deal with themselves. Seeing Yuan Kohai offer no support, Yang Du and his companion paled. An inexplicable dread welled up within them, and they crawled tearfully toward Shursen. "Master Shursen, show mercy and spare us. We still have value. Gangchi realm practitioners are scarce in Central Capital now. Let us serve as your vanguard, offering our final strength to Great Xia." Yang Du wept bitterly. He had nearly reached the edge of the sky riding realm, his lifespan extended before him. He refused to die now. If you'd known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You're just asking for trouble. Old Wu stood up too, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Yang Du. His injuries had been treated by Shursen, and the bleeding had completely stopped. Though his body was covered in wounds, he could move slightly. Shursen turned to Old Wu, confirming he was out of immediate danger. Without even glancing back at Yang Du, that utterly repulsive man, he planted his feet firmly. Put! Yang Du's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his caved-in chest. Though a martial artist's body, fortified by Gangchi, was vastly stronger than that of an ordinary person, such injuries were generally not fatal to them. Yet the force Shursen had unleashed had already pierced through Yang Du's entire body, completely shattering his internal organs. Such injuries would be beyond even Hua Tuo's ability to heal, were he to return to life. You're ruthless. Yang Du coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. With his final, venomous gaze fixed on Shursen, he seemed to wish that the man who had shattered all his hopes would meet a terrible end. More and more martial artists arrived at the square, drawn by the news. Upon witnessing Yang Du's gruesome death, not a single voice rose in protest. Instead, a chorus of cheers quietly filled the air. These individuals had rushed here upon hearing the news of the Young family's impending downfall at the hands of a powerful figure, all to witness the Young family's destruction with their own eyes. The flushed faces and expressions of pure satisfaction among the martial artists made it painfully clear just how much evil the Young family had wrought in central capital. Even a good-for-nothing second-generation heir like Yang Ding could run rampant with impunity, let alone the true leaders of the Young family, who were the architects of all this corruption. Yang Wenhua, who had witnessed the brutal death of his own second master, seemed to have lost his soul. He muttered incessantly, his words incomprehensible. From the beginning, when he and the second young master had been full of ambition, scheming against Shursen and plotting to trample over his corpse to gain glory in central capital, to now being utterly crushed by Shursen, with his own life about to become nothing more than bones in a grave through this roller coaster of events, Yang Wenhua's heart had long since shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. He could no longer hold on to his self-awareness, his thoughts becoming utterly chaotic. Upon noticing this state, Shursen showed no pity. Though not the mastermind, Yang Wenhua had played a significant role in plotting against him and had even personally attempted to kill Taoying. However, since Yang Wenhua hadn't attacked him, Shursen relinquished the authority to deal with him to Taoying. Everything would be decided by Taoying. Knowing full well I wore military uniform, you feigned ignorance and attacked with murderous intent. Every strike aimed to take my life. Under such circumstances, I cannot spare you. Taoying enumerated Yang Wenhua's crimes. In this wartime state, any martial artist daring to strike a soldier deserved death. Without hesitation, Taoying swung her massive axe, cleanly severing Yang Wenhua's head. He joined Yang Du on his journey to the afterlife. Most of the martial artists watching the spectacle had experienced life and death battles against demonic beasts. They were accustomed to the bloody scene before them, though they couldn't help but lament that this single battle had claimed the lives of 3 Gangchi realm martial artists on the spot. For the Great Xia Empire, this was hardly good news. Numerous demonic beasts were still fiercely assaulting the 2 defensive lines. Were it not for the Godslayer barrier restraining their power, the current firepower alone would likely be insufficient to withstand their relentless onslaught. Every Gangchi realm warrior on the front lines played an indispensable role. Equipped with advanced weaponry, they could save countless firepower strongholds from imminent collapse. Now, 3 Gangchi realm warriors had perished without accomplishing anything. While they deserved their fate, the others still felt a deep sense of regret. With events unfolding to this point, 3 ringleaders of the Yang family had been executed on the spot, while the remaining 7 suffered severe injuries. They would soon be taken away by Yuan Kohai for further punishment. Shursen emerged triumphant from this expedition against the Yang family. Not only had he eliminated a schemer like Yang Du, but this battle had also cemented his reputation and established his foothold in central capital. This was crucial for Shursen. His journey to central capital wasn't solely about seizing opportunities in the ancient ruins, it was also to secure greater influence within the Great Xia Empire. While he harbored no ambitions to replace the Grand Elder, having his own voice in major decisions was indispensable. The simplest example was determining how to deal with certain cancerous factions. Though the Yang family was counted among Zhongjing's 4 great families, their influence was limited to the gradually rising martial arts factions. In reality, the true power in the Great Xia lay with the major conglomerates and financial tycoons. In certain matters, even the Grand Elder Chen Xingshan had to consult their opinions to smoothly implement policies. The Yang family was merely a frog splashing about in a pond. In the vast ocean of the Great Xia Empire, those conglomerates were the true man-eating sharks. This matter is settled. The rest is in your hands. Minister Yuan? Shursen looked up at Yuan Kohai, who remained suspended midair. The ageless sage master's face was perpetually veiled in a thin mist, obscuring his true expression. Yuan Kohai seemed reluctant to witness the human race tearing itself apart. Only after Shursen spoke did he slowly open his eyes, replying noncommittally, Colonel Shur, you may depart with peace of mind. Your female disciple appears to be in poor condition. You should return promptly to seek treatment. Should you require assistance from the Jinwu department, have Tian Yun come find me at any time. Then I'll take your advice. If I truly can't handle this, I might just have to seek Minister Yuan's aid. Shursen smiled indifferently, motioning for Taoying to carry the still unconsciously Inga as they prepared to leave. Shursen, the Yang family has already paid with 3 lives for their actions. Now, how do you intend to account for this to the Yang family? Chapter 83, The Yang Family's Tomb Guardian, the 9 Extreme Sword God. Above the Yang family's gate, a figure clad in blue robes and holding a long sword upside down stood abruptly, its presence revealed only now. Its voice was deep yet resonant, its tone devoid of any discernible emotion, neither sorrow nor joy. It's him. He's here. The Yang family's tomb guardian, the legendary sword god. Wow. The real show is just beginning. The martial artists, who had been preparing to leave, burst into shouts upon recognizing the figure, their voices filled with excitement. The 9 Extremes Sword God? Sen looked up. Bathed in sunlight, the figure appeared ethereal, as if not of this world. This dramatic entrance, bathed in light and shadow, instantly rubbed Sen the wrong way. Why the hell did every Sky Realm cultivator insist on standing high above everyone else? Didn't they want to connect with the common folk? You want me to explain? Ha! Your young family started this mess from the very beginning. Now I've taken up the challenge and won by strength. And you expect me to apologize? How come the Yang family breeds nothing but arrogant jerks? Sen retorted irritably. I don't care. Burp. The man belched, his body swaying as he toppled straight down from the doorway. Ugh. Sen watched the 9 Extremes Sword God struggle to his feet, utterly exasperated. This guy was just like in his past life, a complete, shameless drunkard. Yuan Kohai witnessed the scene and couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Yang Zun, can you please quit drinking? What? I haven't been drinking. Where's the alcohol? Don't make things up, I swear I haven't touched a drop. Yang Zun shuddered at Yuan Kohai's voice and immediately protested. Minister Yuan, is this guy really at the Sky Riding Realm? Sen asked, feeling utterly exasperated. A man like Yang Zun was probably one of a kind in the entire Great Xia Empire. From various hearsay in his past life, Sen had some understanding of him. He wasn't from the main branch of the Yang family but belonged to a distant, obscure side branch, having lived in the mountains since childhood. By chance, a deceased elder of exceptionally high standing within the Yang family discovered his extraordinary innate talent for sword cultivation. Overjoyed, the elder brought Yang Zun out of the mountains that very night, allowing him to acknowledge his ancestral lineage and join the elder's branch, recognizing the elder as his grandfather. At that time, Yang Du was merely a martial arts instructor teaching boxing in a martial arts academy, receiving less than 1/10,000th of the attention Yang Zun received. While showered with favor, Yang Zun lived up to his prodigious reputation. After 10 years of sword training, he emerged to defeat every opponent under heaven, earning the revered title of 9 Extremes Sword God. That year, he was 19. Yet what plunged that Yang family elder into despair was that from that day forward, Yang Zun abandoned himself to hedonism. He sank into a life of drinking and revelry, never once touching the ancient sword that had accompanied him for a decade. No matter how the Yang family pleaded, Yang Zun paid no heed, continuing his reckless ways until the clan lost all faith in him. Even in his decadent state, Yang Zun's prowess still secured him the top rank within the clan. The Yang family dared not harbor ill will toward him. After the elder's death, they merely banished him to the ancestral home. There, he spent his days in the company of his forebears, occasionally tending to the graves during his leisure hours. Over time, Yang Zun earned the title of the Yang family's graveyard keeper. Sen knew full well that, given Yang Zun's temperament, he must have long disapproved of Yang Du and the others' actions. Yet he was simply too indolent. Even though his seniority could have crushed Yang Du and his clique, Yang Zun refused to lift a finger to meddle in their affairs. But why he had appeared now, demanding an explanation from Sen, was something Sen found hard to fathom. Yang Zun, the matter with the Yang family has been settled. Don't go sticking your neck out and inviting trouble, Yuan Kohai advised, torn between laughter and exasperation. Yang Zun lifted his drunken head, his handsome face still flushed with residual drunkenness. He belched again and replied lazily, no way. The old man told me to look after the Yang family. This guy killed one of our people today. He owes me an explanation. Fine. What kind of explanation do you want? I'll give it to you, Sen chuckled. Hearing this, Yang Zun's eyes lit up instantly. His drunkenness vanished completely, and he sprang to his feet. You mean it? Absolutely. Very well. If you can withstand this sword strike of mine, all grievances between you and the Yang family will be severed cleanly, no further entanglements. Yang Zun's face flushed with excitement as he couldn't resist flicking the hilt of his long sword. The crisp ring echoed through the crowd. Sen vaguely guessed why Yang Zun was so insistent on fighting him, likely to demonstrate his stance. He had shown the Yang family every kindness and duty. Even though the Yang family had wronged him first, publicly humiliating him, he had sided with them regardless of right or wrong, forcing Sen to respond. This was his way of repaying the Yang family for their cultivation. Soon, Yang Zun's expression grew grave as his chi surged wildly within him. Channeling the 9 extreme sword technique's unique energy flow through the ancient sword in his hand, he manifested a different form than Yang Wanawai's dragon forged from the ultimate Yin sword energy. Gifted from childhood, Yang Zun had mastered 9 distinct sword techniques, each embodying a different elemental attribute. Ultimate Yin and Yang, light and dark, the 5 elements these formed the core of the Yang family's 9 extreme sword technique. Even those with some talent could typically master only one primary attribute, supplementing it with 2 secondary attributes for combat versatility. Yet Yang Zun cultivated all 9 attributes simultaneously, refining them to an extraordinary degree. On his ancient sword, 9 distinct hues of light flickered in and out of view, while a dragon-like sword aura occasionally manifested, leaving the surrounding martial artists utterly mesmerized. The 9 extreme sword technique was originally reserved for ancient sages or their direct descendants. Only those with sufficient aptitude could cultivate it. Now, the Yang family, overestimating their capabilities, insist on passing it down as their ancestral art. This forces their disciples to choose just one attribute to practice, losing most of its power. Even martial artists of the same rank from ordinary families can easily defeat them. An elderly martial artist among the onlookers sighed with regret. He appeared to be from another prominent clan, well versed in the Yang's hidden secrets. Old master, what about Yang Zun? His sword technique seems entirely different from the other 9 Veins masters. The young man beside the veteran warrior couldn't help but ask. Delighted to have an audience for his ramblings, the elder warrior nodded his head solemnly, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. Ah, that's where your knowledge falls short. That young family Toon Guardian is a sword genius born once in a millennium. Long before the spiritual energy revival, he cultivated to the Gangchi realm through daily practices of swallowing dawnlight and exhaling evening mist. With his innate sword-intent physique, he shattered the limitations imposed on us martial artists by the age of declining martial arts. He comprehended the path that unites all 9 attributes within himself. Yang Zun, he's a true prodigy. So you're saying Yang Zun, like those ancient sages, cultivated the complete 9 extreme sword technique? Heh, you bet. The group of young disciples around the old warrior whose family lineages were too recent to know such secrets all gasped in astonishment. They now had a deeper understanding of Yang Zun, the Yang family's Toon Guardian hailed as the 9 extreme sword god. Shursen allowed Yang Zun's 9 extreme sword technique to fully build its momentum. He understood this was a signal Yang Zun was sending him. Such prolonged sword technique preparation was meant to give him time to prepare a nod to the ancient gentleman's way of contesting with reason and justification. If he dared to dawdle like this in the presence of demonic beasts or deities, forget about Yang Zun being merely at the sky-riding realm. Even if he had broken through to the strength of a 9th-tier martial artist, he'd still be dead. Chapter 84, The Fall of the Yang Clan and the Arrival of Fengchun Group. The sword strike Yang Zun unleashed fused his lifetime of cultivation, a strike that could truly be called transcending the sky-riding realm and reaching the divine intent realm. Alas, both Yang Zun and Shursen knew deep down that this strike would have no effect whatsoever. Yang Zun had deeply studied his family's 9 extreme sword formation, constantly seeking ways to reduce its activation requirements. He knew full well how devastating this formation could be when channeled by 9 Gangchi realm martial artists united. At the very least, even he dared not confront the core's sharpness head-on. Yet Shursen had shattered the formation with a single punch in direct combat, a feat that spoke volumes. Thus, under the expectant gazes of countless martial artists, Shursen merely flicked his finger and Yang Zun's most formidable strike was instantly shattered. Clang! The crisp sound rang out once more, the crack of a sword snapping in two. Alright, I'm no match for you. Game over. Without a trace of defeat, Yang Zun bluntly declared the outcome before leaping into the air and vanishing from sight. Shursen was left speechless. This guy truly marched to the beat of his own drum, not even bothering to finish the act of dying for the Yang family. What the hell was that about, just bolting like that? Forget it. No point dwelling on him. Now that the Yang family has lost Yang Du, their pillar of strength, they won't be stirring up any more trouble. This anticlimactic conclusion left the many martial artists who had hoped for a thrilling showdown utterly disappointed. Yet they weren't fools, most vaguely sensed Yang Zun's true intentions. After a brief commotion, the crowd, finding no further spectacle, gradually dispersed. In this era of reviving spiritual energy, anyone aspiring to rise in the grand world wouldn't waste a moment, especially martial artists. As for Shursen, he had agreed with Yuan Kohai to first tend to his injured disciples and friends before they would meet again. The matter discussed earlier still required their careful consideration. The Yang residents lay in utter disarray after the crowd dispersed, yet the Yang family members could only swallow their bitterness and silently clean up the mess. The bodies of the deceased Yang Du and his 2 companions were carried back to their respective homes by wailing relatives. The ancestral Yang residence would certainly not be turned into a funeral hall for 3 criminals. Their final rites could only be conducted within their own homes. Within the ancestral home, Yang Zun quietly took his seat at the head of the table. This seat had once been within his grasp, yet he had scorned it. Though the Yang family held a reputation within Zhongjing's martial circles, martial artists were ultimately declining in the age of decline. That so-called prestige was nothing more than the Yang family's self-amusement behind closed doors. In the vast expanse of central capital, the Yang family was viewed by some as nothing more than a house of traitors. And indeed, that was precisely how the Yang family had behaved. This was why Yang Zun had chosen to abandon everything and retreat to the ancestral hall for secluded cultivation. He was a collateral descendant brought in by elders from outside, lacking any foundational support within the main lineage. Even had he ascended to the position of clan head, he would have ultimately faced the predicament of having no one to rely on. The current situation, however, was vastly superior. The Yang family had been brutally crushed by Senator, the current clan head, and 2 powerful branch leaders had perished in the battle. The remaining 7 branch leaders had been forcibly conscripted by Yuan Kohai as laborers, their fate uncertain. With the Yang family's upper echelons wiped out, the ordinary clan members below were filled with fear and anxiety. This was the perfect moment for Yang Zun, a Sky Realm martial artist of such stature that he could be revered as an ancestor in his generation, to take control of the Yang family and cultivate his own loyal followers. This seat is no easy one to occupy, Yang Zun sighed with a bitter smile. The main branch of the Yang family, along with its direct descendants, numbered several thousand. Excluding half who were elderly, women, or children, the rest had trained in martial arts since childhood to strengthen their bodies. As the saying goes, the poor pursue scholarship while the wealthy pursue martial arts. Relying solely on the Yang family's own holdings to support the resources needed for everyone to train in martial arts was nothing short of a pipe dream. That was precisely why Yang Du had willingly betrayed the central capital to serve a super conglomerate. When the conglomerate's high command launched operational plans, he dispatched countless elite young disciples to provide security and support. This was the price paid for the conglomerate's massive financial backing of the Yang family. The proud and ambitious Yang Zun certainly had no desire to continue as a traitor. His Sky Realm cultivation base gave him ample confidence to stand against the super conglomerate. Just as Yang Zun pondered the Yang family's future, two uninvited guests arrived at the family's courtyard plaza. The Yang family members still cleaning up the battlefield had long noticed these strangers. Younger members, seething with pent-up anger, assumed they had come to gawk at the spectacle and immediately tried to confront them only to be firmly restrained by the elders beside them. Are you blind? They're wearing Fengcheng Group's standard combat uniforms, the elder's hushed voice carried both anger and fear. The young man recoiled in shock, quickly retreating behind the elder and daring not to speak up again. Fengcheng Group was the powerful ally the Yang family had latched onto, yet they had always treated the Yang family coldly. It was rumored that even when Yang family members went there to help, they were only given menial tasks, while important matters were handled by Fengcheng Group's own trained personnel. This wasn't to prevent the Yangs from accessing secrets, but simply because they were deemed too weak to handle anything else. After all, Fengcheng Group's headquarters still stood atop Fengming Mountain, dozens of kilometers outside Zhongjing City. They had weathered the beast-tide assault solely through their own strength. Beyond their staggering stockpile of weapons, they possessed far more martial artists than ordinary people, and these practitioners were vastly stronger. As for the Fengcheng guards qualified to wear combat uniforms, every single one was elite among elites. Not only did they possess martial cultivation at least at the Gangxi realm, but they also received proprietary potions developed by Fengcheng Group to enhance their physical bodies. Compared to martial artists of the same rank, their strength was simply incomparably greater. These were lessons learned through the blood of some short-sighted martial artists from Central Capital. The two Phoenix City guards paid no heed to the young man's rashness, nor did they spare a glance for the trembling Yang family members cowering nearby. They strode straight across the square, heading toward the Yang family ancestral residence. Looks like we're a step too late, one of the guards remarked. Didn't Yang Do always keep the price of their so-called 9 extreme sword formation rock solid, refusing to budge on selling it to us? Now it seems not selling it was a blessing. At least we won't die cluelessly in the wilds against high-tier demon beasts relying on their junk. The other guard's face was icy cold, his tone unfriendly. Enough. They're dead. What's the point of dwelling on it? The most important thing now is to strike a new deal with the Yang family. The company recently discovered another small, damaged relic site. We're short on manpower, and these quick-trained fighters from the Yang family would be perfect for the job. That's all they're good for. What a bunch of useless trash. Yang Du was the worst of the lot, had to go mess with that Shursen guy. Ended up stepping on others to climb the ladder but failed miserably and lost his life instead. Now we have to make another trip because of him. Damn it. If the company wasn't pushing so hard, I'd go kill that Shursen myself. Don't complicate things. If he could break Yang Du's 9 extreme sword formation, it proves Shursen has some real skill. Company business comes first. Once we're done, you can do whatever you want. Alright, let's go. Time to meet that 9 extreme sword god. Chapter 85, The Lost Realm Discovered by Fengcheng Group. Fengcheng Group? Shursen's slightly puzzled voice echoed through the Jinwu department head's office. Yuan Kohai nodded. The diversionary tactic employed by the Yang family to distract Shursen had ultimately succeeded, and Shursen had accepted his invitation to discuss urgent matters here. This Fengcheng Group originated from a multinational corporation. Due to their advanced expertise in the biological field and their willingness to establish key laboratories near Zhongjing, the Grand Elder specially approved Fengcheng Group to form their own security force. The conditions were that all personnel must be recruited from retired veterans of the Great Xia, and strict restrictions were imposed on firearms. Even so, Fengcheng Group gradually grew into a colossal entity, becoming increasingly brazen under the protection of Great Xia's laws. At this point, Yuan Kohai suddenly seemed to recall something, letting out an inexplicable chuckle before continuing. These are all lingering issues from the past. Let's set that aside for now. The ancient ruins I mentioned earlier, those that surfaced prematurely due to a damaged formation, were first discovered by Fengcheng Group's exploration team. Their immediate instinct was to suppress the news. But nearly all team members were veterans of our Great Xia. How could they possibly conceal something so crucial? So, after passing through multiple channels, news of the Relic Realm reached the Grand Elder. He personally ordered our Jinwu division to assemble a group of exceptionally powerful martial artists to excavate the relic realm alongside Fengcheng Group. All gains except for written manuals like cultivation techniques, which require backup copies, would belong to the martial artists themselves. But will the Fengcheng Group allow official personnel to enter safely? Shirsen's mind gradually recalled memories of this group, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yuan Kohai's lips twitched slightly. His tone was calm yet brimming with confidence. They're terrified that the Great Xia Empire will come after them. How dare they obstruct official personnel? Do they truly believe the Jinwu division's blade is dull? Were it not for the Grand Elder considering Fengcheng Group's effective relief of Zhongjing's pressure from the beast tide, their concealment of the ancient ruins discovered on Great Xia's soil would have been sufficient to erase Fengcheng Group from existence entirely. Yuan Kohai shifted his tone, his distant gaze shifting to Senator. It seemed directed at Fengcheng Group, yet also carried a subtle warning. Cooperation brings mutual benefit. Refuse it, and Great Xia still possesses the power to overturn the table. Fengcheng Group may appear formidable, but in truth, it is fragile and easily crushed. Minister Yuan needn't speak in riddles. I remain a colonel of the Great Xia, with red blood still flowing through my veins. There are things I cannot do, nor will I permit others to do. Shirsen smiled calmly. In his previous life, he had fought and bled for the Great Xia for a full decade. Now, his original resolve remained unshaken. How could the expansion of his own power sway him? Colonel Shir truly understands the greater good. That's excellent. Yuan Kohai extended his hand to Senator. The two men clasped hands firmly, sealing their agreement. After all, Shirsen's current power was sufficient to overturn Zhongjing. Yuan Kohai's cautious probing was entirely reasonable. Though the Great Xia Empire, unlike certain nations, did not harbor deep-seated suspicion toward every powerful individual who posed a threat to its existence, a figure like Shirsen, a fourth-tier Gangchi martial artist capable of directly confronting a sixth-tier opponent, still demanded the most basic vigilance. Next, Yuan Kohai shared the official intelligence currently available on the ruined realm with Shirsen. In truth, even Fengcheng Group possessed limited knowledge of this particular relic realm. However, the government's advantage lay in its vast collection of ancient texts documenting such realms, from which they could glean fragments of insight into their mysteries. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket. Even if the origins of this relic realm were confirmed and the life of its creator uncovered, it offered little practical aid to martial artists entering it. After all, so many years had passed that the realm's formations had inevitably shifted with time. Relying on rigid, literal interpretations would yield little gain within the ruins. It would only increase the risk of being trapped and killed by its myriad traps. The ancient texts reveal that the sages of the Great Xia Empire were hardly benevolent souls. Their hands were stained with more blood than any executioner's. Therefore, those selected to enter the ruins must first possess extraordinary strength, increasing their chances of surviving the myriad traps and formations within. Only then can they bring back their gains to Great Xia, benefiting all of humanity. Based on the aura emanating from this ancient relic, the old scholars of the Jinwu department confidently concluded it was a minor relic. It barred entry to any martial artist beyond the Gangchi realm and could only accommodate 30 people at a time. Exceeding this limit would trigger the relic's protective formation, instantly killing everyone. It was an utterly merciless annihilation. Even Shirsen had no guarantee he could survive it. However, Director Yuan, I believe I may need an additional martial artist slot this time. Shirsen suddenly recalled that Taoing had also reached the Gangchi realm and casually added. Such a simple request was naturally not refused by Yuan Kohai. Even if Shirsen hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have passed up the opportunity to bring Taoing, a Western continent soldier who was considered a powerhouse even among those at the Gangchi realm. Receiving the affirmative reply, Shirsen made no further delay. His beloved disciple, Lianga, still lay unconscious in her hospital bed. It was time to go see her. At the Yang family ancestral home, Yang Zun sat seething in the seat of honor. His clenched fists opened and closed repeatedly, yet he remained unable to resolve himself to eliminate those two Fengcheng Group guards. He could only watch helplessly as the pair finished their show of bravado before him, pointing and gesturing, then sailed away. After a long silence, Yang Zun couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for grandfather's dying wish that I protect the Yang family and prevent it from splitting into multiple branches due to insufficient resources for cultivation, I would have pierced those two scumbags through the heart with a single sword thrust. The purpose of these two Fengcheng guards was to pressure the Yang family into dispatching a large contingent of disciples once more. They sought assistance in mapping the outer perimeter of that ancient ruin site, aiming to gather more intelligence about the ruins. This would help Fengcheng Group secure better inheritance or resources during their joint exploration with the authorities. Of course, the guards' entire exchange with Yang Zun was far from amicable. Or rather, they had threatened him from the outset by cutting off the Yang family's resource supply, forcing Yang Zun, a fifth-tier sky-riding realm cultivator, to agree to such an outrageous demand. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of probing the outer reaches of a relic realm. Yet, until the Yang family could secure new resources, they remained dependent on the Fengcheng Group and could not afford to completely sever ties. Yang Zun could only swallow his humiliation and bide his time, waiting for the right moment to sever ties with the Fengcheng Group. The immediate priority is to leverage Fengcheng Group's resources to cultivate a new generation of core members for the Yang family. We needn't consider those from the Wenzi generation anymore. We should focus more on the younger members within the clan. Chapter 86, The Peril of the Western Continent. Inside the Jinwu Department's affiliated hospital, Liinga was beating her chest in regret over missing the chance to witness her master, Shursen, utterly crush the Yang family. Inga, don't dwell on it too much. After all, Master Shur will be staying in Central Capital for the foreseeable future. There will be plenty of opportunities to witness his formidable power firsthand. Tao Ying found Shursen's young apprentice utterly endearing. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, she continued to console her. Liinga's lips curled downward, her displeasure evident. Sigh. I guess I'll have to console myself that way. But Ingjia, could you tell me about my master's heroic deeds in the Western continent? Tao Ying nodded with a smile. She actually envied this young girl, Liinga, who, by a stroke of luck, had caught Shursen's eye and truly become his disciple, one he recognized. Unlike those who had known Shursen in the Western continent, though they practiced the martial classics and meditation techniques he had left behind, without Shursen's explicit approval, they could only respectfully address him as Master Shur and not casually call him Master. The Great Xia civilization had never been severed, and its master-disciple relationships were governed by strict conventions. As long as Shursen hadn't formally accepted them as disciples, they could never utter the word master. This was the rule everyone had to abide by. After a silent sigh, Tao Ying composed herself and began recounting Shursen's deeds in the Western continent with a thread of reverence. However, regarding Shursen's identity as a reincarnated individual, Tao Ying had relied on a method specifically devised by Qin Tiancheng to cover it up. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain how someone who had been an ordinary student just moments before could suddenly become a formidable warrior who stood atop the martial arts world, towering over the Great Xia. Even as Shursen entered the hospital room, Tao Ying's narration continued, now reaching the climactic moment where Shursen had slain the monstrous Tao Tai in a fit of rage. Though Tao Ying had only learned of this incident from members of the mobile squad and lacked many details, even so, the two patients lying in the hospital beds, Liinga and Old Wu, listened with rapt attention. Master! Liinga's bed faced the doorway, allowing her to spot Shursen the moment he entered. She cried out in delighted surprise. Master Shur! Lao Wu and Tao Ying called out in unison, leaving Shursen looking utterly bewildered. How did he suddenly earn the title Master Shur? What's going on with you two? Shursen asked, puzzled. Whether in his past life or present one, he had always been of common birth. He wasn't particularly familiar with the long-standing, customary rules that had been passed down in the Great Xia Empire. Seeing Shursen's expression, Tao Ying immediately explained, and Shursen nodded repeatedly as he listened. The reason for addressing someone as master was that one had learned something from them and held them in sincere admiration. Therefore, regardless of whether one had formally become their disciple, one could still use the title master. Shursen absolutely deserved this title in their eyes. In fact, if he wished, Old Wu and Tao Ying could kneel before him right then and there, offering tea as a token of their devotion, eager to become his devoted disciples. But Shursen had no desire to found a school. Taking Liinga as a disciple earlier had been purely out of shared passion and an extraordinary connection. Alright, call me whatever you like, it's no big deal, Shursen chuckled after understanding the situation. Tao Ying, what brings you to Zhongjing this time? Judging by the timing, you must have set out shortly after I left? Ah. Recalling the hardships of the journey and the tragic deaths of his comrades, Tao Ying couldn't help but sigh deeply. Master Shur, according to protocol, the message we're delivering to Zhongjing is classified and shouldn't be shared with others. However, Old Qin instructed us that if we found your whereabouts in Zhongjing, we could tell you everything without adhering to the confidentiality regulations. Oh. Then what exactly is it? Shursen's interest was piqued. Based on his memories from his previous life, nothing major should have happened in the western region that would require urgent dispatch to the capital. Two matters. First, the White Elephant Kingdom, disregarding the lives of its own citizens, has forcibly stationed 300,000 troops along the border, intending to invade our Great Xia. By the time I departed, minor skirmishes had already erupted, resulting in casualties. Furthermore, according to military intelligence, the presence of divine apostles has been detected within the White Elephant Kingdom's forces. Tao Ying's tone grew heated. The White Elephant Kingdom's actions were undoubtedly disrupting the hard-won restoration of order in the Western continent, forcing the construction of the massive city meant to house all survivors to a halt. Shursen rested his chin in his hand. The very thing he feared most had indeed come to pass. His intervention as a reincarnated individual had gradually altered West Continent's history, steering it toward an increasingly unclear trajectory. Still, this was not the main concern. Judging by White Elephant Kingdom's current actions, they were primarily testing the waters. Launching a major war under Blue Star's current circumstances remained difficult, even if the White Elephant Kingdom had likely pledged its entire nation to the divine beings. There was no doubt about it, this bizarre maneuver wasn't the first time for the White Elephant Kingdom. Shursen had already experienced it once in his previous life, so he was mentally prepared. It seems unlikely to erupt into war just yet. What about the second matter? Shurisan pressed on. A deity has descended upon the western continent. What? Sising, are you certain it's a deity? Tao Ying's words exploded like a grenade in the hospital room. Lianga and Old Wu both gaped in utter shock. The very land of Shizhou, shrouded by the god-slaying barrier, had witnessed the emergence of a deity. Did this mean the grand formation activated by the ancient sages of Daxia burning their last remnants of soul had now lost its power? No need to panic. It hasn't reached that stage yet. That so-called deity is likely just a projection, sent to probe the limits of the god-slaying barrier. Shurisan's calm voice finally steadied their nerves. After all, this was a god who regarded all living things as mere straw dogs. The Great Xia Empire was already in a state of chaos, with the 9 provinces fighting among themselves. Under the relentless onslaught of the beast tide, casualties remained alarmingly high. If the last bastion of defense, the god-slaying barrier, were to fail, plunging the Great Xia into a double siege by gods and beasts, they dared not imagine how dire the situation would become. The Great Xia might even face outright annihilation. Fortunately, Tao Ying's subsequent words further reassured the two, while also leaving them in awe of Shurisan's precise foresight. Master Shur is correct. After careful analysis, we've determined that the deity hovering over the western continent doesn't appear to possess a physical form. Its body seems rather ethereal, likely just a projection. However, Tao Ying paused, suddenly overcome by inexplicable excitement. But the moment this so-called deity appeared, an incredibly powerful blade light suddenly split the sky above Mount Yuanshan in the western continent. I don't know how to describe it, but at that moment, nearly half of Manhwa City could clearly see the terrifying blade light. And the deity's avatar vanished into thin air the instant it touched that blade light. After communications with Central Capital were completely severed, I received orders to deliver this message. When I left Manhwa City, many people were already heading toward Mount Yuan, saying they wanted to seek the Sword Saint as their master. The Sword Saint? Shurisan pondered briefly before guessing who the attacker truly was. If it was him, then the title Sword Saint is truly well deserved. Chapter 87, The Rules of the Ruined Realm. That guy's always been obsessed with flashy, superficial stuff. This kind of behavior is actually quite typical of him. Shurisan pondered for a moment before continuing, since he's made his move, it means the foundations of our western continent are no longer hidden away in seclusion. They're finally beginning to reveal themselves to the world. The western continent is safe now. The foundations of the western continent? Tao Ying was puzzled. They'll soon open their doors wide, selecting the most gifted youths from the west continent to become their direct disciples. Then you'll see what kind of sect they truly are. Shurisan didn't elaborate on the origins of this reclusive sect. He knew these fellows thrived on obscurity, emerging only to save the world during the Great Xiao's calamities. Given that, it would be unwise to reveal too much about them prematurely. Master, why are you acting like some riddle master now? Lianga tugged at her hair in frustration. She racked her brain but couldn't fathom what hidden sect could possibly exist in the West Continent. This tormented her, her curiosity burning fiercely. Shurisan shot his disciple a glance but remained silent. Such composure would surely cost her dearly in the future. It seemed she needed some serious tempering. Unaware of the torment Shurisan had in store for her, Lianga muttered under her breath, "Riddlemakers deserve to die." After exchanging pleasantries, Shurisan instructed Lianga and the others to focus on recuperating before leading Tao Ying out the door. With the demonic beasts now invading, the core members of every major faction were fighting for their lives on the front lines against those terrifying creatures. Through battle after battle, they were growing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before the martial artist's strength underwent another astonishing transformation. Shurisan certainly didn't want to fall behind. Even though he now stood at the pinnacle of combat power across the entire Great Xia Empire and even Blue Star, he knew deep down that it wasn't enough, far from it. Moreover, his sudden rise had already significantly impacted the future trajectory of the Western continent. Now, by crushing the Yang family, once a colossal power in Central Capital in its infancy, the city's future development would inevitably diverge from his memories of the past life. In other words, in the mere span of a few dozen days since his rebirth, Shurisan had gradually begun to lose control over the future. The river of time had been diverted into another channel by the flutter of his own butterfly wings. However, the events already destined to occur should remain largely unaffected. I can still seize immense opportunities through them, advancing step by step toward ultimate power. As Shurisan walked along the road, his thoughts churned relentlessly, forging his resolve ever stronger. What he failed to achieve in his past life, he would accomplish in this one. Before long, the two arrived at the dormitory prepared for them by the Jinwu department. Since they were about to set out to explore the small ancient ruins discovered by the Fengcheng group, Shurisan accepted the former Kuchai's kind offer without hesitation. Of course, the dormitory was a single room. Upon entering the sparsely furnished room, which resembled a military barracks more than a dormitory, Shurisan wasted no time. He immediately began explaining the rules governing the ancient ruins to Tao Ying. Though the ancient sages possessed diverse preferences, the rules governing the relic realms they established to preserve their legacies shared striking similarities. Some sages, however, were cold-hearted by nature, viewing ordinary mortals as insignificant. Only prodigies possessing the strongest innate talent and genius among the great Xia human race stood a chance at obtaining opportunities or even inheriting their legacy. Others, inherently benevolent, taught without discrimination. Anyone who entered their relic realms could gain substantial rewards. Yet to truly inherit their legacy, one still requires extraordinary talent and strength. Even one's mindset must align perfectly. Otherwise, the sages would rather sever their lineage than see their lifetime's wisdom buried in obscurity. In short, places like these relic realms hinge entirely on fate. If it's not meant to be, forcing it is sheer folly, a path to certain death. These sages show no mercy, whether to foes or their own kind. Shursen sighed with emotion. Some of his former friends had met tragic ends in certain relic realms, their downfall almost always stemming from greed, the compulsion to seize everything they saw, to claim it all as their own. It was simply impossible. The sages had long since set everything in motion within the ruined realms. What was meant for you would come to you, what was not yours to take would bring about your demise. Don't assume the sages harbored mercy for future generations. They had endured experiences beyond mortal comprehension, long since seeing through the world's illusions. The rules within the ruins, designed to sift out worthy successors, were nothing but repeated traps of death. So you're saying that as long as I enter without greed or grasping, I'll be able to come out safely? Taoing asked. Shursen nodded. Precisely. The sages show considerable tolerance toward descendants who know their place. If you enter, stand still, and wait for the treasures destined for you in the outer layers to come to you. Take them and leave. You will face no danger whatsoever. But most humans granted entry to the relic realm are elite figures in their own right. They won't settle for merely taking the outermost treasures and leaving. They crave more. Taoing felt a strange sense of melancholy at this point. To gain more, one must prepare to face greater dangers. I suppose that's only fair. Who could argue with that? Anyway, Taoing, once you enter the ruins, follow the deepest impulses of your heart. If anything feels off, freeze immediately and wait for the ruins to expel you. Of course, if you never feel a sense of impending crisis, it means you're compatible with this ancient realm. You might even receive the final inheritance. Shursen suddenly recalled a fortunate soul from his past life who had inexplicably stumbled into a vast ancient realm. While everyone else was eliminated, he navigated every perilous trial without incident, reaching the inheritance directly and acquiring all the martial arts techniques and treasures left behind by that magnanimous sage. From that point, he soared to new heights. Within a mere year, he shattered the shackles of the peak 6th tier martial artist realm, broke the divine intent curse, ascended to the 7th tier, and secured his name on the sacred list, consistently ranking among the top 30. Such extraordinary fortune could only be described as being born under a lucky star. Shursen had never before secured opportunities within the ruins so effortlessly. At best, he'd cleared 2 stages before hitting a dead end. After detailing the information about the ruins, Shursen left the dormitory, leaving Taoing alone to ponder it deeply. Walking through the bustling halls of the true martial department, feeling the awe-filled gazes others cast his way, Shursen felt a strange mix of emotions. He made a silent decision and immediately headed toward the office of the former minister of the Sea of Suffering. He knew this path held no turning back. Having recently enjoyed boundless glory, he now faced an even greater challenge, one that could even lead to his downfall. But a true man knows what to pursue and what to avoid. As long as he could aid the great Xia and contribute to the growth of the human race, Shursen was willing to face any danger. Martial Classics, the complete supreme contemplation method. Yuan Kohai, I shall seize your title of Holy Master. I hope you won't blame me. Chapter 88, Yuan Kohai, overwhelmed with excitement. This time, Shursen had come prepared to reveal the martial classics and contemplation method in their entirety to all humanity across the 9 provinces of Great Xia without reservation, through Yuan Kohai's channels. Though this would likely strip Yuan Kohai of his title as Holy Master, Shursen resolved to play the villain who steals another's glory, all to ensure the survival of this research-oriented martial artist who devoted his life to serving the human race. As for the threats that would follow, Shursen cared not a whit. As a reincarnated being, if he couldn't handle even the underhanded tricks of deities, then his past life as an 8th-tier martial artist, famed as the Divine Blood Saint, would have been utterly wasted. Is there something else, Colonel Shur? Yuan Kohai appeared somewhat taken aback by Shursen's sudden return. There are matters of some urgency. I've just decided to be frank with you. Shursen's calm tone only deepened Yuan Kohai's confusion. How significant could this matter be that this prodigiously talented individual, seemingly from a hidden sect, had deliberated so long before deciding to confide in him? Yuan Kohai's expression immediately turned solemn. He tapped the ground lightly, and a small formation was activated by his gale energy. Shursen whistled in admiration. Yuan Kohai was indeed a researcher at heart. To have even partially recreated something as lost as an array formation, a skill beyond the grasp of most martial artists, was remarkable. This is a soundproofing array. It will ensure everything you say remains confined within this office, with absolutely no chance of leakage. Colonel Shur, you may speak freely. Shursen's lack of surprise seemed entirely within Yuan Kohai's expectations. He merely felt a pang of admiration. Geniuses from reclusive sects truly possessed vast knowledge. Perhaps this ancient array he'd recreated was nothing more than commonplace to him. Shur-sen nodded. He had no idea his image in Yuan Kohai's mind was already linked to a prodigy from some secluded sect. Still, his genuine admiration for the soundproofing array was sincere. In his previous life, such things had long been commonplace. Pull any martial artist off the street, and they might be able to lay down a simple formation using formation stones. Unlike Yuan Kohai, who had used an abundance of precious materials, meticulously replicated the array patterns from ancient texts, and required gale energy to activate this soundproofing array. This is a cultivation technique I personally wrote, along with the supreme contemplation method I transcribed from ancient texts. Shur-sen reached into his robe and pulled out 2 small booklets, both written during his spare time after arriving in central capital. Yuan Kohai accepted the booklets and immediately opened the supreme contemplation method. What he saw sent shockwaves through his mind. This is the complete version of the life-bound spirit artifact contemplation method. It perfectly complements the meditation technique I reconstructed from incomplete records. The sect behind Shur-sen. That secluded sect in the Western continent is truly terrifying. To possess even a complete record of such divine techniques is utterly frightening. Yuan Kohai's hand clutching the scroll began to tremble slightly, and his usually impassive face was filled with excitement. Colonel Shur. Is this truly the complete visualization method recorded in the ancient texts? Though he already possessed a certain answer in his heart, Yuan Kohai still couldn't help but look at Shur-sen. Of course. This is the definitive version, the supreme meditation technique that no one can alter in the slightest. Shur-sen's resolute tone only heightened Yuan Kohai's excitement. He didn't know if Shur-sen understood the implications of those words, but he himself understood all too well the butterfly effect it would unleash when every member of the great Xia human race possessed their own life-bound spirit artifact. Already in central capital, low-tier martial artists were toiling outside the city hunting low-tier demon beasts to save money, all to purchase divine weapons capable of piercing the creature's tough hides more effectively. If these warriors could now wield a personal spirit weapon capable of effortlessly shattering demon beast defenses and slaying them outright, Yuan Kohai dared not imagine the terrifying potential they would unleash. The human race of Great Xia would undoubtedly witness a leap in martial strength. This growth would far outpace the evolution of demon beasts adapting to Blue Star's environment and weaponry. This was the crucial weapon determining the very survival of the Great Xia human race. On behalf of the Great Xia government and all its people, I extend our deepest gratitude to Colonel Shur and the enlightened sects behind you for your invaluable contributions. Yuan Kohai abruptly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Shur-sen with profound solemnity. This caught Shur-sen somewhat off guard. The supreme contemplation method was originally painstakingly reconstructed by Yuan Kohai from fragmented ancient texts. It could be said that the bulk of the credit lay with Yuan Kohai. And now, this sage who had blessed the entire human race was paying such profound respect to someone like him, someone who had contributed nothing to the study of visualization techniques and had merely reaped its benefits. How could Shur-sen bear such honor? No, Minister Yuan, please don't do this. If you insist on such formality, I dare not share any more cultivation techniques with you in the future. Shur-sen hurriedly helped Yuan Kohai back to his feet, his face flushing with embarrassment. Colonel Shur truly is a great talent wholly devoted to the human race. It was my presumption. Yuan Kohai detected the sincerity in Shur-sen's words, and admiration for him welled up in his heart. Shur-sen, however, felt his face grow increasingly crimson. To receive such sincere praise from the original author for using his own work, any normal person would find that unbearable. To ease the awkwardness and prevent Yuan Kohai from reading his mind once he regained his composure, Shur-sen quickly shifted the conversation. Perhaps you'd like to examine another cultivation technique, Director Yuan? It's a martial scripture created by an elder who traveled across the vast lands of Daxia, engaging in countless exchanges with martial artists before dedicating his remaining years to its completion. To be perfectly honest, I'm currently cultivating this technique myself. It's truly quite remarkable, low barrier to entry, high ceiling. It might just help many martial artists reach new heights. Hearing Shur-sen's words, Yuan Kohai couldn't help but feel intrigued. He promptly opened another small booklet in his hand. The martial classic contained relatively little text. Though touted as a martial classic, the entire text amounted to no more than a dozen pages, with 80% devoted to the circulation of gangqi. However, it was actually the remaining 20%, the fundamental principles of martial arts, that truly spread the martial canon across the 9 provinces and even made it popular in the Western nations that still existed at the time. Yuan Kohai was now utterly absorbed in the profound mysteries of the martial canon, reaching a state of complete self-forgetfulness. He forgot Shur-sen's presence and even the profound cultivation techniques he practiced himself, immersing himself entirely in the methods of gangqi circulation described within the text. He even forgot that if a martial artist carelessly switched cultivation methods, the consequences ranged from minor damage to meridians and a significant drop in strength to the severe risk of internal energy backfiring, leading to madness and bodily explosion. His sole desire now was to experiment within his own body with the seemingly simple yet profoundly profound martial arts technique meticulously documented by Shursen in the booklet. He was utterly entranced. Ha! Brilliant! This method of circulating gongqi is a direct path to the pinnacle of martial arts, possessing the capacity to encompass all things. It conflicts not at all with my original cultivation technique, granting even those practicing flawed methods a chance at rebirth. Yuan Kohai roared with laughter, his face radiating pure exhilaration. He never imagined that the two booklets Shursen had handed him could shake the very foundations of his own long-cultivated resolve, causing his mind to waver uncontrollably. Chapter 89, Conditions. Yuan Kohai was utterly captivated by the profound mysteries of the martial canon, unaware that one reason for his profound delight and reverence was that this very text had been conceived under his own leadership. He had orchestrated its creation, weaving together the wisdom of dozens of ancient sects across the Great Xia Empire, piece by piece. The martial canon contained every inspiration Yuan Kohai had ever conceived regarding the martial arts, embodying his lifelong pursuit of the martial path. Even though this was his first encounter with the martial canon and his first time practicing it, Yuan Kohai felt an inexplicably high level of affinity with it which was entirely natural. Shursen silently observed Yuan Kohai, utterly absorbed in his martial obsession, his heart filled with profound emotion. The Gale energy within him circulated ceaselessly, responding to his inner thoughts. However, the current pathways of his gangqi differed from those originally recorded in the martial classic. This divergence stemmed from Shursen's increasingly profound understanding of the fundamental principles of martial arts. The pseudo-secret technique, once accessible to all beginners, was gradually transforming into a true secret technique, one perfectly suited to his physique and philosophy. In Shursen's perception, the Gale energy pathways within Yuan Kohai's body felt increasingly familiar, nearly 90% identical to his own. The sage master truly lives up to his name, Shursen marveled inwardly. Upon first encountering the martial scripture, he instantly grasped its essence, even beginning to comprehend its core principles. His Gale energy now flows with a distinct, personal imprint. Shursen held profound admiration for him. As a pure martial warrior, charging into battle was second nature to him. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But to develop an entirely new martial cultivation system from scratch? That was harder than storming the demon god realm right now and slaughtering a few demon gods along the way. After a long while, Yuan Kohai finally snapped out of his trance. Opening his eyes, he looked at Shursen with a complex expression. Colonel Shur. Did you create this earth-shaking, heaven-defying art yourself? The intricate emotions churning within him compelled Yuan Kohai to instinctively use respectful language when addressing Shursen, his junior. There was no other way. The profound mysteries of the martial scripture compelled even Yuan Kohai, who had always held himself in high regard, to utter words of admiration. He had long harbored the ambition to synthesize the strengths of all schools within the Great Xia, creating a supreme martial arts scripture that would belong to himself, to the Great Xia, and to all of humanity. Yet now, a technique worthy of being called the strongest lay before him, catching Yuan Kohai completely off guard. Though he felt no defeat, a deep sense of loss was unavoidable. In this world, there truly existed individuals even more prodigiously gifted than Yuan Kohai himself. Shursen keenly sensed the unusual emotion in Yuan Kohai's demeanor, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could the sage master's Tao heart be on the verge of collapse? If his desire to prematurely reveal the martial canon caused the renowned holy master Yuan Kohai's Tao heart to shatter, leading to his downfall, that would be a disaster of epic proportions. Shursen could only stare intently at Yuan Kohai's subtle expressions, cautiously testing the waters. Perhaps, maybe, it should be me? You brat! Do you think I, Yuan Kohai, lack even this much magnanimity? Yuan Kohai watched Shursen's comical performance and instantly understood, laughing as he scolded him. He was advanced in years now, appearing youthful only because his body had been rejuvenated by the infusion of spiritual energy. Calling Shursen a youngster was hardly unreasonable. Heh, I'm just concerned about your health. You're not like us young folks who can take a hit. If your Tao heart were damaged because of this, I'd be the one at fault. Shursen replied with a laugh. Not at all. It's merely a martial scripture. The techniques I've mastered myself are no less than it. How could I possibly be shaken by it? Shursen, don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Yuan Kohai closed the scroll, his expression serene. The earlier fascination and awe he'd felt upon first glimpsing the martial scripture seemed like nothing more than a fleeting dream. All right. I underestimated you. My mistake. Shursen couldn't be bothered to remove Yuan Kohai's mask of indifference. He continued, setting aside other matters, the reason I chose to present these two cultivation techniques to you is to let you judge whether they possess the caliber to be disseminated throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. What? Yuan Kohai's momentary composure shattered instantly. Upon hearing Shursen's words, he leapt up from his cushion and grabbed Shursen's shoulders. Do you have any idea what you're saying? These two cultivation techniques? No. Even just one of them. If you were willing to trade it with the Great Xia or any major faction, it would instantly elevate you into the most powerful clique in the entire empire. And now you say you want to spread them throughout the entire Great Xia? Do you even realize what you're saying? Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuan Kohai's spittle flew onto Shursen's face. Startled, Shursen jerked his shoulder free from Yuan's grip, hastily wiping his face with his sleeve before stripping off his outer robe and tossing it aside in disgust. Of course I know what I'm saying. Minister Yuan, please control yourself, stop spitting. Yuan Kohai's face flushed crimson, his heart racing in alarm. He never imagined that his Tao heart, cultivated through years of arduous practice, would be breached twice in one day and by a young man barely over 20. Ahem. Well then, since you know what you're doing, I won't stand on ceremony. With that, Yuan Q solemnly tucked both booklets into his robe. Alright then, that's settled. I'll personally oversee the implementation. We'll aim to distribute both cultivation manuals free of charge throughout Zhongjing City within a month and across the entire Great Xia Empire within half a year. Shursen offered no comment. Official intervention would undoubtedly accelerate the process far more than his own gradual promotion. After all, the Great Xia government still commanded immense public trust among the masses. Besides enabling most martial artists to unconditionally trust the government and actively practice the martial classics and supreme contemplation method, this approach would also allow for the timely detection and swift resolution of any hidden issues during dissemination. Attempting to achieve all this through Shursen's efforts alone would yield a success rate approaching zero. You may now state your conditions. As long as they do not threaten the fundamental stability of the Great Xia, I can assure you we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Yuan Kohai said earnestly. Yuan Kohai suspected Shursen had come with some ulterior motive, perhaps seeking resources, or the ancient sacred artifacts passed down through the Great Xia dynasty, or more likely, pursuing the reclusive sect behind him. No one offers favors without an agenda. Yuan Kohai firmly believed this principle and was prepared for Shursen to make outrageous demands. My conditions? Shursen offered a faint smile that sent a chill through Yuan Kohai, who had been watching him intently. Could this guy really be about to make an outrageous demand? Simple. When promoting the martial classics and meditation techniques, you must explicitly state they were created and refined by me, Shursen. What do you say? Not too much to ask, right? Chapter 90, Printing. After seeing Shursen off, Yuan Kohai stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long while. He hadn't expected Shursen's demand to be so straightforward, merely seeking recognition. Fortunately, while the Great Xia government couldn't guarantee much else, promoting Shursen's fame was a trivial matter, utterly effortless. Yuan Kohai deliberately pressed Shursen multiple times, his veiled meaning nearly spilling out, almost begging, "Are you truly satisfied with just this? Nothing else? The Great Xia government could absolutely meet any terms you set." Yet Shursen merely smiled faintly and flatly refused to name any further demands. Such a selfless young man was exceedingly rare, not just now, but even before the descent of the divine realm. Yuan Kohai immediately pledged that he would personally oversee the fulfillment of Shursen's demands, guaranteeing his satisfaction. I can't figure him out. This young man is too mysterious. I can't truly discern what he truly wants. After a moment of silence, Yuan Kohai summoned an assistant waiting outside. Take these 2 manuals to the printing press immediately. Begin production day and night without pause. Within a week, I want to see every citizen of Central Capital holding them in their hands, studying them daily. Yuan Kohai's voice carried an air of absolute authority. As his right-hand man for years, the assistant sensed Yuan Kohai's unwavering resolve. Taking the manuals without even glancing at them, he turned and walked away. Yuan Kohai's style had always been decisive and swift, and this had indirectly influenced his assistant as well. Wait. Remember to note on the front page that these techniques were written and refined by Shursen. Yuan Kohai called his assistant back. After a moment's thought, he added, also, attach Shursen's profile to the title page. Let everyone practicing this technique know exactly who Shursen is. Director, this is the cultivation technique written by Colonel Shursen, the very Shursen who just defeated the Yang family's 10 Gangchi realm martial artists. The assistant could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed. Yes, it's him. Good heavens. Colonel Shur is truly becoming the benchmark for all Zhongjing martial artists. He just crushed the Yang family with overwhelming might, and now he's prepared 2 cultivation techniques to sell to everyone? That's simply incredible. Sell? Yuan Kohai couldn't help but laugh aloud, slapping his forehead in slight exasperation. I've completely lost my bearings. I was so caught up in the marvels of the martial classics and contemplation methods that I forgot to tell you these 2 cultivation techniques are being freely imparted to all humanity by Shursen through Arjun Wu Department's channels. Free? Well. The assistant remained unconvinced, his opinion of Shursen plummeting sharply. After all, he was a prodigious martial artist from a prestigious lineage, possessing far broader horizons than the average person. At first, he'd assumed the manuals in his hands were part of a scheme where Shursen negotiated a price with the department head, and the true martial department would sell them uniformly to make money together. He'd even resolved that once the printing presses started rolling, he'd leverage his position to secure 10 or 8 sets for himself first. After all, if senior brother Shursen was willing to sell it, the technique had to be effective. Even if it didn't work, he could still learn something from it. At worst, he wouldn't lose out. But now the director tells him this is a technique Sin is imparting for free. How ridiculous. Who in their right mind would bother learning a free technique? No martial artist would freely give away their most treasured, profound techniques. Sin's move was probably just a small attempt to boost his reputation. After all, martial artists in Central Capital were multiplying by the day, and the demand for cultivation techniques was skyrocketing. Haven't you seen those scammers peddling techniques on street corners raking in fortunes? The assistant believed Sin was likely targeting those martial artists who, lacking money or influence, had embarked on the martial path thanks to the spiritual energy revival, simply trying to win their favor. All this useless effort, do those people even deserve to be called martial artists? The assistant muttered under his breath as he walked out of the office. Regardless, this was an assignment from the director. No matter how resentful he felt, the assistant dared not neglect his duties. Besides, Sin wasn't someone to mess with. He'd single-handedly nearly wiped out the young family. His strength was terrifying. The assistant had no desire to cross him. Yuan Kohai had long understood this assistant well. Seeing his demeanor, he instantly guessed what was on his mind. But Yuan Kohai saw no need to expose the assistant's thoughts. True talent would shine wherever it landed, and the martial classics were diamonds far more precious than gold. That kid's always looked down his nose at everyone. I wonder what he'll be like once he truly settles down to comprehend the martial canon, Yuan Kohai mused with a touch of teasing in his mind. He then sat back down on his cushion, still needing to carefully absorb some insights regarding the overarching principles within the martial canon. The assistant, clutching the martial manual, soon arrived at the small printing factory built near the true martial department. Thanks to the factory's scale, in this era of divine nations descending, those ancient machines could still operate, while newer machinery containing even a hint of advanced technology had all become scrap metal. Old Ding, start printing these 2 manuals immediately at full capacity. No breaks for 24 hours. Ensure every martial artist in Central Capital receives a copy within 3 days. The assistant approached the current factory director directly, relaying Yuan Kohai's instructions. Ignoring Old Ding's grim expression, the assistant continued, here's some information about the creator. Organize it and print it on the title page. The deadline is far too tight. It's not that I'm shirking responsibility, Old Ding, but this printing plant is only this size. To cover the entire Central Capital in 3 days is simply impossible. Old Ding protested bitterly. Old Ding, you must understand my position. This is a direct order from the minister himself. I have no choice. Alright. I'll make an exception and grant you 1 extra day. 4 days total. Is that acceptable? The assistant feigned reluctance. Hearing this, Old Ding immediately bowed in gratitude. With Zhongjing now under wartime alert, the violent arm of the Jinwu department wielded vastly expanded authority. Yuan Kohai's words carried the weight of an imperial decree. How could Old Ding dare to disobey? Securing an extra day's buffer was already a concession earned through his constant flattery of this assistant. Old Ding dared not ask for more. He took the cultivation technique and turned to walk back into the factory building. The assistant nodded with satisfaction. The minister had set a 1-week deadline for the task, but by the time it reached Old Ding, it had become 4 days. Completing it ahead of schedule was now a certainty. This is how I prove my exceptional abilities. The assistant grinned as he prepared to leave. With the beast tide growing ever more fierce, he had plenty of other tasks to attend to. Why waste time at the printing factory? Hey, wait! Old Ding! A sudden thought flashed through the assistant's mind, and he hurriedly called Old Ding back. Sir, what is it? Old Ding looked utterly bewildered. Here's the thing, remember to add a note on the title page stating that this cultivation technique was revised by Yuan Kohai. No problem. Satisfied with the confirmation, the assistant finally departed. If Sin refuses to share his genuine techniques and insists on peddling trash under his name to deceive people, then don't blame me for pulling a few tricks. Even if it ends up at the minister's desk, I can pin it all on Old Ding. Besides, this is for the minister's own good. He wouldn't just hand me over, would he? Perfect. Chapter 91, Beast Tide. After leaving Yuan Kohai's office, Sin first visited Liinga again. This disciple's mental issues seemed far more severe than her physical injuries. Sin summoned Old Wu, whose injuries were now largely stabilized, and after learning the full details about Liinga, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her background was undeniably tragic. The calamity that befell the Li family held many peculiarities in his eyes, but the events had unfolded too long ago to make any headway. Fundamentally resolving Liinga's dual personality disorder seemed unrealistic. Fortunately, Liinga was in good spirits now, with Taoying by her side. She chattered incessantly, asking question after question, leaving Taoying nearly overwhelmed. After dismissing Old Wu, Sin stood by the window outside the hospital room, his mind racing with thoughts. Since his rebirth, dozens of days had passed. Every step he took now felt solid and grounded. His martial cultivation had reached the 4th-tier Gangxi realm, while his physique, after devouring and assimilating several 5th-tier demon beasts with demon god bloodlines, had directly advanced to the entrance to the microcosm realm. His overall strength was now comparable to that of an ordinary 6th-tier Divine Realm martial artist. Yet Shursen knew all too well that his current strength, though formidable on the surface, was still far from sufficient. Not only had the prodigies from the various secluded sects within the Great Xia Empire yet to make their move, but even those exceptionally gifted individuals in the central capital were nearing the 6th tier. If it came down to a life or death battle with Shursen, those few might not be much weaker than him. At the very least, they could easily escape with their lives. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical scenario. Unlike suicidal clans like the Yangs, Shursen wouldn't go around provoking others like a madman just to prove his strength. The enemies of the Great Xia Empire remain the demonic beasts furiously assaulting its defenses, and the great deities of the nations on Blue Star who stand resolutely in opposition. Shursen's battles against men were solely to purify the internal environment of Great Xia, making it more conducive to the growth of new martial artists. Now, the Yang clan was on the brink of collapse. Among the 9 clan heads and the clan leader, some were dead, others conscripted into forced labor. Aside from Yang Zun, the 9 extreme sword god who remained loyal to humanity and steadfast in his principles, not a single martial artist at the Qi realm remained. More scum families and cancerous corporations would be eradicated one by one under Shursen's purge. The Yang family was merely the beginning. Those scum who killed so many geniuses, wait until I crush every last one of you. Shursen vowed once more. Even if countless martial artists failed to comprehend his actions, and even if the authorities themselves stood against him, he would not waver. This was the oath sworn by Shursen, the Great Xia's vanguard general and divine blood spear saint from the moment of his rebirth. Pulling his thoughts back, Shursen found himself oddly unsettled by the sudden idleness. He drifted away from the true martial department and headed straight for the defensive lines outside Zhongjing City. The demon beast corpses in the gluttonous space have been completely digested. Now it's empty, a waste of precious time for strengthening my physique. This won't do. I'll head to the beast tide and find a few 5th-tier demon beasts to play with. Shursen raced across the ground at incredible speed, his mind already planning which beasts to capture at the front line to enrich his space and fuel his own power. He paid no heed whatsoever to the terrifying beast tide. Before long, Shursen, whose figure remained utterly invisible to others, arrived at the eastern defense line. The thunderous roar of the firepower fortress, the frenzied howls of demon beasts, and the furious shouts of martial artists surged into his ears. Quite lively, Shursen murmured with a faint smile. The blood in his veins surged violently. This brutal battlefield was where he truly belonged. With a light leap, Shursen landed atop an abandoned small building. Before joining the fray, he needed to observe the battlefield situation. This was a habit Shursen had cultivated over time. A vanguard commander represented far more than just a fierce warrior charging into battle. On the contrary, no one worthy of the title of commander was a simple-minded warrior. 3rd-tier fanged wolves make up 80% of the beast tide. These cunning creatures are proving troublesome. The overwhelming tide of beasts filling his vision was almost entirely composed of fanged wolves, creatures with jet-black hides and fangs protruding from their jaws. These 3rd-tier demon beasts possessed formidable reproductive capabilities. After adapting to the Great Xia Empire's artillery barrages, their originally sky-blue fur had evolved into tough, jet-black hide, providing excellent resistance against light firearms. However, they remained only 3rd-tier beasts. Though constantly adapting to the meat grinder of the battlefield, the mature technology of large-caliber artillery remained beyond their defense. Nearly every shell fired from the firepower fortress could effortlessly melt a pack of fanged wolves. Those beasts struck by the shockwave met an even more gruesome fate. Their internal organs were often instantly shattered into pulp. Yet their formidable vitality prevented immediate death. Instead, they would wail in agony for a long while before slowly fading away. The beast tide's advance was halted, and the demon beasts suffered heavy losses. The Great Xia warriors defending against the onslaught fared little better. The frontline fire fortresses, having exhausted all ammunition, were swiftly breached by fanged wolves tearing through their concrete walls with razor-sharp teeth. At that moment, a pack of fanged wolves would swarm in, devouring the defenders alive. In the brief moment Shursen observed, he witnessed no fewer than 3 firepower bunkers breached. Of course, the commanders at the defensive headquarters had anticipated the perilous situation where a firepower fortress, once surrounded by beasts and depleted of ammunition, would face. Their response was to organize several elite martial artist squads. Whenever a firepower fortress faced imminent collapse, a squad in reserve would immediately charge into the beast tide. Under the cover of their comrades in the rear, they would storm the besieged fortress and rescue the trapped soldiers. Shursen observed that every martial artist in these squads possessed peak 3rd-tier strength, with their leaders being 4th-tier Gangchi realm martial artists. Fully armed, they could easily make multiple trips through the beast tide. After all, no 4th or 5th-tier demon beasts had appeared here yet, making Gangchi realm martial artists the strongest combatants on the battlefield. This is strange. Where have the higher-tier demon beasts gone? Shursen suddenly snapped to attention. He had come specifically for 5th-tier beasts, yet the battlefield was filled only with 2nd and 3rd-tier creatures. Wasn't this a wasted trip? Ah well, maybe I overdid it when I killed 4 5th-tier beasts while rescuing the Silver Moon Squad. These creatures, whose intelligence rivals humans, must have gotten scared and are now hiding. Shursen shook his head helplessly. Anyway, the Tao Tai space is empty now. Third-tier beasts will have to do. Better than nothing. Chapter 92, Human Form Battle Chariot. Wang Yi was an ordinary soldier. After undergoing the baptism of spiritual energy revival, his physical prowess skyrocketed, quickly reaching the strength of a first-tier martial artist. This earned him a transfer to a firepower fortress on the eastern front line, where he served as a heavy artillery gunner. Had it not been for the beast tide, Wang Yi would have considered life in the fortress quite leisurely. Logistics departments constantly supplied frontline soldiers with cultivation resources, while powerful Gangxi realm martial artists occasionally visited the fort to offer cultivation guidance. Alas, this tranquility proved fleeting. A beast tide led by fanged wolves surged forth with earth-shattering ferocity. Wang Yi watched clearly as, 2 hours into the defense, another fire fortress about 200 meters away ran out of ammunition. The fanged wolves breached its defenses. Several comrades he'd been chatting and bragging with just moments before didn't even have time to scream. They detonated their honor grenades, choosing to go down with the damned fanged wolves. Old Wang. We've got 241 shells left. At this rate, we'll be out of ammo in 10 minutes max. The shout from behind made Wang Yi's heart race. Ammunition was nearly depleted. Their lives were nearing their end. Facing the tidal wave of fanged wolves, Wang Yi couldn't spare a moment to turn around. Standing rooted to the spot, he bellowed, "Has the signal flare been launched? It was launched 5 minutes ago. What about backup? Has backup arrived yet? Reinforcements. Old Wang, I saw the Gangxi warrior squad assigned to our sector head back for resupply ages ago. No one's coming to back us up." A chill gripped Wang Yi's heart. The Gangxi warrior squad went back for resupply? At this critical moment, when everyone was fighting for their lives, those bastards had the nerve to go back for resupply? Old Wang. Remember to give my wife the letter under my pillow. I'm outta here first. Wang Yi whipped his head around. On the roof of the neighboring bunker, his best friend stood covered in blood, shouting at him. Old Liang, hold on. Boom. Before Wang Yi could finish his sentence, Old Liang, his arm torn off by a fanged wolf, gritted his teeth and detonated the honor grenade strapped to his body. He and the demon beast lunging at him were reduced to dust. Damn it. Wang Yi's eyes blazed red as he bit down hard on his lower lip, fighting the urge to go down with the fanged wolf. His light mortar fired rhythmically, one shell after another, easing the pressure of the beast tide. He swore that if he somehow survived this, he would go to headquarters and file a scathing complaint against that Gangxi warrior squad. Alas, reality was always cruel. Ammunition at Wang Yi's stronghold was nearly depleted. Even as he fought to maintain his composure, ensuring each shell delivered maximum impact, it made little difference. The beasts were simply too numerous. Relying on their overwhelming numbers, they tightly encircled every fire fortress, fearlessly sacrificing their lives to deplete the fortress's stockpiles. The warriors, mostly only first and second tier, could only rely on the fort's formidable defenses and their advanced thermal weapons to suppress the fanged wolves. Everyone knew that without elite warriors clearing a supply route, staying inside the fortifications was ultimately a dead end. Yet not a single soul retreated. Warriors of lesser strength stood firm against the beast tide's onslaught, their iron will holding steadfast. Finally, 10 minutes passed. Wang Yi's comrade had timed it perfectly. The final grenade was handed to him precisely at the 10-minute mark. That's it? None left. Wang Yi sighed, chambered the grenade, and carefully aimed at the other fort still under heavy fire. Their ammunition was exhausted. They could no longer stop the fanged wolves from destroying the fort. Better to fire that last shell at their comrades next door, giving them a better chance to survive. Boom! The soldiers in the adjacent bunker instantly recognized the burst of flames wasn't from their own shells. They turned in surprise toward Wang Yi. Catching his comrade's gaze, Wang Yi saluted him with resignation. Zhao Si. You must survive. The farewell letters Old Liang and I left under our pillows. I entrust them to you. Zhao Si's eyes instantly reddened. He had just witnessed Old Liang's tragic death, and now another comrade in arms, bound by life and death loyalty, was about to meet his end due to depleted ammunition. Their final entrustments weighed heavily upon him, so heavy it felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on his shoulders. After a single shell wiped out the pack of fanged wolves gathered below the bunker, Zhao Si returned the salute. Next life, we'll be comrades again. Wang Yi smiled as he lowered the howitzer, turning to look at the soldiers under his command. Men, prepare your honorary grenades. Let's draw in more beasts. One last push for our comrades still fighting. You bet. No problem. Whatever you say, boss. No soldier who dared to man the frontline fire fortress feared death. The cunning fanged wolves seemed to have detected that Wang Yi's bunker had fallen silent. They charged forward with frenzied howls, snapping their gaping jaws and slashing their razor-sharp fangs viciously at the concrete-reinforced outer walls. As third-tier demon beasts, the fanged wolves' teeth were far harder than concrete, each bite tearing open a small hole. In less than 20 minutes, they would tear a hole through the fortress and storm inside to tear those despicable humans to shreds. Wang Yi and several soldiers stood inside the fortress, fuses of honor grenades clutched in their hands. They waited for the crazed fanged wolves to fill the fortress before detonating the explosives, burying themselves and the beasts in a sea of flames. Wait! Old One, look! Gangxi realm martial artists are coming to support us. We're saved! Zhao Xi's voice carried faintly, caught by Wang Yi's keen ears. He rushed to the firing port and gazed out at the carnage unfolding like a meat grinder. What's that? How is that possible? How could there be such a formidable martial artist? Doesn't he fear injury? On the battlefield, a figure charging recklessly into the fray suddenly appeared within Wang Yi's line of sight, leaving him utterly stunned. That figure utterly disregarded the fang's tooth beast tide that had been the bane of the eastern defenses. With terrifying speed, he forcibly carved a path through the swarm, leaving a trail of blood and flesh strewn across the sky. In an instant, the surging tide of beasts fell silent. Even the most fearless and relentless demonic beasts, faced with a power capable of utterly crushing them, could only retreat for the moment. They're retreating already? Shursen swept through the horde, his body barely warming up, not even a proper warm-up, yet the fanged beasts retreated like a receding tide. Shursen had no idea how many beasts he'd slaughtered. After several waves of attacks, his Taodai space expanded to hold over 100,000 beasts below the 4th tier as his cultivation rose was now full. As for the unfortunate fanged beasts that dared block his path, crushed into pulp before him, their numbers were beyond counting. Ha! You dare disrupt the firepower fortress? Who gave you the audacity? Amidst the chaos, Shursen suddenly spotted Wang Yi's fortress, surrounded by fangtooth beasts and teetering on the brink of destruction. With a slight turn, his micro-level physique charged like a steel war machine, instantly smashing the group of fangtooth beasts into flying bits of flesh. Seeing Wang Yi staring in disbelief, Shursen nodded and smiled. Didn't scare you, did it? Chapter 93, Encountering the Black Wind Giant Bear Again. Frightened? Absolutely. Wang Yi had never encountered such an utterly ruthless and terrifying martial artist. His body seemed forged entirely from steel, rendering the fanged beasts utterly helpless before him. The slightest contact was enough for their bodies to be crushed into pulp by terrifying force. Yet alongside the terror came an overwhelming sense of relief at being saved. Though he had no idea where this martial artist had come from, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration welling up inside him. May I ask your name, benefactor? Wang Yi hurriedly inquired as Shursen made to leave. Shursen calmly waved his hand and continued charging toward the next besieged fortress, leaving only the 4 characters Meow Meow behind. Colonel Shursen. Hearing the title Colonel, Wang Yi felt his recognition of Shursen deepen several-fold. So he was one of us after all, not some hastily recruited Gangxi warrior. In that moment, Wang Yi's heart swelled with pride. Look! Our military has produced such formidable martial artists. The era of no one capable of shouldering the burden is over. Those martial artists who look down their noses at us lowly soldiers, it's time for them to open their eyes and see that the military can also produce martial artists who surpass the Gangxi realm. Wang Yi was certain Shursen had undoubtedly surpassed the Gangxi realm. He had witnessed elite martial squad captains in action more than once. They were all genuine 4th tier martial artists, their gale chi shattering any obstacle. Yet when facing tidal waves of beasts, these captains never dared charge head-on. Most chose to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only when the firepower fortress was in dire straits would the martial artist squads, who usually enjoyed the best treatment, grit their teeth and charge into the beast tide, carving a path through the fangs of the wolf packs. In most cases, these martial artist squads succeeded. Yet compared to Shursen's effortless mastery, they fell far short. The gap between them was as vast as the distance between outer space and the Mariana Trench. At the same moment, within the Eastern Front Command Center, Supreme Commander Qian Wui found himself deeply troubled by the increasingly desperate situation. Over 50 fire fortresses on the front lines had fallen, with every warrior inside perishing. Despite the martial artist squad's desperate rescue efforts, they had only managed to save a handful of soldiers from the beast tide. Martial artists ultimately represent individual combat prowess. In large-scale warfare like this, their effectiveness is drastically diminished. Their lethality doesn't even match that of a single Tier 1 soldier armed with weapons and unlimited ammunition. Qian Wui braced his hands on the sand table, his brow deeply furrowed. A hands-on commander who had risen from the ranks, he had long harbored resentment toward the higher-ups' obsession with martial artists, clashing with the elders over it more than once. Unfortunately, this time the elders' stance was unusually rigid. No matter how much he protested, they still deployed several elite martial artist squads along the Eastern Front as mobile forces, ready for immediate combat deployment. But their effectiveness was negligible. At least, during this unprecedentedly fierce beast tide, they failed to demonstrate the martial prowess the elders boasted, a single warrior capable of holding off an entire army. Shao Sun, summon that squad returning for resupply. Order them to charge back to the front lines immediately. This time, they're not coming back unless they're critically wounded. They've enjoyed so many resources and reinforcements all this time, and now they're playing petty games with me? Do they really think I won't kill them? Qian Wui summoned the messenger waiting nearby, his tone dripping with murderous intent. He didn't believe these warriors could turn the tide, but at the very least, they should show some semblance of usefulness. This squad, using resupply as an excuse to retreat, was clearly cowering in fear of the beast tide, terrified of being torn to shreds by the endless waves of fangwolves. Xianwui, who never held martial artists in high regard, saw his opinion of them plummet even further after this squad supply incident, which had completely shattered his preconceptions. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Sun saluted immediately. General Qian, what if they claim their resupply isn't complete? Then mobilize the entire Special Forces unit and annihilate them on the spot. Xianwui slammed the brush in his hand onto the sand table, displaying his ruthless decisiveness. Understood. Xiao Sun received the directive and turned to leave immediately. But before Qianwei could refocus on the sand table, Xiao Sun reappeared in the command center. Xiao Sun? Qianwei looked puzzled. Did you forget something or something? Why are you back so soon? General. You must see this footage yourself. An exceptionally powerful martial artist has appeared on the front lines. He's on a killing rampage. Xiao Sun excitedly produced a tablet computer transmitted from the front. Qianwei took it without hesitation and immediately played the video. At the start of the footage, the person filming seemed to be in danger, the camera shaking violently. But soon, the person steadied themselves, centering the lens on the formidable martial artist charging through the beast tide. Wait a minute. Charging through the beast tide? Was this really not a movie? Could such a terrifying creature emerge from among those weakling warriors? You've got to be kidding me. Xianwei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the footage from the military camera was crystal clear, so clear he could even see the moment the fanged wolf's entire body shattered upon contact with that martial artist. A third-tier demon beast like the fanged wolf, capable of withstanding large-caliber gunfire, shattered from a mere touch? Xianwei glanced at Xiao Sun, then back at the video, doubting his own senses. And this was a martial artist who dared not confront demon beasts head-on? Xianwei, who had just been inwardly mocking martial artists as useless, felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the face. His cheeks burned fiercely. What are you standing around for? Let's go to the front lines. I need to see this martial artist with my own eyes. Embarrassed, Xianwei unleashed a torrent of scolding on Xiao Sun, venting his awkwardness. Shi Sen, meanwhile, remained unaware that he had caught the attention of the Eastern Front's supreme commander. His eyes were fixed solely on that suddenly appearing fifth-tier demon beast. Whether it was from slaughtering too many low-tier beasts or not, Shi Sen, who had been chasing the beast tide, sensed the presence of a high-tier beast from afar. The moment it came into view, Shi Sen's face lit up with delight. It was none other than the first fifth-tier demon beast he had slain on Turtle Mountain, the Black Wind Giant Bear. This beast possessed an incredibly robust physique. Even with Shi Sen's micro-level physique, comparable to a sixth-tier martial artist's combat strength, coupled with countless battle experiences from his previous life, it still took considerable effort to take down this stupid bear. No wonder, though merely a fifth-tier beast, it carried the bloodline of its ancient ancestor. Its thick, fleshy hide was incredibly resilient. Even Shi Sen's full power punch could only create ripples on its surface before being completely absorbed and neutralized. However, the Black Wind Giant Bear was limited by its fifth-tier strength, unable to fully unleash the energy within its demon god bloodline. A flaw remained on its body, the bright white crescent-shaped mark on its chest. If Shi Sen could break through the defense of its paws, his punching power alone would be enough to kill it outright with just 2 blows. Chapter 94, Bear 19's Choice. Xianwei, arriving late, finally witnessed Shi Sen about to confront the Black Wind Giant Bear. As the supreme commander of the Eastern Defense Line, he had long studied this fifth-tier demon beast in the records. That's the Black Wind Giant Bear? Xianwei was utterly shocked. There had been a previous instance where this beast had charged the defenses as part of a demon beast tide. That time, over 60 frontline firepower fortresses had been utterly destroyed. Without exception, each fortress was reduced to rubble in just 2 or 3 swipes. The overall power of fifth-tier demon beasts rendered the grenade launchers wielded by the warriors' weapons capable of inflicting massive damage on beasts like fanged wolves utterly useless. These projectiles struck its astonishingly resilient hide without leaving so much as a scratch. Had Zhongjing not urgently dispatched Sky-Riding Realm martial artists of equal fifth-tier strength to reinforce the line, that single beast alone could have shattered the entire defense. General! That bear looks exactly like the giant that breached our lines last time. It still bears the scar left by Lord Jin Wushang. Xiao Sun, the messenger who had accompanied Xianwei to the front lines, exclaimed loudly. Following Xiao Sun's pointing finger, Xianwei clearly saw the terrifying sword scar stretching several meters long, from the Black Wind Giant Bear's shoulder blade all the way to its tail. Yet, it appeared the bear had fully recovered from its injuries. Even under the immense pressure Shi Sen exerted, it refused to retreat a single step. Xiao Sun, go immediately and notify the nearby warrior squads. Have their captains rush to the scene to prepare to assist that brave warrior. Xianwei said sternly, his tone brooking no argument. As someone who had personally experienced the Black Wind Giant Bear's rampage along the defenses and miraculously survived, Xianwei was acutely aware of the terrifying power of this demon beast. Back then, even Jin Wushang of the Jin family, who had brought 6 Gangchi realm martial artists with him, had only managed to inflict a non-fatal wound on the black bear. Yet Jin Wushang himself had been struck by the bear's paw, causing him to spit blood incessantly. Had the Wang family not arrived in time, bringing another sky-reaching realm martial artist, Jin Wushang indeed, everyone present would likely have met certain death. The Black Wind Giant Bear. Why the character for Wind? Because it had mastered wind attribute demonic power, enabling it to move with astonishing agility under its influence. Combined with its thick, rugged hide, it was a veritable killing machine on the battlefield. Its battlefield utility far surpassed that of creatures like the Blue Flame Eagle or the Netherfire Lion. Xian Wui was quite satisfied with his own arrangements. After all, that stranger was at most a martial artist who had just entered the sky riding realm. He seemed capable of effortlessly crushing low-tier demon beasts amidst the beast tide. But if he actually faced a terrifying beast like the Blackwind Giant Bear, he'd likely be reduced to nothing. Xian Wui wasn't the type to stand by and watch someone die. He always held deep gratitude toward those who had helped him, believing in repaying even the smallest kindness with great generosity. He had Xiao Sun immediately summon a few martial artist squads, though they were of little use, precisely to see if they could save that man's life in his most desperate hour. Of course, such hopes were largely unrealistic. It was merely a matter of doing what he could and leaving the rest to fate. I hope he can hold on a little longer, Xian Wui sighed silently. The men I dispatched to Central Capital for reinforcements should have arrived by now. Once Central Capital arranges for Sky Realm martial artists to assist with the defense, it will still take at least half an hour. If it's Xin Wushang who arrives, perhaps this child might still be saved. Only now did he truly resent his own limitations. Why was his cultivation still below the Qi realm? When confronted with a demon beast beyond his normal capabilities, he could only stand by helplessly. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the young man who had been such a vital asset to the eastern defenses faced the Blackwind Giant Bear's threat alone. Across from Shursen, unlike Xian Wui's complex inner turmoil, the Blackwind Giant Bear Xiongjiu's emotions were indescribable. As a descendant of the demon god, it possessed an essential difference from ordinary demon beasts. The most significant difference was that, much like the apostles of the gods, they could return a fragment of their true spirit to the realm of the demon gods after death. With the aid of their ancestral progenitor, they could then reshape their physical form. Simply put, the descendants of the demon god also did not truly die. At least within the current Great Xia, they were immortal beings. However, each rebirth consumed a portion of their future potential. If possible, the demon god descendants would not lightly choose death. Xiong 19 learned from his elder brother, He Shiba, who had died not long ago, that a monstrously powerful individual had emerged in Great Xia. This being possessed a physique rivaling the most prodigiously gifted brothers within their clan. Xiong Shiba was beaten to death in mere moments. His death was utterly gruesome. Memories transmitted through the bloodline by the ancient ancestor confirmed it if he was not mistaken, that monstrously powerful being now stood before him. Xiong 19 felt his body go hollow. He wanted to cry, but the sheer terror of facing this human warrior froze him solid, tears frozen in his eyes. If he could live his life over, Xiong 19 would never have returned to the Eastern Front after recovering from his injuries, seeking revenge against that sword-wielding bastard. Instead, he would have sought out a minorly renowned spirit mountain in his homeland, one surely in its revival phase holed up inside, quietly awaiting his own small stroke of luck. That would have been the end of his life. Alas, life clearly offered no do-overs. Just as the monstrously powerful figure before him showed no sign of halting his advance, both were marching forward. Xiong 19's fleeting thought of retreat had already been decisively crushed. Shursen, of course, knew nothing of Xiong 19's inner turmoil. He merely found it slightly odd that this dumb bear had stood frozen in place for so long, behaving nothing like the hot-tempered brute he'd encountered before. Aren't Blackwind giants supposed to be hot-tempered? Why is this one just dumbly staring at me? Forget it. Why overthink it? Just kill it and be done with it. The Blackwind Giant Bear's flesh could significantly enhance my physique. The thought of his strength soon surging again sent a wave of excitement through Shursen's heart, his gaze toward the Blackwind Giant Bear growing increasingly intense. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. He really is a freak. Even the way he looks at me is off. I'm outta here. I'm going home. Xiongjiu's body stiffened as terror spread through him. This human freak of a powerhouse is seriously messed up. Shursen paid no heed to Xiong 19's thoughts. He planted his feet firmly, propelling his body like a cannonball toward the Blackwind Giant Bear. Facing a fifth-tier demon beast vastly inferior in power, Shursen didn't even consider summoning his Divine Blood Halberd. Instead, he simply clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag. The moment Xiong 19 saw Shursen's speed, he knew that if he turned and fled now, he'd likely be beaten to death by those fists. Though he wouldn't truly die, returning to the demon god realm would mean waiting at least 3 years before descending upon Great Xia again. 3 years. By then, the opportunities brimming in Great Xia would likely be long gone. No. This opportunity one fought so hard to earn can't be lost now. I must survive. Since this monstrously strong beast won't let me go, don't blame me, ancestor. For survival. to seize his own destiny in the Great Xia, to surpass those prodigiously gifted demonic geniuses among his clan brothers. At that moment, Xiong 19 chose to forget his origins, forget his ancestors' teachings, forget everything. Plop. Chapter 95, Surviving? Nothing to be ashamed of. Is that thing really a black-winged giant bear? That's all a 5th-tier demon beast can do? Xian Wui and the others watching nearby were utterly stunned. The black-winged giant bear, the terrifying demon beast that had nearly single-handedly breached the entire eastern defense line. Yet in its battle against Shursen, it had done absolutely nothing before kneeling directly before him. Xian Wui felt his breath catch in his throat. The esteemed eastern commander nearly choked to death over this utterly laughable. Shursen was equally stunned. While such a scene wasn't unheard of in his past life, he had once subdued the celestial horse beneath him with sheer brute force that had occurred 5 years after the descent of the divine realm. Now, merely a few dozen days had passed, and the demonic beasts of Great Xia, along with the divine apostles on the lands of other nations on Blue Star, still held absolute dominance. Hadn't the entire nation of Great Xia only managed to establish defensive perimeters around the core cities of the 9 continents? These were defensive perimeters, meaning the Great Xia human race could only protect itself for now. Yet this stupid bear actually knelt down? Shursen was utterly speechless. How could he possibly punch a kneeling, stupid bear? What the hell is this thing playing at? Does it read minds, knowing I never kill beasts that surrender? Shursen couldn't fathom Bear 19's tactics, so he lowered his fist and stared at the black bear. Do you understand human speech? Shursen's tone carried a hint of resignation. Seeing that this twisted human powerhouse had indeed stopped, Bear 19 nodded vigorously like a jackhammer. However, Bear 19, who hadn't yet reached 7th tier strength, hadn't refined the transverse bone in its throat and still couldn't speak. Shursen was aware of this limitation and pressed on, no more fighting? Xiong Shujuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, soaking the fur on its head. Are you kidding me? Even its own elder brother couldn't withstand more than a few punches from this man. How could its puny frame possibly endure the attacks of such a monstrously powerful being? So what do you want now? Shursen pressed. Xiong 19 hastily lowered his head before Senator. These were demon beasts, no, creatures like them, possessing demon god bloodlines and long since shedding their wild nature, could now be called demon clans. This act of pressing its head to the ground was the demonic race's way of expressing submission. From now on, it would live in the human world under Shursen's name, severing all ties with the demon god realm. Shursen was astonished. He couldn't fathom why this black bear possessed such resolve, choosing to submit to him merely to avoid a harmless death in Great Xia. After all, they were protected by their ancestral spirits. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, the essence of their consciousness would return to the demon god realm. With the aid of their ancestors, they could reshape a new body and live another life. Bear 19, however, understood his situation clearly. Securing the top spot and the chance to descend into the Great Xia this time was not only due to the restrictions of the god-slaying barrier which barred demonic beasts above the 5th rank from descending, but also because he had risked everything, offering up all the wealth he had accumulated over the years in the demon god realm to his ancestral deity. Overjoyed, the ancient ancestor rewarded Xiong 19 with a precious descent quota. Beyond obeying the demon god's commands to attack the Great Xia human race and expand the demon beast's territory, they could seek their own opportunities when not on missions. Xiong 19 knew that with his mediocre talent, his chances of rising above the Black-Winged Bear clan were slim. That was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to descend upon the Great Xia to seize an opportunity to defy fate, rewrite his destiny, and finally gain a voice in the demon god world. Otherwise, no matter how hard he trained, his innate limitations capped his growth. 6th tier power was Bear 19's absolute ceiling. The demon god realm was far crueler than Blue Star. Unless one reached the 7th tier, or remained forever within the Black-Winged Giant Bear's ancestral lands, all other demon beasts would forever be mere morsels on the plates of 7th tier demon gods and above. Bear 19 understood clearly, if it perished on the lands of Great Xia, it would never break free from its shackles and achieve the realm of a demon god. Thus, the ever-resolute Bear 19 wasted no time. Kneeling before Shursen, it offered unambiguous submission. Survival? Nothing to be ashamed of. From Bear 19's frantic gestures, Shursen roughly grasped the bizarre reason behind its sudden submission. He could understand its mindset. In this world, whether beast or human, living freely was an incredibly difficult endeavor. Submission is not impossible, but you must answer one question. Shursen's gaze suddenly turned icy, and when he looked at Xiong 19, his eyes held a hint of murderous intent. You must answer truthfully. Even if you try to hide it, I'll uncover every detail about you with a little effort. And then, it won't be as simple as just killing you. Xiong 19's body jerked violently. He hastily nodded, insisting he'd been an honest bear since childhood and would never lie. Have you ever eaten human flesh? Shursen knew the Black-Winged Giant Bear's background. Their clan was essentially composed of sentient demonic beings, distinctly different from the lower-tier demonic beasts whose minds were chaotic. They grew by absorbing the spiritual energy from the demon god realm and the reviving aura on Blue Star. This ensured the purity of their physical forms while allowing them to cultivate far faster than lower-tier demonic beasts. Yet they remained demons at their core. No amount of spiritual energy absorption could elevate them to immortals. There were always those driven by instinct, unable to resist their appetite, who embarked on the path of devouring humans. For such demonic beings, even if they explicitly express submission, Sin will inevitably shatter them into fragments. Without exception. Xiong 19 breathed a long sigh of relief. It had thought Sin was going to ask something else, but it turned out he was merely inquiring whether it had eaten humans. This instantly calmed its nerves. Having always subsisted on dew and wind, it generally avoided blood-soaked sustenance. After all, it was a noble bear with dreams and aspirations, striving to break through to the realm of the demon god, a goal pursued by all demonic beasts and demonic tribes. How could it possibly squander its potential for mere gluttony? Sin was satisfied with the answer. As long as it hadn't eaten humans, he could accept Xiong 19's allegiance. This meant gaining a crucial ally who could prove invaluable in the future. Just like his mount in a past life, it would fight alongside him on the front lines of the human-demon battlefield, never retreating. Spit out your demon core. Sin kicked the black bear squarely in the head and said calmly. Xiong 19 was instantly overjoyed. This monstrously powerful being before him was willing to accept his submission. Yet despite his limited brain capacity, Xiong 19's mind raced with suspicion. How did this human know the ritual of demonic core expulsion after submission? Could he be a shape-shifting demonic overlord himself, or perhaps a reincarnated demon god? But circumstances left Bear 19 no choice. Who Sin truly was no longer mattered. If he wanted his demon core, then he would spit it out. Xiong 19 decisively forced his demon core out from within his abdomen. The egg-sized core shone a brilliant sky blue, a sight to behold. Sin hesitated not a moment. He bit his own tongue tip until it bled, spitting a mouthful of fresh, warm blood directly onto the spinning demon core. Chapter 96, Qianwui, utterly shocked. The crimson blood vanished instantly from the demon core's surface. Yet Xiong 19 seemed struck by a legendary iron rod, his entire bear form wilting limp. Sin instantly understood, the demon beast's master recognition contract, widely known in his previous life, had taken effect. He could faintly sense an unfamiliar aura emerging in his mind. Its source was none other than the black-winged giant bear now kneeling before him. From that moment onward, Xiong 19's life and death were utterly beyond his own control. With a single thought from Sin, no matter where it roamed, the unseen power of the contract could extinguish its very existence. Even its true spirit would vanish completely from the heavens and earth. Xiong 19 couldn't tell whether this decision was for better or worse. Either way, whether he chose submission or defiance, the ultimate outcome remained the same, the loss of his freedom. However, by choosing submission, it retained the hope of finding opportunities in the Great Xia and the future opportunities to alter its innate talents and step into the realm of a demon god. Persisting in defiance, however, meant truly abandoning any hope of breakthrough, of reaching that realm it had longed for. Weighing the options, Xiong 19 could only silently rally his resolve deep within. At least a sliver of hope for the future remained. Better than dying in Great Xia, having his true spirit return to the clan only to be mocked by those bastards. Far away, Qianwui and the others dared not approach Sin and Xiong 19, thus unable to witness the scene of the man and bear forging their pact. The others remained stunned by the fifth-tier demon beast, the black-winged giant bear, surrendering without a fight, marveling at the formidable strength of this unfamiliar warrior. Sin 19, stop playing dead. Do you really think I don't know your current state? Get up. Come with me. Sin kicked the stupid bear again, his voice tinged with irritation. The contract was now established. Sin could check the bear's condition anytime. Moreover, when the contract was first formed, he had already learned the bear's entire life story and its true name. Heaven be praised, Bear 19 had absolutely no intention of feigning death. His heart was simply exhausted, and he only wanted to lie down for a moment to heal his wounds. Little did he expect this twisted human to completely disregard his feelings and forcibly summon a bear cub suffering from emotional trauma. Pervert? Ha! I'll show you what a real pervert looks like. Sin grinned brightly. The dumb bear was just that dumb. It had no clue that Sin could effortlessly eavesdrop on its inner thoughts. Bear 19, ? A pervert who can read minds. Oh my god. Bear 19 paled in shock, hastily covering his eyes and refusing to look at Sin again. Finally, after a furious round of punches from Sin, Bear 19, sporting two dark circles under his eyes that were darker than the rest of his body, carried Sin toward Qianwui and the others. Qianwui and the others were so shocked again that all the cool air within 3 meters of them seemed sucked dry. They held their breath, too terrified to exhale. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? That martial artist is riding a 5th-tier demon beast? Is that even the same black-winged giant bear I know? Sin rode the black bear to the group, leaped down from its back, and cheerfully greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. Judging by your shoulder insignia, you must be General Qian from the Eastern Front. Hello. Thank you for your contributions to Zhongjing, holding back the beast tide. Shursen instantly recognized Qianwui in the crowd, enthusiastically stepping forward to grasp his hand and give it a vigorous shake. Qianwui's face stiffened, but faced with Shursen's warmth, he forced a strained smile. This guy's off, right? He inexplicably subdued the black wind giant bear, yet he comes over to shake my hand? Qianwui felt a bit overwhelmed inside. Qianwui, had weathered decades of storms, yet now he couldn't fathom this young man before him. He had no clue what this guy was playing at. You tamed a 5th-tier demon beast. 5th tier. You don't say a word, just rush to shake my hand? Forcibly suppressing his emotions, Qianwui withdrew his hand without showing it, his voice sounding a bit strained. You too. May I ask who you are? Shursen flushed and touched his forehead. Seeing General Chan's reaction, he realized his own rashness, who just grabbed someone's hand and shook it vigorously upon meeting. Even though General Qianwui had been renowned in his previous life, his rugged style inspiring a wave of young admirers to emulate him, and he had been one of them. But that didn't excuse such abruptness in extending a hand. Realizing his mistake, Shursen quickly stepped back, executed a perfectly standard military salute, and declared loudly, General Qian, this is Colonel Shursen, commander of the Shizhou Mobile Response Squad, reporting for duty. To Shursen's surprise, his solemn gesture only deepened Qianwui's confusion. Colonel Shursen? From Shizhou? Who is this guy? Never heard of him. Qianwui glanced at his subordinate beside him, only to see the same look of confusion on his face. This left Qianwui thoroughly perplexed. This Colonel Shursen seemed to be acting as if they were old acquaintances. Could his reputation have spread all the way to Shizhou? Fortunately, Qianwui wasn't one to dwell on things. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd put it aside for now. After all, Shursen's actions clearly indicated he was one of their own. Since he was on their side and had resolved the crisis on the Eastern Front, Qianwui returned the salute with solemnity, his smile no longer stiff. Welcome to Zhongjing, Colonel Shursen. Impatient Qianwui didn't wait for Shursen to offer further pleasantries before posing the question on everyone's lips, how did you manage to tame or subdue this black wine giant bear? It's a 5th-tier demon beast. Keeping it by your side, aren't you afraid its savage nature might cause trouble? This fellow? It practically begged to submit to me. Now that we've forged a contract, I hold its life in my hands with a single thought. No worries, no worries. Shursen explained with a laugh. The others finally understood, but more questions immediately surfaced. Submit? A contract? What on earth was going on? Why did Colonel Shur's words sound so utterly baffling? Could those ferocious demon beasts really be subdued? Anyway, the Eastern Front had been secured, and his Taodai space was now packed with the corpses of various 3rd-tier demon beasts, slowly melting and decomposing. Shursen found himself with the leisure to explain the details of the demonic contract to everyone. Half an hour later, Jin Wushang, who had rushed non-stop from central capital to break the siege, nearly drew his sword to behead his old adversary, the black wind giant bear, the moment he saw it obediently resting on the ground. After explanations from Qianwui and others, Jin Wushang finally calmed his emotions and sheathed his sword. Upon seeing Shursen, all his doubts vanished instantly. If this monster possessed combat prowess rivaling a 6th-tier martial artist, then any occurrence involving him could be explained. After all, in Jin Wushang's memory, Shursen seemed to be a prodigiously talented demonic genius who had emerged from that secluded sect in the Western continent. Knowing some beast-taming techniques was perfectly normal. Chapter 97, The Whereabouts of the Tugu. Shursen didn't bother greeting Jin Wushang. Joking aside, they'd been mortal enemies in their past lives. Beyond mission-related interactions, their relationship had long since frozen solid. The fact that Shursen could restrain himself from beating Jin Wushang senseless with his vastly superior strength was solely because they had both died for the Great Xia Empire amidst countless divine kingdoms in their past lives. Mounting the black wind giant bear, Shursen smiled and waved at Qianwui and the others before preparing to depart. Wait! Shursen was taken aback. Jin Wushang, that arrogant bastard who always looked down on everyone, had actually called him back? What is it? Needs something? Shursen recalled the days of his past life when Jin Wushang had held sway over him, and resentment stirred within him. Jin Wushang, however, was baffled by Shursen's cold demeanor. Just moments ago, he'd been bidding farewell to old Qian and the others with such warmth. Why this sudden change the moment he spoke? But considering the urgency of the matter at hand, Jin Wushang didn't want to dwell on it. Of course, the main reason was that he probably couldn't beat Shursen. Colonel Shur, might we step aside for a moment? Jin Wushang asked politely. Shursen had never seen Jin Wushang act so submissive before. He nearly burst out laughing but quickly suppressed it, fearing he might give himself away. Sure. Wherever you want to go. Jin Wushang felt his head spinning. What was Shursen playing at? How could he shift gears so abruptly? But business came first. Jin Wushang suppressed his thoughts and pulled Shursen aside. A ferocious beast appeared in the western continent. I assume it was you, Colonel Shur, who dealt with it? Jin Wushang inquired. Shursen wasn't particularly surprised by Jin Wushang's well-informed status. Back then, the divine realm had only just descended, and the god-slaying barrier had been activated for only a short time. Long-distance communication still worked remarkably well. It was likely during that period that Chun Chang's confidential office urgently relayed the news to Zhongjing. This allowed the central capital to gain deeper understanding of certain special beasts and prepare accordingly. Nodding, Shursen replied, "It was indeed me who killed the Taotia. But at the time, I relied heavily on the activation of the Godslayer barrier to suppress it. That's how I managed to snatch such a big kill." Regardless of whether it was due to the Godslayer barrier, Colonel Shi's courage to draw his sword against such a ferocious beast is something all martial artists should learn from. Whoa, you're actually buttering me up? Huh? What did you say, Colonel Shi? No. Go on. Jin Wushang glanced at Shursen suspiciously. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man's muttered remark had been less than friendly toward him, but lacking proof, he decided to let it go. Well, the Special Forces unit dispatched by Central Capital to Haizhou has returned. They brought back an urgent report. One of the four great fiends, the Tugu, has somehow ended up in Haizhou. It's currently very close to the city center, threatening tens of millions of people. Haizhou only has a handful of martial artists at the Gangxi realm. They're completely incapable of driving it away or killing it. That's the current situation. Haizhou has sent an urgent request for assistance through the special forces, hoping Zhongjing will dispatch martial artists powerful enough to match the Tugu. Shursen's attention sharpened once more at this point. With the lives of tens of millions of compatriots at stake, he had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. So you're suggesting I go to Haizhou to provide support? Shursen grasped the implication in Jin Wushang's words and stated it plainly. Jin Wushang nodded. This matter was indeed causing him considerable headaches. Although the monstrous beast Tugu was currently trapped within the god-slaying barrier, its power suppressed to that of a fifth-tier creature. Yet it remained an ancient beast of terror. Its diverse abilities and innate skills far surpassed those of ordinary fifth-tier demonic beasts or martial artists. Even if Jin Wushang himself went to Haizhou, he had no guarantee of completing the mission. To drive away or even completely eliminate this beast, it was absolutely necessary for two sky-reaching realm martial artists to go together. While Zhongjing did possess numerous sky-reaching martial artists, not a single one was available. They were either stationed in Zhongjing to protect the Grand Elder or defending the southern front lines against the more brutal beast-tide assaults. There was simply no spare manpower to spare. Even Jin Wushang's deployment to reinforce the eastern front was only possible because the Grand Elder had forfeited his own security, forcibly ordering him to come immediately. Jin Wushang had originally planned to bring the Wang brothers along to support Haizhou, aiming for a swift victory that would allow them to return to central capital within 3 days. Who could have imagined that a simple relief operation would lead them to encounter Colonel Shi of the Western continent, who was currently riding high on his recent successes? A thought immediately struck Jin Wushang. Shursen's strength was unfathomable, and as a fellow soldier in uniform, he would surely be willing to lend a hand this time. However, Shursen was undeniably a genius martial artist possessing 6th-tier combat prowess. After pondering, Jin Wushang stated earnestly, "That is precisely my meaning. Zhongjing simply cannot spare personnel for Haizhou at present. We must trouble Colonel Shi. If Colonel Shi is willing to assist, Wushang pledges this, you may present a reasonable request to the authorities. Whatever it may be, Wushang will exhaust every means to fulfill it. No need to be so formal." A mere Tugu is hardly worth mentioning. Shursen had never seen Jin Wushang act so humble before. He was nearly bursting with laughter. Struggling to suppress the laughter threatening to spill out. He continued, "Besides, Haizhou isn't too far from Zhongjing. At my speed, I can make the round trip in 2 days at most." "No problem." Jin Wushang smacked his lips twice. He suspected Shursen was pulling a Versailles, but he had no proof. Still, since Shursen had agreed to his request, that was a good thing. Jin Wushang smiled and said, "Then Wushang thanks Colonel Shi here. Oh, and about this matter of making a request to the authorities, please keep it in mind, Colonel Shi. If you decide, you can let me know any time." "No need." Hearing the word no, Jin Wushang cut him off bluntly, his tone stern and righteous. "That won't do. I, Jin Wushang, always keep my word. Colonel Shi, you've already done me an immense favor by agreeing to this huge request. This is but a minor matter, please, Colonel Shi, you must bring it up." Shursen felt a bit helpless. Jin Wushang hadn't always been so impatient before. Why was he constantly interrupting him now? Ahem. What I meant was, no need to trouble yourself. I've already thought of a request. Jin Wushang's expression instantly turned awkward. But at this moment, as long as he didn't show his discomfort, the awkwardness would fall on Shursen. So, feigning nonchalance, he calmly continued, "What might be your request, Colonel Shi?" "To enter the National Treasure Hall and select one artifact left behind by a sage." This. Shursen's request left Jin Wushang somewhat perplexed. The National Treasure Repository housed genuine artifacts once carried by sages and saints. Some had even developed mystical properties through years of constant association with their owners. In the Age of Decline, these relics could not manifest their unique properties. But now, stimulated by the revival of spiritual energy, they had long since become extraordinary. Each one was a genuine, priceless treasure. Chapter 98, Heading to the Southern Front. Others might be unaware, but as the Grand Elder's lifelong personal guard, Jin Wushang knew full well that the Grand Elder's constant companion, the handwritten Analects by a disciple of the sage of Confucianism, had been transformed by the Grand Elder's profound devotion. This seemingly ordinary book-like relic of a sage had actually caused a layer of Confucian saint's radiance to form around the Grand Elder's body, granting immunity to all attacks below the 6th tier. This was precisely why Jin Wushang could detach himself and come to the Eastern Front to break the siege. Had Shursen requested anything else, even a secret technique never shared outside their clan, Jin Wushang would have retrieved it without hesitation. But now, his request was to select a sacred artifact from the treasury. This truly left Jin Wushang at a loss for words. After all, he was merely a nominal major general, a lifelong bodyguard to the Grand Elder. While he held some authority, it was nowhere near as extensive as one might imagine. At the very least, he had no authority to make decisions regarding the treasures in the repository, let alone promise the relics of the sages to another. Yet, thinking of the tens of millions of human compatriots in Haizhou facing imminent peril, Jin Wushang gritted his teeth and agreed. He had already resolved to report this matter immediately to the Grand Elder. If Shursen truly resolved the crisis in Haizhou, the Grand Elder, who understood the greater good, would certainly not shortchange Shursen in such a matter. If the situation truly took the worst possible turn and the Grand Elder or even the authorities refused to entrust the nation's most precious treasure to another, Jin Wushang would have no choice but to relinquish the artifact his clan had spent decades acquiring and bestow it upon Shursen. After all, he couldn't let Shursen feel disheartened. Very well. Since General Jin is so straightforward, I shall return to make preparations and head to Haizhou immediately to deal with the Tugu. Shursen knew Jin Wushang while the man had never broken a promise. Besides, Haizhou was truly perilous. Even without Jin Wushang's assurance, Shursen was willing to make the journey. For him, it was merely a matter of time spent. But for the tens of millions of compatriots in Haizhou, it meant the difference between life and death. Shursen could not stand by and watch them perish. Moreover, after consecutively slaying the monstrous beasts Taodai and Xianqi, Shursen had obtained two treasures: the Taoya's spatial pocket, capable of storing demonic beasts and divine apostle corpses, along with its innate skill devouring all things. And the spirit of the Xianqi, which continued to relentlessly enhance and transform his lifebound artifact, the Divine Blood Halberd. Devouring all things proved the most significant boon to Shursen thus far, granting him combat prowess rivaling that of a 6th-tier martial artist. Xianqi's modification of the Divine Blood Halberd remains incomplete, so it cannot be freely wielded yet, and its true power remains unknown. However, judging by the enhancements gained from devouring everything, the modified Divine Blood Halberd is undoubtedly far more powerful than before. Shursen now desperately wanted to know what kind of enhancements slaying or subduing the Tugu would bring him. He even dared to look further ahead. If he could slay the Chaos Beast, the foremost of the 4 great fiends, and gather the rewards from slaying all 4, might it bring about a fundamental transformation within himself? Both for public duty and personal gain, Shursen's journey to Haizhou was an obligation he could not shirk. With a mix of delight and apprehension, Jin Wushang bid farewell to Shursen and departed directly from the eastern defense line. He must urgently report to the Grand Elder regarding Shursen's reward for relieving the siege at Haizhou. The National Treasure Repository currently held no more than a dozen sacred artifacts on record. Any movement of these relics could send shockwaves through the officialdom, compelling Jin Wushang to pay close attention. Colonel Shur, my duties are pressing. I'll spare you the pleasantries. I await your good news in the capital. Jin Wushang bowed his fist in the martial artist's customary saluted gesture, more casual than official protocol. Shursen returned the gesture with a clasped fist. General Jin, take your time. Leave this matter entirely to me. Under the suppression of the god-slaying barrier, Tuwu is far from his peak strength. Dealing with him will merely require a bit more effort. The lives of tens of millions of our brothers and sisters in Haizhou will certainly be preserved. Thank you for your efforts, Colonel Shur. Farewell. No need to see me off. Jin Wushang immediately rose and soared skyward once more. Like Yuan Kohai, he had cultivated the unique techniques of the sky riding realm, enabling him to skillfully manipulate his chi to hover or fly through the air. Shursen felt little emotion. He had long since experienced such sensations. In the future, he would even break through the atmosphere using the wings of God obtained by slaying the Archangel, venturing into space to absorb solar energy. However, Qianwui and the others nearby were far from Shursen's composure. They gazed enviously at the direction where Jin Wushang vanished, their minds lingering in awe for a long time. General Qian, the threat on the eastern front has been neutralized. I'll head to the southern front to see if there's anything I can assist with. Shursen's voice snapped Qianwui back to reality. He quickly replied with a smile, Go ahead, Colonel Shur. We've got the cleanup here covered. The others chimed in, each expressing their gratitude for Shursen's life-saving actions. The outpouring of thanks left Shursen feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In his previous life, his position had made him almost incapable of accepting the immediate praise from his comrades in the rear. Even when returning victorious, he'd typically slip away quietly because he disliked socializing. He had never really experienced such gratitude and praise before. After a moment's reflection, however, Shursen accepted their gratitude with composure. After all, he had resolved to change course to adopt a high-profile approach, raise his profile, and draw the attention of numerous treacherous deities. He wanted more assassination attempts and conspiracies directed at him, creating a fair environment for the geniuses who had tragically perished in history to grow. If he couldn't learn to be more composed, Shursen feared those cunning deities might dissect his every move to uncover his true intentions, causing his entire scheme to collapse. After a round of pleasantries and mutual praise, Shursen rode off on Bear 19 amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, heading toward the southern front lines. That was where the fiercest battles raged. Most of the third-tier demon beast carcass from the Taotai realm has been converted, yet I barely feel any stronger. Sigh. Has the enhancement from third-tier demon beasts become completely negligible? After fighting for ages, I finally spotted a big one only for Bear 19, that little cutie, to choose submission outright. My plan to absorb a fifth-tier beast's body has failed. Hopefully there are a few big ones in the south. Otherwise, I'll have to charge out into the wilderness to hunt you down. Shursen's gaze toward the south grew increasingly icy. Without fifth-tier demon beast corpses, his innate talent for devouring all things was practically useless. In other words, he couldn't enhance his physique or increase his strength. For Shursen, who was determined to quickly reach the strength level of his previous life, this was nothing short of torture. He had made up his mind, if the southern defenses yielded nothing, he would seek out traces of high-tier demon beasts along the road to Haizhou and embark on a hunting expedition. Though most sentient demon god descendants refrained from eating humans and restrained their savage instincts, they ultimately obeyed the demon god's commands, joining the beast high to attack the human race. Their hands were stained with the blood of humanity. They all deserved to be exterminated. Chapter 99, Star Dynasty Group. Haizhou, Magic City. At the headquarters of Star Dynasty Group, atop the Ocean Star Tower, a group of high-ranking executives of noble lineage and Western heritage raised their glasses in celebration. Come. Let us all raise a toast to Director Wang. The chairman of Star Dynasty Group, seated at the head of the table, his face flushed with excitement, slapped the shoulder of the Research Institute director beside him with his large hands. I can't bear such praise, Chairman. You're too kind. Director Wang, a man over 50 with graying hair, was equally excited. His words were filled with modesty as he repeatedly thanked everyone around him. A pure researcher by nature, he had never witnessed such a public display of recognition before. He was utterly captivated by the adulation, unable to pull himself away. The chairman, slightly younger than Director Wang and in the prime of his career, feigned annoyance upon hearing the humble words of his capable subordinate. Director Wang, please don't be so modest. The chairman clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. Gentlemen, you may not know this, but when the legendary four great monsters the Tugu was first discovered by our Xingqiao Group security team, it was Director Wang who led the capture using cutting-edge technology. Contrary to rumors circulating within the group, that Tugu wasn't gravely wounded at all, it was fully intact, a monstrous beast rivaling a sixth-tier creature in power. Whoa, so that's how it was. I thought the group had just gotten lucky, stumbling upon an injured Tugu. Oh my god. To think Director Wang managed to capture such a terrifying beast alive. Chairman, I suggest you promote him and give him a raise. Seconded. I agree too. The shareholders erupted in excitement, all giving Director Wang a thumbs up. The elderly researcher, Director Wang, grew increasingly uncomfortable. His facial muscles strained into a forced smile, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. All right, everyone, please don't crowd around Director Wang. He's a true scholar and isn't quite accustomed to this kind of setting. Please be understanding. The chairman, keenly sensing Director Wang's unease, stepped in to save him. Besides, if you keep crowding around Director Wang, how will he demonstrate his latest research findings to everyone? Within Xingqiao Group, the chairman's word was law. Though everyone present was a shareholder, their combined holdings amounted to less than half of the chairman's stake. Hearing the slight displeasure in the chairman's tone, the crowd sensibly made way for Director Wang. The reason everyone had gathered at the Ocean Star's top floor for this meeting was Director Wang's significant breakthrough in his research on the Tugu. Upon learning of this, the chairman had immediately notified all shareholders. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Director Wang took a deep breath and slowly made his way to the nearby stage. Originally the chairman's private banquet hall, it had been transformed ahead of schedule into a product launch venue. Besides a stage raised about half a meter above the floor, a massive electronic screen dominated the space behind it. At the center of the stage, where Director Wang stood, a podium stood alone. Upon reaching the podium, Director Wang picked up the black remote control placed to his right. After pressing a button, an image instantly appeared on the electronic screen. A massive tiger-like creature suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. As you can all see, this is the Tugu. Director Wang's voice boomed from speakers all around the room. So this is what a Tugu looks like. The Great Xia Empire truly has a long-standing heritage. One can witness all manner of wondrous creatures here. Indeed. In our country now, aside from the recent manifestations of heroic spirits offering protection to our people, no other profound foundations have emerged. It's truly lamentable. Director Wang, why isn't this Tugu moving at all? Is it sleeping? After the murmurs died down, Director Wang smiled and continued, "It's not asleep at all. Ever since its capture, the Tuwo hasn't been still for a moment. The reason it lies so still now is thanks to a brain area controller developed by our institute." Director Wang set down the remote control in his right hand and picked up a triangular metal object from his left. "This is the device that transmits signals to control the Tuwo. I call it the future controller. Its meaning is that with this brain domain controller, our great Xia can gradually gain control over the numerous demon beasts, thereby completely resolving the current predicament and ushering in a bright future." "Well said." The chairman suddenly spoke up, his booming voice cutting off Director Wang. He rose and approached Director Wang, snatching the controller from his startled grasp. "Director Wang has already explained how to operate this device. Now, I'll demonstrate it for everyone." "Chairman?" Director Wang looked utterly bewildered. The chairman paid no heed to his once praised right-hand man, continuing unabated, "Director Wang calls it the future controller, and I agree. However, I disagree with his suggestion that it should be used to resolve the Great Xia Empire's crisis. We're just a small private enterprise. We lack the capacity to save the masses. The Great Xia's crisis should be resolved by the Great Xia itself. If they want this device, fine, they can pay for it." The chairman chuckled, as if struck by a thought, then amended his words. "No. In today's world, it shouldn't be called paying money. It should be called providing sufficient resources." Among those present, aside from Director Wang poached with a hefty sum before the Divine Kingdom's arrival, not a single person was a pure-blooded Great Xia national. Naturally, they harbored no deep patriotic sentiments. They nodded in agreement with the chairman's words. They had come to Great Xia before the demonic beast invasion precisely to earn more money and rise above others. Money was useless now, but resources remained crucial. Whoever controlled vast resources would wield influence in this apocalyptic world, reclaiming the power they once possessed. Director Wang stared in disbelief at the group executives applauding his words. Even if he were slow to grasp things, he now understood his research had merely paved the way for their success. "No. Chairman, you can't do this. Didn't we agree that once we achieved results, we'd immediately begin production and contribute to the Great Xia? Why did you say such things? You liar." Director Wang's face flushed crimson with fury. Having devoted himself to research for years, he'd long forgotten how to curse. After struggling for a moment, all he could manage was a shout of "Liar." "Haha, Director Wang, no need to get angry. Contributing to the Great Xia is certainly our duty. But Star Dynasty Group isn't a charity. Manufacturing a single controller consumes vast resources. Charging a fee is hardly unreasonable, is it?" the chairman said with a placating smile. Director Wang now understood completely. The chairman intended to profit from the nation's crisis through this device. Still, he was willing to sell the controller to the nation. Even if it added to the nation's burdens, Director Wang felt it acceptable if it could aid the soldiers fighting on the battlefield. Yet the chairman's next words made Director Wang, an old man whose patriotic heart still burned, roar with fury. Chapter 100, The Might of the Tugu. The chairman held the controller, his face contorted with fervor as he stared at the Tugu on the screen. Within the god-slaying barrier now enveloping Great Xia, fifth-tier demon beasts already occupied the apex of the food chain. Yet the Tugu, a ferocious beast surpassing even demon beasts, stood as the pinnacle of that pinnacle. At least, according to the intelligence the chairman possessed, no one in present-day Daxia possessed the capability to withstand Tuwu. Not even the martial arts clans and sects of Zhongjing stood a chance. Next, to demonstrate the formidable power of our Star Dynasty Group's brain domain controller, I have decided to control the Tuwu and test its combat prowess in real combat. The chairman's voice echoed throughout the hall, yet the shareholders all wore puzzled expressions. One shareholder asked directly, "Chairman, how exactly will this be demonstrated?" The chairman chuckled darkly. "It's simple. Directly command the Tugu to attack one of the satellite cities surrounding the demon capital. If it can completely destroy a city under my control, it proves the brain domain controller is effective and can fully unleash the power of the controlled beast. An entire city." Director Wang stared in disbelief at the chairman, who had always seemed so amiable. He could never have imagined the man would utter such words. That was a living, breathing city. A satellite city teeming with tens or even hundreds of thousands of human lives. Yet in the chairman's words, it was being treated as nothing more than a testing ground for the experimental Tugu's combat capabilities. How dare he? "Chairman, you must be joking. We have countless ways to test the controller's effectiveness. There's absolutely no need to use a satellite city for experimentation." Director Wang forced a bitter smile, struggling to keep his voice steady. The chairman shot him a glance. This research institute director, who had already exhausted all his potential, had now lost all value in his eyes. He spoke coldly, "Director Wang, have you lost your mind? Without testing in a real city, how can we truly gauge the power of a fifth-tier ferocious beast? Without suffering heavy casualties, would Haijo's high-ranking officials be willing to pay a hefty price for our brain domain controllers? Someone, take Director Wang aside. He's exhausted." 3 consecutive questions left Director Wang speechless, and scalding tears instantly streamed down his face. He never imagined that this once approachable mentor who had always valued his input could transform into such a tyrannical figure. The innocent million souls in the satellite city were now utterly disregarded. How much combat effectiveness could they possibly retain when they were merely experimental subjects, manipulated like puppets? Chairman, you can't do this. I created the brain domain controller to restore peace to Great Xia. It was for peace, not destruction. You'll be punished by heaven for this, Chairman. Director Wang, held aloft by two burly guards, continued to roar in fury. The chairman sneered coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Hold on. Let him stay. I'll see what divine retribution I face after destroying the satellite city. This world has changed. If we don't adapt, we'll all become prey for the beast sooner or later. Star Dynasty Group was once the pinnacle of the Great Xia. Now, it must remain the pinnacle. The chairman is right. As members of Star Dynasty Group, we've long been inseparable from its fortunes. We rise and fall together. Director Wang is a pure-blooded Great Xia native. Of course he wouldn't understand that in a free nation, strength is the foundation of everything. Exactly. If Star Dynasty Group refuses to adapt, it will surely become a stepping stone of history, vanishing forever. I support the chairman's approach. I concur. Agreed. Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this scene before him be real? Why did all these well-dressed, successful individuals support the chairman's ruthless plan? Didn't they realize that if this plan proceeded, a city of millions would be reduced to ruins in an instant? By then, the inhabitants of Satellite City would have almost no hope of survival. The blood spilled could even turn the entire river red. You, all of you. Director Wang pointed tremulously at the crowd, momentarily speechless. A proverb suddenly came to mind: those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Though these shareholders of Star Dynasty Group possessed some blood of the Great Xia people, their very bones had been thoroughly assimilated by foreign ideologies. They no longer considered themselves Great Xia people, instead taking pride in their identity as citizens of another nation. They showed not a shred of compassion toward their fellow Great Xia compatriots. Alas, Director Wan was merely a scholar obsessed with demon beast research, utterly powerless. Even in his fury, he couldn't shake the two warriors beside him, both already at the 4th tier. He could only watch helplessly as the chairman, his face aglow with excitement, connected himself to the controller. After a moment of trembling, he successfully seized control of the Tugu. Next, Star Dynasty Group takes its first step toward a new era. Witness this glorious moment. The chairman's face was consumed by fervor as his thoughts guided the Tugu through the controller, racing toward the 4 satellite cities of Magic City. The speed of a 5th-tier ferocious beast was fully demonstrated at this moment. On the screen, the figure of the Tugu even left streaks of afterimages. Soon, the Tugu, already positioned on the outskirts of Magic City, arrived before one of the satellite cities. The once imposing city walls seemed insignificant before the colossal, 10-meter-tall Tugu. With a single, effortless leap, it soared onto the ramparts. The high-definition cameras of aerial drones captured this scene almost perfectly on electronic screens, eliciting gasps from the crowd below. On the ramparts, the terror and chaos among the guarding soldiers, along with the officers desperately shouting to maintain order, were clearly visible. The loyal soldiers had no idea why this 5th-tier fiend beast, already detected but stationary for days, had suddenly charged toward the satellite city as if possessed. All they knew was that this beast posed an immense threat to the city's million inhabitants and they had to stop it. Even though their guns and cannons proved utterly useless against the Tugu, failing to even scratch its thick hide. Not a single brave soldier flinched. They unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon the beast. They knew their families and friends were right behind them. Retreating now would mean their safety could never be guaranteed again. For the sake of the millions behind them, the soldiers surged wave after wave toward the Tugu, layering like ocean waves until they completely surrounded it. Useless. This level of firepower can't scratch Tu Wu. A flash of cruelty crossed the chairman's face as he coldly declared, Tu Wu, begin your performance. Suddenly, the Tugu, standing immovable as a rock upon the city wall, shifted. Its front paw lifted, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The terrifying force instantly caused the impregnable city wall to crack in layers, radiating outward from the center of Tugu's paw. The warriors standing too close were instantly obliterated by the shockwave, vanishing without a sound. The sheer power of a single stomp carved out a vast clearing in the city wall. Chapter 101, Unexpected Turn. Shursen patrolled the southern defense line, discovering only a 5th-tier demon beast, the Chionyo beast, guarding the rear. It seemed to share a bloodline connection with the one from Poison Turtle Mountain. Upon sensing Shursen's aura, it charged madly, intent on a fierce battle. Alas, Shursen's combat prowess had grown significantly. A mere 5th-tier demon beast was swiftly subdued with a casual flick of his wrist and sealed within the Taotai realm. This effortless annihilation of a 5th-tier demon beast naturally stunned the southern defense line warriors. However, Shursen still had the mission to support Haijo, so he did not linger here. He first returned to the Jinwu division to brief Tao Ying and the others on his whereabouts, instructing Liinga to recuperate fully in the hospital. He urged her to visualize her life-bound spirit artifact at the first opportunity. He also entrusted the steady old Wu to keep a close eye on his flighty disciple. Before departing, Shursen instructed Xiong 19, whom he had recently subdued, to secretly watch over Lianga and the others. Should any danger arise, Xiong 19 was to immediately take them to safety and hide them until Shursen returned. With all arrangements settled, Shursen set off directly for Haizhou. Before the Divine Realm descended, ordinary people could travel round-trip from Central Capital to Magic City within a day via dedicated high-speed rail. But now, with the wilderness in utter chaos and all transportation systems near collapse, such swift travel was long gone. However, relying on the immense explosive power granted by his micro-level physique and his endlessly replenishing stamina, Shursen raced across the wilderness roads at a speed that rivaled even the fastest vehicles. By Shursen's own calculations, he should reach the demon capital in roughly 3 hours. Throughout this journey, he could only pray that the Tugu still prowled the outskirts of the Magic City and hadn't shifted its target to the metropolis teeming with tens of millions of people. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just half an hour after Shursen's departure, old Wu sent out to buy snacks rushed back, flinging open the door with a look of panic. Bad news. Master Shi's martial classics and supreme contemplation method have been freely distributed to all martial artists by the head of the True Martial Department, Yuan Kohai, under his own name. This is plagiarism. Old Wu shouted urgently. What? Lianga immediately tried to rise despite her injuries. Taoing quickly restrained the impulsive Lianga, speaking calmly, "Don't rush, Inga. If this is true, there's little we can do to change it. But if it's false, I believe Director Yuan will resolve this matter himself." Lianga opened her mouth to protest, but froze when she met Tao Ying's icy stare. "Inga, you must trust Master Shi's power. Before an absolute gap in strength, no one dares to offend him lightly." "You're right. Forget it. Let's just eat and wait for Master to return so we can watch the show." In the 5th floor office of the Jinwu department not far away, Yuan Kohai frowned at his kneeling assistant. After a long silence, he finally sighed deeply and said, "Go. Return to your family. I'll try to intercede for you with Shursen, but I can't guarantee anything." "Minister. Why do you fear Shursen so much? We're a legitimate government department. No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than the state?" The assistant understood that leaving the Jinwu department now would likely mean never returning. Resentment boiled over as he shouted defiantly. Yuan Kohai had no intention of addressing this assistant wise for half his life, yet utterly foolish in this matter. The man had no clue how profoundly imprinting his name at the beginning would subconsciously influence the countless martial artists who would benefit from it. They would perceive these two manuals as the noble deeds of Yuan Kohai himself, the minister of the True Martial Department, personally authored and refined for the benefit of all martial artists. Yuan Kohai's reputation far surpassed Shursen's, and in the hearts of countless martial artists, Yuan stood at the pinnacle of esteem. Simply seeing the name Yuan Kohai would cause most readers to glance over Shursen's biography on the title page without a second look. They would immediately immerse themselves in the profound mysteries of the martial classics, filling their hearts with gratitude toward Yuan Kohai. This isn't mere conjecture. Just look at the fanatical martial artists in Central Capital now, chanting "Minister Yuan is wise." It's clear that Shursen's attempt to gain fame through the True Martial Department's channels has utterly failed. Under the clumsy manipulation of a foolish assistant, history's momentum had comically rolled back to its original position. The title Holy Master had begun to spread through the whispers of Zhongjing's martial artists. Yuan Kohai felt utterly helpless about this, yet he had no better way to reverse the first impression formed in the minds of so many martial artists. After disciplining his assistant, he could only seriously contemplate how to face Shursen upon his return from Haizhou. After much deliberation, Yuan Kohai still couldn't devise a suitable plan. His understanding of Shursen was too one-sided. Beyond glimpses of Shursen's capabilities during the suppression of the Young family, he knew nothing else. Lost in fruitless contemplation, Yuan Kohai remained unaware that Shursen's act of contributing martial arts techniques was actually meant to draw the attention of the gods, not for mere empty fame. What he was even less aware of was that this fame had originally belonged to Yuan Kohai himself. Consequently, the gods had marked him as a target for elimination, sparing no divine power to temporarily breach the suppression of the god-slaying barrier and strike him down directly. En route, Shursen remained oblivious to the upheaval in Central Capital. He was utterly absorbed in the exhilaration of running, nearly forgetting his mission to track down other 5th-tier demon beasts to enrich his devouring space. Only when the vast number of 3rd-tier demon beasts and that 5th-tier Chionyo beast within his space were completely digested, sending a surging wave of warmth back to Shursen, did he snap out of his trance. "Ha? What's this?" Shursen felt the heat surge coursing through his body. With each passing part, it diminished slightly until, after circulating his entire body, it vanished without a trace. Yet his body had undergone some changes. "No! Something feels off. I must find a place to rest immediately." Shursen now felt unbearably hot all over, his heart burning like it was on fire. Scanning his surroundings, he found a hillside and sat cross-legged. Thud! Thud! Thump! The abnormally powerful thumping of his heartbeat even affected the plants and trees around him, causing them to tremble in sync with each beat. An excruciating pain surged from every bone and muscle in his body, shooting straight to his head. Even someone as resilient as Shursen couldn't help but groan under the intensity of the agony. Fortunately, the agony didn't last long before vanishing completely. Instead, Shursen's body began to undergo astonishing changes. His muscles swelled like balloons filled with gas, expanding several times their original size before deflating in an instant. The sight of his twisted, knotted muscles was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. He was no longer human. The changes weren't confined to his body. Shursen's face also underwent a silent transformation. The corners of his mouth gradually stretched backward, revealing a row of menacing white teeth. Unlike the 32 teeth possessed by ordinary humans, Shursen's mouth now contained at least 50 sharp, pointed teeth. Shursen remained utterly oblivious to these transformations, his mind completely absorbed in the exhilaration of his physical breakthrough to the microcosmic realm. Once his cultivation base stabilized completely, Shursen snapped back to reality. His body had returned to its original form, as if the earlier transformations had been nothing more than a dream. Chapter 102, The Peril of the Satellite City. Shursen remained oblivious to all these changes. Even upon regaining consciousness, he was only elated by his newly enhanced strength. My physique has reached the minor achievement stage of the subtle realm. My current strength is sufficient to match mid-stage 6th-tier demon beasts or martial artists. Excellent news. Feeling the surging power within him, Shursen felt confident about the battles ahead. On Blue Star, strength reigned supreme. Without it, one was mere prey, vulnerable to exploitation anywhere. After a brief rest to adjust to his body's changes, Shursen resumed his journey toward Haijo. Time was pressing. He had originally planned to search for traces of the 5th-tier demon beast occupying the famous mountain along the way, but after this delay, he could no longer continue. He could only rush to Haijo first and make plans later. Shursen avoided the still intact highways. Firstly, his current running speed would easily damage the road surface. Secondly, the highways were somewhat circuitous, which would cause significant delays. Besides, with his current strength, traversing wilderness mountains and rivers was scarcely different from running on level ground. Ah, the great Xia before the Divine Kingdom descended. I wonder how bustling it must be now. Any place with decent scenery would be packed with people during holidays. Not like now, where besides me, there's likely no sign of life left in these wilds. Shursen couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy as he occasionally passed through mountain paths and scenic spots. All he could see was desolation. All because of the Divine Realm's descent and the demonic beast's invasion. Haijo, Magic City, Satellite City Number 3. The satellite cities of Magic City were built to house the city's overflowing population. Leveraging formidable infrastructure capabilities, these fortress-like structures were erected within a mere month to withstand the beast-tide invasions. After enduring several beast waves, the satellite city's sturdiness had finally brought some peace of mind to their residents. But now, facing the assault of the 5th-tier monstrous beast, the Tugu, that sense of security vanished once more. Millions watched the brutal battle on the city walls through various means. To be precise, for the defenders, this was indeed an extremely brutal battlefield. For the Tugu, however, it was nothing more than a simple slaughter. As the defensive powerhouse among the 4 great fiends, Tugu utterly disregarded every offensive weapon in the satellite city's garrison. There was no way around it. After the descent of the Divine Realm, the fundamental rules of Blue Star had shifted. The high-tech weapons once relied upon by humanity had become utterly useless. Apart from a few obsolete firearms and artillery pieces that could still fire, the soldiers held no means of resistance. This crisis starkly highlighted the importance of martial artists. Had it not been for several exceptionally gifted warriors within the satellite city's forces, those who had inherited their family's martial arts traditions and broken through to the Gangchi realm fighting desperately to stall the Tou, the Tugu would have breached the city walls long ago, slaughtering innocent civilians without mercy. Wu Jin, how are you holding up? Can you keep going? A colonel on the city wall bellowed at the top of his lungs. The Gangchi realm warrior he called Wu Jin had just been sent flying by a direct hit from the Tao. When he crashed into the wall, the impact shattered the stonework. Staggering to his feet, Wu Jin felt as if he'd been hit head-on by a truck. Every inch of his body ached. Yet he merely spat out a mouthful of blood, shot a contemptuous glance at the ferocious Tugu, and bellowed back, reporting, "Sir, I'm fine. Ready to battle this bastard for another 500 rounds." The other Gangchi warriors locked in combat with the Toa heard Wu Jin's reply and couldn't help but let their hearts sink back into their chests. They had witnessed Wu Jin take a direct hit from the Tugu, sent flying like a cannonball. Everyone had feared for his safety. Fortunately, his family's martial arts tradition emphasized hardening techniques, forging his physique into an unyielding fortress. Had any of them taken that blow, the best outcome would have been to remain a whole corpse. After a brief moment of recovery where he stood, Wu Jin plunged back into battle with the Tuwu, his indomitable will forcing the searing pain coursing through his body deep into his subconscious. There was no choice. Behind them stood 1,000,000 citizens, including his own wife and children. If they failed to drive the Tugu off the city walls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even though everyone knew that a mere handful of Gangchi realm warriors posed no real threat to Tuwo, not a single one of them retreated even half a step. High above in the Ocean Star Tower, Zhou Meng, chairman of the Star Dynasty Group, basked in the immense sense of accomplishment derived from controlling Tuwu. The fact that Wu Jin and his fellow Gangchi realm warriors had managed to hold out this long was largely thanks to Zhou Meng's chaotic commands to Tou. These conflicting orders had thrown the beast into a state of internal conflict, creating numerous opportunities for the warriors to survive. However, Zhou Meng saw no fault in his commands. His current understanding of the Tugu was insufficient. He couldn't fully immerse himself in the beast's predatory mindset, making perfect synchronization impossible. Meanwhile, the Xingqiao Group's technical team worked tirelessly to capture relevant data on the Tugu, beginning to establish a behavioral model for the ferocious beast. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Though the crowd had grown weary of watching Zhou Meng's Tugu toy with mere Gangchi realm warriors, some astute observers grasped the chairman's intent. They began explaining the situation to their impatient companions. Gradually, the crowd's gaze toward Zhou Meng shifted. Whispers of admiration filled the air as they acknowledged they had chosen the right leader. With a chairman as thoughtful as Zhou Meng at the helm, how could Xingqiao Group not rise again to stand at the pinnacle of Great Xia? Director Wang, however, was already in tears as two fourth-tier warriors kept him firmly pinned. His heart was filled with regret. Why had he accepted Zhou Meng's olive branch and come to work for Star Dynasty Group? Had he not placed such importance on wealth back then? Had he remained true to his original aspirations and continued his research in the official laboratories? Those brave warriors defending Satellite City wouldn't have perished in vain at the hands of the Tugu, nor would they have brought utter disaster upon the millions of fellow citizens within the city. The root of all this lay with him. The greatest sin stemmed entirely from the controller he had created. Could Magic City produce even a few fifth-tier martial artists? If just two such powerhouses existed, the Satellite City's crisis would be resolved immediately. Director Wang could only silently pray in his heart, hoping those familiar old friends would achieve sudden enlightenment at this moment and break through to the fifth tier. Alas, Magic City, already alerted to the Satellite City's peril, remained utterly silent. The martial artists Director Wang had pinned his hopes on were locked in fierce argument. Old Mo, I must go. Satellite City holds a full 1,000,000 lives, how could I stand idly by, declared a gray-haired martial artist, his voice resonant with conviction. Mo Qingbai merely shook his head gently, his tone calm. I'm not trying to stop you. I just want you to understand that the crisis in Satellite City won't be resolved just because old Zhang shows up. More likely than not, it'll be a wasted effort. Cut the crap. Whether it's a waste or not, I need to go to ease my mind. Zhang Liang's fiery temper flared uncontrollably. Chapter 103, Raiding Star Dynasty Group, captured. As the sole remaining martial artist leader in Haizhou during the Age of Decline, Mo Qingbai had his own perspective on Tuwa's sudden assault on Satellite City. He reached out to steady the agitated Zhang Liang, speaking slowly. Old Zhang, haven't you noticed something off about Tuwa's attack this time? Zhang Liang, a man who had lived decades, frowned thoughtfully at Mo Qingbai's prompting. After a long moment, he realized, you mean, Tuwu is being controlled by someone? But that can't be. We surrounded and attacked this ferocious beast exactly as the anonymous letter instructed, aiming to kill it. Though it ultimately broke free from the god-slaying barrier's suppression and escaped, you and I both know Tuwu's strength is already at the peak of the 5th tier. Its actual combat power could easily crush 6th tier martial artists. Zhang Liang frowned deeply, his confusion evident as he continued, a monster like that couldn't possibly obey anyone's commands or be controlled by someone. Mo Qingbai felt relieved that his old friend had stepped back from his urgent state and returned to his usual composure. When Zhang Liang pointed out his own flaw with doubt, Mo Qingbai calmly pulled out a tablet, tapped the first video on the screen, and handed it to Zhang Liang. Look, doesn't the Tugu's eyes look vastly different from when we ambushed it earlier? Zhang Liang scrutinized the Tuwu in the footage. Upon seeing its bloodshot eyes, he instantly turned to Mo Qingbai with a look of horror. But weren't its eyes blue before? Suddenly turning red, there definitely was something wrong. Mo Qingbai tucked away the tablet and smiled. That's precisely why I grew suspicious the moment it appeared outside the demon capital. Given its nature, if it had adapted to the barrier's suppression and sought revenge, it wouldn't have remained motionless in one spot for days. This time it attacked the Satellite City. But what's in the Satellite City? Not a single martial artist who besieged it that day was there. If it was seeking vengeance by slaughtering humans, wouldn't the tens of millions living in the demon capital be far more satisfying targets? Why did it specifically choose the Satellite City? Mo Qingbai's eyes darkened, his tone heavy. All these signs point to one thing: the Tugu has been controlled by someone. The attack on the Satellite City was merely an experiment for some purpose. Zhang Liang sucked in a sharp breath. An experiment? Using 1,000,000 people as test subjects? That's even more ruthless than those damn Japanese devils back in the day. Who dares do this? Don't they fear the Central Capital sending reinforcements to wipe them out? Central Command sending reinforcements? Mo Qingbai chuckled dryly. By the time they reach Haizhou, it'll be too late, old Zhang. Ugh, what do we do now? You're always full of ideas, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Liang tugged at his hair in frustration. Mo Qingbai remained silent, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward one of Haijiu's former landmarks, the Ocean Star Tower. His mind was already made up. If anyone in Haijiu possessed the resources to subdue the Tugu and somehow control this mindless beast, apart from the Star Dynasty group, there was no other candidate. To resolve the imminent threat of the city's collapse once and for all, the only solution was to find the root of the problem, go straight to the source, and force the mastermind behind the scenes to release their control over the Tugu. But Mo Qingbai knew all too well the depth of Star Dynasty Group's resources. He had once worked as a security captain within the group to survive, or more accurately, as an outer perimeter security captain. The group's internal guards were always formidable warriors recruited from who knows where by Chairman Zhou Meng. Back then, Mo Qingbai had clashed with one of these guards over some dispute, leading to a direct confrontation. Though he emerged victorious, it had been no easy feat. Keep in mind, Mo Qingbai already possessed the strength of a third-tier martial artist back then. The only reason he hadn't broken through to the Gangxi realm was the depletion of spiritual energy in the land. Yet even a martial artist of his renowned caliber had been pushed to a back-and-forth battle by a mere foot soldier. This chilling realization soon drove Mo Qingbai to resign and return to his hometown. Now that the divine realm had descended and the spiritual energy of Blue Star was reviving, Mo Qingbai could scarcely imagine how terrifying the Star Dynasty group, already immensely powerful back then, must be now. Conquering the Tugu? Across the entire sea state, only the Star Dynasty group possessed the capability. Old Mo, say something. What should we do? The satellite city can't hold out much longer. Millions of lives are hanging by a thread. Zhang Liang grew impatient after Mo Qingbai remained silent for another long moment. What else can we do? Storm the Star Dynasty group, take down Zhou Meng, and everything will be settled in an instant. Mo Qingbai snapped irritably. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Had old Mo lost his mind? The Star Dynasty group? Could they really break in there? Did he really think their security forces were pushovers? Are you certain they did this? Zhang Liang asked cautiously. Mo Qingbai sneered coldly. Who else in Haijiu could easily subdue the Tugu? The two stared at each other in silence, the room falling deathly quiet. To these two lone wolves, the Star Dynasty group was a colossal entity. Breaking in to subdue Zhou Meng would be no less difficult than breaking through the Sky Realm right now to forcibly suppress the Tugu. Suddenly, Mo Qingbai sprang to his feet. Old Mo, what are you doing? Zhang Liang asked in confusion. The problem is right before us. Whether we succeed or not, we have to make the attempt. Otherwise, how could we face the millions of innocent citizens of Satellite City? Mo Qingbai declared with unwavering resolve, his face set in determination. Well said. Let's go then. Old Zhang here hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Zhang Liang slapped his thigh and stood up. The two men were in agreement instantly. They immediately left the room and headed toward the Ocean Star Tower. Though they still had many friends in the Demon City, this mission was likely to go wrong. Unlike them, these friends weren't alone in the world. They were all elderly men with children and grandchildren surrounding them. Mo Qingbai and Zhang Liang understood each other perfectly and made no mention of those friends. A den of dragons and tigers lay ahead. It was enough that just the two of them ventured in. Yet reality was always cruel. Mo Chang and Bai charged into Xingqiao group with unwavering resolve, only to be swiftly subdued by a fifth-tier captain who appeared out of nowhere. They were immediately taken to the top floor, where Zhou Meng and other executives had gathered. Well, isn't this our esteemed former security captain of Star Dynasty Group, Mo Qingbai? What brings you to pay us a visit today? Zhou Meng's voice dripped with scorn. Director Wang looked at his two friends with utter despair. He could tell at a glance that they were still only at the Gangxi realm. But at this critical juncture, the Gangxi realm was utterly inadequate. Zhou Meng, I knew you were behind this. Zhang Liang, though shackled in Xingqiao Group's special restraints, still shouted at Zhou Meng with righteous indignation. Zhou Meng, stop this at once. Central Capital has dispatched elite warriors to eliminate the Tugu. Cease now, and you might still receive lenient treatment. Don't be so stubborn. Mo Qingbai shouted back, his face showing no fear. Hearing their angry rebukes, Zhou Meng laughed instead of getting angry. He was always magnanimous toward ants who posed no threat to his safety, rarely bothering to argue with them. Chapter 104, The Despairing Crowd. As chairman of the Star Dynasty Group, Zhou Meng naturally had his own channels to learn everything about Zhongjing. Regarding Mo Qingbai's mention of Zhongjing's reinforcements, he merely sneered, humph. Who would have thought the once upright Captain Mo has now learned to deceive others? Super-powered warriors sent from Zhongjing? How powerful? 5th tier or 6th tier? Ha! Let me tell you straight, Central Capital is completely overwhelmed right now. They don't have a single spare man to send against the Tugu. Besides, even if they send a 5th tier warrior, so what? The Tugu is an ancient beast that rivals 6th tier power. Bring them all, I'll feed them to it. With that, Zhou Meng turned away, resuming his control over the Tugu and ignoring the two men. Mo Qingbai's heart sank to the depths. He understood Zhou Meng's words held no exaggeration. The claim about Zhongjing sending reinforcements was merely an excuse born of desperation. He had hoped this would make Zhou Meng rein in his arrogance, even instill some fear in him. Little did he expect that the Xingqiao Group's intelligence network had penetrated so deeply that even the situation in Zhongjing was laid bare, rendering Mo Qingbai's excuse utterly hollow. Mo Qingbai now understood that his plan with his old friend Zhang Liang had utterly failed. Xingqiao Group's depth was truly unfathomable. Even a random guard captain possessed 5th-tier strength, effortlessly subduing both of them. Amidst their dismay, Mo Qingbai and his companion watched as the giant screen projected Tuowa's movements in crystal-clear detail. Moreover, the device in Zhou Meng's hand confirmed Mo Qingbai's suspicions were entirely correct. The attack on the satellite city by the Tugu was indeed orchestrated by none other than Zhou Meng, the chairman of Star Dynasty Group, standing right before them. Yet, their own strength proved insufficient. Though they had reached the very heart of the matter, they dared not move an inch under the watchful eye of that 5th-tier guard. To be precise, even if they attempted any action, that guard could eliminate them both in an instant. Old Mo, has that powerful figure from Zhongjing set out yet? When will he arrive? He absolutely mustn't be delayed by other matters and waste time. If that happens, everything will be lost. Zhang Liang, seeing no one around, quietly approached Mo Qingbai to ask about the powerful figure he'd mentioned. Mo Qingbai didn't want to deal with this slow-witted old friend and remained silent. They'd been operating together from the start. How could he not know whether anyone from Zhongjing had arrived? It was obvious Mo Qingbai was just spouting nonsense, yet this blockhead Zhang Liang actually took it seriously. Ha! Is that old one? Mo Qingbai's eyes lit up as he looked toward Director Wang, who stood behind him flanked by 2 guards. Old one? Which old one? Zhang Liang, about to press further, followed Mo Qingbai's gaze. It really is him. The 2 hurried toward Director Wang. The 5th-tier guard behind them made no move to stop him, perhaps brimming with confidence in his own strength, certain he could intervene before they could do anything. You two, Sai, still at the Gangxi realm. There's no helping it. The satellite city is doomed now. Director Wang sighed repeatedly as he watched Mo Qingbai and the other approach. Though older, Zhang Liang remained impatient. He blurted out, Old One, what are you doing here? What else could I be doing? Developing new products for Star Dynasty Group. Who knows, maybe this thing controlling the Tugu was his doing. Mo Qingbai had only seen the dry tear stains on Director Wang's face and already guessed the truth. Zhang Liang looked stunned, clearly not having considered the depth of the situation. He stared at Old Wang in confusion. You really created that thing? Wang Kaitao didn't answer, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. The 3 stood together, suddenly falling silent, their minds churning with 1,000 thoughts, chaotic and unceasing. On the screen, the Tugu's movements grew increasingly swift, shedding its initial clumsiness. Evidently, Zhou Meng was growing more adept at using that brain controller in his hands. The brave warriors of Satellite City faced increasingly fierce attacks as a result. 2 Gangxi realm warriors entangled with the Toa had already fallen in battle. The excitement among the Star Dynasty Group shareholders and executives in the arena stood in stark contrast to the panic and dread gripping the citizens of Satellite City. One side rejoiced in the promise of a brighter tomorrow, while the other grieved over impending doom. Zhou Meng, however, had long transcended both emotions. Controlling the Tugu, he felt like an omnipotent deity in that moment, so powerful, so utterly captivating. This only strengthened his resolve to mass-produce these controllers. In present-day Great Xia, there was a shortage of everything except controllable demonic beasts. Imagine if the Xingqiao Group commanded an army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts who in all of Daxia, no, on the entire Blue Star, would dare show disrespect to Zhou Meng. Then, Zhou Meng would become the sole leader of humanity on Blue Star. If, under his command, they drove the gods back to their divine realms, the name Zhou Meng would be immortalized for all eternity. The thought sent a wave of feverish excitement coursing through Zhou Meng's veins. He felt something strange brewing within him, something that, once unleashed, would propel him directly past the Gangxi realm. Wu Jin felt he was on the verge of collapse. One of his arms had been torn clean off by the Tugu's immense strength, and his right leg showed signs of fractured bones. Were it not for his family's hardening cultivation technique constantly converting spiritual energy to heal him, he might have met the same fate as his 2 fallen comrades, shattered to pieces. On the other side, the commander directing ordinary soldiers to suppress the enemy with heavy firepower had been replaced by a lieutenant colonel. The previous colonel had been killed in a collision with the Tugu. As for the waves of ordinary soldiers being sent in, the casualty rate exceeded 50%. Unlucky squads, caught when the Tugu, wounded by heavy fire, charged wildly in rage, had survival rates dipping below 10%. The citizens within the city had long since focused all their attention on this section of the wall. They witnessed every casualty among the soldiers desperately holding back the Tugu, their hearts torn with anguish. Some wept softly, having lost all hope for their own fate. Others prayed silently, hoping reinforcements from the demon city would arrive swiftly to relieve these heroic warriors. Alas, nearly an hour had passed since the first encounter with the Tugu, yet no sign of reinforcements from the demon city had appeared. Some citizens, unable to contain their frustration, had already begun cursing loudly, condemning the inaction of the demon city authorities. Look! What's over there? A soldier reloading artillery ammunition wiped sweat from his brow when a movement in the distance caught his eye. He turned and let out a startled cry. Is that reinforcements? Reinforcements? Where? Where? No, that's not reinforcements. That looks like a single person? Don't joke around. How could one person make that much noise? Chapter 105. This guy's way too reckless. The dust cloud drew ever closer to the satellite city. The warriors could now make out what lay within it. The commotion was caused by a martial artist sprinting at full speed. Though amazed by the newcomer's formidable strength, disappointment lingered in their hearts. A ferocious beast like the Tugu could only be slain or driven away by a martial artist at the sky-riding realm. No matter how loud the commotion, this person was merely at the Gangchi realm. They offered no benefit to the battle, only adding to the Towe's fearsome reputation. From the tower of the Star Dynasty group, Jomang also spotted a martial artist charging toward the Tugu, seemingly determined to contribute to the defense of the satellite city. Ha! So not all martial artists in the demon capital are cowards after all. Even now, a Gangchi realm martial artist dares come to the rescue. Jomang laughed arrogantly, his words dripping with scorn. A mere Gangchi realm martial artist attempting to play the hero against Tuo? Utterly delusional. The chairman speaks wisely. Among the millions in the demon city, to find even one with such blood-stirring courage to confront Tuwu's ferocity truly rare indeed. This friend has a gift with words. Keep talking, it's delightful to hear, haha. The demon city is truly formidable. Over 1 million people in the satellite city, they abandon it without hesitation. Decisive. The numerous shareholders present burst into hearty laughter. They were already utterly captivated by the Tuwu's savagery. The greater its power now, the greater their future profits would be. Mo Qingbai and Zhang Lian wore expressions of utter gloom. While others might be unaware, they knew the inner workings of the demon city all too well. Before venturing alone into Star Dynasty Group, they had sought out the Magic City military for support, only to be met with a stern refusal from high-ranking officials. As they left the military compound, their anger simmered. Their complaints about the military poured out, but the officer escorting them revealed the truth in a single sentence. The military's refusal to heed the satellite city's distress call this time was not born of fear of Tugu's might, nor an evasion of battle. Rather, certain high-ranking officials, using the lives of Shanghai's millions as justification, had forcibly ordered the military to refrain from any unauthorized actions beyond defending the city, including aiding Satellite City. Upon learning the truth, Mo Qingbai and his companion, their hearts frozen with despair, threw themselves headlong into the colossus that was Star Dynasty Group, desperate to turn the tide. As expected, they were captured shortly after entering the Star Dynasty Group. Now, they were forced to witness the lives of 1 million people in the satellite city wither away. Upon first glimpsing the commotion outside the city walls, a flame of hope reignited within them. Such a massive cloud of dust could only mean one thing: a large army was on the move. Alas, when the figures emerged from the smoke and dust on the screens, Mo Qingbai and the others shared the same grim realization. For Satellite City at this moment, one more or one less Gangchi realm martial artist made absolutely no difference. The only difference, perhaps, was that it might delay the countdown to death for the city's citizens. Ah, I wonder which old friend has come to lend a hand. Zhang Liang sighed. He looks unfamiliar to me. Doesn't seem like someone we know. Mo Qingbai studied the figure on the screen intently before sighing again. Turning his head, he continued, whoever he is, the outcome remains the same. Whether he's an acquaintance or not doesn't matter. Zhang Liang sighed heavily as well. Mo Qingbai's words held truth. Whether it was the man on the screen or the two of them standing in the arena, the outcome remained the same. Die. Shursen, racing forward at full speed, was unaware that his appearance had already drawn considerable attention, even being live-streamed in its entirety. Strangers who didn't recognize him had memorized this martial artist daring to aid Satellite City at such a critical moment. Phew! This journey has taken a toll on my stamina, significantly reducing my combat effectiveness. Shursen paused outside the city walls, taking several deep breaths in hopes of quickly recovering his strength. But thankfully I arrived in time. The Tugu hasn't breached the city walls yet. The citizens are safe, at least. Shursen's gaze shifted to the Tugu. This tiger-like beast, documented in ancient texts, was renowned for its formidable defense. Its iron-hard hide seemed impervious to any weapon. Having already slain the Taotai and subdued the Qianqi, Shursen now possessed the abilities to enhance his physique and strengthen his spirit artifacts. He wondered what innate skill slaying the Tugu would grant him, a thought that filled him with anticipation. Beneath the Tugu, is that human flesh and blood? Shursen soared into the air and landed directly atop the city wall. His gaze swept over the scene of utter devastation. The warriors beside Shursen, upon seeing this lone martial artist come to their aid, remained pessimistic but ultimately felt gratitude. At this moment, any martial artist willing to come to the satellite city and face the Tugu head-on was a true warrior worthy of everyone's respect. The Tugu also detected Shursen's arrival. Its keen instincts sensed something different about him. This human harbored energy potent enough to threaten it. Even under the control of the Star Dynasty Group's brain controllers, Tuwu's primal instincts kicked in, causing it to shift its posture instantly and regard Shursen with wary vigilance. Why do these warriors gaze at me with such downcast eyes? Could it be that even with the savior arriving, they still aren't happy? Shursen sensed the stares from the warriors around him and felt puzzled. But he quickly dismissed the thought. As a martial artist arriving from afar, he held no renown in either Haijo or Magic City. It made perfect sense that they doubted his ability to handle the Tugu. But Shursen would soon prove with action that before him, the Divine Blood Spear Saint Shursen, the mere Tugu was utterly powerless. Tuwu, you have slain countless warriors of the great Xia human race. Your crimes deserve death 1,000 times over. Yet, considering you are but a beastly creature, if you choose to repent and submit to your fate, perhaps I might grant you a swift end. Shursen's clear, resonant voice echoed across the city walls, sending a shock through the hearts of the gathered warriors. They looked at him in astonishment. Had this man lost his mind? Did he not realize that the ferocious beast across the way possessed strength comparable to a 6th-tier divine intent realm cultivator? Daring to speak like this, wasn't he just asking to die faster, for the sheer thrill of it? On the other end of the screen, Zhou Meng was equally stunned. He whipped his head around to the conference room, pointing at the monitor. Is this warrior's brain fried? A mere Gangchi realm cultivator dares to spout such arrogance? Everyone present shared the same look of utter disbelief. Were martial artists this bold these days? On the city wall, Wu Jin seized the moment when the Tugu remained still and hurried to Shursen's side, grabbing his arm. Brother, have you lost your mind? You can't handle the Tugu alone. You've already caught its attention. Get out of the way. Let me block it. Wu Jin strained to pull Shursen away, only to discover his strength couldn't budge Shursen an inch. You're a fine warrior. Go rest. Your duty is done. Leave the rest to me. Shursen noticed Wu Jin's battered body and spoke with a hint of admiration. With a slight flick of his wrist, Shursen shook off Wu Jin's grasp. Ignoring the stunned look in Wu Jin's eyes, he began walking slowly toward the Tugu. Why won't this fool listen? A mere Chi warrior stands no chance against the Tugu. Failing to pull Shursen back, Wu Jin attributed it to his own injuries and didn't dwell on it. Instead, he grew flushed with frustration at Shursen's recklessness. Finally, a Gangchi martial artist had arrived, someone who could play a crucial role in dealing with the Tou. Yet, unexpectedly, this martial artist turned out to be a reckless fool who refused to heed any warnings. He wanted to charge headlong into battle with the Tugu. How could a mere Gangchi martial artist possibly shake a Tuwu of 5th-tier cultivation with 6th-tier strength? How utterly overconfident. Chapter 106, Knock Out the Tugu's Teeth. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. All eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to miss a single detail. Their faces flushed crimson, breaths quickening as they witnessed the live slaughter of the satellite city's defenders by the Tugu. It evoked the primal thrill of witnessing a gladiatorial arena from ancient times. This brutal clash between savagery and humanity offered a novel sensation these Star Dynasty Group shareholders, long sheltered in safety, had never before experienced. Shursen, the suddenly emerged Gangchi realm martial artist, ignited the suppressed flames within them all with his relentless, unyielding resolve. They could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a frenzied celebration. They roared incessantly, chanting frantically for Zhou Meng to command Tu Wu to crush this audacious human martial artist. I know. I'll command the Tugu to kill him in the most brutal way possible. Zhou Meng, infected by the hall's frenzied energy, growled with bloodshot eyes. The shareholders below the stage each had their own backgrounds. While their influence might not be immediately apparent now, Zhou Meng knew that once his Star Dynasty Group began consolidating resources and expanding beyond Great Xia, these shareholders would prove invaluable. Thus, he had always maintained a friendly attitude toward them. How could he refuse their demands now? Moreover, that suddenly appearing martial artist could serve as the final straw to crush the satellite city's defenders. By crushing him into pulp with the harshest methods, Zhou Meng was certain no human martial artist in Satellite City would ever dare bare their teeth at the Tugu again. What a pity for this warrior, all courage, no skill. His act of coming alone to aid us is far nobler than those in the demon capital. Alas, but since you crossed paths with me, I'll grant you a swift death. Zhou Meng's lips curled slightly as he transmitted his thoughts to the Tugu through the controller. Next, he awaited the Tugu's thunderous strike. Yet, to Zhou Meng's utter astonishment, something unexpected happened. His command had clearly reached the Tugu's mind, yet it showed no sign of executing it. The Tugu remained frozen in place, its gaze fixed intently on Shursen. What's going on? Previous commands had delays, but they always executed eventually. Why is there no reaction to this one? Zhou Meng tapped his controller in confusion. He turned to Director Wang and waved him over. Come take a look at this thing. Is it malfunctioning? He wasn't worried Director Wang would dare to quit. When hiring him to join Star Dynasty Group, Zhou Meng had been extra cautious, sending people to bring Director Wang's wife and children over. Any move Director Wang made against Star Dynasty Group would require careful consideration whether his family could survive. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, Director Wang approached. He took the controller in silence and began inspecting it. But Director Wang soon looked up in confusion. There's nothing wrong. This controller is functioning perfectly. Then this is strange. My commands are like stones thrown into the sea, no response whatsoever. Jomang watched Shursen on the screen, closing in on Tugu, growing increasingly impatient. He was confident in Tua's abilities, yet for some inexplicable reason, an uneasy sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Wait, I remember. During a previous experiment, a demon beast exhibited a similar situation. Director Wang's eyes lit up as he delved into his professional expertise. He continued, a low-tier demon beast, while being controlled to the wilderness, encountered a fourth-tier demon beast. At that time, the commands also failed. Jomang had an excellent memory. With Director Wang's reminder, he instantly recalled having seen that very experiment report submitted by Director Wang. The final section specifically detailed emergency procedures for such scenarios. Simply activate the red button on the controller, then press it again, and it would. Wait. The report described a situation where a low-tier demon beast encountered a higher-tier beast and reacted with shock. But the Tuga, this ferocious beast, ranks among the highest tiers in both official classification and true combat prowess, not just in Great Xia but across the entire Blue Star. How could it possibly exhibit such behavior? Jomang frowned, puzzled. Forget it. Maybe the controller really is faulty. After we wipe out the satellite city this time, we'll recall Tuwo and give it a thorough inspection. Pressured by numerous shareholders in the hall, Jomang pressed the red button without hesitation. Instinctively controlled, the Tuga, which had only ever treated Shursen with caution, suddenly became wildly agitated. It felt as if 10,000 needles were relentlessly jabbing at its brain, breaking free from its instinctive restraints. Its eyes, now filled with murderous intent, locked onto Shursen. Arg! The Tuga roared furiously, its massive body charging straight toward Shursen, intent on crushing him with a single palm strike. Jomang watched this unfold and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the controller was working effectively, providing a suitable solution when problems arose. The crowd witnessed the Tuga's overwhelming might and erupted once more, as if venting every ounce of pent-up frustration accumulated over days. Upon the satellite city's ramparts, Wuxian did not follow the warrior he deemed reckless. His body was nearing complete collapse, only sheer willpower kept him standing. The energy reserves within his body could sustain him for no more than another half hour. As the main force, he could not risk his life lightly for a warrior who refused to heed advice. His mission remained steadfast, to protect the million innocent citizens within the city. Shursen paid no heed to anyone's thoughts. He had no time to consider others' minds. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on the ferocious beast that had finally regained its senses and was now preparing to strike him down. Poof! You slaughtered my human warriors, and now you dare threaten me? Truly a heartless, bloodthirsty beast. Shursen sneered coldly, showing no regard for the Tugu. Meanwhile, in his mind, the Qiangqi beast, diligently absorbing metallic elements for its master to reshape the Divine Blood Halberd, stared blankly in confusion. Master, you can curse the Tugu all you want, but why are you taking it out on me? I've worked so hard to strengthen you, yet now I'm lumped in with the monsters too? How heartbreaking. Qiangqi's muttering instantly alerted Shursen. He awkwardly soothed the beast, silently berating his own impulsiveness for forgetting this obedient, loyal beast. After calming Qiangqi, Shursen glared at Tuwo with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He said nothing more, simply raising his fist. He was going to beat the crap out of this guy. Boom! Shursen erupted from his leisurely stroll with such sudden ferocity that even the Tugu, not known for agility, couldn't catch his shadow. Clang! 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 Arg! In an instant, Tugu was subjected to Shursen's ferocious assault. The sheer force unleashed from those seemingly ordinary fists threatened to pierce through Tugu's iron-hard hide. The excruciating pain made it howl in agony, its voice echoing skyward. You still have the nerve to howl? Shut your mouth. Shursen's fist slammed into the Tugu's jaw, shattering its teeth, which clattered to the ground. His physique, honed to perfection, allowed Shursen to handle the Tugu with surprising ease. The Tugu was utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 107, The Slaying in the Tugu Armor. Shursen always adhered to one principle: never strike unless you're ready to give it your all. Even a lion hunts a rabbit with full force. Tuwu could no longer keep up with Shursen's speed, feeling only relentless blows pounding his body. Shursen's fists were striking so hard that Tuwu's internal organs were beginning to sustain damage. My physique has now reached the micro-realm stage. Even at this level, I can inflict internal injuries on the Tuowu, whose defenses are astonishing. I can't even begin to imagine how powerful I'll become after advancing to the next realm. Even as he relentlessly pounded the Tuwu, Shursen found himself pondering future possibilities. But the Tugu was, after all, an ancient ferocious beast. With half its teeth knocked out and its entire body throbbing with pain, the savagery in its bloodline was ignited. A surge of power erupted violently from within its body. Rampage? Shursen sensed the Tuga's transformation but merely sneered coldly. Heh, you're not the only one with a trump card. He abruptly summoned the Divine Blood Halberd nurtured within his mind. A familiar aura caused the Tuga's dazed eyes to momentarily clear. Qiangqi? The name flashed through Tugu's mind. It was puzzled why would the aura of Xianqi, another of the four great monsters, emanate from that terrifying weapon. But Sin gave it no time to ponder. The Divine Blood Halberd traced a swift arc through the air, cleaving straight through the Tugu's massive head. Thud! The head, weighing hundreds of pounds, hit the ground with a dull thud. The sound jolted the onlookers back to their senses. Wu Zhen's eyes were unfocused as he muttered, "What just happened? Is the Tugu dead?" The lieutenant colonel, who had been directing the soldiers to reload the cannon, was stunned, frozen in place. The battle between Sin and Tu Wu seemed long, but in reality, it had lasted less than 10 seconds. Even the swiftest elite soldier, who had once held the record for fastest shell reloading in the satellite city's defense force, had only just managed to ram the shell into the cannon. The battle was over? A deathly silence fell over the city walls. No one could believe what they were witnessing. They preferred to think they were hallucinating. That terrifying beast that had thrown the entire satellite city garrison into utter disarray, how could it have perished so easily? It must be nerves. The tension had caused their minds to play tricks on them, creating illusions. Ocean Star Tower. Zhou Meng stood frozen in place, his face still bearing the exhilaration of commanding the Tugu's rampage. He showed no reaction whatsoever to the beast's death, as if struck by a petrification spell. "If I'm not mistaken, the Tugu is dead?" Mo Qingbai's uncertain voice snapped Director Wang and Zhang Liang out of their stupor. They turned to him with numb expressions. "Maybe it is dead?" Zhang Liang's voice was equally uncertain. "No, it could be we're too exhausted and hallucinating. Though I suspect it's more likely Zhou Meng's trickery. He always enjoys playing pranks." Director Wang's eyes were fixed and vacant, his entire demeanor seeming off. Several shareholders of Star Dynasty Group in the room seemed to have heard Director Wang's words. Finally, someone broke the silence and voiced their opinion. "Chairman, stop joking around. Switch the screen back to the live feed. I know you switched the live feed to a pre-recorded video to scare us." "Exactly. The chairman always loves pulling stunts like this, but this isn't like other times. Switch the feed back to the live feed." "Chairman." The clamor snapped Zhou Meng out of his dazed state. His head throbbed in waves, and everything before his eyes seemed to spin endlessly, making it impossible to grasp reality. This state was identical to the backlash described in Director Wang's final report on the brain controller, the reaction experienced by the controller after the controlled beast died. Could it be that Tu Wu is truly dead? Zhou Meng forced himself to shake his head despite the pain. No! Impossible. This must be a hallucination caused by overusing the brain domain controller. Tu Wu possesses 6th tier strength, is incredibly powerful, and is the very foundation of our Xingqiao group's rise to the pinnacle of the world. He absolutely cannot die so easily. Yes, it must be my hallucination. No, I must reconnect the controller immediately and bring Tu Wu back to the group. We need to thoroughly investigate the problem. Zhou Meng picked up the controller with slightly trembling hands, attempting to re-establish the severed connection. But no matter how hard he tried, the controller remained unresponsive. The cold touch sent waves of panic through Zhou Meng's heart. This damn hallucination. Sin had long noticed Wu Zhen and the others' dazed expressions, but he dismissed it as the overwhelming shock of witnessing his formidable strength, a single strike that had slain the Tugu. He assumed they'd recover in time. He promptly stored the Tugu's corpse directly into the Tao Tai space, activating his Devour All skill to begin digesting the formidable beast's flesh. Strange. Killing the Tugu hasn't triggered any reaction. Could it be that not all ferocious beasts grant benefits? Sen's confusion seemed to be sensed by the Qianqi, now incarnated as the artifact spirit. It immediately spoke up, "Master, the mandate of heaven feedback after slaying the Tugu has already manifested upon you." "Heavenly mandate feedback?" Sen inquired. "Yes. Each of us 4 great monsters, upon being slain, grants immense rewards to the victor. These rewards aren't bestowed by us, but are heaven's feedback." Qianqi's voice echoed from within the Divine Blood Halberd, sounding deep and resonant. This is just like looting gear after defeating monsters in a game. But what exactly is the mandate of heaven feedback from Tu Wu? Why haven't I detected it anywhere? It's on your chest. Simply focus your will and it will manifest. Sen hastily pulled up his shirt, revealing a Tu Wu tattoo. Similar to the Taodai tattoo on his arm, it was about the size of a palm. Following Qianqi's guidance, Sen focused his will onto the tattoo. A strange sensation suddenly filled his heart, as if merely thinking about something could make extraordinary things happen. Without hesitation, Sen followed his instinct and silently agreed. Clang! A set of jet-black armor instantly materialized around his body, enveloping Sen completely from head to toe. The armor's design was distinctly archaic, reminiscent of an ancient general's battle gear, a spiked helmet, a cold visor, shoulder guards adorned with mythical beasts, a chestplate embossed with cloud patterns, and complete arm and leg protection. Damn! Sen couldn't help but utter an expletive. This suit of armor was exactly his style, instantly sending him into a frenzy of excitement as he carefully examined every inch of it. This is so damn cool. Qianqi, tell me, am I handsome? Xiangqi, living under someone else's roof, remained silent for a long moment before slowly replying, handsome. Wu Jin and the others witnessed the entire scene. After Shursen slew the Tugu, its massive corpse vanished into thin air. Then, a set of dashing, imposing armor suddenly appeared, enveloping Shursen entirely. Yet, they showed little surprise. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. With legendary deities and demonic beasts beginning to descend upon Blue Star, was it any wonder bizarre events were unfolding? Not at all. What Wu Jin and the others most wanted to understand now was how Shursen, a mere Gangxi realm martial artist, could so effortlessly slay the Tugu. Chapter 108, Discovering the Brain Domain Controller. Zhou Meng truly lived up to his reputation as a cunning strategist. Though Tu Wu's death dealt him a heavy blow, he recovered his composure remarkably quickly. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the armor adorning Shursen. Waiting to summon the guards waiting nearby, Zhou Meng urgently commanded, "Go! Rally the Star Guards immediately. Have them depart at once and retrieve this armor for me. Remember, no matter what it takes, ensure not a single inch of it is damaged." Zhou Meng understood clearly that the martial artist who had suddenly appeared on the screen, capable of instantly slaying the Tugu, possessed formidable combat prowess. But he also knew that the Star Dynasty group, which had subdued the Tugu without injury, was undoubtedly far more formidable than that warrior. Thus, after the Tugu was slain, Zhou Meng snapped out of his momentary daze. He began weighing the pros and cons of this operation. After all, the original purpose of sending the Tugu to ravage the satellite city was to test the various functions of the brain controller. The controller itself was the crucial element. The Tugu's existence was merely a bonus. After a brief surge of anger, Zhou Meng's gaze shifted to the armor that had suddenly appeared on Shursen. His instincts told him that this suit of armor was even more valuable than Tu Wu himself. This made Zhou Meng desperate to obtain the armor, even though he knew Shursen was no pushover and the Star Guard group might suffer heavy losses in this operation. No matter how many Star Guard members are lost, I must have it. Zhou Meng resolved silently. Times had changed. Numerical superiority was gradually losing its edge. Had the Star Dynasty group not begun researching individual combat prowess before the Divine Kingdom's arrival, it might have met the same fate as other corporations absorbed by the Haizhou authorities and ceased to exist. The fundamental reason Star Dynasty group avoided becoming a mere shell of its former self lay in the Star Guard, a force personally led and meticulously cultivated by Zhou Meng himself. In the age of decline, each Star Guard member already possessed the strength of a second-tier martial artist. After the gradual revival of spiritual energy, the Star Guards rode the wind and soared, leaping to become 4th and 5th tier beings. Their astonishingly rapid advancement left even martial artists who had trained since childhood speechless. However, Zhou Meng understood that while the Star Guard's advancement speed was rapid, their ceiling was far too low. 5th tier was their absolute limit. As artificial creations born from nanotechnology and biotechnology, their potential could only be expanded through mass production. Thus, Zhou Meng urgently sought to enhance his own strength. Through the resources of the Star Dynasty group, he had successfully advanced to the 4th tier by studying ancient texts and utilizing numerous demon cores. In this era where immense power flowed into individuals, 4th tier strength was clearly insufficient. Zhou Meng refused to resort to his corporation's methods to force growth prematurely. This made the armor on Shursen's body an exceptionally valuable find. His mind racing, Zhou Meng swiftly concluded that in the Great Xiao wilderness teeming with beasts, the sudden emergence of such a unique and ferocious creature must hold deeper significance. It certainly wasn't merely to devour humans. Perhaps this Tugu armor is the reward humanity gains after slaying it. Zhou Meng murmured to himself. Had Shursen known Zhou Meng's conjecture, he would have given him a thumbs up. The truth that so many in his past life had failed to uncover had been so easily deduced by Zhou Meng. It was simply too impressive. Clearly, Shursen had no time to spare for Zhou Meng now. After retrieving the armor, he crouched down to examine the device expelled from the Tuwa's skull by spatial repulsion. "I swear I've seen this device somewhere before. It feels so familiar," Shursen remarked as he flicked the controller with his finger, a wave of recognition washing over him. He quickly searched his memories. After a moment's rummaging, he finally found the memory of this device from a certain battle. So it was the Brain Domain Controller. The flagship product of the Xingqiao group, once the dominant force in Haizhou. It played a pivotal role in the battle against the Yamata no Orochi of Neon Nation. Yet, after that very conflict, Jin Wushang, already at the 7th tier, swept away the entire Xingqiao group leadership in one fell swoop. One wonders why. Shursen crouched on the ground, deep in thought. The silent drone circling overhead finally caught his attention. Upon recognizing the Star Dynasty group emblem on the drone, it all clicked into place. First, the inexplicable attack on Satellite City by the Tugu, then the drone circling overhead filming footage, and now this suspected brain area controller. So this whole monstrous beast incident was actually orchestrated by Star Dynasty group. No wonder in my previous life, Jin Wushang was willing to endure the scorn of countless Haizhou compatriots to destroy the Star Dynasty group's top brass, the very pillars of Haizhou's economy. He must have uncovered the truth behind the deaths of 1 million citizens in the satellite city and acted out of rage. Bang! Shursen flicked a pebble from the ground with his toe, clenched it in his fist, and hurled it with all his might. Instantly, it knocked the drone hovering overhead out of the sky. Now that I've uncovered the truth, the Star Dynasty group absolutely cannot be spared. A ruthless glint flashed across Shirsen's face. Hey, you, standing there like an idiot. Come here. Shirsen turned to Wu Jin beside him. Me? Wu Jin pointed at his own nose with his remaining right finger and scurried over eagerly. Sir, you needed me? Wu Jin asked. Shirsen observed Wu Jin, battered and bruised yet seemingly unresponsive, his eyes growing increasingly appreciative. Rather than immediately questioning him about the Star Dynasty group, Shirsen placed his hand on Wu Jin's shoulder. The pure, tranquil gale energy cultivated through martial scripture instantly entered Wu Jin's body, beginning the healing process. During the process, Shirsen noticed that Wu Jin's cultivation method was somewhat unusual. It seemed to share similarities with a long-lost physical cultivation technique, making his skin incredibly resilient. This must be why Wu Jin, with only 4th-tier strength, had managed to hold his ground against the Tugu for so long. Though it may be presumptuous, I'm genuinely curious, what cultivation technique do you practice that can fortify the physical body like this? Shirsen asked, his chi flowing steadily. Wu Jin endured the tingling sensation spreading throughout his body and forced a smile as he replied, Sir, it's the family-transmitted technique, the immortal golden body art. Quite impressive. Upon hearing it was a family-transmitted technique, Shirsen felt it inappropriate to pry further. After all, martial artists of this era hadn't yet shifted their mindset. They still adhered to traditional beliefs, holding that techniques must not be shared outside the family. Such inherited methods were meant only for the designated successor. No one else could ever know their contents. What was even more regrettable was that if no suitable heir emerged, old-school martial artists would rather let the technique be lost forever, taking it to their graves, than allow this pearl to be tarnished by passing it to an unworthy clan member. Shirsen didn't want to be labeled as someone who exploited a favor for personal gain, so he decisively dropped the subject of probing Wu Jin's martial arts secrets. By the way, do you know where the Star Dynasty group is located? Shirsen changed the subject abruptly. Of course I do. Do you have important business there, sir? I can guide you. Wu Jin, feeling increasingly better, replied with a smile. You've lost an entire arm. You should really rest, Shirsen said, somewhat speechless at the guy's enthusiasm. But didn't he see his own injuries? His left arm had been torn off at the forearm by immense force, muscles and tendons completely exposed. If he really went out with him, he'd probably scare the crap out of a bunch of kids along the way. Chapter 109, Star Guard Deployment. Sir, I'm fine. Really? Seeing Shirsen about to refuse his offer, Wu Jin quickly interjected, this little injury is nothing. It's just an arm, it'll grow back eventually. Right now, your business is more important. Seeing Wu Jin's insistence and that the bleeding from his severed arm had successfully stopped, Shirsen reluctantly nodded. Alright then. You lead the way. Wu Jin nearly jumped for joy, but fearing his injuries might destabilize, he forced himself to suppress his excitement. He prepared to descend the city wall and guide Shirsen. Wait a moment. Shirsen called out to Wu Jin, his brow slightly furrowed. Sir, what is it? Wu Jin asked, puzzled. Shirsen's gaze swept toward the distance as his voice turned grim. We won't be going to Star Dynasty Group for now. Because, they're here. Who? I don't see anyone. Wu Jin followed Shirsen's gaze but saw nothing unusual. Shirsen remained silent. His cultivation level now far surpassed Wu Jin's. Having achieved minor perfection in the microcosmic realm, his physique had honed his senses to extraordinary sharpness. This allowed him to detect the growing hostility in the distance, hostility completely undetected by others. Old M.O., did that youngster really just effortlessly slay the Tugu? It feels like I'm dreaming. Zhang Liang remained in a daze for a long time. The Tugu's death had hit him far too hard. M.O. Qingbai was more level-headed than Zhang Liang. Though he too found it hard to believe that a beast they both considered utterly unbeatable had been slaughtered as easily as a chicken or duck by someone else, facts were facts, they couldn't deny it. Moreover, judging by the stranger's actions on the screen, he most likely sided with the satellite city's defenders. A warrior of such formidable strength could very well be the superpowered reinforcements sent by Central Capital to break the siege. M.O. Qingbai pondered for a moment before speaking slowly, the Tugu's defeat is undeniable, but this young man's trials have only just begun. Director Wang nodded in agreement, clearly drawing some connection from M.O. Qingbai's words. Only the straightforward Zhang Liang remained utterly baffled, scratching his head in frustration. Can you two just speak plainly? That martial artist already killed Tu Wu, what trial could possibly remain? Old Zhang, I've told you time and again to read more books. You never listen, insisting on being nothing but a brute. M.O. Qingbai shot him a disapproving look. Was Tu Wu sent by the Star Dynasty group? After his complaint, M.O. Qingbai patiently began explaining to Zhang Liang. Yeah, it's already been killed. Zhang Liang remained perplexed. Then isn't Star Dynasty Group capable of capturing Tu Wu even more formidable than Tu Wu itself? They are indeed a bit more formidable. Oh. I get it, Zhang Liang realized with a flash of understanding, quickly adding, even though the young man could easily slay Tu Wu, Star Dynasty Group, who captured it alive, clearly has the upper hand. That means Star Dynasty Group is more powerful than that young man. Imo Qingbai nodded. At least this dimwit wasn't completely dense, he could grasp the hidden meaning in his words. Sigh. I spent considerable time within the Star Dynasty Group. Just from what I witnessed, there were dozens of Star Guards whose presence rivaled yours. Now that Zhou Meng has ordered all Star Guards to mobilize, that young man is in grave danger. Director Wang sighed. His understanding of the Star Dynasty Group far surpassed that of Imo Qingbai and the others. As the director of the Research Institute, he alone had seen over 20 rotations of Star Guards assigned to his personal security. In other words, the core force of the Star Dynasty Group comprised at least 40 guards possessing the strength of Gangxi realm martial artists. What a terrifying force! It was precisely because of this massive guard force that Zhou Meng could so easily subdue and capture the Tugu, turning it into experimental material for the Research Institute. Capturing a 5th-tier ferocious beast like the Tugu alive was far more difficult than slaying it. Observing Zhou Meng's current demeanor, Director Wang instantly realized that the armor the boy had inexplicably manifested after slaying the Tugu must have aroused Zhou Meng's covetousness. I hope you can foresee the danger ahead and evacuate Haizhou immediately. Return to Zhongjing to report the situation, then gather your forces to crush the Xingqiao group once and for all. Otherwise, Haizhou will cease to be Haizhou of the Great Xia, it will become Star Dynasty Group's prize. Director Wang could only silently pray. All his skills were invested in research, he knew nothing about martial arts and could offer no help to the young man. Imo Qingbai and Zhang Liang both sighed in unison. Regardless of whether Star Dynasty Group relied on external resources to cultivate their vast numbers of formidable guards, that young martial artist alone was leagues ahead of them. Men of their age, having spent most of their lives immersed in the cultivation and exploration of martial arts techniques, now found themselves unable to match the cultivation speed of young people in this era of spiritual energy revival. Wasn't that laughable? Now, knowing that the hero who had saved millions in Satellite City was in mortal danger, they were utterly helpless. This profound sense of powerlessness pierced both men deeply. Old Imo, do you think there's any chance that young man? Zhang Liang asked in a low voice. Imo Qingbai understood Zhang Liang's unspoken question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, it's highly unlikely. After all, the Tugu is merely a ferocious beast, devoid of human cunning. Plus, with the controller implanted in its brain, commands always arrive a split second too late. That delay inevitably weakens its combat effectiveness. Perhaps the young man exploited precisely those advantages to dispatch the Tugu so effortlessly. Director Wang added, another point, Star Dynasty Group has been monitoring this martial artist's strike force and habitual stances throughout. With their professional analysis team, they've likely already devised a specialized countermeasure. Breaking through with brute force alone? That's going to be tough. After calm analysis, the three held little hope of the young martial artist. After all, he faced an entire corporation. How could individual strength possibly match the might of a massive company? Their only hope now was that he would recognize the danger early, make a decisive retreat to preserve himself, and then plot against Star Dynasty Group. This process would undoubtedly be lengthy. Perhaps only after Zhongjing had fully stabilized the situation in Zhengzhou would they be able to spare the resources to assemble a force of powerful warriors to march on Haizhou and destroy Xingqiao. But before that, if Zhou Meng showed unexpected mercy and merely imprisoned them instead of killing them, they would have no choice but to endure this bitter ordeal. Upon the satellite city's ramparts, Shursen focused intently on the faintly discernible enemy traces. His enhanced vision allowed him to clearly perceive distant movements. For 5th-tier practitioners and 34th-tier or higher Gangxi realm martial artists, what a grand display! With such power, instead of serving the nation and clearing a safe living environment for ordinary people, they've grown by sucking the blood of the masses. They've developed brain controllers to capture the Tugu, even using the satellite city as an experimental ground, treating countless innocent citizens as nothing. What purpose does such an organization serve? Like a malignant tumor, only swift action can cut through the chaos and bring timely relief. A chill settled between Shursen's brows as the killing intent within his chest grew ever more intense. Chapter 110, The Vibration Device. In his previous life, Shursen had little interaction with the Star Dynasty Group and knew little about it. His only awareness of its name came from the sensational news of Jin Wushang's audacious act of slaughtering its entire leadership. It was only then that he learned of this dominant conglomerate in Haizhou. Unlike other deeply entrenched tumors colluding with deities, Star Dynasty Group relied on its ultimate weapon, the brain domain controller, to control vast numbers of demonic beasts and even descendants of demonic gods. Thus, in Shursen's perception, the Star Dynasty Group could not truly be called a malignant tumor at that time. But now, Shursen's perspective had shifted. From the moment the Star Dynasty Group treated a densely populated satellite city as an experimental testing ground, its leadership could no longer be called human. Even beasts instinctively avoid killing their own kind unless driven to the brink of extinction. The Star Dynasty Group was worse than beasts. At this moment, the elite military unit stationed nearby acting as Xingqiao Group's henchmen had undoubtedly committed countless atrocities. Their hands were likely already stained with the blood of their own kind. Starting with Hangyu Group, then the Yang family's downfall. Now it's your turn, Xingqiao Group. The reckoning will unfold one by one. Not a single cancerous growth will be left behind. Wushin instinctively stumbled back several paces. The pressure emanating from Shursen now was overwhelming, threatening to shatter his composure. It felt as though the commander standing before him had suddenly transformed into a primordial beast, poised to devour its prey. How terrifying. This commander is clearly a Gungji realm martial artist like me, yet why is he so overwhelmingly powerful? Wushin looked at Shursen with lingering fear. Buzz. Not far away, 2 more drones soared into the sky. Likely, the higher-ups of the Star Dynasty group wanted a clearer view of Shursen's capture or death. Shursen gave a cold laugh, refraining from using stones to shoot them down as he had before. They wanted to enjoy the show. Heh, sorry to disappoint. Shursen wanted those bastards to see how his so-called elite troops would be picked off one by one, killed on the spot. Boom! Shursen's powerful legs surged with force, propelling his entire body like a cannonball toward the nearby star guards. The solid city wall beneath him caved in under the immense force, sending fragments of stone flying into a cloud of dust that blanketed the surrounding area for several meters. Wushin couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Target approaching our position. Prepare for engagement. A 5th-tier martial artist soaring midair among the star guards announced coldly. His tone was utterly composed, as if Shursen's explosive charge was nothing to him. This star guard leader had personally led the team that captured the Tugu. In his eyes, Shursen was only marginally stronger than the Tugu, hardly worth mobilizing the entire star guard force. It felt like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. A complete overkill. Under the star guard leader's command, the rest of the star guards swiftly deployed the equipment they had brought. Among them was the high-frequency oscillation device that had played a crucial role in capturing the Tugu. Aiming this device at the Tugu, it took only seconds to stun it using the principle of resonance. Shursen's physique was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, making him a much smaller target compared to the Tugu's massive frame. But this posed no challenge to the Star Guard, trained year after year. They had assembled the oscillator and aimed it at Shursen, who was still sprinting toward them, before he had even reached halfway. Reporting to the leader, the shot device is fully assembled. The target is within firing range. Awaiting your orders, a Star Guard shouted as he approached the leader. Activate the device immediately. Stun the target. The chairman's orders were to capture him alive. I don't want any complications. The leader issued the command calmly. Shursen also noticed a massive, 2-story-tall device suddenly materializing where the Star Guard stood. From the cold machinery, he even sensed a threat he hadn't felt in ages. This was a feeling even Tugu had failed to evoke in him. Inside the tower, Jomang watched the reactivated monitor with slight tension. As a witness to the shock device's journey from concept to reality, he understood its strengths and weaknesses. Its immense power without lethality was Jomang's greatest satisfaction. However, due to technical limitations, the device's bulkiness made it somewhat ineffective against agile targets. However, he had never revealed the shockwave device to the public. Currently, no one knew the true terror it held. Jomang was betting that Shursen was unaware of the device's true capabilities, hoping his complacency would lead to a fatal strike that knocked him unconscious. Otherwise, given Shursen's agility, the shock device would never have struck him squarely. It must be said that Jomang's plan was meticulously calculated. Shursen, in both his past and present lives, had indeed never seen the true form of the vibration device. The Star Dynasty group had kept this prized possession well hidden. Even when Jun Wushang wiped out their entire upper echelon, not a single person revealed any information about the vibration device. Ultimately, this formidable weapon, destined to shine on the demon beast battlefield, was buried in the dust of history. Something's off. My spiritual senses keep warning of approaching danger, yet I detect no threat. This doesn't make sense. Shursen abruptly halted his sprint, glancing suspiciously toward the Star Guard's direction. For 5th-tier martial artists and dozens of 4th-tier fighters, even if they all charged at once, Shursen was confident he could beat them to death. By process of elimination, the only remaining possibility was that mysterious device. Could it be a new weapon developed by the Star Dynasty group? But that doesn't make sense. The fundamental rules of the Great Xia have changed. High-precision instruments have long been rendered ineffective. And that thing doesn't look like a large-caliber heavy artillery piece. How could it possibly threaten me? Shursen watched the Star Guardians warily. They appeared utterly confident, seemingly unconcerned that Shursen, who had just slaughtered the Tugu, might suddenly turn on them and wipe them all out. Instead, they regarded Shursen as if he were a clown. Shockwave device charged. Ready to fire. Initiate. Lock onto target immediately. I want to get back to finishing my drink. Yes, Commander. At the leader's command, the Star Guard responsible for the device pressed its soul button. Buzz. 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 An invisible shockwave suddenly erupted from the device's front, hurtling toward the on-guard Ishimori at terrifying speed. Crack. Got it. That armor is mine. Jomang clapped his hands excitedly, nearly losing his composure as he bounced up on the spot. Just as he'd anticipated, this martial artist knew nothing about the shockwave device. Though he'd inexplicably halted mid-stride, he'd still entered the device's attack range. Now that the device had successfully locked onto its target and fired the shockwave, even a 6th-tier martial artist stood no chance of escaping. Shur-sen, you're in trouble. Chapter 111, Kill and Grow Stronger. The shockwave struck Shur-sen's body with lightning speed, unleashing terrifying energy in an instant. Pain. It hurt so much. Even Shur-sen, a man of such iron will, couldn't help but groan. He curled up on the ground, his face contorted in agony. He felt as if his body had lost all control. Though his skin appeared intact, the muscles beneath were tearing apart and healing over and over again in an endless cycle. Zhou Meng, seeing Shur-sen's reaction mirroring that of the previous monster, was overjoyed. He immediately ordered, Zhou Wen, restrain him immediately. And make sure to strip the armor off his body intact. Yes, Chairman. Zhou Wen's voice remained as calm as ever, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Pointing to the other 2 5th-rank Star Guards beside him, Zhou Wen said in a deep voice, Number 2 and Number 4, along with Star Guard Squad 1, follow me. Number 3, you stay here. Yes. Got it. All obey the eldest brother. The 4 5th-rank warriors among the Star Guards were all adopted sons of Zhou Meng. He had invested heavily in them, and they were utterly devoted to him. No matter how unconscionable the task, they would carry it out with utmost dedication. Zhou Wen, the eldest and most gifted of the 4 brothers, was known for his flawless execution. He commanded the trust of his 3 younger brothers and the chairman alike, and his commands were followed without question. The group moved swiftly toward Senator Zhou Wu drew a rope fashioned from 4th-tier demon python skin from his waist, preparing to bind the still suffering Shur-sen tightly. The extraordinary toughness of this specially crafted rope left even Zhou De helpless. To them, the severely injured Shur-sen, once bound, would be as helpless as fish on a cutting board at their mercy. Pain. Shur-sen moaned softly. Die in agony, you bastard. You killed our precious Tuwu. Zhou Wu sneered savagely, reaching to rip off Shur-sen's Tuwu armor. But, after the pain, it feels amazing. Do you understand that feeling? To the horrified stares of the crowd, Shur-sen, who had been moaning moments before, suddenly sprang to his feet and seized Zhou Wu's hand with an iron grip. A cruel smile spread across Shur-sen's face. You probably don't, but I want you to. Rip. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shur-sen pulled with all his might, wrenching Zhou Wu's right arm clean off at the shoulder. Blood spattered wildly. No. Second brother. Second brother. You bastard, I'll kill you. Zhou Wen's composure shattered. He flashed forward to catch his younger brother, who had been kicked flying by Shur-senator upon closer inspection. Zhou Wen's heart turned to ice. Zhou Wu, a 5th-tier martial artist, had suffered a fatal blow. Shur-sen's seemingly feeble kick had shattered Zhou Wu's internal organs into fragments, leaving him with no chance of survival. Overcome with grief and rage, the 4th brother, Zhou Kai, lunged forward to confront Shur-sen, only to be pulled back by his eldest brother, Zhou Wen. 4th brother, don't be rash. This man is far stronger than we imagined. Zhou Wen laid his second brother, already lifeless, on the ground and made a peculiar gesture one only understood within the Star Guard. First squad, form the formation immediately upon my command. Shur-sen watched with keen interest as the well-trained Star Guard formed their formation before him. Not only had the shockwave that struck him head-on failed to injure him, but its resonance effect had actually triggered a massive enhancement of his already formidable physique. As his muscles tore and healed, hidden latent issues deep within his body vanished completely, leaving Shur-sen feeling lighter than ever before. Star Dynasty Group's surprise attack, capitalizing on information asymmetry, not only failed to achieve its intended effect but had actually bolstered Shur-sen's strength once more. Now brimming with power, Shur-sen effortlessly kicked Zhou Wu, a 5th-tier opponent, to death with a single blow. This had been utterly impossible before. His confidence soaring, Shur-sen paid no heed to the Star Guardians forming a defensive array before him. Having endured countless battles, he understood a fundamental truth: only the weak resort to formations to cling to life, while the strong always walk alone. Even deities, unless absolutely necessary, would never venture into other divine realms. Even if it meant enduring years of solitude and loneliness within their own divine realms, they remained steadfast in this way. Formations had long since proven their worth on future battlefields. They were utterly useless. At this very moment, however, numerous aristocratic families and sects in the Great Xia still treat this thing as a treasure, neglecting their own cultivation to specialize solely in formation techniques. Zhou Wu is dead. Zhou Meng could scarcely believe it. Even the death of Tuwo hadn't shocked him as much as the loss of his sworn son. That man was struck directly by the shockwave. Even if he hadn't died, his muscles should have been shattered, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Why, when Zhou Wu closed in, could he suddenly surge with such force, even surpassing his strength against Tu Wu? Zhou Meng felt a surge of panic. Events were spiraling beyond his expectations, and that sense of absolute control was slowly slipping away. Zhou Wen and the other 3 were 5th-rank Star Guards he had cultivated at immense cost, each one invaluable. Now one had fallen to Shur-sen, and Zhou Meng's heart ached. However, seeing Zhou Wen remain composed in the crisis, directing the others to form a defensive formation, Zhou Meng felt considerably reassured. Thankfully Zhou Wen is here. He's always been steady. Even witnessing Zhou Wu's death before his eyes, he maintained his composure, directing the star guards to form a formation to avoid being picked off one by one. Well done. Once this stellar formation is complete, 10 4th-tier star guards plus 2 5th-tier martial artists will be fully capable of holding their own against a 6th-tier martial artist. Even if we can't defeat him outright, we won't fall too quickly. At that moment, Zhou Ying, waiting nearby, can activate the vibration device again and deliver a fatal blow. I'll be damned if you can withstand a second shockwave after surviving the first. Zhou Meng calmed his mind, carefully analyzing the situation. He ultimately concluded that the advantage lay with him, easing his tense mood considerably. Who would have thought? This martial artist from Central Capital is so powerful. He can even withstand the attack of a high-frequency shock device. I reckon, given time, this young man is destined to become one of the pillars of Great Xia. Director Wang remarked with deep emotion. From the moment the shockwave device appeared, his heart felt like it was being squeezed in someone's fist, leaving him breathless and utterly unable to spare a thought for his two old friends beside him. Now, witnessing Shirsen not only survive the shockwave unscathed but also suddenly surge forward to kill Zhou Wu, gaining complete dominance over the situation, Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shockwave generator? Old one, what the hell is this thing? I've noticed you old codger keep pulling out all sorts of weird gadgets lately, Zhang Liang said, glaring at Director Wang. Director Wang shot Zhang Liang a defiant glare and retorted, "You barbarian know nothing. This shockwave generator was originally developed by me as a training device for martial artists, meant to benefit all practitioners. It's just that the Star Dynasty group hijacked it for their nefarious purposes." Training? I doubt anyone would dare train near this contraption. Anyone who does probably has worse brains than old Zhang here. You're unreasonable. There's no talking to you. Alright. Stop bickering. Look at the screen, they're about to fight. Chapter 112, The Terrifying Might of a Single Punch. As everyone's gaze shifted to the screen, Shirsen began to move. Zhou Wen stood at the main position of the stellar array, bracing himself for Shirsen's assault. His face was cold and composed. He had tested the array's power and knew its limits. Even if he couldn't defeat Shirsen, he was absolutely certain he could withstand the terrifying might of Shirsen. Therefore, even the hot-tempered Zhou Kai restrained himself from rushing headlong into battle. Instead, he stepped into the formation, hoping to gradually wear down Shirsen's gale energy through its effects. He planned to wait for an opening before delivering a decisive, fatal strike. The stellar array. It certainly lives up to the reputation of your Star Dynasty group. I wonder if its power surpasses or falls short of the Young family's 9 Extremes formation. Shirsen strolled leisurely around the perimeter of the stellar array. Zhou Wen sneered coldly, his voice sharp. Regardless of strength, do you dare to enter? Such crude provocation naturally had no effect on Shirsen. His gaze shifted gradually toward the position of the third brother, Zhou Ying, among the 4 siblings. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. No! He's going after the third brother. We must draw his attention to us and buy enough time for the third brother. Fearing Shirsen would shift his target, Zhou Wen hurriedly spoke up. You killed my second brother head-on, yet you dare challenge our stellar formation? Are you afraid to step forward? You're the little cutie, right? Shirsen looked at Zhou Wen with confusion. Knowing full well that the array doubles our strength once activated, why would I come here to fight you head-on? Seems being Star Dynasty Group's lapdog for too long has rotted your brains. With a contemptuous sneer, Shirsen suddenly accelerated toward Zhou Ying, who was guarding the instruments. That turtle shell-like star array, only a complete moron would charge head-on against it. This wasn't like the Young family's 9 Extreme Sword formation, composed of 9 Gangchi martial artists. The star formation had 2 full 5th-tier martial artists anchoring its center, supported by 10 Gangchi martial artists as its foundation. If Shirsen dared to confront it head-on, he might just get crushed. Brother, what do we do? He's not fighting us. Zhou Kai watched Shirsen charge toward third brother, his panic boiling over. Zhou Wen's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Shirsen to completely ignore the trap. Even though Shirsen was far stronger than all of them combined, he still refused to engage the star array head-on. No wonder they'd watched them form the formation without lifting a finger to stop him. Shirsen had never intended to break the formation with brute force. His plan from the start was to ambush the guards and take out the shockwave generator, the deadly weapon, first. Break formation. Support third brother. With no other choice, Zhou Wen ordered the formation dissolved. The group followed Shirsen as they sprinted toward Zhou Ying's position. Cunning bastard. Zhou Ying, holding the rear, had also noticed the change in his elder brother's situation. Seeing Shirsen charging toward him, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. The star guards under his command had nearly completed the activation sequence for the shockwave generator. If Shirsen could be delayed by the formation for even a moment, the second, enhanced shockwave would be triggered. At that moment, no matter how powerful Shirsen was, unless he possessed the ability to soar through the skies like a martial artist of the sky riding realm, he would be torn to shreds by the overwhelming shockwave. Unfortunately for him, Shirsen had no intention of confronting the stellar array head-on. Disregarding martial artist's pride, he had distanced himself from Zhou Wen and the others, charging toward him at terrifying speed. Having witnessed his second elder brother's death at Shursen's hands with his own eyes, Zhou understood instantly that, given his own strength, a one-on-one confrontation with Shursen would likely see him meet the same fate as Zhou Wu within 5 seconds. A single kick from Shursen would shatter his internal organs, causing him to vomit blood and die. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhou suddenly realized Shursen was now less than 20 meters away. His eldest brother and the others were still over 100 meters behind him. Even if they rushed to his side, it would take at least several seconds. Zhou understood that with Shursen's current combat prowess, the moment they made contact, he would be beaten to death instantly. Not just seconds, he wouldn't even last half a second. Second and third teams, block that bastard. Zhou refused to die, at least not yet. This was the era of spiritual energy revival. He had finally witnessed power beyond mortal limits and embarked on his own path to ultimate martial prowess. His future was bright, how could he fall here? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou ordered his 4th-tier warriors to surround Shursen, buying himself precious time. These 4th-tier warriors had long been brainwashed by Zhou through various methods, losing all capacity for independent thought. They were nothing but ruthless killing machines. They knew nothing of fear. Upon receiving Zhou Ying's command, they charged fearlessly toward Shursen. Every move was executed without restraint, only lethal strikes were unleashed. It was a fight to the death. Shursen ignored these cold, brainwashed fools, attempting to accelerate through the encirclement. But the closest star guard blocked his path with his body, standing directly in his way. Boom! Shursen, moving at incredible speed, collided with the star guard blocking his path, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, the impact shattered the star guard's body into countless fragments, sending them flying like bullets in all directions. This obstruction inevitably slowed Shursen's momentum, causing him to pause momentarily. The surrounding star guards swarmed in like a swarm of bees, completely surrounding Shursen. Sticky as hell, disgusting. Shursen shot a disgusted glance at the swarm of star guards closing in around him. He gathered power in his right fist and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The soft ground instantly caved in, rippling outward like waves. The star guards caught in the shockwave were sent flying in all directions as if struck by a heavy blow. The sheer power of a single punch was terrifying. It instantly inflicted heavy casualties on over a dozen Gaichi martial artists. This scene sent a chill through Zhou, who followed behind Shursen. He began to doubt whether even the combined strength of the 3 brothers could defeat this terrifying foe. Could they truly defeat this terrifying creature before them? For the first time, Zhou felt dissatisfied with his own strength. The arrogance and world-defying aura he once possessed after reaching the 5th stage of the skywalking realm vanished completely. Now he was consumed by deep regret. If only he had pushed himself harder, fought more fiercely back then, might he not have already broken through to the divine intent realm by now? If so, his second brother wouldn't have been kicked to death right before his eyes, dying in such a humiliating manner. His 5th-tier power had never truly been unleashed before this abrupt end. This was not the fate Zhou had ever imagined for himself. Big brother. The 3 of us must join forces and kill him. Zhou panted as he rushed to Zhou side, bellowing. It must be said, Zhou Ying's command did manage to break Zhou free from Shursen's lockdown, though the cost was devastating. Of the 20 members from Star Guard Teams 2 and 3, fewer than 5 remained alive. Zhou nodded in agreement with his third brother's assessment. From Shursen's explosive burst just now, it was clear his stamina was on a completely abnormal level. Even if the 3 brothers could take to the skies to flee, they likely wouldn't escape Shursen's pursuit. The Star Dynasty group had never provided them with the aerial techniques of the Skywalkers. Their flight speed and efficiency were nowhere near those of martial artists who possessed such methods. Relying solely on instinctive flight, they couldn't sustain it for long before their gale energy was completely depleted. Their only option now was for the 3 brothers to join forces, seize advantageous terrain to engage Shursen, and wait for the chairman to send reinforcements. Chapter 113, Slaying 3 Sky-Flying Martial Artists in Succession. Zhou did not order the Star Guards to form their array again. He understood clearly that Shursen had now neutralized the threat of the vibration device, and his next move would be to deal with the 3 brothers directly. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow the Star Guard to successfully form their formation again. Relying on the power of the formation to safely await rescue from the Star Dynasty group was out of the question. As for whether Star Dynasty group still had personnel available to support him, Zhou had no worries whatsoever. As the leader of the Star Guard, he understood the group's depth better than anyone. He knew of at least 2 martial artists within the group who were stronger than himself. These were all individuals on the verge of breaking through to the 6th tier. Each one was a powerhouse forged by resources poured into Star Dynasty group enough to overturn the entire Demon City. These hidden truths would likely have remained unknown to Zhou forever had Chairman Zhou Meng not adopted the 4 brothers as his sworn sons. Now, with confidence solidified in his third brother having joined him through decisive choice, he faced no lingering worries. Finally, he could steady his mind to face Shursen as he approached slowly. After all this fighting, care to tell me who you really are? Zhou demanded. Shursen chuckled derisively. You dared to ambush me without even knowing who I am? How utterly ridiculous. Hearing this, Zhou couldn't help but frown. When he received the order to deploy the Star Guard, he hadn't thought much of it. The intelligence only indicated that Shursin had killed the Tugu they had worked so hard to capture, suggesting his strength might reach the 6th tier. Now, upon reflection, this man before him seemed genuinely unfamiliar. At least in Zhou Wen's memory, he'd never heard of such a young martial artist emerging from anywhere. Brother, he might be a powerful warrior from Central Capital. Old Zhou suddenly spoke up. He recalled Mo Qingbai, who had previously infiltrated the group and been captured. The man had constantly muttered about Zhongjing sending a super-powered martial artist to slay the Tugu and save the city from peril. Central Capital? No wonder. Zhou Wen felt a pang of bitterness. Before joining the Star Dynasty group, he had once ventured into Central Capital himself, only to be soundly defeated and return to Haizhou in disgrace. In Zhongjing, a city steeped in profound historical heritage, the emergence of monstrously gifted martial artists was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Wen remained on guard as he spoke up. Perhaps we could pause first. Stop what? Before attacking me, you should have considered the consequences. Shursin cut Zhou Wen off, unwilling to waste words. To end this swiftly, Shursin summoned the Divine Blood Halberd nurtured within his mind, gripping it firmly. A familiar sensation surged through him. Shursin turned his gaze to Zhou Wen and the others, their eyes wide with shock. Raising the halberd, he declared, as armed forces of a private corporation, you dared to attack a colonel of the Great Xiao Western Military District. Today is the day you die. Wait. Zhou Wen, who had never witnessed a life-bound artifact before, was overcome with emotion and blurted out, trying to stop Shursin. Die. Shursin gave him no chance to speak further. Wielding the painted halberd, he swung it through the air several times before charging straight at the Zhou brothers. Having trained in fist techniques since childhood, Zhou Wen and his companions had little experience with weapons. Facing Shursin's long weapon, its formidable power evident at a glance, Zhou Wen steeled himself, raising his fists to meet Shursin's slashing blow. Clang! Boom! The collision of metal and flesh sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Zhou Wen, bearing the full force of the halberd, struck its middle section with his fists, avoiding the sharp tip. Yet under Shursin's overwhelming power, his hands shattered from knuckles to shoulders. Raw white bone was exposed, both hands instantly crippled. Brother! Big brother, how are you? Zhou Wen and Zhou Kai could only see their elder brother charging headlong into danger. Just as they prepared to intervene, Zhou Wen's body flew backward, startling them. They rushed to catch their elder brother, only to discover his hands had suffered severe injuries, filling them with grief and fury. Ignoring his own injuries, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Third and fourth brothers, run! Split up! Quickly! He's too powerful. We stand no chance against him." Zhou Kai refused to accept defeat and immediately tried to rise to fight Shursin to the death, but his third brother grabbed him by the arm. "Fourth brother, don't be impulsive. The Zhou family's fist must not be lost with us. Listen to your eldest brother, we must split up now. You go east, I'll go west. Run as far as you can. Don't even think about returning to the Star Dynasty group." Zhou Wen, now remarkably composed, spoke swiftly. Without another word, he pulled Zhou Kai to his feet and soared into the sky, leaving behind Zhou Wen, who sat half slumped on the ground, his face etched with resolve. He knew that the moment his eldest brother had spoken of fleeing, he had already resolved to die. If he didn't act immediately and follow his brother's orders, the Zhou family boxing style would be lost forever today. For the sake of preserving the legacy, Zhou Wen forced himself to suppress the pain in his heart. With the utmost rationality, he weighed the pros and cons, then flew into the sky with Zhou Kai, one on each side, and fled. All this unfolded in an instant. Even Shursin hadn't anticipated that the two remaining Star Guard leaders would be so cold-blooded, abandoning their own elder brother and turning tail to flee. Indeed, I displayed too much strength, crushing their will to fight. Ah! I'll be more careful next time, Shursin sighed softly. His cultivation in the Gangxi realm was still only at the 4th tier, preventing him from soaring through the air like those in the Sky Riding realm. This limitation could indeed be quite troublesome at times. Take this moment, for instance. With Zhou Wen and the other fleeing in separate directions, anyone else would have been forced to pursue only one. But Shursin was clearly no ordinary man. He approached Zhou Wen, who was trembling as he struggled to his feet, preparing to block him. A single punch sent Zhou Wen flying dozens of meters away, leaving only a human-shaped blood mist where he stood. Glancing at Zhou Kai's position, he saw the man was already nearly 50 meters away. Go! Shursin barked, and the Divine Blood Halberd instantly lunged toward Zhou Kai. What the hell is that thing? Zhou Kai caught sight of the halberd out of the corner of his eye, his soul nearly leaping out of his body in terror. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Knowing the Divine Blood Halberd was no trifling matter, Zhou Kai immediately stabilized his form, tracing an irregular flight path through the air in an attempt to evade the halberd's lock-on. This proved utterly futile. The Divine Blood Halberd completely ignored Zhou Kai's feint. With a sharp thud, it pierced straight through his body before turning and flying toward Shursin. Zhou Kai stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. His hands clenched around empty air as his gaze grew unfocused and he plummeted from the sky. Fourth brother. Zhou Ying's heart was filled with grief. In just a few short minutes, he had lost 3 of his own brothers. The dreams they'd shared beneath the night sky, envisioning their future together, had vanished in an instant. 5th tier strength was utterly useless against that monstrous opponent. Where the hell did this guy come from? Even the major clans and sects of Central Capital couldn't produce such a terrifying martial artist. Zhou felt like he was about to cry. The gale energy sustaining his flight faltered under the turmoil of his emotions, causing Zhou Ying's speed to plummet dramatically. It's over. Zhou Ying's face turned deathly pale. He could already see Shursen waiting not far ahead. Chapter 114, The Star Dynasty Group's Final Ace. Ocean Star Tower. The venue fell deathly silent as the footage from 2 specially modified drones displayed crystal-clear images. Zhou Meng wished the drones would lower their resolution to 0 right now, so no one could see the Star Guardians closing in on Shursen. The entire Star Guard force deployed 4 Sky-reaching realm martial artists and 30 Gengchi realm martial artists, and they're all gone? Zhou Meng's breathing grew frantic as his eyes reddened, fixed on the screen. Mo Qingbai and the others stood quietly in a corner, exchanging glances but remaining silent. Who could have imagined that the Star Guard, equipped with the shockwave device that had successfully captured the Tugu, would be wiped out by a martial artist who appeared out of nowhere? This was so absurd it wouldn't even fly in a novel. Mo, did you really send someone to Central Capital for backup? Zhang Liang felt his mouth go dry, swallowing hard before continuing. The reinforcements they send are ridiculously powerful. That was just me shooting the breeze. You actually believed me? Mo Qingbai sighed in exasperation. How had his made-up excuse ended up matching everything so perfectly? You two have time for idle chatter? Director Wang sighed in exasperation. At a time like this, discussing that mysterious martial artist was utterly pointless. Old Wang, you're something else. What choice did we have? We're prisoners here. What else are we supposed to do but chat? Old Zhang, you've clearly lost your mind from all that martial arts training. Director Wang snapped. Look at Zhou Meng right now, he's practically raving mad. If he snaps, he'll definitely kill all 3 of us as a sacrificial offering. Zhang Liang was skeptical. The Star Guard is wiped out. That guy will head straight for Star Dynasty Group headquarters to settle scores. Zhou Meng won't even have time to run, why would he bother with us? Don't doubt it. I know Zhou Meng well, he's ruthless and merciless, the kind who turns on you without a second thought. Killing us 3 before fleeing? That's perfectly normal. Director Wang declared with absolute certainty. Mo Qingbai nodded. Old Wang's right. Zhou Meng is capable of doing something like this. Still, he probably won't come after us just yet. Let's find a chance to distance ourselves from Zhou Meng later, so we don't draw his attention. With that, the 3 quietly shifted positions, finding a more concealed corner. Director Wan was absolutely right. Zhou Meng was currently seething with pent-up rage, yet he couldn't find an outlet for it. The Star Guard, painstakingly cultivated with massive resources, had been effortlessly annihilated by Senator. It was impossible for Zhou Meng not to be furious. Yet beyond his impotent rage, there were more pressing matters demanding his attention. You think annihilating the Star Guard threatens me, Zhou Meng? How laughable. Zhou Meng waved to summon the 5th-rank martial artist standing nearby, beside Mo Cheng and Bai. Zhou Yang, go wake Zhou Rui. Now is precisely when he can make his contribution. Ah. Chairman, but Zhou Yang hesitated. Do my words no longer hold weight, Zhou Meng cut off his adopted son before he could finish, his voice rising in fury. Sensing his adoptive father's unwavering resolve, Zhou Yang could only retreat from the hall with a bitter expression. On his way, Zhou Yang's heart pounded incessantly. He harbored a certain fear toward Zhou Rui, the chairman's once most cherished adopted son. Long ago, Zhou Rui had absorbed too many rare treasures and demon cores, causing his cultivation to go haywire. Yet that colossal potency hadn't lost its effect, brutally propelling Zhou Rui's strength to the 6th tier. Yet the very excess of that potency had warped him into a being neither fully human nor ghostly, his mind oscillating between lucidity and chaos. He now languished within the most secure confines of Star Dynasty Group. Through the relentless efforts of numerous researchers at Star Dynasty Group, a pill was soon developed that could temporarily suppress Zhou Rui's chaotic mind, transforming him into a fully conscious 6th-tier martial artist. Zhou Yang's task now was to administer the pill into Zhou Rui's mouth. This was by no means an easy task. Approaching Zhou Rui carried a high risk of Zhou Yang dying under his frenzied attacks. Sigh. We'll have to get the researchers to increase the sedative dosage first, stabilize Zhou Rui, and then figure out how to get the pill into him, Zhou Yang sighed. He knew the situation was dire. The Star Guard had been completely wiped out. Within the Star Dynasty Group, Zhou Rui was the only one capable of holding off that terrifying man. There was no one else suitable. Even after watching the entire live broadcast, Zhou Yang himself felt that even if he, stronger than the 4 martial arts geniuses, personally intervened, he could only hold out a few more minutes under Shursen's hands at most. Ultimately, death was inevitable. Defeating or killing Shursen? That was practically a fairy tale. Zhou Yang quickened his pace, reaching the cell where Zhou Rui was held in less than 3 minutes. Manager Zhou, the chairman has just instructed us to release Chairman Zhou's restraints. However, the specific procedure requires your personal supervision. A researcher in a white lab coat approached Zhou Yang immediately upon seeing him. Zhou Yang nodded. All right. First, increase the sedative dosage to triple the amount. Otherwise, I won't be able to get close to Zhou Rui. Triple? The researcher looked stunned. Tripling the dose will impair Mr. Zhou's combat effectiveness, which will be detrimental to the upcoming battle. Then why don't you go administer the medication yourself? I'll agree to stick with the normal dosage. Zhou Yang's tone turned icy, his gaze fixed on the researcher with clear hostility. If we don't increase the dose, I'll get hammered to death the moment I step inside. Then no one will be left to stop that man, we'll all be finished. The researcher dared not go in himself and could only agree to Zhou Yang's demand, tripling the dose of sedative in the syringe. He then raised the tranquilizer gun, aiming the barrel at a small hole in the wall. Through repeated testing, firing through this hole could precisely hit the restrained Zhou Rui's neck, achieving the sedative effect. Whoosh! A faint firing sound echoed as 3 large tranquilizer darts instantly shot into the small hole. Roar! Kill! Kill! Almost the instant the researcher lowered the gun, a terrifying roar erupted from the cell, cast entirely from synthetic steel. Immediately followed by the thunderous clang of fists pounding the walls. The terrifying force sent shivers down Zhou Yang's spine even as a 5th-tier martial artist. Zhou Rui has grown stronger again. Zhou Yang inwardly gasped. If he could strengthen at such a pace, he'd never still be with Star Dynasty Group. He would have long since charged into the wilderness himself, hunting demonic beasts and seeking spiritual herbs. Why would he ever stoop to accepting those pitiful offerings? But Zhou Rui's growth felt unnatural. Strength gained at the cost of sanity? Not worth it. Better to temper his martial arts slowly and steadily. After waiting a moment, the sounds from the cell grew fainter. Zhou Yang gripped a pill the size of a pigeon egg, standing nervously before the door. Even with a triple dose of sedatives, Zhou Yang couldn't be certain it would calm Zhou Rui. But Sher Sin was about to arrive at Star Dynasty Group and time was running out. Zhou Yang couldn't afford to delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang ordered the researchers, who had retreated far away, to open the alloy door. Chapter 115, Rude. Clang. The door swung open. The cell was pitch black inside, and an eerie aura instantly surged out, enveloping Zhou Yang completely. Damn it, every time I come here, I feel like I'm about to meet my end. What a curse! Zhou Yang swallowed hard. His skywriting realm strength offered him no sense of security whatsoever. Especially from the moment he stepped through the doorway, the shadow of death had completely engulfed him. Click! Zhou Yang switched on his flashlight and cautiously shone it into the depths of the cell. A thick, muscular thigh suddenly came into view. What a terrifying thigh it was! Veins bulged like small snakes, and the constantly twitching muscles sent shivers down Zhou Yang's spine. The beam of light slowly crept upward, revealing Zhou Rui, now unrecognizable, gradually coming into view. The man Zhou Yang remembered as his sworn brother had once been a dashing, highly capable man. Yet after enduring that ordeal, he had become the bloated figure before him now. His body seemed to have been injected with hormones, growing wildly out of control. Now standing nearly 3 meters tall, his entire body was covered in muscle, and his once handsome face had been distorted into a monstrous grimace by his deformed skull. Zhou Yang? The deep, muffled voice echoed from the darkness, sending a shiver down Zhou Yang's spine. Brother Rui? Zhou Yang asked cautiously. You're awake? Ha, ha. Triple dose of sedatives. Still, pretty effective. Zhou Rui seemed to be wrestling with another version of himself inside his mind, his words coming out in broken, painfully laborious bursts. Hearing Zhou Rui respond, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. This time, administering the medication should be safe. He hurriedly moved closer, approaching Zhou Rui's side. A foul stench instantly assaulted his senses. It nearly made Zhou Yang gag. To avoid upsetting Zhou Rui, Zhou Yang quickly held his breath. His sky realm cultivation allowed him to survive for extended periods without breathing. Foster father, trouble again? Zhou Rui's large, bell-like eyes gazed blankly at his foster brother beside him. Sigh. Star Dynasty Group has encountered a formidable foe. The entire Star Guard has perished in the line of duty. My 4 brothers, the civil and military talents, have all fallen in battle just now. That enemy should be approaching the group's headquarters any moment. My strength is insufficient, I stand no chance against him. My foster father sent me to rouse you and come to the group's rescue. Zhou Yang cut to the chase, summarizing the situation in a few sentences. My foster father, his kindness to me is as deep as a mountain. Serving the group is my duty. Zhou Rui's eyes gradually reddened. He reached out and continued, where's the pill? I feel it coming up again. Quick, give me the pill. Zhou Rui ended up shouting, the foul breath from his mouth sending Zhou Yang's hair flying wildly. Fortunately, Zhou Yang held his breath, otherwise, if he'd smelled the stench coming from Zhou Rui's mouth, he might have perished right there today. Got it. Got it. Seeing Zhou Rui's state deteriorating, Zhou Yang hurriedly placed the pills in his hand before retreating to the doorway. Should the situation change, Zhou Yang could retreat at any moment. Zhou Rui swallowed the pills like popcorn kernels, then closed his eyes and waited quietly for the medicine to take effect. Shursen gave Zhou Ying no chance to speak. He'd already wasted too much time. Now the Star Dynasty group awaited his attention, leaving no room for further delay. Put! The Divine Blood Halberd severed Zhou Ying's head, sending a warm spray of blood skyward. Shursen dodged the spray, turning back toward the vibration device. This massive contraption had only average lethality, but it proved exceptionally useful for tempering one's physique. Wonder if there's a power adjustment button? Shursen circled the machine, growing irritated by the array of English-lettered buttons. This Star Dynasty group really is no good. They build a shockwave generator, yet it's plastered with gibberish. Have they forgotten this is Great Xia's territory? If they're so obsessed with foreign things, why stay in Great Xia? Just flee overseas already. Still, Shursen only muttered his complaints under his breath. He knew full well these opportunistic types would never willingly abandon the safety of Great Xia, protected by its god-slaying barrier. On Blue Star today, there was no safer place than Great Xia. After disposing of the last gasping star guard, Shursen beckoned to Wu Jin and the others who had hurried over. You're just in time. Find a few people to guard this hunk of iron for me. I need to make a trip to Star Dynasty Group, Shursen said calmly. Wu Jin and the others nodded vigorously, accepting the task. Joking aside, the formidable figure standing before them had not only slain the Tuga to save the satellite city but also dispatched 4 sky-reaching realm martial artists with the ease of slaughtering chickens and dogs. How could they possibly refuse Shursen's request? Star Dynasty Group? Wu Jin retrieved his severed arm, now reattached to the wound. He continued with some confusion, are you implying that Star Dynasty Group is truly the mastermind behind this crisis? Yes, it's confirmed, Shursen replied. Wu Jin nodded silently. Shursen's words were now gospel to him. He had no reason to doubt their validity. Seeing another squad of warriors dispatched from Satellite City to guard the instruments, Shursen felt reassured and departed, sprinting toward the direction of Star Dynasty Group. Before long, a towering structure outside the Magic City's defenses came into view. Ocean Star. Shursen gazed at the tower that had once been a landmark of the Demon City, unable to suppress a sense of melancholy. Who could have foreseen that the Xingqiao Group, the very entity that built such a magnificent structure, would undergo a complete shift in mindset after the Divine Kingdom descended, treating the people as nothing? Had Shursen not received Xiangqi's warning midway, the beast sensing the stench of Tugu and urging him to hasten his journey? The million citizens of the satellite city might have already perished in the mouth of the Tugu. Star Dynasty Group, I've come to settle the score. Step by step, Shursen ascended the staircase leading to the tower's entrance. At the gateway stood 2 golden lion statues, majestic and imposing, as if poised to devour any intruder at any moment. You dare use lion statues? Bang! Boom! With 2 punches, Shursen shattered the golden lion's head, reducing it to a pile of debris on the ground. Entering the hall, it was completely empty. Not even a receptionist was present. Star Dynasty Group is being a bit rude, Shursen muttered, annoyed. He hadn't shot down the 2 drones that had followed him all the way here precisely to send Star Dynasty Group a message. I'm here. Yet they clearly didn't regard Shursen as important. Not even a receptionist was stationed at the front desk. They really look down on people. If Zhou Meng knew what Shursen was thinking right now, he'd probably be so furious he'd spit blood and collapse on the spot. Who the hell do they think they are, acting so rude? Who the hell has ever seen a visitor arrive and immediately smash the statue at the entrance? Does that look like a guest? But Shursen had clearly already forgotten the incident. He pressed the elevator button and stepped inside. He muttered under his breath about the petty-mindedness of Xingqiao Group's executives. So what if I'm about to come kill you lot? Big deal. No one greeting me is one thing, but now you shut down the elevator on me? Shursen stared at the elevator that had suddenly stopped, lost in thought. There really are no good people at Xingqiao Group. Chapter 116, The Meeting. With no other choice, Shursen stepped out of the elevator. After looking around, he found the fire escape stairwell and headed inside. It must be said, the physical prowess gained from mastering the micro-realm brought him comprehensive enhancements. Even now on the first floor, Shursen could clearly smell the foul stench emanating from the Xingqiao Group executives above him. A bunch of incompetent parasites hoarding vast resources, only to constantly turn on their own people. Sometimes, Shursen truly couldn't fathom their mindset. As a straightforward, passionate warrior, Shursen believed resources should only be enough for one's own cultivation. Why hoard vast amounts, waiting to sell them at a premium? Such practices inevitably bury talented commoners who should have flourished into pillars of humanity, leaving the race to rely on aging warriors to shoulder the burden on the divine mortal battlefield. The young generation that could rise up was few and far between. Shursen himself would have been no exception. Had it not been for Grand Administrator Qin of the Western Continent, who truly treated all his subjects equally, promoting the capable and demoting the weak, distributing resources fairly, he might have perished long ago in some trial, devoured by beasts, let alone ascended step by step to become a saint-level general and a pillar of the Great Xia Empire. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, but Shursen found himself increasingly lost in nostalgia and reflections on the present. This is no good. For the human race's situation, I am the only variable. If I cannot continue to grow stronger and become an existence beyond the main god, the ultimate fate of the human race will remain unchanged. As Shursen climbed the stairs, he reflected on his recent actions. Before long, lost in these thoughts, he found himself at the top floor. The middle levels of the skyscraper also housed numerous Star Dynasty Group employees, though most worked merely for a few pieces of silver and a secure living environment, unlike Starguard, whose hands were stained with blood. Shursen paid them little mind, heading straight for his target. Before arriving, he had already gathered intelligence. The upper echelons of Star Dynasty Group typically worked on the top floor, especially Zhou Meng, who particularly favored positions commanding a view from above. It was said this cultivated his mind and spirit. In Shursen's view, what Zhou Meng called mind and body was likely better described as ambition. It was precisely these self-proclaimed refined elites who, in the apocalyptic era following the Divine Kingdom's descent, often thrived far better than ordinary people, and inflicted the most harm upon the human race in the years to come. Creak! Shursen pushed open the fire escape door, revealing an exit leading to a corridor adorned with dazzling gold and brilliant hues. The entire corridor was crafted from some kind of crystal, shimmering with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Every 5 meters along the walls hung exquisite murals. The meticulous detail of the scenes revealed these were mostly priceless originals. Shursen even spotted classic works by the renowned modern painter Qi Lao displayed among them, utterly unbelievable. Yet no matter how lavish these decorations were, they had lost their purpose in the current climate. In present-day Daxia, strength reigns supreme. Anyone possessing cultivation beyond the Gangxi realm could secure favorable treatment anywhere, ensuring at least sufficient resources for daily cultivation. Those at the Sky Riding realm were even more esteemed, typically holding high-level positions within major corporations, wielding real authority and control over resource allocation. Zhou Meng, possessing exceptionally keen instincts, had long leveraged the Star Dynasty Group's influence to bolster the strength of his elite troops. When the spiritual energy revived, he swiftly secured the allegiance of several Sky Riding realm martial artists and nearly 100 Gangxi realm star guards. Though they were essentially hastily produced, their advancement paths were virtually cut off, and they stood no chance against martial artists of the same tier. But sheer numbers alone were staggering. This success fueled Zhou Meng's arrogance to the point where he even conceived the audacious plan to capture the ferocious beast, the Tugu, alive, and he actually succeeded. Had they not collided with the formidable force of Shursen, who knows how many more years the Star Dynasty Group would have wreaked havoc in Haizhou, claiming the lives of countless promising young talents. Clang! Shursen kicked open the door to Zhou Meng's private reception room. He could clearly hear the sound of numerous breaths coming from inside. No one dared make a sound. Partly because everyone knew Shursen was downstairs, but also because they knew even more clearly that Zhou Rui was sitting right there in the center of the stage, resting. Compared to Shursen, Zhou Rui, this monster everyone was more familiar with, was the true terror in everyone's hearts. Shursen might grant you death at most, but a Zhou Rui plunged into chaos would tear you alive, rip you in two, shove you into his gaping maw, and crunch you to bits before swallowing you whole. Chairman Zhou, your hospitality leaves much to be desired, Shursen remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on a lean, imposing middle-aged man. Zhou Meng, who had been wearing a cold expression, suddenly forced a peculiar smile upon hearing Shursen's words. My apologies for failing to greet our honored guest personally. It is my fault. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. May I inquire about your name, where you come from, and the purpose of your visit to our Xingqiao group? Shursen strolled leisurely through the crowd, occasionally picking up a pastry from beside the frozen shareholders and popping it into his mouth. This is delicious. Shursen's eyes lit up, his attention seemingly entirely on the pastry in his mouth. Only after a long moment did he look up at Zhou Meng. By the way, what did you just say? Zhou Meng's expression shifted slightly as he suppressed his anger and repeated his earlier words. Well, you can call me Senator, I'm from Zhongjing. As for your Xingqiao group, well, there are indeed some matters that need handling. Shursen replied casually, continuing to pick out his favorite foods from the numerous platters scattered throughout the crowd. Zhongjing? Zhou Meng seemed to suddenly recall something, his gaze shifting toward Imo Qingbai. But seeing the look of utter certainty on his face, unease instantly crept into Zhou Meng's heart. Could Imo Qingbai have been telling the truth? Was Shursen the superpowered individual dispatched from Zhongjing to eliminate the Tugu, only to uncover Star Dynasty Group as the mastermind behind it all during the operation, hence his sudden appearance here? Zhou Meng hadn't taken Imo Qingbai's words seriously before. While Zhongjing wasn't exactly far from the magic capital, that was only true before transportation was unimpeded. Now, with high-speed rail, airplanes, and even ships all suspended, no one dared to venture out lightly, fearing to provoke the terrifying hordes of demonic beasts roaming the wilderness. While a lone individual or a small elite squad could make the journey from central capital, it would take at least 10 days. Zhou Meng had only conceived the idea today, to deploy the controlled Tugu to the satellite city and test its various parameters through combat. How could Imo Qingbai possibly know he would think this way and inform central capital 20 days in advance, prompting them to send reinforcements? Could he possibly possess foresight? If he could foresee the future, how could he have been so easily captured? Or, even simpler, why not sabotage Star Dynasty Group's operation before the Tugu was captured? Therefore, when the envoys from Zhongjing arrived, Zhou Meng merely listened without taking them seriously. Little did he know that Shursin was indeed a martial artist from Zhongjing, and truly powerful enough to effortlessly slay the Tugu and annihilate the Star Guard. Now, he had arrived at the Star Dynasty Group to settle accounts. Could Mo Qingbai have truly calculated everything, waiting for him to fall by Shursen's hand while the Star Dynasty Group vanished into oblivion? This thought sent a chill down Zhou Meng's spine. Terrifying. Chapter 117, Fierce Battle. Damn it, old Mo, Zhou Meng is counting on you. Zhang Liang lowered his voice, his emotions running high. Mo Qingbai's hands trembled slightly as he feigned nonchalance. Don't talk nonsense. He didn't look at me. It's true. I saw it. Shut up. Mo Qingbai never dreamed that his offhand remark would perfectly match the current situation and catch Zhou Meng's attention. It was utterly surreal. But he knew full well that now that Shursin had arrived at the top floor of the Star Dynasty Group building, he wouldn't let things rest with Zhou Meng. And this presented an excellent opportunity for survival for him and Zhang Liang. As Shursin and Zhou Meng began their conversation, their words laced with caution, Mo Qingbai pulled Zhang Liang close and whispered, once Shursin and them start fighting, we have to make our move too. Old Mo, do I even need to say that? I'm charging over to Zhou Meng's side right now and beating him so badly his own family won't recognize him. Don't be reckless. Look at that monster Zhou Rui, he feels even stronger than Tu Wu to me. He'll be the one deciding the outcome against Shursin. We shouldn't interfere. Just stop Zhou Yang. Even if he's at the skywriting realm, we can hold him off for a long time. Mo Qingbai's eyes flickered as he resolved, our fate ultimately hinges on the battle between Shursin and that monster. If Shursin wins, we live. If he loses, we die. Our only purpose now is to tie up Zhou Yang, preventing him from interfering in Shursin's fight. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Zhang Liang began flexing his limbs, preparing for the impending battle. While the outcome of Shursin's battle remained uncertain, their attempt to block Zhou Yang, a fifth-tier martial artist, posed an obvious threat. One misstep, and they might meet a gruesome end right here. Shursin and Zhou Meng's conversation was nearing its end. Shursin understood clearly that Zhou Meng could stand there speaking to him so calmly solely because of that monstrous, inhuman figure dominating the stage. That creature was the only one in the arena who exerted any pressure on Shursin. Judging by his appearance, Shursin vaguely recalled it resembling the madness caused by consuming excessive potency. Such individuals usually didn't have much time left to live. They either ended up dying from self-detonation or, in a state of mental chaos, were surrounded and killed by others. Yet seeing him now, eyes closed in rest, it seemed the Star Dynasty Group had developed drugs to suppress the mental chaos, allowing them to confidently present him before the crowd. Otherwise, no one would dare let a martial artist in such a state come near them. No one could predict when he might snap, lashing out indiscriminately at friend and foe alike. Enough idle chatter. Let's get down to business. Zhou Meng sneered contemptuously. With Zhou Rui, that formidable weapon, by his side, he was confident he could kill Shursin on the spot. Indeed, it's time for business. Zhou Meng, do you know your crimes? Shursin roared, suddenly lunging forward, his entire body hurtling toward Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng remained unruffled, replying calmly, know my crimes? What crimes have I committed? I'd love to hear them. Zhou Rui, calm this distinguished guest down. On the stage, the colossal figure abruptly opened its eyes. Its crimson gaze remained serene as it fixed upon the blazingly fast Shursin. What a formidable opponent. Godfather, you sure know how to stir up trouble for Star Dynasty Group. Boom. The moment Zhou Rui finished speaking, he appeared before Shursin, blocking him with a fist swollen by the drug's potency. Their fists collided with thunderous force, causing everyone present to involuntarily groan. Those with weaker constitutions instinctively spat out mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the terrifying power unleashed by these two, shareholders standing nearby scrambled to dodge, plunging the scene into chaos. Shursin absorbed Zhou Rui's overwhelming punch, inwardly impressed. This guy, pumped full of all kinds of medicinal herbs, was truly formidable. His strength was now on par with Shursin's. After all, Shursin followed the orthodox path of ancient physical cultivation. His physique had long reached the level of minor perfection, his muscles as hard as granite. Inside, it was as if he carried the latest engine, with boundless stamina surging through every limb and bone. Yet Zhou Rui, merely a man on the brink of death from chi deviation, possessed such terrifying strength. A conglomerate like Star Dynasty Group truly possesses immense resources. I wonder where they scrounged up so many rare treasures to nourish a normal person to the point of spiritual backlash. Shursin felt a pang of envy. If he had access to that many medicinal herbs, he might have already advanced his martial cultivation to the 6th tier. What a pity all the good stuff went to the dogs. Zhou Meng sat calmly on the podium, observing the fierce battle between Zhou Rui and Shursin. He remained utterly unfazed. Even if Zhou Rui ultimately fell to Shursin, his contingency plan was ready to activate immediately. Then he'd make Shursin pay dearly. The bone-crunching exchange between Shursen and the monstrous Zhou Rui had the crowd, unaccustomed to witnessing combat of this caliber, roaring with excitement. Fortunately, the top floor of the Star Dynasty group building had been constructed with the finest materials, specifically ordered by Zhou Meng. Otherwise, it would likely have collapsed long ago under the terrifying force radiating from the two combatants. Yet even with such exceptional construction, the top floor lay in utter disarray during this clash of two true warriors, both fully possessing 6th tier strength. Craters pockmarked the floor everywhere. Ha 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 ha. This is exhilarating. Zhou Rui grew increasingly excited with each exchange, his mind sharpening with every blow, prompting him to burst into a hearty laugh. Shursen's expression grew grave. Zhou Rui was indeed the most formidable opponent he'd faced since his rebirth. Even exerting 80% of his full strength, he couldn't subdue him. This was truly terrifying. Zhou Rui's body seems to be gradually recovering. Could it be that overcoming chi deviation requires precisely this kind of life or death battle to cure it? Shursen noticed Zhou Rui's bulging muscles slowly receding, a sign the drug's effects were gradually dissipating. Positive changes were occurring within him. Yet this was a change Shursen did not wish to see. You are quite impressive. You've earned me using 90% of my strength. Shursen acknowledged Zhou Rui's prowess. Deploying 90% of his power was his way of showing respect. Zhou Rui stared in disbelief. I thought my mind was the one with issues, but it turns out yours is far worse. 90%? Ha! That's laughable. His laughter quickly turned grim, his expression darkening. Regardless of whether Shursen spoke truth or falsehood, Zhou Rui felt deeply disrespected. He hated that feeling. Suddenly, Zhou Rui's speed surged even higher. His punches and kicks tore through the air with terrifying whistles. Well played. A sharp gleam flashed in Shursen's eyes as his right elbow precisely blocked Zhou Rui's strike aimed at his head. The battle between the two intensified further, with fragments of rock occasionally flying like bullets in all directions. Some unlucky shareholders, unable to dodge in time, were struck, their bodies instantly pierced with bloody holes. Wails of pain erupted all around. The crowd could no longer spare attention for the clash between the two powerhouses, scrambling backward in retreat. In the shadow of a load-bearing column, Zhou Yang stood ready for battle. His hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Shursen, waiting for the slightest opening to strike. He planned to coordinate with Zhou Rui to eliminate this absurdly young yet formidable martial artist in one decisive blow. Chapter 118: Zhou Rui's Transformation. Yet in his intense focus, Zhou Yang failed to notice two shadowy figures lurking nearby behind him. Mo Qingbai and Zhang Liang, deliberately minimizing their presence to the point their breaths were barely audible, had quietly slipped into positions behind and to the side of Zhou Yang, using the din of battle as cover. What do you say? Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. Mo Qingbai shook his head lightly, his brow slightly furrowed. No rush. Wait for the right moment. Zhang Liang pursed his lips, slightly bored. He was already prepared to fight to the death, yet here they were, unable to strike while the iron was hot and ambushed Zhou Yang from behind. As a decades-long friend, Mo Qingbai understood Zhang Liang's mindset perfectly. But the old man hadn't witnessed the terrifying power of a 5th-tier martial artist. Even if the two of them launched a surprise attack now, when Zhou Yang was completely unprepared, failure was highly likely. A skywriting realm martial artist possessed keen spiritual perception, allowing them to react swiftly to danger and block a fatal strike. To succeed against such spiritual awareness, one must remain calm and patient, waiting for an opening just as Zhou Yang had waited for Shursen's mistake. Otherwise, with their mere chi realm cultivation, charging in would be nothing short of suicide. Fortunately, Zhang Liang tended to follow Mo Qingbai's lead in critical matters. He truly kept his composure, quietly biding his time for an opportunity. After his brief burst of intensity, Zhou Rui returned to his original state. But facing Shursen, who had now rallied his spirit and was fighting at 90% strength, Zhou Rui found himself increasingly overwhelmed. After being struck repeatedly by Shursen, the pain caused Zhou Rui's mind to become confused once more. Damn it, the pill's effects are wearing off. Zhou Meng frowned, sensing trouble brewing. During previous tests of this special pill, they hadn't faced an opponent as formidable as Shursen, making it impossible to gather data under such circumstances. Unexpectedly, when facing an opponent of comparable strength or even one slightly superior, the pill's effects were barely lasting half an hour. Zhou Meng couldn't help but recall Zhou Rui's state after his mind had become chaotic and his unease deepened. Previous data showed that after Zhou Rui completely lost his self-awareness, his strength would surge by 50% and he would become brutally savage, sparing no living thing in his vicinity. That experiment had also dealt a devastating blow to Star Dynasty Group, claiming the lives of several 5th-tier martial artists. No, I must find a way out of here. Zhou Rui will surely go on a rampage soon, and no one present will likely survive. I'm still young, with a future full of hope. I can't die here alongside these men. Zhou Meng began examining the screen behind him. Beside this massive display was a hidden door, prepared long ago. It offered a swift escape route from the top floor, avoiding the danger Zhou Rui would unleash once he went berserk. Shursen also sensed something was off with Zhou Rui. Whereas before, Zhou Rui had fought with some semblance of strategy, at least avoiding vital areas. But now, Zhou Rui seemed like a different person entirely. He cared nothing for his own injuries, each strike aimed for mutual destruction. This infuriated Shi Sen. With this evenly matched opponent, my goal of testing my true combat strength has been achieved. It's time to send him on his way, sparing him the agony of losing control. Shi Sen fixed his gaze on Zhou Rui, who was growing increasingly frenzied, and made his decision. Boom! After another exchange of blows, Shi Sen and Zhou Rui were both sent flying backward. Ugh! Shi Sen rubbed his wrist. The immense force had left even his formidable physique injured. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe enough to affect their current combat effectiveness. Zhou Rui fared much worse than Shi Sen. His wrist was completely shattered, exposing white bone mixed with bright red flesh. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, grabbing a terrified shareholder nearby and tightening his grip with brutal force. Snap! Without a sound, the shareholder snapped clean in two. Colorful entrails spilled out, and an inexplicable stench began to fill the hall. Crunch, crunch. Zhou Rui's mouth split wide open, stretching to his ears large enough to force a living person into that gaping maw, chew them to bits, and swallow them whole. Ugh! A monster! Oh my god, run! The horrifying spectacle sent the shareholders into a panic. Their legs trembled as they scrambled in all directions. The pungent stench of urine already reached Shi Sen's sensitive nose. On stage, Zhou Meng slowly backed away, retreating to the hidden door. He could open it at any moment and escape. This gave Zhou Meng, equally terrified, a fleeting sense of security. He paused momentarily, wanting to witness how Zhou Rui would dispatch the despicable Zhongjing martial artist, delaying his own flight. Zhou Yang, however, paid no heed to Zhou Rui's transformation. Having witnessed Zhou Rui in various forms before, he was mentally prepared and remained composed, unlike the other's panic. His sole purpose now was to use Zhou Rui's frenzied state to finish off Shi Sen completely. Only with Shi Sen dead could he quietly execute his own plan. Perfect opportunity. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. After waiting so long, he finally spotted the opening Shi Sen's guard slipped as his attention was completely consumed by Zhou Rui. Without hesitation, he raised his long sword and lunged toward Shi Sen like lightning. Behind him, Mo Qingbai and Zhang Liang also noticed Zhou Yang's movement. Exchanging a glance, they charged in from the flanks, their speed perfectly timed to intercept Zhou Yang before he could strike Shi Sen. Heaven knew how many brain cells Mo Qingbai had sacrificed to devise this plan to block Zhou Yang and wear him down. In any case, according to his calculations, the interception plan should succeed. At that moment, Zhou Rui's broken right hand had completely healed under the influence of the medicinal power stored within him. Even in his delirium, he glared at Shi Sen with bloodshot eyes. For he had caught the delicious, sweet scent emanating from Shi Sen's body. Consumed by madness, he now harbored only one thought. Devour him. Devour him. Boom. Boom. Zhou Rui's 3-meter-tall frame erupted with explosive force, crushing the solid ground beneath his feet into two massive craters. His speed was so immense it reached the threshold of breaking the sound barrier. Even Shi Sen had to focus intently, staring at the opponent before him. Zhou Rui was now barely recognizable as human. His oversized training uniform, stretched to its limits by bulging muscles, had torn into ragged strips. The gaping maw that had just devoured a shareholder spewed saliva in the wind, an utterly revolting sight. It's merely chi deviation. How could he become like this? Shi Sen felt a twinge of caution. He had seen martial artists lose control before, but a transformation like Zhou Rui's was truly unprecedented. Memories spun rapidly through his mind, and Shi Sen soon caught a glimpse of clues. It seemed that in his memories, the cause of such transformations always stemmed from a mysterious stone tablet cursed by the gods in legend. Shi Sen had never seen the stele himself. He had only learned of its existence during a conversation with a friend. His friend claimed that whoever possessed the stele would eventually succumb to its mysterious influence, undergoing terrifying transformations that stripped them of all reason and turned them against every living being on Earth. Even the gods themselves would immediately cease their conflicts with humanity to first crush the affected individual into dust. Chapter 119, Annoying Bugs. Zhou Rui's transformation made Shi Sen even more cautious, prompting him to draw the Divine Blood Halberd and grip it firmly in his hand. While those around them were consumed by the terror of the monstrous Zhou Rui, few noticed the shift in Shi Sen's stance. They instinctively believed that before such a Zhou Rui, no one could possibly survive, let alone subdue or kill him. Shi Sen was merely clinging to life now. If he truly grasped Zhou Rui's terrifying power and chose to flee, he would undoubtedly outrun the shareholders present. To avoid being the last unlucky soul to flee, the shareholders scrambled toward the emergency exit, their shouts and curses echoing incessantly. Who the hell did this? The fire escapes completely blocked with junk. Stop pushing, you guys behind. We're done for. We're all going to die in that monster's jaws today. The passageway was packed with people desperate to escape. Those at the front were nearly suffocated by the crushing crowd. What made their despair even worse was that the passage was completely blocked. No matter how hard they strained, they couldn't budge the debris an inch. Those behind cared little for this, desperately pushing forward themselves, desperate to escape this hellish place. Wave after wave of surges had already caused casualties among the front runners, turning the passage into a scene of utter carnage. Zhou Yang, consumed solely by the desire to kill Shursen on the spot, paid no heed to the chaotic crowd. He charged forward with his blade, aiming for Shursen's back. At the distance between them now, it would take less than 3 seconds to achieve his goal. With Shursen's full attention fixed on Zhou Rui, there was absolutely no way he could block Zhou Yang's treacherous strike. Alas, a scene that left Zhou Yang utterly stunned unfolded. From his rear flanks, 2 martial artists at the Qi realm charged in, one on each side. Judging by their stance, they seemed utterly indifferent to their own lives, determined to stop his sneak attack at all costs. Damn it! Zhou Yang couldn't help but curse aloud. If he now disregarded everything and insisted on attacking Shursen, he would certainly not be able to evade the attacks of these two. At that point, his situation would undoubtedly become extremely dangerous. It could even cost him his life. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang made his decision. This decision left Mo Chang and Bai utterly astonished. As he charged forward, Zhou Yang desperately shifted his body slightly, avoiding the most lethal points. He took the full force of Mo and Zhang's vicious strike with his ribs. The speed was so extreme that neither man could maintain their grip on their blades. They remained lodged in Zhou Yang's ribs as he sped away from them. Oh no! Watch out! Mo and Zhang roared in unison. Zhou Yang's choice had genuinely taken them by surprise. They never imagined this man would risk his own life to kill Shursen at this very moment. Such conviction sent a chill down their spines. Having lost all means to counter, the two men couldn't possibly catch up to Zhou Yang. They could only watch helplessly as he drew closer and closer to Shursen, his long sword poised to pierce the man's back. Does he not fear death? What a terrifying enemy! Mo Qingbai's mind went blank. His plan had succeeded, yet it hadn't fully succeeded. They had indeed intercepted Zhou Yang midway and even inflicted severe wounds upon him with their 4th-tier strength. Yet even that hadn't truly halted Zhou Yang's advance. Watching Shursen about to meet a violent end, Mo Qingbai closed his eyes in anguish. Though he didn't know Shursen personally, at this very moment, his fate was inextricably tied to this stranger. If Shursen lived, they lived. If Shursen died, they would surely perish too. Yet Zhou Yang, wielding 5th-tier strength, had launched a backstab with utter disregard for life itself. Even at 6th tier, Shursen would be gravely wounded. And there was Zhou Rui, already transformed into a monster, present at the scene. Shursen couldn't afford even a minor injury, let alone a severe one. Otherwise, in this clash of titans, such a minor setback could become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Liang glanced at Zhou Yang's resolute expression, his own face turning ashen with despair. It's over. My last hope is shattered. This old life of mine is finally going to end here. Clang! Bang! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the hall, followed by the sound of the long sword, crushed under immense pressure, finally snapping apart into countless shards. This. Zhou Yang stared blankly at the short dagger in his hand, then looked at Shursen, who was unharmed except for a tear in his clothes. Didn't I stab Shursen? How did the blade snap? This must be a dream. He couldn't quite grasp what had just transpired. Mo Qingbai and Zhang Liang also heard those two eerie sounds and opened their eyes. They witnessed Zhou Yang staring blankly at the broken blade while Shursen remained unscathed. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Mo, did I see that right? The blade broke? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Exchanging glances, they concluded they must be hallucinating from the immense pressure. A full power strike from a 5th-tier martial artist, especially a backstab, yet Shursen wasn't injured. Instead, the long sword thrust into his back snapped clean in two. This is just a joke, right? It must be an illusion, no doubt about it. Shursen was annoyed by the pressure the monster Zhou Rui brought. But what annoyed him even more at that moment was the sudden, mosquito bite-like sting on his back. It wasn't harmful, but it was incredibly irritating. He turned his head, wanting to see what kind of tiny insect could pierce through his skin as hard as stone. Instead, he caught sight of Zhou Yang, who was in a dazed state. Shursen glanced at the broken blade in his hand, then at the scattered metal fragments on the ground. Instantly, he understood what had just happened and couldn't help but sneer coldly. Ha! So that's where those bug bites came from. Turns out it was you little bugger, trying to sneak attack me. Thud! Shursen casually punched Zhou Yang, sending him flying backward. Upon hitting the ground, Zhou Yang finally snapped back to his senses. He coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails, his expression instantly withering. He knew his internal organs had been utterly shattered by Shursen's seemingly feeble punch, leaving him no chance of survival. What he couldn't fathom was why his backstab, executed with the strength of a sky-riding realm martial artist, had achieved nothing against Shursen. This defied logic. Zhou Yang glared at Shursen with bloodshot eyes, desperately trying to discern some clue from him. Yet even as his last breath left him, he could not fathom the source of Shursen's overwhelming physical prowess. He died with resentment. Having disposed of the bothersome pest, Shursen could finally focus his full attention on Zhou Rui. A thought formed in his mind: if he could defeat Zhou Rui before him, perhaps he could uncover clues about that mysterious stone tablet. Chapter 120, Epilogue. Zhou Rui seemed to have undergone some sort of evolution. His body finally ceased swelling and transforming, and the gaze he directed at Shursen was filled with hunger. His altered instincts screamed that devouring Shursen would grant him another chance to evolve, making him even stronger than he was now. Roar! Zhou Rui charged at Shursen like a wild beast, his roar shattering glassware throughout the entire hall. This sight sent the remaining shareholders into a deeper panic. The human Zhou Rui had been frightening enough, but now he was clearly a monster, one that preyed on humans. They surged toward the fire escape with all their might, heedless of whether those ahead had been crushed into pulp by the terrifying pressure. Their sole desire was to flee this place immediately. Faced with Zhou Rui's terrifying momentum, Shursen couldn't help but grow cautious, summoning both the Tugu armor and the Divine Blood Halberd. For a moment, Zhou Meng and the others still watching Shursen on the field stared wide-eyed. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. After the Divine Realm descended, have the fundamental rules of this world changed? Have those legendary equipment pieces with spatial attributes reappeared? Zhou Meng exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. As the chairman of the Star Dynasty Group, his understanding of this world far surpassed that of Mo Qingbai and the others. What ordinary people regarded as mythical legends were, in Zhou Meng's eyes, real events that had actually occurred. The armor and weapons Shursen had conjured using some special method were the greatest proof of this. The world was becoming more and more fascinating. Zhou Meng had completely forgotten about fleeing. His sole focus was now on witnessing just how formidable Shursen's two pieces of equipment truly were. This was Shursen's first time using the Tugu armor in actual combat. Though the armor provided seamless, full body protection, surprisingly, it didn't make him feel clumsy. The flexibility at every joint felt exactly the same as usual. Alright then, let's take care of this monster first. In an instant, Shursen charged toward Zhou Rui. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he looked frail and insignificant next to the towering monster, which easily exceeded 3 meters in height. Boom! The collision sent a deafening roar echoing through the air. The violent impact sent the 3-meter-tall monster staggering half a step backward. Shursen, however, unexpectedly stood his ground, unmoving. In this clash of strength, Shursen, empowered by the Tugu armor, had prevailed. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhou Rui's chaotic eyes. He never imagined that his power, now capable of shattering the heavens and earth, could be bested by a mere human. But after a mere instant of confusion, Zhou Rui descended back into chaos. Roaring furiously, his muscles bulged once more as he swung a tire-sized fist toward Shursen. Boom! Shursen effortlessly parried the blow with his Divine Blood Halberd, seizing the opportunity to carve a wound dozens of centimeters long into Zhou Rui's arm. The searing pain from the wound only fueled Zhou Rui's fury further. His fist swung wildly and chaotically at Shursen, the sheer force generating sonic booms. The two plunged into a brutal, bone-crunching melee. Now, any martial arts technique, any skill, had completely lost its effect. This was a contest of raw power: who had the harder fists, the faster speed, and the greater ability to take punishment. The fierce combat inflicted significant shot damage even on Shursen, protected by his Tugu armor. The punch to his abdomen throbbed with pain, slightly affecting his movements. However, Zhou Rui, now transformed into a monster, was clearly in a far worse state than Shursen. His body was now covered in countless wounds, crimson blood flowing down his limbs and staining the floor red for several meters around him. His fists had suffered the most brutal damage. Shursen's halberd had severed 3 fingers from each hand, severely crippling Zhou Rui's offensive capabilities. This guy must have lost his sense of pain after transforming. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be fighting at full strength despite injuries this severe. Shursen frowned. Zhou Rui was proving surprisingly tough to deal with after all this fighting. He'd only managed to take a few fingers. His wounds had already healed for the most part over time, clearly demonstrating an extraordinary regenerative ability. I must find an opportunity to decapitate him. Only then might this monster be truly vanquished. Shursen abruptly tossed aside his Divine Blood Halberd and lunged forward, engaging Zhou Rui in close quarters fist-to-fist combat. Not far away, Zhang Liang was puzzled. He quietly whispered to Mo Qingbai beside him, "Old Mo, what's Shursen trying to do by throwing away his weapon? Without the advantage of a weapon, relying only on his fists, how long will it take him to kill Zhou Rui?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Mo Qingbai was speechless. Old Zhang really did think he was a know-it-all who understood everything. But Shursen didn't keep them waiting long. He immediately showed them the purpose of discarding his weapons. Shursen closed in on Zhou Rui. After exchanging a few punches, he seized both of Zhou Rui's arms, temporarily immobilizing him. Then, the Qiangqi within the Divine Blood Halberd received Shursen's command and instantly soared into the air. Thud! The halberd sliced past Zhou Rui's neck and halted just before Shursen's nose. Zhou Meng, ? Zhang Liang, ? Mo Qingbai, ? All three wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Could that weapon actually move on its own? Has Zhongjing now become the legendary immortal realm, where every person who steps out is an immortal being, and even weapons are divine artifacts capable of freely manipulating the air to slash enemies? This is ridiculous. Shursen showed no intention of explaining. He released his grip on Zhou Rui's arm, letting the lifeless body collapse to the ground. It seems Zhou Rui's transformation wasn't caused by the mysterious stone tablet after all, Shursen thought with a hint of regret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily pierced by the Divine Blood Halberd. He had hoped to uncover clues about the stone tablet from Zhou Rui, but now it seemed that prospect was gone. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng, witnessing his greatest asset being slain, suppressed all emotion despite his curiosity about Senator. He quietly retreated, seeking to escape through a hidden door. Buzz! The Divine Blood Halberd, which had just severed Zhou Rui's head, spanned dozens of meters and pinned the fleeing Zhou Meng to the ground. Do you really think I'd let you walk free after committing such a heinous crime? Shursen slowly approached Zhou Meng, who writhed in agony on the ground, his voice calm and detached. The victor writes history. I have nothing more to say. Zhou Meng forced a bitter smile through the agony of the spear piercing his body. Very well. Then die. Shursen raised the halberd and severed Zhou Meng's head cleanly. The ambitious warlord met his end on the spot. All his ambitions, all his accumulated power, vanished in an instant. Chapter 121, Stone Fragments and an Unfamiliar World. Executing the chief culprit had always been Shursen's principle. With Zhou Meng eliminated, the Star Dynasty group had no chance of recovery. Judging by the terrified shareholders scattered across the scene, they wouldn't just fail to revive the company, they'd struggle to keep it afloat. Mo Qingbai? Shursen approached his former friend, whose expression was complex. Mo Qingbai looked taken aback. He was certain he hadn't revealed his name to Shursen. How did you know my name is Mo Qingbai? Heh, I reviewed the martial artist records from your Haizhou region before coming. I practically memorized them. Shursen's excuse was conveniently plausible, so Mo Qingbai didn't dwell on the question. You? Wait. Mo Qingbai was about to say something when Shursen cut him off. He noticed something amiss with Zhou Rui's corpse. He hurriedly moved closer to the massive corpse and examined it carefully. At the center of his abdomen, something alive seemed to be struggling to emerge, pushing the flesh and skin outward. What is this? Could Zhou Rui have been pregnant? Is that his child inside? Shursen was suddenly filled with doubt. Without further thought, he slashed open Zhou Rui's abdomen with his halberd. Instantly, a brilliant green light shot straight into the sky. Inside Zhou Rui's belly was no child, but a palm-sized black stone slowly drifting upward. Could it be? Shursen hesitated, not immediately reaching out to touch the mysterious stone. Based on his experience, such spectacular phenomena usually carried extreme aggression. If an ordinary person touched it carelessly, it could kill them instantly. Though Shursen's power was now formidable enough to crush the Star Dynasty group, he still believed caution was paramount. He extended his Divine Blood Halberd, intending to probe it with this life-bound artifact. Master, don't use me to touch it. Xiangqi's voice suddenly echoed in Shursen's ears. Shursen furrowed his brow slightly and asked, why? It must be that legendary stone tablet. A fragment left behind in the Fengtian realm after being shattered by some unnameable being. Xiangqi sounded agitated. As a spirit artifact, I have no physical form. I absolutely cannot touch it. Otherwise, it would instantly obliterate my consciousness and kill me completely. But you're different, Master. You possess a physical body and a formidable one at that. If you were to touch it, you might very well gain its recognition. Shursen did not immediately heed Xiangqi's words and reach for the fragment. It? What is it? Shursen asked. It isn't. Its very existence is a taboo. Its true name must never be spoken, lest it summon terrible calamity. Master, trust me, our lives are now bound as one. If harm comes to you, I cannot survive either. Xiangqi spoke with urgency, yet everything concerning the stone tablet remained unspeakable. After all, the entity that shattered the stone tablet might very well still be alive. Hearing Xiangqi speak thus, Shursen no longer doubted whether it sought to harm him. After all, it was right the two were now inextricably bound. One flourished, both flourished, one suffered, both suffered. Xiangqi had no reason to use the stone tablet fragments before them to set a trap and kill its own master. Shursen hesitated no longer. He stepped forward and grasped the motionless fragment suspended in midair. The blue light vanished instantly, gathering entirely within Shursen's palm. Ha! Nothing happened? Shursen looked at the fragment in his hand with confusion. Visually, it was indistinguishable from ordinary mountain rock, except for the constant blue glow emanating from it, as if striving to assert its uniqueness. Xiangqi, what use is this thing? Before Shursen could finish his question, the fragment erupted in a blinding light, instantly enveloping him. Simultaneously, his indomitable consciousness was abruptly torn away by an inexplicable force, merging directly into the fragment. His vision went black, plunging him into boundless darkness. Xiangqi betrayed me? This was the final thought that flashed through Shursen's mind. After an unknown span of time, Shursen slowly regained consciousness amidst a dizzying sensation of spinning. Before his eyes lay a shattered world. Countless fragments of shattered land floated in the sky. On these patches of earth, varying in size, faint traces of life's former existence could still be discerned. The place where Shursen now found himself was a massive boulder, roughly 20 square meters in size. Its surface was smooth and bare, devoid of any other signs of life. Where am I? Shursen felt utterly bewildered. He looked down at his own body. It felt unreal, not quite like his original form, but more like the ghostly apparitions he'd encountered in video games. Yet Shursen knew all too well that ghosts and demons were nothing but human fabrications. Even after the divine realm descended, there had been no reports of such beings being discovered. When the gods happened upon such rumors, they scoffed at them, condescendingly dispelling the misconceptions for their followers. Even in their own long lifetimes, they had never heard of or witnessed such things. Perhaps it's a manifestation of my consciousness. Ishimori surveyed the desolate surroundings, the barren scene weighing heavily on his heart. This place might not even be real. At least, this moment is not the real world. Shursen attempted to walk, only to discover his body felt weightless. He wasn't walking at all, it felt more like floating. After drifting aimlessly through this unfamiliar world for an unknown duration, Shursen finally made a discovery. It was a patch of broken land roughly the size of a soccer field, tilted at an angle of over 40 degrees, suspended in the air and slowly rotating. From a distance, Shursen could make out what appeared to be a temple-like structure atop it. This stood in stark contrast to the fragmented, jungle-like terrain he had traversed thus far. There should be some records about this world here. Shursen drifted above the temple and controlled his descent to land. The tilted ground made him slightly uncomfortable, but the unfamiliar temple quickly distracted him from the awkward sensation of his body leaning. Unlike the traditional temples of the Great Xia, the structures here appeared as if carved from a single mold, all cylindrical in shape. The spot where Shursen landed appeared to be the temple's center, a space less than 20 square meters in size. Standing in the middle was a cauldron over 2 meters tall, still holding unburned incense sticks. First, I'll search around. Hopefully, I'll find some records about this place and figure out how to get back quickly, Shursen thought, feeling a slight sense of urgency. After all, before arriving here, he had still been in grave danger, even though all enemies who could threaten him were now dead. Still, unease lingered within him, fearing unexpected complications might arise. Fortunately, the Divine Blood Halberd now possessed the spirit of the Qiangqi. Even against a sky-riding realm martial artist, it could withstand the assault for an extended period, offering some measure of protection to his body. Shursen entered the left side room and searched around, but found nothing. This must have been where the monks slept, so it was only natural that he found no written records. He then floated into the right side room. Here too, he found nothing. It was the kitchen used for cooking. That leaves only the main hall. Shursen looked toward the oddly shaped cylindrical structure opposite the cauldron furnace. Chapter 122, The Diamond Bright Jade Technique and the Return. Shursen carefully maneuvered his body into the main hall. A colossal Buddha statue filled the space, though tragically, its head was missing. Upon closer inspection, the Buddha's hand held not the traditional Buddhist prayer beads of the Great Xia, but a peculiar little tree. Shursen could even make out the veins on its leaves with crystal clarity. Scattered before the statue lay dozens of meditation cushions, likely used by the temple's monks for daily contemplation. Bloodstains? Shursen approached one cushion and lifted it. Beneath it lay a faint trace of blood, nearly dried to invisibility. He lifted each of the remaining cushions one by one. Sure enough, beneath every cushion lay similar bloodstains, some darker, others barely discernible. Looks like something sinister happened here too. Shursen set the cushion down and scanned the surroundings. On either side of the monk's meditation area stood numerous bookshelves as tall as a person, a significant difference from temples in the Great Xia. Temples in Daxia typically constructed a separate scripture repository to store Buddhist texts. Approaching the shelves, Shursen discovered most were completely empty. There were no books to be found. Occasionally, he found one or two scattered pages, all slightly yellowed by the passage of time, devoid of any text or illustrations. Could it be that some monks survived a catastrophe here and carried away all the sutras and other texts? Shursen wondered. However, with many more shelves to explore, he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. After wandering around for a while, he finally found a few scattered, intact books on a shelf in a corner. Picking them up, he saw they were mostly authentic Buddhist scriptures, recounting stories of the Buddha and his bodhisattvas bestowing blessings upon the mortal world, along with the profound truths contained within. Shursen, not a believer in Buddhism, had little interest in such accounts. Yet, driven by his desire to understand this world, he forced himself to read on. Soon, he discovered something unusual within these tales. The Buddha depicted in this world, which had emerged upon touching the stone tablet fragment, bore no resemblance to the one in Great Xia. Here, the Buddha resembled the god of Blue Star, a creator-like being. Together with over 100 Vajra bodhisattvas seated beneath him, he created the world. After humanity emerged, he tirelessly taught the Dharma, making immense contributions to the survival of mankind. The people of this world had largely unified their faith beyond the Buddha. There was no room for other deities to exist. Beyond this, the sutras contained no further descriptions of the world. Shursen didn't lose heart. After all, these were Buddhist scriptures, not formal historical records. Gaining even this preliminary understanding was already quite good. Is this a cultivation technique? Shursen picked up the last book from the bottom shelf in astonishment, only to discover a unique script on its cover that didn't belong to Buddhist scriptures. Diamond Bright Jade Technique. It really is a cultivation method. Opening the book, detailed cultivation methods and diagrams related to this technique unfolded before him. This was a cultivation system entirely different from those practiced in the Great Xia. No, to be precise, this Mingyu technique shared some common ground with the ancient physical cultivation methods of the Great Xia. In the ancient era of Daxia, the people of that time, struggling to survive amidst natural disasters, calamities, and terrifying beasts, painstakingly developed a complete system of physical cultivation through blood and tears. Even now, remnants of these fragmented physical cultivation techniques still exist among their inheritors. Those physical cultivators, possessing immense strength and resilience akin to indestructible cockroaches, once astonished all martial artists of Great Xia. Even Shursen, strictly speaking, primarily focused on cultivating his physique while secondary cultivating martial arts. After all, his martial cultivation had only reached the Qi realm. What astonished him about the Vajra Bright Jade technique in his hands was that it was a cultivation method with a complete and coherent system. Even its cultivation stages align perfectly with the Great Xia's physical cultivation tiers. Subtle penetration, burning blood, golden body. 3 distinct realms, not a single detail out of place. Shursen currently dwelled at the minor accomplishment stage of penetration, yet his strength already rivaled that of a 6th-tier divine intent martial artist. His physical defense and recovery capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists by a wide margin. Yet despite the astonishing combat prowess of physical cultivation, Shursen still found himself troubled by it from time to time. For he possessed no cultivation method to advance beyond the subtle realm. Or rather, the microcosm realm of physical cultivation doesn't require any specific cultivation method at all. As long as one hones their physical body, they will eventually reach this level. The only issue was that there was no path to progress beyond it. Now, the solution presented itself before Shursen. It was impossible not to feel excited, yet he maintained a cautious attitude. After all, this was essentially another world. Even if many aspects resembled the Great Xia Empire, who could say whether the physical structure of humans here matched his own? To rush into cultivation recklessly might well lead to the same fate as Zhou Rue. Wait. Zhou Rue? Could it be that Zhou Rue, after obtaining the stone tablet fragment and entering this world, found some cultivation technique and practiced it recklessly, only to end up looking like that? A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Shursen. This Vajra Bright Jade technique was truly not something to be practiced lightly, even if it clearly promised cultivation to a level capable of rivaling a 9th-tier true god. I can't cultivate it yet, but I must memorize the entire text. Once I find a way back, I'll look up Zhou Rue's detailed records from the Star Dynasty group. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. Having made up his mind, Shursen began flipping through the entire Diamond Bright Jade technique, silently committing it to memory. Fortunately, his cultivation had once reached the 8th tier, so memorizing a dozen-page technique was relatively straightforward. Soon, Shursen had committed the Mingyu technique to memory. After mentally reviewing it several times and cross-referencing with a book to confirm no omissions, Shursen finally set the manual aside. Now it's time to find a way back. If I can't return, memorizing 10,000 manuals would be pointless. Stepping out of the hall, Shursen gazed up at the countless land fragments suspended in the sky. Having gained knowledge so swiftly, he was certain a method to return his consciousness to his body must exist here. Controlling his body to float above the temple, Shursen began searching for the next location where written records might exist. Boom! Just as he selected his target and prepared to drift toward it, a deafening roar suddenly echoed in his ears, nearly shattering his body into dust. What's happening? Before Shursen could react, another familiar sensation of the world spinning wildly engulfed him, followed by darkness closing in. He instantly lost consciousness, plunging into a hazy, chaotic state. After a long while, Shursen finally regained awareness of his own existence as consciousness slowly returned. Back? Shursen glanced around and realized he had indeed returned to his own body. Power surged through his entire body once more. He suddenly realized his body still clutched the stone tablet fragment, as if nothing had ever happened. Not far away, the Qianqi within the Divine Blood Halberd spoke. Master, I'm not entirely sure what this fragment does, but the inherited memories tell me it will definitely be of use to you. Chapter 123, Supreme. Qianqi's response pertains to a question I asked before entering that world, Shursen said, his expression unchanged, though his mind was already calculating. It seemed that time hadn't continued to pass here after he went there. It was also possible that this phenomenon occurred because it was only his consciousness that had traveled. Shursen scrutinized his memories once more. He found no gaps in the cultivation methods of the Diamond Bright Jade technique, everything connected seamlessly. This confirmed that he had indeed traveled to an unfamiliar world in the blink of an eye. A shattered world, utterly destroyed. What kind of being could have reduced that place to such a state? The very thought sends shivers down my spine, Shursen thought, still feeling the lingering fear. Yet, recalling the devastation of Blue Star at the moment of his rebirth, he couldn't help but draw parallels to that other world. Could it be that world had also faced the descent of a divine realm? Had humanity's resistance ultimately failed, leading to the world's destruction, with all its inhabitants divided among the gods like cattle? That seemed entirely possible. But dwelling on it now was futile. Shursen's homeworld still existed, and the immense threat it posed remained unresolved. Even in his previous life, their resistance had ended in complete defeat. Concerning himself with other worlds now seemed rather inappropriate. Better to focus on studying this physical cultivation technique. See if Zhou Rui truly became that way because he practiced a cultivation method not meant for this world. Old Mo, you and Old Zhang, take Old Wang and extract all the Star Dynasty group files related to Zhou Rui. I'll need them. Shursen began dispatching his old friends without hesitation, as naturally as if they'd known each other for years. Mo Qingbai harbored little resentment toward Shursen's demands. After all, the lives of the three of them had been saved by him. Doing a few favors was hardly unreasonable. He promptly led the two men away from the premises, heading toward the location where Director Wang had once held Zhou Rui captive. Only there were all the records concerning Zhou Rui stored. As for those original shareholders who were scared out of their wits, Shursen couldn't be bothered with them. They were nothing but a bunch of parasites, hardly worth fearing. Under Zhou Ming's control, they had long since become domesticated livestock, stripped of any aggression. They were useless beyond empty boasts, merely waiting for Wu Jin and his men to clean up the mess before sending someone to escort them to the cells. Besides, before ascending, Shursen had sealed off every passageway. Descending now was impossible unless one possessed the martial prowess of a Gongqi realm cultivator. Xianqi, how much more about this mysterious steel have you withheld from me? After assigning tasks to Mo Qingbai and the others, Shursen gripped the Divine Blood Halberd and asked. Xianqi seemed to sense Shursen's inconsistent behavior after touching the stone tablet fragments. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Master, my inherited memories are incomplete. Regarding the stone tablet, I can only say that for your human race, it is a path to the highest realm. Some will face countless trials before reaching the end, meeting tragic ends. Others, however, will advance triumphantly, truly ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy. I believe you, Master, are that kind of person. Shursen chuckled silently, surprised that this Xianqi had such a silver tongue every word hit the mark. However, Shursen wasn't one to wallow in flattery. He quickly regained his composure and continued, Did your inherited memories mention that after touching this stone tablet, one's consciousness would be drawn into it, arriving in an unfamiliar world? Ha! Xianqi replied blankly, clearly unaware of such a thing. Shursen could sense that Xianqi genuinely had no knowledge of the strange events unfolding within him, so he chose not to press the matter further. Seems you don't know either. By the way, this supreme throne you mentioned, what is it? The Eternal Lord? Poof. The Eternal Lords are mere trash before the Supreme Being. How dare they even be mentioned in the same breath? Xianqi retorted with disdain. This piqued Shursen's curiosity. The Eternal Lord God transcended even the ninth-rank true gods. Its power was beyond description, reaching a level where its slightest action could influence the entire cosmos. Such terrifying beings, and yet Xianqi called them trash? Did it even know what it was saying? Wow, look at you. What level are you even at, daring to look down on the Eternal Lord gods? Aren't you afraid they'll sense your disrespect and strike you down with divine punishment? Shursen teased Xianqi. What's there to fear? I didn't name any specific Lord God. They can't sense it. Besides, countless people curse them in their hearts every single moment. Do you really think they can execute everyone one by one with divine punishment? Xianqi pondered for a moment before picking up the previous thread. As for the Supreme Realm, honestly, my memories don't describe it much. Only a simple phrase, Supreme Realm power is peerless. Put. Shursen burst out laughing. What kind of description was that? It sounded like some uncultured fool spouting nonsense with deadpan seriousness. Judging by Xianqi's solemn tone, it clearly believed this nonsense wholeheartedly and saw nothing wrong with it. Clearly, the entire Xianqi lineage, top to bottom, hadn't bothered to study properly. Every last one of them was illiterate. At the very least, come up with something like Supreme Realm, transcending all ages, dominating the cosmos or something. Master, what are you laughing at? Xianqi was utterly baffled. Nothing. I just remembered something amusing. Shursen quickly suppressed his laughter. After all, some things are better left unsaid, they could hurt people. So be it that the Supreme Realm is invincible. As long as he understood how formidable that realm was, that was enough. After exchanging more information about the stone tablet with Xianqi, Shursen heard faint calls coming from the blocked passageway. Approaching to listen closely, he recognized the voices as the warriors dispatched by Satellite City to assist him in clearing the situation. Amidst the trembling gazes of the shareholders, Shursen strode directly to the debris. With a flick of his halberd, he effortlessly cleared a path. Leading the group was none other than the Satellite City's former temporary commander, Lieutenant Colonel Qi Danghua. With a rather upright appearance and still carrying a hint of the iron-blooded aura of battle, Chi Dangwa saw the passage opened and immediately led his soldiers at a jog to Shirsen's side. Reporting for duty, Commander. The 1st Company of the Satellite City Garrison Battalion, at full strength of 120 men. The Lieutenant Colonel rendered a military salute of impeccable precision. Ever since learning that Shirsen was also a military man, Chi Dangwa and even Wu Jin held this Western Continent Lieutenant Colonel, who had saved Satellite City, in the highest regard. They were genuinely impressed by this formidable warrior, despite his relatively young age. This was why even Chi Dangwa, holding the same rank of Lieutenant Colonel, maintained subordinate courtesy toward Shirsen. Shirsen nodded with satisfaction, surveying the lean, capable soldiers before him. Returning the salute, he ordered, "Take every last one of them into custody. Bring them back to Satellite City for thorough interrogation. Leave no one unaccounted for." Chi Dangwa recognized these shareholders of the Star Dynasty Group. He had learned from Wu Jin that the Tugu incident was orchestrated by them, and he had long harbored deep hatred for these individuals. With a sweeping gesture, the heavily armed soldiers stormed into the hall with grim expressions, immediately arresting every shareholder. Any resistance met with a hail of bullets, no mercy given. Chapter 124, Log. In an instant, the shareholders were in an uproar, hurling curses at the Satellite City soldiers. They knew that if arrested this time, their fate would be grim. Execution by firing squad was the most likely outcome. Thus, even facing the cold muzzles of guns, the shareholders showed no fear. This was a stark contrast to their earlier state of utter terror when Zhou Rui had frightened them. Shirsen paid no heed to the trash's curses. He was always rather lenient toward those facing death. "Sir, may I take these criminals away now?" Chi Dangwei inquired. "MHM. Go ahead. I still have matters to attend to here. Once they're settled, I'll make my way to Satellite City." "Perhaps I'll need your assistance then," Shirsen replied indifferently. At these words, Chi Dangwa snapped to attention. "Whatever you require, Commander. All 5,000 warriors of Satellite City will fulfill it without hesitation." Shirsen was pleased with Chi Dangwa's attitude. He had eliminated the threat, securing a safe future for everyone. Now they responded to his every request without hesitation. This dynamic felt comfortable to him. No sense of constraint whatsoever. After Chi Dangwei escorted the prisoners away, the once noisy hall fell suddenly quiet, leaving Shirsen momentarily unsettled. Fortunately, Mo Qingbai and the others finally returned from Zhou Rui's research office. It seemed they had obtained all the relevant data. "Chief Sure, this contains all the records Star Dynasty Group compiled after Zhou Rui's transformation began." Mo Qingbai handed over a thick logbook. Shirsen took it and flipped through the pages, which were densely filled with entries about Zhou Rui. Waving his hand to signal the others to sit down and rest, Shirsen immediately began searching for relevant information. Soon, he discovered the extraordinary changes in Zhou Rui documented at the beginning of the log. So that's how it was. Shirsen closed the logbook. He felt a pang of emotion. The outcome of Zhou Rui's mutation was entirely his own doing. It had absolutely nothing to do with the cultivation techniques of that world. From the very beginning, when the Star Dynasty Group discovered the trail of the steel fragments and dispatched an elite squad led by Zhou Rui to search for them, the seeds of this outcome had been sown. After Zhou Rui endured immense hardship to locate the fragment, he couldn't resist the temptation of its blue glow and touched it directly. The log recorded it clearly. After Zhou Rui touched the stone tablet fragment, the changes in his entire being were visible to the naked eye. Clearly, like Shirsen, he had entered that world. But no one knew what he had found. He had swallowed the fragment whole before his teammates could stop him. After that, Zhou Rui fell into a coma until he was brought back to Star Dynasty Group. The subsequent events held little reference value, merely chronicling Zhou Rui's daily changes. This offered little help to Shirsen. All he needed to know was where Zhou Rui's transformation had truly begun. This Zhou Rui. I wonder what he discovered in that other world. Could it be a clue related to the stone tablet? Otherwise, why would he think to swallow the tablet fragment whole? Shirsen mused, puzzled. After questioning Qianqi, the creature also claimed to be unclear about Zhou Rui's ordeal. However, it did offer a vague memory fragment from its own mind. It seemed the original owner of the stone tablet had embedded it directly into their own body, thereby gaining immense combat power. But this memory was far too fragmented, and Qianqi stumbled over the details as it recounted them, making its reliability questionable. Shirsen merely committed Qianqi's words to memory and refrained from asking further questions. After all, there was no way he could swallow this stone fragment. Forget anything else. Wouldn't a fragment the size of a palm really get stuck in his throat? Let's go. Follow me to Satellite City. After organizing the clues about the stone tablet, Shirsen stood up and declared, "Old Wang, you don't need to come. Stay behind and clean up Star Dynasty Group. Organize the researchers with good character to continue studying martial arts-related matters." Shirsen paused to consider. Although Xingqiao Group's combat strength had been largely wiped out, he couldn't rule out the possibility of Zhou Meng's die-hard loyalists still lurking. He therefore ordered Zhang Liang, a martial artist at the Gangxi realm, to remain behind. This would serve to protect Old Wang, his prized asset. Research talent was always the most valuable asset worth protecting. Who knew what had gotten into Zhou Meng? After Old Wang created the brain domain controller, he'd been in such a hurry to throw him under the bus. Shursen wouldn't make that mistake. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Old Wang, having narrowly escaped death, was already deeply grateful to Shursenator. Naturally, he would carry out his orders without question. Zhang Liang raised no objection either. He and Old Wan were old acquaintances, so staying to protect the defenseless Old Wan was perfectly reasonable. Still, the thought of this young upstart barking orders at an old veteran like himself left a sour taste in his mouth. Shursen noticed the displeasure on Zhang Liang's straightforward face and immediately chuckled. Old Zhang, don't hold a grudge. Once Old Mo and I return, I'll teach you a martial art technique never before seen on the lands of Great Xia. Zhang Liang's face lit up instantly. He'd lived a lifetime craving just that. The moment Shursen mentioned it was an unprecedented technique, all traces of his earlier displeasure vanished. Mo Qingbai shook his head with a wry smile. This old fellow was truly naive. Let's go, Mo, Shursen called out, leaping straight out the window. With the elevator out of service and the floor so high, he had no desire to climb the stairs again. Jumping straight down was far more efficient. Mo Qingbai followed closely behind, leaping out the window. Unlike Shursen, however, he wasn't as skilled or daring. His Daingqi realm cultivation wasn't sufficient to cushion the impact of such a high fall. He could only cling to the building's exterior, plunging his steel-like hands into the walls at intervals to slow his accelerating descent. Boom! Shursen smashed a massive crater into the ground, instantly filling the air with dust. After leaping out of the crater and waiting briefly for Mo Qingbai, Shursen immediately sprinted toward the satellite city. I really need to hurry up and advance my martial cultivation to the sky riding realm. Running around like this every day is killing me. Shursen found himself nostalgic for the days when he could fly freely through the skies. Back then, it hadn't seemed particularly novel, but now that he was reduced to traveling on foot every day, he suddenly realized how precious the sky riding realm truly was. Before long, Shursen and Mo Qingbai arrived at the satellite city, one following the other. Watching the soldiers laboriously clearing the battlefield atop the city walls, Mo Qingbai felt a wave of emotion. Not long ago, when he and Zhang Liang had been captured, he had felt nothing but rage and sorrow for the satellite city's plight. Now, the greatest threat, the monstrous beast Tuo, had been slain outright, and Satellite City had been given a new lease on life. Though it had little to do with him personally, Mo Qingbai still felt relief for the city's many citizens. Fortunately, his offhand claim about someone from the central capital had proven true, bringing Shursen an incredibly powerful warrior. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 125, Preparing for Reckoning. As Shursen once again stepped onto the walls of Satellite City, he felt little of the emotion that gripped Mo Qingbai. To him, it was merely a long journey to slay a ferocious beast hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, from the very beginning, his intention had been to eliminate a potential threat for Haizhou, preventing significant collateral damage. Moreover, this Tuwo had indeed brought him tangible benefits. A set of Tuwo armor capable of growth. Who knew how much aid it might offer him in the future? For now, it was practically useless. Attacks from foes above his level pierced through it, while those below his couldn't break its defense. It felt like a useless appendage. We can only wait for the Tuwo armor to develop on its own. Perhaps only then will it reveal its true purpose. Commander Shi, you've arrived. Shi Danghua hurried up the ramparts from within the city. He had just returned with numerous prisoners, settling them in before receiving word that Shursen had arrived at the ramparts. Hastily handing his duties to his deputy, he rushed straight over. The other soldiers, quietly sweeping the area, occasionally glanced at Shursen with eyes full of reverence. To these simple folk, since the demon capital had abandoned them and retreated its defenses to confront the Tugu, Shursen, who had saved them and their families, was now the benefactor of Satellite City. Shursen, who had saved them and their families, was the benefactor of Satellite City. In their hearts, they regarded him as their supreme commander. Major Qi, is there a quieter place around here? I need to speak with you privately about something. Shursen nodded politely to the surrounding soldiers before addressing Shi Danghua. Shi Danghua nodded. Of course. Follow me. Military men were decisive by nature. Shi Danghua didn't bother to consider Shursen's thoughts, simply turning and leading the way. Soon, the group arrived at a 5-story building not far from the city walls. This is our Satellite City's combat command center, Shi Danghua explained. Shursen was pleased with the location. It reminded him of his days fighting in the Western continent in his previous life, where Old Master Qin Tianchang had similarly placed the command post at the front lines. To boost morale, he had disregarded his own safety. If only the Great Xia were filled with such unyielding warriors, what fear would there be of demonic beasts not being vanquished or gods not being defeated? Entering the command center, Shi Danghua led the two men into a small room. Its outer walls had been specially treated to block nearly all sound, making it ideal for discussing urgent military matters. The reason I've come this time is to learn from you about the inner workings of the demon capital's leadership. After taking a seat, Shursen cut straight to the point. Wherever you are in Great Xia, turning a blind eye to death is the greatest taboo. I want to know why the current rulers of the demon city dare to defy heaven and earth by abandoning the satellite city outright, allowing the Tuga to run rampant. Shi Dongwa's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Shursen's return to the satellite city would be to inquire about such matters. He sighed helplessly and said, "Commissioner Shur, how should I put this? This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Back when the satellite city was first established, our Haijo chief administrator made it clear, this city exists like a satellite, safeguarding the metropolis. Its residents must be prepared for sacrifice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed to stay, they would have been expelled from Haijo, sent back to where they came from." Mo Qingbai's expression flickered between shadow and light. Though a native of the demon capital with his own residence, he had long heard of the Grand Administrator of Haijo's stance. To prevent Shursen, a peerlessly powerful super-strong individual capable of reshaping the heavens and earth from developing a negative impression of the demon capital, he quickly picked up on Shi Dongwa's thread. "Chief Shur, I too have heard of this matter. However, when the Grand Administrator established this policy back then, most of the people below held opposing views, especially the warriors. The public sentiment was absolutely boiling over. One misstep could have sparked bloodshed. Later, under such pressure, the Grand Administrator had no choice but to deploy extremely high-level defenses for the satellite city enough to withstand a beast tide led by a fifth-tier demon beast. Both men had their own interpretations, yet they converged on one point: the Grand Marshal had indeed intended for the satellite city to serve as a barrier protecting the demon capital. However, when implementing this policy, he allowed his own personal views to dominate, resulting in the satellite city becoming overcrowded with innocent refugees fleeing persecution. They had no idea that once they entered the satellite city, their lives hung by a thread. The slightest gust of wind or drop of rain could easily wipe them out in an instant. Shursen pondered for a moment before stating, "This chief administrator's thoughts are rather heavy-handed, and he shows little regard for ordinary citizens. According to the policies consistently upheld in Central Capital, his actions alone would be sufficient grounds for his immediate removal and punishment." Shi Dongwa, not a native of the demon city and having endured too many injustices before, felt no need to hold back in front of Shur Senator. He spoke bluntly, "Officer, to be perfectly honest, that chief steward doesn't give a damn about us outsiders. All he cares about is the safety and interests of the demon city natives. A man like that would have been shot dead by my old army commander back in the day." Shursen turned to Mo Qingbai, seeking impartial insight from this native son. As Shursen's gaze fell upon him, Mo Qingbai sighed softly. His upright nature prevented him from uttering insincere words to defend the chief administrator. "Major Qi speaks truthfully. Our chief steward does show considerable favoritism toward the local populace in many matters, which is precisely why he enjoys such high approval ratings in the Magic City." "Fine, I understand. If that's the case, then it's time for the demon city to get a new chief administrator." Shursen's expression turned stern, his face as cold as frost. "Shi Dongwa, go now and select the most elite warriors from the satellite city's garrison. I need a 500-strong force to accompany me to the demon city to settle accounts with certain upper-class parasites who occupy positions without merit." "Yes, sir." Shi Dongwa's face flushed crimson as his spirits soared. He responded loudly before immediately turning to leave, determined to assemble a force capable of tackling the toughest challenges for Shursen. Mo Qingbai watched this unfold, reaching out to stop Shi Dongwa. Yet, as if suddenly remembering something, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and let out a long, resigned sigh. "Old Mo, don't feel pressured about this. The purge of the demon capital has long been studied and decided upon by the central capital. It's a policy that must be executed." "Central capital?" Mo Qingbai was puzzled. Could it be that Central Capital had already completely resolved the Beast Tide crisis and was now reaching out to the other 8 provinces to restore Great Xia as a unified nation? Indeed. To be frank, before I came to Haijo, the Grand Elder sent word that we must seize this crisis to deal with certain corrupt officials in the demon capital. Such people are utterly unfit to remain in high office and are blind to the urgent needs of the people. Shursen's gaze drifted blankly as he recalled the words spoken by the Grand Elder's aide before his departure from Zhongjing. He was a pure warrior at heart, ill-equipped to discern the intricacies of such matters and unwilling to delve into issues unrelated to combat prowess. Yet these matters were intimately tied to the interests of the Great Xia's billions of citizens. They could not be ignored. Therefore, Shursen wholeheartedly agreed with the Grand Elder's proposal and was willing to implement it. Most crucially, he possessed the capability to execute such a proposal. Chapter 126, The Grand Administrator of Haijo. Upon hearing Shursen's words, Mo Qingbai felt no lingering hesitation. Shursen had come under the orders of the Grand Elder, Chen Xingshun, to resolve the relevant issues. For Mo Qingbai, that reason alone was sufficient. Who was the Grand Elder? The supreme leader of Great Xia, who had devoted his entire life to the nation, working tirelessly to alleviate the food shortages of countless citizens during the era of extreme poverty. His sole focus the welfare of the people. If even such a man deemed Magic Capital in dire need of rectification, it meant the city's problems had indeed reached a critical mass. Only a sharp blade like Shursen could be wielded to resolve them with the most ruthless efficiency. Indeed, Mo Qingbai understood clearly, if the Grand Elder had favored gentler methods, he would never have simply relayed the order to Shursen. Who was Shursen? An obscure young martial artist, unbelievably powerful, yet untested in the political arena, utterly ignorant of diplomatic niceties. His methods, as seen in the annihilation of the Xingqiao group, speak volumes. This gathering of warriors from satellite cities who'd long harbored resentment toward the demon capital clearly signaled an intent to unleash a bloodbath. Mo Qingbai wouldn't stop him, nor did he have the power to do so. The only thing he could possibly do was to accompany Shursen on this mission, hoping that at certain moments, he might be able to persuade this young man, whose bloodlust was overwhelming, to spare the lives of those whose crimes did not warrant death. An hour later, Shi Dangwa returned from the command center where he had been selecting elite warriors. Reporting, Commander. 500 combat-hardened warriors have been selected. Awaiting your orders. Shi Dangwa knew this mission to the demon capital would inevitably bring down rulers who were practically traitors to the human race, and a faint excitement stirred within him. Shursen rose and stepped outside. 500 soldiers stood in perfect formation, their alert and determined expressions clearly visible as they packed the entire street. He nodded in satisfaction. Shi Dangwa had clearly understood his meaning. The chosen warriors were true warriors who had seen bloodshed and showed no mercy to their enemies. Advance. March upon the demon capital. Demand justice for the satellite city's suffering and the demon capital's refusal to aid them in their hour of need. Shursen bellowed. Yes. The 500 warriors responded in unison, their voices so loud they startled residents across several blocks. People poured out of their homes, eager to see what was happening. Upon learning that Shursen was leading 500 warriors to the demon city to seek justice for the people, the crowd cheered in support. Some moved citizens even brought out various foods, now precious commodities, from their homes, eager to offer them to the marching warriors. Sigh. Mo Qingbai had lost count of how many times he'd sighed. But the thought of Shursen heading to the demon capital, where rivers of blood were bound to flow, filled his heart with dread. How could fellow members of the great Xia human race come to this? If Shursen could hear Mo Qingbai's inner thoughts, he would surely say that the high-ranking officials of the demon capital, who had chosen to abandon the satellite city to its fate, were no longer worthy of being called members of the great Xia race. Having sacrificed the lives of 1 million citizens in the satellite city for their own safety this time, they would undoubtedly abandon even more innocent people without hesitation when faced with a greater crisis next time. This was an inevitability Shursen had witnessed too many times in his past life, fostering deep loathing for certain commanding officials. Faced with formidable enemies, if they so easily abandoned their will to fight to the death, such leaders would sooner or later betray the great Xia for their own interests. They have no moral boundaries left. If any existed, that line would undoubtedly be themselves. These vile egoists Shursen would spare not a single one. They failed to consider that if they were still ordinary people, it might be one thing. To survive, committing immoral acts might not cause much impact. But now, wielding immense power, their every action affects countless lives. Who can say whether among these very people might emerge a future saint-level general? Every martial artist who ascends the saint list is the backbone of humanity, each capable of making monumental contributions to our race. Decisions to so casually extinguish ordinary lives should never be made by the high command of Great Xia. Under no circumstances. Shursen led his 500 soldiers forward toward the demon capital, charging ahead with the same relentless determination as the vanguard troops. Demon capital, Governor's Mansion. Yu Wenhong, the Grand Administrator of Haizhou, now held an ancient scroll in his hands, savoring its profound meaning. This was one of the few hobbies he had cultivated since the descent of the Divine Kingdom. Grand Administrator. A distant voice interrupted Yu Wenhong's immersion in the book's depths, stirring his displeasure. When a figure arrived breathless from running, Yu Wenhong addressed him with a frosty expression. What business requires such loud shouting? It's utterly improper. The figure was clearly startled by the emotion in the chief steward's voice. After a long pause, he said, Chief Steward, there's been a change at the satellite city. A formidable warrior of unknown origin has directly slain the Tugu, averting the city's impending doom. Yu Wenhong set down his scroll, finally revealing a hint of surprise. What about the Star Dynasty Group? Have they made any moves? So far, no news has come from the Star Dynasty Group. Hearing this, Yu Wenhong's mood darkened further. Yuan Kai hadn't even fully grasped the situation before rushing to report. Was he worried someone else would beat him to the credit? Still, he didn't show much emotion, replying calmly, Go gather more intelligence on this matter before reporting back to me. Having served the Grand Steward for many years, Yuan Kai keenly sensed the unusual tone in Yu Wenhong's voice. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he silently cursed his own impatience for crossing the Grand Steward's boundaries. Yes, sir. I'll go immediately. Yuan Kai dared say no more. Now, he could only hurry to complete the task, hoping it might improve the Grand Steward's impression of him. Stepping outside the steward's residence, Yuan Kai exhaled a long breath. The chief steward of Haizhou possessed an excessively eccentric temperament. The slightest misstep could draw his attention, and he would seize any opportunity to send Yuan Kai to the most perilous front lines to engage in bare-handed combat with demonic beasts. For Yuan Kai, born into a distinguished family, that would be an utterly disastrous outcome. I acted too rashly this time, reporting to the chief steward without fully understanding the situation. I must never make the same mistake again. Yuan Kai shuddered at the memory of the previous steward's secretary's fate. In the Demon City, the Grand Steward's word was law. Decades of meticulous cultivation had woven his network of spies throughout the city. No one could be certain if a colleague, after some gathering, wouldn't seize upon an ill-chosen remark and report it to the Grand Steward, bringing utter ruin upon the speaker. Thus, even though Yuan Kai's family ranked among the city's most prominent clans, no one dared defy the chief administrator's will. Fourth young master, go to the city defense office and ask General Shao for the latest intelligence on the satellite city. Sixth young master, return to the family estate, take the Blood Ape Guards with you, and pay a visit to Star Dynasty Group. Find out what they think about that newly emerged martial artist. Go now. After dispatching his household servants, Yuan Kai stood motionless, staring at a photograph for a long while. He couldn't fathom where this unknown martial artist had suddenly appeared from. Could it be that Haijo still harbored some legendary hidden sect, and this was the saintly son they'd sent to save humanity? Chapter 127, The Yuan Residence. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Kai couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically. How could a place like Haijo, devoid of any historical depth, suddenly produce a hidden sect? With neither majestic mountains nor vast rivers, nor any mythical islands beyond the seas, why would those legendary, haughty beings choose to seclude themselves here for cultivation? With nothing else to do, Yuan Kai headed toward his family residence. As a scion of a distinguished family, how could he personally handle the matters entrusted to him by the chief steward? It was already exceptionally rare for him to even bother his servants with such tasks. Lost in thought, Yuan Kai found himself standing before an ornately decorated gate. Looking up, the characters Yuan Residence on the plaque still held a certain fascination for him. His hobbies were few. He enjoyed practicing calligraphy in his spare time and would lavishly purchase renowned calligraphy scrolls for his private appreciation. As he was carefully studying the exquisite calligraphy of the two characters, personally penned by renowned calligraphers of the previous dynasty, a commotion suddenly arose from within the mansion. Several pairs of footsteps grew steadily closer. Shao Kai, what are you doing standing at the gate? The figure leading the group was none other than Yuan Kai's father, Yuan Daki, the current head of the Yuan household. Seeing his father emerge, Yuan Kai hurriedly bowed and explained, Father, I just came from the steward's residence and was about to return to handle some matters. Yuan Daki frowned, pulling his eldest son aside and asking in a low voice, Shao Kai, is the chief steward still paying no attention to the satellite city? Yuan Kai understood his father's meaning inside. Alas! Ever since that perilous incident, the chief steward has become. When I entered the steward's residence earlier, I sensed the presence of at least several martial artists at the Gangchi realm. Tell me, if he's like this even in the heart of the demon capital, how could he possibly dispatch elite warriors to rescue him? Oomph. He's a disgrace to his position as chief administrator of Haijo's hundreds of millions, so cowardly he fears death. Yuan Daki couldn't help but curse angrily. Seeing this, Yuan Kai quickly pulled him back. Father, watch your words. His men are everywhere in the demon capital now. If anyone overheard that, wouldn't the entire Yuan family suffer? Hearing his son's words, Yuan Daki felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Once a mighty clan, the Yuan family had now sunk to living at the mercy of a mere chief steward. It was utterly humiliating. Son, Yuan Daki pressed, what do you think? If we secretly organize a group to support the satellite city, would that be feasible? Impossible. Yuan Kai's expression flashed with agitation before he immediately realized his outburst. He quickly lowered his voice. Father, the chief steward has made it clear he intends to abandon Satellite City. This is an unspoken rule all residents of Demon City must obey. If our Yuan family dares defy it, he won't let it go. He might even throw us straight to the front lines to fight the demon beasts. And I've also heard. Yuan Kai lowered his voice further, motioning for his father to lean closer. Pretend you didn't hear this later. You absolutely mustn't spread it around. Go ahead and say it. Do you think I'd be so loose-lipped as to spread it around? All right. This Satellite City affair might be a deal between the Grand Steward and the Star Dynasty Group. What? Yuan Daki's eyes widened in disbelief at the shocking revelation. Over 1 million people in the Satellite City treated as mere commodities in a transaction with the Xingqiao Group? What kind of monster was Yu Wengtong to dare commit such an act? Yuan Daki's face flushed crimson as he growled through gritted teeth. Is this true? It's as good as certain. Yuan Kai's voice was heavy with dejection. Ha! That Yu Wengtong is no better than a. Yuan Daki laughed bitterly in his rage. Kai, here's what we'll do. You stay at the chief administrator's office. I'll secretly contact a few old acquaintances. If he dared do this today, who's to say he won't use the same tactics to sell our innocent citizens of the demon capital to some corporation in the future? Yuan Daki suddenly regained his composure and continued, if we don't stop this, Satellite City's fate today will be ours tomorrow. But father, the Grand Steward now commands a massive army and possesses dozens of Gangchi realm martial artists. Wait, could these suddenly appearing martial artists be? Yuan Kai's eyes widened as a realization struck him. It must be. The chief steward must have struck a deal with Satellite City. That's why such a flood of Gangchi martial artists suddenly appeared as his henchmen, crushing the major clans of the Demon City into submission. Yuan Daki nodded in agreement. His son's analysis was spot on. He too had been puzzled by the sudden appearance of so many Gangchi realm martial artists in Demon City, a place famously known as a martial arts wasteland. While their individual strength might fall slightly short compared to the Gangchi-level warriors honed over years within the clans, their sheer numbers were staggering. The combined forces of the major clans couldn't even match a fraction of them. It's true that Yuan commands a formidable force, but we can't just sit idly by and wait for our doom. Besides, I'm not trying to rally everyone to overthrow the steward's office. This is about survival. We must pool our strength so it can be put to use when it matters most. Yuan Daki patted his son's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Only then did Yuan Kai grasp the truth. This was his father, a man of profound calculation. How could he ever act without certainty? Enough. Time is short, no more idle talk. I'll go contact those old friends now. Yuan Daki turned and left, followed closely by several clan brothers inside the door. Yuan Kai stood rooted to the spot, letting out a deep sigh. Truly a season of troubles. He then entered the mansion himself, waiting in his small courtyard for news from Xiao Si and Xiao Lu. Before long, Xiao Lu, who had led the Yuan family's blood ape guards out of the city to the Star Dynasty group, hurried back. Xiao Lu? I sent you to Xingqiao group, didn't I? Why are you back so soon? Yuan Kai was taken aback. Xingqiao group was located in the outskirts. Within the city walls, vehicles like automobiles could still be used, but once beyond the defenses, one could only travel on foot. A round trip would easily take at least 2 hours. The slender Xiao Lu wore a wry smile. Young master, I never even left Magic City. Huh? What happened? Where are the blood ape guards? Yuan Kai urgently inquired. He was genuinely worried. The blood ape guards were his personal bodyguards, cultivated at the cost of countless rare treasures and resources. They were absolutely indispensable. It's fine, it's fine. The blood ape guards are waiting outside the mansion. Xiao Lu waved his hands hastily. The problem is at the security checkpoint. The troops stationed there simply won't let us pass. Even when I showed them the Yuan family's pass, they completely ignored it. Yuan Kai frowned. This was unexpected. The checkpoint should have granted passage upon seeing his pass bearing the seal of the chief steward's office. Plus, the officer I encountered today looked unfamiliar, dusty and weary, like he'd just come off the front lines. But there's been no word of any beast-tied attacks lately. Xiao Lu voiced his confusion. Chapter 128, Yuan Kai causes a ruckus. Yuan Kai pondered for a moment before declaring, let's go. Summon the blood ape guards. I'll personally investigate the front lines. I'll see just who dares to disregard even the governor's office pass. Seeing his young master rise, Xiao Lu hurried out of the courtyard to notify the blood ape guards first. Yuan Kai possessed little martial talent, his current strength barely reaching that of a second-tier martial artist. Without the blood ape guards' protection, he dared not venture to the front lines recklessly. Rumors abounded of demon beasts slipping through the defenses into the demon capital. For a young master like Yuan Kai, lacking both cultivation and combat experience, encountering one would likely spell certain death. Caution was imperative. The Jade Willow Passage Station was the closest entry point to the Star Dynasty group. Shursen led 500 soldiers to swiftly seize control of the area. With his 6th-tier strength, he captured the highest-ranking officer here almost without firing a shot. The remaining garrison soldiers, witnessing their commander captured alive, had no choice but to lay down their weapons and accept integration into the satellite city's forces. Fortunately, most had interacted with each other before and were fairly familiar. Furthermore, since Yu Wangtong's personal guard unit was not stationed here, Kadangwo swiftly integrated the numerous soldiers into the satellite city's own system. Midway through the process, Shursen suddenly received intelligence from Chi Dangwa. It stated that a group of civilian militia, formidable but not part of the military, sought passage through the city gates. They carried passes issued by the Grand Steward, Yu Wentong. Commander Sure, they claim they wish to leave the city to hunt demon beasts, but I see no supplies with them. Clearly, they have other intentions. What should we do now? Shi Dangwa asked. After a moment's thought, Shursen replied, hold them back for now. Tell them the pass is invalid and they must obtain a new one. Understood. Shi Dangwa immediately set off to turn them back. Soon, the blood ape guard led by Xiao Lu numbering dozens was intercepted and turned back. No matter how they pleaded, Shi Dangwa refused to release them. His temper flared, and he even ordered the soldiers behind him to draw their guns and aim them at the blood ape guards. Xiao Lu had no choice but to retreat for now. After resolving this matter, Shi Dangwa resumed his task of taking roll call and organizing supplies. He held great respect for Shursen's strength, but long-ingrained habits made him instinctively begin preparing for the major battle that might unfold next. In Shi Dangwa's view, even if Shursen was formidable, he was still only one man. Many tasks would still require the assistance of the warriors arriving from their satellite city. To better fight this major battle, absorbing more manpower and gathering more supplies was imperative. Shur-sen, however, didn't dwell on it. Before arriving in Haizhou, Senior Elder Chen Xingxuan's assistant had mentioned that once he initiated his actions, someone in the demon capital would naturally step in to take over the governor's office. Of course, if Shur-sen showed interest in Haizhou and wished to establish himself there, the Grand Elder had agreed to appoint him as its governor. But how could Shur-sen possibly remain in a place like Haizhou? The weight of responsibility he carried far exceeded that of ruling a region as a feudal lord. The reason Shur-sen was still lingering at this Yulio transit station instead of decisively striking to obliterate it along with the warriors above into dust. This was because he planned to secure more manpower to stabilize order after eliminating the Grand Administrator, preventing chaos and unnecessary casualties. This point of view coincided with Qi Donggua's. Dealing with the Chuangtong is easy enough. My only concern now is whether the Grand Elder's contingency plan has the capability to fully stabilize Haizhou. After all, I can't stay here much longer. Shur-sen stood atop a ruined building, gazing out at the once thriving demon capital. Why is chaos erupting over there again? Shur-sen's peripheral vision caught the commotion at the passageway entrance. A crowd was swarming around Qi Dongguo and his entourage, shouting something heatedly. Shur-sen frowned slightly, leaping from the rooftop and sprinting toward the entrance. This pass was personally signed by the Grand Steward. You dare refuse it? Who the hell gave you the audacity to defy this? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Yuan Kai's face flushed crimson with rage as he shouted at the top of his lungs. He never imagined that after the guard at the Yulio Pass had been replaced, the new officer would be as stubborn as a mule. Not only did he fail to recognize Yuan Kai's status, but he also insisted the pass was invalid and demanded a new one be issued. This was nothing short of pure harassment. No way. I don't care who signed the pass. Today, not a single soul leaves Yulio Pass. Qi Dongguo ignored Yuan Kai's furious outburst, his voice still devoid of emotion. He was growing weary of the man jumping up and down before him. If this continued, who knew when they'd finish all the work? Fine. Fine. Seeing Qi Dongguo remained utterly unmoved, Yuan Kai's fury boiled over. He barked coldly. Where are the Blood Ape Guards? Present. Xiao Lu led the response, and the rest of the Blood Ape Guards immediately roared in unison. The combined roar of dozens of third-tier martial artists was indeed formidable, causing Qi Dongguo to involuntarily step back half a pace. What? You intend to force your way through? Mo Qingbai, standing behind Qi Dongguo, patted his shoulder, signaling that he would handle this next. Master Mo? Yuan Kai exclaimed. Heh, you young upstart Yuan, have you grown wings now? Mo Qingbai stood with his hands behind his back, lecturing Yuan Kai as if he were a student. Yuan Kai, who had been defiant moments ago, instantly fell silent, not uttering a word about breaking through the barrier. Xiao Lu and the Blood Ape Guards behind him also fell silent, not daring to utter a word. If they dared to shout again, did they really think Master Mo Qingbai, renowned throughout the Sea State, lacked genuine skill? He was a martial artist at the Gangxi realm. What's going on? Shur-sen finally arrived leisurely. He had seen Mo Qingbai seemingly resolve the disturbance midway, so he hadn't rushed and had slowed his pace. Seeing Shur-sen approach, cold sweat instantly broke out on Mo Qingbai's brow. He thought to himself, what a close call. Thankfully, he had stepped in to subdue Yuan Kai, that arrogant son of his friend who didn't know his place. Otherwise, if the killing machine Shur-sen had arrived, and Yuan Kai didn't understand his terrifying strength, trouble would have definitely erupted today. It's all settled now, Mo Qingbai explained. This is the son of an old friend of mine who wanted to leave the city. I've persuaded him to stay. Shur-sen nodded. If there's nothing else, we can disperse. Your nephew seems quite capable. He should stay and assist Major Qi with some tasks. Mo Qingbai dared not refuse. He immediately reached out to stop Yuan Kai, who was about to speak out of turn, and hurriedly added, no problem. This lad has been working at the chief administrator's office all along. He's certainly capable. Having him assist old Qi is absolutely perfect. Right. Let's wrap things up here quickly. We've got plenty more to do. With that, Shur-sen departed, intending to find a secluded spot to thoroughly study the newly acquired Tugu armor. Phew. Mo Qingbai exhaled deeply once Shur-sen was out of earshot. Master Mo, what's his background? Even you show him such respect? Yuan Kai asked curiously. Chapter 129, Yuan Kai escapes with his life. Mo Qingbai headed toward the logistics warehouse of the Qidong Kingdom's transit station here, beckoning Yuan Kai to follow. You should count yourself lucky I found you, otherwise, today would have been your last day. Mo Qingbai said without mercy. This nephew was practically raised under his watch, so he held little restraint in his words. Yuan Kai felt a chill run through him. He knew this uncle-like figure was renowned for his integrity and never spoke falsely. Uncle Mo, just tell me who exactly is this man? This has me completely baffled, utterly lost. Besides, in present-day Haijo, who else could make me so wary, even threatening my life at the drop of a hat? Is he more formidable than the Grand Steward? Yuan Kai pressed, trailing closely behind Mo Qingbai. Mo Qingbai halted abruptly, his expression turning grave as he fixed Yuan Kai with a serious gaze. You're not wrong, Commissioner Sure is indeed more formidable than the Chief Steward. We came all the way from Satellite City this time specifically to settle accounts with the Grand Steward. Ha? Yuan Kai was utterly bewildered. Had Uncle Mo lost his mind? Settle accounts with the Grand Steward? Didn't he know the Chief Steward's current power? Those dozens of Gangchi realm martial artists who obeyed his every command were a despair-inducing presence in themselves. And here was this young man, seemingly no older than himself, daring to utter the word settle accounts. How utterly ignorant of his place. Uncle Mo, please stop joking with me. I know this can't be your real purpose. Just tell me straight what exactly. Before he could finish, Yuan Kai seemed to recall something and spoke blankly. Wait. Uncle Mo, you said you came from Satellite City? Mo Qingbai shot him a glance and nodded. Yes, we just arrived. We even stopped by the Xingqiao group. Impossible. Isn't Satellite City currently under attack by that monstrous beast, the Tugu, whose power surpasses even the Sky Riding Realm? How could you possibly have made it through? Yuan Kai exclaimed loudly. Hey! That kid. Shi Dangwa, who had turned around at some point, gestured for Yuan Kai to look over and said, That Tugu you're talking about? Our chief sure beat it to death. We came to Magic City specifically to settle the score with the Grand Steward for failing to rescue us. Got it? Impossible. Impossible. How could the Tugu be killed so easily? You must be lying to me. If not, then show me the proof you killed it. Yuan Kai flatly refused to believe their story, outright denying it. Mo Qingbai and Shi Dangwood exchanged a helpless glance. After being slain by Shursen, Tuwu had inexplicably transformed into a suit of armor. Where could they possibly find evidence now? Seeing they couldn't refute his words, Yuan Kai smirked triumphantly. I knew it. You're just trying to pull the wool over my eyes. If you need help with something, just say so. I'm not the kind of person who can't see reason. Shi Dangwei shrugged, unwilling to engage further. He turned and walked away. Mo Qingbai pointed a finger at Yuan Kai, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately only smiled before following Shi Dangwei out. Oomph. Don't think you can bully young people just because you're older. My father does it, Uncle Mo does it, it's infuriating. Yuan Kai felt immensely proud of his own brilliance. Still, considering Uncle Mo's advanced age, Yuan Kai decided to lend them a hand. Resorting to such underhanded methods to recruit help must mean they'd hit a real snag. Yuan Kai was confident his sharp mind could solve it in no time. Young master! Young master! Just as Yuan Kai was about to follow Uncle Mo to help resolve the trouble, Xiao Lu's voice called out from behind him. What now? Yuan Kai asked impatiently. This guy had just yelled once, and now Yuan Kai found himself reduced to working for Uncle Mo. Now he was shouting again, clearly nothing good was coming of it. Young master, fourth brother. Xiao Lu ran up breathlessly, his words coming in gasps. Fourth brother sent people back to the manor to find you, but they couldn't locate you. So he sent out even more men. One of our people was lucky enough to find us. And then? He said the city defense office received intelligence drones observed that the monstrous beast Tuwu in the satellite city appears to have been killed. What? The news struck Yuan Kai like a bolt from the blue. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be? Uncle Mo was telling the truth? That the Tugu had been slain by that guy who was about his age? This was simply unbelievable. Young master, are you alright? Xiao Lu asked with concern, seeing his master looking utterly distraught. Yuan Kai shook his head, trying to clear his mind, his voice hoarse as he replied, I'm fine. How could I possibly be hurt? How reliable is this information you're sharing? Xiao Lu pondered for a moment before replying, at least 80%. Tuwu is truly dead. The source who relayed the news said the city defense office has complete footage of Tuwu being killed. They wouldn't dare pass off movie clips as evidence, would they? Damn, Yuan Kai gave a bitter laugh. Looks like I really did get off easy this time. Young master, what did you say? Nothing. Come on, gather all the blood ape guards. We need to hurry and help Uncle Mo. Xiao Lu was utterly baffled. When had the young master become so eager to help? 2 hours later, with Yuan Kai's expert guidance, Shi Dangwa and Mo Qingbai had fully streamlined operations at the Yulio transit station. The station's garrison troops had been fully integrated into the satellite city's military system. After leaving behind over 100 soldiers in Yuan Kai's personal militia, the Blood Ape Guard, Shursen led the remaining troops onward. Destination, the demon capital's governor's office. Yuan Kai felt a bit bewildered. Judging by the direction the troops were marching, they were indeed heading straight for the governor's mansion. That unknown martial artist who had slain the Tugu was indeed formidable, but surely not powerful enough to single-handedly take on dozens of martial artists at the Gangchi realm. Marching so openly like this, didn't they fear being detected by the cautious Grand Administrator and ambushed? Uncle Mo, I have a question, Yuan Kai whispered as he drew close to Mo Qingbai. Mo Qingbai replied without turning his head, ask. How could this sure commander possibly defeat the chief administrator's entire contingent of Gangxi realm warriors single-handedly? Gangxi realm? Mo Qingbai's expression grew peculiar. He hadn't expected that this nephew, who had once studied martial arts under him, had now lost even the ability to recognize powerful fighters. Against Shursen, Gangxi realm practitioners were mere fodder. How could they possibly prevail? The real concern should be how the Grand Steward would withstand Shursen's assault. Mo Qingbai didn't want to explain too much to Yuan Kai. He wasn't well versed in this field, and further words would be futile. Besides, Mo Qingbai intended to observe later how these worldly ignorant martial artists of the demon capital and the former highborn who had once looked down upon martial arts would react upon encountering Shursen, a terrifying being who embodied such immense power. What expressions would they wear? Chapter 130, Is this Zhongjing bigshot this reckless? Shortly after Shursen and his group departed, Yuan Daki was discussing future plans with several old friends. Now that the Grand Steward had undergone a drastic personality shift, becoming utterly brutal, he casually traded millions of people like livestock to the Star Dynasty group. This deeply troubled Yuan Daki and his allies. While petty acts of insincerity and disobedience were commonplace in their daily dealings. But now, with the survival of entire families and innocent citizens across the demon capital at stake, such minor maneuvers were utterly useless. Soft approaches had failed, and forceful ones were even less viable. Yuan Daki himself was a Gangxi realm martial artist, and several of his old friends were at the same level. One-on-one, they had nothing to fear from the quick-trained fourth-tier fighters of the steward's office. But their numbers were overwhelming, a full 36 men. Even if all the Gangxi realm martial artists in the demon city who weren't affiliated with the chief steward's office were gathered together, their numbers probably wouldn't reach that figure. How could one possibly confront such overwhelming force? Old Yuan, you called us together, come up with a plan, an impatient elder blurted out. Yuan Daki shot him a glare. Me come up with a plan? What the hell am I supposed to come up with? Yuan Tong has all the men and money he needs. He lacks nothing. His single chief steward's office alone could bulldoze the entire demon city. Now you ask me for a solution? What can I possibly come up with? We need everyone to pool their wisdom to find a reasonable, feasible approach. You're so clever, why don't you offer a suggestion for us all to consider? After this exchange, the old man who had spoken fell silent. He was a pure martial artist, his mind consumed by thoughts of advancing his strength. What good advice could he possibly offer? This was asking the impossible. The atmosphere grew cold and silent once more. Yuan Daki felt helpless too. Ever since he'd gathered a few trusted friends to discuss their future retreat, it had been like this. These old men had trained their brains into wooden blocks through martial arts. They never backed down in a fight, but asking them to think? That was harder than achieving immortality overnight. However, this silence didn't last long. A figure rushing in immediately drew everyone's attention to his words. Uncle Yuan, it's bad. The garrison troops from Satellite City have broken through the demon capital's defenses and are heading toward the chief administrator's residence. They say they're going to settle the score with the chief administrator. The newcomer was a nephew Yuan Daki usually held in high regard. He blurted out the entire sentence in one breath before gasping for air. Xiaodong, is this true? Yuan Daki leapt to his feet, knocking over the chair behind him. This is no time for jokes, young man. Why does it feel so unbelievable? Indeed. The chief administrator is at the height of his power now. Who would dare provoke him? I suspect the people of Satellite City are walking straight into a trap. Several old men chimed in with their own opinions. But Yuan Daki suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Xiaodong, are you sure it was people from Satellite City? Xiaodong finally caught his breath and replied, definitely soldiers from Satellite City. Several people recognized the leader, it's Qi Dangwa. Whoa! Yuan Daki sucked in a sharp breath. He could tell from Xiaodong's expression that his nephew was absolutely telling the truth. So, if Qi Dangwa from Satellite City had come all the way to the demon capital, did that mean they weren't concerned about the monstrous beast, the Tugu? Or, had the Tugu already been dealt with? Old Yuan, what's got you so flustered? An elderly man inquired. What do you think? If the Satellite City people are in the demon capital, does that mean the Tugu? Before Yuan Daki could finish, several elders caught on, exchanging stunned glances. Could it be that powerful reinforcements had arrived at the Satellite City, slaying or driving away the Tugu, giving them the confidence to come to the magic capital and settle accounts with the Grand Steward? Let's go! No amount of speculation beats seeing it for ourselves. Yuan Daki declared decisively. The others naturally agreed. Such a major development demanded their personal inspection. Without delay, they followed Xiaodong, their guide, their footsteps quickening. Keep up! Keep up! Don't fall behind! Qi Dangwa shouted commands to the soldiers as they jogged along. While many soldiers were already panting, Shursen still walked with the ease of someone strolling through a garden. Had he not been conserving everyone's stamina and waiting for the commotion to grow louder to draw certain people's attention, he would have charged into the steward's residence alone long ago. In his view, the martial arts foundation of the Demon City was truly lacking. Apart from the Star Dynasty group's rushed, forced cultivation of a group of pseudo-Gangshi sky-riding realm martial artists, the vast Demon City could scarcely produce a handful of true combat-worthy experts. At this level, forget Shursen taking action himself, even Jin Wushang arriving now would effortlessly crush everything. A figure like the chief administrator? A single word from him could bring him down. Chief Shur, a civilian martial artist requests an audience with you. Shi Dangwa hurried to Shursen's side, pointing to the young man standing by the roadside at the front of the procession. Bring him forward. Shursen continued walking, his expression unruffled. The youth, clad in short-sleeved attire with an ancient sword at his waist, was soon led before Shursen by Shi Dangwa. A martial artist at the Gangshi realm? Shursen gave him a cursory glance, instantly seeing through the young man's deliberately concealed strength. The youth clasped his fists in a martial salute toward Shursen and declared in a bold voice, "Are you the noble elder sent by the Grand Elder to purge the cancer from Haizhou?" "That is I." "And you are a descendant of the Mo school?" Seeing his attire, Shursen instantly recalled that ancient lineage. Coincidentally, the only saint-level general serving the Grand Elder was the current head of the Mo school, who always wore similar attire. Otherwise, Shursen would never have made the connection to the Mo school. The youth nodded, readily acknowledging his identity. Though his strength was considerable, he lacked even the courage to draw his sword before Shursen. Clearly, Shursen's power far surpassed his own. And his current actions proved beyond doubt that Shursen was indeed the formidable martial artist mentioned in the Grand Elder's secret letter, the one capable of restoring order to the sea state. "Now that you've revealed yourself, does that mean your side is fully prepared?" Shursen asked calmly. "Everything is ready. We await your command, Commander. However, before we proceed, I shall first deliver the intelligence gathered by the steward's office to you." The young man bent down to retrieve the intelligence painstakingly gathered by his colleague infiltrating the demon capital from his trouser pocket. Shursen waved his hand dismissively, cutting off the young man's action. "No need for such trouble. A mere governor's office won't stand in my way." After a pause, he turned to Shi Dangwa. "Old Shi, have the soldiers begin their forced march. Get to the governor's mansion as quickly as possible to clean up the mess." "I'll go ahead." The young man was utterly bewildered. Was this big shot from the central capital really this reckless? Chapter 131, Strolling Through the Gunfire Surprised? Inside the governor's mansion, people bustled about. Officers personally promoted by Yu Wenong were engaged in tense discussions on how to counter the satellite city's garrison forces, whose hostile intentions were all too clear. In contrast to his subordinates' bustling activity, Yu Wenong appeared remarkably composed, seemingly brimming with confidence about the impending battle. No wonder he felt this way after all, he now commanded a full 36 Gangshi realm martial artists acquired from the Star Dynasty group. This was a terrifying force indeed. It could be said that, aside from the Star Dynasty group, Yu Wenong would fear no one in Haizhou. Even if the satellite city had employed some unknown method to eliminate the Tugu, Yu Wenong still felt that taking down this group of scheming scoundrels would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Xiao Lu, what's all the fuss about? Go brew me a cup of pu'er tea." Yu Wenong called out to the young man passing by, issuing the order without a hint of politeness. Xiao Lu nodded hastily, setting aside his task to brew tea for the commander. Yu Wentong's nonchalant demeanor eased much of the tension in Xiao Lu's heart. This scene was witnessed by several other officers, each clutching urgent matters in their hands. Instantly, they all slowed their pace. After all, if the sky were to fall, the Grand Steward would be there to hold it up. There was no point in rushing, they might as well take their time. Yu Wentong's stemmed from the fact that upon receiving the news, he had immediately dispatched half of his Gangshi realm warriors to open Haizhou's armory. They retrieved a large quantity of firearms still operational today. These weapons were positioned along the inevitable route of the ambushers in the satellite city. Once the enemy entered range, they unleashed a wave of firepower without concern for casualties. Yu Wenong was confident that after this assault, even if any satellite city troops survived, they would be left with little fighting strength. Their fate would be to be easily mowed down by a group of Gangshi realm martial artists, thus ending the crisis. There was no other way. The sheer security provided by 36 fourth-tier martial artists was simply too overwhelming. In the Haizhou region, few factions truly commanded his respect. Even if he wanted to be cautious, it was difficult to justify. Summoning this group of useless, incompetent officers connected by personal ties was merely to test their ability to improvise. Yu Wenong harbored no expectations for them whatsoever. He knew all too well that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Today, his goal was simply to test this group of people connected to him by blood or marriage. He intended to sift out genuinely capable individuals while identifying the useless freeloaders who couldn't hold a job. Those latter types would be shoved into retirement posts, given just enough to eat to keep them from starving. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in Yu Wentong's ears. He immediately sat up straight, his gaze darting toward the source of the noise. "They've already started fighting?" These good-for-nothings in the satellite city can't handle demon beasts, but they sure are quick to turn on their own kind. Yu Wenong sneered coldly, then sat back down in his chair, picking up the tea Lu had just brewed and taking a sip. The sound of cannon fire signaled the beginning of the countdown to the end for those damned rabble in Satellite City. He would remain within the mansion from now on, observing whether any of the pigs he had promoted might prove themselves useful. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere at the governor's mansion, the captain of the Heavenly Guardian Squad, responsible for leading the ambush, paled. He couldn't fathom how this youth, seemingly half his age, possessed such terrifying hardened martial prowess. Not even the barrage from over 100 large-caliber breech-loading cannons could scratch him. Is this even human? Not even a fifth-tier martial artist was this strong. Follow my command. Fire! 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 The captain gritted his teeth, frantically directing his men to operate the cannons in a relentless, no-dead zone barrage. Besides the first and second-tier martial artists operating the artillery, the captain also gathered all 17 Gangchi realm martial artists that Chief Yu had instructed him to bring. Hailing from the Star Dynasty group, they were equally well versed in the star array formation, a technique recently promoted within the organization. The captain had prepared for the worst-case scenario. The moment that man stepped out of the artillery's range, he would immediately order all Gangchi realm martial artists to form a grand formation to confront him. Shirsen strolled leisurely down the street amidst the hail of cannon fire, advancing step by step with unwavering determination toward the steward's residence. Slowing his pace was an impromptu decision. After all, he couldn't possibly be injured by these pitiful old cannons. Why not use the most psychologically devastating method to gradually erode the fighting spirit of these warriors who should have been the guardians of humanity? Perhaps, provoked by his overwhelming power, some young warrior might break through their inner demons and leap to become a fourth or fifth-tier martial artist. And not merely for the sake of showing off. Though Shirsen admitted, there was a tiny flicker of that thought in his own mind. But it was only a tiny bit. His primary purpose remained the greater good of the human race. Captain! That bastard is still strolling toward us with perfect composure. The artillery barrage hasn't scratched him. I fear he's the one who took out the satellite city's Tugu. A Gangchi stage warrior lowered his binoculars, his voice trembling with dread. Such ferocious artillery bombardment would likely injure members even if all 18 of them formed the stellar formation. Yet that man was strolling through it. What terrifying strength! It seemed the Satellitecity's Tugu had indeed been dealt with. And the one who did it was this very man before them. Hearing his teammates' words, the captain felt a surge of disbelief welling up inside him. He had been fortunate enough to participate in the operation to capture the Tugu. The Tu Wu, whose true combat power was undoubtedly at the 6th tier, had left him with an unforgettable memory. Several squads dispatched by the corporation had been utterly destroyed under its terrifying defenses, suffering near total annihilation. Hadn't the group's strongest expert, Zhou Rue, arrived on the scene and forcibly injected the Research Institute's experimental serum into the Tugu's body, the Star Dynasty group's strength would likely have suffered a devastating blow that day, never to recover. Yet even this ferocious Tugu had been taken down. The captain could scarcely imagine the sheer horror of that scene. Perhaps even the city walls would have crumbled completely under the battle of these two inhuman beings. The mere thought of facing the terrifying man who had slain the Tugu made the captain's heart pound relentlessly. He didn't believe that he and his group of Gangchi realm martial artists, even if they formed some so-called grand formation, could stand a chance against him. The only option now was to urgently seek reinforcements from the Grand Steward, hoping to persuade him to dispatch the remaining members of the team. Perhaps then they might even stand a chance against the man before them, who seemed utterly detached from the chaos raging around him. Xiao Liang, before that man approaches, return to the chief steward's residence immediately. Request reinforcements. Tell him we can no longer hold the line, the entire front is on the verge of collapse. The captain grabbed a member known for his speed and barked the order. The lanky Xiao Liang didn't hesitate. Nodding, he turned and vanished in an instant. Seeing how Xiao Liang's speed had improved again, the captain silently calculated the time for a round trip and finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. But he hoped the Grand Marshal would prioritize the greater good and be willing to send the remaining members of the Heavenly Guardian Squad, who were currently protecting his own safety. Otherwise, the captain feared today might become the anniversary of his own death. Chapter 132, One Punch Breaks the Formation. Bathed in the baptism of artillery fire, Shirsen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Not long ago, these formidable weapons were terrifying nightmares in the eyes of ordinary people, claiming countless lives on the battlefield. Yet now, standing at the very epicenter of the bombardment, Shirsen remained unscathed. After projecting his gung chi to his skin's surface, the shockwaves and shrapnel couldn't even tear his clothes. In his previous life, Shirsen had never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. After his rise to power, these weapons of the technological age had long been consigned to the dustbin of history. The competition among major powers had always revolved around possessing peak combat strength surpassing the 7th tier and the sheer numbers of mid-tier fighters. The benchmark for strength was no longer the high-end weapons in stockpiles. The only weapons that retained any significant deterrent power were nuclear weapons. Yet the conditions for deploying nuclear weapons were too stringent. While effective on large battlefields, their massive blast radii guaranteed devastating damage. They proved nearly impossible to land against any target above 7th tier strength. Unless, that is, a warrior of equal caliber, fearless of life or death, manages to pin them down. After waiting this long, the so-called Chief Administrator's office hasn't dispatched any additional reinforcements. It seems Yu Wengtong has truly run out of tricks. Shi Sen's resolute stride and expressionless face exerted immense pressure on the entire Tiangang squad. He had deliberately allowed this laughable ambush team ample time to deploy precisely to force the Chief Administrator's office to reveal all its hidden cards, aiming to settle the matter with a single decisive battle. It would be far too troublesome to hunt them down one by one in the demon capital later. Yet as time ticked away, the governor's office remained utterly silent. Shi Sen suspected that Yu Wengtong truly had no further means to counter him. If that was the case, then he saw no need to hold back any longer. Huff. Shi Sen exhaled deeply, the power surging through his entire body, propelling him instantly across dozens of meters. The captain watching from afar saw this and felt a chill run down his spine. He knew this unfamiliar warrior was about to get serious. Quick! Form the formation. The captain whipped his head around and roared. The 17 members behind him, already poised for battle, sprang to their feet the instant they heard the command. With lightning speed, they formed the stellar array with the captain at its core. In that instant, thunder roared from the cloudless sky, and a bolt of thunder, imbued with immense power, struck directly at the intricate array patterns hovering above the heads of the 18 martial artists. Though normally violent and deadly, the thunder transformed into streaks of light upon touching the array patterns. It merged into the formation, coursing through the 17 members before enveloping the captain. He radiated an aura far beyond that of a mere Qi realm cultivator. This ancient formation, obtained by the Star Dynasty group from some forgotten ruins, possessed immense power. It could draw upon the power of the celestial stars, channeling it into the array to grant immense enhancements to every action of the captain, who served as its core. Previous trials had demonstrated that a peak 4th tier captain could directly attain peak 5th tier combat strength under this array. The only difference was the absence of the mystical Gale Chi transformations of the Sky Riding Realm, preventing flight. Otherwise, everything else was indistinguishable from the Sky Riding Realm. Such an array capable of skipping an entire realm could fetch a hefty price even in Central Capital. Yet, even with the power of the stars bestowed upon him, the captain remained filled with caution. He understood all too well that such power, while sufficient to run rampant in Haizhou, would prove utterly inadequate against anyone capable of defeating the Tuwu. The reason was simple: Tugu had effortlessly shattered this grand formation before. Another formation? Shi Sen chuckled wryly. Back in Central Capital, he had forcibly shattered the 9 extremes formation woven by the Yang family. Yet now, in Haizhou, he kept encountering starry sky formations time and again. Could it be that he had some kind of karmic connection with these array-wielding fools, one he could never escape? How utterly tedious. Instead of honing their martial arts, they waste their time on useless nonsense. Beyond attracting attention, these formations serve absolutely no purpose. Shi Sen held his breath and focused his gaze on the star array's position, charging straight toward it. Without even summoning his Divine Blood Halberd or Tugu armor, he delivered a plain, ordinary punch directly into the array, which shimmered with starlight. Boom! Surprisingly, the impact produced no thunderous roar. It seemed that once the stellar array was formed, it could absorb the generated sound waves, rendering the surrounding environment utterly silent. Within the formation, all members of the Chief Steward's Heavenly Guardian squad lay sprawled on the ground. Some coughed up blood from internal injuries, while others writhed on the ground with broken limbs and twisted bodies, trying to ease their agony. This is the consequence of the array being broken. Shi Sen approached the severely injured captain lying on the ground, his voice devoid of emotion. What you thought was an ancient formation is nothing more than something ordinary people created long ago to survive the threats of beasts and demonic creatures. While it may grant a fleeting sense of power, it also robs one of the drive to progress. Moreover, not all formations guarantee survival. Ancient texts record instances where such formations were used against formidable foes 9 times out of 10, they were shattered, leaving only destruction and death in their wake. The captain struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His voice was bitter. Are you mocking us? Mockery? Shi Sen laughed. I've always been lenient toward the souls of my fallen comrades, let alone mocking them. Not mocking? Then do you have any idea what we sacrificed to reach our current state? Never mind the lost chance of advancement, or the pain caused by the undigested potion power acting up inside us. Even our lifespans, we have less than 5 years left. And now you talk to me about progress? About the future? Don't you find that laughable? The captain roared with fury, unleashing the pent-up rage within him. He knew Shi Sen would never spare those who sought his death. Now, with nothing left to lose, he spoke his mind without restraint, utterly unconcerned with Shi Sen's power even if it meant a single punch could shatter the formation. The captain no longer cared. Death was inevitable anyway, what was there to fear? Hearing the captain's words, Shi Sen frowned in surprise. Ever since witnessing the Star Dynasty group deploy so many martial artists above the Chi realm, he had suspected they might have resorted to forbidden methods, sacrificing vital energy to mass-produce such formidable fighters. He never imagined that confirmation would come from the mouth of a dying man. But the Star Dynasty group had already been destroyed by Shursen's own hand. They would never be able to do such things again. Facing the enemy before him, whose breathing had grown erratic and whose life was clearly nearing its end, Shursen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this man had never intended to sacrifice his entire future to accept the forced cultivation advancement offered by the Star Dynasty group. Perhaps he had long resolved to trade a fleeting taste of Gangchi realm power for glimpses of a life he had never dared dream of before. Shursen refused to speculate, nor did he wish to probe the true thoughts of the Heavenly Gang's squadron captain. Since he was an enemy, it was better he died. The world today offered Shursen little room for mercy. A single misstep sparing an inconspicuous mortal enemy could deliver a fatal blow in the future. Therefore, Shursen merely placed his hand on the captain's forehead. With a slight tremor, he delivered a fatal blow, granting him a swift and painless end. As for the others, Shursen saw no need for such special treatment. After confirming there would be no survivors, he continued on toward the steward's residence. This time, he intended to cut through the chaos, decisively exterminating the so-called Grand Steward and all his minions without mercy. Chapter 133, Everything Under Control. After breaking through the ambush, the path ahead remained completely unobstructed. Shursen murmured in astonishment. It seemed the rumors were true. Yu Wengtong had become a frightened bird. Even when his most elite men faced danger, he refused to send the other martial artists guarding him to the rescue. Standing before a lavishly decorated building with antique charm, Shursen sensed the presence of over a dozen martial artists at the Gangchi realm. However, they seemed to have received news of the ambushers' complete annihilation. The atmosphere within the mansion was oppressively heavy. Each person clutched their weapon, as if doing so could offer some solace to their anxious hearts. What an extravagant mansion! Is this truly the office of that Grand Steward from Haizhou? It's probably more splendid than many wealthy tycoons' mansions. It seems our esteemed Grand Steward has long since abandoned the original purpose of his state-appointed position to oversee this region. This is outright betrayal. Shursen sneered coldly, then strode into the mansion in 2 strides. The first sight to meet his eyes was several martial artists standing at the ready, weapons of various kinds in hand, trembling as they faced Shursen, who radiated the terrifying aura of a primordial beast. They were not members of the Heavenly Guardian Squad, possessing only 3rd-tier strength. Yet under the Grand Steward's ironclad orders, they had no choice but to accept the duty of guarding the gate. Now, they couldn't stop berating themselves. Why had they been so upright before, offending so many colleagues in the steward's mansion? If they had been more tactful, this clearly suicidal mission probably wouldn't have fallen to them. Initially, they had considered surrendering the moment Shursen arrived. Who cared about some steward? Saving their own lives was paramount. But their petty schemes were ruthlessly exposed by the Grand Steward. In a fit of madness, he had secretly cursed them. If the curse wasn't lifted within 2 hours, they would all meet a violent end. Driven to utter despair, the group had no choice but to become stumbling blocks in Shursen's assault on the steward's residence. Even if that stumbling block was no bigger than a grain of rice, incapable of hindering Shursen in the slightest. Even a 3rd-tier martial artist has been dispatched. Seems Yu Wengtong has no backup plans left. Shursen couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the nearly fainting figures before him. Since entering the residence, he had not suppressed his aura. His physique, perfected to the point of subtlety, radiated formidable power in all directions at every moment. This intangible influence posed no real threat to martial artists who had cultivated Gangchi, causing at most a slight discomfort. But for martial artists below the Gangchi realm, this aura was terrifying. It even caused their weapon-wielding hands to tremble slightly. For 3rd-tier martial artists, this was essentially equivalent to losing their combat effectiveness. Bang! One martial artist, weaker in will, couldn't withstand the pressure Shursen exerted. His trembling fingers pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly flew toward Shursen's chest. Thud! The sound of leather tearing echoed as the bright orange bullet struck Ishii's chest. The immense impact instantly flattened it, sending the casing clattering to the ground. Ishii, however, remained unscathed. It's over. That little brat. How dare he shoot? That's pure suicide. The comrade standing beside the shooter felt a chill run through his heart. Shursen bent down, picked up the completely mangled bullet, flicked it with his finger, and effortlessly pierced the shooter through. The remaining warriors trembled in terror at the sight, immediately dropping their weapons, terrified that Shursen would choose to slaughter them all. As for the chief steward's hidden hand? Who cares about that now? Survival came first. It must be said, their choice was wise. Shursen only ever acted against those who harbored hostility toward him or initiated attacks first. He showed no intention of harming these warriors before him, who had completely lost their will to fight. After all, they hadn't laid a finger on him from start to finish, had they? After slipping past the group of warriors, Shursen hadn't gone far before encountering another group blocking his path. This puzzled him. Where did Yu Wengtong find the ability to make so many low-level martial artists follow him to their deaths without hesitation? With his doubts unresolved, Shursen struck them all unconscious. He then leapt onto the rooftops, switching to an aerial route toward the most opulent building within the estate. Soon, Shursen leapt down from a tree, landing on a small clearing. Not far away, Yu Wenong sat half-reclined in a chair, a steaming cup of pu'er tea in hand. He sipped leisurely, completely oblivious to Shursen standing mere inches away. "Mr. Yu, you're in quite the mood. Still finding time for tea at a moment like this?" Shursen approached with measured steps, his voice light with amusement. Without lifting his head, Yu Wenong replied, "Young people are so impetuous. Handling matters too hastily is not good. Come, have some tea first." Shursen didn't hesitate, sitting directly across from Yu Wentong. He picked up the tea that had been prepared earlier and drank it in one gulp. "Heh, that's not how one sips tea. That's chugging bad for your stomach and ruins the flavor. You've practically ruined my 10,000 tael pu'er." Yu Wentong chuckled helplessly, then shook his head with resignation. "Take your meddling in the satellite city affair, for instance. Without knowing the full story or reporting to my administrative office, you rashly took action against the Tugu and nearly destroyed the Xingqiao group in the process. Zhou Mang and all his adopted sons perished by your hand. Young man, you possess a truly formidable killing intent. Chief Administrator Yu is overthinking." Shursen rose to pour himself another cup of tea, savoring its flavor slowly, just as Yu Wenong did. "No matter what kind of tea it is, it's only meant to quench thirst. When I was thirsty, I drank it all in one gulp. Now that I'm not thirsty, I savor it slowly. Take the Tulu invasion of Satellite City. I killed because I wanted to, not because I had the Grand Elder of Zhongjing's edict, nor because I accepted Jin Wushang's request. I did it because I chose to. I enjoyed it. Understand?" At the word mandate, Yu Wentong's hand twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. "Young man, don't get too cocky. Otherwise, one day you'll hit a brick wall and meet someone you can't afford to provoke." "My apologies." Shursen set down his teacup and pointed toward the sky with a cold smile. "Aside from those who call themselves gods, there truly isn't anyone on Blue Star I can't handle." Yu Wentong fell silent. He understood that this young man before him was not only terrifyingly powerful, but possessed a resolve uncommonly steadfast for his age. The Grand Elder had indeed chosen the right man, sending such a tough nut to crack to purge Haizhou. But alas, youth remained youth, inexperienced. While he had tied the young man down in the Demon City with every trick in his bag, the ships at the port were likely already loaded and ready to set sail. Everything was under control. "All right, young man, let him play with you now. I'm too old for this sort of roughhousing." No sooner had Yu Wenong finished speaking than a figure abruptly emerged from the shadows of a large tree not far behind him. A sudden sense of danger surged through Shursen's heart. This unexpected intruder had slipped past his perception entirely. This was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Chapter 134, Lauren. Shursen stared at the man emerging from the shadows. The dark mark upon his forehead instantly revealed the truth. The Grand Steward before him had likely long since become a follower of the gods. Otherwise, the Shadow God wouldn't have so readily sent his earthly emissary to lurk near Yu Wento. "Shursen. Godslayer?" The man, frail in build yet radiating danger at every moment, spoke with a smile. "I don't care for that name. Could you change it?" Shursen laughed back. "What the hell are you talking about? Didn't the Shadow God teach you that when you walk among mortals, you must remain vigilant at all times?" The frail man's smile froze instantly, his face turning icy cold. Among countless divine realms, he had never encountered anyone like Shursen who dared to dismiss him as bull. Now, he was furious. A mere mortal dares to speak of the gods? It seems you've grown tired of living. The man sneered coldly. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." With a sharp flick of his right hand, a strange weapon shrouded in mist abruptly materialized. Shursen focused his gaze and recognized it immediately, the dragon scale dagger, a weapon passed down through generations of the Shadow God lineage. He had once clashed with the divine apostles of this lineage in mortal combat, and the dragon scale dagger's power had left him utterly astonished. Even Jin Wushang, later hailed as the martial saint, had his defenses easily breached by this deadly blade, his life-bound artifact hacked into jagged shards. However, that battle had pitted Jin Wushang against a 7th-tier true god realm human walker, a far cry from the mere 5th-tier peak man before him now. Lord Luolin, Shursen likely knows many secrets of the central capital. My view is that it would be best to spare his life. Under severe torture, extracting information from him should not be difficult. This would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to our divine general's grand plans. Yu Wentong spoke up. Lauren nodded. When he was dispatched to Great Xia, he had already received divine revelation. He must obey Yu Wentong's commands in all matters. Otherwise, the gods would inflict divine punishment. Though deep down, he believed mere mortals should not serve as his superiors in this great world, the gods had spoken, and he had no choice but to obey. Had he acted according to his usual methods from his days traversing countless divine realms, he would never have spared Shursen's life. Instead, he would have employed the most brutal methods to slowly torture him, letting him die in agonizing torment. After all, insulting him was an insult to the deities behind him, blasphemy. Shursen's cold gaze fixed on Yu Wentong, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Yet the immediate priority remained the man called Luo Lin. The earthly emissary of the Shadow God was worlds apart from Odell, the earthly emissary of the Fire God he had encountered before. Even Odell had managed to withstand several punches from him. Facing a peak 5th-tier opponent like Lauren, it would likely take dozens of punches to finish him off. Lauren gripped his dragon scale dagger, his mind racing to devise a strategy against Shursen. He had seen the footage of Shursen defeating the Tugu, and while somewhat surprised, he hadn't given it much thought. After all, he was nothing like that manipulated fool. Centuries of battle in the Divine Realm had honed his combat experience to its peak. Even though he had sealed his cultivation to descend upon the Great Xia, rendering many skills unusable, he still possessed absolute confidence in defeating Shursen. This confidence stemmed from being chosen by the gods to walk the mortal realm. First sever his limbs, then subdue him. Luo Lin swiftly formulated his plan. Simple, brutal, yet highly effective. Back in the Divine Realm, he often employed this tactic while lurking in the shadows to gather enemy intelligence. He was intimately familiar with this procedure. Huff. Having finalized his plan, Lauren wasted no further time. He exhaled a cloud of black mist that instantly enveloped the area within dozens of meters. All light was completely absorbed upon contact with the black mist. Within the darkness, everyone except its originator, Lauren, would lose their vision. Shursen's cultivation level was not much higher than Luo Lin's at this point. Enveloped by the eerie black mist, his vision indeed went dark and he could see nothing. What Lauren didn't know was that Shursen's physique had long reached the minor achievement realm. Even without sight, the remaining 4 senses continuously fed him feedback about changes in his surroundings. After a momentary adjustment, Shursen swiftly pinpointed Lauren's location through subtle changes in his skin surface and acute auditory perception. Lauren was crouched within the black mist, slowly closing in, biding his time for a surprise attack. What the hell? This guy only has abyssal mist? What about Shadow God System's doppelganger stab, blood fusion shadow, and that legendary phantom dragon shadow? Shursen waited a moment. Lauren remained silently approaching him, without a single trace of any other Shadow God System skills. This left him somewhat perplexed. Was Lauren truly a human walking among mortals? Could it be that the Shadow God had casually selected this apostle, labeling him a human walker, just to probe for intelligence within the Great Xia, shrouded by its barrier? This guy was most likely just cannon fodder. Realizing this, Shursen chuckled to himself, suddenly feeling he'd overreacted. Outside the mist, Yu Wentong's vision remained unobstructed, allowing him to clearly observe everything unfolding within. When Shursen stood motionless and Lord Lauren began approaching him again, Yu Wentong's heart leapt with joy. This arrogant bastard was finally going to be dealt with by Lord Lauren. He even began fantasizing about how the gods would reward him once the tens of thousands he'd secretly captured from the demon city were successfully transported to Shadow Isle. Perhaps they would allow him to bathe in the pool of divine power, shed his mortal form, and gain eternal life and formidable strength. Just like this, slowly close in, then deliver the fatal blow. No, just incapacitate him. There's still so much intelligence about Central Capital I need to extract from him. Seeing Luo Lin closing in on Shursen, Yu Wentong couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. His own power was too weak to discern much more of Luo Lin's intentions, but the situation on the field was clear. Shursen was exposed, Luo Lin concealed, the advantage was theirs. No matter what, Shursen won't escape this, Yu Wentong thought to himself. Lost in the fog, Luo Lin's thoughts now astonishingly mirrored Yu Wentong's. Shursen was as good as dead. However, upon drawing near Shursen, he sensed the powerful aura emanating from his formidable physique. And with only a low-tier standard artifact in his hand, he no longer had absolute confidence in defeating Shursen with a single strike. He had to shift his approach, giving it his all first to ensure Shursen was thoroughly eliminated here. Capturing him alive might prove difficult, but killing him was straightforward. Found you. Shursen suddenly spoke, grinning as he said it. Luo Lin froze. Could he see him? But upon closer inspection, Shursen wasn't speaking in his direction. Relieved, Luo Lin realized he'd been overly cautious. It seemed this fellow was just speaking casually to test the waters. His expression might appear calm, but who knew how panicked he truly was inside? Lauren remained confident in his abyssal mist. After all, it was a skill personally bestowed by the gods, one he'd tested countless times before. Anyone weaker than him would be completely blinded by the mist. Even those slightly stronger would be severely impaired. With the innate concealment effect of his shadow divine power, cultivated through years of secluded training, it was nearly impossible for anyone to detect him. This was the confidence that allowed Lauren to confront Shursen. Even if Shursen had forcefully slain the Tugu that he himself couldn't defeat, once the abyssal mist was unleashed, Shursen would be left groping in the dark, destined to become yet another unwilling soul in his grasp. Such occurrences had played out countless times within the divine realm. Lauren had long grown accustomed to them, yet he remained utterly captivated by the process. Becoming a divine apostle and undergoing baptism in the pool of divine power had undoubtedly made Luo Lin stronger, yet what he had lost could never be regained. Every time he heard the agonized wails of his prey in his grasp, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, as if he had rediscovered the sensations he once felt as a human. Lauren now eagerly anticipated the expression on Ishimori's face when his dragon scale dagger pierced his waist. The mere thought of that scene sent shivers down his spine, his hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly. Stay calm. The fight isn't over yet. Don't slip up now. Lauren quickly reined in his emotions, transforming back into a ruthlessly rational assassin. He struck decisively. The dagger in Lauren's hand shot toward Shurisan's lower back with lightning speed. He was certain that, given the current situation, Shurisan had no chance of blocking this fatal strike. Eager to witness Shurisan's agonized expression upon being struck, Luo Lin fixed him with a cold smile. A chilling scene unfolded. Through Yu Wentong's eyes, Shurisan slowly turned his head toward Luo Lin, his gaze filled with mockery. The dragon scale dagger aimed at Shurisan was now firmly grasped in his hand, a grip no one had seen him form. The sharp blade had caused not a single scratch on Shurisan's palm. Instead, he crushed it into fragments with sheer brute strength, sending the shards scattering to the ground. How? Yu Wentong stared in disbelief, his mind unable to process the sudden shift in the situation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly detect me? This is an illusion, all an illusion. Lauren was on the verge of collapse from this sudden reversal, his mind spiraling into chaos. Shurisan chuckled coldly. You fools who worship gods. You only grow stronger by licking the boots of the supreme deity. How could you possibly comprehend the terrifying power cultivated step by step by a true human warrior? With that, Shurisan grabbed the babbling Luo Lin in his massive hand and with a forceful slam, drove him headfirst into the ground. Put! Under the immense force, Luo Lin's body was crushed into a bloody pulp. A dim beam of light then shot out from his mangled body, piercing straight into the sky. Shurisan recognized this as Luo Lin's consciousness, but he lacked the power to intercept it at present. He could only watch as the beam shot straight into the boundless sky. What exactly is the initial phase of a divine realm's descent? Why are these mortals so utterly fragile? Shurisan pondered. In his previous life, he had never experienced battles against divine apostles or those who walked among mortals, leaving him largely ignorant of such matters. But regardless of their strength, as long as he could slay them, that was all that mattered. Overthinking it wouldn't do much good. Between gods and humans, there was an innate enmity, an encounter meant to end in death. Chapter 135, The Fleet. Having eliminated the greatest obstacle within the chief steward's residence, Shurisan turned his gaze to Yu Wentong, who remained rooted to the spot, refusing to believe the scene unfolding before him. Chief Steward Yu, Shurisan chuckled, look at that. The mortal emissary sent by the deity you relied on to aid you turns out to be nothing special after all. He felt remarkably at ease now. After all, Yu Wentong had concealed the deepest secret. Luo Lin, whom even the elite warriors lurking in the demon capital had failed to detect, had been eliminated. Shurisan relished the look on the faces of these scum who'd chosen to abandon humanity, the look they wore when their dreams shattered. Can humans truly become as powerful as you? Yu Wentong's voice was tinged with bitterness. Am I not the perfect example? Shurisan was willing to give Yu Wentong a little more time, allowing the fear before death to sink in more deeply. To be human is to strive against heaven and earth, to relentlessly improve oneself. Not like you facing an opponent seemingly beyond challenge, you raise your hands in surrender, willing to betray the interests of humanity for a chance at survival. But such chances to survive aren't granted to everyone. Even for those who get them, they're often nothing more than scraps barely better than trash bestowed by the gods only after countless fellow humans have been killed, directly or indirectly. Do you truly believe that by throwing your lot in with the gods, you'll be favored, your power skyrocketing until you finally forge a divine essence and establish your own celestial realm? Let me tell you this, even 10 years later, when the Great Xiao launched its counterattack against the divine realms, not a single traitor had achieved godhood. Shurisan walked slowly toward Yu Wentong, speaking with deliberate calm. These words were meant for Yu Wentong, but they also encapsulated Shurisan's deepest reflections on traitors, forged through years of battle. 10 years from now? Though gripped by fear of impending death, Yu Wentong seized upon the key words in Shurisan's statement. In his final moments, he craved more secrets, so even in death, he might find some measure of closure. Shurisan chuckled softly, surprised that even at this moment, Yu Wentong's mind remained sharp enough to grasp the information he had deliberately revealed. But Shurisan had no intention of explaining. He stepped before Yu Wentong and slowly raised his fist. Wait, Yu Wentong's eyes flickered with panic before quickly steadying. I'll trade you a top-secret piece of information for whatever hidden truth you know. Yu Wentong knew Shurisan wouldn't spare him. He wasn't foolish enough to expect a chance at survival from Shurisan. Instead, before dying, he might as well make Shurisan reveal the truth behind his so-called Great Xiao counterattack 10 years from now. Shurisan regarded Yu Wentong with a hint of amusement. Chief Yu, you're remarkably clear-headed. Knowing you won't survive, you'd rather trade for some unknown top-secret information? So that even in death, it's worthwhile? My allegiance to the gods comes with its own hardships. But everyone has their burdens, mine are nothing special. Having made this decision, I harbor no regrets. If death comes, so be it. Yu Wentong now appeared almost detached. Humans are truly complex creatures, Shursen mused. A man who feared not even death chose to surrender to the gods. What was that about? As for the difficulties Yu Wentong mentioned, Shursen didn't want to ask about them, nor did he want to understand them. Whatever one did, one must bear the consequences. Shursen accepted Yu Wentong's deal and began recounting the events of 10 years hence, how the Great Xia Empire had reached its zenith, utterly crushing the allied forces of all divine nations on Blue Star and launching a counteroffensive against the divine realms. This experience felt as fresh as yesterday. Shursen remembered it vividly, recounting it smoothly and effortlessly, without a single stumble. I honestly don't know if you're pulling my leg, Yu Wentong said with a bitter smile. Who would believe that Shursen had been reborn from 10 years in the future? Yet every event, every battle he described felt utterly real, without a trace of fabrication. Besides, at Shursen's current level of cultivation, why would he bother deceiving a dying man like him? Believe it or not, it's up to you, Shursen said flatly. Fine. Whether it's true or not, hearing such a story before I die is worth it. Yu Wentong sighed and continued, Baitsong Dock. If you go now, at your speed, you should still make it in time. North Warehouse Dock? Shursen frowned. What have you been up to there? People, Yu Wentong's voice carried a hint of death, a lot of people. They're refugees I gathered from all over Haizhou using Star Dynasty Group's resources. They should all be loaded onto ships now, bound for the Shadow God's base on Blue Star Shadow Island. Its location is. Yu Wentong relayed the full address to Shursen without holding back. Complexity clouded Shursen's eyes. He couldn't fathom what was going through Yu Wentong's mind at that moment. He was certain death awaited him, yet he was willing to trade the information secretly gathered from refugees he'd hidden from everyone about their impending transport to Shadow Island for the story Shursen had told him, a story whose truth he couldn't verify. He could have chosen not to do this. After Shursen finished recounting the story of the Great Xia counteroffensive, he could have mocked him and then chosen death. But in the end, he spoke. The situation was urgent, and Shursen had no idea how to deal with the former Grand Administrator of Qianhai Prefecture, who was now so complex. Thud. Shursen's fist struck Yu Wentong squarely in the chest. The gale energy channeled through his punch instantly shredded the man's heart. Farewell. In your next life, don't betray the human race again. Shursen supported the limp body of Yu Wentong, whispering softly into his ear. As long as the human race is still willing to accept this sinner, I would still choose. Yu Wentong's voice grew fainter, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Shursen laid him on the ground, gave him one last deep look, then sprinted toward Baitsong Dock. Before leaving, he didn't forget to store Luo Lin's corpse within the Tao Tai space. This body, strengthened by the baptism of the divine power pool, was the finest nourishment he could hope for. North Warehouse Dock. The apostles of the Shadow God had already herded most of the refugees onto the ships. Before anyone could catch their breath, the apostle captain in charge of the transport mission urged everyone to rise and return to their stations. The fleet was about to set sail. Captain, there's no need to rush like this. We've been working for days, hurrying now won't make a difference, grumbled an apostle who was personally close to the captain. The captain shot him a glare. What do you know? That monster has already been killed by some powerful human from who knows where, and now they're heading straight for Lord Lauren's position. It's only because our concealment work was so thorough that no one discovered this abandoned dock harboring so many people. Otherwise, do you think that powerful human would hesitate to come after us first? Slaughtering the Tugu and finishing off our little band would be child's play. If you want to rest, stay here and wait for death. I've no intention of returning to the divine realm. After being scolded by the captain, the apostle hastily apologized repeatedly before turning back to his work. You worthless trash. Shut the hell up. The apostle began cursing furiously. Seeing little effect, he drew the whip from his waist and lashed it hard into the crowded deck below. Mommy, I'm scared. A little girl clung fearfully to her mother's embrace. It's okay, sweetie. Close your eyes. A hero will come save us soon. The young woman, her face streaked with tears, kept soothing her precious daughter. Yet she had completely forgotten that she too had once been her father's precious daughter. Who would comfort her now? Mommy, will there really be a hero uncle? The little girl obediently closed her eyes and asked weakly. The woman looked out at the deck filled with cries of despair and choked out, yes, there will be. There will definitely be. Hearing her mother's assurance, the little girl finally felt at ease, her fears seeming to dissipate considerably. Amidst the crowded chaos, many parents were soothing their children in similar ways. Unable to meet their children's innocent gazes, they made them close their eyes and listen to lies they themselves struggled to believe. Only this way, perhaps, could the children find a modicum of peace before confronting their unknown fate. No one knew what fate awaited them after being seized by a gang of madmen. Because they were ordinary people, they could only submit to their fate in this moment, silently praying in their hearts for a hero whose very existence was uncertain to come and rescue them. Captain! Look over there! An alert apostle stared toward the demon city in terror. In the distance, a blinding beam of light shot skyward, piercing the darkness. The captain's heart tightened, a wave of dread washing over him. He knew this meant Lord Lauren was in trouble. It seemed the human warrior who had slain the Tugu had now dealt with Lord Lauren. But Lord Lauren wouldn't truly perish. He likely wouldn't reveal anything about this dock either. For now, the fleet remained safe. Notify all ships. Set sail immediately. No delays. The captain roared, directing everyone to accelerate their work. Suddenly, the captain remembered that the mastermind behind this plan and its execution was still a human. It was impossible to know whether he might reveal the fleet's secrets under the threat of that powerful individual. If that powerful being learned of it, not a single apostle present today would survive. Even Lord Lauren, a peak 5th-tier powerhouse, had fallen. They, mere 4th-tier apostles at best, wouldn't stand a chance against a single finger of that opponent. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred during the fleet's departure. 10 ships launched smoothly and began sailing towards Shadow Island. The captain sat in the wheelhouse, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Once the fleet accelerated and gained sufficient distance, even if that powerful human warrior reached the dock, he would be unable to catch up. Thus, even if Lord Lauren perished, the mission would at least be accomplished. Tens of thousands of provisions presenting this bounty to their own divine sovereign would surely earn a tremendous reward. Perhaps he could even use this opportunity to break through to the 5th tier, gaining a chance to become the Divine Lord's earthly emissary. By then, his future would be far brighter than that of an ordinary apostle. The captain grew increasingly elated, even breaking into an ancient dance within the captain's quarters. Chapter 136, The Scheme. Baitsong Dock was quite a distance from where Shursen was located. Even running at full speed, it took him over 10 minutes to barely make it there. But it was already too late. Shurmori watched helplessly as 10 steamships sounded their whistles and roared away. His keen eyes even caught sight of a little cutie on one of the ships, dancing with excitement. Think the ship's leaving means you can escape? A cold gleam flashed in Shursen's eyes. Unable to fly without reaching the Skymaster realm, he leapt directly into the sea. His legs churned like propellers as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its string, racing after the departing fleet at breakneck speed. Captain! Captain! Stop jumping! Look over there! Someone's swimming after us! The crew member monitoring the ship's surroundings rushed into the captain's cabin. His frantic shouting annoyed the captain. This guy really couldn't grasp the situation at all. He was immersed in the joy of his mission's imminent success, dancing freely. Only to have it ruined by this thoughtless crew member. Someone swimming to catch up with the fleet? Could it be a little cutie? The captain decided to teach this crew member a lesson, making him understand that while you can eat whatever you want, you absolutely cannot speak recklessly. You idiot, have you been popping too many pills until your brain turned to mush? How could anyone swim in the ocean? Doesn't he fear those terrifying sea beasts lurking beneath? The captain slapped the team member across the face. The blow stunned him instantly. However, the hierarchical structure among apostles was always strict. Only apostles of similar strength could communicate as equals. Between a 4th-tier captain and a 3rd-tier member like the one before him, beatings and insults were commonplace. It had been ages since the captain had last disciplined his men, leaving the stunned recruit momentarily speechless. Captain, I swear I'm not lying. Look for yourself. My God, he's getting closer. The crew member clutched his face, pointing frantically out the window. The captain frowned, glancing impatiently in the direction indicated. Damn it! What the hell is that thing? A sea beast? The captain's expression flickered, his heart beginning to race. It's not a sea beast, Captain. Look through the telescope, it's a person. The crew member started to panic too. When they first spotted the figure, it had been far behind the fleet. Yet in just a short while, it was nearly catching up. Damn it, did that person have an engine strapped to their backside? How else could he swim faster than a steamship? The captain quickly grabbed the binoculars from the table and raised them to his eyes. Whoa! It really is a person. Turning back, his face grim, he ordered his crew, go notify all other ships immediately. Full speed ahead. Not a moment's delay. I suspect this is the murderer who killed Lord Lauren. The crew member dared not delay, immediately turning to prepare the notification. Wait. Huh? The crew member looked at the captain in confusion. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. If necessary, use these provisions to buy a chance at survival. A hint of ruthlessness flickered beneath the captain's calm tone. The captain knew full well that whatever lurked in the sea meant no good. Their current strength was utterly insufficient to confront a foe capable of defeating Lord Lauren. Their only recourse was to devise underhanded tactics to hinder the enemy. Yes, understood. The team member's heart sank, and he quickly responded. He recalled the human sky realm expert they had encountered not long ago. It was through the captain's strategy using the lives of their own kind as leverage that they had forcibly compelled that powerful being to surrender. They were still on Shadow Isle, undergoing the baptism of divine power, gradually transforming their human bodies into apostle forms. Soon, as Shursen was about to catch up to the fleet, all the divine apostles aboard the 10 great ships had prepared to meet the enemy. Countless human refugees crowded onto the decks, herded like cattle to the railings, standing in rows with tears streaming down their faces. Those bastards! Seeing this scene, Shursen's chest surged with murderous intent, his eyes turning icy cold. Hey, you bastard, go back. We may not be a match for you individually, but we've got tens of thousands of your kindred in our hands. The captain stood triumphantly at the rail, his voice dripping with provocation. This was part of his scheme. If Shursen couldn't resist the provocation and leapt out of the water to board the ship, the divine apostles standing behind the refugees would immediately hurl him back, halting Shursen mid-air. Repeat this enough times, and even if Shursen possessed the strength to slay Lord Lauren, he would eventually exhaust himself and be captured alive. This was the power of cunning. The captain grew increasingly delighted with this plan, his words becoming more and more insolent. Shursen's eyes were icy cold as he bobbed up and down in the water, not uttering a single word. He instantly saw through the divine apostles' scheme. The gunnels of the large ships towered over 10 meters above the sea surface. If Shursen, with no foothold in the water, rashly leapt into the air, they would undoubtedly use the bodies of the refugees to block his path. Even if Shursen escaped injury, he'd have to swerve to avoid the thrown innocents, plunging back into the sea. Seeing Shursen floating motionless in the sea and no longer approaching the fleet, the captain sneered coldly. Looks like this guy isn't falling for it. Well, never mind. The mission comes first. As long as we bring these 10 fully loaded ships back to Shadow Island, we'll have accomplished a great feat. The gods will surely bestow their blessings as a reward. The captain said leisurely, hands behind his back. His crew members chimed in one after another, praising the captain's brilliant wisdom. The captain accepted it all with composure. He believed he fully deserved such praise. After all, a powerhouse that even Lord Lauren couldn't handle had been so easily forced to keep his distance from the fleet. Wasn't that proof enough of his own strength? Some excel through raw power, while others through cunning. The captain, brimming with satisfaction, turned and returned to his captain's cabin. With his cunning, he was certain Shursen would never dare approach the fleet again. The rest of the journey would only require vigilance against sea beasts. Watching the fleet grow ever more distant, Shursen sneered coldly. I'll see for myself if your base is truly where Webtoon claimed it to be. From the start, he had resolved to wipe out every last one of these scum. Yet the coordinates provided by Webtoon left Shursen skeptical. He knew the divine apostles' modus operandi all too well. Without overwhelming superiority, they were notoriously sneaky and underhanded, perpetually scheming in the shadows. Their so-called headquarters typically shifted every 3 days, never staying fixed in one place. They appeared cautious, but in truth, they were like rats cowering in the shadows. Only when they lowered their guard could one truly trail them and uncover the true base this shadow god had established within the Great Xia. Only then could the problem be resolved once and for all. The captain could never have imagined that the tale of inviting wolves into one's home was already unfolding before his very eyes. Still basking in the triumph of driving away a formidable human warrior, he reveled in his subordinate's flattery, utterly intoxicated by his own triumph. The steward's residence. Shi Dangwa, Mo Qingbai, and the young Mo school disciple arrived late. Upon entering the residence, they found staff darting about like headless flies. What a mess! This is unacceptable. Arrest them all. Shi Dangwa waved his hand, and the countless warriors following him streamed in. Amidst wails of despair, the soldiers ruthlessly subdued these former high-ranking officials. Soon, order was restored within the steward's residence. However, this order was brought about by the satellite city troops. Yuan Kai followed behind the group with mixed feelings, watching his once familiar colleagues being taken down. Yet he felt little sense of shared misfortune. Instead, he felt nothing but relief. Thankfully, he had personally gone to the checkpoint, encountered Uncle Mo, and promptly realized his mistake. He decisively switched sides and joined Shursen's ranks. Otherwise, he might well have been among those arrested today. The memory of that brutal ambush, the corpses littering the ground, sent a chill down Yuan Kai's spine. 18 martial artists at the Gangxi realm all lying in a heap, every last one dead. What immense power! If he had truly clashed with Shursen, Yuan Kai felt that he and his entire clan might as well have sought out a grave and lain down in it. Shao Kai, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and catch up. Mo Qingbai's voice rang out from ahead, snapping Yuan Kai back to reality. Coming. Yuan Kai hurried to catch up. The group soon arrived at the spot where Shursen had previously killed Luo Lin. Webtoon's body lay there, as if asleep, with no visible wounds on his body. That bastard. Enemies meeting face to face, Shi Dangwa's eyes instantly turned red. He charged forward, ready to kick Webtoon. Old Chi, wait. Mo Qingbai grabbed the emotionally unstable Shi Dangwa. Old Mo, this bastard nearly let the entire satellite city fall into the hands of the Togu. Now that he's dead, what's wrong with me venting for 1 million people? Mo Qingbai gave a bitter smile and explained, I'm not saying it's wrong. But first, the man is already dead, he's received his punishment. What good would kicking him a few times do? Besides, the satellite city ultimately avoided disaster and 1 million people survived by sheer luck. There's no need to vent your anger like this. Finally, haven't you noticed that Webtoon's body bears no wounds at all? Upon hearing this, Shi Dangwai's emotions finally subsided. He crouched down to examine the body. You're right. Not a single external wound. The fatal blow was a punch to the chest, shattering his heart into pieces. But wait, given Chief Shi's style, how could he possibly show mercy to a mastermind? How did he get such a dignified death? Chi Dangwa looked utterly perplexed. Mo Qingbai smiled. That's precisely why I stopped you from acting. Chapter 137, Shadow Island. Mo Qingbai spoke with confidence. Though I don't know much about this Chief Shi, I did observe certain details quite closely. Take Yu Wenton's body, for instance. First, there were no external injuries. Second, his face bore a serene expression, not a trace of ferocity or fear. And the third? Yuan Kai suddenly interjected. Mo Qingbai shot him a glare. What third? Who's doing the talking here, me or you? Please, go on. Yuan Kai said sheepishly. These 2 points alone indicate that Yu Wentong did not engage in a violent confrontation with Chief Shi before his death. In my view, it's highly probable that Yu Wentong sought death voluntarily. As for why he would do such a thing, I cannot say for certain. Mo Qingbai's analysis made perfect sense, and Chi Dangwei nodded repeatedly. Who cares? The mastermind is dead anyway. Now we just need to clean up the mess. By the way, where did Chief Shi go? Why haven't we seen him since we came in? He beckoned a soldier over and ordered, "Go ask if anyone at the chief administrator's residence has seen Chief Shi." The young soldier immediately trotted off toward the temporary detention area housing numerous officials from the governor's office. Before long, he returned, panting slightly. Sir, someone saw Commander Shi heading north at a great speed. It looked like he was in a hurry. Urgent matter? Chi Dangwa frowned in confusion. He dismissed the soldier to return to duty, then turned his gaze to Mo Qingbai. Old Mo, with Yu Wentong already executed, what urgent matter could Commander Shi possibly have here? Mo Qingbai remained focused on examining Yu Wentong's corpse, replying without turning his head, "Why are you meddling? Do you intend to send men to aid Magistrate Shi? He single-handedly breached the entire governor's office. If he truly faces danger, the men you dispatch would likely be utterly useless." True enough. Then forget it. Chi Dangwa turned to attend to his own affairs. Yu Wentong had committed heinous crimes, though ultimately thwarted by Shi Sin and prevented from succeeding. But such an incident demanded thorough reckoning. Those serving in the governor's office would certainly face trial, and evidence of their crimes must be uncovered. Yet the matter proved far more complicated than Chi Dangwa had imagined. Faced with a group of employees who knew full well that admitting involvement would spell disaster for them, these rough-and-tumble officials found themselves at a complete loss. The clerk stubbornly insisted that everything was Yu Wentong's doing and had nothing to do with them. This proved rather difficult to handle. Most of the chief administrator's office staff were seasoned veterans. Seeing Chi Dangwa was powerless against them and showed no intention of taking action, they quickly understood. The soldiers of Satellite City bore little resemblance to the brutal forces under the Grand Steward's command, still adhering to the code of conduct established before the Divine Kingdom's arrival. The officials exchanged glances, their minds forming a plan. They began to push their demands further, insisting the Satellite City troops produce evidence of their illegal actions or else they must release everyone. In an instant, the small courtyard erupted into a cacophony of noise. Just as Chi Dangwa was at his wit's end, the Mo school disciple entered, accompanied by a refined middle-aged man. Major Chi, please step outside for a moment. The Mo school disciple frowned at the arguing staff before motioning for Chi Dangwa to follow him out of the courtyard. Who is this? Chi Dangwa asked, looking at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. The middle-aged man extended his hand. Chen Yao. Chen Yao? That name sounds familiar. After shaking hands, Chi Dangwa's mind raced, trying to place where he'd heard the name before. Seeming to sense Chi Dangwa's confusion, the Mo family heir stated directly, he is the son of the Grand Elder. He ventured to the Demon City this time specifically to clean up the mess after reinforcements arrive. The son of the Grand Elder. Chi Dangwa's eyes widened instantly. How could the son of the Grand Elder have come to this remote place, Haijo Demon City, under the current circumstances? However, memories of Chen Yao gradually surfaced in his mind. He studied the middle-aged man before him, now wearing a bitter smile. Everything fell into place. This was the son of Chen Qingshan, the current helmsman of Great Xia. Seeing Chen Yao, a man of such exalted status, standing before him, Chi Dangwa hastily raised his hand in salute. Lieutenant Colonel Chi Dangwa, Deputy Battalion Commander of the Satellite City Battalion, Haijo Military District, greets you. No, we don't do that here. Get things done, no fuss. Shen Yao returned the bitter smile. He hadn't expected the Mo family disciple his father had sent to protect him to be such a straightforward soul, immediately revealing his identity. He had hoped to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. Now, all his plans were completely thrown into disarray. Still, years of his father's influence had left its mark. As soon as the situation changed, Shen Yao had a solution in mind. Since his identity was out in the open, he might as well leverage that reputation to get things done. It might even yield better results. Alright, Minister Chen, you tell us what to do next. The 500 soldiers of Satellite City are under your command. Shi Dangwa didn't beat around the bush, speaking directly. Shen Yao had indeed previously served as Deputy Minister of Security, so Shi Dangwa's address was entirely appropriate. Very well. Separate all personnel from the Chief Administrator's office and find a soundproof location. Interrogate them one by one. This task is familiar to me. I shall take the lead as Chief Interrogator. Understood. With Chen Yao and several capable subordinates he had brought along, the interrogations finally got underway and proceeded with full force. Standing by to observe, Shi Dangwei was utterly shocked upon hearing the confessions extracted through clever interrogation techniques and various tactics. He never imagined the chief steward's office harbored such corruption. The azure sea surface shimmered as sunlight danced upon the waves, refracting countless dazzling rays. Splash! A figure suddenly surfaced from beneath the water. It was none other than Shursen, who had submerged himself and been trailing the fleet from afar. They should be arriving soon. Shursen gazed at the distant fleet, now reduced to tiny black dots. Telescopes on the ships allowed constant surveillance of the sea surface, so he dared not get too close. Relying solely on his formidable physique, he periodically submerged beneath the waves to evade the apostle's sight. Fortunately, his eyes, enhanced multiple times, were now no less sharp than those of the divine apostles wielding telescopes. From a great distance, he could clearly see them standing on the deck, surveying their surroundings. These bastards were different from any apostles Shursen had encountered before. They were clearly far more cautious. Even when certain they hadn't been spotted, the fleet changed course multiple times under Ishimori's watchful eye. They were clearly attempting to shake off any potential pursuers, real or imagined. It wasn't hard to understand why these apostles operated so differently from those of other pantheons. The root cause lay in the shadow god himself, who was fundamentally different from other deities. If the major pantheons were likened to conglomerates, then the shadow god would be akin to a sole proprietorship. Corporations have numerous directors and ample capital, enabling them to withstand multiple failures. But a sole proprietor lacks the capital. Even a single setback could cripple them. Influenced by the shadow god, its apostles tend to follow a similar pattern in their actions. The more reckless among them likely perished without a trace long ago. We're here? Shursen's keen eyes spotted it from afar. A short stretch of horizon seemed to appear ahead of the fleet. In these seas far from land, aside from islands, nothing else could create such a sight. Amidst the roar of crashing waves, faint cheers began to reach his ears. This confirmed his suspicion. Ahead lay the shadow god's stronghold on Blue Star Shadow Island. With their base location identified, the next steps would be straightforward. Shursen dove back into the water, shedding all restraint as he swam toward Shadow Island at full speed. However, the direction he chose diverged slightly from that of the fleet. This was a deliberate decision. He would first land on the island to eliminate the apostles guarding it, then turn his attention to slaughtering the arrogant crew aboard the ships. To dare treat Shursen as entertainment? They clearly had too much time on their hands. 5 meters below the surface, near the island, abundant resources attracted numerous fish to thrive in carefree bliss. Conversely, this abundance of fish also drew numerous predators. Not sharks. Not killer whales. But creatures mutated beyond recognition by the awakening spiritual energy. However, Shursen's physique far surpassed these grotesque sea beasts. The aura of power radiating from him at all times kept them from daring to come within an inch of him. Sometimes, even beasts know better than some humans when it comes to avoiding danger. 10 minutes later, as the fleet slowed to approach the island, Shursen had already set foot upon it. Shadow Isle had once been a barren wasteland, devoid of even the most basic vegetation, with only sparse shrubs scattered across its surface. Perhaps due to the shadow god's own handiwork, the island was now perpetually shrouded in a thin mist. The beasts that occasionally revealed themselves within the fog did not resemble anything native to Blue Star. Shurmori drew in a breath of the mist, carefully sensing the substances it contained. After a long while, his body showed no adverse reactions. Seems this mist has no effect on me. I can breathe freely, Shursen exhaled in relief. If the mist carried the divine power of the shadow god, inhaling too much would surely affect his body. In that case, he would have to hold his breath while moving. Though Shursen possessed formidable physical resilience, allowing him to survive extended periods without oxygen, the experience would be unbearably uncomfortable and inevitably diminish his combat effectiveness. After confirming the environment was safe, Shursen casually chose a direction and crept silently toward it. His current position was near the island's edge. Even with his keen senses, he detected no traces of the apostles. He would have to venture deeper before making further plans. During his stealthy advance, Shursen encountered numerous aggressive beasts. Fortunately, his movements were lightning fast. Before any of them could make a sound, he decisively struck them down. This prevented any premature discovery. That is, Shursen looked toward a small hill in the distance. Upon the hill, he sensed the presence of at least 3 beings possessing 5th tier strength. Chapter 138, The Altar and Transformation. Shursen crept silently toward it, encountering several strange beasts along the way that seemed intent on attacking him. He called them beasts precisely because they seemed utterly indifferent to the formidable aura emanating from him. Upon spotting him, they charged headlong without hesitation. their gaping maws aimed for the most muscular parts of his body, biting down viciously. Of course, these beasts, lacking even third-tier strength, couldn't break through Shursen's defenses. Even if Shursen allowed them to tear at him, the likely outcome would be their sharp teeth snapping clean off and scattering across the ground. Throughout this process, Shursen carefully executed each beast with the swiftest, most lethal strikes, ensuring not a single one uttered a sound. Influenced by the Shadow God, these beasts never made a sound, even as they met their end. This differed greatly from the native beasts of Blue Star. The Shadow God's influence seems to have completely enveloped this island. Thankfully, I was resourceful enough to locate it using the fleet. Otherwise, if left unchecked, this place would surely become a major threat to the Great Xia Empire. Shursen thought to himself as he gradually approached the location where he sensed the presence of 3 fifth-tier powerhouses. This doesn't add up. If the Shadow God sent so many fifth-tier apostles, why didn't he have them operate together to execute the plan in the demon capital? This puzzled Shursen. Typically, the apostles sent by deities to Blue Star preferred to operate in teams. Even if circumstances forced them to act alone, they would maintain proximity to one another. Especially a scheming old fox like the Shadow God, when dispatching his apostles, he would have explicitly instructed them to act in concert on Blue Star. Climbing over the final hill, Shursen nimbly leapt onto a large tree. This vantage point allowed him to overlook the entire hill, making it a strategic high ground. Indeed, 3 people. No, 1 person plus 2 apostles. Ishizumi narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the area below. A crude altar stood starkly on the cleared clearing at the hilltop. At its center, a human warrior covered in wounds was bound hand to hand, tightly secured between 2 stone pillars. From beneath the altar, divine power from the Shadow God surged forth endlessly, washing over the warrior's body. The immense agony left him only able to glare furiously at the 2 fifth-tier apostles beside him, utterly unable to utter a word. An apostle conversion altar? Shursen instantly recognized the altar's purpose. This contraption was used to forcibly convert powerful humans, a practice later despised by the sealed saints. Once activated, the altar cared not for the strength of one's will. Even those far surpassing ordinary humans in power, even those who had reached the 7th tier. It would still gradually strip away your human form under this terrifying transformation, reshaping you into the divine body of an apostle. You would completely lose certain human characteristics. Throughout this process, their minds would be corrupted, turning them into loyal dogs forever devoted to the divine. This was a fate no human race could ever accept. The powerful human before him, Shursen, held little memory of him. Likely, his conversion ritual ultimately failed, reducing him to a pile of ashes. Otherwise, every human prodigy captured and forcibly transformed into an apostle had achieved legendary fame on the human divine battlefield. Shursen couldn't possibly have no memory of them at all. Nearly a 90% success rate, and yet it failed to convert you. How unlucky can you get? Shursen cast a sympathetic glance at the bound figure. Then he leaped down. Who's there? How dare you? Who gave you permission to come here? 2 furious shouts echoed from the direction of the altar. The 2 fifth-order apostles, upon seeing Shursen, flinched slightly. Instantly, they closed in on him, flanking him from both sides. They guarded the altar by divine command. They would not tolerate anyone disrupting the ritual. Though they had never seen Shursen before and knew nothing of his strength, they charged forward without hesitation. Huff! The apostle on the left began expelling abyssal mist the moment he moved, harnessing the pervasive haze permeating the shadow-infused island. The abyssal mist swiftly enveloped the entire area within dozens of meters, including Shursen. Visibility dropped to 0. The apostle on the right drew the divine bestowed standard artifact, the dragon scale dagger. His figure flickered incessantly, vanishing swiftly into the mist. Clearly, these 2 worked together with exceptional coordination, their combat experience far surpassing that of Lauren, the pretentious fool. However, they lacked the potent divine power that flowed through Lauren's veins. Their affinity with the Shadow God was nowhere near as deep as his, and the effects of their skills paled in comparison. This was the fundamental difference between an apostle and a mortal. One was an adopted son, the other, a biological child. Shursen watched their performance coldly, not moving a muscle until the mist completely enveloped him. Bound to the stone pillar, immobilized by the divine power surging through his body, Lu Tang watched the scene unfold and grew increasingly anxious. This young man who suddenly appeared, could he possibly be a little cutie? He just stood there, letting 2 weirdos equivalent to 5th-tier martial artists unleash their skills without even trying to dodge or evade. Wasn't this pure suicide? Still, Lu Tang couldn't resist warning Shursen, though his voice was barely audible due to the pain. Be careful. The mist they spewed is strange, it completely blocks vision. If you can pinpoint locations by sound, watch for any approaching from behind. Put. Put. Shursen drew his Divine Blood Halberd, swinging it front and back to cleave the 2 apostles attempting to flank him clean in 2. He looked toward the center of the altar in confusion. Didn't that guy tied up just now seem to be talking? What did you say? Shursen approached the base of the altar, the halberd in his hand still dripping blood. Lu Tang choked on his words, his eyes widening in shock. He glanced at the 2 corpses nearby, then back at Shursen's puzzled expression. He suddenly began questioning his very existence. I must be dreaming. This damn altar is messing with my mind. Lu Tang closed his eyes and began reciting the calming mind technique taught by the elders of his sect. Shi Sen chuckled. Good heavens, this guy must be a little cutie. I'm standing right here in front of him, and instead of asking for help, he starts chanting spells. He must be out of his mind. Hey, looks like you're enjoying this, huh? Fine, I'm outta here. You can keep chanting your sutras all you want. Shi Sen turned and walked away decisively, without a moment's hesitation. He had tens of thousands more people waiting for him to save. Who had time to waste on a little cutie? Wait. A faint, weak voice called out from behind him. Shi Sen ignored it, walking farther and farther away. Lu Tang suddenly panicked. This wasn't a damn dream. Brother, don't go. Save my life. The voice trembled with desperate pleading. Shi Sen turned to face Lu Tang with a hint of amusement. What? I thought you could hold on a little longer. He wasn't exactly going to abandon him to his fate. At most, he'd rescue the refugees on the fleet first before dealing with this guy. At worst, he'd make him suffer a little longer. It wouldn't be a big deal. After all, as long as the conversion ritual wasn't interrupted at its final moment, the human race wouldn't suffer much. At worst, it would just be a bit shorter. It would still be usable, no big deal. Watching Shi Sen turn back around, Lu Tang plastered on an apologetic smile. Take it easy, big brother. There's a divine barrier surrounding this altar, it won't be easy to deal with. Lu Tang cautioned Shi Sen. He had witnessed the barrier's power firsthand. Even several fifth-tier powerhouses couldn't budge it an inch. They'd even suffer severe injuries from the barrier's backlash. Lu Tang certainly didn't want Shi Sen to get hurt here due to ignorance. He was counting on being rescued so he could settle the score with that despicable bastard. Upon hearing this, Shi Sen approached the altar with curiosity. He reached out his hand. Sure enough, a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing appeared, blocking his palm's advance. Interesting. How much does the shadow god value this little cutie before us? Ah, he actually spared the effort to cast a protective barrier around the altar. Shi Sen glanced at Lu Tang in surprise. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't see much potential in him. Instead, that silly grin only made him look more foolish. Bro, be careful. This barrier will reflect back exactly the force you put into your attack. Pop. Shi Sen withdrew his fist and looked at Lu Tang. What did you say? Rebound? Lu Tang forced a stiff smile. Nothing. I wasn't saying anything. Chapter 139, Taylor. With a light flick of the Divine Blood Halberd, the divine power ropes binding Lu Tang snapped into several pieces. Lu Tang leapt down from the altar, savoring the long-forgotten ease and freedom. His body, gradually transformed into a divine form, instantly reverted to its normal state. This was one of the drawbacks of the altar's transformation ritual. Once removed from the ceremony, all prior work and preparation, no matter how extensive or lengthy, vanished in an instant. Of course, for Lu Tang, this was a blessing. At least it was far better than the fate of those human elites personally selected and transformed by the gods themselves. Thank you for your help, brother Shi. I am deeply grateful. Lu Tang bowed his hands toward Shi Sen with the grace of a true knight-errant. He addressed Shi Sen as brother without a hint of resentment. In fact, if Shi Sen were willing, Lu Tang would genuinely be content to serve him faithfully. A flicker of surprise crossed Shi Sen's eyes. If he remembered correctly, those who still used gestures like Lu Tang's were typically reclusive sect disciples who had shut themselves away to devote themselves to arduous cultivation. Who would have thought that by coming to resolve the threat on Shadow Isle, he would unexpectedly rescue an heir to such a reclusive sect? No need for formalities, Shi Sen waved his hand dismissively. Do you still have any fighting strength left? I'd say less than 50% of my strength remains, Lu Tang replied. Shi Sen nodded. After undergoing the altar's transformation, temporary weakness was inevitable even without lasting side effects, perfectly normal. Still, with Lu Tang's original 5th-tier strength, even at half his current power, it would suffice for the upcoming battle. After all, their opponents were merely a group of apostles, none exceeding 4th-tier strength. Next, Shi Sen briefly explained the situation with the fleet to Lu Tang. To his surprise, Lu Tang showed no shock at this news. Instead, his gaze grew somber as he looked toward a certain direction on Shadow Isle. Brother Shi, you don't know. I followed them in secret precisely because I sensed these. Apostles? Is that the term? It was these apostles secretly capturing our human kin. And then, Lu Tang gritted his teeth. After capturing them, they brought them to this island and threw them into an incredibly brutal formation. Over 100 people. The moment the formation activated, they were reduced to pools of blood and flesh, not even leaving behind a single intact corpse. Damn my weakness. Their tricks forced me into surrender. What followed is what you witnessed, brother Shi. They bound me to this altar. After hearing Lu Tang's account, Shi Sen fell deep in thought. Clearly, this Shadow Isle had existed for far longer than a mere day or two. Who knew how many innocent souls had been sacrificed by those accursed divine apostles on the island? To the gods, the humans who grew naturally on Blue Star were their finest sustenance, usable in countless ways. Yet they completely forgot what it took to reach this very point. Enough. This island is utterly filthy. Now, you'll join me in wiping it clean. Shursen patted Lu Tang's shoulder, his voice firm and resolute. It is my deepest wish. I dare not refuse. As if infected by Shursen's words, Lu Tang finally shook off his gloom, rallying his spirit once more. His voice thick with murderous intent, he declared. After their exchange, the two men sped toward the dock, one ahead and one behind. And honestly, even though Lu Tang's strength was somewhat diminished, his legs clearly possessed some kind of speed-enhancing lightness skill. He ran incredibly fast. Shursen had been puzzled why Lu Tang didn't simply fly through the air. Wouldn't that be faster? But seeing Lu Tang run at a pace that was faintly faster than his own, Shursen finally understood the reason. The man truly ran faster than he could fly. Before long, the clamor of voices grew faintly audible. The docks lay just ahead, not far off. Shursen motioned for Lu Tang to halt, then led him to a higher vantage point. Look, Shursen said calmly, gesturing toward the dock teeming with figures, there are 10 ships below, packed with people, tens of thousands by our initial estimate. My original plan was to stealthily eliminate the divine apostles guarding the humans on each ship one by one, to prevent them from fighting back desperately. Now that you're here, it saves a lot of trouble. See those 3 ships near the low buildings? Lu Tang followed Shursen's gesture and nodded in acknowledgement. Those 3 ships are yours to handle. From what I see, only a few 4th-tier apostles pose any real challenge. The rest just need to be watched to prevent them from harming innocent civilians in desperation. Remember, move fast. Make it quick. Don't worry, brother Shur, leave it to me. Lu Tang patted his chest in assurance. Alright, go ahead. The moment Shursen finished speaking, he charged forward. His speed was so great it left trails of afterimages in his wake. Lu Tang remained calm. After all, when it came to pure speed, he was confident he could match Shursen, his savior. He swiftly closed in on his own target. On the fleet, the divine apostles, under their captain's command, methodically prepared to unload the vast quantities of provisions. Now on familiar territory, the captain felt a profound sense of security, more at ease than ever before. This familiar taste is truly delightful. The captain slowly savored a bottle of fine wine sourced from the human world. Captain. The brothers on guard duty just reported they can't get any response when trying to contact those 2 elders. A crew member rushed breathlessly from the dock onto the ship, panting heavily as he spoke. The captain waved dismissively. It doesn't matter. They're probably guarding the human chosen by our master. The altar conversion ritual can't tolerate the slightest mishap. If we can't reach them, we can't reach them. We'll just drive these provisions to the Great Formation ourselves. Aye. The captain smacked his lips in satisfaction, thoroughly enjoying the taste of the fine wine in his hand. Ah. I can't wait to see what rewards our Lord bestows upon receiving all these provisions. Leaning against the railing, the captain gazed contentedly into the distance. His gaze drifted from the boundless ocean toward Shadow Isle. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye. The captain focused his eyes and nearly jumped out of his skin. 2 figures were approaching the fleet at breakneck speed. Enemy attack. The captain bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice becoming shrill with extreme tension. The other apostles, familiar with the captain's voice, didn't immediately react, turning to look at him in confusion. Stop staring at me, damn it. Enemies are closing in, prepare for battle, the captain roared. Only then did the apostles snap to attention. Following the captain's gaze, they too spotted Ishimori and his companion rapidly closing in. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the fleet. The quicker vessels had already forced many humans below deck and now had no time to spare for them, swiftly gathering together. Unlike the human warriors who formed formations to confront powerful foes, the apostles had their own unique method. As long as they served the same deity, gathering together would grant them divine blessings from the heavens, causing their power to surge instantly. This was one reason why the Divine Nation Alliance had routed the nations of Blue Star so decisively in the mid-war phase. Had humanity not produced its first warrior to ascend to the 8th tier of power? The Blue Star's human race would likely have been utterly annihilated long ago, reduced to mere playthings in the hands of the gods. Remember, make it quick. Shursen urged as a final reminder. Lu Tang nodded repeatedly. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the apostles, he could only follow Shursen's instructions. Amidst the chaos of the fleet, the two drew ever closer to their target. The ordinary people aboard the ships now gazed upon them as if they were saviors, hope finally flickering in their eyes. Countless hands clasped together in silent prayer for Shursen and his companions. 30 miles off Shadow Island, a small warship was underway. They belonged to the Yamaguchi Trading Company of Neon Nation. Their passage through the Haijo Sea was to escort a certain princess of the Star-Striped Nation, a figure of immense prestige, who was engaged in charitable work in the old nation. To ensure absolute security, the Snowflake vessel maintained constant communication with the military base on Guandao Island via the latest communication devices developed by the Star-Striped Nation. In other words, every action aboard the Snowflake was under the watchful eye of the Guandao military. Any excessive behavior would be met with a brutal military response. Your Highness Taylor, we have now reached the maritime border of Great Xia. If we are fortunate enough to avoid encountering Great Xia patrol vessels, we should reach Guandao Island by tonight, the ever-polite butler, dressed in a suit, bowed and informed the princess. Princess Taylor, with her smooth, firm skin and features distinctly different from traditional Western beauty standards, seemed to align more closely with Eastern aesthetic preferences in appearance. This had sparked the 19-year-old princess's lifelong fascination with Xia's traditions. Even before coming of age, she had visited Xia multiple times, driven by a deep desire to understand this ancient, mysterious nation steeped in enduring heritage. Princess Taylor, with her bright eyes and pearly teeth, looked elegantly at her butler, gave a slight nod, revealing her swan-like, fair and slender neck, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, my dear uncle Old Dio." Old Dio hastily shook his head. "It is my duty, your highness. The president instructed me to relay updates on your safety to the Guandao military base every half hour. I imagine His Excellency is simply overly concerned for your well-being, so..." "Enough, Uncle Dio. I understand. You may leave now. I'm tired and wish to rest." Taylor felt irritated. Such supervision made her deeply uncomfortable. As someone who always cherished her freedom, she couldn't accept her father's heavy-handed supervision. "Never mind. We'll be back in the country in a few days anyway. I'll just have to endure it for now." Taylor could only console herself this way. Then, the weary princess rose and walked to the porthole. Gazing at the restless sea, she excitedly unlocked her phone. "Dear friends, look where I am." She pointed her phone toward the window. Soon, scattered replies began appearing on the screen. "Oh, my dear princess, have you eaten too many old country fruits? Why would you think we could guess your location just from a sea with no landmarks? Maybe our little darling's seasick. Taylor, heard you're doing charity work. How's it going over in the old country? Is it as easygoing as our star-spangled nation?" Taylor read the replies and couldn't help but pout. None of them contained the response she'd hoped for. Chapter 140, The Burning Island. How come no one guessed this is the great and mysterious Eastern Kingdom? Taylor was a bit upset. She turned her phone camera toward herself, boldly revealing her stunningly beautiful face to her friends. With a slight smile, she said, "You're all so silly. Not a single one of you guessed right. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever the great princess commands is law. We are merely your humble servants. Taylor, why aren't you rushing back home? I hear all sorts of demonic beasts have appeared in the Far East. They specifically feast on beauties like you." The ability to use networked communication devices at this time implied the backing of a formidable power. Some of the replies even came from masters whose status surpassed Princess Taylor's current standing. So even though they paid little attention to her questions, instead fixated on asking what they wanted to know, Taylor didn't get angry. "You guys are loaded," Taylor remarked, watching the constantly refreshing stream of comments on her screen with genuine envy. Spending tens of thousands of starlings per second on internet just for idle chatter. Her situation was different. Her primary access to the network came from being aboard the Snowflake warship, essentially piggybacking on the Neon Nation military's free network, costing her nothing. "Taylor, look over there." "What is that?" A comment caught Taylor's attention. "Where exactly?" she asked, puzzled. "To the right of your porthole. Quick, turn the camera that way." "Oh, okay." Taylor was always happy to oblige reasonable requests, so he promptly rotated the camera in the direction indicated by the comment. "Nothing there," Taylor said, staring at the endless ocean on the screen, his face full of question marks. "Could they be pulling my leg?" "Zoom the lens all the way out and take a look," the comment replied. Skillfully adjusting the zoom to its maximum, Taylor looked back at the screen. "Is that a burning island?" Taylor covered his mouth, utterly astonished. "No, I think it's a fleet on fire." "What kind of eyesight do you have? Can you see that clearly from so far away?" "Heh, I've injected 3 doses of gene serum. My eyesight's sharper than an eagle's." "And you doubt my vision? 3 times? Holy crap. Hail the legend." Taylor scrutinized the towering flames on the screen, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. If it were an uninhabited island, that would be one thing. But now it was highly likely to be arson. This meant someone on the island might be in dire straits, waiting for a savior to appear out of nowhere in the vast ocean. And she, the noble Princess Taylor, was willing to be that savior. "Old butler Deman, please come aboard," Taylor called toward the cabin door. She knew Old Demon's character. He would remain faithfully by her side until they reached their homeland. Creak. True to form, Old Deman heard the princess's call, quietly opened the door, and stepped inside. "What are your orders, your highness?" "Please inform the captain of the Snowflake to steer the ship in that direction. A group of unfortunate souls awaits our aid there." Taylor pointed out the window. Far off, where sky met sea, the flickering lights grew increasingly distinct. Even Old Deman could see them clearly. "Your highness, our immediate priority is reaching the base on Guan Island. I believe any actions that might endanger us along our route should be avoided whenever possible," Old Deman replied, his tone neither sad nor excited. "I understand. To mitigate risks, please inform the captain to activate the radar upon approaching the island. We'll assess the situation there before proceeding." Taylor's voice suddenly turned cold and distant. Old Deman was quite accustomed to this. During his years serving the princess in the Old Kingdom, he had long since discerned the true nature of this seemingly pure princess. The use of such a tone now suggested the princess had made up her mind nothing and no one could stand in her way. Perhaps someone could stop her, but certainly not aboard the snowflake. Old Deman bowed slightly and withdrew to locate the captain. If even Old Deman couldn't dissuade the princess, the soldiers of the vassal state of Neon certainly couldn't refuse her command. Soon, under the captain's orders, the snowflake turned and headed toward the island. Seeing this, Taylor reverted to being that playful, adorable little princess. Whoa, we're getting closer and closer to the burning island. Taylor exclaimed excitedly to the camera. Taylor, those are ships. Ships on fire. I don't care, it's the burning island. Oh my gosh, Princess Taylor is just so stubborn. The chat exploded with a wave of laughter. No one gave a second thought to the potential danger. Everyone knew the Snowflake's reputation. It was an exceptionally advanced battleship. To retrieve the princess from Old Country, it had undergone modifications at the Guandao base by the most brilliant scientists in the Stars and Stripes nation. The Snowflake had undergone a complete transformation, surpassing ordinary battleships by an immeasurable margin. At the very least, it could effortlessly dispatch even a fifth-tier sea beast. Taylor understood this fully, and it was precisely this confidence that gave her the courage to venture into the unknown to rescue people whose very existence was uncertain. Gradually, the Snowflake drew closer to the island. The lookout on deck seemed to make out the island's layout and hurried to report to the captain. Captain, this is a developed island. I see a dock, and 2 passenger ships burning. They're about to sink. The captain nodded, motioning for him to return to his post, then ordered his second-in-command, notify everyone to prepare for combat immediately. I have a feeling this rescue won't go smoothly. Aye. The first mate responded promptly, then added, Captain, is it worth risking over 1,000 brave souls aboard the Snowflake for the Princess of the Stars and Stripes' completely unrealistic ideas? Smack! The captain's hand struck the lieutenant's face with force, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints. You fool! What do you know of Her Highness the Princess? Her orders are not for you or I to question. Put away your useless thoughts and do your job. The captain's roar echoed through the room, the spray of saliva practically washing the lieutenant's face. After the scolding, the first mate didn't even bother to wipe the saliva from his face. He promptly ran off to carry out the orders. Hope we don't run into anything above Tier 5. The captain rested his hands on the table, his gaze fixed intently on the island less than 10 nautical miles away. Shimori and Lu Tang combined their efforts, dispatching a group of divine apostles in an instant. Even though they had gathered together, temporarily amplifying their power through the convergence of divine energy, it proved futile in the end. Against overwhelming might, even a multitude of low-tier apostles were utterly useless. But at that very moment, something completely unexpected happened. Several surviving apostles hiding aboard the ship brazenly set it ablaze, and towering flames instantly engulfed the vessel. The human refugees aboard that ship were plunged into dire straits in an instant. Screams of terror erupted as chaos spread through the crowd. The weakest among them, unable to escape in time, were trampled into pulp, meeting a tragic end. Damn bastards! Shursen gritted his teeth in rage, summoning his Divine Blood Halberd. With a swift leap, he landed on the deck of the ship. He swiftly located the apostles responsible for the arson. With a swing of his halberd, he sliced them into pieces. Don't panic. Follow my commands. Evacuate the ship in an orderly fashion. Shursen roared with all his might, his thunderous voice momentarily silencing the chaos. The crowd began to look toward Shursen, standing at the highest point of the ship. Under his direction, order gradually restored as they disembarked one by one. Boom! It seemed the fire in the hold had ignited some combustible material, causing a sudden, violent explosion. Without hesitation, Shursen channeled every ounce of his gale energy, forcibly suppressing the erupting flames. But he knew this suppression was only temporary. Once his gang chi was depleted, the fire would erupt with even greater ferocity than before. Lu Tang, witnessing the burning ship, was overcome with fury. He suddenly unleashed his full power, slaughtering the group of apostles blocking his path before rushing to Shursen's aid. With their combined efforts, they finally managed to contain the flames just as everyone evacuated the ship. Lu Tang, you go down first, Shursen instructed, aware that Lu Tang's strength had not yet fully recovered. Facing the fire that had been suppressed for so long and suddenly erupted again would likely cause him significant harm. Lu Tang understood this was no time for hesitation. Nodding, he leapt toward the dock. Once everything was in order, Shursen immediately released his suppression of the flames. Flames even more intense than the previous conflagration instantly engulfed him, the towering inferno lighting up half the island's sky. Brother Shur! Lu Tang cried out in alarm. Such a fierce inferno was something even he, at his peak, dared not face directly. Even though Shursen was slightly stronger than him, he likely wouldn't fare well against the towering flames. The numerous refugees who had narrowly escaped death now stared at the burning ship with worry etched on their faces. Their savior was now engulfed in flames, his fate unknown. It was impossible not to worry. But this worry didn't last long. Shirsen's figure slowly materialized from the deck, the surrounding inferno failing to even ignite his clothes. "I'm fine," Shirsen's voice carried to the crowd. Cheers erupted instantly, reverberating across the entire dock. Shirsen's safe return meant everyone else would be fine too. The dawn of hope was within reach. "Let's go. There are still some apostles hiding on the ships. We need to find them quickly, or else more ships might go up in flames." Shirsen approached Lu Tang and spoke softly. Lu Tang nodded, glaring at one of the ships through gritted teeth. "Leave that one to me. That bastard up there is my nemesis. Today, I'll finally get my revenge." Shirsen's gaze also fixed on that ship, where he spotted the timid captain peering out cautiously from the wheelhouse, watching them. "Fine. That bastard deserves to die. Don't let him go down easily. Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him." Chapter 141, The Deity Descends. Truthfully, the captain never imagined that the man he had taunted and left far behind would somehow reach the island before the fleet. And to top it off, he'd casually rescued Lu Tang, who had been guarded by 2 5th-rank apostles. Now it seemed Lu Tang, whom he had captured through trickery, was coming to settle the score. The captain suddenly felt his legs tremble. He thought maybe suicide was the only way out. After all the elite combatants on Shadow All had already been eliminated by Shirsen. How could he, a mere 4th-tier apostle, possibly stand against 2 ruthless human powerhouses? But the memory of the Shadow God's ruthless treatment of his own cowardly apostles plunged the captain into a dilemma. Running his fingers over the pendant hanging around his neck, the captain sighed, watching Lu Tang draw nearer with a savage grin. "You forced my hand." Boom! Lu Tang kicked open the iron door to the captain's cabin, clenching his fists and laughing savagely. "You never imagined you'd meet your end like this, did you?" The memory of being forced to surrender by this trash apostle, a mere 5th-tier opponent through the most despicable means, compelled to undergo the altar's conversion ritual, still burned in his mind. The agonizing sensation of divine power surging through his body was still vividly etched in Lu Tang's memory. "Bastard, turn around and face me!" Lu Tang roared at the captain standing with his back to him. But the captain showed no reaction, still bowing his head with hands pressed together, seemingly lost in some unknown act. A vague sense of unease gripped Lu Tang, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of the impending danger. Steeling his nerves, Lu Tang approached the captain. "You wouldn't have committed suicide out of guilt, would you?" Lu Tang slapped the back of the captain's head hard. The warmth transmitted through his palm confirmed the captain hadn't killed himself. He was still alive. What the hell was this guy up to? "Turn around." Lu Tang's voice carried a hint of anger as he reached out to grab the captain. Thud. The instant Lu Tang touched the captain's body again, an inexplicable force surged from within him, sending the 5th-tier martial artist flying backward. What the hell? Lu Tang flipped mid-air and landed steadily. The hand he just extended throbbed faintly. This guy is clearly only a 4th-tier martial artist. There's no way he should be able to injure me, yet my hand is clearly hurt. Something's off. Lu Tang instantly backed toward the door, cautiously eyeing the figure still facing away from him. The captain abruptly rose from his chair, and a terrifying aura, like stars crushing down from the heavens, instantly filled the entire cabin. A mere mortal dares to blaspheme the divine, his voice became ethereal and distant. Each syllable seemed to emerge from a different mouth, sending chills down the spine. Lu Tang was now utterly focused. He knew this man before him was definitely not the same divine apostle captain who had betrayed him earlier. It was highly likely that he had somehow summoned his master to descend upon him. This is a true deity. By the time Ishimori sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. All he saw was a figure streaking like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the distant sea. From the frantic waving of arms and the pitiful cries echoing as the figure flew through the air, Shirsen concluded that this wretched soul must be Lu Tang. Still shouting with some strength, seems he won't die just yet. Shirsen withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Lu Tang thrashing in the sea. Instead, he turned his attention to the captain's cabin, its roof now torn off. In the sky, dense, ominous clouds had gathered unnoticed. As they churned together, lightning suddenly erupted. A powerful aura began to spread, enveloping the entire island. Feeling that familiar oppressive sensation, Shirsen suddenly smiled. The deity has descended. I, Ishizumi, shall become the first man on the entire Blue Star to slay a god. Inside the snowflake worship, Princess Taylor stared wide-eyed at the dark clouds spreading across the distant horizon. She couldn't comprehend how the sky, which had been perfectly clear moments ago, could transform so swiftly into this ominous, dark cloud-laden spectacle. Only when a colossal, shadowy figure began to emerge faintly above the clouds did Taylor realize this was a true deity. For reasons unknown, its true form was descending upon Blue Star. Butler old Durman, why would a deity manifest on this isolated island in the middle of the ocean? I recall Father once saying that for a deity to descend upon Blue Star now, an immense sacrifice would be required. Such an extreme method would only be chosen as a last resort. Taylor stared intently at the shifting storm clouds in the distance before continuing. Could this mean there exists something on the island that the deity either craves intensely or despises profoundly? Your Highness, I truly do not know, the honest old man voiced his deepest thoughts. He was merely an ordinary steward, whose duty was solely to care for the princess. Everything else held little importance to him. But Your Highness, I fear the current situation has already surpassed the worst-case scenario the snowflake could handle. We should leave. Old Deman also gazed at the distant divine apparition, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. He was not filled with fear like the others. No, we must stay. Taylor's tone was unwavering. She raised her phone, pointing it at the deity. This is the first time a deity has descended upon Blue Star. We can gather invaluable information from this. It would be of immense benefit to the nation. However, Taylor clearly understood the immense danger lurking on the island, and her words no longer mentioned approaching it. Old Deman could only nod in tacit agreement with Her Highness the Princess's decision. Under Taylor's command, the snowflake ship dropped anchor and halted less than 5 nautical miles from Shadow Island. Taylor's powerful smartphone began live streaming the entire process of the first deity's descent on Blue Star to his friends across the vast ocean in the United States. Several young men with deep connections screamed and shouted like madmen in their homes, instantly drawing the attention of the adults around them. Upon learning that the esteemed princess was live-streaming the deity's descent, influential figures, whether high-ranking government officials or corporate leaders, immediately notified their specialized teams to enter the livestream and begin gathering all information related to the divine arrival. Unsurprisingly, Princess Taylor's father received the news immediately, nearly ordering the entire Navy to launch a rescue mission for his precious daughter. Fortunately, his aides promptly informed the president that Taylor was currently safe and located far from the deity. This news finally dispelled the president's terrifying notion. Hundreds of nautical miles from Shadow Island, a medium-sized fleet was cruising. The fluttering red flag signaled their affiliation with the Great Xia Fleet. Commanding this fleet was the renowned Admiral Chow Aigwa. At that moment, the white-haired admiral frowned as he studied the latest intelligence report. Are you saying the Neon Nation's Snowflake Fleet will pass through our patrol zone? General Chow asked the fleet's deputy commander. The equally white-haired deputy commander, who had served under Chow Aigwa for half his life, understood the old commander's thoughts perfectly. My old commander, these are extraordinary times. All humanity across Blue Star must unite closely to confront the great enemy in the heavens. This is no time for dwelling on history or settling old scores. Please don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, the deputy commander pleaded earnestly. Chow Aigwa rolled his eyes. Good grief, he hadn't even finished speaking before this mind reader had him figured out. Fine, then you handle it. I'm not getting involved. Seeing it just makes me angry. Chow Aigwa spread his hands. Whoever wanted to deal with it could deal with it. He couldn't be bothered. The deputy commander could only accept the task with a wry smile. Japanese ships passing through Dacia's waters might well seek assistance from Dacia should they encounter trouble. Old Chow, whose ancestors had been wiped out during Japan's invasion, certainly wasn't keen on doing such a thing. The fact he wasn't kicking them while they were down was a testament to his mood. General, look at the images the snowflake ship sent us. A messenger burst through the door, clutching several freshly printed photographs. What is it? Let me see. Chow Aigwa took the photos. This is bad. This is bad. After glancing at the photos, Chow Aigwa leapt up from his chair, his face turning pale. The deputy commander's heart skipped a beat. He hurried forward, snatched the photos from Chow Aigwa's hands, and examined them himself. Could this be a divine being descending? Chapter 142, Is there still hope for humanity? The deputy commander looked at Chow Aigwa with grave concern. Commander, this isn't like anything we've seen before. I think we need to report this to higher-ups immediately. What are you saying? Do you think I, Old Chow, am the sort to disregard everything just to grab credit? Reporting it is definitely necessary, but we're so far from Zhongjing that communication is extremely difficult. Chow Aigwa pondered carefully before continuing. I think we should send a few people over first to see for themselves. Once we confirm it's truly a divine being descending, then we can decide what to do. The deputy commander knew Old Chow would make this argument. This veteran commander, who'd been stubborn all his life, now faced such a monumental event and still wanted to claim the top credit first. No, Commander. This time you must listen to me report it first. Headquarters explicitly instructed us, any suspected incident like this, genuine or not, must be reported immediately. The deputy commander flatly rejected Old Chow's proposal, his expression unwavering. Chow Aigwa clicked his tongue twice, instantly realizing his deputy commander was as stubborn as a mule. He could only wave his hand helplessly and say, fine, do as you say. Next, the fortunate patrol fleet, positioned not far from Shadow Island, headed straight for the target location. Meanwhile, the message transmitted via special channels to Zhongjing was received by the relevant personnel immediately. Upon reading the message, the staff member responsible for receiving classified information paled visibly. He immediately stood up and hurried toward his superior's office. 5 minutes later, the equally shocked superior, clutching the intelligence, wasted no time and rushed to the office of the Grand Elder, Chen Xingshun. A true deity? Chen Xingshun frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the intelligence in his hands. Issue orders. Once Chow Aigwa and his team reach the destination, they must not act rashly. Their primary focus is gathering intelligence. Also, have old Chow initiate live broadcasts immediately upon landing on the island. We need to analyze the deity-related intelligence from the video feeds here. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Qingshan made his decision. After instructing his assistant, he picked up the phone on his desk and began calling several department heads whose influence could shake the entire nation with a single step within the Great Xia. Soon, the heads of various departments and key national scientists rushed to the Grand Elder's office. They stood at the ready, eyes fixed on the broadcast television being calibrated. Meanwhile, the United States, which had never been particularly diligent about secrecy, had already disseminated the news far and wide. Every surviving major nation on Blue Star and the heads of supercorporations swiftly learned of the impending divine descent. Every available broadcasting channel was being deployed across the globe. All eyes were fixed on witnessing how the deity, who had previously appeared only fleetingly, would manifest upon Blue Star. Some still clung to the fantasy that the deity might be magnanimous and treat humanity with kindness. But most had long abandoned hope in these so-called deities. Many had lost family members to the attacks of divine apostles, their hearts already filled with rage toward the gods. Within a 500-mile radius of Shadow Island, an unprecedented bustle began to unfold. Ships from various nations near the area, acting on their leaders' orders, began approaching the island. Within moments, hundreds of vessels of every type had gathered. Not all vessels possessed long-range communication capabilities, yet at this moment, an inexplicable unity emerged. Nations freely shared their expensive equipment, lifting restrictions to allow less advanced nations access. Humanity on Blue Star displayed unprecedented unity in this moment. The medium-sized fleet belonging to the Great Xia also gradually approached Shadow Island. Chow Aigwa, aboard the ship, did not issue the usual warnings to other nations' vessels that they had entered national waters and should withdraw immediately upon seeing so many foreign ships. With humanity now facing adversity, the ever-generous Great Xia would never do anything to harm the common good. Consider this, if other nations grew stronger, wouldn't they be able to shoulder more of the burden for Great Xia? General Chow, the islands ahead have entered our ship's observation range. The situation isn't looking good. A mass of dark clouds shrouds the islands, severely obstructing our visibility, the observer reported. Chow Aigwa rose and stepped onto the deck. Gazing at the dark, oppressive thunderclouds in the distance, his heart grew heavy with foreboding. Could it be that all deities possess such formidable power merely upon their descent? At this moment, he felt profound concern for the might of the divine. If all deities possessed such overwhelming might, what hope remained for humanity? Chow Aigwa wasn't alone in this thought. Across the globe, nations connected to the live broadcast fell silent upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle. Even the most resilient few felt utterly hopeless about the future. The most classified location in central capital. Chen Qingshan feigned casualness as he addressed his two most trusted peak sky realm martial artists. Wu Shang, Judge, if you two join forces, could you stand against this deity? The moment the words left his mouth, several department heads present turned their gaze toward the two imposing figures standing nearby. Elder Chen, this. Jin Wushang wore a bitter smile. Even though he wasn't present at the scene of the deity's descent, he could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the video feed. The fact that the Grand Elder had publicly questioned whether he and Brother Wang could stand against a deity left him at a loss for words. Wang Chuj, broad-shouldered and bearded, stepped forward and declared bluntly, Elder, if we join forces, we should be able to withstand 3 moves from this deity. You bastard. Shin Wushang stared speechlessly at his friend beside him. This guy was way too blunt. Chen Qingshan chuckled. Chuj is certainly forthright. Still, being able to block 3 moves from a god while working together is quite impressive. Let's not forget, before the divine realm emerged, martial artists of our Great Xia couldn't even grasp the basics of the Qi realm. Now, in just half a year, we have practitioners who can briefly stand against deities cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. This is a good thing. It shows we're advancing at breakneck speed. As long as we keep moving forward and don't reverse history, one day we'll be able to challenge the gods with mortal bodies. Chen Qingshuan's words struck a chord with everyone present. They fundamentally inspired even those at the pinnacle of Great Xia's power structure, driving home the staggering, almost unimaginable pace of the nation's progress. Perhaps this was the deepest reason why the Great Xia had become the legendary nation on Blue Star, capable of resisting the Divine Alliance to the very end and even launching a counterattack against the Divine Realms. With such an enlightened Grand Elder at the helm, how could the Great Xia fail to overcome all obstacles and emerge as a true superpower? Grand Elder, it seems quite a few people appear in the footage. Judging by their appearance, they bear a striking resemblance to our Great Xia people. Jin Wushang looked at the television in surprise, voicing his confusion. Chen Qingshan immediately scrutinized the footage. Sure enough, through the occasional gaps in the swirling clouds, he could make out a significant number of humans standing along the island's shores. Contact Chow Aigwa immediately. He must ascertain exactly who is on that island. If they are our Xia citizens, tell him to sacrifice the entire fleet if necessary, but he must bring every single one of them back safe and sound. Chen Qingshan stood up abruptly, his voice unwavering. Also, notify the Naval Command Headquarters to immediately dispatch the nearest fleet to this location to support Chow Aigwa. The assembled department heads all nodded in agreement. Even though everyone knew that with the size of General Chow Aigwa's medium-sized fleet, the chances of successfully carrying out a rescue operation on an island where deities were descending were extremely low. No one voiced any objection. Only the straightforward Wang Chuj spoke up in his deep, resonant voice, "Grand Elder, General Chow's fleet can't do it. They won't be able to rescue anyone. Chuj, keep your mouth shut." Jin Wushang quickly grabbed his friend, fearing he might blurt out something even more shocking. Did the Grand Elder not understand how utterly unreliable it was to pit a modern fleet against a true deity? He knew. And he understood it far better than most. For Jin Wushang knew that since the very first descent of those celestial divine realms, the Grand Elder had burned the midnight oil, frantically cramming information about the gods. Thanks to the complete historical legacy of Great Xia, Chen Xingshan had uncovered secrets from ancient texts that even Jin Wushang himself didn't know. Then why did the Grand Elder, with such profound understanding, resolutely demand Chow Aigwa launch an attack? It was precisely because the very foundation of the Great Xia's existence lay in never abandoning anyone. Even a trade deemed utterly unprofitable by other nations exchanging 10 warriors for a single commoner was worth it to the Great Xia. Wang Chuj thrust his fan-like hand aside Jin Wushang and strode directly before Chen Xingshan, whose expression had already shifted. He knelt on one knee. "They cannot do it, but I can. I begged the Grand Elder to permit Chuj to depart immediately for Haizhou to support General Chow. Though I am but a humble soldier, I may yet save a few more lives." Wang Chuj's words rang out with unwavering conviction, without a trace of hesitation. It was as if the place he was about to go was merely a minor task to be easily handled, rather than standing before a deity who shook the heavens and earth. Chen Xingshuan's expression instantly brightened. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Chu Gu. You're quite something, lad. You truly have the people in your heart. But I still can't let you join this mission. First, the distance from Zhongjing to that island off Haizhou is too great. Getting there won't be as simple as it used to be. Secondly, there might be someone over there who could step in. If he chooses to intervene, perhaps the crisis could be truly resolved." Jin Wushang's heart stirred as if he'd grasped something. He stepped forward and asked, "The elder means Colonel Shursen?" "Yes." Chen Xingshan nodded. "Shursen. The man who single-handedly toppled the Yang family and rose to fame in Zhongjing?" Wang Chuj asked. "That's him." "Then take a look, Brother Jin. Is this audacious man on TV the one daring to raise a blade against the gods really him?" "What?" Chapter 143, Wielding a Blade Against the Divine. As you can all see, the deity's true form appears to have fully descended. The thunderclouds swirling around that massive spectral figure have largely dissipated, allowing us to clearly observe the island's interior. Viewers, unexpected developments are unfolding on sight. That deserted island actually has a fully constructed pier. Most crucially, 10 cruise ships packed with passengers were docked their weight. Now there are only 9. Judging by the appearance of those unlucky souls on the island, they appear to be humans from the Great Xia. It's unclear why they ended up here, in this very place chosen by the deity for its descent. Oh, I'd bet the gods won't let such juicy prey slip away. Based on past experience, these unlucky souls probably have less than half an hour left to live. What's that? A Great Xia fleet? Holy crap, are they out to get themselves killed? Don't they know the entity on that island is a true god? This is the most foolish decision imaginable. They'll regret it. Ships from various nations surrounded Shadow Isle, maintaining a safe distance while aiming ultra-high-definition cameras at the island. Professional commentators began analyzing this shocking spectacle. The fleet led by Chow Aigwa drew pessimistic reactions from nations whether historically allied with or hostile toward the Great Xia. They deemed this reckless action nothing short of courting death. Yet many admired the conviction driving Chow Aigwa and his men. The Great Xia truly stood on the foundation of its people. The welfare of its citizens outweighed all else. Even journalists and military personnel from politically unstable nations harbored a quiet longing to live in the Great Xia. At the very least, they wouldn't have to fear being discarded at any moment. General Chow, the fleet is now less than 3 nautical miles from the island. We can confirm that the humans waving at us from the shore are indeed our own people of the Great Xia. A messenger reported to Chow Aigwa, his voice thick with emotion. Truthfully, none of them harbored much hope for the outcome of this mission. But if it were only themselves, that would be one thing. Now, however, tens of thousands of stranded compatriots had appeared on the island from who knows where. The crew understood that with their fleet's capabilities, rescuing all of them was impossible. In the end, they might not be able to save a single soul. Everyone felt utterly helpless, wishing they could suddenly unleash god-tier power like the heroes in movies and TV shows, turn the tables, slay the gods, and save all beings. But that was nothing more than fantasy. Chow Aigwa gazed solemnly at the chaotic crowd on the island, a faint sigh escaping his lips. He had just received word from naval headquarters. The nearest relief fleet was still at least an hour away. Though the reinforcements carried many formidable warriors who had volunteered to rescue the innocent civilians. But over an hour? Would the gods grant them that much time? Perhaps in less than an hour, the great Xia people on the island and his own fleet would be reduced to ashes, vanishing forever. Take roll call. How many martial artists above the Qi realm remain on our fleet? I need them all assembled to fight the enemy together. Chao Aigwa slammed his fist on the table and roared at the messenger. The deputy commander immediately intercepted the messenger about to leave. Hold on. The deputy commander turned to Chao Aigwa. Old Chao, you wouldn't be suggesting we unite our fleet's elite forces to confront the deities, would you? Chao Aigwa nodded. Exactly. With the deities' imminent arrival, if we continue to scatter our strongest forces, we'll be utterly defenseless against their assault. You're not serious, are you? The deputy commander looked utterly bewildered. Did you toss the handbook about the deities issued by headquarters into the trash without even glancing at it? Seeing Chao Aigwa squirming uncomfortably, exposed before everyone, the deputy commander let out a heavy sigh. Old Chao, the deputy commander said angrily, I'm not trying to pick on you, but you know perfectly well that the situation now is vastly different from before. Yet you remain so stubborn, refusing to adapt. This stubbornness will cause major problems sooner or later. Chao Aigwa replied sheepishly, oh, come on, with you here as deputy commander, what's there to fear? Anyway, get to the point, why can't we concentrate our elite forces? Gather them? So the gods can wipe us out in one fell swoop? No, surely not. Warriors at the Gangxi realm are already powerful enough to take on half a reinforced company. Our fleet has at least a dozen warriors at that level. Are the gods really so strong they could wipe out our entire force in one strike? The deputy commander didn't want to waste more words explaining to Chao Aigwa. He bypassed him and issued orders to the messenger. All warriors at the Gangxi realm were to hold their positions and wait for the right moment to strike the divine beings with devastating force. Of course, the deputy commander understood all too well that if things unfolded exactly as the manuals from headquarters described, his arrangements would ultimately prove futile. Gangxi realm warriors might not even withstand the divine pressure. At this moment, the fleet was less than a nautical mile from the island. Everyone began to faintly sense an inexplicable pressure suddenly rising within their hearts. It felt as though a 10-pound stone had dropped directly onto their hearts. The most terrifying part was that the weight of the stone was steadily increasing. 500 meters from the island. Weaker low-tier warriors began experiencing hallucinations. Only by constantly striking themselves to maintain a constant sensation of pain could they function normally. Chao Aigwa and the deputy commander were utterly helpless in the face of this phenomenon. This is the awe-inspiring presence of the divine. Formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. Even Ishimori, who was not far from the deity, could feel the oppressive weight of divine might. Yet with his current strength, he could now completely ignore this pressure. The ones most in need of help were the refugees stranded on the shallows and those still aboard the ships. They were already showing symptoms of vomiting and fainting. If this dragged on, perhaps half of the tens of thousands brought by the fleet would turn mad. Mad fanatics who held the most fervent devotion to the deities, whose entire existence revolved around divine worship. Envisioning the impending catastrophe, Shursen donned his full armor, summoned the Tugu armor, gripped his Divine Blood Halberd, and shot toward the captain's quarters, once the domain of the apostle captain. Arcing through the air, his body stretched taut like a mighty bow, Shursen suddenly entered the field of vision of all the nation's fleets monitoring the island's movements. What is that? A person? No. That is a warrior daring to raise a blade against the gods, issuing a life or death challenge to the divine. Taylor exclaimed with surging emotion in her livestream. The moment she saw Shursen leap, she realized she couldn't resist the heroic aura radiating from this stranger. In that instant, she even imagined herself as a princess kidnapped by a dragon, with Shursen as the knight who came to rescue her. Brave and fearless. This was the most powerful and deadly weapon a man could wield to captivate a woman. Taylor realized she was falling. In this world, there actually exists an ordinary person bold enough to gaze directly at the gods. Chapter 144, The President of the Stars and Stripes Thoughts. Die. A blindingly brilliant light, slicing through the sky, suddenly appeared above the captain's cabin. Shursen's rage erupted as he unleashed the most fierce and devastating technique from his own creation, the 7 god-slaying styles, the god-slaying slash. Others might not yet grasp how these unfamiliar deities would treat humanity. But he knew it all too well. Between gods and humans, there was absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence. When confronting humans, who were no more than ants to them, the gods harbored no mercy. Their attacks were always delivered with utmost ferocity. It was like a lion giving its all to hunt a rabbit. At the dawn of the divine mortal war, countless human prodigies, those who towered above their kind and pushed their power to the absolute limit, fell victim to the gods. The old tactics, testing the waters, maneuvering cautiously, holding back even a fraction of one's power, had only one outcome when employed against the gods: death. Therefore, Shursen unleashed every ounce of his current combat power without reservation, barely managing to execute this technique, the god-slaying style, which should only be mastered at the 7th tier. The spear light, blinding enough to make heaven and earth pale, descended upon the captain's cabin with an unstoppable force. Everyone present, whose gaze fell upon the island, witnessed this heart-stopping spectacle. A mere mortal, burning every ounce of his strength, roared his defiance at the descending deity. At that moment, the crew members fiddling with the camera equipment dared not move a muscle, even holding their breath momentarily, all to capture what was undoubtedly the pinnacle footage of their careers. Meanwhile, numerous national leaders and heads of major corporations, receiving the live feed through expensive network connections, held their breath as well, their eyes glued to the screens. Chow Aigwa and his troops, positioned closest to the island, experienced the most visceral sensation. From that dazzling spear light that seemed to outshine the heavens themselves, they could sense the fury erupting from Shur Sen. Though they did not know the source of Shur Sen's fury. But that did not prevent them from offering their most sincere prayers for Shur Sen, a fellow warrior of the Great Xia. Those aboard the snowflake ship further away, Taylor, Old Demon, and others felt the second strongest impact. Old Demon's eyes, usually dull and lifeless, suddenly blazed with an intense, dazzling light. It was the pure gaze of one yearning to pursue power. Equally pure was Princess Taylor's gaze. The princess of what was once Blue Star's most powerful nation now gazed with eyes brimming with admiration, the most ancient, primal appreciation a woman feels for the aura emanating from a truly powerful man. If he succeeds in slaying the god today, I, Taylor, will marry him. Only a man this powerful is worthy to be the husband of Princess Taylor. Taylor murmured to herself, her former fragility vanishing without a trace. In its place emerged an unquestionably noble and elegant image of the perfect princess. Striped Nation, Presidential Palace. The current president did not watch the live broadcast via the high-definition signal transmitted by his fleet. Instead, seated with his most trusted subordinates, he watched the live broadcast of his precious daughter. Strangely, not a single person raised any objection. However, the answer to this question might be found in the disheveled, vagabond-like middle-aged man lounging lazily beside the president. Luan, could you swing a blade like that? The president asked his most trusted subordinate. Luan, who reeked of stale sweat and looked every bit the genuine vagrant, pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, 3 of my strikes might be able to withstand that single blow. Block? Am I to understand you could match him blow for blow? No, Luan replied calmly. What I mean is, if he lands one more strike after those 3, I'm dead. The others collectively sucked in their breath. Who was Luan? He was the most powerful gene warrior in the star-striped nation today. After receiving 6 full doses of the most potent gene-enhancing serum developed by the nation's top research institute, he had attained the strength to match a 6th-tier angel. What was truly terrifying was that the mortality rate after each injection reached a horrifying 70%. Surviving all 6 injections meant a survival probability that had accumulated to an unimaginable 1 in a million. And yet, this man, a being of monstrous will and defiant luck, faced the great Xia martial artist on television, the one who dared raise a blade against the gods. Uttered words suggesting he could scarcely match his opponent? The assembled leaders could scarcely believe their ears. The president himself wore a look of utter shock. He knew Luan's true combat prowess better than anyone. He had witnessed firsthand Luan, enraged, tear 3 angels of equal rank clean in half. And now, even this formidable warrior couldn't stand against that great Xia man? Upon further reflection, if the great Xia people were to ultimately fall in this battle between gods and mortals, the president couldn't even begin to imagine what fate awaited humanity. He had hoped that after witnessing his beloved daughter's heart stir, he might hear Luan utter words of contempt for that despicable great Xia martial artist. But this was the outcome he received. The sudden fog of uncertainty about the future instantly pushed aside the president's concerns about his daughter's feelings. Having risen from humble beginnings through bloody primitive accumulation of capital, he had long since gained a clear understanding of certain matters. His beloved daughter falling in love was not necessarily a bad thing. Based on the president's understanding of Princess Taylor, if this man perished in the battle, she would likely grieve for a time before returning to her former self, suffering few lasting consequences. But if this great Xia warrior succeeded in slaying the god, then what else was there to think about? He must send Taylor to him immediately. A being capable of defying the gods with mortal flesh on this blue star today, there is absolutely no man more suited to be Princess Taylor's husband than him. Yet, the thought that even Luan, whom he held in the highest regard and had nurtured as a pillar of the nation, lacked the confidence to stand against Shur Sen only deepened the president's sense of crisis. The president's sense of crisis grew ever heavier. Unlike Great Xia, the United States lacked the deep foundations to resist the divine realm above, relying solely on decades of technological superiority to stand against God's kingdom in the heavens. If even Luan, the very embodiment of faith for all gene warriors, could not overcome Shur Sen, it would prove that the path chosen by the Stars and Stripes was far less correct than the one chosen by Great Xia. For the Stars and Stripes nation, already struggling to resist the divine realm's invasion, this was a devastating blow. After much deliberation, he could find no perfect solution. The president simply pushed the matter from his mind and began intently watching his daughter's livestream. He hoped to glean insights from Ishizumi's battles that could strengthen the Stars and Stripes nation. As president, he felt he should possess such insight. Chapter 145, The Overwhelming Pressure of the Divine. How dare you? To act so insolently in the presence of a deity. A voice like a dream or an illusion echoed from the captain's cabin. The spear-like Shursen had unleashed with all his might was effortlessly deflected by a frail-looking figure. Shurmori saw clearly, with just a slight wave of that hand, his attack shattered into a shower of light. Impressive strength. Shursen's gaze grew even more solemn. In his previous life, he had never clashed with the Shadow God. His battles were mostly against the supreme deities of various pantheons, leaving him with limited knowledge of this particular entity. Moreover, how countless are the deities filling the heavens? Shursen didn't have the time to memorize the characteristics of every single one. His approach was simple: fight when confronted, flee when outmatched. The moment Shursen clashed with the deity was witnessed by numerous influential figures watching the broadcast. Seeing a mere mortal defy the gods and strike them down, an uncanny sense of recognition welled up within them. Behold! Among us mortals, whom the gods constantly dismiss as mere humans, there exists one who dares to summon the courage to defy and challenge the divine. Yet, upon witnessing the deity effortlessly deflect Shursen's attack, a collective chill ran down their spines. Would the gods grant Shursen another chance to strike with his full might? Of course not. The captain, possessed by Zag, the shadow god, now bore eyes of a dull, purplish-black hue. His entire body was shrouded in swirling, shifting tendrils of shadow divine power. This signaled that Zag had now reached at least near 7th tier power, if not ascended to 7th tier itself. Shursen, having only recently achieved minor mastery in his cultivation, combined with his 4th tier Gangchi realm martial prowess, possessed a combined combat strength that could at best be considered peak 6th tier. He could never hope to match a true 7th tier god who had ignited the divine flame and was steadily forging his divine essence. No, Zag cannot be considered a newly ascended 7th tier true god. It attained godhood thousands of years ago, possessing at least 8th tier true god strength in its true form. If it truly breaks through Blue Star's rule restrictions to reach 7th tier now, the entire planet save for Great Xiao will face calamity. As Shursen contemplated the vast capabilities of a 7th tier true god, his heart grew increasingly heavy with dread. His attitude toward Zag shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. You may become my foremost divine general. Zag fixed Shursen with eyes brimming with oppressive force, his expression devoid of emotion. Come forth. Receive my baptism and shed your mortal form. Zag's words carried an air of absolute finality. You wish to recruit me as your divine general? Ha 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 ha. Shurmori doubled over in laughter, tears nearly streaming from the corners of his eyes. Zag remained calmly fixed on Shursen, as if in his eyes, Shursen was already his captive, with no chance of escape. After a long moment, Shursen abruptly rose, his face now frozen in icy murderous intent. Do you know why I am called Shursen? Why? Zag asked obligingly. Because, Shursen declared, my greatest ambition in this life is to slay a god. Before Zag could react, Shursen raised the Divine Blood Halberd in his hand. Do you know why this spirit artifact is called the Divine Blood Halberd? This time, Shursen didn't wait for Zag's answer before continuing, because from the very beginning of my spiritual cultivation, I envisioned the day when my life-bound spirit artifact would stand upon the battlefield, drinking deeply of the blood of you gods, those who look down upon mortals as mere grass. Arrogant. Zag's expression remained as immovable as a mountain. In its long existence, it had witnessed countless humans of every temperament. Words like those Shursen spoke today were not entirely unfamiliar to it. Yet, a human as radical and resolute as Shursen? It was truly the first time it had encountered one. Whether it's arrogance or not, let's settle it with our fists. Shursen saw no need for further words. Summoning his Tugu armor and wielding his Divine Blood Halberd, he charged fully armed toward the shadow god suspended in midair. Zag. Humans, still so stubbornly obstinate, Zag sighed softly. It genuinely admired Shursen, this human warrior with limitless potential, and truly wished to make him its foremost divine general. Alas, Shursen refused to recognize this favor. For those blind to the situation, Zag never bothered with lengthy explanations. Sending them down the path to death was always the best solution. SSSH. 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 Zag's hands rose lightly, and the shadow divine power swirling around him surged forward like a command, howling toward Shursen. This pure divine power, imbued with his own attributes, served both as the finest sustenance for a god and as the most formidable offensive weapon. The innate assimilative properties of the shadow divine power meant that upon contact with Shursen, it would instantly pull him into Zag's shadow domain. There, he would face Zag perpetually at his peak strength. Shursen, of course, understood the immense danger lurking within the seemingly harmless shadow divine power. He immediately raised his Divine Blood Halberd before his chest, using its unique ability to absorb every trace of the shadow divine power cleanly. Zag stared at the weapon in Shursen's hands with astonishment and suspicion. This strange thing can actually absorb pure shadow divine power? No, this human cannot be allowed to grow any further. Zag sensed a tremendous threat emanating from Shursen, and a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered in his eyes. Originally, he had intended to subjugate Shursen, making him the vanguard for his own expansion. But now, it was clear this man must not be spared. With that thought, Zag held nothing back. All the divine power he possessed after descending began to surge. Look over there, someone cried out in alarm from a distant ship. Everyone followed the direction of his finger. Above Zag's head, a magnificent city suddenly materialized in the sky. This was the resonance between Zag's divine power and his divine realm. Defying the autonomous laws of Blue Star, it forcibly revealed itself before everyone's eyes. Upon an unimaginably vast jade plaza within the city, an army stood ready for battle. At the very forefront of the army stood a divine throne forged from countless jewels. Zag's true form, a complete 8th-tier true god, gazed at Isamu with a cold, indifferent stare that seemed to disregard everything. Humans aboard ships from nations surrounding Shadow Isle, even those who caught only a distant glimpse of Zag's true form, began experiencing nausea and vomiting. Whether cultivators at the Gangchi realm or ordinary mortals, none could avert their gaze from the divine presence. Princess Taylor, vomiting nothing but water in her cabin, was joined by the equally devastated old demand, who struggled to speak. "Your Highness, look away from the sky." "No. I will look. If we cannot even bear to gaze upon the true form of a deity, how can we ever hope to resist them in the future?" Taylor's resolve was unwavering in that moment. Even as her stomach ached from vomiting, she stubbornly kept her gaze fixed on the divine realm. "We merely glimpse it from afar, yet he bears the full weight of the deity's might. Can he still fight?" Taylor looked at Ishimori with concern, the true man she admired. Chapter 146, He Can Still Fight. Can he still fight? This was the question burning in the minds of everyone watching the live broadcast across Blue Star at that very moment. Shursen gave them the most perfect answer. He could still fight. And he could keep fighting indefinitely. Stripping away all rhetoric, man and god tangled in the air, trading blows in the most primal way, delivering the most spectacular battle. This mortal is terrifyingly inhuman. Zag grew increasingly alarmed with every exchange. It turned out that Shursen's previous all-out strike was merely his most ordinary attack. Now, in their fierce entanglement, every swing of Shursen's spear contained terrifying, astonishing force. It nearly overwhelmed Zag, an 8th-tier true god. "Your Highness, the divine pressure has completely vanished. This indicates that man has gained the upper hand in the battle." Old Demand couldn't wait to explain to Taylor. Watching Shursen, a fellow human, fight the god on equal terms, even this old man, half buried in the ground, felt his blood boil. Taylor nodded. Indeed, the intense nausea she'd felt earlier had subsided, and the irritating murmurs in her ears had ceased. "Uncle Demand, do you think he can win?" Taylor asked. "If he can keep this up, I think he can win. But human strength has its limits, one can't maintain peak condition forever. Perhaps he's nearing his breaking point." Old Demand's carefully considered response felt fair to him. After all, as a traditional 5th-tier powerhouse himself, he understood the inherent disadvantages of the human race all too well. Once the Gale energy within was depleted, no matter how powerful a martial artist might be, they became nothing more than a helpless target. Observing Shursen's current combat, his Gale energy showed no overflow beyond his body, proof that he was exerting himself too fiercely. His Gale energy was already running dry, forcing him to conserve by increasing the force behind each strike. In contrast, Zag remained as ferocious as ever. Even while constantly being overwhelmed by Shursen, the countless streams of divine power swirling around it never diminished. This clearly signaled that the divine realm manifesting in the sky was sustaining Zag indefinitely through some means beyond their comprehension. "This is difficult." Jin Wushang stood beside the Grand Elder, sighing deeply. "Wushang, I don't practice martial arts, so I can't see the deeper issues. But isn't it obvious right now that Shursen is overwhelming that deity?" Chen Qingshan asked. The department heads behind them also looked on with curiosity. Why was Jin Wushang sighing when Shursen clearly held the upper hand? Jin Wushang didn't answer this question. Instead, Wang Chuj stepped forward to explain for everyone. His explanation largely echoed Old Demand's assessment. After hearing the explanation, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. "Is there any way to resolve this?" Chen Qingshan pressed. He refused to stand by and watch Shursen fight the divine alone. Jin Wushang pondered for a moment before replying, "There is. If Chu Gu and I were to join forces and rush to Shursen's aid, there might still be a chance to turn the tide." Both of them were among the most elite practitioners at the Sky Writing Realm. Even if they couldn't completely defeat the terrifying Shadow God from the television. However, supporting Shursen from close range could significantly boost their chances of victory. There was no other way. Currently, their understanding of the deities was too limited. Some attack methods, like Zag's divine power currents, left Jin Wushang with no confidence whatsoever that he could withstand them. A chance? Chen Qingshan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jin Wushang and Wang Chuj were two of the only 3 Sky Realm martial artists in Central Capital who fully supported the official authorities. Others at their level either harbored ulterior motives or were single-mindedly pursuing higher realms. They were indifferent to certain demands from the authorities. If these two joined forces to venture to Shadow Isle, success would be one thing. But failure? Were they to be slain by the gods? Central Capital would likely face a major upheaval. Chen Qingshan made his decision in less than a minute. Still, he needed to consult the two of them. "If you're willing, then go." Jin Wushang and the other exchanged glances, seeing the same yearning in each other's eyes. It was the yearning to confront the divine head-on. Ever since witnessing the deity's descent, they had harbored this very thought to clash head-on with the divine being. But for the greater good, they had ultimately suppressed that impulse, obeying the Grand Elder's orders to come here and watch the live broadcast. Now that the Grand Elder had given his consent, how could they possibly refuse? In unison, they nodded. We obey the Grand Elder's command. Immediately, they exited the office together and headed toward the helicopter that had been prepared in advance. With them present, the aerial threats posed by those demonic beasts held little fear. Elder, central capital relies solely on Wushang, Chuj, and former Minister Yuan to hold it together. That's why it hasn't completely collapsed like other nations. Now sending these two to aid Shursen is far too dangerous. What if? The second elder, seated in the rear, voiced his concern. His concern was not without merit. Upon hearing this, the other senior figures nodded in agreement. Am I unaware that should they be injured or even killed by the hands of the divine beings this time, it would plunge central capital into immense turmoil? Chen Qingshan stared at the television, his gaze intense. But if we lack the courage to confront the gods head-on, how can we ever hope to defeat or even destroy them? If Wushang and the others return alive from this mission, Great Xia will become the sole nation on Blue Star with first-hand experience battling the gods. For the tens of millions living under our banner, this would be a colossal blessing. Not only will we eradicate our fear of the gods, but we'll seize the initiative on the battlefield of the divine mortal war, securing more victories. For the sake of our future, they must go. Chen Qingshuan's words left the assembly deep in thought for a long while. This was clearly a gamble, a wager that Shursen, with the aid of Jin Wushang and his companion, could slay a god. Victory meant a promising future. Lose, and utter ruin awaits. But if Shursen knew of the Grand Elder's decision at this moment, he would wholeheartedly approve. Not for any other reason, but for this audacity to be the first to dare. In his previous life, the Great Xia Empire had come within a hair's breadth of victory through one daring gamble after another. Now, at least we still hold the cards. If we delay until morale crumbles, we'll have nothing left. And so, against all odds, Shursen and Zag clashed with increasing ferocity, battling from the island to the skies, then from the skies to the ocean depths. Scientists specializing in martial arts analysis estimated Shursen could last no more than 30 minutes before his chi reserves were utterly depleted. That would be the moment of Shursen's demise. And Zag's moment of triumph. On Blue Star, there was absolutely no one capable of defeating it at present. Perhaps in the future, warriors surpassing Zag's strength might emerge. But now, if Shursen fell, Blue Star would truly become Zag's personal playground. West, John Nation. The current Prime Minister, his face clouded with worry, turned to his close friend and asked, "Why do you think the other divine realms are allowing Zag to descend upon Blue Star now? Don't they fear Zag will grow too powerful on Blue Star and swallow their divine realms whole?" His friend chuckled. "You underestimate these greedy bastards. They must possess methods unknown to us, having uncovered Zag's deeply concealed objectives that don't conflict with their own interests. Or perhaps Zag has already struck a deal with them. Who knows? Maybe what Zag is giving up far outweighs what it stands to gain." Hearing his friend's words, the Prime Minister found it intriguing. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. The deities recorded in those ancient parchments would never allow Zag to descend upon Blue Star prematurely. Who cares? No matter how fierce the fighting gets, it won't reach our kingdom of John. My dear Prime Minister, we should focus on clearing out the rats lurking within our borders first. Otherwise, our frontline supplies keep getting sabotaged, and it's already severely affecting the war effort. True enough. But my dear friend, haven't you always been the one handling rodent extermination? The Prime Minister's expression suddenly darkened. His voice turned icy. Don't you owe me an explanation? The speechless friend immediately fled in disarray. 2 hours later, the helicopter carrying Jin Wushang and Wang Chuj arrived near the coastline adjacent to Shadow Island. A small warship had been waiting for some time. The two disembarked without delay, boarding the ship immediately and speeding toward Shursen's location. By this point, the battle had raged for nearly 3 hours, a full 2 hours beyond the 30 minutes predicted by certain unreliable scientists. Rest assured, though it's not entirely precise, I still maintain that Shursen can withstand this deity for no more than 20 minutes, the scientist reiterated his assessment, claiming absolute certainty this time. Jin Wushang and his companion drew closer to Shadow Isle as the warship raced forward at full speed. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Jin Wushang silently gasped at the sight of the devastated island and the sea surface erupting with water columns dozens of meters high. Are you sure we can get close to them? Wang Chuj asked calmly. With a battle of this scale, were the two of them really here to provide support? They probably couldn't even make up the numbers. Boom! A shadow divine power was deflected by Shursen's Divine Blood Halberd, crashing directly into the sea surface not far from their warship. The immense energy contained within the divine force instantly blasted a hole over 50 meters in diameter into the ocean surface. The seabed was instantly laid bare. What kind of support is this? Jin Wushang and Wang Chuj exchanged stunned glances. Even if they gave it their all, they might barely manage to create such a commotion. But the explosion unfolding before them was merely the aftershock of the aftershock from Shursen's battle. The two were simply incomparable. Alright, we'd better just wait patiently for our chance, Jin Wushang said with a bitter smile. Watching a live broadcast versus witnessing it in person, the experience was worlds apart. Chapter 147, 3 days. According to expert analysis, the battle between our nation's Colonel Shur and the shadow god Zeg is projected to conclude within the hour. At that time, our station will invite Zhongjing's most renowned. Colonel Shur's move is the true dragon emerging from water, a force no 10,000 men can withstand. Just look, Zeg is already struggling to defend himself, crying out in despair. The most established human research laboratory in the United States has announced that Shur Sen's physique is no different from that of ordinary people. With dedicated training, anyone can reach his current level. To that end, we have specially selected several renowned martial arts academies. Lianga stared wide-eyed at the rapidly scrolling content on the television screen. Without exception, every single piece was related to her master, Shur Sen. Thanks to Zhongjing's formidable infrastructure capabilities, the city's local network had long since been restored. Those televisions, computers, and other devices that had nearly become scrap metal could finally be powered on again. What infuriated Lianga was that while her master was risking life and limb in the Great Xia, battling deities, the television was filled with programs exploiting his name. It made her want to storm the TV station and smash those bastards' livelihoods to pieces. Inga, look at you. It's been 3 days, and you're still so impatient. Taoing returned from outside carrying vegetables. In Old Wu's small courtyard, Taoing was the only one who knew how to cook. Since she was staying there, she had taken charge of preparing meals for everyone. Sising, you have no idea how despicable those people are. Lianga remained indignant. In her mind, Shur Sen embodied the perfect image of a master. Not a single word of criticism could be tolerated. Taoing laughed heartily. You. I don't know what to say to you. Spending all day glued to those boring shows on TV, you'd be better off training diligently and striving to break through to the Qi realm sooner. The moment cultivation came up, Lianga felt deflated. She had smoothly transitioned to the peak of the 3rd tier using the martial arts manual Shur Sen left behind. Yet she'd hit a wall here, completely unable to grasp the key to breaking through to the Gangxi realm. Taoing, who had relied on spiritual herbs to break through her own realm, couldn't offer much practical help either, only providing moral encouragement. Setting down the dishes, she turned to see the live broadcast on TV. The person she most admired now stood on a deserted island, battling a deity. It's a shame my strength is so weak I can't offer him any help. Taoing gritted her teeth silently, determined to boost her power as quickly as possible. At the very least, she couldn't keep sitting idly in her room, watching Shur Sen fight alone out there. After 3 full days of relentless combat, the names of Shur Sen and the Shadow God had spread across the entire Blue Star. More accurately, it had reached everyone on Blue Star who still possessed communication capabilities. Even in less developed nations, word of mouth spread among those privy to the events, ensuring most had committed the names Shur Sen and Zeg to memory. This battle had thoroughly humiliated countless experts who had confidently sought fame by riding on Shur Sen's coattails. Initial predictions that Shur Sen could only last half an hour gradually shifted to 1 hour, then 3 hours. Now, a famous quote from a certain expert began circulating online. I think he'll last another hour at most. The years of reputation that expert had built up vanished completely as Shur Sen repeatedly shattered the records he had predicted. Not far from Shadow Island, Jin Wushang and his companion had already rendezvoused with Chao Aigua's fleet. They now lay lazily on the deck, basking in the sun. Judge, this stone guy is way too persistent. It's been 3 whole days now. Doesn't he ever get tired? Jin Wushang said, munching on a carrot he'd pulled from the hold. Shirtless and expressionless, Wang Chuj replied calmly, anyway, you're not as durable as him. Why bother caring? How dare you say that? What do you mean I can't last as long as him? How dare you talk like that? Looks like your temper's been flaring lately. You're asking for a beating. Jin Wushang straightened up immediately, ready to teach Wang Chuj a lesson, when footsteps sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Tang approaching. Brother Jin, Brother Wang, Lu Tang greeted them with a fist salute. Jin Wushang returned the gesture. Brother Lu, did you safely deliver the person to their destination? Indeed. Transporting tens of thousands of people? It nearly killed me. Seeing the 2 men relaxing, Lu Tang casually lay down beside them. He hadn't witnessed the battle between Shur Sen and Zeg these past days. Instead, acting on Shur Sen's orders, he'd successfully transported tens of thousands of refugees brought to the island as sacrificial offerings to Haijo with the support of sailors provided by Chao Aigua. Brother Shur's combat prowess is truly formidable. 3 days of non-stop, ultra-high-intensity fighting without a hint of fatigue. Gazing at the devastated Shadow Island, Lu Tang couldn't help but utter his astonishment. A profound sense of awe toward the deities welled up within him. If all deities possessed such enduring peak combat prowess, how could ordinary martial artists like them possibly stand against them? No one could answer that question. Not even Shur Sen could. In the future, it was universally acknowledged that martial artists' sustained combat capabilities could not match those of the gods. Each deity possessed their own divine realm and a vast number of devotees who provided the power of faith. Through the conversion of the divine power pool, they could replenish their divine energy endlessly, anytime and anywhere. However, this method had its pros and cons. The advantage was that gods could maintain an absolutely stable state forever. The disadvantage was that when their divine realms failed to expand, their upper limit would forever remain at the current stage. There is absolutely no concept of sudden power surges. This differs significantly from martial artists who frequently undergo explosive breakthroughs. The reason Shursen could fight Zeg this long had little to do with his martial cultivation. It was primarily due to his physique, which had achieved a minor breakthrough in refinement. His body functions like a built-in furnace, endlessly supplying abundant stamina akin to a deity's. The shadow god found himself utterly helpless against Shursen's relentless, unyielding fighting style, his heart filled with frustration. How could a mighty 8th-tier main god like him be tied up here for 3 whole days by a mere mortal? If word reached the myriad divine realms, wouldn't he become a laughingstock among those beings? This divine body's rank is far too low, completely restraining my power. Otherwise, this mortal warrior would have been killed instantly. Zeg thought bitterly. He hurled his shadow divine power at Shursen as if it cost nothing, each bolt exploding violently upon contact. Zeg intended to use the shockwaves from the explosions to inflict lethal damage on Shursen. Unfortunately, such shockwaves were practically negligible to Shursen in his current state. In a way, the shockwaves even strengthened his body, making him fight fiercer with every blow. What Zeg has sent down is merely a fragment of itself, containing a weak will. 3 days have already begun to destabilize it. Shursen calmly parried wave after wave of shadow divine power, his gaze toward Zeg growing increasingly sharp. The moment Zeg shows a weakness due to its wavering will is the perfect opportunity to finish it. Zeg remained unaware that Shursen possessed vast experience in slaying gods, having grown intimately familiar with the styles of all manner of deities. For deities like him who sent avatars to Blue Star, the will left within the avatar to control its actions was far weaker than that of the main body. The longer an intense battle persisted, the greater the likelihood of problems arising. Much like sophisticated machinery seemingly advanced, yet inevitably prone to malfunction after prolonged operation. Shursen was biding his time, waiting for an opening. After 3 days of brewing, that opportunity had begun to manifest. The divine energy stream manipulated by Zeg had begun to show signs of chaos, a precursor to the instability of a god's avatar. Countless divine realms. A lawless land. A wilderness where no living trace had ever been seen before now welcomes several mysterious entities suspended mid-air, radiating intense light. Athena, you summoned us to this void realm. Is there some matter of utmost importance? A deep voice echoed from the western light, shrouded in thunderous radiance. Athena, goddess of wisdom from the Greek pantheon, waved her hand to dispel the radiant divine light surrounding her. Her voice was calm as she spoke. Zeg has descended, drawing the attention of countless mortals. This is the perfect moment for us to execute our plan. From the north, a mellow voice emerged from the gentle, earth-toned divine light. Do mortal geniuses truly warrant such attention from us? This is the will of the Eternals, Athena explained. It is said that an entity who commands time has drawn upon 10,000 years of accumulated divine power to pluck these mortals from the river of time. Each one has inflicted heavy losses upon us. Since the plan originates from the Eternals, we shall execute it without question. Further discussion is unnecessary. The figure enveloped in crimson divine light from the south continued, Athena, simply tell us what we should do. Agreed. Approved. Several figures radiating boundless authority voiced their approval. Seeing this, Athena hesitated no longer. Among the mortals, the most troublesome is the entity known as Yuan Kohai within the Great Xia. The realm is now shrouded in a barrier. Any deity wishing to descend must seal their cultivation to the 5th tier, otherwise, entry is impossible. To resolve this, the Eternals will select one among us to descend in true form upon Great Xia. Of course, before that, the Eternals will unite to temporarily suppress the barrier's effects. However, we can only reach the level of a 7th tier true god. At most, anything higher is impossible. Now, who is willing to go? Athena's gaze swept over the assembled deities, her expression unreadable. After a long silence, no one spoke. Very well. Since none of you are willing to go, I shall go myself. Athena seemed unsurprised by this outcome. As the goddess of wisdom, she had long discerned that while Blue Star had caught the attention of the gods and was deemed a place they must conquer. However, the planet's inherent self-governing laws, coupled with the god-slaying barrier rooted in the Great Xia Empire's foundations, had left the gods in a state of cautious observation for the time being. No god was willing to seal their cultivation and venture into Great Xia at this moment. One misstep, far from their divine realms, could mean utter annihilation. No one was willing to bear that risk. Yet the eternal Lord gods will demanded execution, and Athena's volunteering was born of necessity. Chapter 148, The Fall of a God. 3 full days had passed since the battle between Shursen and Zeg reached its climax. Initially, everyone believed such an intense confrontation could not possibly last long, especially the biological research institutes in developed nations outside of Great Xia. Their research into the human body had reached an extremely high level. According to their current knowledge, the human body could only sustain full power output at the 4th tier for 20 to 30 minutes. Beyond that, external assistance was required. This represented the absolute limit achievable through pure physical means. Yet Shursen's performance forced them to completely overturn their conclusions, compelling them to establish a new human model using Shursen as the template. This novel research approach has proven immensely beneficial to many seasoned scholars. Countries began shifting their focus toward human development, redirecting funds away from weapon restoration and research. These changes were entirely unforeseen by Shursen. In his estimation, it would be at least another year and a half before nations began fully exploring the limits of the human body. After the war that destroyed the White Elephant Kingdom, those terrifying divine apostles and their earthly emissaries with mere gestures instantly reduced the kingdom's heavily armed forces to dust. For the first time, collective might prove utterly ineffective against individual power. Now, that timeline had been accelerated by a year and a half. For the collective strength of the entire Blue Star human race, this would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous catalyst. Shurmori had never underestimated the capabilities of foreign conglomerates and oligarchs. The scene shifted to the Shadow Island battlefield. Shursen had already noticed Zag making inexplicably frequent errors in his control. The Shadow God's power plunged into the ocean like a headless fly, completely losing the precision it once possessed when targeting Shursen. It's time. A faint smile appeared for the first time on Shursen's calm, expressionless face. See you off. Shursen keenly detected a major wavering in Zag's will. Amidst its horrified gaze, the Divine Blood Halberd transformed into a dragon, sinking its fangs viciously into Zag's chest. Roar! A resounding roar, like the cry of a dragon, suddenly echoed in the ears of the onlookers. This was the absolute awe inspired by the true dragon blood coursing through Cheonchi's veins, one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. Had it not committed countless atrocities in the past, earning its place among the 4 great fiends named by ancient sages, it would likely have long since transformed into a true dragon, soaring through the heavens. Why endure becoming the spirit of the Divine Blood Halberd, bound by Shursen's control? Zag stared in disbelief at the strange weapon embedded in his chest. Divine power surged from within him like a burst dam, rushing madly into the Divine Blood Halberd. Who exactly are you? No, you cannot possibly be human. Seeing the futility of his struggle, Zag's emotions instantly calmed. He looked at Shursen coldly and said, humans could never possibly know the immense flaw in our existence after our avatars descend. Die then. Enough talk. Shursen held the upper hand and saw no point in prolonging the exchange. If he spoke too much now, who knew if, once its consciousness returned to the divine realm, it might use this to devise a way to counter him. With a swift upward slash of his halberd, Zag's possessed apostle body split cleanly in two. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward. This was Zag's separated consciousness. Shursen smacked his lips twice, his eyes gleaming with envy. The consciousness stream of a god's avatar was an ultimate tonic, capable of directly raising a martial artist's innate potential ceiling. Though Shursen already knew his ceiling lay at 8th tier strength. But who would ever complain about having too much talent? Unfortunately, his current strength was too limited. He couldn't even block the will of lower tier apostles, let alone the consciousness stream of a true divine avatar. To achieve that, he'd need to push his martial cultivation to at least the 7th tier. In his previous life, Shursen had relied on his relentless fighting style to forcibly intercept the consciousness stream of Shiva, the avatar of the White Elephant Kingdom's pantheon. He forcibly pushed his innate talent to the peak of the 8th tier. This earned him the title of Saint General, ranking 134th on the saint list. After eliminating Zag, Shursen reaped immense rewards. Not only did he have a mountain of divine apostles' physical bodies stacked in his Taotai space, but after slaying Zag's avatar, his divine blood halberd absorbed a vast amount of pure divine power. With the innate effect of this lifebound artifact and a little conversion, breaking through to the 6th tier divine intent realm might be a stretch, but reaching the peak of the 5th tier sky riding realm should be no problem. In the sky, the Shadow God's divine realm was gradually fading. The Shadow God's true form, standing foremost, gazed at Shursen with eyes as deep as an abyss. It remained silent. Yet the murderous intent in its eyes made it clear, it remembered Shursen. This great Xia martial artist, the one who forced it to pay a tremendous price in a divine realm exchange, who prematurely descended upon Blue Star through a fortuitously obtained treasure, and whose grand scheme had been utterly shattered. As an independent divine realm, the Shadow God excelled in the art of endurance, avoiding conflict with other realms unless absolutely necessary. But that principle applied only to conflicts between gods. Shursen was merely a lowly mortal. Through some unknown stroke of fortune, his power had reached terrifying heights, even shattering its avatar completely. To say Zag wasn't furious would be impossible. Yet, having lost the treasure that allowed its early descent to Blue Star without punishment, it seemed temporarily powerless against Shursen, its mortal enemy. Yet once marked by its gaze, one must forever guard against a dagger thrust from the shadows. Vengeance for the slightest slight had always been the Shadow God's motto, a principle it steadfastly adhered to. Not far away, the fleet watched with gaping mouths as Shursen slaughtered Zag's minions one after another. The scene, which had been buzzing with lively chatter moments before, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. No one could believe what they were witnessing. A deity. A true god. Slaughtered so casually by Shursen? This couldn't be real. They'd just fought a grueling 3-day battle. Both sides were likely already spent. Even with Ishizumi's extraordinary talent, he could at best only draw with a god. The sudden shift in tone, where a drawn-out battle ends in the blink of an eye. Who would believe that? And it wasn't just them. Even the leaders of major factions across Blue Star, who had been watching the live broadcast, were utterly stunned. A god has fallen. What a distant concept that had become. Right now, every nation on Blue Star still lived under the god's shadow, scrambling to survive. Yet here in Great Xia, a human martial artist capable of slaying a god had emerged. It filled nations with exhilaration yet sent shivers down their spines. Has Great Xia truly been reborn? Otherwise, how could this nation produce an unknown figure who achieved the historic feat of becoming the first human to slay a god? Chapter 149, Gods Are Not Invincible. An unknown? After this battle, the name of Colonel Shur will echo across the entire Blue Star. Jin Wushang sneered coldly as he listened to the murmurs of the onlookers aboard the nearby ships. No matter the circumstances, envious creatures would always exist. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such short-sighted fools. Shursen stood beneath the sky filled with starlight erupting from the fallen godly avatar, frantically absorbing and converting pure divine power. Unfortunately, the Divine Blood Halberd had already absorbed its fill of divine energy during the previous battle and could take no more. The conversion efficiency of forcibly absorbing divine power through the flesh was far too low. Only after swallowing every last speck of starlight did Shursen's power finally reach the peak of the sky riding realm. Given the slightest suitable opportunity, he could instantly break through to the 6th-tier Divine Will realm. Divine Intent realm that once tormented me to death, is it about to descend upon me once more? Shursen stood suspended in the void, his face filled with nostalgia. But now was not the time for nostalgia. After a brief moment of distraction, Shursen recalled the Tugu armor and the Divine Blood Halberd from outside his body. He could sense that after this battle, both pieces of equipment were likely about to undergo a transformation. When that time came, his power would become even more terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, since his rebirth, Shursen had surged ahead of all martial artists in Great Xia. This was a development he had never anticipated. Brother Shur, are you alright? Lu Tang and the others, aboard their ship under Chao Aigua's command, gradually approached Shur. Senator Lu Tang's voice carried clearly from a distance. Shursen smiled indifferently. What? Did you hope something happened to me? Not exactly. I was just worried seeing you battle a god for so long. After all, you saved my life. Lu Tang chuckled. I'm holding up fine. At least, taking out a few more scheming bastards shouldn't be a problem. Shursen replied with a smile of his own. Colonel Shur truly is extraordinary, Jin Wushang stepped forward to praise. Seeing Jin Wushang, Shursen was somewhat surprised. But what surprised him even more was the other figure following behind Jin Wushang, Wang Chuj. How could you both leave Zhongjing at this critical moment? The safety of the Grand Elder has always been your responsibility. Your sudden departure risks allowing those with ulterior motives to stir up trouble. Shursen's expression darkened slightly. Deep down, he understood that Jin Wushang and Wang Chuj had likely come to support him. Yet, their joint departure felt reckless. Besides, did Shursen really need their help? Brother Shur, our actions follow the Grand Elder's orders, Jin Wushang said with a bitter smile. Wang Chuj nodded silently beside him. I see. In that case, I owe the Grand Elder a debt of gratitude. Shursen nodded with understanding. You'd better head back quickly. With me here in Haizhou, things won't get out of hand. All right. Then we'll head back first. The helicopter is still waiting by the coast, so it won't take long to return. Jin Wushang and his companion proved decisive. After bidding farewell to Shursen, they soared into the sky and departed without delay. The distance to the coastline wasn't great, and with their mastery of aerial flight techniques, the two didn't expend much gale energy. Oh, and Brother Jin, don't touch anything in the collection hall for now. Wait for me to choose. Shursen's voice called out from behind. Jin Wushang laughed heartily. I won't forget. I'll be waiting for your return anytime. The collection hall? Wang Chuj asked in confusion. The howling wind did nothing to disrupt their conversation. Yes, Jin Wushang replied. To persuade Shursen to come to Haizhou and resolve the Tugu crisis, with the Grand Elder's approval, Colonel Shur was specially permitted to select one ancient artifact from the collection hall after completing his mission. Wang Chuj frowned. The National Museum's collection of ancient artifacts was already sparse. When they showed no signs of supernatural power, it was manageable. They could only be displayed as artifacts for public viewing. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy, dozens of extremely precious ancient artifacts within the repository had begun to reveal their unique qualities, each one worthy of being called a national treasure. For the Grand Elder to offer an ancient artifact in exchange for Shursen's assistance wasn't that extravagant? As if reading Wang Chuj's thoughts, Jin Wushang smiled. Chuj, don't overthink it. The artifacts in the repository should be entrusted to martial artists who can maximize their potential. Not only does this immediately enhance the warrior's strength, but it also prevents hidden gems from gathering dust. Colonel Shi's current achievements and strength absolutely warrant his use of an ancient artifact. Besides, if we're being honest, we've actually gained quite a bit. After all, he only agreed to deal with the Tugu, yet now he's directly slain a deity. It's not that I'm jealous, but I just feel that the spirit-infused artifacts in the treasury haven't fully awakened yet. If they're taken out too soon, without the protection of the array formations, it might be difficult for them to fully awaken in the outside world. Wang Chuj hastened to explain. He wasn't the type to begrudge others their success, and he truly admired Shi Sen's abilities. There's no need to worry about that. If Colonel Shi can slay a god, what else could he possibly fail at? True enough. The two soon arrived at a clearing along the coastline where a new model helicopter was parked. Just before boarding, Jin Wushang suddenly asked, "Hey, you think we should swing by the Magic City? Shanghai? Why? Chen Yao is there." "Probably not. He's got his own mission, and we need to get back to Zhongjing ASAP. Alright." At the same moment, the scene of Shi Sen slaying a god sent shockwaves across the entire planet. It was an unprecedented celebration for humanity on Blue Star. Before this, no one believed that humans could slay gods. But now, Shi Sen had proven one phrase true with cold, hard facts. Man conquers heaven. Those gods who once sat high above, towering over all humanity, were no longer mysterious and unfathomable beings in people's hearts. No longer objects of reverence to be worshipped upon sight. Instead, they are beings that can be slain. Yes, monsters. When the armies of divine apostles ravaged the nations of Blue Star, unleashing waves of bloodshed and carnage, no one regarded them as sentient beings akin to themselves. But behind the apostles stood the gods. Humanity, however, stood utterly empty-handed. Except for nations with deep-rooted foundations, protected by the guardianship of heroic spirits. Nearly 90% of Blue Star's nations possessed nothing. They could only rely on the most tenacious will and a fearless spirit, charging bravely into death to protect the families behind them. After wave of brave warriors fell, some began to doubt, was such resistance by humanity truly effective? The gods were so powerful that even their apostles could effortlessly tear apart the strongest warriors in the army. Could humanity possibly stand against them? Such questions spread like a plague. Even the wisest leaders of nations stood powerless. The despair of seeing no light at the end of the tunnel was utterly heartbreaking. Yet Shi Sen proved one thing to everyone through his actions. The gods are not invincible. Humanity is not without hope. If true gods can fall, what is there to fear from these arrogant divine apostles? Chapter 150, The Divine Martial Sect and the Future of Physical Cultivation. After exchanging greetings with Chao Aigua, Shi Sen suggested his fleet board Shadow Island to clean up the aftermath. He knew full well that the island still held considerable resources gathered by the divine apostles. These resources were of little use to him now, so he might as well hand them over to Chao Aigua's fleet nearby. His gaze swept lightly over this medium-sized fleet, and Shi Sen was quite satisfied. There were over a dozen martial artists at the Gangchi realm aboard. With the island's resources, martial artists capable of breaking through to the sky-defying realm might emerge soon. For a fleet perpetually patrolling and defending the coastline, this would be nothing short of adding wings to a tiger. Alright, Brother Chao, I won't linger here much longer. I've got a pile of matters to attend to back in the demon capital. Shi Sen clasped his fists in a salute toward Chao Aigua and bid him farewell with a smile. Chao Aigua nodded. He held great admiration for Shi Sen, this young man who dared to defy the heavens. Hearing that he needed to return to the demon capital for urgent matters only deepened his admiration. Alright then, I won't keep you. The Great Xia Empire needs young men like you, Colonel Shi, who are so dedicated to their duty. You're doing a great job. Chao Aigua gave him a thumbs up. Shi Sen smiled, offering no further reply. With a light leap, he soared skyward. Having broken through to the sky riding realm, coupled with 5 years of mastery in sky riding techniques from his previous life, this method was perfectly suited for swift travel. Lu Tang, watching from the side, quickly bid farewell to Chao Aigua and followed after Shi Sen. Their figures gradually vanished into the horizon. Impressive, murmured a Gangchi realm martial artist beside Chao Aigua. Chao Aigua shot his trusted lieutenant a stern glance and feigned anger. Push yourself harder, and you too can break through to the sky riding realm. Oh, General, breaking through to the sky riding realm isn't that easy. We only reached the Gangchi realm because we benefited from the revival of spiritual energy. We haven't even reached the peak yet, and you want us to challenge the sky riding realm? That's impossible. The martial artist pleaded repeatedly. Chao Aigua snorted coldly, watching the receding figures of the two warriors. A profound sense of admiration welled up within him. With such formidable youths in Great Xia, the future holds boundless promise. Why are you following me? Shi Sen looked back at Lu Tang with confusion. He'd saved the guy on a whim, but instead of returning to his sect, what use was he following him? They weren't close, and Shi Sen had no recollection of the name Lu Tang. Could it be that this Lu Tang actually wanted to follow him? Lu Tang chuckled. Brother Shi, you saved my life. Now that you have matters to resolve, of course I'll lend a hand. Fine. Shursen paused for a moment before asking, "Aren't you going back to your sect to report that you're safe?" "That's precisely what puzzles me most." "Brother Shur, how did you know my background?" "I don't recall ever mentioning I'm a disciple from a secluded sect, did I?" Lu Tang countered. "Heh," Shursen chuckled. "That ancient aura radiating from you? I could smell it from 800 meters away. Add to that the dense, solid gale energy you've cultivated, its leagues beyond what modern martial artists possess. Doesn't that tell you everything?" Lu Tang bowed respectfully, his face filled with admiration. "Brother Shur, your insight is truly sharp. But I'm curious, which sect do you come from? Why didn't any elders from your sect appear to rescue you when you were in danger?" At these words, Lu Tang's face darkened, and he replied with a hint of melancholy, "To be honest, Brother Shur, I am a disciple of the Divine Martial sect on the Divine Martial Island overseas. I had left the sect with my master, intending to return to Great Xia to trace my ancestral roots. Yet halfway there, we encountered a terrifyingly powerful enemy. My master sacrificed himself to save me, standing alone against the foe until he fell. Now, I may be the sole remaining heir of the Divine Martial sect." Shursen fell silent, then offered comfort. "Take care not to grieve too deeply. Now that you've returned to Great Xia, you've come home. For the time being, you may work alongside me. Should you ever feel it's not for you and wish to leave, you may go anytime." He understood Lu Tang's current inner turmoil all too well. In his previous life, many like Lu Tang who returned from overseas were shut out. For no one could be certain whether these individuals had been brainwashed by the deities into becoming devoted followers. Allowing such individuals to cross the border could inflict immense damage on the nation. It wasn't until later, when skilled martial artists developed methods to verify one's true nature, that Great Xia gradually loosened its restrictions. This finally provided a refuge for many compatriots who wished to return to serve their country or seek asylum. Yet even after returning to the Great Xia, these individuals still faced hardships. Even those possessing formidable strength found it difficult to integrate into the established martial artist circles of the Great Xia, ultimately resorting to banding together for mutual support. Lu Tang, on the other hand, was alone in Great Xia, without family or connections. Shursen actually thought having him work under him wasn't a bad idea. After all, he was a formidable fifth-tier expert. Now young and full of potential, the future holds boundless possibilities. Throughout their flight, the two continuously exchanged insights on the starkly different martial arts philosophies between their homeland and foreign lands. Shursen was startled to discover that in certain aspects, Lu Tang's Shenwu sect lineage shared remarkable similarities with the path of physical cultivation. This piqued his keen interest. Shursen's physical body had now reached the minor achievement realm, bringing him very close to the great achievement realm. His current frustration lay in the lack of cultivation techniques for the advanced stage of physical cultivation. He dreaded getting stuck at the peak of the microcosmic realm, unable to progress further. That would be ridiculous. He recalled how, in his previous life, many true disciples from various sects had become stuck at the peak of the microcosmic realm, unable to progress further. They could only rely on cultivating gale energy to enhance their strength. Shursen had already experienced the clash between martial arts and divine beings. Martial arts that only cultivated gale energy were utterly incapable of directly confronting divine beings head-on. They could only rely on their advantage in cultivation speed, using higher realms to crush opponents. Martial arts shouldn't be limited to gale energy cultivation alone. Ancient texts record primordial martial artists who cultivated both chi and body, achieving unfathomable power capable of plucking stars and capturing the moon. Only possessing such might could be considered the pinnacle of martial arts, the path to supreme enlightenment. Shursen began silently contemplating the future direction of physical cultivation, integrating the techniques provided by Lu Tang. Before he could arrive at any conclusions, however, Lu Tang's startled cry snapped him from his reverie. The Demon City was in sight. Upon re-entering the chief administrator's residence in the Demon City, Shursen was met with numerous gazes filled with genuine reverence. Haizhou was not far from the island where Shursen had slain the god, and short-range communication posed no difficulty. The demon capital, having just undergone a power shift, had barely settled before plunging into another frenzy of celebration. Such was the immense impact of the Godslayer. In his previous life, such glory belonged to the star-striped nation's foremost warrior, who had slain a 7th-tier archangel in battle through the power of his superior genetics. The news sent shockwaves through numerous nations across Blue Star. Among them was Great Xia. Chapter 151, Stone Fragments, Extraterrestrial Artifacts? Of course, the glory of being the first to slay a god now belonged to Shursen. It could be seen as fulfilling the regret of Great Xia from the previous era, which had failed to claim this honor. Yet within Shursen's own heart, he was as clear as a mirror. His so-called title of Godslayer felt somewhat hollow. After all, what had fallen was merely an avatar of a deity. While it appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to a true god. The two were fundamentally incomparable. Colonel Shur, here is a list of confessions from Yu Wengtong's subordinates for your review. Chen Yao approached, holding a stack of documents. Facing Shursen, who had just returned from slaying a god, Chen Yao felt profoundly moved. Who could have imagined that an ordinary martial artist who came to Haizhou from Zhongjing would accomplish so many earth-shattering feats in this place? Slaying the Tugu, overthrowing the Qing dynasty, resolving the chief administrator's affairs, and culminating in the formidable act of slaying a god. Each and every one of these feats was almost beyond belief. Shen Yao possessed profound insights into the martial path, being a martial artist himself. Though his current strength was modest, merely at the third-tier martial artist level, he possessed unique insights into certain martial arts principles. For someone like Shursen to accomplish such earth-shattering feats at the tender age of 20, his future potential is boundless. Though Chen Yao was the sole son of the Grand Elder, possessing immense prestige, when facing Shursen, he maintained the utmost respect. Shursen took the documents and skimmed them briefly. He discovered an overwhelming number of high-ranking officials from Haizhou listed, each facing a staggering array of heinous crimes. Proceed according to protocol and handle them all, Shursen stated calmly, his voice carrying an unparalleled sense of authority. Shen Yao had intended to present the documents precisely to persuade Shursen to delay his return to Zhongjing. Shursen's words spared him the need for further persuasion. After their discussion, Shursen instructed Lu Tang to remain at Shen Yao's side at all times, ensuring his safety. He himself departed for the Star Dynasty group. The stone tablet fragment in his possession still held many secrets yet to be unraveled. Perhaps a thorough search of the place where it was discovered might yield some clues. Who would have thought that Haizhou, a place where martial arts have declined, could yield such a strange artifact as a stone tablet fragment? But why did I never hear of anyone possessing a fragment having an extraordinary encounter like mine in my previous life? On the journey, Shursen meticulously recalled every detail about the fragment in his mind. Apart from the legends about the stone tablet fragment that had long circulated in Great Xia and scattered records in some ancient texts, he found nothing else. This puzzled Shursen greatly. The fragments could pull his consciousness into an unfamiliar world, where he discovered a cultivation technique utterly distinct from Daxia's traditional martial arts. This was vastly different from the functions attributed to the stone tablet fragment in the legends. In fact, it could be said they were two entirely different things. Soon, Shursen, now at the Sky Riding Realm, returned to the ground floor of the Star Dynasty group. Shursen's previous life's sky riding technique had been obtained from an ancient ruin site. Not knowing its true name, he had casually dubbed it the Soaring Dragon Technique. The Ascending Dragon Technique demonstrated remarkable efficiency in reducing the consumption of Gale energy. In other aspects, however, it proved rather mediocre. Colonel Shur. The satellite city soldier guarding the gate saluted Shursen with reverence. Clearly, news of Shursen's slaying of a deity had already reached this outpost. After exchanging greetings, Shursen proceeded toward the building. Kadangwe's aide, who had been left behind specifically to assist Shursen with miscellaneous tasks, immediately rushed over excitedly upon seeing him. Commander Shur, any orders you have, just tell me, the aide said. Let's go upstairs together. By the way, Director Wang should still be here, right? He is. Without Director Wang here, us rank-and-file soldiers wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath of the Xingqiao Group's affairs. The adjutant's straightforward words reflected the character of a Dixia soldier. Shursen nodded. As long as Director Wang remained here, they should be able to uncover some clues about the stone tablet fragments within the Xingqiao Group. It would also deepen his understanding of the Diamond Bright Jade technique, allowing him to analyze its strengths and weaknesses sooner. If it could enhance his martial arts cultivation, that would be most welcome. Passing through the first floor lobby, Shursen saw numerous employees in Star Dynasty Group uniforms being escorted downstairs by satellite city soldiers. These are all the scoundrels Director Wang identified as accomplices in the Tugu incident. They're being transported to the demon capital for trial. The aide hurriedly explained as he followed behind Shursen. MHM, make sure to tell Brother Chi that with these people, we must neither wrong a single innocent nor let a single villain slip through. Anyone who followed Zhou Meng and committed heinous crimes must be rooted out. Shursen said coldly, his brow furrowed. That was his nature. He couldn't stand anyone who trampled on the rights of innocent people for personal gain. In his previous life, he had slain countless second-generation martial artists who bullied others under the pretense of authority. He'd even incurred numerous disciplinary actions because of it. But times had changed. Shursen now held the title of Blue Star's first god-slaying martial artist, and his power truly stood at the pinnacle of the planet. Even if his words were somewhat biased, no one would dare question him. Moreover, his words were spoken with such righteous indignation against evil that they resonated deeply with the warriors present. Roger that. I'll relay this to Commander Chi via communicator immediately, the aide replied promptly. Stepping into the elevator repaired by the warriors, Shursen quickly reached the top floor. Wang Lihui, former director of the First Research Institute of the Xingqiao Group, was briefing his subordinates on some matter. When the elevator doors opened, Wang Lihui saw Shursen, his savior, emerge. Wang Lihui waved his subordinates away with a dismissive gesture, signaling them to attend to their tasks immediately, and stepped forward. Commander Shur, you're back? Wang Lihui said with a broad smile. Yes, I just came from the governor's office. Sen, who held deep respect for Director Wang as a scientist with genuine expertise, replied courteously, I came to Star Dynasty Group this time specifically to ask you, Old Wang, if you have any recollection of this fragment? Taking the stone fragment Sen handed him, Wang Lihui furrowed his brow. This thing. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Sen carefully observed Wang Lihui's expression but detected no unusual reaction upon his contact with the fragment. This suggested that perhaps, aside from Sen, no one else could trigger the fragment's transformation. That experience of being pulled into an unfamiliar world must be unique to Sen. Could it be because my physique has reached the microcosmic realm? After much deliberation, Sen concluded this was the only plausible explanation. It is. I remember now. Isn't this the very thing Zhou Rui led his elite Star Guard to recover from a meteorite impact site not long ago? Wang Lihui exclaimed excitedly, clutching the fragment. I've studied this thing for half a day and can only confirm it's extraterrestrial. The materials used in its construction include several types I've never seen before or even heard of. Hearing this, Sen's interest was immediately piqued. He hurriedly asked, Brother Wang, are you saying this fragment fell to Blue Star? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it did indeed fall from the sky. Many people from the Star Dynasty Group witnessed what looked like a meteor trail at the time. Chapter 152, Taylor arrives. That's rather peculiar. I distinctly recall this fragment's origins being documented in various ancient texts of Great Xia. How could it have fallen from beyond the heavens? Sen was thoroughly puzzled. His hope of finding clues from the Star Dynasty Group vanished instantly. Old Wang, didn't you say you researched it for a while before? Did you find anything? Sen looked at the elderly man before him. Wang Lihui pondered for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. Back then, I was juggling multiple projects. My research on this stone was only superficial and yielded little. Besides, not long after, Zhou Rui took it away with the chairman's authorization letter. I haven't seen it since. Alright then. Old Wang, you go back to your work. I'll head over to Zhou Rui's residence and see if I can find any diaries or similar records. Sen felt a pang of frustration. Without clues to that world, the diamond bright jade technique could only gather dust in his memory. He dared not attempt cultivation recklessly. What if he ended up like Zhou Rui? Who in the Great Xia Empire could withstand Sen once he unleashed his fury? One misstep, and Sen might destroy the entire Great Xia. After instructing Old Wang to ensure the vibration device was returned intact, Sen left Star Dynasty Group and hurried to Zhou Rui's residence. Sure enough, nestled in the drawer of Zhou Rui's desk lay a diary. Sen hurriedly flipped it open and was immediately stunned. The text used for recording in the diary was interspersed with many characters unique to that world. Had Sen never been there, he likely wouldn't have understood what Zhou Rui had written. Wednesday, sunny. I entered that bizarre, fragmented world once more. After several days of exploration, I finally discovered some written records today. But something even stranger happened. Friday, heavy rain. I was possessed by some invisible entity. Yet with its aid, I now fluently decipher all this world's scripts. Those cryptic writings, once as elusive as serpents coiling around dragons, no longer baffle me. As the divine realm descends, could this be my destiny? Monday, heavy rain. Attempted to cultivate the wrathful I King technique. Failed. It tells me my physical structure is identical to others in this world, yet the soul within me is vastly different. To cultivate esoteric arts, I must merge with it. I agreed. Saturday, bright sunshine. I consumed it. Because it deceived me. The reason I couldn't cultivate wasn't what it claimed. It only wanted to take my body. Sen frowned as he stared at the few remaining pages of the diary in his hand. Behind the last entry, there were clearly more recent notes by Zhou Rui, but they had been torn clean off. Unable to cultivate? It? Possession? Sen sighed deeply. That world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Zhou Rui had encountered an unknown entity and nearly been possessed by it. Perhaps it was only after swallowing it that Zhou Rui became like that. Not because he took too many drugs, as the Xingqiao Group research team claimed. Sen gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. He had uncovered some clues, yet they still couldn't support Sen's deeper understanding of the diamond bright jade technique. His hope of leveraging the remnants of that shattered world to strengthen himself would likely have to wait. Xingqiao Group. Wang Lihui commanded operations from the center, his keen eye identifying every loyal follower of Zhou Meng. Those guilty of heinous crimes were immediately executed by firing squad. The rest, not meeting that threshold, were all transported to satellite cities to begin lives of labor. For many years to come, they would likely appear at construction sites for the defense systems of various satellite cities. They would atone for their past transgressions through labor. Only a small number of highly skilled individuals whose offenses were relatively minor were vouched for by Wang Lihui. They would remain within the Star Dynasty Group, dedicating all their efforts to various research endeavors. Director Wang, a group of Star Strike nationals has arrived outside seeking Director Shi, a subordinate reported loudly, leaning in close. Wang Lihui frowned. Why would people from the United States suddenly appear here? Have them come up first. Director Sure is currently handling personal matters and likely won't have time to see them. Roger that. The subordinate hurriedly turned and left. Before long, he returned with a group of people to the top floor. Wang Lihui stared in surprise. Holy cow, the Japanese had come? The woman surrounded by these burly men did bear a striking resemblance to Princess Taylor of the Stars and Stripes Nation, the one who frequently appeared on television before the Divine Realm descended. Welcome to Star Dynasty Group, Your Highness Taylor. May I ask what brings you here today? Wang Lihui forced a dry smile, feigning delight. Old Demand could sense the impatience in Wang Lihui's words. He offered a sincere smile and said, "You must be Director Wang? We apologize for the abruptness of our visit to Star Dynasty Group. We heard from Director Chi that Lord Shursen seems to have come here. He is the savior of our princess. We, the citizens of the Star Nation, always repay kindness. We've come to disturb you today to find Lord Shursen and express our most sincere apologies." Wang Lihui hadn't expected this old man before him to speak fluent Great Xia and even quote classical texts, clearly a Great Xia scholar. However, Old Demand's courteous tone eased Wang Lihui's irritation at being interrupted, and his smile no longer felt insincere. Unfortunately, Commander Sure has just departed on personal business. You're a step too late. Is that so? That is rather unfortunate. What about Her Highness the Princess? Old Demand turned and bowed respectfully to Taylor. Taylor paused, then simply pulled up a chair and sat down. We'll wait here. He might return soon. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an unwavering resolve. She had an inexplicable feeling. Shursen would definitely return here. It was a peculiar ability she'd possessed since childhood, one she'd never shared with anyone. Old Demand glanced at Wang Lihui with a hint of guilt. Director Wang, do you think we could stay here for a while? I guarantee these guys won't cause you any trouble. The moment the words left his mouth, though Wang Lihui was quite pleased with this attitude, it sparked discontent among many of the guards. Did this old codger think we foot soldiers were some kind of cute little pets? Lord Shursen just slaughtered a god. Even if they had 10,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare cause trouble on Lord Shure's turf. Do they really think our blades aren't sharp? The guard's opinion of Old Demand plummeted instantly. Taylor observed the guard's expressions and found it rather amusing. But he soon stopped paying them any mind, instead settling into his chair with impeccable posture. Anyone watching would surely give him a thumbs up, praising the star-spangled princess for her impeccable manners. Chapter 153, The Arrogant Ishimori. Unfortunately, Ishimori was currently preoccupied with deciphering the secrets contained within the stone tablet fragments and had no time to spare for Taylor. After hearing the report from the satellite city warrior sent by Old Wang, Ishimori merely nodded indifferently to show he understood, offering no further response. With so many matters piled up on my plate, why should I waste time on some princess who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Shursen found it rather amusing. Whether in his past life or this one, his power gave him ample confidence to reject any woman bearing the title of princess on Blue Star. With the gods still unvanquished, how could he possibly be ensnared by the charms of the fairer sex? It could only be said that Taylor's circumstances were exceptionally privileged. She had stood atop Blue Star's pinnacle almost from birth. She could never comprehend the deepest emotions within Shursen, who had risen step by step from the lowest ranks. Pushing aside his thoughts, Shursen returned to studying the stone tablet fragments. The information obtained from Jin Wushang. The ancient ruins unearthed by Fengcheng Group remained inaccessible for the foreseeable future. Returning to Zhongjing now would serve little purpose. He might as well stay in Haizhou to support Chen Yaosu in purging the malignant tumor from the demon capital. He could also use this brief window to properly organize his recent discoveries. Xiangqi mentioned that after absorbing sufficient divine power, the Divine Blood Halberd seemed to have fallen into a slumber, patiently awaiting the opportunity for its transformation. This is a significant matter for me. The Divine Blood Halberd being unusable has a considerable impact on combat effectiveness. Shursen sat cross-legged in Zhou Rui's room, methodically sorting through his thoughts. Besides the Divine Blood Halberd, the recently acquired Tugu armor seemed to have undergone a major transformation as well. Equipment bathed in the Shadow God's blood was about to undergo tremendous enhancement. This was something Shursen had never experienced in his previous life. He surmised it must be due to the ferocious beasts. Whether it was the Qiangqi, which retained its self-awareness, or the Tugu, which transformed into armor after being slain, both possessed inherently unpredictable and mysterious powers. After being stimulated by the divine blood, it was only natural for them to begin evolving on their own. But why hasn't the tattoo formed from slaying the Taotai, along with its devouring power, been enhanced? Shursen wondered. But soon, he found the answer in the Qiangqi. Master, the Taotai is a rather unique beast. It wasn't born of nature, but rather the creation of some ancient powerhouse. Xiangqi's voice echoed within Shursen's mind. Legend has it that it was originally created by that great being to serve as a garbage disposal entity, which is why it possesses the ability to devour and decompose all things. Clean up garbage? Shursen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Xiangqi's words were true, he couldn't begin to imagine the terrifying power possessed by the mighty beings of that era. A beast that would be terrifying even by today's standards was merely a casual creation, a tool for cleaning up trash. How utterly terrifying. I wonder what earth-shattering events unfolded in that era, ultimately plunging Blue Star into this age of decline. Shur-sen murmured. Sighing softly, Shur-sen retrieved the fragment once more, cradling it in his palm as he ran his fingers over its surface. Yet his heart was filled with conflict. I never encountered those mysterious beings from Zhou Rui's diary in that world. Does that mean I can cultivate the Vajra Bright Jade technique? Shur-sen couldn't quite be sure. He was truly envious of the Vajra Bright Jade technique. It could be said that the cultivation philosophy recorded within this manual ran completely counter to the traditional martial arts of the Great Xia. The novel concepts it contained were utterly eye-opening to Shur-sen. Especially regarding physical cultivation, the Mingyu technique offered uniquely profound insights. If one followed its teachings step by step, achieving the physical body of an ancient Buddha would be well within reach. That was the realm of physical cultivation where even a drop of blood could regenerate the body, rendering it immortal. Shur-sen doesn't want to see us? Princess Taylor was utterly astonished. A woman like her, possessing both status and beauty. Wherever she went, she was revered. Yet today, on the soil of Great Xia, she was turned away at the door? Old Demand frowned. While he respected Shur-sen's strength, that didn't mean the Princess of the Stars and Stripes, having humbled herself to seek an audience, to be dismissed with such a flimsy excuse. After all, the United States was the world's foremost superpower. Even with Shur-sen's reputation as a god-slayer, he should never have shown such contempt for the Princess of the United States. He spoke with a hint of emotion. Your country's chief sure certainly puts on airs. To outright refuse an audience request from the first Princess of the United States. It seems Great Xia has truly risen to the point where it can afford to underestimate the power of the United States. Old Wang gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly replied, the matter is not as serious as your excellency suggests. Commissioner Shur must be occupied with extremely important affairs, hence his inability to attend. If Her Highness Princess Taylor is willing, I can personally arrange the finest accommodations for your... How dare you? Old Demand roared in fury. Did this old pedant even realize what he was saying? It was one thing for Princess Taylor to be denied an audience with Shur-sen, but to suggest arranging a room for her to wait? This was nothing short of trampling the dignity of the United States underfoot. Not even the rulers of Great Xia dared act so arrogantly. Old Demand felt his lungs were about to burst with rage. He turned to look at Taylor seriously and said, Princess, let's go. Since Shur-sen refuses to see us, so be it. He paused, then turned back to Wang Lihui, his tone icy. The United States remembers this arrogant act by Great Xia. It's not that serious, Old Demand, Taylor smiled. She understood what Old Demand was thinking. It was simply that Wang Lihui's divine maneuver had crossed the line in this old man's heart. In Old Demand's eyes, the United States was a sacred, inviolable land of ideals. And she, Taylor, was its most precious jewel. Now this jewel was tarnished and by the very dust sprinkled upon it by the Great Xia man standing before him. Old Demand's fury was understandable. Yet Taylor possessed neither Old Demand's unadulterated sentiment nor the delicate fragility he imagined. What was even more remarkable was that Taylor possessed a pair of brilliant eyes capable of seeing through many chaotic situations. In this era of upheaval, advanced weaponry had largely lost its effectiveness. The role of individual martial prowess has been elevated to unprecedented heights. The times have changed. This is what they call the era of warriors. A man possessing god-slaying abilities has earned the right to disregard Taylor's status. She understood this well. If she possessed such power, she'd likely be 100 times more arrogant than Shur-sen. Uncle Old Demand, it's alright. We're in no rush to return anyway. Let's just wait here for a bit, Taylor said with a smile. But, Your Highness. Alright, it's settled then. This time, Taylor's tone grew stiff, filled with an unwavering resolve that brooked no refusal. Old Demand clicked his tongue twice before finally sighing deeply and reluctantly agreeing. Wang Lihui was utterly stunned to see the princess actually agree to his suggestion. He immediately dispatched men to prepare the finest suite at the Xingqiao Group headquarters for Taylor's stay. Chapter 154, Another Fragment of the Stone Tablet. Above Blue Star. Within the ethereal realm of the Divine Kingdom. The rulers of several major pantheons Eastern Europe, Greece, the White Elephant and others floated in a hexagram formation within the fissure between divine realms. Here, nothing existed, not even the faintest trace of life had emerged. They had gathered here today to join forces and shatter the self-imposed rules formed by Blue Star's will. As long as this entity remained, the deities who had ignited the divine flame within the divine realms could not truly descend upon Blue Star. Any forced descent would likely need swift destruction under the hostile will of Blue Star. The lords of the Pantheon did not come seeking to annihilate the Blue Star's will. Rather, they seek to temporarily block its perception. They intend to send the most formidable deities, selected from countless divine realms, to Blue Star to carry out their mission. Though they possess sufficient confidence that once the blue star's will is utterly dissipated, they can crush all humanity on the planet and divide it among themselves. Yet under the looming threat of apocalypse, Blue Star had spawned far too many terrifying geniuses. This was a scenario the gods did not wish to see unfold. The dissipation of Blue Star's will would take time, yet if these prodigies were allowed to develop unchecked, the future would become fraught with uncertainty. Perhaps a miracle might occur. The gods' schemes would be shattered. This would be highly detrimental to the expansion of the divine realm. Begin, a majestic voice resounded. The other majestic figures nodded in unison, and terrifying divine might began to permeate this void. The hexagram array was activated instantly, a pillar of light shooting straight toward Blue Star. Simultaneously, Blue Star's consciousness detected the attack from the Lord of the Divine System. The rule-bound power capable of shattering worlds, encircling Blue Star's periphery, instantly coalesced. Transforming into countless phantom forms, they charged madly toward the malevolent pillar of light. Enough. Let this stalemate continue. Inform those young ones, go forth and slaughter. Only by instilling utter terror in the human race can we succeed in transforming Blue Star into nourishment for the divine realm. The sound echoed, swiftly reaching the ears of several deities within the divine realm who had long been prepared and ready. At the forefront stood none other than Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom. She held a shield in her left hand and a sword in her right, radiating heroic vigor. Yet a persistent cloud of worry lingered between her brows. For the other gods' targets lay beyond the borders of Great Xia, unprotected by any barriers. They could be slain in an instant. Her target, however, resided at the very heart of Great Xia. That place was not only shrouded by the Godslayer barrier but also stood as the ancient sacred land of sages. It held numerous hidden reserves left behind by human great saints of unfathomable power. Athena did not know if she could succeed. She felt utterly lost about the future. This was the first time in millennia she had faced such a predicament. They all proclaim me the daughter of Zeus, possessing unparalleled noble status. Yet who could have imagined that in my infancy, I was swallowed whole by that so-called father, enduring the searing agony of a burning heart day after day. A wave of profound sorrow surged within Athena. Even after she finally split open her father's skull and escaped, she never received a shred of affection from him. What awaited her was always cold stares and mockery. The voice of the ruler of the pantheon interrupted Athena's thoughts. Her gaze pierced through the barrier between the divine realms, fixating on the pillar of light in the void. Is it descending? She wondered, her hand unconsciously tightening around her shield. As the first seventh-tier deity departed the divine realm through the passage opened by the Lord of the Pantheon, the other gods leapt into the channel with raucous laughter. All gods knew that Blue Star held opportunities exceptionally precious even to deities. Though their stay would be brief, with focused effort, they were certain to reap rewards. When the divine realm finally shattered Blue Star's will and the gods poured in en masse, they would be among the vanguard. Even if not reaching the eternal, indestructible supreme realm, at the very least, elevating their divine status by one tier would be entirely achievable. Athena, what are you waiting for? The imposing Eastern European thunder god approached her, asking with concern. Athena shot Thor a glance, unwilling to respond. She knew this divine lord, whose status and influence ranked among the highest in Eastern Europe, had coveted her for a long time. Had it not been for the historically strained relations between their two pantheons, he might have already sent his men to Mount Olympus to claim her as his bride. I'll wait for you below. Seeing Athena's cold expression, Thor did not press further. Leaving only those words, he leapt into the passageway. Now, only Athena remained among the gods, waiting within the divine realm. Sighing, the valiant goddess of wisdom too entered the passageway. This journey held more peril than promise. She could only hope the divine rulers would heed her years of tireless service and come to her aid in this hour of peril. The clash between the myriad divine realms and the will of Blue Star stirred not a ripple upon the planet's surface. No one, not even Shursen, noticed. The Blue Stars will burn its last reserves of power to shield the human race. Shursen was currently studying the Vajra Bright Jade technique. This mysterious martial art brought back from another realm seemed, to some extent, capable of assimilating the power of martial artists. He tentatively began practicing it. The Gale energy within his body instantly grew turbulent, violently suppressing the Vajra power emerging from within. The two forces were utterly incompatible. What a pity! It seems my Gongqi cannot accommodate the Vajra power. Otherwise, I should have been able to cultivate this technique without loss, Shursen sighed. His willpower had recovered to the level of an 8th-tier martial artist from his previous life. When observing the changes within his body through internal vision, he could detect many extremely subtle shifts. This allowed Shursen to avoid many latent hidden injuries. It prevented those latent injuries from erupting at some future moment, causing him to lose all his strength. After finding no results in cultivating the Diamond Bright Jade technique, Shursen set it aside, temporarily putting it out of his mind. A cultivation technique whose philosophical foundations differed entirely from those of Blue Star could not be mastered through simple speculation. Shursen needed more information. But the stone tablet fragment now seemed to have lost its ability to pull his consciousness into another realm, becoming nothing more than an ordinary, hard piece of rock. Perhaps I should search for other stone tablet fragments? Shursen mused. But he quickly shook his head. He couldn't leave Great Xiao lightly at this moment. He remembered that a major upheaval was imminent. It was likely the doing of the Divine Realm's ruler, who would dispatch numerous true deities to briefly manifest upon Blue Star. With thunderous force, they would slay countless human geniuses, plunging entire nations into mourning. At that time, Blue Star was shrouded in mourning. Though Shursen recalled no deities daring to enter the Godslayer barrier back then, he couldn't be certain about the current situation. Perhaps, due to the butterfly effect of his rebirth, history would undergo numerous changes. At the highest level of the Star Dynasty group, Wang Lihui was receiving Princess Taylor for her routine visit. Director Wang, you mean? Director Shur is researching a fragment of a stone tablet that fell from the sky? Princess Taylor exclaimed. Wang Lihui looked slightly surprised. What? Has your highness seen it? From your description, it sounds like I have indeed seen it. Not only that, but I even dispatched personnel to locate the peculiar meteorite and have it stored away. It's currently aboard our snowflake warship at the port. Princess Taylor covered her mouth and giggled. What? Wang Lihui gasped in shock. He knew exactly how much Shursen valued that stone tablet fragment. And now Taylor claimed to possess one herself? This was utterly unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Princess Taylor, perhaps Chief Shur will be paying you a visit very soon. Really? Now it was Taylor's turn to be stunned. She never imagined Shursen would appear just to see her over a meteor fragment. She had already made up her mind to leave on her own in 3 days. By then, even if Shursen didn't see her, there would be nothing she could do. She'd just have to figure something else out later. But who would have thought that when all seemed lost, a new path would open? Shursen had actually agreed to meet her. The soldier Wang Lihui had sent to find Shursen rushed back, relaying an address. This was the meeting place Shursen had chosen. An open-air fountain. Shursen was bathing there. His leisure time in Haijo was scarce, and he had no intention of wasting precious moments on trivial matters. But to his surprise, Wang Lihui's men reported that Taylor might also possess a fragment of the stone tablet. This piqued his interest. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Shursen decided to meet Taylor. After all, she was a princess of a nation. Granting her some courtesy was hardly unreasonable. Taylor was accompanied by old Deman and a group of guards, one of whom carried an exquisite purple sandalwood gift box retrieved from the snowflake warship. Inside lay what Taylor believed to be the meteorite fragment. Director Wang, why did Commander Shur choose this location? Taylor asked, puzzled. This location was remote, offering little beyond passable scenery. Wang Lihui chuckled. Commander Shur is bathing in the spring inside. Perhaps, Princess, you could wait here for a moment? Bathing? A strange gleam flashed in Taylor's eyes. She licked her sensual lips and shook her head lightly. I won't wait. I'm going in now. Alright. Even Wang Lihui, as slow-witted as he was, could sense something off about Taylor. But when it came to matters between men and women, men never came out on the losing end. Since Taylor was practically offering herself up, Wang Lihui saw no point in doing anything unpleasant. Spreading his hands, he gestured in a direction. Then please proceed on your own, Princess Taylor. Taylor nodded gracefully, swaying with each step along the forest path. Old Deman and the others tried to follow, but Wang Lihui stopped them immediately. Old Deman, you old codger, do you seriously think dangerous beasts or divine apostles might appear within 10 miles of Shurchan's official boundaries? Wang Lihui scolded with a laugh. Old Deman suddenly understood. As a traditional martial artist, he was well aware of Shursen's current standing. Not even 10 princesses from all the nations combined could match the prestige of Princess Taylor. If Princess Taylor achieves anything on this mission, it would be tantamount to securing a super powerful ally for the United States. Why would we ever need to worry about so-called gods or angels again? Chapter 155, I can grant you one request. Taylor emerged from a small grove to find the landscape suddenly opening up before her. In the middle of a large clearing, a clear spring gushed forth abruptly, bubbling up continuously. Within the waters, a bare-chested Ishimori sat with eyes closed, resting. Taylor dared not disturb this man capable of slaying gods. Her heart brimmed with reverence for Shursen as she softened her footsteps and crept closer. You're here, so why sneak around like a thief? The sudden voice startled Taylor, her body tensing into an irresistibly alluring curve. She looked up to find Shursen staring at her, his expression unreadable. Commander! Commander Shur! Taylor was stunned by the overwhelming presence radiating from his eyes. Despite having rehearsed her words countless times, she found herself momentarily speechless. You're the star-spangled princess old Wang mentioned, Taylor Elizabeth? Shursen frowned. The woman before him seemed rather dim-witted. Had Wang Lihui not mentioned she possessed what appeared to be fragments of the stone tablet, he would have had no interest in meeting this so-called princess. Countless divine maidens of the celestial kingdom had fallen before him, or rather, at his hands. A mere princess from the Stars and Stripes nation was hardly worthy of Shur-sen's courtesy. Taylor licked her lips, trying to ease her nerves. "Commander Shur, I am Taylor." She raised the exquisite rosewood gift box in her hands, forcing a smile under Shur-sen's imposing presence. "This must be what you've been searching for, Commander Shur." Shur-sen extended his hand, a surge of chi erupting from his body as he took the box from Taylor's grasp. It floated steadily across more than 10 meters, landing precisely in Shur-sen's palm. Taylor's eyes lit up. Was this the unique cultivation system of the great Xia martial artist Skonchi forged drop by drop through relentless training? How astonishing! In her mind, she compared Shur-sen to that notorious genetic warrior from the Stars and Stripes nation. Instantly, she felt Shur-sen was far superior to that lecherous fellow. At the very least, she had never seen a single hint of impropriety in Shur-sen's eyes. This left Taylor feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, when most men saw her, a woman of unparalleled beauty, no matter how well they hid it, she could always sense something off. It really is a stone tablet fragment. Shur-sen opened the box and saw a black stone. Its shape was completely different from the fragment in his hand, yet it emitted an identical aura. His heart leapt with joy. He couldn't help but glance up at Taylor, who stood before him with utmost respect. This woman has quite the luck. Closing the box, Shur-sen didn't immediately touch the fragment. He wanted to prepare himself first, entering that world in a safer, quieter environment. Indeed, Shur-sen had already sensed that inexplicable power emanating from this brand new fragment. With just a light touch, his consciousness could instantly travel to that shattered world. After a moment's contemplation, Shur-sen slowly raised his head to look at Taylor. "You may make one reasonable request of me. Is this my reward?" Taylor asked. "You could interpret it that way." Taylor tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Before coming, she hadn't anticipated Shur-sen offering such a reward. She had originally intended to give him the fragment as a token of their new acquaintance. "Then may I invite you to visit the United States?" Taylor offered her answer with a smile. Shur-sen smiled too. This woman must have water for brains. Nowadays, nowhere on Blue Star was safe. And she actually invited him to visit the United States? Did she really think Shur-sen was unaware of the current state of the United States? Calling it a vacation, but really wanting him to go over there and help slaughter the bird people, right? But Ishimori has always been a man of his word. He's never gone back on his word. "Fine," Ishimori replied calmly. "But I'll decide the timing. I'll contact you once I'm in the Stars and Stripes." Taylor's heart leapt with joy. He actually agreed. The sheer joy nearly made Taylor jump up and express his feelings wildly. But she had only met Shur-sen once, they were far from being close. Plus, based on her understanding of the Great Xia, men there tended to be rather traditional. Taylor forced herself to suppress her surging emotions, adopting Great Xia etiquette as she bowed slightly to Shur-sen. "Then as you say, Commander Shur. Taylor will be waiting for you in the Stars and Stripes nation." With that, she turned without lingering and walked away. But just before entering the path leading to the grove, she paused. Turning back with a smile, her large eyes brimmed with anticipation for Shur-sen. Shur-sen chuckled softly. This foreign woman was certainly more uninhibited than the traditional women of Daxia. Ignoring Taylor, Shur-sen rose silently. With a slight tremor, the droplets covering his body instantly transformed into a swirling mist. He picked up the clothes by the spring, dressed, and leapt into the air, soaring skyward. He flew toward the direction of the Star Dynasty group. White Elephant Kingdom. An inconspicuous little village. Its location was so remote and barren that even divine apostles shunned it as a hunting ground. Kama was the strongest young man in the village. According to the village elders, he possessed the sacred bloodline of ancient sages. Thus, in this environment of revived spiritual energy, Kama, who possessed no cultivation techniques whatsoever, had forcibly broken through to a level equivalent to a 6th-tier divine intent realm martial artist of the Great Xia Empire, relying solely on his terrifying innate talent. Such talent defied description. Even if Shur-sen were to learn of it, he could only sigh in awe at Kama's terrifying prowess. Due to his formidable strength, Kama made immense contributions to the village. When all communication with the outside world was severed and no supplies could be obtained, Kama was the first to step forward, venturing deep into the wild jungles to hunt countless beasts. He provided ample food for the villagers. Today was another day to venture into the mountains. The entire village gathered at the entrance, lining up in 2 rows. They gazed at Kama, their leader, with eyes brimming with reverence. "Return home. This journey is no different from those before. We shall return safely." Kama's voice boomed, deep and resonant. His frame was as sturdy as an ox, each step he took making the earth tremble beneath his feet. The village's eldest elder stepped forward. He shuffled unsteadily before Kama, extending a hand as gnarled and ancient as a withered tree trunk. He dipped it lightly into the wooden bowl held by the attendant priest. The crimson dye was smeared across Kama's forehead. This was a tradition preserved since ancient times in the village. Every leader who guided the village's hunting party deep into the mountains to capture beasts would be marked by the village's eldest elder with this dye, symbolizing martial valor and sacredness. Kama was undoubtedly the only man currently worthy of receiving this right. He did not refuse, allowing the elder to freely paint his face. Then, accompanied by several strong hunters, he strode resolutely into the mountains. Our ancestors have sent me a warning: this hunt will likely encounter obstacles, Kama said solemnly after they had traveled far from the village. Kama, what kind of complications? His companion asked. Kama gazed into the sky with a profound expression, remaining silent for a long while. He sensed enemies closing in on him. Chapter 156, Re-entry. In the sky, a figure radiating dazzling, multicolored light plunged toward the ground with unmatched power. Its target was none other than Kama, who was gazing up at the sky. The ancestor's guidance was correct. Indeed, a force capable of destroying everything has descended, seeking to utterly annihilate me, to extinguish the last spark of life in the village. Kama's expression grew grave. He sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from this figure. Like a young wolf in the jungle encountering a charging elephant. An overwhelming sense of defeat welled up from the depths of one's soul. Before the battle even began, his courage faltered. Whatever you are, Kama, fear you not. His robust physique granted Kama immense strength, while the guidance of his ancestors bestowed him with boundless courage. In an instant, Kama soared into the air, clashing fiercely with the beam of light above. The shockwaves from their clash alone were enough to uproot entire groves of trees. The hunting party members below could offer no assistance in a battle of this magnitude. They could only retreat swiftly, returning to the village. To defend the village, they would give everything they had. Of course, this was Kama's final choice after being overwhelmed by the intruder. The others did not believe Kama would fall here. He possessed the greatest innate talent in recorded history, with physical strength rivaling that of the ancestors. Across the world, at this very moment, battles of staggering intensity erupted. The combatants' blazingly fast movements were beyond capture by any equipment. People could only observe the battle with their naked eyes. It was then that the crowd realized with shock that one side bore no resemblance to humanity. They resembled terrifying deities from the fleeting realm of the divine. In that instant, panic seized the masses. Why would a deity descend upon Blue Star at this moment? Had someone dared to provoke them, compelling the deities to pursue the blasphemer at any cost? Above the great Xia Empire, the realm of demon gods flickered in and out of existence. Within that primordial jungle stretching for untold tens of thousands of miles, numerous mountain peaks radiated divine light that intimidates all living things. This is the dwelling place of the demon gods. It was also a forbidden zone for the human race. This time, the demon god realm did not participate in the operation. Their path diverged from that of the myriad divine realms. Moreover, with two great demon emperors presiding over the demonic realm, there was no need for them to collaborate with other divine factions. They merely watched silently as the upheavals unfolded on Blue Star. One by one, deities descended upon Blue Star through the passageway forged by the combined efforts of several great divine lords. They commenced their campaign to eliminate the human race's prodigies. Some demon gods watched all this with disdain, their voices dripping with contempt as they cursed the divine lords. Clearly, such underhanded tactics were utterly beneath the demon gods. At the heart of the demon god realm, atop a colossal peak that nearly pierced the heavens, within a palace shrouded in the subtle threads of the Tao's essence, two towering figures shed their divine radiance, gazing impassively at Blue Star. Shall we not intervene? The voice echoed, one that would shatter the skulls of ordinary mortals upon hearing it. The figure that spoke radiated overwhelming might. Beside it, an arcane bell-shaped object flickered into existence and vanished in an instant. Your cultivation has grown unstable. Brother, you have keen insight. Poof. We're brothers. No need for formalities. What do you mean by that, brother? Let him run wild. Our true objective has never been the so-called Blue Star. A pair of eyes piercing through the world's mists gazed upon the rising and falling land, neither sad nor glad. Shirmori remained unaware of the upheavals unfolding across Blue Star. Nor did he possess the ability to pierce the fog and see through the schemes of the divine lords. Clutching the wooden box in his hands, Shirsen now desired only to enter that unfamiliar world as swiftly as possible. To seek out more information. He had a premonition. Perhaps within that shattered realm, he might find the solution to break the deadlock and determine the future fate of the great Xia human race. They failed, yes, but we nearly succeeded. By learning from our failures and building on our successes, the annihilation of countless divine realms is but a matter of time. Shirsen was now filled with confidence. The land of Daxia had never been short of miracles. Had it not been for the internal betrayal in his previous life, perhaps things would never have reached that point. This time around, Shirsen had made thorough preparations. The operation to root out the traitor had commenced the moment he first arrived in Zhongjing. The most urgent task now was to grow stronger. Shirsen entered a secure building, his face set with unwavering resolve. He retrieved the stone tablet fragment from the wooden box and, without hesitation, clenched it tightly in his large hand. A mysterious pulling force surged through him instantly. This time, Shirsen was prepared. He distinctly felt his consciousness detach from his body, roaming through the starry void at unimaginable speeds. After several flashes, he arrived in an unfamiliar star domain. The familiar desolate landscape remained. Fragmented landmasses drifted everywhere. Some had lost all traces of human presence. Others preserved strange cylindrical structures intact. During his last visit, Shursen hadn't examined these structures closely. Now, in a certain sense, it seemed the cultivation path of this world far surpassed that of Blue Star in its depth and history. From these structures, Shursen could sense a natural, innate harmony. Living within them, daily infused with the aura of supreme perfection, each individual could maximize their innate talents. This avoided the tragedy of many latecomers stagnating in their initial accumulation. Cylindrical structures were still fairly common on Blue Star, but they had been prevalent before the Age of Decline. Imperial residences often featured cylindrical structures like altars and pavilions. Reflecting now, perhaps it was due to Blue Star's self-sustaining cycle. With the advent of the Age of Decline and the subsequent technological era, the concept of the Great Unity gradually faded from the historical stage. Replacing them were square structures, adhering to the principle that without rules, there can be no order. Rigidity constrained humanity's progress on the path of self-discovery. People increasingly relied on external forces and mechanical devices. Shursen now reflects that the sudden, inexplicable malfunction of many advanced weapons and equipment. Perhaps it was not due to the descent of the divine realm. The cause likely lay within. From the awakening of Blue Star's consciousness. It sensed that the children living within its body had strayed from the path. Thus it had altered the rules, rendering the powerful weapons utterly useless. Thus, they were forced to rely on cultivation, growing ever stronger. Great power concentrated in one being. Is this the path the Blue Stars will choose for humanity? Shursen felt deeply moved. Unexpectedly, upon re-entering the shattered world, I immediately gained profound insights. Even if this trip yielded nothing else, it would have been worth it. Of course, no unexpected events occurred that would have kicked Shursen back to his own world. He controlled his consciousness, gently drifting forward. His target this time was a larger floating island, where numerous uniquely styled structures remained perfectly preserved. Shurmori suspected he might uncover some useful information there. Chapter 157, Return to Central Capital. Final chapter. Guiding his consciousness-controlled body, Shursen gradually approached his destination and landed upon the floating land. Gazing at the peculiar cylindrical structures, he sensed a faint aura of malevolence. He didn't know where this malevolence came from. But he suspected he would find the answer once inside. Passing through the entrance, a scene of cluttered debris met his eyes. Amongst the everyday household items lay several blood-stained garments. Strange, he murmured. So many signs of life preserved intact, yet not a single corpse, not even bones. Shurmori frowned as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, there was no sign of any humanoid presence. Only the haphazardly piled debris on the floor hinted at the once bustling activity that had filled this place. He entered a randomly chosen room. Shursen was still hoping to find some written records. Ideally, he hoped to find books like the Blue Star Chronicles. This could help Shursen understand this world. Perhaps he might even uncover clues about the reasons for its ruin. There are some yellowed ancient texts here. Shursen's gaze shifted toward the bedside, where several books bound in an antique style suddenly came into view. He picked one up and began flipping through its pages. Though the script differed slightly from Blue Star's, Shursen could still read it effortlessly. Fundamentals of martial arts? Could martial arts be the foundational discipline of this world? Shursen marveled. He hadn't expected this place to be so steeped in martial virtue. Even children's primer books contained knowledge about martial arts. However, their physical builds differed slightly from those of humans on Blue Star. Shursen could only glean some inspiration from the martial arts principles documented in the books. If he followed the texts verbatim, the most likely outcome would be spiritual imbalance. This was precisely why he dared not lightly cultivate the diamond bright jade technique. Even though this martial art was clearly tied to the path of physical cultivation and could undoubtedly propel Shursen's physique from the subtle level to a much higher stage. I'll memorize the texts in these books first. Shursen paused his exploration. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he held several books documenting the foundational knowledge of martial arts in this world. He committed them to memory wholesale. His actions stemmed not from believing this world's martial arts were inherently superior to those of Blue Star. Rather, it was because the martial arts philosophy here differed significantly from Blue Star in many aspects. They provided Shursen with a valuable point of comparison. By comparing the two, his martial arts understanding, which had already reached its ceiling, might just find a path to further advancement. Only then would a martial artist of the 8th tier in his previous life have hope for breakthrough. This journey of consciousness traversal did not last long. After Shursen had committed the contents of several books to memory, he had only taken a few steps on the floating soil. The familiar tugging sensation immediately appeared. It pulled his consciousness back into his body. Slowly opening his eyes, Shursen exhaled a breath of stale air. The gains were decent. Regarding the cultivation of the diamond bright jade technique, perhaps I can find answers in those foundational martial arts principles. But to return to that world again, must I keep searching for more stone tablet fragments? Shursen frowned. Given Blue Star's current state, leaving Great Xiao wasn't a wise choice. He couldn't abandon the opportunities within the sage's legacy realm for something as trivial as stone tablet fragments. Commander Shur. There's trouble. A voice called out from outside the room where Shursen sat in meditation, the speaker sounding extremely anxious. Shursen turned his gaze to the young warrior who had rushed inside. Calm down. Speak slowly. A true divine being has descended upon Zhongjing. It's currently battling the head of the Jinwu department and a group of Sky Realm martial artists. The young soldier caught his breath before delivering news that stunned even Shursen. Is this true? Shursen rose to his feet, gripping the young soldier's shoulders firmly. This is no time for jokes. This is no joke. The message came through the communication device brought by Commander Qin Yao. I hear Zhongjing expended a great deal of rare resources just to transmit this news. They desperately want you, Commander Shur, to return immediately to defend against this formidable enemy. The young soldier poured out everything he knew in one breath. Hearing Qin Yao's name, Shursen knew the young soldier wasn't lying. As the only son of the Grand Elder, possessing the means to communicate directly with Central Capital was hardly surprising. Without hesitation, Shursen instructed the messenger to stay safe before soaring into the sky. He flew straight toward the headquarters of the demon capital. To return to Zhongjing swiftly, he needed to leverage official resources. An ultra-long-range helicopter was the only viable option. Governor's office. The faces of the staff who had worked here before had largely changed. Many of the once mighty officials had been ruthlessly taken down by the iron-fisted Qin Yao. Those guilty of major crimes faced execution, while lesser offenses were punished accordingly. Not a single one could evade Qin Yao's masterful tactics. At this moment, the numerous staff members no longer felt the ease of yesterday. The atmosphere grew so thick with tension it felt suffocating. The news that Zhongjing had been struck by the divine incarnation of a deity and that the sudden attack had left the head of the Jinwu department, Yuan Kohai, gravely wounded, left everyone in disbelief. Before Ishizumi's sudden emergence, Yuan Kohai had been the benchmark for martial artists across the Great Xia Empire. Countless individuals held him as their spiritual anchor, enduring grueling training in hopes of matching the footsteps of this peerless genius. Now, the revered minister had been gravely wounded by an unknown deity. His very life hung in the balance. A dark cloud hung over everyone's hearts. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly with Shursen's sudden descent from the heavens. The numbness in people's eyes suddenly gave way to a flicker of hope. They rushed forward in droves. Commander Shur, are you preparing to return to Zhongjing to support Minister Yuan? Colonel Shur. You must slay that deity with your spear. To enter the Great Xia territory so brazenly and gravely wound Minister Yuan, he deserves death. Colonel Shur. Shursen waved his hand at the crowd with a stern expression. Rest assured, gods are not invincible. If I could slay one deity, I can slay a second. As long as Yuan Kohai and the others hold out a little longer, I will arrive in time to strike down that deity. I will use its blood to honor the 9 provinces of our Great Xia. Shursen's words instantly calmed the trembling hearts of those present. This man before them was the one with an actual record of slaying gods. His words carried more weight than any promise. Brother Shur, the helicopter is ready. We'll follow your orders and depart at any moment. Qin Yao stepped forward from the crowd. He had truly mastered the art of getting things done from the Grand Elder. Without Shursen needing to give instructions, all preparations were already complete. This made Shursen feel remarkably at ease. Alright, no time to waste, I'm leaving now. Shursen pulled Qin Yao aside, exchanged a few words, then confidently followed a soldier to the helipad. Watching the new helicopter carrying Shursen take off and fly away into the distance, Qin Yao beckoned a subordinate over. Dispatch some scientists with expertise in biotechnology to Star Dynasty Group to assist Director Wang. After giving the order, Qin Yao watched the aircraft gradually shrink into a tiny black dot. He murmured with a sigh, truly a season of troubles.